silent, as if death had taken over. Blood spattered across the ground, trees, and bodies. Everyone held their breath, as though an invisible hand was gripping their throats tightly. Jiang Yan, what have you done? Yi Yiran cried out in horror. Amidst the downpour of blood rain, a boy dressed in red stood there, holding a red oil paper umbrella, the corners of his lips slightly lifted into a faint smile. Killed. Behind him, 10 shadowy and terrifying figures emerged, so heavy with dread it felt like standing on the brink of hell. Those were the legendary 10 Kings of Hell. As the phantom images of the 10 Kings gradually dissipated, they merged into the boy's waist accessory, the tenfold Ghost Order. His red garb faded into nothingness, revealing a blue and white school uniform underneath. The boy turned and walked away. Not a single one of the 1,000 witnesses on site dared to stop him. In truth, who would dare approach a boy who had just awakened the 10 Kings of Hell amidst such a horrifying scene? The gruesome sight of ghosts devouring the living still left people trembling in fear. Countless wails of vengeful spirits filled the air, surrounding Wuchun, who had awakened an S-level divine weapon. Despite his despairing screams, he was ultimately torn apart by the vengeful spirits, his flesh mangled into a bloody pulp, leaving not even bones behind. Recently, multicolored lights have been sighted atop ancient King Mountain, indicating the possible emergence of ancient ruins. Authorities have cordoned off the area, and local residents have been evacuated for safety. Experts report that Lin Outyan, the provincial party secretary of Haidong province, has shown signs of breaking through the 7th tier and is poised to take on the role of guardian commander. The 25th martial arts examination is about to begin. Those who have reached the 2nd tier as divinely gifted individuals can gain direct admission into provincial divine gift universities without testing. Spots are limited, so register now. Beep. Jiang Yan turned off the television, rose from the sofa, and walked to the balcony, raising his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight. His scarlet eyes swept downward, observing the bustling noise of the streets below. Jiankuan Pill Shop has gone bankrupt. The owner ran off with his mistress, and wages are being compensated with pills. Jiankuan Righteousness pills are on massive clearance, only 50,000 per pill. The Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall is recruiting 3rd-tier instructors offering personal guidance. Advance 1 tier in a year. Getting into martial university is no longer a dream. Please help me. My family of 3 was killed by feral beasts, and my only son's leg was bitten off. We urgently need 300,000 xia coins. Any kind-hearted soul out there, please. This was Blue Star, a world blessed by gods. In this world, there were divinely gifted individuals as well as ferocious, rampaging beasts. Upon reaching adulthood, everyone could participate in the divine gift ceremony to become one of the divinely gifted. Divinely gifted individuals were divided into 2 categories, divine ability bearers, and divine weapon holders. Lightning, fire, ice, darkness, and light were divine abilities. Swords, axes, staffs, blades, and shields were divine weapons. Divine gifts also had ranks, ranging from the highest, SSS level, to the lowest, F level. Only a select few knew that above SSS level existed another tier, officially recognized by the world government, called Forbidden. The rank of one's divine gift determined the upper limit of their power as a divinely gifted individual. Most ordinary people could only awaken E or F level divine gifts, their abilities so trivial that they could only serve as insignificant cogs in the machinery of society. Those who awaken C or D level divine gifts could become the elite of society, with opportunities to climb higher. B-level divinely gifted individuals were 1 in 1,000 geniuses, eligible to join the military and safeguard the nation. A-level individuals were 1 in 10,000 prodigies, cultivated as key figures within their cities, with bright futures ahead. As for S-level individuals, they were extraordinarily rare. An entire province might not produce even 1 in a year. Across the entire Grand Xia Nation, fewer than 1,000 active S-level individuals existed. SS and SSS-level individuals were even scarcer, numbering fewer than 100 combined. A single divine gift ceremony could determine a person's destiny. No matter how outstanding you were before, no matter how many accolades you'd earned. If you awakened an E or F level divine gift, you would plummet to rock bottom, almost with no chance of recovery. But if you awakened an A-level divine gift, you would become the center of attention in the entire city, with a future as bright as the sun. This was a world that was exceedingly unfair, yet one where strength reigned supreme. Tomorrow was the divine gift ceremony. Jiang Yan had waited long enough. 18 years, he murmured. It had been exactly 18 years since he'd transmigrated to this world. From the day he crossed over, he'd been waiting for the sound of a ding, waiting from birth until now, for a full 18 years. That damned ding still hadn't come. He had more or less accepted the fact that, as a transmigrator, he wasn't destined to have a system. Jiang Yan rubbed his chin, his brows furrowing. So it turns out, I'm too handsome. Even the system is jealous of my looks and refuses to show up. If that's the case, so be it. I shall bloom, I shall grow, I shall bask in the spring rain's gentle flow. Suddenly, his phone rang. Answering the call, Zhou Peng's excited shout came through. Jiangji, Lin Jianghai just had their divine gift ceremony today. Tomorrow's our second high's turn. Lin Jianghai produced an S-level divine weapon holder. He's been directly admitted to Qingming Martial Academy. The school's keeping it under wraps, I found out through some sneaky digging. Lin Jianghai's S-level prodigy was being kept under strict confidentiality for protection. His identity wouldn't be revealed until the martial arts exams concluded. His personal information remained a secret. This year's got a bumper crop of S-level geniuses, Jiang Yan muttered. Rumor had it Linjiang province alone had produced at least 10 S-level divinely gifted individuals. And that wasn't even counting the SS and SSS levels, whose existence was tightly guarded. In previous years, it was rare for a province to produce even 2 S-level divinely gifted individuals. In particularly lucky years, Grand Xia might see a single SS-level individual. As for SSS levels, they were once-in-a-decade phenomena. And the forbidden tier that surpassed SSS level? Those hadn't been seen in centuries, if not millennia. Ending the call, Jiang Yan sat on the sofa, his gaze deep and turbulent. With geniuses gathered like never before, this was destined to be the most glorious era for divinely gifted individuals. If he didn't want to be swept away by the tides of the era, to be drowned in this golden age, the only solution was to become stronger. No system? So what? I, Jiang Yan, will rely on my own talent to crush all contemporary geniuses and stand at the pinnacle of this brilliant age. Red umbrella. A crimson glow flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes, and a red oil paper umbrella appeared silently in his hand. This umbrella had been etched into his soul since birth. Even he wasn't sure what rank this red umbrella was as a divine weapon. Its surface was entirely crimson, as if soaked in endless blood, while its black handle was engraved with eerie patterns. From a distance, it appeared to be just an ordinary oil paper umbrella, but only Jiang Yan knew that the red umbrella he was born awakened with was anything but ordinary. Jiang Yan gripped the umbrella's handle and gently pulled. Buzz! The sound of a sword reverberated through the air, and the glass in the room shattered instantly. The black handle of the umbrella was connected to a blood-red ghostly sword, its blade wrapped in a sinister aura of blood. As the ghost sword was drawn, a surge of blood energy enveloped Jiang Yan's entire body. This energy coalesced into a crimson robe that fluttered as though stirred by an invisible breeze. In an instant, Jiang Yan's entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Chapter 2, The Awakening Ceremony. The next morning, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, lighting up a cloudless day. The plaza of Linjiang Secondary School No. 2 was already packed with people. Shoulder to shoulder, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Brother Jiang! Zhou Peng called out enthusiastically from afar, running over with excitement. Brother Jiang, I'm so thrilled. His whole body trembled. Do you think if I awaken an S-rank divine gift, I'll become a legendary figure in our school? Jiang Yan chuckled lightly. If you awaken an S-rank divine gift, then I'll have to start calling you Big Brother. Come on, Brother Jiang, don't take it seriously, I was just joking. With my talent, even awakening a C-rank would be a blessing. Zhou Peng scratched his head. But you, Brother Jiang, you're definitely going to awaken an A-rank divine gift. An A-rank divine gift? Jiang Yan felt uncertain. He wasn't even sure if he could awaken a divine gift at all. After all, he was already born with the red umbrella, a celestial artifact bestowed by heaven. Could it be possible to awaken the red umbrella again? Jiang Yan muttered to himself. Jiang Yan, you're finally here. A sweet voice rang out as Yi Yiran, wearing a floral dress, floated over to him like a graceful spirit. Yiran, Jiang Yan greeted her with a faint smile, though his gaze toward his class flower of a girlfriend remained indifferent. On one hand, Yi Yiran had pursued him actively, using their relationship to elevate her own status among the girls and secure her position as the center of attention in Class 2 of their senior year. On the other hand, Jiang Yan merely saw her as a shield, someone to fend off the countless confessions he received. It was a relationship of mutual convenience. The students around them couldn't help but feel envious at the sight. I'm so jealous of Yi Yiran, getting to be Jiang Yan's girlfriend. With his strength, he's at least going to awaken as an A-rank divine gifter. Look at how sweet they are together. That Guo Chun from the other class is such a joke, thinking he could chase after Yi Yiran. What a clown. Hearing the mocking comments, Guo Chun felt a surge of anger and humiliation, his face twisting in frustration. Jiang Yan, why are you always better than me? Just you wait. Jiang Yan ignored the chatter around him, his gaze fixed on the divine gift platform. The awakening ceremony was about to start. The school principal stepped onto the high platform, his face beaming with delight. The awakening ceremony will now begin. Students, please come forward in order of your student numbers when your name is called. Wang Dezhong, the officiator of the ceremony, called loudly. A male student, both nervous and excited, stepped onto the divine gift platform. He placed his palm on the divine gift diagram, which began to emit a faint glow. Suddenly, flames erupted like a wildfire, engulfing him. The officiator raised an eyebrow. Awakened B rank ability, Vermilion Bird Flame. Great start. The principal was so thrilled he almost jumped with joy. The very first student had awakened a B rank divine gift. At this rate, it would be no surprise if an A rank or even an S rank appeared. Looks like I'm getting a promotion, the old principal muttered as he stroked his beard, unable to suppress his grin. I'll miss Linjiang Secondary School number 2. Wonder where I'll be assigned next? Lin Jie. Awakened B rank ability, Violet Thunder. Li Hua. Awakened E rank artifact, English textbook. Wang Gang Dan. Awakened C rank artifact, Purple Mood. Kai Konsi. Awakened D rank artifact, Power Basketball. Guo Chun, the officiator called. Guo Chun from class 1 of the senior year walked coldly toward the divine gift platform, his eyes filled with hostility as he passed Jiang Yan. He lightly placed his hand on the divine gift diagram. In an instant, the previously dim diagram exploded with dazzling brilliance. This, the principal shot to his feet in shock, his glasses falling to the ground. His lips quivered as he stammered, this radiant glow, these vibrant colors. There's no doubt about it, no doubt. This is an S-rank divine gift. Even the officiator was stunned, muttering to himself in disbelief. Finally, an S-rank divine gifter has appeared under my watch. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A powerful wave of energy erupted outward, knocking many students to the ground. Such was the oppressive aura of an S-rank divine gift. Suppressing his excitement, the officiator announced loudly, Guo Chun. S-rank divine artifact, Shadowless Spear. The crowd fell utterly silent, as if the world had stopped breathing. Moments later, the plaza erupted into chaos. Oh my god, Guo Chun actually awakened an S-rank divine artifact. How did we never notice his potential? He's like a high-cold male god now. Ha, Guo Chun's Jiang Yan's sworn rival. This is going to be fun to watch. Many students began to watch with glee at the unfolding drama. Yi Yiran's eyes trembled slightly. Guo Chun actually awakened an S-rank divine gift. She sneaked a glance at Jiang Yan and whispered, Jiang Yan, you'll definitely awaken an S-rank divine gift too, right? Jiang Yan thought of his small red umbrella, unsure of its rank. He replied casually, let's see what luck has in store. He hadn't placed much hope in the awakening ceremony, he only wanted to know what grade his red umbrella belonged to. By this time, Guo Chun had stepped down from the divine gift platform and was walking straight toward Jiang Yan, his expression cold and unyielding. The students stepped aside one by one, clearing a path for Guo Chun. Jiang Yan, you're jealous of me now, aren't you? Guo Chun sneered. Jealous that you're uglier than me but somehow more confident? Jiang Yan replied flatly. The remark seemed mild, but its underlying mockery was sharp enough to make many students burst into laughter. They quickly covered their mouths, not daring to offend the newly awakened S-rank gifter, Guo Chun. Seeing that Jiang Yan wasn't provoked and had even turned the tables on him, Guo Chun felt humiliated. He said coldly, Jiang Yan, do you dare to duel me to the death? His words caused an uproar. Oh my god, is this for real? A death duel? That's a life or death battle only one can survive. Guo Chun just awakened an S-rank divine gift. I'd say he has the upper hand. I'm betting a pack of spicy snacks on him. But Jiang Yan hasn't awakened yet. What if he awakens an even higher SS rank divine gift? I'm betting 2 packs of snacks on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan remained silent. Guo Chun assumed he was afraid and mocked him further. What's the matter? Scared? Don't dare to duel me? No, I'm just wondering how stupid someone has to be to feel as confident as you. Jiang Yan stayed calm. Brother Jiang, you're not really going to agree to a deathmatch with him, are you? That's a fight to the death, someone could really get hurt. Zhou Peng shook his head anxiously. Why wouldn't I agree? If someone wants to kill, they should be ready to be killed. Jiang Yan's lips curved into a slight smile. Guo Chun, are you ready to die? You? Guo Chun was furious at Jiang Yan's fearless and provocative attitude. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. With that, he slung the shadowless spear over his back, its tip crackling with blue lightning. After the divine bestowal ceremony, we'll settle this in the death match. Fine. You've been buzzing around like an annoying fly for too long. It's about time I swatted you and gave my ears some peace. Jiang Yan replied with a calm smile. At that moment, the Divine Bestowal officer called out Yi Yiran's name. Yi Yiran cast a deep glance at Jiang Yan before walking up to the Divine Bestowal platform. She placed her hand on the Divine Bestowal diagram, and in an instant, radiant light erupted, illuminating the entire sky. It was an S-rank Divine Bestowal. #### Chapter 3, Breakup with Girlfriend, Dual S-rank bestowals unveiled. Rippling waterlight gathered around Yi Yiran, enveloping her and transforming into a stunning feathered robe. This is the S-rank ability, Sacred Water of Luo God, the Divine Bestowal officer exclaimed in shock. The old principal's knees nearly buckled, and he clutched his glasses with trembling hands. This year, I'm bound to get promoted. I might even get transferred to the imperial capital. For a high school to produce one S-rank Divine Bestowal was already considered an extraordinary blessing. But Linjiang's second high had just produced two. Yi Yiran, surrounded by the sacred water of Luo God, stood in the tide of water. Her tall and alluring figure became even more dazzling, and her already beautiful face now exuded a divine aura, instantly elevating her presence to goddess-like status. My God, Yi Yiran awakened an S-rank Divine Bestowal. Jiang Yan is so lucky. With Yi Yiran awakening an S-rank Divine Bestowal, she might not even care about Jiang Yan anymore. I bet their relationship is doomed today. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Yi Yiran descended gracefully from the tide, as breathtaking as the morning glow, leaving people breathless. But instead of running toward Jiang Yan to share her joy as she usually would, she stood among the crowd, basking in their admiration and flattery. Brother Jiang, shouldn't sister-in-law be the first to share her happiness with you? Zhou Peng gritted his teeth. Not only has she ignored you, but she's also gone straight to that Guochun guy. Jiang Yan's expression remained calm. That's her choice. They watched as Yi Yiran, with a radiant smile, walked toward Guochun, who was also an S-rank. The two chatted happily, laughing and joking. The sight shocked everyone. Does Yi Yiran not know that Guochun is Jiang Yan's mortal enemy? Is she planning to break up with Jiang Yan? The answer's obvious. Jiang Yan will probably only awaken an A-rank Divine Bestowal at most. The gap between A-rank and S-rank is like heaven and earth. The model couple that everyone at Linjiang's second high envied might officially end today. Many looked on with schadenfreude. Guochun draped an arm over Yi Yiran's shoulder and shot a mocking smile at the expressionless Jiang Yan. Enjoy acting aloof? Let's see if you can stay this composed after your Divine Bestowal awakening. Yi Yiran had already made her stance clear. If Jiang Yan's awakened ability wasn't S-rank, she would break up with him and choose to be with Guochun instead. Jiang Yan, I'm looking forward to seeing you make a fool of yourself, Guochun sneered. The Divine Bestowal ceremony continued, and when Zhou Peng's name was called, he excitedly stepped onto the platform. After awakening a B-rank Divine Bestowal, he happily returned to Jiang Yan's side. Brother Jiang, I awakened the B-rank ability, Flamebird. Awakening a B-rank Divine Bestowal had exceeded everyone's expectations, and Zhou Peng couldn't hide his grin. Jiang Yan was genuinely happy for him. Brother Peng, from now on, you're my big brother. Don't forget your little brother when you make it big. Zhou Peng waved a big hand. Don't worry. I'm loyal. Stick with me, and I guarantee you won't eat a full meal for 3 days straight. Before long, the Divine Bestowal officer called Jiang Yan's name. All eyes turned to him. Jiang Yan was Linjiang's second high's most troublesome student, yet he was also the model child in the eyes of teachers and parents alike. Teachers often used him as an example in class. Can you compare to Jiang Yan? He doesn't listen in class, sleeps during lectures, but still scores full marks in every subject. That's what you call talent. With Jiang Yan's talent, he should at least awaken an A-rank Divine Bestowal. And so, Jiang Yan became the object of everyone's envy. Teachers and parents alike believed that, at the very least, he would awaken an A-rank Divine Bestowal. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yan stepped onto the Divine Bestowal platform and raised his hand to touch the Divine Bestowal diagram. But in an instant, the diagram remained completely still. The Divine Bestowal officer frowned slightly. The diagram showed no reaction whatsoever. Even the lowest A-rank Divine Bestowal should elicit some form of energy fluctuation. Could it be that this child had no Divine Bestowal at all? This bizarre scene quickly sparked heated discussions among the crowd. What's going on with Jiang Yan? Isn't he supposed to be super talented? The diagram isn't reacting at all, what a joke. The truth is out, Jiang Yan's always relied on cheating for his exams. Super talented? More like a master cheater. Many students at Linjiang's second high had been compared to Jiang Yan by their parents. They both admired and resented him, secretly hoping to see him fall flat on his face. Even the teachers exchanged bewildered glances. How is this possible? Jiang Yan is the most promising student in our school to awaken an S-rank divine bestowal. How could this happen? Could we have been mistaken? No, even if I misjudged, there's no way every teacher could be wrong. Zhang Xiaosheng, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, was utterly bewildered. Among all the students in Class 2, even the entire senior year, he had placed the highest hopes on Jiang Yan. And now, he was being told that Jiang Yan hadn't awakened a divine bestowal at all. Jiang Yan continued to touch the divine bestowal diagram, but the divine bestowal officer sighed and shook his head. I'm sorry, but it seems the gods have forsaken you. They will not grant you any power. Well, Jiang Yan, why so silent? Weren't you quite the talker earlier? Never mind, I won't make things hard for you. Kneel down in front of the entire school and kowtow 100 times, and I'll cancel our deathmatch contract. Guo Chun immediately began mocking him, his face full of glee. Yi Yiran, who had been following Guo Chun, looked coldly at Jiang Yan and said, Jiang Yan, we're from two different worlds now. Let's break up. Jiang Yan, still feeling bad about not awakening your divine gift and getting dumped by your girlfriend? Guo Chun sneered, one arm around Yi Yiran, his voice full of contempt. Kneel now, or when the death duel begins, I'll torture you bit by bit. Ha! A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth. You dare laugh? I see you're tired of living. Guo Chun's face darkened. Yi Yiran took a step back. For some reason, she suddenly felt a pang of regret. Jiang Yan had always been so exceptional, could it really be true that he hadn't awakened his divine gift? Suddenly, Jiang Yan stretched out his hand sharply and plunged it directly into the divine gift map. What are you doing? The divine gift officer's pupils shrank violently. Shoo, don't speak. Jiang Yan's smile deepened. I can feel it, it longs to be summoned by me. In the next moment, Jiang Yan abruptly withdrew his hand, tightly gripping an eerie token in his palm. Before anyone could react, Jiang Yan extended his other hand into the divine gift map and pulled sharply again. This time, a crimson paper umbrella emerged from the map. This is a dual divine gift artifact? The divine gift officer froze completely. Jiang Yan hadn't failed to awaken his divine gift, rather, the divine gift map was of too poor a quality to summon two divine gifts simultaneously. If Jiang Yan hadn't forcibly pulled the artifacts from the map, the two divine gifts would have been swallowed up entirely. A dual divine gift. Yi Yiran's eyes were filled with shock as she stared, unable to believe what she was seeing. Guo Chun was equally stunned, but he gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. So what if it's a dual divine gift? Awakening two F-level trash artifacts still makes you trash. Chapter 4, SSS-level King of the 10 Halls of Yama. Divine Gift Officer, what's the quality of Jiang Yan's awakened divine gifts? Guo Chun asked coldly. Divine Gift Officers held their positions because they had awakened the A-level ability Eyes of Insight, which allowed them to instantly discern a person's rank and the quality of their divine gifts. The Divine Gift Officer used the Eyes of Insight to examine the crimson paper umbrella in Jiang Yan's hand, his brows furrowing deeply. Unable to discern it? Impossible. The Eyes of Insight could identify even SSS-level divine gifts. There was only one explanation, the crimson paper umbrella was just an ordinary item, not even worthy of being classified as E-level. If he outright declared it to be mundane, it might completely humiliate Jiang Yan. Better to spare him some dignity. It's an E-level artifact, the crimson paper umbrella, the Divine Gift Officer announced. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. A broken umbrella reaching E-level is already impressive, this is killing me. Guo Chun laughed so hard he nearly cried. Yi Yiran finally exhaled in relief. As long as Jiang Yan hadn't awakened dual A or dual S-level artifacts, she wouldn't feel guilty about choosing Guo Chun. After all, anything beneath S-level wasn't worthy of her. The Divine Gift Officer's gaze shifted to the other artifact in Jiang Yan's hand, a peculiar token. The moment he laid eyes on it, his insight ability felt like it was being scorched by flames. This is an SSS-level divine gift. The tenfold ghost token, the Divine Gift Officer screamed, clutching his forehead as blood seeped from the third eye of his insight ability. The entire Linjiang Second High School fell deathly silent, as if the world itself had stopped. SSS-level divine gift? My God, had they misheard? This couldn't possibly be real. The Divine Gift Officer must have gone mad and was spouting nonsense. Impossible. Why would he awaken an SSS-level divine gift? That broken token of his, just like his broken umbrella, is E-level trash. Guo Chun shouted in a fit of rage. Yi Yiran stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. She repeated in a daze, SSS-level divine gift. Had she lost her mind? She had chosen to break up with an SSS-level divine gift wielder for someone with merely an S-level divine gift. Jiang Yan, I was wrong. Let's get back together. I was just joking earlier. Yi Yiran pleaded, reaching out desperately to grab Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan sidestepped her touch, his expression cold and detached. Yi Yiran, have some self-respect. It was time. Guo-chun, I accept your death duel. Do you want to wait until the divine gift ceremony is over, or shall we start now? Jiang Yan's tone was calm, as if discussing a mundane matter. Guo-chun clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, burning with fury. Jiang Yan, so what if you've awakened an SSS-level divine gift? It's just a broken token. I awakened the slaughtering shadowless spear. Today, you will die. A death duel was the ultimate resolution for irreconcilable conflicts. Once initiated, the law ceased to apply, and either party could fight to the death without restraint. Did Jiang Yan really awaken an SSS-level divine gift? Could the divine gift officer have made a mistake? Earlier, when Guo-chun and Yi Yiran awakened their S-level divine gifts, the heavens and earth reacted with grand phenomena. But when Jiang Yan awakened his, nothing happened. I've heard of SSS-level divine gifts, but this is the first time I've seen one. Maybe SSS-level divine gifts are just understated, no grand displays, and that's normal. The old principal fainted upon hearing that Jiang Yan had awakened an SSS-level divine gift. When the words death duel reached him, he immediately leapt up from the ground. A death duel? My best student is engaging in a death duel? What are you teachers standing around for? Go stop them. A death duel isn't a joke, someone will actually die. The principal was frantic, pacing in circles. An S-level and an SSS-level divine gift wielder fighting to the death at school was a catastrophe no matter the outcome. The school administration would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. It's too late to stop them, they've already signed the death duel contract and entered the arena, a trembling teacher reported. This can't be happening. The principal seemed to age 10 years in an instant, murmuring, I'll probably be reassigned to plant trees in the desert. Meanwhile, the students were buzzing with excitement, eager for the spectacle. Let's go watch. This is a showdown between an SSS-level divine gift wielder and an S-level one. It's my first time seeing an SSS-level divine gift in action. Who do you think will win? I bet on Guo-chun. His shadowless spear is a killing artifact, while Jiang Yan's token seems more like a support item. Exactly. Jiang Yan's tenfold ghost token is unheard of, unlike the famed slaughtering shadowless spear, whose previous owner was a national guardian general. Most sided with Guo-chun, though a few believed Jiang Yan's SSS-level divine gift held the upper hand. After all, the tenfold ghost token was shrouded in mystery, unlike the renowned killing artifact. Inside the death duel arena, Jiang Yan's expression was tranquil, a faint and warm smile playing on his lips. Guo-chun's face was dark and stormy, his shadowless spear crackling with blue lightning as it exuded a terrifying aura. Jiang Yan, you've always been better than me at everything, you even stole the girl I liked. Today, I'll make you pay in blood. Guo-chun roared. How strange. You can't surpass me in any way. Isn't it just because of your own incompetence? How can you blame me for that? Jiang Yan toyed with the Shifang ghost order in his hand, smiling faintly. I can't be bothered to explain any grand truths to you. You're not worthy of hearing them. He slowly raised the Shifang ghost order, his lips curling into a smile. With the ghost order here, underworld soldiers, heed my command. As soon as his voice fell, gusts of eerie wind swept through the deathmatch arena. Countless dark silhouettes flickered erratically, shadowy figures layered upon one another. The audience below screamed in fear, chaos erupting everywhere. Ghosts! There are ghosts! I just saw a ghost. A girl with braided pigtails shrank into a ball, trembling. I swear, what exactly did Jiang Yan awaken? Why does it feel so sinister? Even the male students were so frightened that their lips trembled, unable to complete their sentences. The dark silhouettes gradually became clearer. Before Jiang Yan appeared soldiers clad in armor, wielding long spears and broadswords, none other than the underworld's ghost soldiers. Guo-chun was equally terrified, his scalp tingling. Yet he gripped his shadowless spear tightly, surrounded by arcs of lightning. Just a bunch of foot soldiers? I'll wipe them out with one strike. Sky Thunder Spear. This was an advanced martial skill he had mastered, unparalleled in power. Combined with the shadowless spear, it could unleash top-tier combat strength. Facing this ferocious strike, Jiang Yan remained utterly still, as if no force could make him budge. Two ghost soldiers wielding chains, shrouded in black mist, swung their chains as if they were alive. The chains coiled around, firmly locking the shadowless spear in place. Damn it! No matter how Guo-chun tried to pull his spear, the chains ensnared by the ghost soldiers rendered it immovable. Without even needing Jiang Yan's command, the other ghost soldiers, armed with swords and spears, advanced slowly. Their faces were cold, expressions devoid of emotion, their aura terrifyingly oppressive. Get away. Get away from me. Though Guo-chan was an S-class God-gifted individual, he poured spiritual energy into his shadowless spear, which erupted with dazzling light, shattering the chains into fragments. Look! Guo-chan broke free from the chains. Jiang Yan's SSS-class artifact isn't all that, huh? What's so special about the Shifang Ghost Order? It's just summoning 10 ghost soldiers. Ah, so funny. I thought SSS-class God-gifted powers were supposed to be incredible. Turns out it's just this level. Summoning a few foot soldiers, what a joke. The audience burst into laughter, convinced that Jiang Yan was doomed this time. In the deathmatch arena, Guo-chan's hair was enveloped in lightning, his entire body crackling with thunder. The shadowless spear in his hand trembled violently as its electric power continued to build. So this is the SSS-class Shifang Ghost Order? Ha ha ha. Just a summoning token for foot soldiers? Enough, I'm done wasting my time with you. Guo-chan swung his shadowless spear, his momentum suddenly shifting. The ground cracked under the force of the lightning, sending debris flying. With this strike, I'll send you to the afterlife. He moved like a flash of blue lightning, charging straight at Jiang Yan in an instant. The spear moved at an incredible speed, piercing through the 10 ghost soldiers instantly, killing them in a single blow. This was the true power of the S-class artifact, the shadowless spear. Jiang Yan remained standing, smiling as he opened a red paper umbrella. Mirror flower, water moon. In the next moment, the shadowless spear pierced Jiang Yan's left shoulder. Guo-chan's eyes burned with killing intent as spiritual energy exploded, thunder striking down fiercely, shattering Jiang Yan's left shoulder into fragments. Boom! The terrifying scene left both the audience and the school leadership in the stands utterly stunned. An SSS-class God-gifted individual defeated by an S-class God-gifted individual? A teacher murmured in shock. No, look closely, the dean shouted. All eyes turned to the spot where the dust was clearing. Ah! Guo-chan screamed in agony, dropping the shadowless spear as his right hand trembled, clutching his shattered left arm. The crowd froze in disbelief. Clearly, it was Guo-chan who had pierced Jiang Yan's shoulder, so why was it Guo-chan's own shoulder that ended up shattered? This has to be a haunting, right? A third-year student muttered in confusion. Say what you will, but this has to be some ghostly phenomenon. This is getting out of hand. In the deathmatch arena, Jiang Yan tilted his head slightly, smiling as he watched Guo-chan's screams. An eye for an eye. This was the illusion technique granted by his red paper umbrella mirror flower, water moon. Simply put, it was a defensive counterstrike that nullified the next attack while reflecting the damage back onto the attacker. What did you do? Guo-chan trembled, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Jiang Yan did not answer directly. He merely spoke calmly. Do you remember what I said before? His crimson eyes locked onto Guo-chan, instilling a primal fear that made him tremble as if he were a leaf in the wind. What are you planning to do? Jiang Yan smiled, speaking slowly and deliberately. When you kill, you must be prepared to be killed. In Guo-chan's terrified gaze, Jiang Yan gently drew the ghost sword concealed within the red paper umbrella. The blade was blood red, as if soaked in countless lives' worth of blood. As the ghost sword was unsheathed, a blood-red robe formed from congealed blood draped itself over Jiang Yan. It fluttered in the wind, making him resemble a god of death descending upon the mortal realm. This sight caused everyone to hold their breath, their pupils shrinking, their gazes frozen in shock. The ghost sword and crimson robe, they had both emerged from that red paper umbrella? And this artifact, could you dare claim it was merely an E-class artifact? The God-giving official was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open, trying to speak but as if an invisible force had seized his throat, no words came out. Then, the God-giving official saw Jiang Yan smile and place a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. The official's pupils contracted sharply, his scalp tingling. The word forbidden would forever be engraved in his mind, haunting him until the day he died. In the deathmatch arena, Guo-chan was so terrified by the scene before him that his soul seemed to leave his body. His mind went blank, his survival instincts completely overridden. Jiang Yan, draped in the crimson robe, raised the Shifang Ghost Order once again. The Ghost Order hovered in his palm as his crimson eyes glowed eerily. His voice was gentle yet solemn. The Underworld Emperor is here. Yama Kings, heed my command. As his words fell, the Shifang Ghost Order emitted a beam of light that shot straight into the heavens. In the next moment, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Dark clouds gathered, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Behind Jiang Yan, ancient ghostly deities began to awaken one by one. Each was terrifyingly ferocious, wielding bizarre and sinister artifacts. The 10 Yama Kings. Someone among the crowd recognized these 10 ghostly deities and began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down their face as they collapsed weakly to their knees. This is too terrifying. This can't be real. I must be having a nightmare. The students who had mocked the Shirfan Ghost Order earlier were now pale-faced, their bodies quivering and trembling uncontrollably in fear. Yi Iran stood frozen in place, completely stunned. She stared blankly at the boy in red on the deathmatch arena, biting her lip, her heart filled with regret. On the elevated platform, the elderly principal could no longer stand. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with utter shock. The 10 Yama Kings. It really is the 10 Yama Kings. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 12 was first stunned, then revealed a cold, sinister smile. He turned to the shocked teachers around him and said, "This is my student. I am his mentor." The appearance of the 10 Kings of Hell instantly cast a heavy atmosphere over the entire Linjiang province, as if an invisible shadow had shrouded the area. No, don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I apologize. I'll kowtow to you 100 times. Just spare me, Guo Chun begged Jiang Yan for mercy, as pitiful as a frail ant. Jiang Yan, cold and ghost-like, fixed his icy gaze on Guo Chun but allowed a faint, gentle smile to touch his lips. All right, I'll give you a chance to live. Really? Guo Chun looked up excitedly at these words, his eyes filled with a desperate yearning for survival. However, Jiang Yan's next words made his face go pale as despair swallowed him whole. I want to test the power of this ghost order. You'll be my experimental subject. Survive, and I'll let you go, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Ignoring Guo Chun's desperate pleas, Jiang Yan waved the ghost order. A surge of black mist rose, accompanied by the eerie laughter of countless underworld spirits. Night parade of 100 ghosts. To kill someone as insignificant as Guo Chun didn't require the personal intervention of the 10 Kings of Hell. Jiang Yan was still exploring the power of the tenfold ghost order. At present, he could only summon remnants of the 10 Kings of Hell, as their true forms had yet to descend. The 100 ghosts and underworld soldiers were physical summons. As long as Jiang Yan wielded the tenfold ghost order and injected a bit of spiritual energy, they could be summoned from the underworld to Blue Star. When Jiang Yan first obtained the tenfold ghost order, countless pieces of information flooded his mind. The one who holds the tenfold ghost order is the master of the Nine Nether Underworld. From the Nine Nether realm to the Netherworld, all of it is under his jurisdiction. The 10 Kings of Hell and the 5 Ghost Emperors all must obey him. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers gracefully. Ghosts, enjoy your feast. If one human isn't enough to satisfy your hunger, then devour every guilty soul in this city. In the next moment, the 100 ghosts began their revelry, encircling the terrified Guo Chun like a hurricane. No matter how he screamed in agony, it was all in vain. The ghosts dispersed, flying to all corners of Linjiang province, greedily hunting for those guilty of sin. As for Guo Chun, devoured by the 100 ghosts, only a pile of white bones remained, his flesh completely gone. Jiang Yan, what have you done? Yi Iran asked, trembling, her pupils contracting in shock. Jiang Yan cast her a faint glance and replied casually, I killed someone. In the arena of a death duel, the contract was binding, killing was not a crime. At this moment, the sky was filled with menacing ghosts flying across Linjiang province, leaving only 10 ghostly deities standing guard behind Jiang Yan. Their oppressive aura made everyone too afraid to breathe loudly. The next second, the 10 ghostly deities transformed into wisps of blue smoke, returning to the tenfold ghost order. My current spiritual power can barely sustain the remnants of the 10 Kings of Hell for 5 seconds. But 5 seconds was enough for him to easily defeat opponents of higher levels. Jiang Yan had only just awakened and was a Tier 1 god blessed. Yet if he summoned even one shadow of the Kings of Hell, he could instantly annihilate all Tier 2 god blessed individuals within a 10-mile radius. With the remnants of the 10 Kings of Hell gone, Jiang Yan sheathed his ghostly sword back into its umbrella scabbard. His red attire dissipated into smoke, transforming back into the red canopy of his umbrella. Ignoring the dead silence around him, Jiang Yan carried the crimson paper umbrella and leisurely walked out of Linjiang No. 2 High School. Once his figure completely disappeared, the previously silent crowd erupted into chaos. Holy crap, he actually killed someone. Jiang Yan really killed Guo Chun. Guo Chun deserved it. He actively challenged the death duel, he can't blame anyone else for dying. Even if he was part of the Guo family, no one would dare provoke an SSS-level god blessed. Jiang Yan is so cool. When he killed Guo Chun, it was like he didn't even move. He was like a king, executing his orders through his subordinates. he really is something else. When he stayed quiet, no one noticed him. But as soon as he acted, he shocked everyone. Awakening as an SSS-level godblessed, he's made us all look like fools. Within a single day, Jiang Yan became a legend at Linjiang No. 2 High School, revered by everyone as God Jiang. Many people began trying to cozy up to Jiang Yan's close friend, Zhou Peng. "Peng bro, I'm Wang Shui Xian from class 5. Don't you remember me? I lent you a pen during the exams." "Oh, it's you." Zhou Peng vaguely remembered him. A wealthy second-generation student squeezed forward, his face beaming like a flower, shoving a vial of genetic medicine into Zhou Peng's hands. "Peng bro, my name's Zhao Bin. We're brothers now. Just mention my name in front of brother Jiang sometime, will you? Get lost. You think you're worthy of cozying up to Peng bro? Here, Peng bro, this is my family's heirloom advanced martial technique. Take a look." Seeing these people fawning over him, Zhou Peng puffed up his chest in pride. Following Jiang Yan really gave him face. In stark contrast, Yi Yiran, Jiang Yan's ex-girlfriend, faced nothing but cold stares and ridicule. TSK, Yi Yiran is so shallow. As soon as Guo Chun awakened as an S-level godblessed, she went to suck up to him. She didn't even realize Jiang Yan was the real genius. This is good though. Now God Jiang can see her true colors. We might even have a chance to pursue Jiang Yan now. The girls chattered amongst themselves. Hearing these words, Yi Yiran trembled all over. "No. Jiang Yan is mine. None of you are worthy. None of you are worthy." Even though she had pursued Jiang Yan initially and their relationship had been mutually exploitative, 2 years had passed. Jiang Yan must have feelings for her. Yes, Jiang Yan must care about me. Otherwise, why would he have stayed with me for 2 years? That's it. She decided to find Jiang Yan, apologize, and start over. When she stood by Guo Chun's side, it had only been because Guo Chun deceived her. "Jiang Yan, in the whole of Linjiang province, only I, Yi Yiran, am worthy of you." With a smile on her face, she chased after Jiang Yan in the direction he had left. Atop the platform, Zhang Xiaosheng, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 12, smiled proudly at the dumbfounded principal. "Principal, Jiang Yan is my student." "Ha? Oh. The principal took a moment to recover, then looked at Zhang Xiaosheng with a smile. "You're teacher Zhang Xiaosheng, aren't you?" "Yes, that's me," Zhang Xiaosheng replied, full of pride. The principal patted him on the shoulder. "To have taught such an outstanding student, your abilities are remarkable. When I get transferred to the imperial capital, the position of principal at Linjiang No. 2 High School will be yours." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaosheng nearly jumped for joy. The teachers of the senior year classes around him were filled with envy inside and admiration. If only Jiang Yan were a student in our class. At that moment in Linjiang province, hundreds of people had met gruesome deaths, their fates horrifyingly tragic. Some had their necks bitten through, while others had their eyeballs devoured. Jiang Yan arrived at a dark and shadowy alley and saw a man curled up in a corner, blood continuously flowing from his throat as he let out weak, whimpering cries. "Help, help me!" The man reached out for assistance. Jiang Yan sneered, unmoved by the plea. "I recognize you. You're Wang Junwei, the one who cruelly murdered innocent children. You should have been sentenced to death, but your family forged a psychiatric certificate to get you acquitted." He crouched down, staring at Wang Junwei, whose body now consisted of little more than bones. "Do you know who was feasting on your flesh and blood?" The smile on Jiang Yan's face faded, his gaze turning cold and terrifying. "It's the 5 innocent children you so ruthlessly killed. Now, it's their turn to drag you into an endless hell." His voice was icy and merciless. 5 ghostly shadows once again entered Wang Junwei's nearly lifeless body, beginning to gnaw away at his heart piece by piece. Moments later, Wang Junwei lost his life completely. The 5 ghostly figures, their resentment dissipated, knelt before Jiang Yan, tears of blood streaming down their faces as they kowtowed. "Human justice failed you. I've come to claim it on your behalf. From now on, you will serve me eternally," Jiang Yan said to the 5 ghostly children. The spectral figures nodded obediently and sank into Jiang Yan's waistbound artifact, the 10 Directions Ghost Token. Jiang Yan unleashed hundreds of vengeful ghosts, instructing them to punish the criminals of Linjiang province. In truth, he was allowing these spirits of vengeance to settle their worldly grievances. A life for a life, that was the most basic principle. Yet, some murderers remained beyond justice's reach. Jiang Yan would send his vengeful ghosts to help these restless souls exact their revenge and torment the guilty. This was the covenant between Jiang Yan and the vengeful spirits, binding them to willingly obey his orders. "Still, I need to make sure my subordinates have enough motivation to keep fighting," Jiang Yan remarked. He had no desire to command a useless group of ghosts. He snapped his fingers. Wu Chang, bring me Wang Junwei's soul and hand it over to those 5 ghostly children. Let them torment it as they please. Yes, my lord, came a chilling response. A cold wind swept through the alley as the sinister figures of black and white Wu Chang appeared beside Jiang Yan, holding their soul-reaping chains tightly around Wang Junwei's fleeing soul. Spare me! Don't hand me over to those 5 little devils. Please. I've already died once, I've repaid my debt to them. Wang Junwei's soul wailed in despair. Jiang Yan remained indifferent. Debts owed in life must still be repaid in death. You owe them 5,000 years of torment. In other words, your soul will suffer at the hands of those 5 children for 5,000 years, Jiang Yan said, tilting his head with a faint, chilling smile. Staring at Jiang Yan's handsome face, Wang Junwei felt only endless fear and despair. His wails were heart-wrenching and desperate. No, no, no. Chapter 7, The Tianming Martial Arts Hall. Exiting the shadowy alley, hundreds of vengeful spirits, having completed their revenge, pledged allegiance to Jiang Yan and returned to the 10 Directions Ghost Token. Jiang Yan! A crisp voice suddenly called out. Yi Yiran clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, cautiously approaching Jiang Yan. Tears welled in her eyes, making her look pitiful and endearing. Jiang Yan, I truly know I was wrong. Will you forgive me? Sure, I forgive you, Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile. Really? Yi Yiran hadn't expected Jiang Yan to forgive her so easily. Hope surged in her heart. Then, can we still be a couple? She asked, her face tinged with a shy smile. Jiang Yan's smile deepened, though his tone remained indifferent. I told you before, there will be no intersection between us. I forgive you only because I never cared about you to begin with. Jiang Yan, how can you say that? We've spent 2 years together. I gave you the best years of my youth. That was nothing more than mutual exploitation, Jiang Yan said bluntly, unwilling to waste more words. He turned to leave, only for Yi Yiran to grab hold of him, refusing to let him go. I won't let you leave. Jiang Yan's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes narrowing. Crimson pupils glinted with a dangerous light. He despised being entangled. Let go. Yi Yiran was so frightened by his piercing gaze that she didn't dare utter another word. It was as if she were staring into the eyes of a dead man. She knew that if she continued pestering him, Jiang Yan wouldn't hesitate to eliminate her. That gaze, it was utterly terrifying. Only when Jiang Yan's figure had completely disappeared did Yi Yiran finally breathe a sigh of relief, able to catch her breath again. She stared in the direction Jiang Yan had departed, her cheeks flushed. So handsome, so powerful. Jiang Yan, Yi Yiran, have decided on you. After all, she was an S-rank God-gifted individual. Now that another S-rank, Wu Chun, had passed away, she was likely the only S-rank God-gifted left in Linjiang province. Jiang Yan, only I am worthy of you. Yi Yiran seemed to envision the future, a mysterious smile forming on her lips. Not long after leaving the alley, Jiang Yan received a phone call from his homeroom teacher, Zhang Xiaoshang. With a hearty voice, Zhang Xiaoshang exclaimed, Jiang Yan, I always knew you were extraordinary. You're a genius among geniuses, a prodigy among prodigies. Get to the point, Jiang Yan said curtly. He had a good relationship with Zhang Xiaoshang but disliked beating around the bush. The point is, I'm about to become the principal of Linjiang Second High School. I'm hanging up. Jiang Yan knew this wasn't the real point, Zhang Xiaoshang was just babbling. Zhang Xiaoshang panicked. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. I'll get to the main point right away, cough, cough. Clearing his throat, he chuckled and said, You're now qualified for a guaranteed spot at Martial Arts University. Isn't that exciting? Surprising? I already expected it. For someone as talented as me, it'd be strange not to be guaranteed, Jiang Yan replied with an indifferent smile. There wasn't much time for idle chatter today. Oh, right, there's something important, Zhang Xiaoshang said. You know about the recent infiltrations of human society by alien races, right? I saw it on the news. The infiltration of human cities by alien races was a matter that concerned humanity's future. Exactly. The alien races are blending in, trying to secretly eliminate humanity's geniuses and weaken our combat strength. You're an SSS-rank God-gifted individual, so they'll definitely target you. You need to be careful. Zhang Xiaoshang's tone turned gravely serious. The alien races infiltrated human society with the sole purpose of killing promising S-rank and above God-gifted individuals, hindering humanity's rise. For S-rank God-gifted individuals, they were prime targets for elimination. Jiang Yan, as an SSS rank, was undoubtedly the top target. Once Linjiang Second High School announced that a student had awakened as an SSS rank God-gifted individual, it would inevitably draw the attention of the alien races. I understand, I'll take note of that, Jiang Yan nodded faintly. However, this also brought trouble. As an SSS-level god bestowed, walking in human society meant not only being hunted by other races but also attracting countless self-righteous individuals looking for trouble. For instance, those so-called prodigies from various regions who thought they were invincible. What? You're an SSS-level god bestowed? Come fight me. And then there were the girls who admired the strong. What? You're the legendary SSS-level god bestowed? I want to be with you. Sigh, being at such a high god bestowed level was sometimes just a hassle. But even if some other races or arrogant prodigies came to cause trouble, Jiang Yan wasn't worried at all. Because apart from his SSS level 10-fold ghost token, he had another hidden trump card. Only Jiang Yan and the god bestowed official knew that the paper umbrella in his possession wasn't E-level. It was actually at the forbidden level. A power surpassing even SSS level. I've already subdued the 100 ghosts, and there's nothing urgent at the moment. I should head to a martial arts hall to improve my strength, Jiang Yan decided, locating a martial arts hall nearby. Tianming Martial Arts Hall was one of the 5 major martial arts halls in Linjiang Province, founded by Zhong Shanhai, a 6th-stage martial saint and an A-level god bestowed. Martial artists were divided into 9 stages. Martial artist, martial master, martial grandmaster, martial king, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial emperor, martial deity, martial god. Each stage was further broken down into 10 sublevels, with the peak of the 10th level marking the threshold for advancement to the next stage. Zhong Shanhai, at 6th stage level 3, was one of the top-tier powers in Linjiang Province. This Tianming Martial Arts Hall will do. I'll find an enlightenment room to absorb spiritual energy. Jiang Yan chose this place primarily because it was close to home. As soon as Jiang Yan stepped through the doors of Tianming Martial Arts Hall, a tall, elegantly dressed woman greeted him with a smile. Little brother, are you here for the combat room or the enlightenment room? The enlightenment room, Jiang Yan replied with a smile. You're so handsome. Let me give you a hug, and I'll give you a 50% discount, the tall woman teased. Jiang Yan's expression shifted, and he said seriously, is there really such a good deal? Just joking. No need to be scared. Are you a high school student? Our hall master said that all high school students get a 50% discount for the enlightenment room. I'm not a high school student. But still, you should hug me, or I won't dare accept this discount, Jiang Yan said with a straight face. Ha ha. Little brother, you sure know how to joke. Here's your token. The enlightenment room is on the 2nd floor, the tall woman replied awkwardly with a laugh. Jiang Yan took the token, shaking his head. Truly undeserved, truly undeserved. As Jiang Yan walked into the elevator, the tall woman's lips curled slightly upward. High school students nowadays are really something else. Wait, what number token did I give him just now? It seemed to be token 001. Oh no. Room 001 is exclusively reserved for that person. Ugh, my brain. It was too late to stop him from going upstairs now. She could only hope that person wasn't inside. By this time, Jiang Yan had already reached the 2nd floor. Glancing at the room number on the token, he muttered, Room 001. Found it. This door is black and gold, VIP only? Was this also part of the benefits Tianming Martial Arts Hall offered to high school students? Whatever, he wouldn't dwell on it. Experiencing the spiritual energy in the enlightenment room was more important. Swiping the token for access, the authorization was successful, and the door to room 001 automatically opened. Upon entering the room, Jiang Yan immediately felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy. The core of this room relied on a spirit-gathering stone, but this energy was purer than any spirit-gathering stone he had encountered at Linjiang No. 2 High School. His heart stirred. This must be a spirit-gathering crystal. Spirit-gathering crystals could condense far more spiritual energy than ordinary spirit-gathering stones could. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in the spiritual energy, he noticed a slight movement near the armchair by the floor-to-ceiling window. There was someone in the chair. Jiang Yan frowned. Enlightenment rooms typically allowed only one person at a time to ensure the purity of the spiritual energy. By rights, he was entitled to demand compensation. The chair shifted slightly, the person clearly intended to stay hidden. Could it be a rogue cultivator sneaking in? The cost of using an enlightenment room was steep, and some people would sneak into unoccupied rooms to train. Jiang Yan strode over, spinning the chair around to find a breathtakingly beautiful young woman sitting there. The girl had silver white hair and dazzling blue eyes. Her long hair cascaded over the chair, and her eyes revealed a hint of panic. Jiang Yan froze momentarily at the sight of her, then realized, You're Bai Luoxue from Linjiang No. 1 High School? Bai Luoxue's eyes flickered slightly as she gave a faint nod. Yes, that's me. Why did Jiang Yan recognize Bai Luoxue? It was all thanks to a guy named Zhou Peng. He would talk non-stop in Jiang Yan's ear. Brother Jiang, do you know Bai Luoxue from number 1 high school? She's the champion school belle of Linjiang province's 40 schools, with votes crushing our number 2 school's belle by over 1,000. She's also the eldest daughter of the Bai family. I'm destined to be with Bai Luoxue. I've been dreaming about her recently. I heard she awakened an SSS-level god bestowed. Jiang Yan quickly shook his head, dismissing Zhou Peng's ramblings from his mind. He didn't care whether Bai Luoxue was a school belle or an SSS-level god bestowed. Right now, he just wanted her out so he could absorb the spiritual energy in peace. Looking at the stunning young woman on the chair, Jiang Yan asked, "Why are you here?" "To train, obviously." Bai Luoxue tilted her head, looking puzzled. Jiang Yan pulled out his token 001. "This enlightenment room is reserved under my name." Bai Luoxue looked genuinely confused, frowning. "I don't understand what you're saying." Jiang Yan was about to say more when Bai Luoxue cut him off coldly. "You can sit wherever you want, just don't disturb my training." Jiang Yan was stunned. This was his reserved enlightenment room. But seeing her dazed expression, he felt too lazy to argue. He sat a little farther away from her and closed his eyes to absorb the dense spiritual energy. The higher one's god bestowed level, the faster they could absorb spiritual energy. Jiang Yan, being an SSS-level god bestowed and possessing a forbidden god bestowment, absorbed spiritual energy at an astonishing speed, quickly draining the room of its energy. Before long, Bai Luoxue opened her almond-shaped eyes, glaring at Jiang Yan in dissatisfaction. She puffed up her cheeks and closed her eyes again, starting to compete with Jiang Yan for the remaining energy. As the spiritual energy thinned, Jiang Yan realized Bai Luoxue was trying to compete. His fighting spirit was instantly ignited. "Fine, let's see who can absorb faster." He summoned his tenfold ghost token, and instantly, all the spiritual energy within Tianming Martial Arts Hall surged toward him. What the hell? Where did the spiritual energy go? Is this place haunted? I'm a gold member, for crying out loud. Complaints erupted from the other god bestowed on the second floor. A senior member sighed, "What's a gold member compared to that? Look at the end of the second floor, that's the black gold enlightenment room, where all the spiritual energy of the hall gathers." Black gold enlightenment room? The gold member was stunned. Could it be that he has arrived? The person for whom the headquarters built the black gold enlightenment room, who else could it be? The purple gold member chuckled and shook his head. The others fell silent. If it was truly that person in the black gold enlightenment room absorbing all the hall's spiritual energy, it would make sense. After all, he was an SSS-level god's gifted. At that moment, the tall woman on the first floor who had just helped Jiang Yan register suddenly stood up. The rate at which the spiritual energy is being absorbed, it's terrifying. That person is definitely in the black gold enlightenment room. And I actually let that handsome boy in there. Inside the black gold enlightenment room, Bai Luoxue opened her beautiful eyes, looking at Jiang Yan not far away in surprise. Another SSS level, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in her eyes. Mother was right, I'm not alone. She slowly stood up, walked out of the black gold enlightenment room, and left the space to Jiang Yan alone. When the members saw Bai Luoxue leaving the black gold enlightenment room, they were shocked to find that the absorption of spiritual energy had not stopped. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? The main figure had left, but the spiritual energy was still being drawn? The tall woman hurried over and, seeing Bai Luoxue, looked in astonishment at the black gold enlightenment room, where spiritual energy continued to be absorbed. She was utterly frozen. "Why, Your Excellency? The person inside the black gold enlightenment room isn't you?" Sweat beaded on her forehead as her voice trembled. Bai Luoxue's lips curved into a faint smile. "Sister, consider the black gold card you mistakenly gave him as a gift from me. He can share the black gold enlightenment room with me." Jiang Yi's jaw dropped in shock. That little guy, what kind of monster is he? After Bai Luoxue left, 2 hours passed. Jiang Yan opened his eyes, realizing he had already broken through to the first tier, 3rd level, and couldn't help but smile. He glanced around, noticing Bai Luoxue was gone, and realized she had already left. Jiang Yan didn't mind. Stretching lazily, he muttered, "Guess they couldn't beat me for the spiritual energy and had to switch rooms." Exiting the enlightenment room, he found many people staring at him with strange looks, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. Am I too handsome? Why is everyone staring at me? Downstairs, Jiang Yan approached the front desk, ready to return the card to the tall woman. Jiang Yi suddenly looked up, grabbing Jiang Yan's hand tightly. "Little guy. No, handsome young man. This black gold card is yours now. You can come anytime and use it for free." What the heck? What kind of situation was this? Was this woman crazy? Aren't high schoolers supposed to get a 50% discount? Why is it suddenly free? Don't tell me you've fallen for me. Let me make it clear, I'm not for sale. Jiang He looked at Jiang Yan as though he were a priceless treasure. Handsome young man. No, young Master Jiang. If you ever become the Bai family's son-in-law, don't forget your sister here. Young Master Jiang? Bai family's son-in-law? What the heck was going on? Chapter 9, Subduing the Golden Seed. When benefits come your way, why waste them? Jiang Yan happily accepted the black gold card, adjusted his clothes, and strolled leisurely out of the Tianming Martial Arts Hall. His stomach suddenly growled loudly. Jiang Yan rubbed his stomach, pretending to be annoyed. I know you're hungry, but could you be a bit more discreet? Don't go growling non-stop in public. People around him gave him looks as if they were staring at a lunatic, though a few girls giggled at his humor, teasing each other as they walked away. Ping Ping, that's your husband, isn't it? My husband is my husband. You guys probably won't find anyone in your lifetime. Wang Ping Ping retorted with a laugh, and the group of girls left, laughing and joking. Jiang Yan arrived at a beef noodle shop and skillfully ordered a noodle set. Not long after, a girl carrying a tray approached him. Here's your noodle set. Wait, Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan looked up to see Lin Xiaoxiao, a student from Linjiang First High School and Yi Yiran's close friend. Although they didn't attend the same high school, the two girls had been best friends since childhood. I suddenly craved your family's beef noodles. Jiang Yan had always liked this shop. Yesterday, our school just finished the God's gift ceremony. Today should be your school's turn, right? Lin Xiaoxiao sat down, clearly excited. Judging by how calm you look, the ceremony at your school must be over. So, how did it go? Tell me. What level did you and Iran awaken? Yi Iran awakened as an S-level. I'm just an E-level. Jiang Yan took a sip of his soup, smiling. Wow. Iran is S-level? That's amazing. But you being only E-level is a bit surprising. Are you joking? Lin Xiaoxiao eyed him suspiciously. Why would I lie? Jiang Yan chuckled, pulling a red paper umbrella from his bag and placing it on the table. See? Just a plain oil paper umbrella. Lin Xiaoxiao examined the red umbrella, muttering softly, it really is an E-level awakening. But it's okay. With Iran being so incredible, it doesn't matter if you're just E-level. Lin Xiaoxiao propped her chin on her hand, smiling. Jiang Yan shook his head and told her that he and Yi Yiran had already broken up. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. What? You broke up? What happened? Weren't you two really close? Yi Yiran awakened as an S-level God's gifted. She deserves someone stronger. I'm just E-level, I'm not good enough for her, so we broke up. Jiang Yan said nonchalantly. Watching Jiang Yan casually eating his beef noodles, Lin Xiaoxiao pushed the bowl aside. Stop eating and tell me what's really going on. As Yi Yiran's best friend, Lin Xiaoxiao glared at Jiang Yan with some reproach. It must have been Iran who suggested the breakup. I know her, she can be a bit superficial. But couldn't you have tried to win her back? And Iran is an S-level God's gifted. It's normal for her to be a little proud. Even if you're stubborn, you should have swallowed your pride and asked her to reconcile. Swallow my pride to reconcile? That's not my style. Jiang Yan smiled. Lin Xiaoxiao gave him a disdainful look. You're already E-level, at the bottom of society. If you don't hold on to someone like Iran, you'll never turn your life around. Then I won't. Being a salted fish isn't so bad. Jiang Yan took another bite of his noodles. Ah, this was the taste. Lin Xiaoxiao's family's noodles hit the spot. Another large bowl of beef noodles. Another customer walked in. All right. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly stood up, turning to glare at Jiang Yan. I'll definitely ask Iran about what exactly happened later. Jiang Yan shrugged, continuing to eat his noodles while casually peeling a clove of garlic. After all, noodles without garlic, half the flavor was lost. Just as he finished peeling the garlic, a sudden scream erupted outside the noodle shop. Beast attack. Run for your lives. What? A beast. A middle-aged man who had just finished work and was enjoying his noodles clutched his briefcase tightly in panic, scrambling under the table. These incidents are becoming more frequent lately, Jiang Yan said calmly, taking a bite of garlic and slurping his noodles. The Wanshan ruins are about to open. Some beast kings just can't wait. In Jianshan, located in Linjiang province, stood a famous mountain, Ancient King Mountain. Recently, rumors had spread about the impending emergence of ruins in Ancient King Mountain. In preparation, third-tier beast kings had already arrived, driving the ordinary beasts out of the area. These displaced beasts started appearing in human cities, causing widespread panic and destruction. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as a beast smashed through the noodle shop's door, letting out a low roar. A golden lion. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned deathly pale with fear. Several customers collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Golden lions were no ordinary beasts. Their bloodline was noble, their blood golden in color. In ancient King Mountain, they were the strongest among ordinary beasts. Even at the first tier, their strength far surpassed that of second-tier God-blessed individuals. The golden lion before them had 7 golden patterns on its tail. According to the Beast Encyclopedia, this was a first-tier beast at the 7th level. Roar! The golden lion scanned the trembling humans around it, seemingly satisfied with the fear it had instilled. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The noodle shop fell silent, save for the sound of someone slurping noodles. The noise was so clear it reached the ears of the golden lion. Lin Xiaoxiao clamped her hand over her mouth, her pupils contracting sharply. She saw Jiang Yan, as if utterly unaffected, calmly slurping his noodles. The scene was so bizarre that she doubted her own eyes. Was Jiang Yan insane? He was sitting there eating noodles while a juvenile golden lion, though young, still incredibly powerful, stood right in front of him. The golden lion fixed its cold gaze on Jiang Yan, who was still focused on his meal. It seemed as if the beast felt its dignity had been insulted. With a furious roar, it bellowed, "Roar!" The powerful shockwave overturned tables and chairs, even ruffling Jiang Yan's hair. Jiang Yan wiped his face and said, "Can you not disturb your father while he's eating?" He sniffed his hand and showed a look of disgust. "Why do you have such bad breath?" The people in the noodle shop were dumbfounded. Was this man completely out of his mind? Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Jiang Yan, watch out!" Roar! The golden lion roared again, lunging at Jiang Yan with its jaws wide open. The scene was terrifying. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes. When they opened them again, Jiang Yan was still perfectly fine. He had opened a red umbrella, which now shielded him from the ferocious golden lion. Jiang Yan. Lin Xiaoxiao was utterly dumbfounded. That was a high bloodline golden lion, yet it was stopped by an umbrella, completely immobilized. If it had been a sword or a gun, it might have made sense. But it was just an umbrella. Jiang Yan folded the umbrella, and the golden lion suddenly grew even more furious, pouncing toward him with renewed aggression. Jiang Yan casually blocked it with the umbrella handle, then lightly lifted his hand. The golden lion was flipped over and landed heavily on the ground. Before the golden lion could rise again, Jiang Yan elegantly kicked it, sending it flying out of the noodle shop. Jiang Yan spun the red umbrella in his hand, smiling as he handed Lin Xiaoxiao 10 yuan. "The flavor's good, but next time, add more meat." Lin Xiaoxiao stared blankly at the money in her hand, then at Jiang Yan's leisurely departing figure. Her eyes were filled with confusion and shock. You should tell her that red umbrella was an E-rank God-blessed artifact. That was a noble bloodline golden lion, yet not even a single claw managed to scratch the umbrella. Beasts, too, had bloodline hierarchies. If the golden lion's bloodline were compared to human God-blessed rankings, it would undoubtedly be A rank. Jiang Yan. A trace of admiration flickered in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes, though she herself hadn't noticed it. Chapter 10, Ghost Martial Release and Soul-Devouring Palm. Jiang Yan's foot pressed down on the golden lion's head, his lips curling into a smile. Become nourishment for the 100 ghosts. As his words fell, black mist swirled around him. The golden lion trembled in extreme fear, its pupils shrinking to pinpoints. On Anchuan Street, ghostly shadows emerged, quickly enveloping and devouring the golden lion. With a faint smile, Jiang Yan felt his mastery of the 10 Directions Ghost Mandate rise to a new level after consuming the golden lion. He could now glimpse into the internal space of the Ghost Mandate. The space was filled with ghostly energy and contained sealed ancient texts. As expected of an SSS-tier God-blessed artifact, its capabilities are truly remarkable. Closing his eyes, Jiang Yan used his spiritual sense to probe the ancient texts, though he could only access a few pages. Using the 10 Directions Ghost Mandate to devour living beings unlocks more content, he realized, understanding the method to break the seals. Patiently, he studied the first few pages of the ancient text, which described 2 martial techniques. Soul-Devouring Palm. This technique maximizes the power of ghostly and blood energy. A single palm strike could eject a person's soul from their body, or even annihilate it entirely. Ghost Martial Release. This technique releases 100 ghosts, transforming them into various weapons. The strength of these weapons depends on the rank of the ghosts, and the user can even become a true ghostly war god. Just when I needed martial techniques to appear, it's like someone handed me a pillow when I was drowsy. Ecstatic, Jiang Yan practiced the techniques described in the ancient text several times. His comprehension of the soul-devouring palm was astonishing. After just a few trials, he had reached perfection. Next, he summoned the 100 ghosts. With a thought, 3 fierce ghosts transformed into a sword, a saber, and a halberd. Each weapon radiated a chilling ghostly aura, floating in midair. As he controlled them with his spiritual sense, Jiang Yan became increasingly impressed by the power of ghost martial release. It was essentially an upgraded version of the art of controlling objects. The standard object controlling technique consumed immense mental energy. A third-tier martial master could at most control 5 weapons simultaneously. But Jiang Yan's ghost martial release was extraordinary. Even if he transformed hundreds of fierce ghosts into ghostly weapons, he could effortlessly control thousands of them without expending any mental energy. The world record for controlling objects was set by an 8th-tier martial emperor, who managed to control 1,000,000 flying swords simultaneously. Jiang Yan was confident he could easily break that record. After all, the number of fierce ghosts sealed within the 10 Directions Ghost Mandate was beyond anyone's imagination. Where's the beast? Signs of a beast rampaging were found on Anchuan Street, but we haven't located the beast itself. The town's defense team, specialized in eliminating monsters, had arrived. They searched the area vigilantly but found no trace of the golden lion reported by the locals. It was as if the beast had vanished into thin air. Young man, did you see which direction the golden lion ran off to? The captain of the guard team, Lu Qingmeng, dressed in her energy suit, asked Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had long since hidden away his ghost blade. Shrugging, he feigned an innocent look. I didn't see anything. I just happened to pass by here, heard there was a beast, and quickly found a place to hide. Didn't see any golden lion. Lu Qingmeng frowned slightly. That's odd. The golden lion's blood trail stops right here. I'm a bit scared. Can I leave now? Jiang Yan pretended to be terrified of the golden lion, hiding the fact that he'd killed it. Lu Qingmeng snapped back to her senses and smiled. Should I assign someone to escort you home? Without the golden lion being subdued, the road could be dangerous. No need. The golden lion doesn't even know where my house is. Jiang Yan quickly waved his hand. After Jiang Yan walked away, Lu Qingmeng continued questioning the nearby residents until a disheveled, dazed middle-aged man appeared. Sir, do you know which direction the golden lion ran off to? The guard team members looked at him with hope in their eyes. The overworked man turned pale. He had seen it. He had seen everything. He had watched as the hundreds of ghosts summoned by Jiang Yan devoured the golden lion piece by piece. That boy. It was him. He killed the golden lion. The man stammered, trembling as he spoke. The sight of the ghosts consuming the beast had terrified him beyond words. A boy? Are you saying it was that harmless-looking high schooler from earlier? Lu Qingmeng frowned, full of doubt. It was him. He can control ghosts. The man's voice quivered. Sir, please don't joke around. That's a golden lion, a golden-blooded beast from ancient King Mountain, with an A-grade bloodline. How could a high schooler possibly kill it? The guard team member clearly didn't believe him. Lu Qingmeng was skeptical as well. You must really be shaken up, sir. We'll arrange for someone to escort you home safely. It's true. I saw it too. Just then, Lin Xiaoxiao stepped forward. Looking at Lu Qingmeng's shocked expression, she firmly stated, the golden lion was indeed killed by him. As soon as she spoke, the entire guard team was stunned. No way. That high schooler wearing the Linjiang Second High School uniform actually killed a golden lion? How's that possible? Is he an A-grade gifted? No. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with a mix of admiration and complex emotions. He's just an E-grade. Back at home, Jiang Yan was unaware that his attempt to cover up the golden lion's death had failed, and the news had already spread. The story quickly made its way through the guard teams. Did you hear? A golden lion showed up on Anchuan Street, and before the guard team even arrived, it was killed by a high schooler. Not even a scrap of its flesh was left. I know. They say that high schooler can control ghosts, use them to devour the golden lion bit by bit. What the heck, that's insane. Controlling ghosts? That must make him a summoner. But the strongest summoner I've heard of could only summon a blue flame dragon. Summoning ghosts is just absurd. Ha, you've clearly never seen the most powerful summoner. The strongest summoner in Huaxia once summoned an army of 10,000 terracotta warriors during the campaign against foreign invaders. A true hero. You mean the one who awakened the SS-grade divine artifact, the Qin King's command, 10 years ago? He's now part of the capital's elite, living the high life. That high schooler we're talking about probably just awakened some A-grade summon. He's nowhere near the level of the Qin King's command. The next morning, Jiang Yan arrived at school early. As soon as he stepped through the gates, he felt countless pairs of eyes fixed on him. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yan thought to himself, could it be that I look especially handsome today, attracting the attention of the entire school? Jiang bro. You're finally here. At that moment, Zhou Peng ran up to him. I've got to tell you, Yi Yiran actually wants to. Before he could finish, fireworks suddenly lit up the sky, and cannons boomed from the upper floors of the school building. Boom! Bang! The colorful bursts filled the sky, both beautiful and breathtaking. Jiang Yan, hands in his pockets, calmly observed the scene. What's with the big production? Amid the cheers, Yi Yiran, dressed in a floral dress and holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, walked gracefully toward Jiang Yan with a radiant smile. Her eyes locked onto his as she knelt down and raised the bouquet high. Jiang Yan, I was wrong. Please forgive me and give us another chance. Be together. Be together. The surrounding students egged them on enthusiastically, and even the teachers joined in. An S-grade and an SSS-grade gifted couple, what a match made in heaven. The old principal stood on the high platform, grinning from ear to ear. If these two really get together, it will be the talk of Linjiang's second high for years to come. Yi Yiran's face was full of confidence. Under the sunlight, her snowy skin looked even more radiant and beautiful. She was the campus belle of Class 2, Year 3, as well as the school's top beauty. Now, she was also an S-grade gifted. Brimming with confidence, she firmly believed she was the only one worthy of Jiang Yan. Before the eyes of the entire school, Jiang Yan accepted the bouquet, and the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. But the very next moment, the school fell into an eerie silence. Why'd you all stop clapping? Keep going. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, scanning the crowd. Shout louder. Why so quiet all of a sudden? Without hesitation, he tossed Yi Yiran's bouquet into the trash can, clapped his hands disdainfully, and walked toward his classroom with his hands in his pockets. Yi Yiran stood frozen in place, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 11, Conflict Between Two Schools. Zhang Xiaosheng, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Year 3, entered the classroom with a rosy complexion. He cleared his throat twice and knocked on the blackboard. Everyone, look here. Do you notice anything different? The classroom was silent. Only Jiang Yan yawned lazily and said, Old Zhang, have you turned into a two-headed grasshopper? Quite the look. As soon as he said it, the classroom burst into laughter. Zhang Xiaosheng only had 2 strands of hair left on his head, combed in a way that did indeed resemble 2 grasshopper antennae. Rather than being angry at Jiang Yan's teasing, Zhang Xiaosheng's smile grew even brighter. He slowly removed the ID badge from his neck and deliberately let it drop in front of everyone. Oh no, my badge fell. Could someone pick it up for me? Zhang Rui, sitting on the right side of the podium, obediently picked it up. When he saw the words Vice Principal on the badge, he froze. Zhang Xiaosheng, satisfied with Zhang Rui's stunned expression, took the badge back and hung it around his neck while smiling. He cleared his throat again. Zhang Rui, what does it say on this badge? Zhang Rui's mouth opened wide in disbelief as he stammered, VB Vice Principal. The entire class fell silent, as if death itself had descended. Zhang Xiaosheng casually brushed aside his sparse hair with a smile and said, Sharp eyes you've got there. I just got promoted to vice principal, and you kids managed to notice right away. Old Zhang, congratulations. Jiang Yan said with a laugh. Zhang Xiaosheng quickly stepped down from the podium, striding toward Jiang Yan's desk with a beaming smile. Jiang Yan, it's all thanks to you. Thanks to me? Jiang Yan feigned surprise before smirking. Where are we celebrating tonight? Changqing Restaurant. Zhang Xiaosheng declared exuberantly with a wave of his hand. Changqing Restaurant was owned by a 6th-tier martial saint, and the food there was infused with spiritual energy, capable of enhancing one's mental strength. Zhang Xiaosheng spared no expense inviting Jiang Yan to dine there. Lowering his voice, he added, Actually, Yi Yiran played a part in this too. Should we invite her? Zhang Xiaosheng had been teaching at Linjiang No. 2 High School for nearly 10 years, always a regular teacher without any prospects for promotion. He thought this was how his life would always be. Who would have thought that a phoenix would rise from the chicken coop? Having an S-class student like Yi Yiran was already enough for him to bask in reflected glory, but Jiang Yan, an SSS-class genius, brought him even greater fortune. The Education Bureau praised his excellent teaching and directly promoted him to vice principal. Jiang Yan remained indifferent, not giving Yi Yiran a second thought. If her contributions helped with your promotion, then of course she should be invited. Alright then, since you have no objections, that makes it easier for me. Zhang Xiaosheng laughed, returning to the podium and waving his hand to announce, Nobody in this class is allowed to leave after school tonight. Ha? Why not? Many students groaned, clearly uninterested. What Zhang Xiaosheng said next instantly perked them up. To celebrate the fact that our Class 2 produced 2 geniuses, Yi Yiran and Jiang Yan, and that I got promoted to vice principal, at 8 o'clock tonight, this vice principal is treating everyone to a feast at Changqing Restaurant. Upon hearing that their class teacher was treating them, the whole class erupted into cheers, their enthusiasm nearly shaking the ceiling. Students from other classes, overhearing the news, were left bewildered. The homeroom teachers of Class 1 and Class 3 gritted their teeth. So envious. Why isn't Jianyan in our class? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Meanwhile, the teachers of the two classes adjacent to Class 2 pointed accusatory fingers at their students. You're all students of number 2 high, so why is Jianyan from Class 2 so outstanding while you lot are so useless? Back in Class 2, the entire class chanted the names of Jianyan and Yi Yiran in unison. Jiang God is the best. Jiang God is unbeatable. Sister Iran is the most beautiful. Sister Iran and Jiang God are a match made in heaven. Hearing the cheers, Yi Yiran's cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a glance toward Jiangyan, who was seated near the back by the window. His expression was calm, showing no reaction, and her mood plummeted. Is there really no hope? By 8 o'clock in the evening, the newly promoted Vice Principal Zhang Xiaosheng had arrived punctually with the students of Class 2 at Chongqing Restaurant. 34 people, correct? Please, come in, the restaurant host said with a polite smile, guiding everyone inside. This place looks so fancy. I feel a bit nervous. Some students who hadn't seen such a high-end venue before began to lower their heads, too intimidated to lift their gaze. This is nothing. What a bunch of country bumpkins. A girl with a ponytail scoffed arrogantly before striding ahead of the group. Zhou Peng, irritated by the girl's haughty demeanor, muttered to Jiang Yan, Brother Jiang, that girl's wearing a number 1 high school uniform. How is it that a girl from number 1 high acts more pretentious than you? Jiang Yan frowned slightly. When have I ever been pretentious? Haha, Brother Jiang, you're an SSS class God blessed. Wherever you go, you carry an aura of dominance, Zhou Peng teased with a smug grin. At that moment, the ponytailed girl from number 1 high rejoined her group and whispered something to a middle-aged man. The man immediately turned his attention toward Zhang Xiaosheng. Well, what a coincidence. Mr. Zhang from number 2 high is here too, celebrating with your students? Number 1 high teacher Wu Zhenghua approached with a grin. He gestured to a student beside him and led the student toward Zhang Xiaosheng, his face filled with pride. This is one of my students, Wang Lei. Pointing to Zhang Xiaosheng, he added, this is Mr. Zhang Xiaosheng of Linjiang number 2 high. Wang Lei's face was full of disdain, and he didn't even bother offering a polite handshake. Instead, he muttered through clenched teeth, I'm Wang Lei. The students from number 1 high followed behind Wu Zhenghua, covering their mouths as they snickered, clearly feeling superior to the students of number 2 high. Faced with this provocation, Zhang Xiaosheng frowned slightly. Wu Zhenghua, the students you mentor are truly exemplary in character, completely in keeping with your own. Ha! Wu Zhenghua failed to catch the sarcasm, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. The Linjiang martial arts tournament is coming up soon. This kid Wang Lei loves challenging strong opponents, he's itching for a fight. Wang Lei, do you see any strong challengers here among the students from number 2 high? Wu Zhenghua asked with an air of condescension. Wang Lei cast a cold glance across the number 2 high students and sneered. This lot isn't even worth my time. The male students from number 2 high weren't ones to back down, and one of them immediately retorted with a cold voice, and who do you think you are? The speaker was Yun Tianjie, who had awakened an A-class ability, Violet Cloud Lightning. If not for the presence of geniuses like Jiang Yan and Yi Yiran in the class, Yun Tianjie would undoubtedly be the brightest star of number 2 high. Ah, someone dares to provoke Wang Lei? They must have a death wish. This kid from number 2 high is in for it. In a moment, he'll probably be fried to a crisp. The students from number 1 high snickered and ridiculed Yun Tianjie, clearly not taking him seriously. Wang Lei let out a cold snort. You think you're worthy of me making a move? Yun Tianjie's face flushed red with anger. Why don't you try me and find out? His aura shifted dramatically, violet lightning crackling around his body with a strong and terrifying intensity. Don't go overboard, Tianjie, Zhang Xiaosheng cautioned, fully aware of Yun Tianjie's strength. An A-class ability like Violet Cloud Lightning was incredibly destructive. Even at the first level, it could shatter diamonds in an instant. Thunder Cloud Art. Yun Tianjie's eyes flashed with violet light as a spear of violet lightning shot toward Wang Lei, drawing gasps from the crowd. Humph, lightning attribute? How laughable. Wang Lei took a single step forward, black lightning coiling around him as he effortlessly dissolved the violet spear. He strode forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet, his fist wrapped in black lightning aimed directly at Yun Tianjie's abdomen. If this strike landed, Yun Tianjie would be either dead or crippled. Pathetic insect, Wang Lei sneered, his expression filled with disdain and ruthlessness. Boom! The black thunder erupted. No one had time to react, and the students from number 2 high school even closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Yun Tianjia's injury. Yun Tianjia had prepared himself for severe damage, but after a few seconds, the pain never came. He opened his eyes in confusion and saw a hand reaching out from the side, firmly gripping Wang Lei's wrist. Zhang Yan. Yun Tianjia looked at Zhang Yan's profile, his voice trembling. Thank you. Zhang Yan ignored him, lazily releasing his grip. It's just a sparring session. No need to go too far. Zhangshan is so cool. Wow, even I feel moved. If I had known, I would have provoked someone just to let Zhangshan save me. Several girls from number 2 high school couldn't help but cast peculiar glances at the boy. Yi Yiran gazed at Zhang Yan's calm and composed figure from behind, her eyes filled with admiration. This man, no matter the circumstances, was always so casual yet elegant, as if nothing could ever touch him. So perfect. She thought back to her foolishness in the past. How could she have ever suggested breaking up? Every time she recalled their breakup, Yi Yiran felt as if her heart was being pierced by needles. She clenched her teeth, filled with regret. Zhang Xiaoshang also let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Yan, thank goodness you stepped in, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to explain this away. Taking students out for a meal only to end up with injuries, if that happened, he, the vice principal, wouldn't hear the end of it. Zhang Yan's movements were unfathomable, leaving everyone from number 1 high school dumbfounded. When did he appear? Wang Lei's thunderous punch had been effortlessly neutralized by him? Who exactly was this guy? A monster? The students from number 1 high school, well aware of Wang Lei's strength, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Wu Zhonghuan narrowed his eyes. Zhang Xiaoshang, you've been holding back, haven't you? No wonder you seem so calm. I've got plenty of cards up my sleeve. Zhang Xiaoshang smirked smugly. In truth, Zhang Yan was his only card, but this one card was worth countless others. To block my thunderous strike, you've got some skills. Wang Lei spoke in a deep voice, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Zhang Yan. I've awakened an S-class ability, Dark Thunder. Kid from number 2, what's your name? Wang Lei's entire body was enveloped in black lightning, resembling a wrathful thunder god. The students from number 1 high school collectively gasped, drawing in cold breaths. For Wang Lei to actively ask someone's name, this guy from number 2 must be something else. Even Wang Lei acknowledges him. In their eyes, being acknowledged by Wang Lei meant you were an extraordinary figure, practically a genius. Oh, you want to challenge me? Zhang Yan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, this big brute actually dares to challenge Zhangshan. Does he really think he's that strong? This time, it was the students from second high who secretly laughed, their eyes full of sympathy for Wang Lei's overconfidence. Watching Zhang Yan's relaxed demeanor, Wang Lei's forehead veins bulged. Ever since he awakened his divine gift, he had become the star of Linjiang First High, even garnering provincial-level attention. Provincial leaders had personally met with him, had engaging conversations, and even sought to build a good relationship with him. And this guy from second high? What was he worth? How dare he act so casually in front of him, completely disregarding him? A murderous glint flashed in Wang Lei's eyes as black lightning crackled and transformed into several black thunderballs, resembling bottomless black holes capable of devouring everything. Kid, are you afraid to challenge me? Wang Lei sneered disdainfully. You second high students only dare to meddle behind the scenes, you wouldn't dare face me. Head on. Exactly. What kind of Zhang god is he? Just a petty man who only dares to play dirty tricks. Don't mock second high too much. Wang Lei is an S-class divine gift holder. It's normal for these cowards to be scared. The students from first high taunted, continuously pressuring Zhang Yan to accept the challenge. Zhang Yan seemed not to hear them, his face maintaining a gentle smile. Hey, Zhang Yan. A pleasant voice called out. A girl in a floral dress squeezed out from the crowd of first high students, her bright eyes fixed on Zhang Yan. It's really you, Lin Xiaoxiao. A glimmer appeared in Yi Yiran's eyes as well. Yiran, you're here too. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and ran over. So it was your class that had an incident. I was busy eating cake and didn't pay much attention until I heard Zhang Yan's voice. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a glance at Zhang Yan, who remained calm as ever. Xiao. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao walk toward Zhang Yan, a trace of murderous intent flickered in Wang Lei's eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao was the girl he had his eyes on, no one could take her away from him. Xiao, come back. I'm about to get serious. If you stand on second high side, you might get caught in the crossfire. Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. Wang Lei, are you really going to fight Zhang Yan? Are you crazy? Jiang Yan killed a golden lion, and you can't even beat a golden python. How dare you provoke him? Killed a golden lion? As soon as these words were spoken, the students from First High, who had been enjoying the spectacle, fell silent as if death had descended. The golden python and golden lion were golden beasts from ancient King Mountain. Their bodies entirely golden and their veins flowing with golden blood, making them several times stronger than ordinary beasts. The golden lion, with its A-class bloodline, was far superior to the golden python. In First High's combat simulations, Wang Lei couldn't even defeat a first-tier, 5th-level golden python. How could he possibly be a match for Jiang Yan, who had effortlessly killed a golden lion? Wasn't this just courting death? He's the high school student from the news who made the golden lion completely disappear, leaving no trace of its remains. Are you talking about the golden lion incident on Anchuan Street? Oh my god, the whole internet was talking about the mysterious expert who made the golden lion vanish. And now he's standing right in front of me. The students from First High began to clamor, their gazes toward Jiang Yan no longer filled with disdain but with awe and reverence. A high school student who had just awakened his powers could kill a golden lion that had invaded the city, leaving no trace of blood or flesh. Such strength was terrifying. Wang Lei daring to challenge such a peerless expert was simply suicidal. The students from Second High were also shocked, but knowing it was Jiang Yan's doing, they quickly accepted it. Who was Jiang Yan? He was the Jiang god of Linjiang Second High, a prodigy who had awakened an SSS-class divine gift. Instantly killing an A-class bloodline golden lion was no big deal. Ridiculous. He could kill a golden lion? Stop joking. Wang Lei was unwilling to let Jiang Yan steal the spotlight. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, fight me. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, instantly charging at Jiang Yan, black lightning exploding around him. Boom! As the dust settled, Jiang Yan remained unscathed, his hands in his pockets, his face devoid of any expression. I hate trouble, he thought. He had hoped Lin Xiaoxiao's words would make Wang Lei realize the gap between them, but Wang Lei had instead resolved to stir up trouble. Since that's the case, let him taste the martial skill he just learned. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth, soul-devouring palm. His voice was calm as blood energy and ghostly aura converged in his right hand. With a gentle push, a dark red palm print instantly blasted toward Wang Lei. The palm print howled with a chilling wind, shattering all the surrounding glass and overturning tables and chairs. What seemed like an ordinary palm strike made Wang Lei's eyes widen in shock. He could feel death approaching. In thunder infinity. Wang Lei desperately blocked out the ghostly wails and howls in his ears and mind. He gathered the core of his thunder power. In front of him, merging several black thunderballs into one. From the black thunderball emerged a black trident, crackling with violent black lightning, which collided fiercely with Jiang Yan's palm print. Crack, crackle. As the palm print clashed with the trident immediately began to shatter. Pft, cough. This is impossible. The trident disintegrated in an instant, and Wang Lei was struck in the chest by the soul-devouring palm. His entire body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into an artificial hill and becoming deeply embedded in it. No one noticed a faint, dim remnant soul escaping from Wang Lei's body and merging into the 10 Directions ghost token in Jiang Yan's hand. This palm strike not only forced Wang Lei's soul out of his body but also seized a wisp of his remnant soul, transforming it into Jiang Yan's power. As an S-rank god-blessed, Wang Lei's remnant soul brought Jiang Yan a significant boost, instantly elevating his strength from the 3rd level of the 1st tier to the 4th level. However, Jiang Yan had no intention of killing him, so Wang Lei, though missing a wisp of his remnant soul, was not in any life-threatening danger. That remnant soul would gradually recover. Not bad, young man. You've got guts. I never thought my restaurant would witness such an exciting scene. A loud round of applause came from the crowd as a figure stepped forward. His appearance stunned everyone. A 6th-tier martial saint. Yang Mingzuan. Zhang Xiaoshang recognized him as the owner of the Evergreen restaurant, his voice trembling. Wu Zhenghua couldn't help but swallow nervously. Their students had dared to fight in someone else's restaurant, even alarming the owner. Yang Mingzuan walked straight toward Jiang Yan, carefully sizing him up for a moment before nodding with a smile. Indeed, a genius. You are a blessing to Huaxia. Everyone was dumbfounded as Yang Mingzuan conjured a golden card in his palm. This is the hall card of my Evergreen restaurant. The card holder dines for free for life. Jiang Yan accepted it with a smile. You're too kind. I like making friends with valuable people. The potential in you far surpasses that arrogant guy. The arrogant guy he referred to was Wang Lei. Looking at the mess in the restaurant caused by Wang Lei and Jiang Yan's fight, Yang Mingzuan didn't seem to care at all, as if it wasn't even his restaurant. He turned to a waiter and said, "Mr. Jiang is my friend. The regular hall isn't worthy. Quickly arrange the hall of halls for him and his friends." Understood. The waiter snapped out of his days and led Jiang Yan and his group toward the hall of halls. Jiang Yan's friends naturally referred to his classmates from Linjiang No. 2 High School, excluding Lin Xiaoxiao. From Linjiang No. 1 High School. Still, Jiang Yan politely asked, "Would you like to join us?" Lin Xiaoxiao nodded excitedly, her eyes sparkling. "Yes. I'll go with you." Watching Jiang Yan and his group leave, the students from No. 1 High School were dumbfounded. One palm sent S-rank God-blessed Wan Lei flying, and a 6th-tier martial saint even took the initiative to befriend him. Who on earth is this Jiang Yan? Whoever he is, all I know is that the students from No. 2 High School are incredibly lucky. They're completely riding on Jiang Yan's coattails. I wish I could go to the Hall of Halls too. The Hall of Halls at the Evergreen restaurant is reserved for top-tier figures, and now high school students are being allowed in. They were green with envy. Meanwhile, Wan Lei was still deeply embedded in the wall, seemingly forgotten, with no one stepping forward to help him. Following the waiter through several halls of varying styles, they finally arrived at the Hall of Halls, which offered a broad view overlooking the sea. The decor here wasn't luxurious but rather close to nature. Even in the evening, the scenery was stunning, with trees and shrubs emitting a soft glow. Clearly no ordinary plants. The most important thing is that the spiritual energy here is abundant. Without relying on spirit stones, the body can clearly feel comfortable, and one's cultivation level naturally improves. Wow! Is this the legendary hall of the Evergreen restaurant? I've only heard about it in the news. This place usually only hosts major figures from various countries. I'm going to write tonight's experience into a novel, though I doubt anyone will believe it. A 6th-level martial saint personally hosting us. This is unbelievable. The martial saint is here specifically to host Jiang Yan. Don't flatter yourself by including yourself in that. Zhou Peng stood beside Jiang Yan with a grin. "Brother Jiang, from now on, I'm sticking with you. Haven't you always been with me?" Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Right, I almost forgot. I've been your sidekick since we were kids," Zhou Peng said, laughing happily. Lin Xiaoxiao blushed and sat next to Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, thank you for inviting me here. If it weren't for you, I'd never have had the chance to enter the hall in my lifetime." "It's nothing," Jiang Yan said casually, not giving the matter much thought. He had invited her on a whim. But Lin Xiaoxiao was secretly moved, her eyes filled with tenderness and admiration. Seeing her like this, Yi Yiran clenched her teeth, her heart aching with jealousy. Jiang Yan was supposed to belong only to her, yet now he seemed like a stranger. Chapter 14, Bullying My Sister? Courting Death, ***. The scenery in the hall was picturesque, calming the mind and lifting the spirits. "Jiang Yan, I toast to you," Yun Tianjie said with a smile, raising his glass. "If it weren't for you stepping in to save me, I'd probably be crippled by now." Class monitor, don't be so formal. "It was just a small effort," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Yun Tianjie shook his head. "To me, it was a life-saving favor. I'm the eldest son of the Yun family in Jiangcheng. If something happened to me, the Yun family would be thrown into chaos and might even be driven out of Jiangcheng." Everyone almost forgot that Yun Tianjie was the heir of one of Jiangcheng's 5 major families, the Yun family. Despite his noble status, he was humble and lacked the arrogance typical of wealthy heirs. If it weren't for Jiang Yan and Yi Yiran, the 2 geniuses, Yun Tianjie would have been the strongest talent at Linjiang No. 2 High School. "Jiang Yan, no, brother Jiang." Yun Tianjie raised his glass. "From today onward, I, Yun Tianjie, recognize you as my elder brother." Wow, seriously? Yun Tianjie actually acknowledged Jiang Yan as his elder brother? That's incredible. The Yun family's collateral descendants are all so arrogant. If they find out that the direct heir of the Yun family has recognized Jiang Yan as his elder brother, they'll probably be scared out of their wits. Jiang Yan had a good impression of Yun Tianjie, otherwise, he wouldn't have stepped in to save him during his time of danger. He raised his glass with a smile. "Then I'll accept you as my brother." At this moment, Zhou Peng squeezed in. "Brother Jiang, what about me?" Yun Tianjie laughed. "Your brother Zhang's good brother, so naturally, you're my brother too." "Then that's settled." As long as I'm in Brother Zhang's circle, I'm good, Zhou Peng said with relief. Jiang Yan was the best brother he'd ever had in his life and his greatest support. After the banquet ended, everyone's faces were flushed, and they were all smiling. Just by having a meal in the hall of the Evergreen restaurant, my cultivation level improved by 2 ranks. Me too. No wonder. It's run by a 6th-level martial saint. Every dish is infused with spiritual energy, especially in the hall. I heard that Yang Mingzuan personally cooks here. When everyone left the hall, their cultivation levels had improved by 1 or 2 ranks. While marveling at this, their admiration for Jiang Yan grew even stronger. If it weren't for Brother Jiang, I'd never have had the chance to enter the hall of the Evergreen restaurant in my lifetime. Exactly. Even Vice Principal Zhang could only take us to the regular hall. Someone whispered, but their voice was overheard by Zhang Xiaoshang, who coughed awkwardly. Originally, he was the one hosting tonight's dinner, but thanks to Jiang Yan's influence, they were upgraded to the hall, and everything was free. Instead of hosting as the vice principal, he ended up benefiting from a student's connections. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt. Well, little Zhang Xiaoshang coughed and began to speak. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Old Zhang, now that you're the vice principal, you're calling me little Jian? With everyone here, I didn't want to make it seem like I was playing favorites, Zhang Xiaoshang explained softly. Teacher Zhang, Jiangshan is different. Even if you treat Jiangshan specially, we understand, the students said with laughter. Zhang Xiaoshang's face turned awkward. He coughed and said, Old Jiang, this time I said I would treat, but you're being a bit unfair, aren't you? Oh, Old Zhang, are you saying you want to pay? Jiang Yan chuckled. Alright, I'll go tell Yang Mingzuan not to waive the bill with the hall card and let you treat. What a joke. A meal in the hall district would burn through his entire savings, let alone treating the whole class. Zhang Xiaoshang quickly laughed and said, Old Jiang, you're joking again. Since you have Yang Wuxing's hall card, not using it would be disrespectful to Yang Wuxing, wouldn't it? Teacher Zhang just loves saving face and doesn't want to spend money, the students teased, causing many to chuckle. Zhang Xiaoxing's face turned red with embarrassment, and he said angrily, I'm leaving. No one be late tomorrow. The night was beautiful. Everyone waved goodbye to each other and returned to their homes. Jiang Yan strolled along the brightly lit streets when his phone suddenly vibrated. He answered, and Zhang Xiaoka's voice came through, tinged with a faint sob. Brother, why aren't you home yet? Jiang Yan immediately noticed something was wrong with her voice and frowned. Why is your voice hoarse? Did someone bully you? Not wanting to waste time on the street, he hung up and rushed home. Pushing open the door, he saw Zhang Xiaoka curled up on the sofa. Brother! Zhang Xiaoka looked up, her eyes swollen like walnuts, looking pitiful. Jiang Yan walked closer, his pupils contracting sharply. Zhang Xiaoka's once smooth, long hair had been cut off, leaving only short hair barely covering her neck. Who did this? Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with a blood-red hue, and his aura turned murderous. The lights flickered and then went out with a snap. The room seemed filled with the cries of countless ghosts, and shadows loomed eerily. Is the Lord angry? I've never seen the Lord with this expression before. Jiang Yan was usually all smiles, rarely showing a dark side. Shoo, don't be too loud. The Lord may seem cheerful, but he's more ruthless than anyone. Those who anger him are in trouble, whispered 2 doll-sized ghosts in a dark corner. Zhang Xiaoka rubbed her eyes. It was Lu Shui from our class. She bullies everyone because her brother awakened an A-grade divine gift, and her mom is our teacher. Jiang Yan clenched his fists, his gaze icy. Xiaoka, tomorrow I'll personally take you to school. No one could bully Jiang Yan's sister. He suddenly turned to the corner, blaring. The 2 ghosts trembled in fear. See? I told you not to be loud, and now the Lord has noticed us. You 2 little ghosts, what are your names? Jiang Yan asked coldly. Lord, I'm called Little Bianhua, the red-eyed ghost. Doll whispered, a red spider lily blooming on its head. Lord, I'm Little Minglian, the other ghost doll said excitedly, a dream lotus flower atop its head. Jiang Yan said indifferently, from now on, follow my sister. If she encounters danger, you step in. Yes, Lord. Little Bianhua and Little Minglian replied in unison. Zhang Xiaoka rubbed her eyes. Brother, what divine gift did you awaken? Jiang Yan ruffled her hair. Your brother awakened an SSS-grade gift. From now on, you can rely on me to protect others, and no one is allowed to bully you. Ha ha. Zhang Xiaoka broke into laughter through her tears. Brother always knows how to cheer me up. Thank you. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. I'm not lying to you. I believe you, brother. Zhang Xiaoke hugged his arm tightly. I believe you're the most amazing person in the world. Little Bianhua pouted. If I had a brother as powerful as the Lord, I wouldn't have suffered so much when I was alive. Little Monglian giggled foolishly. It's okay. We endured so much pain in life just to meet the Lord after death. Chapter 15, Rejecting. School violence ***. The next morning, dark clouds loomed, and a storm was brewing. Students rushing to school wore gloomy expressions. How strange. Yesterday, they said today would be sunny. Why did it suddenly turn cloudy? Who knows? Weather is like people, when it's in a bad mood, it turns gloomy. At Zhang Yan's home, he called Zhang Xiaosheng early. Old Zhang, I have something to do today, I might be late this morning. Upon hearing Zhang Yan had something going on, Zhang Xiaosheng immediately put on a serious demeanor. Old Zhang, students should act like students. If it weren't for our good relationship, I wouldn't make exceptions for you if it were another teacher. Hey, why did you hang up? This Zhang Yan kid, can't he let me have a bit of principal's authority? Zhang Xiaosheng was furious but still kept Zhang Yan's matter in mind. Zhang Yan put away his phone and said to Zhang Xiaoke, let's go. Once we're at school, your brother's got your back. With my brother here, Xiaoke isn't afraid. Zhang Xiaoke smiled sweetly. Zhang Yan started up his scooter and asked with a laugh, are you sitting tight? Don't fall off later. Xiaoke is sitting tight. Zhang Xiaoke held onto Zhang Yan tightly. Zhang Yan twisted the throttle, and the scooter started smoothly. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yan brought Zhang Xiaoke to Jiangqing's 16th Junior High School. At the school gate, Zhang Xiaoke lowered her head in fear, clutching Zhang Yan's hand tightly and hiding behind him. Don't be afraid. With your brother here, no one dares to bully you. Zhang Yan rubbed Zhang Xiaoke's head, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Seeing how scared Zhang Xiaoke was, it was clear that more than just Lu Shui had been bullying her. Come on, your brother will help you get justice. Zhang Yan's voice was gentle, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. They walked toward the 16th Junior High's gate, where the school security guard stopped them. Parents aren't allowed inside. My sister had some trouble at school, and the teacher asked me to come as her companion. Zhang Yan said with a smile. Oh, you're here as a companion? You have it tough. Go ahead. The security guard let them through. Zhang Yan led Zhang Xiaoke straight to class 5 of grade 9. Standing at the classroom door, Zhang Xiaoke trembled all over, so scared she was on the verge of breaking down. Zhang Yan crouched down to meet her gaze. Don't be afraid. Your brother will protect you. Zhang Xiaoke gripped Zhang Yan's hand tightly, nodded resolutely, and walked into the classroom with her head down. Zhang Yan stood at the door, his gaze growing darker. He waited for 10 minutes until the homeroom teacher of class 5 arrived. It was a middle-aged woman holding books. She glanced at Zhang Yan curiously and then walked into the classroom. Zhang Yan followed her in and asked indifferently, Are you teacher Lu? Lu Qinghua frowned. Yes, I am. May I ask which student's parent you are? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yan, and I'm the older brother of Zhang Xiaoke from your class. Zhang Yan said with a smile, though his smile carried a chill. Oh, so you're Xiaoke's brother. What brings you to the school? Lu Qinghua, who was Lu Shui's mother, knew her daughter had caused trouble. She began trying to muddy the waters, hoping to downplay the situation. I'm a bit curious. My sister Xiaoke originally had thick, smooth, long hair. How is it that after just a few days at school, her hair has been cut short? Zhang Yan feigned confusion. Well, maybe she accidentally fell while running and tore her hair off. It's not impossible. Lu Qinghua continued to feign ignorance. But my sister Xiaoke told me that a girl named Lu Shui cut her hair short. Could she be lying to me? Zhang Yan's voice was icy, devoid of warmth, and his aura was so intimidating that the students in the classroom didn't dare make a sound. Lu Shui's face turned pale, and she trembled all over. Brother! Zhang Xiaoke's eyes brimmed with tears. As the homeroom teacher, Lu Qinghua was also overwhelmed by Zhang Yan's aura, her legs going weak. She said coldly, Xiaoke's brother, right? This is a school, not a place for you to lose your temper. Lose my temper? No, I'm using violence to counter violence. Zhang Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, yet he wore a warm smile. Ending school bullying starts with me. In the next moment, Lu Shui's pupils contracted, her face turned red, and she desperately clawed at her neck, though there was nothing there. Yet she was inexplicably lifted into the air. Xiao Xue. Lu Qinghua turned pale with fear as she saw her daughter struggling in mid-air. No one saw it, a massive shadow extended its hands, gripping Lu Xue's neck tightly. Jiang Yan said coldly, Di Kuei, didn't you eat? The enormous ghostly figure named Di Kuei responded, tightening its bloodied hands even more. Lu Xue's eyes bulged, blood foaming from her mouth, looking as if she could die at any moment. The students of Class 5, Grade 9, had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. Some were so terrified they wet their pants, collapsing weakly onto their chairs. What have you done? Let go of my daughter. Lu Qinghua screamed like a madwoman, summoning a water blade and charging at Jiang Yan in a frenzy. Brother, be careful. Jiang Xiaoke shouted anxiously. Jiang Yan, however, didn't even glance at Lu Qinghua. He smiled gently at Jiang Xiaoke, signaling her not to worry. Just as Lu Qinghua's blade was about to strike him, Ugh. Lu Qinghua, like her daughter, seemed to be strangled by an invisible force, slowly lifted into the air, struggling desperately. Jiang Yan remained motionless as two vengeful ghosts cruelly tormented the Lu mother and daughter. He elegantly sat back in the chair on the podium, smiling as he looked at the terrified students below. Now, I allow you to expose each other. Who has bullied my sister? It's her. Wang Qian always bullies. Jiang Xiaoke, it's her. A pale-faced girl screamed hysterically. The named Wang Qian instantly turned ashen, trembling as she stammered, No. It wasn't me. I just. Before she could finish, the desk in front of her was suddenly slashed in half, collapsing with a loud crash. A sword-wielding ghostly figure sheathed its blade, grabbed the terrified Wang Qian by the neck, and slammed her violently against the wall. The students of Class 5, Grade 9, trembled one by one, with some even fainting from fear. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as he crossed his hands, elegantly, looking at the crowd with amusement. Anyone else? Step forward yourself. Don't wait to be exposed, or you'll have no way out but death. His voice was gentle, yet it sent a bone-chilling fear through the students below. A few girls with dyed hair trembled as they stood up. Jiang Yan smiled and said, Good, very obedient. He snapped his fingers lightly, and the ghostly figures pressed the dyed-haired girls' heads down, slamming them hard against the desks. With a loud bang, a bloody dent appeared on the desks. No one else? Jiang Yan slowly stood up, looking at the crowd with satisfaction. Do you dare to bully Jiang Xiaoke again? The crowd shook their heads like rattles. No. We don't dare. Jiang Yan's gaze shifted to Lu Xue and Lu Qinghua. With his right hand, he pulled two invisible threads, yanking them forcefully. The souls of the two were instantly torn from their bodies. Ignoring their heart-wrenching screams, Jiang Yan mercilessly ripped their souls in half, feeding them to the 100 ghosts. From then on, Lu Xue and her mother would either become mentally incapacitated or turn into vegetative states with no consciousness. Master is so cool. Little Bayan circled around Jiang Xiaoke, looking at Jiang Yan with a face full of admiration. I'm so jealous of Xiaoke. Minglian also wants to be Master's sister, little Minglian said, gazing at Jiang Yan with deep affection. These two ghostly dolls, both at the level of vengeful spirits, had been assigned by Jiang Yan to stay by Jiang Xiaoke's side to ensure her safety. Brother, thank you. Tears glistened in Jiang Xiaoke's eyes. Focus on your studies. From now on, no one will dare to lay a finger on you, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Mom! Xiao Xue! A furious roar came from outside the door. A man stormed in, his eyes instantly turning blood red as he saw his unconscious mother and sister. He glared at Jiang Yan. Was it you? You're courting death. Behind Lu Wang, a shadowy wolf emerged. His aura was violent, like that of a ravenous wolf king. Jiang Yan looked at him indifferently, a cold smile playing on his lips. You've awakened your martial soul true form, so you must think you're quite powerful, don't you? I'm an A-rank ability user. Killing you is child's play. Lu Wang's entire body glowed with a silver light, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I'll make you die. Roar! Lu Wang let out a wolf's howl, dropping to all fours and pouncing toward Jiang Yan. His muscles swelled, his 10 fingers turned into sharp claws, impervious to blades and spears, and incredibly lethal. Facing the charging Lu Wang, Jiang Yan kept his hands in his pockets, calm and composed. When Lu Wang's sharp claws were only a few inches from his face, Jiang Yan extended his right hand from his pocket, effortlessly grabbed Lu Wang's wrist, and casually flung him aside. The immense force sent Lu Wang flying several meters, as if he were a mere shrimp. Against an A-level enhanced individual like Lu Wang, Jiang Yan didn't even bother to use the 10 Directions Ghost command. You're a martial soul embodiment with extraordinary strength? Fine, I'll crush you using your own strength. Jiang Yan instructed the 100 ghosts to withdraw the 10 Directions Ghost command, preparing to use pure physical combat to teach Lu Wang a harsh lesson. Continue, Jiang Yan said calmly, his gaze steady. Lu Wang roared and charged again. I'll kill you. As a strength-type martial soul embodiment, Lu Wang's power was 100 times that of an ordinary divine gift user. Yet, against Jiang Yan, he couldn't easily tear him apart. Why was that? You're a strength-type ability user too. Lu Wang panted heavily, his eyes filled with fear. Jiang Yan effortlessly neutralized all his attacks and even seemed stronger than him. No, I'm a summoner, Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile. A summoner? Impossible. Your strength is on par with mine, maybe even more terrifying. Lu Wang was utterly shocked. Summoners were typically mages who relied on summoned creatures to fight, usually staying far away from strength-type ability users. Strength-type users could easily tear summoners apart. But this man, who claimed to be a summoner, could physically fight an A-level strength-type ability user and still have the upper hand. The thought sent waves of fear crashing over Lu Wang. He realized Jiang Yan had been fighting him with just one hand, wearing a relaxed smile, completely on the defensive, effortlessly deflecting every attack. People should know their place, Jiang Yan said calmly. Lu Wang stared at him in terror, swallowing hard. Who are you? Just an ordinary person seeking justice for my sister, Jiang Yan replied, putting his hands back in his pockets. Like a ghost, he delivered a fierce kick to Lu Wang's chest. The immense force bent Lu Wang over, sending him flying like a broken kite. He crashed through the iron railings and landed heavily on the first floor. Jiang Yan jumped down from the third floor, landing with one foot on Lu Wang's chest. He coldly watched as blood trickled from Lu Wang's mouth. You stood up for your sister Lu Shui by cutting my sister's hair. I'm not a demon, I'll just cripple your cultivation. Remember, don't be too arrogant until you're truly strong. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan exerted force. Lu Wang spat out blood, and his first-tier, third-level cultivation was instantly destroyed. I really shouldn't have acted personally. It's too dirty blood. Even splattered on my shoes, Jiang Yan sighed, thinking it would be more convenient to use the 10 Directions Ghost command for dealing with small fry like this in the future. Get lost. He kicked the unconscious Lu Wang aside like a dead dog, and slowly walked toward the security booth. Pulling out a chair, he sat down leisurely. The security guard, who had witnessed Jiang Yan jump from the third floor and beat Lu Wang, was trembling with fear. He quickly served Jiang Yan tea. When will your leader arrive? Jiang Yan asked. He wasn't here to cause trouble but to wait for the school leadership to handle the matter. In the security guard's eyes, Jiang Yan was a terrifying figure. Stammering, the guard replied, soon, very soon. Bored, Jiang Yan started playing on his phone. About 10 minutes later, a black sedan pulled up at the school gate, and a group of people hurried into the school. Where is he? The one causing trouble at our number 16 high school? The man leading the group wore a black suit, his hair graying but his eyes sharp. I'm right here, Jiang Yan said with a yawn, lazily waving at the man. Well, you didn't run. Looks like you know how serious your crime is and are ready to confess, the man said coldly. Jiang Yan chuckled. No, I just stopped a case of school bullying. You should thank me. Thanks to my intervention, there will never be bullying at number 16 high school again. Jiang Yan crossed his legs, and his aura instantly intensified. In an instant, Jiang Yan's SSS-level aura was no longer concealed. The oppressive force of the 10 Directions Ghost command instantly enveloped the entire 16th high school, almost forcing the middle-aged man to his knees. This terrifying pressure made the man's face change dramatically. This is the power of an SSS-level God-gifted. Jiang Yan withdrew his aura and smiled at him. Now do you believe me? It's for the good of your 16th high school. I believe. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and handed over a business card with a smile. This is my private contact information. If you need anything, just reach out to me directly. No need to come in person. Jiang Yan sneered. My sister was bullied. As her brother, I will never stand by and do nothing. What? Someone dared to do such a thing in the school I manage? I'll expel her immediately, the man said angrily. Jiang Yan slowly stood up. I've already dealt with the matter. You just need to handle the aftermath. Rest assured, I will take care of it. By the way, what's your sister's name? The man asked, full of flattery. Jiang Xiaoka, Jiang Yan replied. Oh, so it's Jiang Xiaoka. I remember her. She's always ranked first in her grade in every exam. I've always treated her like my own daughter, the man flattered. Jiang Yan couldn't be bothered with him. He left the school gate and walked away. After a while, the security guard nervously asked the middle-aged man, Principal Lin, who was that young man just now? The middle-aged man took a deep breath. He will become the overlord of this place in the future. If an S-level God-gifted might still fail, then an SSS-level God-gifted is destined to rise as a natural-born king. Throughout history, whenever an SSS-level God-gifted appeared, they had never failed. They were always the strongest. So, as soon as the middle-aged man heard that Jiang Yan was an SSS-level God-gifted, he immediately chose to establish a good relationship with him. Chapter 17, Guidance and Sparring. After handling his sister's matter, Jiang Yan bought a grilled sausage and leisurely made his way to Linjiang's second high school. When he arrived at the school gate, he initially thought about arguing with the security guard for a bit, but to his surprise, the guard greeted him with a big smile. Ah, Jiang, it's you. Please come in. It's so late. Doesn't the homeroom teacher need to come and get me? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Don't say that, Jiang. Principal Zhang personally instructed us to give you the green light if you were delayed by something important, the guard said, with a flattering smile, treating Jiang Yan like a noble young master. In Jiang City, Linjiang Province, there were 5 prominent aristocratic families and several mid-tier families. However, Jiang Yan was not a descendant of a martial arts family. He was just an ambitious young man from an ordinary household. Ignoring the guard's flattery, Jiang Yan stuffed his hands into his pockets and strolled lazily toward Class 2 of the senior year. Standing at the classroom door, he could hear the noisy chatter inside. A thought flashed through Jiang Yan's mind. You guys are so loud, I can hear you from the hallway. Jiang Yan pushed the door open, and the entire class instantly fell silent. Jiang Shen is here. Great. Jiang Shen is here. We're saved. The class became lively again. Jiang Yan was a bit confused and poked his deskmate on the shoulder. What's going on? The girl he poked was Nangong Lu, who had a baby face and looked particularly adorable. She was flustered and said, the martial arts tournament is about to start. Oh, so it was the martial arts tournament. It was held every year. Was there really a need to get so excited? By the way, why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Jiang Yan noticed that his usually quiet deskmate blushed at the slightest thing. Feeling the warmth from his hand on her forehead, Nangong Lu's face turned as red as boiling water. No fever. Her temperature was normal. She indeed didn't have a fever. Jiang Yan withdrew his hand and rested his chin on one hand. It's just the martial arts tournament. Why is everyone so worked up? The thing about you defeating Wang Lei at the Evergreen restaurant has spread to First High School. Their students came to provoke us, saying, First High School also has an SSS-level God-gifted, Nangong Lu said softly. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. That was quite the shocking news. So I'm not the chosen one. After all, Jiang Yan sighed. Even though I don't have a system, I have dual God gifts. I always thought I was the protagonist. But if I tell him now, there's also an SSS-level God-gifted individual at Linjiang No. 1 High School next door. Damn, could that guy actually be the real protagonist? And he even has a system. Jiang Yan, are you scared? Nangong Lu asked softly. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smile. Scared? Don't joke with me. So what if I don't have a system? A golden finger, or a starter pack? So what if I'm not the chosen protagonist? I, Jiang Yan, will still rely on my own talent to trample those so-called protagonists underfoot. SSS-level God-gifted? So what? My true trump card has never been the 10 Directions Ghost Command, but that forbidden red paper umbrella. This is the forbidden heavenly artifact I was born with, and I have the confidence to sweep away everything. The Jiang City martial arts competition involves as many as 30 high schools. Experts are everywhere, and there is no shortage of kings among the youth. An SSS-level God-gifted individual from No. 1 high school? I'd like to see for myself. The strong are always drawn to their kind, and Jiang Yan also wanted to have a good fight. He hoped that the SSS-level God-gifted individual from No. 1 high school wouldn't disappoint him. At this moment, at Linjiang No. 1 high school, Bai Luoxue suddenly sneezed with an achoo. She shook her head, her soft voice tinged with a bit of grievance. Someone's talking bad about me. My dear young lady, you're an SSS-level God-gifted individual. Who would dare to talk bad about you? Mu Shueiyao smiled and tapped her on the forehead. Stay here obediently. I'll go buy 2 bottles of water. Okay. Bai Luoxue nodded obediently, blinking her clear, bright eyes as she focused on the martial arts book in her hands. But she couldn't concentrate at all. The boy's face kept appearing in her mind. A kindred spirit. When will we meet again? Her god gift was too powerful, and she had to suppress it constantly, not allowing even the slightest lapse. Otherwise, the people around her would be frozen. Only someone who was also an SSS-level god-gifted individual could withstand the cold aura surrounding her. Even her friend Mu Shueiyao, an SS-level god-gifted individual, could only spend 3 hours a day with her. Any longer, and her internal organs would start to freeze. The students at Linjiang No. 1 High School all regarded her as an ice-cold goddess, keeping their distance. No one knew that she wasn't aloof, her god gift was simply too strong, and anyone who got close would be hurt. Mom said I might meet more kindred spirits at the martial arts competition. Will I really meet him? Bai Luoxue's eyelashes trembled lightly, and an ice crystal fell onto the book, freezing the pages. In Class 2 of No. 2 High School, Zhang Xiaoshang walked into the classroom and smiled at the noisy students. The school is about to select representatives for the martial arts competition. Are you confident? The classroom fell silent, and no one answered. Zhang Xiaoshang felt a bit awkward. He coughed and smiled as he looked toward the door. Lin Yu, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall figure walked into Class 2. He had a head of thick red hair, and his handsome face bore a prominent scar. Hello, juniors and classmates. I'm Lin Yu, a student from Mr. Sang's previous class. Lin Yu greeted them with a smile. Ahem, Lin Yu is an outstanding martial artist from the Magic City Martial Arts University. He's now in his 3rd year and has already reached the 3rd tier, 6th level Martial Lord realm. Zhang Xiaoshang introduced proudly. Mr. Zhang flatters me. I originally planned to reach the 4th tier Martial King realm in my 3rd year, but limited resources delayed my cultivation. Lin Yu said modestly. Zhang Xiaoshang nodded in satisfaction. For the next period, your senior Lin will personally guide you in preparing for the martial arts competition. He scanned the class and noticed Jiang Yan was about to fall asleep. With quick reflexes, he threw a piece of chalk at him. Look at Lin Yu, then look at yourself. Jiang Yan, who got hit while lying down, protested. What did I do? Lin Yu is an A-level god-gifted individual and already a genius in Jiang City. Even so, he still trains relentlessly, not wasting a single moment. Zhang Xiaoshang said sternly. If you had half of Lin Yu's diligence, you'd have reached the 2nd tier long ago. Jiang Yan smiled. I'm taking it step by step. Solidly and steadily. He didn't plan to train in the Enlightenment Room anymore. Instead, he wanted to gain experience through fighting beasts and battling humans, building his foundation for advancement with blood and tears, rather than relying solely on absorbing spiritual energy. Zhang Xiaoshang snorted, thinking to himself about giving Jiang Yan a good lesson. Smiling, he said, Old Zhang, do you dare to spar with my prized disciple? You want me to spar with a 3rd tier martial master? Old Zhang, are you trying to see me dead? Jiang Yan couldn't help but want to curse. Sparring is just sparring. It stops here. I'll have Lin Yu suppress his strength to the 1st tier, won't that do? Zhang Xiaoshang's face carried a hint of a provocative smile. Jiang Yan's lips curled slightly. Old Zhang, you really seem to want me to lose. Unfortunately, he didn't even know how to spell the word lose. Junior Zhang, I often hear Teacher Zhang mention you, and I've been wanting to spar with you as well. Lin Yu looked at Jiang Yan, his eyes full of interest. Jiang Yan smiled calmly. Since Senior Lin says so, then I won't hold back. Chapter 18, Domain Unleashed, Yama descends. Under Zhang Xiaoshang's lead, the members of Class 2 arrived at the school's martial arena. The arena was as large as 2 football fields, fully equipped with energy suits and various weapons. Junior, do you need an energy suit? Lin Yu asked with concern. No need, I prefer to fight light. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. What a coincidence, I don't like heavy gear either. If I ever go to the battlefield, I wouldn't want to wear battle armor. Lin Yu casually picked up a silver spear. Junior Jiang, let me see the true strength of an SSS-level god-gifted. Lin Yu moved at lightning speed. Before the members of Class 2 had fully taken their seats, he was already charging at Jiang Yan with his spear. Jiang Yan flicked his foot, sending an alloy sword flying into the air. He gripped the hilt with his right hand and clashed with the incoming silver spear. Zzzzz. Sparks flew as the silver spear and alloy sword emitted cracking sounds, clearly on the verge of breaking. This can't be real. God Jiang and Senior Lin are fighting with first-tier strength, and yet they're damaging the weapons from the armory. It was well known that the weapons in Lin Jian's second high's armory could withstand even the full-force attacks of a third-tier martial master without breaking. Junior Jiang, you're truly extraordinary. Lin Yu's eyes burned with fighting spirit. The sleeve on his right arm tore apart as the silver spear unleashed its power, shattering the alloy sword. Jiang Yan spun around, picking up another obsidian sword, and countered the silver spear with a fierce strike. Bang! Lin Yu retreated a few steps, while Jiang Yan firmly planted his sword into the ground. My awakened A-level ability is Reforge. I can decompose and reconstruct any material I touch. Patterns appeared on the back of Lin Yu's hand as he gripped the spear. In the next moment, the silver spear transformed into countless sharp spikes, continuously stabbing toward Jiang Yan. Your ability is quite interesting. Jiang Yan began to move, dodging the spikes' attacks and seizing the opportunity to slash with his sword. As my level increases, I can reconstruct more materials simultaneously. Lin Yu stomped on the ground, and a vibranium wall instantly rose to block the slash. Junior Jiang, if you don't use your god gift, you might lose, Lin Yu said with a smile. Seems like it. Jiang Yan sighed, casually tossing the obsidian sword to Lin Yu. Here's a weapon for you. Now it's my turn to attack. Black mist swirled in his hand, and a strange ghostly token appeared. With this ghost token, the underworld soldiers heed my command. Jiang Yan murmured softly. In an instant, the martial arena was filled with eerie winds. Ghostly shadows emerged from the vibranium ground, gradually solidifying. They wore black armor and wielded various weapons. You're a summoner. As expected of an SSS level. Even at the first tier, you can summon so many underworld soldiers. Lin Yu was amazed. Your ability is also impressive. It's not just A level, is it? Jiang Yan remarked. Lin Yu smiled meaningfully at his words. Jiang Yan immediately understood his secret. He had been hiding the true level of his god gift. So you're not just A level? Jiang Yan asked curiously. Not exactly. My Reforge is actually S level. I didn't want to attract the attention of alien races, so I had my records altered to A level, Lin Yu admitted. As expected, such a powerful ability being labeled as A level was absurd. Boom, boom, boom. While they spoke, the underworld soldiers summoned by Jiang Yan were being smashed to pieces by the vibranium warhammer controlled by Lin Yu. Junior Jiang, surely this isn't the extent of your strength? Lin Yu asked calmly. Jiang Yan scratched his head. This is indeed a bit tricky. I thought a few ghost soldiers would be enough, but I didn't expect you, Senior Lin, to hide your strength so well. My so-called modesty is nothing compared to you, Lin Yu said with a smile. Junior Jiang, let me see your true skills. The smile on Jiang Yan's face disappeared as he looked at Lin Yu with a calm gaze. Senior Lin, are you sure? Lin Yu's expression turned serious. Junior Jiang, I came here not just to teach Class 2 students, but also to witness the power of you, an SSS-level God-gifted individual. Then I can't let Senior Lin down. Jiang Yan fixed his gaze on the 10 directions ghost token in his hand. A flash of crimson appeared in his eyes as he spoke in a low voice, his tone carrying an ancient aura. The Emperor of the Underworld is here, Yan Luo, heed my command. The 10 directions. Ghost token instantly released a beam of light that shot straight into the sky, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The faces of everyone in the martial arena changed drastically, their hearts consumed by fear. This is an SSS-level summoner. Lin Yu's eyes trembled, his voice hoarse. In the next moment, an ancient ghostly deity stood towering behind Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's crimson eyes glowed as his deep voice echoed throughout the martial arena. King Qin Guang. Suppress. The ancient ghostly deity suddenly opened its eyes, and a sinister, eerie palace appeared behind it, instantly enveloping the entire martial arena. Everyone was stunned. Was this still Linjiang No. 2 High School? What on earth was happening here? Is this hell? Did Jiang Yan throw us into hell? A male student stammered, his voice trembling as he was on the verge of fainting. The Hall of Ghost Judgment. This is the domain of King Qin Guang, one of the 10 kings of hell. Someone who knew the legends of the 10 kings of hell said, cold sweat dripping from their forehead. This place determines life and death. Hundreds and thousands of ghosts obey its commands. The scene of the Hall of Ghost Judgment became increasingly vivid. The surroundings were filled with various little ghosts, and horrifying instruments of torture hung from stone pillars. Screams of agony echoed incessantly. King Qin Guang sat in the hall, his gaze icy as he stared. intently at Lin Yu, coldly announcing his death sentence, kill. The Hall of Ghost Judgment loomed like a massive mountain, blocking all of Lin Yu's escape routes. Countless chains wrapped around him, and the cruel instruments of torture drew closer and closer. Lin Yu's spirit was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the vision of King Qin Guang and the Hall of Ghost Judgment vanished instantly. Lin Yu spat out a mouthful of black blood, and collapsed heavily to the ground. That was just a mental attack. I haven't even started with physical attacks, and you can't hold on? Jiang Yan asked, puzzled. Zhang Xiaoshang rushed over, his face pale as if he'd been dead for days. How could you take this so seriously, old Zhang? Old Zhang, to be honest, if I had really gone all out, Senior Lin would already be dead, Jiang Yan admitted. If he had truly acted, there would have been no need to summon ghost soldiers. He could have simply let an invisible vengeful spirit strangle Lin Yu, and it would have been over in an instant. Not to mention, Lin Yu had voluntarily wanted to witness the power of an SSS-level god-gifted individual, which was why Jiang Yan reluctantly summoned one of the Yan Luo kings. This was his first time using a Yan Luo king, and he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Right from the start, the domain had crushed Lin Yu's spirit. It ended too quickly. I wanted to see what other moves King Qin Guang had, Jiang Yan said, pouting, clearly unsatisfied. Chapter 19, This is a Trial. Jiang. God Jiang actually defeated Senior Lin. God Jiang won. God Jiang is amazing. God Jiang is invincible. The belated cheers erupted throughout the venue, and the students of Class 2 were all ecstatic. Everyone had hoped that their peer, Jiang Yan, would win. Only Zhang Xiaoshang sighed and said, Old Jiang, I really underestimated you. Just now, Lin Yu had already used second-tier power, yet he still couldn't withstand your Yan Luo domain. Old Zhang, hurry and take Senior Lin to the emergency room. If you delay any longer, his brain might suffer severe aftereffects, Jiang Yan said with a yawn, glancing at Lin Yu, who was foaming at the mouth. You bastard. Zhang Xiaoshang glared at Jiang Yan angrily and, together with the medical staff, took Lin Yu away. Yan Luo absorbed the remnants of Lin Yu's soul fragments. Jiang Yan felt a warm current surge through his body, breaking through to the 5th level of the first tier. He slowly exhaled and said, an S-class remnant soul is truly extraordinary. Jiang Yan noticed his classmates staring at him with strange expressions, and raised an eyebrow. Why are you all staring at me? Have you become even more impressed with me than yesterday? Nangon Lu shook her head, her lips tightly pressed together. Jiang Yan, you sent Senior Lin to the ICU. Who's going to train us now? The other classmates nodded in agreement. God Jiang, you even sent the coach old Zhang invited to the hospital. What are we supposed to do now? He had indeed forgotten about that. After all, he didn't need Lin Yu's guidance at all. Faced with everyone's pitiful gazes, Jiang Yan felt a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly and said, for the next few days, I'll personally guide you. The entire second class erupted in cheers, their voices shaking the room. Long live God Jiang. With God Jiang teaching us personally, we're invincible. Yi Iran's eyes trembled slightly as she gazed at Jiang Yan in a daze. He said he would personally lead the second class. She secretly hoped in her heart. Jiang Yan, during these next few days together, I'll make you fall in love with me again. Jiang Yan smiled and said, since no one has any objections, let's head to the training room. Alright, brother Jiang. Zhou Pang, Jiang Yan's loyal follower, ran over excitedly, holding a bottle of water in his hand. Brother Jiang, you worked hard just now. Have some water to calm your nerves. Yun Tianjie also walked over with a gentle smile on his face. Brother Jiang, you're truly amazing. This spiritual medicine was brought back by my father from a secret realm. It can quickly restore mental energy. Everyone knew that as a summoner, Jiang Yan consumed a lot of mental energy, whether summoning ghost soldiers, vengeful spirits, or Yan Luo. So Yun Tianjie had specially brought the spiritual medicine to curry favor with Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Thanks. He casually grabbed a pill and tossed it into his mouth, eating it as if it were candy. The spiritual medicine melted instantly, making him feel refreshed. In truth, using the 10 Directions Ghost command to summon Yan Luo and ghost soldiers didn't consume any of his mental energy. This was his privilege, a command over the vengeful spirits of the underworld. Ordinary summoners had to expend a great deal of mental and spiritual energy to summon living or dead entities. But he didn't need to, he was only limited by the number of summons. Currently, at the first tier, he could only summon one Yan Luo. So the spiritual medicine Yun Tianjie brought was of no use to him, he just treated it like a mint candy, enjoying the cool, refreshing sensation. We're here. Jiang Yan led the second class to the training room at Linjiang No. 2 High School. Each training room was as large as a football field, fully equipped to accommodate an entire class for training. Brother Jiang, only training room number 3 is still available, Zhou Peng said. Then we'll use training room number 3, Jiang Yan replied calmly, hands in his pockets. Yun Tianjie smiled and said, Brother Jiang, I'll handle the paperwork. You go ahead and take everyone inside. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Jiang Yan nodded and led the second class into the training room. The equipment here was incredibly comprehensive, even including dumbbells weighing up to 10,000 Jin. This is my first time in the training room. There's even a punching strength tester here. Let me give it a try. Wang Chang, a buzzcut B-class strength type ability user, was very confident in his strength. He stood firmly, bent his knees, and gathered all his power before delivering a fierce punch to the tester. The numbers on the screen quickly climbed as the entire class watched intently. Ding! Your punching strength is 3,156 kilograms, the tester announced. Wow, Wang Chang, you're incredible. That punch could probably bring down a building. I underestimated you before. This punching strength is probably the highest in our class. Wang Chang tried to appear modest, but he couldn't help the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This is nothing. My strength is nothing compared to Yun Tianjie and Jiang Yan. Brother Chang, don't be so modest. Class President Yun has lightning abilities, and God Jiang has summoning talents. When it comes to punching strength, you're the one to beat. Flattered by the compliments, Wang Chang grinned. Is that so? Then I won't be shy about claiming the title of Punch King of the second class. The boys continued to chatter, their words lifting Wang Chang's spirits higher and higher. Someone said, Brother Chang, with your full-force punch, even Jiangshan would have to obediently bow down. That's right, no matter how powerful Jiangshan is, he can't overcome the restriction of not being able to get close to the summoner. As long as Brother Chang gets near him, one punch will knock him down. Just as a few people were praising each other, the training room door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. A burly man with a tiger-like back and bear-like waist strode in. He was a towering 2 meters tall, his body covered in muscles, and he coldly scanned the crowd. Which class are you from? Who allowed you to use training room number 3? The girls in the class were all frightened. This classmate, we are students from class 2, and we've already applied to the director. Yun Tianjie hadn't finished speaking when the man interrupted coldly. Training room number 3 is exclusively mine. No matter who you applied to, get out immediately. His voice was deep and powerful. Yun Tianjie instinctively looked at Jiang Yan. As the class monitor of class 2, he naturally regarded Jiang Yan as the backbone. Jiang Yan smiled and said, the training NPC has arrived. He patted Yun Tianjie's shoulder. Don't be nervous, just treat this as a test. Jiang Yan clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. All God-gifted individuals with strength and enhancement abilities stepped forward. Wang Chang and 4 other boys looked puzzled but walked over. Jiang Yan smiled and said, each of you, one by one, drive this brainless muscle-flexing guy out of training room number 3. As soon as he said this, the people in class 2 finally understood that the guidance Jiang Yan mentioned was actually about fighting a monster. The burly man in front of them was intimidating just to look at. This guy, whom Jiang Yan referred to as the training NPC, had muscles taut all over his body and roared, I am Meng Zhan from class 7, with an A-level barbaric bear martial soul. If you dare, come challenge me. Meng Zhan roared furiously, his muscles suddenly swelling, and his skin sprouted dark brown fur, making him look terrifying. The A-level barbaric bear martial soul belonged to the physical enhancement category of abilities. He grew to a height of 2.5 meters, and his roar sent chills down the spines of everyone in class 2. Jiangshan, you're not joking, are you? You want us to fight this monster? I know him. He's the strongest God-gifted individual in class 7. I heard he's already qualified for the Jiangcheng martial arts tournament. The strength-type ability users named by Jiang Yan trembled, their legs weak with fear. Brother Chang, your punching power is over 3,000 kilograms. You go first and try a punch against him. Wang Chang gritted his teeth. You really want me to die, huh? Despite his powerful punches, he was still scared of facing the monster from class 7. Brother Jiang, isn't this too much for them? Yun Tianjie frowned and asked. Jiang Yan, hands in his pockets, replied calmly, in 3 days, the school will hold a martial arts competition. The top 10 will qualify to represent the school in the Zhengqing tournament. They insisted on having me guide them, and my method is through actual combat. Jiang Yan glanced at the training equipment and smiled faintly. After all, those wooden stakes won't fight back. Only actual combat is the only path to becoming stronger. Jiang Yan's voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard him clearly. A male student clenched his fist. Jiang Shen is right. Training is about fighting real battles. I'm also a sea-level strength enhancer, I can't be afraid. This student, named Li Jun, had awakened a sea-level golden light curse, which belonged to the strength enhancement category of abilities. He took a deep breath, and his body seemed to be covered in a layer of golden light, increasing his strength nearly 20-fold. Mengzhan, I'll spar with you. Li Jun's abilities were activated, his speed surged, and he leaped forward, delivering a whip-like kick. Courting death. Mengzhan reached out with a large hand, grabbing Li Jun directly and squeezing hard. Li Jun's golden light flashed intensely as he struggled desperately to break free, falling heavily to the ground. Ugh! Li Jun's golden light dissipated, and he sat heavily on the ground, temporarily losing his ability to fight. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction. Key moments trigger potential. The golden light was pushed to its limit. Li Jun also realized this. Looking at the golden light flickering on his body, he shouted excitedly, "My golden light has become brighter." He looked at Jiang Yan excitedly, his voice trembling with emotion. Only at the brink of life and death can the divine potential truly be unleashed. Normally, just hitting training equipment might not lead to a breakthrough for months, but in the moment of crisis during a real battle with Mengzhan, the potential bursts forth immediately. Breaking through under pressure yields instant results. Is real combat really that effective? I'll give it a try. Lin Dong took a deep breath, bravely stepped forward, and faced the tall and imposing Mengzhan. I'll be your opponent. Lin Dong threw off his outer garment, and a set of silver armor suddenly appeared on him. B-level divine gift, silver white chariot. His strength instantly surged, his aura became extraordinary, and he charged forward fiercely. Mengzhan had already lost his patience. He roared, and his massive bear paw swept forward with a gust of wind, shaking the training room's equipment. Bang! Lin Dong's fist collided with Mengzhan's giant paw, and he was violently sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into the hard wall and slowly sliding down. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Dong stood up again, his gaze resolute. Again! He charged at Mengzhan, his silver armor on the verge of shattering. The two exchanged blows fiercely for dozens of rounds, but in the end, Lin Dong was still sent flying with a single slap, his silver armor shattered. Sliding down the wall, Lin Dong's face showed a smile. Even though I lost, I've seen my shortcomings clearly. Seeing these people lose one after another yet still so happy, Wang Chang couldn't hold back anymore. I'm going for it. Wang Chang awakened his B-level ability, body reinforcement, making his body incredibly tough, even harder than rock. Taste the power of Class 2's Boxing King. He gritted his teeth and swung his fist with all his might. This punch was fast and fierce, carrying astonishing power as it aimed straight at Mengzhan's face. I don't have time to play with you all. Mengzhan's entire body trembled, feeling that this group was simply mocking him. Clearly, each of them was weak, yet they kept taking turns challenging him. The gap between A-level and B-level divine gifts was like heaven and earth. A murderous glint flashed in Mengzhan's eyes as he clenched his right fist, releasing a golden blow, stone-shattering, sky shock. That's a low-grade Shen level martial technique, someone exclaimed. Wang Chang was dumbfounded. This joke had gone too far, hadn't it? The previous challengers didn't even use techniques, but now it was his turn, and Mengzhan was going all out. Wang Chang felt the suffocating pressure of the overwhelming power and knew there was no escape. Die! Mengzhan roared. The golden light intensified, and the immense force came crashing down. Training time is over. Just as Wang Chang thought he was doomed, Jiang Yan's lazy voice rang out. With his hands in his pockets, he leisurely walked up to Wang Chang, finally pulling out his right hand from his pocket and using his palm to forcibly block Mengzhan's earth-shattering punch. Boom! The immense force reverberated, the wind howled, and Jiang Yan's outer garment billowed wildly. As the residual force dissipated, Jiang Yan's hair was disheveled, yet he remained calm, one hand still in his pocket while the other firmly held back Mengzhan's fist. Everyone in Class 2 stared wide-eyed, their jaws practically dropping to the floor. Jiang God isn't a summoner? His physical body is unbelievably strong. Jiang God is Jiang God because he's not just a summoner, he's an all-rounder. Everyone swallowed hard, their hearts filled with awe. The most shocked, of course, was Mengzhan. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, his eyes nearly bulging out, you actually blocked my stone-shattering sky shock. Seems like it, Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly, shrugging as if blocking the punch was no big deal. Who are you? Meng Zhan's voice was grim. Jiang Yan. Just call me Jiang God, Jiang Yan answered with a smile. Upon hearing the name, Meng Zhan's eyes widened in fury. You're Jiang Yan? Good, good, good. Finally, a worthy opponent. Today, I'll crush you underfoot. Seeing him grow increasingly agitated, his muscles trembling all over, Jiang Yan quickly interrupted, hold on, I need to correct. You. Jiang Yan withdrew his hand, both hands back in his pockets, casually looking at Meng Zhan with a confident smile. I have no opponents, and you don't qualify to be one. Chapter 21, Absolute Domination. Suppressing Meng Zhan. Silence. A deathly silence. The third training room was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The students of Class 2 held their breath, their eyes filled with shock. Jiang Shen truly lived up to his name, he completely disregarded Meng Zhan. It was common knowledge that, apart from Jiang Yan and Yi Yiran, the A-level God-gifted individuals were the strongest in Linjiang No. 2 High School. Meng Zhan was one of the best among them. Even Yun Tianjie was no match for Meng Zhan. Such a top-tier expert, a genius ranked among the best in Linjiang province, was utterly ignored by Jiang Yan. It could only be said that Jiang Shen was indeed not an ordinary human. Faced with Jiang Yan's disdain, veins bulged on Meng Zhan's forehead, and his sharp teeth exuded ferocity. Jiang Yan, you're too arrogant. Oh, if I were truly arrogant, you'd have been crushed to dust by me long ago. How much longer do you think you could shout in this training room? Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smile, his tone gentle yet brimming with confidence. If I were really arrogant, the moment you stepped into the third training room, you'd have been reduced to ashes. As he spoke, his face maintained a faint smile, an air of calm and elegance that was impossible to ignore. If anyone else said that, I'd definitely call him out. But since it's Jiang Shen saying it, I actually find it makes perfect sense. Of course. That's Jiang Shen, the godlike figure of Linjiang No. 2 High School. The students of Class 2 had long since subconsciously regarded Jiang Yan as an omnipotent being. They believed in him unreservedly, convinced that he could accomplish anything. Meng Zhan was thoroughly enraged by Jiang Yan. The savage bloodline within him was triggered, and he transformed into a raging wild bear, his combat power surging to its peak. Roar! He roared as he lunged at Jiang Yan, his terrifying bear claws slicing through the air with sharp wind blades. Jiang Yan easily sidestepped, his hair fluttering in the wind from the blades. Bang! Meng Zhan charged at Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan calmly raised his right hand and firmly caught the punch. The stark contrast in their physiques created a striking visual impact. No one knew just how immense the power hidden within Jiang Yan's body was, to the point where he could physically clash with Meng Zhan head-on. Time for a lesson. Today, I'll teach you all how to deal with these big guys. Jiang Yan withdrew his fist, nimbly maneuvered behind Meng Zhan, and delivered a fierce kick to the back of Meng Zhan's knee. Ow! Meng Zhan cried out in pain, his right leg buckling as he fell to his knees. He flailed wildly, but Jiang Yan didn't dodge. Just as Meng Zhan's massive hand was about to grab him, Jiang Yan kicked out, dislocating Meng Zhan's arm. What a thrilling fight! Don't you all agree? Jiang Yan, a summoner, had a particular fondness for hand-to-hand combat. When facing strength-based or physically enhanced God-gifted individuals, he always wanted to crush them personally. He relished defeating opponents in the areas they excelled at. Can you still talk? Jiang Yan squatted down with a smile, looking at Meng Zhan, who was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Meng Zhan had completely lost his will to fight, rendered unconscious by Jiang Yan's beating. Jiang Yan even extracted a wisp of Meng Zhan's residual soul, absorbing it to greatly enhance his own power. The students of Class 2 were all dumbfounded, their eyes wide and jaws nearly dropping. Was this real? This was too unbelievable. Wasn't Jiang Yan a summoner? His physical body should be fragile, breaking at the slightest touch. What was going on now? A summoner had actually pinned a strength-based ability user to the ground and beaten him senseless, completely overwhelming him. Earlier, Wang Chang had been boasting about his over 3,000 kilograms of punching power, thinking he could knock Jiang Yan out with one punch. Now, he was kneeling in despair, utterly hopeless. Exhausted, he wished for the world to end. His proud 3,000 kilograms of punching power probably couldn't even budge one of Jiang Yan's fingers. And yet, he had thought he could take Jiang Yan down with one punch. Put! Someone couldn't hold back their laughter. Did you hear what Wang Chang said earlier? I heard it. I wanted to call him out too. Dreaming of knocking Jiangshan out with one punch? More like giving Jiangshan a tickle. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I really can't stop laughing. Ha ha ha. Several girls laughed so hard they were doubled over, while Wang Chang's face turned ashen, and he was so ashamed he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Zhang Yan threw the unconscious Mangzhan outside the training room door, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "All right. Everyone, continue training. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Me. Jiangshan, I always have trouble controlling my punches. Can you teach me hands-on? A girl wearing boxing gloves asked sweetly. Of course, Zhang Yan replied with a light smile as he walked over. The girl's face flushed with excitement, feeling incredibly lucky to be personally guided by Zhang Yan. The other girls gritted their teeth in jealousy. Ugh, Zhang Lily really knows how to steal the spotlight. Jiangshan is all hers now. We can't fall behind either. I want Jiangshan to teach me too, a girl with emerald green eyes shouted. Jiangshan, I can't control the growth speed of Lingwei grass. Can you help me adjust my spiritual power output? Jiangshan, I keep failing to release the water surge wave. Can you help me figure out the problem? The girls from class 2 all called out Zhang Yan's name, openly competing while secretly glaring at each other. Zhou, Pang and Yun Tianjie exchanged glances. Jianggu is really popular, Zhou Pang sighed. Yeah, Jianggu might be feeling the headache too, Yun Tianjie said with a shake of his head and a smile. Finally, Zhang Xiaoshang arrived at training room number 3 to announce the end of the school day, and Zhang Yan was finally freed from the guidance hell. Seeing Zhang Yan's exhausted face, Zhang Xiaoshang burst out laughing. What's wrong, old Zhang? You're so young, and you're already worn out. Zhang Yan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Hurry up and start the school tournament. I've realized that fighting is way easier than guiding these girls. If you hadn't sent Lin Yu to the emergency room, you wouldn't be this tired. Zhang Xiaoshang said angrily. Lin Yu had been his proud student. He had come to help with training out of goodwill, only to be sent straight to the ICU by Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan shrugged, looking a bit helpless. I didn't expect Senior Lin to be so fragile. You. Zhang Xiaoshang wanted to say something but was at a loss for words. Lin Yu had indeed been his most outstanding and proud student, but compared to Zhang Yan, there was a clear gap. You know, Lin Yu deliberately suppressed his level when sparring with you, Zhang Xiaoshang said in Lin Yu's defense. Lin Yu had indeed suppressed his 3rd tier 6th level to the peak of 1st tier, but when Zhang Yan unleashed the 10 halls of Yama, Lin Yu instinctively used 2nd tier power and still couldn't win. When Senior Lin wakes up, remind him to treat me to a meal. After all, I took over his guidance duties, Zhang Yan said, waving his hand as he leisurely left the school. Chapter 22, The School Tournament, Ghost Fiend Zuoqiu ***. After Zhang Yan's training, the combat abilities of Class 2 students had improved significantly. On the day of the school tournament, Zhang Xiaoshang informed Zhang Yan, Old Zhang, you don't need to participate in the school tournament. The school has already reserved a spot for you. The Class 2 students didn't doubt this and instead showed expressions of as expected. That's how it should be. Zhang Xin is the school's recognized genius. Of course, he deserves special privileges. If it were anyone else, I might not believe it, but if it's Zhang Xin, I have no objections. Zhang Yan smiled and said, I understand. The school is being considerate. If I were to compete, first place would be a foregone conclusion, and the audience wouldn't find the matches exciting. Zhang Xiaoshang covered his face in exasperation. Old Zhang, if you were a little less narcissistic, you'd definitely be even more popular. This isn't narcissism, it's confidence, Zhang Yan replied with a smile. Zhang Xiaoshang stopped wasting words and led the Class 2 students to the martial arena. The arena was packed with people. Zhang Xiaoshang brought Class 2 to the preparation room. Today, Class 2 is up against Class 1. Do you all have confidence? Yes. Zhang Yan raised both hands and shouted. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Yan. Zhang Xiaoshang sighed. Old Zhang, go to the audience seats. This has nothing to do with you. Oh, I almost forgot I'm banned from competing. Well, you all have fun. I'll take my leave, Zhang Yan said with a smile, waving as he walked away leisurely. Yun Tianjie watched Zhang Yan's retreating figure with admiration. I wish I could be as carefree as Zhang Gu someday. Don't even think about it. I've known Zhang Gu since we were kids. That carefree attitude of his is just inborn. I've never seen him angry, he's always laid back and indifferent to everyone. And no one can make him take things seriously, Zhou Peng remarked with emotion. Perhaps it was this relaxed and lazy demeanor that made Brother Zhang stand out. We can't let Brother Jiang leave us too far behind, Yun Tianjie said, his eyes gleaming with determination. I want to grow stronger and fight alongside Brother Jiang. Yes, I can't fall behind either, Zhou Ping nodded. In the audience, Jiang Yan casually found an empty seat and sat down. A girl next to him looked surprised and cautiously asked, "Are you Jiang Yan?" "I think I am," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. "It's really you. I can't believe I'm sitting next to Jiangshan, I'm so excited." The girl almost jumped up. Jiang Yan's fame had already spread throughout Linjiang No. 2 High School, and many students regarded him as a legendary figure. Jiangshan, this is for you. I just bought this popcorn, the girl said shyly, handing over the bucket of popcorn. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. You must be a junior, right? Treating martial arts as if it's a movie? Yes, I'm in the second year. The school tournament is held for third-year students, and the whole school stops classes for it. We're here to get a preview of the divine gift, the girl explained. By the way, Jiangshan, aren't you participating in the school tournament? I heard the top 10 will represent the school in the Zhangchang martial arts tournament. Jiang Yan smiled and said, since you call me Jiangshan, you should know that someone as strong as me already has a guaranteed spot. Wow, as expected of Jiangshan. The girl looked at him with admiration, then muttered, but that means I won't get to see you show off your skills. I was hoping to go back to class. Jiang Yan chuckled lightly. Even if I don't participate, this tournament will be exciting. Trust me. Okay. The girl's eyes sparkled. Soon, the host appeared floating in mid-air, and the lights in the venue dimmed while the lights in the martial arts arena lit up. The Linjiang No. 2 High School tournament is about to begin. The rules are as follows. Each class will take turns sending one student for one-on-one battles. The winner earns 1 point and can stay in the arena for consecutive victories. At the end of the tournament, the top 10 scorers will represent the school in the Zhangchang martial arts tournament. Now, let the tournament begin. The host stood in the center of the arena as 2 large doors slowly opened. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Class 1's Zuoqiu versus Class 2's Wang Chang, the host announced loudly. Zuoqiu sneered at Wang Chang and said disdainfully, "Where's Jiang Yan from your class? After you lose, let him come up and fight me." "Ha, you think you can challenge Jiangshan?" Wang Chang clenched his fists, ready to fight. "You'll be done in no time, Jiangshan won't even need to step in." Zua Xiu's face darkened. "I'll show Linjiang No. 2 High School who the real strong one is. No matter how powerful the divine gift is, it's no match for me." A-level ability, Ghost Fiend. Black mist enveloped Zuoqiu, and ghostly shadows rushed toward Wang Chang. Wang Chang's pupils contracted. The same attribute as Jiangshan. But you're far from his level. He clenched his fists, his blood boiling, and punched the ghostly shadows, scattering them. Wang Chang pushed off the ground, launching himself like a missile toward Zuoqiu. "It's over. I've closed the distance, you have no moves left." "It is indeed over," Zuoqiu smirked coldly. In the next moment, Wang Chang's pupils shrank to pinpoints, and he fell heavily to the ground, coughing up black blood. His veins burst, and blood flowed everywhere. Ugh, ah! The scene was eerie. No one had expected Wang Chang to suddenly lose his combat ability. The host was stunned and only spoke after a long pause. "The winner of this match is Zuoqiu." What just happened?" Zhang Xiaoxing's voice trembled. Wang Chang was quickly taken away by medical staff. Zuoqiu glanced contemptuously at Class 2 and sneered, "Jiang Yan, or rather, Jiang Shen, come up and fight me." The students in Class 2 looked at each other nervously. "Old Zhang, should we ask Jiang Shen to come down from the audience?" one student asked anxiously. "No need to trouble Brother Jiang, I'll take his place." Yun Tianjie said coldly. "If you want to challenge Brother Jiang, you'll have to get past me first." He leaped onto the stage, surrounded by crackling purple lightning. "I'll fight you," the host loudly announced. Class 1's Zuoqiu versus Class 2's Yun Tianjie, the match begins. Zuoqiu mocked, "Is Class 2 deaf? I said let Jiang Yan come up, didn't you hear me? Or is it that Jiang Yan doesn't even dare to fight me? Insulting Brother Jiang? I won't let you off." Yun Tianjie's face twisted, lightning surged violently, transforming him into the god of thunder, and he lunged at Zuoqiu in an instant, moving so fast that he was a blur. Boom! Purple lightning turned into a raging blade, slashing down fiercely. Zuoqiu sneered, a frog in a well, unaware of how dangerous it is. Ghostly shadows filled the air, diving into Yun Tianjie's body. Yun Tianjie suddenly felt it hard to breathe, and in the next moment, his eyes were bloodshot, tears of blood streaming down. What did you do? The lightning dissipated, and he bled from all 7 orifices, looking utterly horrifying. My ghost fiend is far superior to Jiang Yan's treasure that only summons ghost soldiers. It can silently and invisibly kill its opponent. Zhuo Qiu grins sinisterly. Enough, you're done. Zhuo Qiu lightly tapped Yun Tianjie, and Yun Tianjie immediately felt excruciating pain in his internal organs. His blood vessels burst, and he collapsed heavily like a bloodied figure. Chapter 23, Then let him be crippled. The martial arts hall fell into dead silence, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The host was dumbfounded. He knew Zhuo Qiu had awakened an A-level ability, but this was too insane, winning 2 matches in just 5 minutes. And Yun Tianjie was also one of the top A-level ability users. To be defeated so quickly was simply unbelievable. Let us congratulate Zhuo Qiu for achieving 2 consecutive victories, the host announced after regaining his composure. Yun Tianjie lay weakly on the ground, his eyes lifeless as he looked toward Jiang Yan in the audience. His lips moved, but no sound came out. Brother Jiang. I lost. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Zhuo Qiu's methods were too ruthless, easily destroying someone's meridians and crippling their cultivation. At this moment, Class 2 was in chaos. If even Captain Yun can't win, who among us can be his match? Old Shang, quickly get Jiang Yan to step in. We are no match for Zhuo Qiu. What kind of monster is this Zhuo Qiu? His ability is too abnormal, completely out of our league. Just as everyone was discussing and preparing to call Jiang Yan to the stage, a crisp voice rang out. Teacher Zhang, I am willing to fight. Yi Yiran's eyes were resolute. My S-level ability, Lu Ocean's Holy Water, is naturally counter to ghost attributes. I am confident I can defeat Zhuo Qiu. Zhang Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Jiang Yan's brilliance was so dazzling that he almost forgot he was leading a class of dual prodigies. Besides the top-tier Jiang Yan, Yi Yiran, who possessed an S-level ability, was also a powerhouse. Yi Yiran's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked toward a figure in the audience, biting her lip. Jiang Yan, I will make you notice me. Her figure was light as she leaped onto the stage. Lu Ocean's holy water transformed into a blue spiritual garment, enveloping her entire body, both light and beautiful. Oh, isn't this the school beauty of our second high? You're going to be my opponent? Should I go easy on you? Zhuo Qiu squinted and smiled. Yi Yiran ignored him, her gaze turning to the host. The host snapped out of his shock. Zhuo Qiu is too strong. Can he achieve 3 consecutive victories? Let's wait and see. Class 1's Zhuo Qiu versus Class 2's Yi Yiran, the match begins. As soon as the host finished speaking, Zhuo Qiu suddenly laughed. Yi Yiran frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at that useless Jiang Yan. He doesn't dare to come up himself and even sends his girlfriend to fight. Zhuo Qiu's tone was full of mockery. I am not Jiang Yan's girlfriend. Yi Yiran was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. But Jiang Yan is not someone you can insult. Spirit Tide. Yi Yiran's eyes glowed blue as a mass of water quickly formed into several water tornadoes, surrounding the martial arts arena and closing in on Zhuo Qiu. Underestimating me, huh? Zhuo Qiu shook his head. S-level abilities are indeed strong, but with effort, one can catch up even later on. Zhuo Qiu no longer held back. His second tier aura erupted suddenly, shocking everyone. Second tier. Zhuo Qiu has actually reached second tier strength, the host exclaimed. Yi Yiran's eyes widened. Her level was only at stage 1, level 4. Yi School Beauty, are you scared? Zhuo Qiu sneered. Jiang Yan doesn't want you, so why not be with me? I'll treat you well. You don't deserve Jiang Yan, Yi Yiran responded coldly. A woman who toys with feelings and then discards people dares to reject me? Zhuo Qiu's face twisted. We're both ghost tamers. Why is it that Jiang Yan can earn everyone's respect and admiration, but I can't? Just because he's an SSS-level god-gifted? Jealousy made Zhuo Qiu's face contort with rage. He gritted his teeth. Since you like him so much, why don't you die for him instead? Ghost fiend. Zhuo Qiu roared. A ghostly shadow instantly pierced through the water tornado, heading straight for Yi Yiran's body. Buzz. The Luotian robe emitted a dazzling light, forcing the ghost fiend back. I am the true god of Linjiang Second High. Me. Zhuo Qiu unleashed stage 2 power, his entire body shooting toward Yi Yiran like a missile, his fist wrapped in black energy, smashing down on her. Bang! Yi Yiran used a water shield to block, but the shield was shattered. Her abdomen took a heavy blow, and she was sent flying. Ugh! Yi Yiran spat blood, weak and frail. She looked up at the person in the audience. Jiang Yan's face was calm, watching Zhuo's actions with a composed gaze. Jiang! Yi Yiran wanted to call his name, but Zhuo stomped hard on her back. Ah! So this is what an S-level ability user amounts to? Nothing special. Zhuo smugly stepped on Yi Yiran, his face full of sadistic pleasure. Supporters immediately rushed forward. The match is over. Congratulations to Zhuo for achieving 3 consecutive victories. Zhuo snatched the microphone from the host's hand and mocked, Jiang Yan, are you a coward? Your woman is about to be beaten to death by me, and you're still hiding, afraid to come out? Class 1 students shouted loudly, where is Jiang Yan from Class 2? Why hasn't he come out yet? Is he scared? Yeah, he claims to be powerful. Jiang God? When he sees young Master Zhuo, he should kneel and call him Zhuo God. Class 1's homeroom teacher walked toward Class 2's preparation room with a smile, seeing Zhang Xiaoxing's dark expression. Mr. Zhang, weren't you quite impressive during the awakening ceremony? Mr. Lin, your student is going too far. It's just a sparring match between students, there's no need to beat someone like that. Zhang Xiaoxing held back his anger. Lin Jun was indifferent. Zhuo is a child who fought his way out of the beast hunting forest. It's normal for him to be heavy-handed. Normal? Truly normal. Zhang Xiaoxing gritted his teeth and said to Zhou Peng beside him, quickly call Jiang Yan back. He's sitting in the audience looking all relaxed. Zhou Peng hesitated for a moment. Old Zhang, didn't you say Jiang Yan was banned from competing? Class 1 is already at our doorstep, who cares about bans? Class 2 students' eyes turned red. Jiang God, come out and crush those Class 1 bastards in seconds. Jiang God, you must avenge Yiran. Girls who were close to Yi Yiran sobbed. Lin Jun frowned. Banned? What do you mean? Isn't Jiang Yan not competing because he's scared? Zhang Xiaosheng sneered. Mr. Lin, I didn't want to crush the student's confidence, so I didn't let Jiang Yan compete. You think your student can advance steadily? Zhang Xiaosheng said coldly. No chance. He's about to be eliminated. Ha! Lazy Yan echoed. Jiang Yan leaned against the preparation room doorframe. Old Zhang, you really don't keep your word. Old Zhang, I'm the homeroom teacher. I can't just watch my students get abused. I'm begging you this time, cripple Zhuo. Do it for Yun Tianjia and the others. Hearing this, Lin Jun's face changed drastically. He quickly looked at Jiang Yan. You wouldn't dare. Zhuo is the heir of the Zhuo family, one of Jiang City's 5 major families. The Zhuo family. Heir? That's quite troublesome. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Then let's cripple him. Chapter 24, Keeping the Promise, Crippling You. Why is Class 2 taking so long to choose someone? Are they out of options and preparing to surrender to Class 1? The host tried to liven up the atmosphere. The students of Class 1 were unusually excited. Is this the level of Class 2? Our young Master Zhuo alone can take them down. It's so boring. Where's Jiang Yan? Where's the god of Class 2? Did he hear about Zhuoxin's 3 consecutive wins and turn into a coward? Everyone mocked. Just as Class 1 was getting carried away, a lazy voice rang out, Coward? Are you talking about me? As soon as the voice sounded, the previously mocking Zhuo immediately became serious. The students of Class 1 fell silent, looking fearfully toward Class 2's preparation room. No way, wasn't Jiang Yan banned from competing? Everyone in senior year knows about this. It was precisely because Jiang Yan couldn't compete, and they had seen him sitting in the audience, that they dared to be so arrogant. Now, with Jiang Yan appearing in the preparation room, everyone was stunned. Zhuo sneered, Coward, if you have the guts, fight me. Sure, just what I wanted. Jiang Yan, hands in his pockets, walked leisurely onto the martial arts stage. By the way, let me tell you something in advance. Zhuo was puzzled. What is it? Nothing major, Jiang Yan smiled, just that I'm going to cripple you. As soon as he said this, Zhuo's pupils contracted sharply, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his cheek. You're joking, right? Are you sure you can beat me? I'm on a 3-win streak. Zhuo said fiercely. Ha ha. Jiang Yan laughed as if he'd heard a big joke, unable to stop himself. After laughing, he wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. How many matches you win has nothing to do with me. Jiang Yan stared sharply. At Zhuo, I just want you to know this. Remember it. Jiang Yan tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the students of Class 1. I'm right here, waiting for you to challenge me. Whoever dares to come up, I'll cripple them. The students of Class 1 were terrified, bowing their heads and not daring to say a word. Jiang Yan was very satisfied with their reaction and lazily looked at the host. You can start now. Oh. Class 1's Zhuoqiu versus Class 2's Jiang Yan. The match begins, the host announced. Zhuoqiu struck first, Ghost Fiend. A ghostly shadow quickly rushed toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan merely tilted his head to glance at the Ghost Fiend, and it immediately froze, not daring to move. Ghost Fiend? Zhuoqiu's face changed, swallowing hard. Ghost Fiend, kill him. Kill him. No matter how Zhuoqiu commanded, the Ghost Fiend remained motionless, obediently floating in front of Jiang Yan. Your head is too high, Jiang Yan said indifferently. The Ghost Fiend obediently knelt down, lowering its body. In truth, the Ghost Fiend was just a vengeful spirit, but facing Jiang Yan, it behaved like an obedient child. The eerie scene left everyone in the martial arts arena stunned. The ghostly shadow that had just defeated 3 people in a row now looked like a child who had made a mistake, kneeling obediently. What was going on? What did you do to my Ghost Fiend? You cheated. How are you controlling my Ghost Fiend? Zhuoqiu's eyes were bloodshot, staring at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan patiently explained, as you can see, your Ghost Fiend knelt as soon as it saw me. There's nothing I can do about it. Impossible. The Ghost Fiend is my divine gift. It should obey my commands. Zhuoqiu roared. Ghost Fiend, return. The Ghost Fiend still didn't move, kneeling in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan chuckled, Ghost Fiend, go back to your master. Upon hearing the command, the Ghost Fiend seemed to awaken from a dream and flew back into Zhuoqiu's body. Zhuoqiu was drenched in cold sweat, his entire body soaked. You used a ghost command. No, my hands are empty right now. Jiang Yan stretched out his hands, showing he held nothing. You didn't use an SSS-level ghost command, so how can you control a ghost that already has a master? Jiang Yan smiled, controlling ghosts is an innate ability of mine, it has never relied on the tenfold ghost command. He was born to command 100 ghosts and lead an army of spirits. Alright, enough chit-chat. It's time for me to fulfill my promise. Jiang Yan turned his head and stretched his neck. What promise? Zhuoqiu suddenly panicked. Jiang Yan replied. Simply, to cripple you. Zhuoqiu's eyes contracted sharply. No. You can't cripple me. Do you know who I am? I do. You're the eldest young master of the Zhou family, one of the 5 major families in Jiangcheng. Jiang Yan continued walking, without stopping. Faced with Jiang Yan's approach, Zhuoqiu trembled in fear. Get a grip. If you cripple me, the Zhou family won't let you off. Jiang Yan was indifferent. Oh, really? Zhuoqiu squinted his eyes and suddenly became ruthless. After all, he was a second-tier martial artist. Even if divine blessings were ineffective against Jiang Yan, he could still crush him with sheer strength. You're going too far. Zhuoqiu roared, black energy swirling around his fist as he struck fiercely at Jiang Yan's chest. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smile. Second tier? Impressive? He casually caught the punch, holding it firmly as his 5 fingers slowly tightened. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking sent chills down everyone's spine. Zhuoqiu's face twisted in pain, and a scream erupted from his mouth. Ah! He tried to pull his fist back, but Jiang Yan's grip was unyielding, rendering him immobile. Jiang Yan smiled as he looked at him. Is this the strength of a second-tier martial artist? Quite troublesome, indeed. He applied more force, crushing Zhuoqiu's right fist into a deformed mess. Ah! Zhuoqiu's right hand was completely shattered, hanging limply. His face was filled with terror as he looked at Jiang Yan like he was a monster. What about me? Weren't you the one clamoring to spar with me earlier? Jiang Yan's lips curved slightly. Here I am. Come and defeat me. Zhuoqiu trembled all over. In his eyes, Jiang Yan was nothing short of a monster. I surrender. He only wanted to leave the martial arena as quickly as possible, even if it meant surrendering. But before he could utter the word surrender, his mouth opened. Yet no sound came out, as if his soul had been drained, leaving him in unbearable pain. Jiang Yan's right hand gripped Zhuoqiu's head, a smirk playing on his lips. Soul devour. He extracted most of Zhuoqiu's soul, consuming the remnants. A second-tier soul fragment. Its effects are indeed remarkable. Satisfaction flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes as his cultivation level broke through to the 6th stage of the 1st tier. He tossed Zhuoqiu, whose eyes were lifeless and face contorted, out of the martial arena like a piece of trash. Then, with a calm expression, he looked at the students of Class 1, Grade 3. Those who want me crippled, line up and come at me one by one. Jiang Yan smiled warmly, like a spring breeze. The entire arena was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Just moments ago, the arrogant Zhuo Qiu had been effortlessly dealt with by Jiang Yan. It was clear to any observer that Jiang Yan could have defeated Zhuo Qiu in a single move. They weren't even on the same level. But Jiang Yan had deliberately toyed with him, exchanging a couple of blows before crippling his cultivation and discarding him like garbage. This is Jiang Yan. He's too strong. Just standing there, he feels invincible. I admit it. I completely admit it. From now on, Linjiang No. 2 High School has only one god, and that's Jiangshan. Jiangshan is incredible. Unstoppable. Jiangshan is invincible, unparalleled. In the world. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting Jiang Yan's name in unison. The students of Class 1, Grade 3, were all stunned. Zhuo Qiu had lost, and now it was their turn to face him. Witnessing Jiang Yan's terrifying strength, none of them dared to face him one-on-one. That would be suicide. How about, we surrender? I agree. Jiang Yan already made it clear earlier, if we dare to go up, he'll definitely cripple us. The students of Class 1 were all so scared that their legs felt weak. No way. If we surrender, Class 1, Grade 3, will become the laughingstock of Linjiang No. 2 High School. The class monitor said coldly. We can't let Teacher Lin lose face. Class monitor, are you crazy? That's Jiang Yan, the true god of Linjiang No. 2 High School. Even Zhuo Qiu lost to him. What can we do? Are we really going to throw our lives away? Class monitor Lu Guangjuan clenched his fists tightly, suddenly raising his head to meet Jiang Yan's gaze. Jiang Yan stood in the martial arena with his hands in his pockets. Jiang Yan, we admit you're strong, but using an SSS-level divine blessing to duel us, don't you think that's too arrogant? Lu Guangjuan questioned. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. You have a point. He looked up at the host and lazily said, let the entire class come at me together. Ha? What? The host was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Jiang Yan smiled and said, I want to take on the entire Class 1 by myself. What? The host's eyes widened. One person challenging an entire class? How arrogant! Linjiang No. 2 High School has been around for a century and has produced many geniuses, but no one has ever been as audacious as Jiang Yan, daring to face an entire class alone. Class 1 of Grade 3, excluding the non-combatant Zhuo Qiu, still has a total of 38 people. Are you sure? The host was incredulous and asked again for confirmation. Jiang Yan nodded with a smile, I'm sure. Not only was the host shocked, but the students of Class 1 were also stunned. Class leader Lu, what did Jiang Yan just say? Lu Guangjuan's eyes widened as he suppressed his emotions. He said, he wants to take on our entire class by himself. Brother Lu, should we go? Lu Guangjuan gritted his teeth, we have 38 people. Are we afraid of him alone? Let's go. The students of Class 1 were invigorated and charged onto the martial arts arena. Together, they simultaneously activated their divine blessings, and the arena was instantly illuminated with dazzling light as they showcased their unique skills. Lu Guangjuan, B-level divine blessing, green vine sword. Long Outyan, A-level. Divine blessing, black dragon martial soul. Chang Qingshan, B-level divine blessing, divine speed. 38 voices rang out in succession as the students stood ready, their eyes fixed on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a faint smile as he stepped forward. An SSS-level aura instantly enveloped the entire arena, shaking their spirits and causing half of them to kneel directly. Jiang Yan, SSS-level divine blessing, 10 directions ghost command. He beckoned to the students of Class 1, come on, show me what you've got. As soon as he finished speaking, class leader Lu Guangjuan shouted, attack together. They weren't foolish enough to fight him one by one. All 38 of them worked together, unleashing their divine blessings in a fierce assault on Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan stood firm, his right hand surrounded by blood energy and ghostly aura, as the arena echoed with the screams of vengeful spirits. Soul-devouring palm. Jiang Yan suddenly struck with his palm. This palm collided with their combined attack like a ferocious beast tearing through, instantly sending over a dozen people in the front row flying. With just one strike, more than a dozen people were down, shrouded in black mist and unconscious. Cold sweat dripped from Lu Guangjuan's forehead as he swallowed hard, trying to steady the morale. Don't be afraid. That palm must be his limit. Let's keep working together. The remaining 20 or so people simultaneously unleashed their divine blessings again and charged at Jiang Yan. You're too arrogant. This time, you're done for. Oh, who told you I've already used all my strength? Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Soul-devouring palm is just my ordinary attack. Upon hearing this, the students of Class 1 turned pale, their legs trembling. They were in despair. Their combined attack had not only been neutralized by a single palm but had also cost them over a dozen members. Now he claimed that was just his regular move. Who could withstand that? Scatter! Lu Guangjuan gritted his teeth and shouted. The remaining 20 or so people quickly dispersed, surrounding Jiang Yan from all directions, as if setting up an inescapable net. If we can't defeat him together, then we'll surround him. Lu Guangjuan clenched his teeth. Jiang Yan scratched his head. Using your numerical advantage to surround me does pose a bit of a problem for me. Scared, aren't you? If you're scared, surrender and save yourself from a beating. A bold student shouted, enjoying the momentum. Jiang Yan looked at him, his lips curling slightly. Now, it's you who are surrounded. Night parade of 100 ghosts. A trace of blood red light flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. In an instant, the martial arts arena was filled with chilling winds and ghostly wails. Countless ghostly figures floated around the arena, appearing and disappearing, numbering over 100. The students of Class 1 were dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, they went from surrounding Jiang Yan to being surrounded by him. The 100 ghosts encircled them tightly, forcing them into the center of the arena. Jiang God, please, spare us. Jiang God, I know I was wrong. I'll never dare to slander you again. Please, I beg you to let me go. The students of Class 1 had long lost their previous arrogance. Now, each of them was trembling like frightened birds. Even Lu Guangjuan's face was pale. Jiang Yan, we're classmates. You can't do this to us. Facing their pleas, Jiang Yan tilted his head. When you were shouting about crippling Zuoqiu and Yun Tianjie, did you still think of us as classmates? The faces of the students in Class 1 grew even darker. They knew Jiang Yan would show no mercy and began cursing him. Jiang Yan simply smiled and snapped his fingers. Then let me give you a proper taste of tonight's banquet. Countless spirits surged forward, instantly entering the bodies of the Class 1 students. Despite their piercing screams, the souls of over 20 students were completely devoured. In less than a breath's time, everyone in Class 1 collapsed to the ground, losing their cultivation and teetering on the brink of death. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was too shocked to speak, their eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Yan, he had truly done it. Single-handedly, he had defeated an entire class. Chapter 26. Inside the preparation room for Class 2 of the Bai family in the imperial capital, Lin Jun sat paralyzed on the ground, dumbfounded as he watched his class being utterly crushed. How could this happen? Zheng Xiao sneered, Teacher Lin, it seems no one in your Class 1 is qualified to participate in the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament. Lin Jun remained silent. His once prized student Zuoqiu was nothing more than a toy in front of Jiang Yan. He had overestimated Zuoqiu and underestimated Jiang Yan. Thus ended the first day of the school's internal competition. The news of Jiang Yan single-handedly annihilating an entire class spread quickly. With the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament approaching, any school with a prodigy would see the news travel swiftly across Jiang City and even the entire Linjiang province. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan's reputation transformed from Jiang Yan to the awe-inspiring Ghost Immortal. At Linjiang No. 1 High School, a white-haired youth toyed with the Qingfeng seal in his hand, a faint smile on his lips. Is this Ghost Immortal you speak of really that powerful? Yes, there are rumors that his divine gift is of the highest SSS grade, making him the strongest at Linjiang No. 2 High School. SSS grade divine gift? A flicker of intrigue flashed in the white-haired youth's eyes. It seems the golden age has truly arrived, with even S-grade divine gift holders stepping into the spotlight. Lin Feiyu soared into the air, the third eye on his forehead radiating brilliance. His third-tier aura erupted instantly, enveloping the entirety of Linjiang No. 1 High School. Ghost Immortal, I'll be waiting for you at the martial arts tournament. Lin Feiyu laughed arrogantly, the Qingfeng seal shining brightly, complementing the radiance of his third eye, resembling a deity. At Linjiang No. 7 High School, inside the Enlightenment Room, a jade-skinned, coldly beautiful girl opened her emerald green eyes. Her gaze sparkled as a smile graced her lips. Ghost Immortal, what a lovely name. I hope we can meet at the martial arts tournament. Lu Qingming's eyes glimmered as a bridge of light, paved with hundreds of flowers extended outward. She lightly stepped onto the bridge, appearing like a fairy among flowers, and emerged at the highest point of Linjiang No. 7 High School, overlooking Jiang City. At Jiang City No. 16 High School, The entire school was abuzz about one person, Zhang Xiaoke. Did you hear? Rumor has it that the ghost immortal, who shocked Jiang City, is actually Zhang Xiaoke's older brother from class 5 of grade 3. I know. When Zhang Xiaoke was bullied, her brother, the ghost immortal, personally came to the school. The entire class 5 was surrounded by shadows. It was terrifying. I'm so jealous. I wish I had such an amazing and domineering brother. A girl with braided pigtails pouted, her eyes full of envy. There's nothing to envy. When I get to high school, I'll definitely be even stronger than the ghost immortal. A grade 3 boy declared ambitiously, filled with hope for the future. Jiang Yan had no idea. He was being called ghost immortal. He continued his usual routine, lazily commuting between home and school. A week passed quickly, and Linjiang No. 2 High School's internal competition was nearing its end. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Yan claimed first place, while the other 9 contestants, all A-grade divine gift holders, were also well known within Linjiang No. 2 High School. After the competition, the school distributed a bottle of genetic medicine to each student, with the top 10 receiving 5 bottles each. As the first-place winner, Jiang Yan was also awarded an additional spiritual medicine. Zhang Xiao smiled and said, "Old Zhang, do you know how much this spiritual medicine is worth outside?" 1 million. Jiang Yan replied indifferently. Wow. You already knew? I was hoping to see your surprised expression, but instead, I ended up being the one shocked. Zhang Xiao laughed helplessly. This is a 10-year heavenly spirit herb. I saw it in the spiritual plant encyclopedia. Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised. The school is so generous, actually giving me something so precious. Zhang Xiao revealed a mysterious smile. Old Jiang, you should thank me. If I hadn't exaggerated your abilities to the heavens, you wouldn't have gotten this 10-year heavenly spirit grass. Jiang Yan nodded repeatedly, supporting Zhang Xiao's words. That's right, I am indeed so incredible it's hard to believe. Can you stop being so narcissistic? Zhang Xiao was speechless. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Did I say anything wrong? Am I not incredibly amazing? Yes, you're the strongest. No one on Blue Star can compare to you. Zhang Xiao was utterly impressed by Jiang Yan's self-absorption. He decided that he must never give Jiang Yan any opportunity to exploit in the future. This guy was shameless. The term exaggerated to the heavens, originally a derogatory phrase, was forcibly turned into a compliment by Jiang Yan, making it sound like he was praising himself. Anyway, I'm leaving now. Perform well at the Jiangcheng martial arts tournament and aim for a top 10 finish. Zhang Xiao patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. Top 10? Who would look down on themselves like that? Jiang Yan shrugged lazily and said, since I'm participating in the Jiangcheng martial arts tournament, I can only take first place. Jiang Yan, don't be overconfident. This year is different. There are an astonishing number of S-level God-gifted individuals, and even SSS-level ones, at least 5 in Linjiang province. Zhang Xiao sighed. I'm not trying to discourage you. Confidence is important, but this year's opponents are extraordinary. It's a golden age for martial arts, with geniuses everywhere. I know. Jiang Yan smiled. Not long ago, I met an SSS-level girl at the Tianming Martial Arts Hall, and she even gave me a black gold card. What? Zhang Xiao immediately became excited upon hearing Tianming Martial Arts Hall and black gold card. Do you know who you encountered? Jiang Yan casually played with the black gold card and said, just the school beauty of Linjiang No. 1 High School. I know her. You're so clueless. Zhang Xiao was so anxious he started pacing in circles. The title of school beauty is nothing. She's from the Bai family in the imperial capital. You can't get involved with her. So what if she's from the Bai family in the imperial capital? Jiang Yan was puzzled. Does she look down on me? The Bai family in the imperial capital has been regarded as sacred since the pre-Qin era. The Bai girl you mentioned is a saintess. Zhang Xiao was so agitated his hands were trembling. She gave you a black gold card, which means your relationship isn't simple. She likes me, Jiang Yan said firmly. Zhang Xiao was so angry he jumped up and slapped Jiang Yan. Why don't you understand? Her background is too powerful. If you get too close to her, the Bai family will cause trouble. I didn't steal or rob. She gave me the black gold card herself. Why would the Bai family trouble me? Jiang Yan genuinely didn't understand. He hadn't even heard of the Bai family in the imperial capital. Sigh. I heard about it from the old principal. He's about to be transferred to the imperial capital and told me some things about the Bai family. Zhang Xiao looked at Jiang Yan. In short, you'd better stay away from the Buy girl and avoid meeting her at the Tianming Martial Arts Hall. Got it. Jiang Yan shrugged. He hadn't planned to go to the Tianming Martial Arts Hall anyway. Cultivating in the Enlightenment Room was faster than practical combat training. He stared at the black gold card in his hand, and the image of that girl appeared in his mind. The Bai family in the imperial capital. Chapter 27, Snatching the Genetic Potion. Every student received a bottle of genetic potion, and this small bottle was worth 100,000 yuan. Everyone was ecstatic. This is amazing. The school is so generous. I'll never complain about the school again. Linjiang No. 2 High School is the ideal school. In my next life, I want to study here again. I used to complain about the school food being bad and expensive, but now I understand. The school saved up the meal fees to buy genetic potions for us in our third year. Most students were so moved they were on the verge of tears. This little bottle is worth 100,000 yuan. I have to drink it slowly. 1 month? No, I'll make it last a year. A boy with a buzz cut affectionately rubbed the genetic potion against his face. The next second, the genetic potion in his hand was snatched away, and he was heavily hit in the chest. He was kicked to the ground, grimacing in pain. Ouch. He came to his senses and reached out to grab his potion back. Give it back. That's my genetic potion. Yours? Does the potion have your name written on it? The boy who snatched the potion asked disdainfully. The crowd saw the newcomer clutching the genetic potion tightly, afraid it would be taken away. Chao Wang squinted his triangular eyes and scanned the crowd with a malicious smile. Hand over all the genetic potions. Whoever dares not to, don't even think about leaving the school today. Several students tried to run but were pressed to the ground by a strong force, screaming miserably, I'll give it. I'll give it. Everyone was so frightened by Chao Wang and his few followers that they stood frozen in place. Trying to run? Truly reckless. Chao Wang sneered. Don't do anything stupid. The guys behind me are all second-tier martial artists. If you want to avoid a beating, obediently hand over the genetic potions. Chao Wang smiled smugly. Here you go. A girl, with reddened eyes, handed over her genetic potion to him. Not bad, promising. Chao Wang smirked evilly and touched her face. Here, they're all yours. Chao Wang frowned. Stop right there. The boy froze, not daring to move. What did you mean by giving it to you just now? These are mine, not gifts. Chao Wang said coldly. Break his leg. The followers quickly subdued the boy, and with a crack, the boy's face twisted in pain as his legs were broken. Everyone witnessing this scene dared not make a sound. Because Chao Wang was the son of the extremely protective grade director. He himself wasn't strong, just a C-level God-gifted individual. But his father, the grade director, had hired 3 martial arts university graduates for him, all second-tier martial artists, allowing him to act arrogantly at Linjiang No. 2 High School. On Blue Star, strength was revered. Starting from the awakening of God-gifted abilities in senior year, the school no longer protected you. Even teachers who saw this scene merely stood by, watching how the students would handle it. Most students were only at the first-tier second level, and facing the second-tier martial artists around Chao Wang, they had no options but to obediently hand over their genetic potions. Chao Wang looked at the crowd swallowing their anger and felt satisfied. In just a few minutes, he had snatched over 200 bottles of genetic potions. Still unsatisfied, his eyes darted around. I heard the principal secretly gave Jiang Yan a spiritual herb. An SSS-level God-gifted individual? So, what? You haven't truly risen yet. Right now, you're only fit to kneel at my feet. Chao Wang coldly ordered, pointing at the 3 martial artists, pin Jiang Yan down for me. On the other side, Jiang Yan was studying the spiritual plant in his hand with Zhou Pang and Yun Tianjie. How exactly should this thing be consumed to be effective? Is eating it raw the best option? Jiang Yan pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Zhou Pang frowned and said, I think frying it would be better. Traditional medicine is usually used this way. Wrapped in bandages, Yun Tianjie laughed and said, spiritual plants have spiritual properties. Zhang Ji, you can directly refine it with spiritual power to absorb its medicinal effects. Old Yun's suggestion is right. Xiao Pang, look at him. Your idea is too outdated, frying it and all. Jiang Yan teased Zhou Pang. Zhou Pang felt extremely aggrieved. How did he end up being called Xiao Pang? Zhang Ji, old Yun is from a noble family. Spiritual herbs are like candy to him. I'm just an ordinary person. I've never even touched a spiritual herb in my life. Jiang Yan laughed and said, follow me in the future, and I'll take you to the top. I promise you'll be able to eat spiritual herbs as easily as candy. Zhang Ji, meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. Zhou Peng was deeply moved. As the three were chatting and laughing, a girl rushed in frantically. Jian God. Something's happened. Jian Yan didn't even lift his eyelids. Xiaoguo, how many times have I told you? As my classmate, you must maintain composure. No matter how big the trouble, don't panic. Zhou Peng nodded in agreement. Yeah, Xiaoguo, can't you see Jian God is discussing with us how to build Blue Star? Faced with the usual unreliability of these two, Guo Wen helplessly looked at Yun Tianjie. Yun Tianjie cleared his throat and said, Zhangji, old Zhou, if Guo Wen is this anxious, it must be something serious. Jian Yan looked up. Tell me, what's got you so flustered? Guo Wen hurriedly replied, Chao Wang is going around snatching gene serums. Many of our class 2 students have had theirs taken, and now he's targeting you. Jian Yan tilted his head, looking puzzled. Who's Chao Wang? Yun Tianjie said indifferently, just a useless thug. His dad is the great director. As the heir to one of Jiangqing's 5 great families, Jian Yan didn't take Chao Wang seriously at all. Zhou Peng was equally calm. Chao Wang bullies people all the time, but even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare mess with brother Jiang. The three of them remained unbothered, chatting leisurely, while Guo Wen grew anxious and raised his voice. Chao Wang has 3 martial artists with him. Guo Wen's voice trembled. One of them is even at the peak of the 2nd tier. The peak of the 2nd tier. That's almost stepping into the 3rd tier. Martial Master Realm. Yun Tianjie looked at Jian Yan with concern. Brother Jiang, I'll call for help right away. Jian Yan waved his hand to interrupt, speaking lazily, the peak of the 2nd tier is still just the 2nd tier. I'm a whole major realm above him. I've killed plenty of people across levels before. He stood up languidly. Old Zhou, old Jun, you two don't need to follow. I'll go check it out myself. The two knew they wouldn't be of much help if they went, so they didn't say more. Jian Yan patted Guo Wen's shoulder and smiled faintly. Thanks for the trouble. As for the gene serums he stole, I'll make him cough them all up. With that, Jian Yan walked out of the Class 2 senior classroom with his hands in his pockets. Not far away, a short and ugly man approached, glaring at Jian Yan with triangular eyes. Jian Yan, do you know who I am? Nope. I don't remember ugly things, Jian Yan shrugged. Chapter 28, Earth Judge, Heaven Judge. And Jian Yan the arbiter. Jian Yan's words hit Chao Wang's sore spot. He knew he was ugly, and it was the root of his inferiority complex. Chao Wang gritted his teeth. Jian Yan, so what if you're an SSS-level God-gifted? You haven't truly risen yet. On my turf, even dragons have to listen to me. What if I don't listen? Jian Yan shrugged, completely dismissing Chao Wang. Then you'll have to face reality. Chao Wang sneered. Behind him, 3 martial artists stepped forward, their 2nd-tier power creating an oppressive atmosphere that made the surrounding students feel dizzy and overwhelmed. Chao Wang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Jian Yan, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times now, and obediently hand over the elixirs, I might let you off the hook. If you don't, I'll make sure you suffer for at least 100 days, and forget about taking the martial exam. Chao Wang laughed arrogantly. Young Master Chao, stop wasting words on him. We love bullying these so-called geniuses who haven't risen yet, Lu Kang said disdainfully. He was already at the peak of the 2nd tier, and although his god gift was only B-level, he was confident he could easily crush Jiang Yan. Lu Kang slowly approached Jiang Yan. A genius who hasn't truly risen should show respect to the strong, or they'll fall sooner or later. Kneel before me. Lu Kang roared, and the 2nd-tier pressure surged like a tide. The students watching the commotion felt their legs weaken and fell to their knees one after another. Even Chao Wang almost knelt down, but he was held up by 2 martial artists. He shouted angrily, Lu Kang, don't use your pressure recklessly when I'm around. Lu Kang said nothing, but inwardly he was dismissive. He had graduated from Martial Arts University and reached the peak of the 2nd tier, with a bright future ahead. Helping Chao Wang now was just a way to earn some pocket money. He didn't take Chao Wang seriously at all. He smiled as he looked at Jiang Yan, expecting him to have already knelt down and begged for mercy. But when he saw Jiang Yan still standing calmly, his expression changed drastically. Why aren't you kneeling? Lu Kang froze. He had unleashed all his peak 2nd-tier power, focusing the pressure on Jiang Yan. The other students had been forced to their knees by the residual force, yet Jiang Yan remained completely unaffected, hands in his pockets, with a faint smile on his face. Lu Kang stared at Jiang Yan in shock, only to suddenly feel a hand grab his shoulder. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Jiang Yan crushed Lu Kang's left shoulder. Aha! The excruciating pain made Lu Kang stagger back a few steps, creating some distance. When he looked at Jiang Yan again, his eyes were filled with fear. What kind of monster was this? Just a first-level martial artist, yet his strength can rival that of a fierce beast. Trash! What are you doing? Hurry up and cripple him! Chao Wang shouted loudly. Lu Kang's eyes burned with fury, his teeth clenched. Kid, I really underestimated you. You injured my shoulder, so I'll destroy your cultivation. He unleashed the peak power of the second level, and his aura suddenly became overwhelming. Like an agile leopard, he swiftly charged at Jiang Yan, throwing a punch at his face. Bang! A loud explosion echoed, and a figure was sent flying, crashing into a statue and landing heavily on the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded because the one who was sent flying wasn't Jiang Yan, it was Lu Kang. Lu Kang, at the peak of the second level, had been knocked away. Jiang Yan wasn't unscathed either, he was currently at the sixth stage of the first level. That punch, which seemed effortless, actually used 50% of his strength. When their fists collided, Lu Kang was sent flying and severely injured, while Jiang Yan's right fist only had a slight scrape. Lu Kang crawled out of the rubble, his face full of terror. As a second-level peak power-type ability user, he had actually been overpowered in hand-to-hand combat. This was utterly humiliating. Thunder Leopard! Lu Kang roared, surrounded by lightning, his limbs pressed to the ground, transforming into a swift leopard. Roar! He let out a deafening roar, his fierce gaze locked onto Jiang Yan, as if he had smelled blood, and pounced toward him. Buzz! His speed reached an extreme, surpassing the speed of sound, leaving behind thunderous afterimages and deafening sonic booms. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. Not playing anymore, it's boring. 10 Directions Ghost Command. He was a summoner. If hand-to-hand combat couldn't decide the outcome, then it was time to show his true skills. Earth Fiend. Heaven Fiend. 2 streams of black energy surged out from the 10 Directions Ghost Command, transforming into 2 3-meter-tall monsters. Ghostly gods from the underworld appeared, and the entire Linjiang No. 2 High School was engulfed in thick fog. Lu Kang was also disoriented by the black mist, unable to see clearly. Roar! Earth Fiend roared, extending its massive hand to grab Lu Kang. Lu Kang quickly dodged, his sharp senses detecting danger. He unleashed a thunder chain, attacking indiscriminately within a 100-meter radius. Judge! Jiang Yan spoke again, and black energy surged from the 10 Directions Ghost Command, transforming into a ghostly god wielding a judge's brush. The underworld judge waved the brush, ghostly symbols floated in the air, and chains pierced through Lu Kang from all directions. Heaven Fiend! And Earth Fiend seized the opportunity to strike Lu Kang, who was bound by the chains. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, the black mist dissipated, and the 3 ghostly gods vanished. Lu Kang hung like a broken kite on a crooked tree, his limbs twisted, his eyes hollow and lifeless. His cultivation had been shattered by a single punch from Heaven Fiend and Earth Fiend, leaving him in a vegetative state. Jiang Yan absorbed Lu Kang's residual soul, healing his injured right arm. Even the wound on his fist completely disappeared without a trace. Having dealt with the troublesome Lu Kang, Jiang Yan turned his gaze to the stunned Chao Wang. Enjoyed the show? Now it's your turn. Chao Wang, feeling as if he were facing a great enemy, shouted loudly, "You 2 useless fools, hurry, block him for me." The 2 martial artists swallowed hard, bracing themselves with a resolve to fight to the death, and stood in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan chuckled, risking your lives for such a small amount of money, is it worth it? These words struck deep into their hearts. They looked at Lu Kang, who was swaying on the tree, then lowered their heads and stepped aside, clearing a path for Jiang Yan. Chao Wang was furious, cursing loudly, "You 2 useless fools. My dad won't let you off." The 2 martial artists coldly replied, "We're done with this lousy job. Letting you bully us, we can't stomach it." Chao Wang was so angry his teeth itched. Seeing Jiang Yan approaching step by step, his face turned pale. Jiang Yan, what are you doing? I'm warning you, my dad is the great director, if you dare to touch me. Ah! Before he could finish, Jiang Yan slapped him, knocking out a row of teeth. You dare. Chao Wang was stunned, his missing teeth making his speech stutter. Jiang Yan tilted his head. What wouldn't I dare? With that, he slapped him again. Jiang Yan's strength was as powerful as a fierce beast, and these 2 slaps made Chao Wang's face swell instantly like a pig's head. The surrounding students cheered, thanking Jiang Yan for standing up for them. Jiang Yan smiled and said to the students around him, take back your genetic serums. Long live Jiang God. Great. I thought my genetic potion was gone. Thanks to Jiang Shun for avenging us. A large group of students rushed toward Chao Wang, retrieving their genetic potions while kicking him hard a few times. Ouch. You. Just wait. Ouch. It hurts. It's killing me. Chao Wang was beaten black and blue by the students, and he didn't even get the last bottle of genetic potion. The genetic potion that originally belonged to him was snatched away by Jiang Yan. Mine. That was my own genetic potion. Chao Wang stretched out a desperate hand. Jiang Yan smiled and said, now it's mine. Chapter 29, One Shot to Settle the Universe. After achieving the feat of defeating a second-tier peak martial artist across levels, Jiang Yan's reputation spread even further. The title Ghost Immortal had almost become a legendary name known to all. Over here, all the students had retrieved their genetic potions, and Jiang Yan was preparing to leave the school. Stop! At that moment, a furious shout interrupted Jiang Yan's steps. The surrounding students, upon seeing the newcomer, lowered their heads and whispered among themselves. It's Chao Wang's dad, the grade director is here. It's over. This grade director is extremely protective. Jiang Xin is in trouble now. Chao Delong saw his son lying on the ground, covered in bruises, and felt heartbroken. Who did this? Speak up. Chao Delong's bloodshot eyes scanned the crowd. No one is leaving today. No one betrayed Jiang Yan, everyone decided to stand together. A student said indignantly, Director Chao, it was Chao Wang who stole our genetic potions. We were just taking them back. Shut up. Chao Delong glared at the student. Even if my son was wrong, does that give you the right to hit a classmate? So ruthless at such a young age. I think you all can forget about getting into martial arts university. Go work in a factory instead. You'll only ever be backups. Chao Delong said coldly. His words were extremely venomous. Half of the students at Linjiang No. 2 High School had divine grades of only D and E. Most of them were unlikely to pass the martial arts exam and could only attend regular universities. After graduation, they would end up working in factories, just as Chao Delong said. Tell me, who injured my son? Chao Delong glared fiercely at the two martial artists. The two dared not resist and had to explain the situation clearly. Chao Delong coldly turned his gaze to Jiang Yan, who looked completely unbothered. Jiang Yan, oh Jiang Yan, do you think you're so great? Chao Delong gritted his teeth, glaring at Jiang Yan with a chilling expression. SSS grade divine gift holder, yet so cruel-hearted. Jiang Yan grinned and cupped his hands. Thanks for the compliment. I'm actually not that cruel. You're expelled. Linjiang No. 2 High School does not welcome students like you, Chao Delong said coldly. Since when did this school become yours to decide? Zhang Xiaoshang responded coldly. He had rushed back to the school after receiving a call from Yun Tianjie. Seeing Zhang Xiaoshang arrive, the students all breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, Vice Principal Zhang. Jiang Yan greeted with a smile. Zhang Xiaoshang frowned. Call me Principal Zhang. This guy really had no manners. He had rushed back specifically to help him, yet Jiang Yan was still cheerfully teasing him. Even a vice principal should be addressed as principal. Zhang Xiaoshang looked at Chao Delong. I've already understood the situation. It was Chao Wang who started it. Let's just leave it at that. Leave it at that? Chao Delong sneered. My son is injured like this, and you want to leave it at that? Jiang Yan shrugged. My bad, I didn't expect him to be so fragile. A couple of slaps and he swelled up like a pig's head. Zhang Xiaoshang frowned. Why did you hit his face? Everyone thought Zhang Xiaoshang was about to reprimand Jiang Yan, but his words left everyone stunned. Next time, hit the body. That way, it won't show. Zhang Xiaoshang said softly. Jiang Yan nodded repeatedly. Makes sense. Old Zhang, you're sharp. Experience makes all the difference, Zhang Xiaoshang said with a smile. Chao Delong was dumbfounded. They were actually on the same side. You? Chao Delong trembled with rage. Zhang Xiaoshang, you've just become vice principal, and you're already daring to oppose me. Director Chao, I took on the role of vice principal to properly manage the school and eliminate troublemakers. Zhang Xiaoshang stopped laughing and joking, his expression turning serious. And you are the school's greatest scourge. Chao Delong's face changed drastically. You. Evidence of embezzlement, bribery, corporal punishment of students, and instigating Chao Wang to steal the genetic potion is all here. What else do you have to say? Zhang Xiaoshang pulled out a stack of evidence. Director Chao, come with me to the police station. Let's discuss your prison term. Zhang Xiaosheng snorted coldly. Chao Delong's eyes turned bloodshot. No, you won't take me down. You can't take this evidence. Flames erupted from his hands, forming a spinning fireball that charged fiercely at Zhang Xiaosheng. Ghost martial release. Jian Yan casually waved his hand, and a ghostly shadow transformed into black mist, solidifying in his hand into a completely black spear. Jian Yan moved with incredible speed, wielding the ghost spear. With a sweeping motion, the fiery whirlwind was instantly extinguished. Planting his feet firmly, he twisted his waist and hurled the ghost spear with great force. Whoosh! The ghost spear pierced through layers of fire barriers and stabbed fiercely into Chao Delong's shoulder. The powerful impact pinned him directly to the wall. Ah! Chao Delong struggled to pull out the ghost spear, but the ghostly energy emanating from it corroded his hands, causing him to scream in pain. Zhang Xiaosheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. The guy suddenly went crazy, and I couldn't react at all. If it weren't for you, old Zhang, I might have been in trouble. It's no big deal, Jiang Yan said, patting his hands and retrieving the ghost spear. Chao Delong, whose internal organs had been corroded by the ghostly energy, collapsed heavily to the ground, so weak that he couldn't even muster the strength to struggle. Everyone, disperse. Director Chao is going to prison to enjoy his retirement life, and you'll soon have a new grade director, Zhang Xiaosheng said to the surrounding students. Upon hearing that Director Chao was going to jail, the students immediately cheered. Most of them had been bullied by Chao Delong to varying degrees. Seeing that Chao Delong had completely fallen, a few students dragged the dog like Chao Wang up. Principal Zhang, Chao Wang should go to jail too, right? Yes, he'll be going in for a while as well, Zhang Xiaosheng said with a smile. Can I get a few enthusiastic students to help escort this father and son to the police station? I'll do it. Count me in. Having been bullied by the Chao family for too long, the students eagerly volunteered to personally escort them to the police station. Jian Yan had no interest in this. He wanted to go home to absorb spiritual medicine and genetic potions. My body isn't strong enough yet. A second-tier peak-level strength-type ability user was able to fight me to a draw. Still far from enough. He wasn't satisfied with reigning supreme at the same level. He wanted to break boundaries and become invincible across levels. Even if his enemies were a level higher, they wouldn't be his match. Back home, Jiang Yan downed 6 bottles of genetic potion in one go, immediately feeling as if a ball of fire was burning in his abdomen, but it quickly subsided. Why is there no reaction at all? Jiang Yan wondered. Genetic potions were supposed to strengthen the body, but after drinking 6 bottles, he felt no change. Could something be wrong? Chapter 30, Living Off Someone Else? Jiang Yan was puzzled and called Zhou Peng to inquire. Brother Jiang, what's up? Why are you calling me at this hour? Zhou Peng's voice was loud and full of energy. Old Zhou, have you used the genetic potion? How's the effect? Jiang Yan asked. On the other end of the line, Zhou Peng replied excitedly, I drank it as soon as I got home. Now I feel full of strength, and my physical fitness has clearly improved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being punched came through the phone. It was obvious Zhou Peng was enthusiastically shadowboxing, brimming with energy. Jiang Yan felt even more frustrated and told him about drinking 6 bottles in one go without any effect. What? That's impossible. I only drank 1 bottle and felt a noticeable change. How could you drink 6 bottles and feel nothing? Zhou Peng was shocked. Jiang Yan sighed. It seems the problem isn't with the genetic potion, it's with my body. After hanging up, he began searching for new ways to strengthen his body. If genetic potions don't work for me, then spiritual medicine should. He took out the heavenly spirit grass and began channeling spiritual energy to refine and absorb it. A pale blue medicinal energy flowed around him, continuously pouring into his body. Jiang Yan felt a vortex in his dantian, endlessly absorbing the medicinal power of the heavenly spirit herb, but the vortex seemed like a bottomless pit, impossible to fill. When he came back to his senses, the spiritual herb had already been exhausted, yet his body showed no changes. How could this be? The genetic serum is useless, and the spiritual herb has no effect either. Jiang Yan realized the severity of the problem and closed his eyes to observe the 10 directions ghost command internally. Perhaps the ancient texts held the answer. Jiang Yan used his spiritual sense to browse through the ancient texts. The text stopped on a page inscribed with several strange runes. Jiang Yan couldn't understand them, but their meaning became clear in his mind. Heavenly Nether Dao Body. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes and looked toward his dantian. It turned out his physique was extraordinarily unique. To reshape his body, the amount of spiritual medicine required was hundreds or even thousands of times that of an ordinary person. However, even the slightest improvement would yield results 1,000 times stronger than others. The ancient texts also recorded an ancient body refinement method, beast blood refinement. It required bathing the body in the heart's blood of over 100 ferocious beasts to take effect. Where am I supposed to find over 100 ferocious beasts? For now, I'll have to rely on the first method of body refinement. The first method involved accumulating a massive amount of medicinal agents. Because the heavenly nether Tao body was so unique, ordinary medicines required thousands or even tens of thousands of times the usual dosage to be effective. 6 bottles of genetic serum and 1 spiritual herb were far from enough to fill that massive void. In any case, I'll start by buying 100 bottles of genetic serum to try. Genetic serums were generally sold at guilds and martial arts halls, so Jiang Yan naturally went to the nearest Heavenly Nether Martial Hall. Welcome to the Heavenly Nether Martial Hall. Jiang Yi lazily leaned on the counter and said, "Please present your membership card." When she saw it was Jiang Yan, she suddenly froze, then quickly straightened up, excitement lighting up her face as she grabbed Jiang Yan's hand. "Mr. Jiang, I've been waiting for you." Jiang Yan was startled and quickly pulled his hand back. Men and women should keep their distance. No matter how handsome I am, you can't act like this. Mr. Jiang, I wouldn't dare act recklessly. You are our most esteemed guest at the Heavenly Nether Martial Hall. Whatever you need, just say the word. Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled. Jiang Yan pursed his lips and asked, "Do you have genetic serums?" "We do. As many as you need." Afraid of wasting time, Jiang Yi quickly brought out a box containing 10 bottles of blue genetic serum. "How much?" Jiang Yan asked cautiously. "You are a black gold member of our martial hall, so all services are free." Jiang Yi replied with a smile. Jiang Yan waved his hand. "I'm not used to relying on others. I won't use that black gold card." This. Jiang Yi hesitated. "That card was given to you by that esteemed person. You can use it freely." Jiang Yan straightened his posture. Jiang Yan, never rely on others for handouts." Sigh. Jiang Yi sighed. She had never met someone so principled before and couldn't help but feel a bit more respect for Jiang Yan. No wonder the Bai family girl had her eyes on him, he truly had the demeanor of a man. Seeing Jiang Yan's firm stance, Jiang Yi didn't try to persuade him further and said with a smile, "If you don't use the black gold card, 10 bottles of genetic serum will cost 1 million huaxia coins." Cough. Jiang Yan almost choked, his voice full of disbelief. How much?" 1 million huaxia coins, sir," Jiang Yi replied with a smile. Jiang Yan broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. 1 million huaxia coins? He had, at most, tens of thousands on him. That card was his entire fortune. No one had told him that a single bottle of genetic serum was so expensive. "Mr. Jiang?" Seeing Jiang Yan standing there motionless, Jiang Yi called out tentatively. "Well, I'm a bit short on cash right now," Jiang Yan said with an awkward smile. "How many bottles are you planning to buy?" A cold voice suddenly interrupted. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Jiang Yan just wanted to leave quickly. Without thinking, he replied, 100 bottles, but I don't have enough money right now. I'll come back to buy them next time." With that, he turned and bolted. Suddenly, a cool sensation gripped his wrist. Jiang Yan froze and turned to see the owner of the small hand. It was none other than Bai Luoxue, with her silver-white hair and expressionless face. Bai Luoxue looked calmly at Jiang Yi. "Give him 10 cases of genetic serum. Deduct the cost from my card." Jiang Yi was stunned for a few seconds before quickly reacting. "Understood, Miss Bai." Jiang Yan froze, his eyes widening as he looked at Bai Luoxue's cold, delicate hand gripping his wrist. "Miss Bai? How should I address you?" Bai Luoxue looked at Jiang Yan expressionlessly, her cherry lips slightly parted. "Bai Luoxue. And you?" "Me?" Jiang Yan was momentarily dazed before realizing Bai Luoxue was asking for his name. He smiled and said, "My name is Jiang Yan." "Jiang Yan," Bai Luoxue softly repeated, a peculiar glint flashing in her eyes. "Mr. Jiang, here are your 10 boxes of genetic elixirs, a total of 100 bottles. Should we deliver them to your home?" Jiang He asked respectfully. Just moments ago, he had said he wouldn't use the Bai family's card or rely on others. And now the soft meal was being delivered right to his mouth. How strange. "Miss Bai, I'll consider this money a loan from you. I promise to pay you back, Jiang Yan said solemnly. Bai Luoxue tilted her head, nodding like an innocent child. Okay. Your hand. Jiang Yan glanced at Bai Luoxue's cold hand still gripping his wrist, signaling with his eyes. Oh, sorry. Bai Luoxue quickly let go, stepping aside with her head lowered like a child who had made a mistake. Jiang Yan was momentarily taken aback. Was this person really the Ice Queen goddess? Why did she seem more like someone with extreme social anxiety? Then, Miss Bai, shall we meet again? Jiang Yan asked cautiously. Bai Luoxue nodded, her voice soft and sweet. See you. Carrying the 10 boxes of genetic elixirs worth millions, Jiang Yan quickly ran out of the Tianming Martial Hall and headed straight home. After opening the door and sitting on the sofa, Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. Was he really living off someone else? Was he relying on a woman? Chapter 31, Physical Rebirth. The emergence of the ruins, **** Jiang Yan pondered deeply. Bai Luoxue, the school beauty of Linjiang No. 1 High School, had inexplicably given him a black gold card and 10 boxes of genetic elixirs. There was only one possibility. Jiang Yan's furrowed brows relaxed. She has a crush on me. Yes, that was the only possibility. For a man as handsome as himself, such things usually only happened in novels. Jiang Yan casually flicked his hair. Let's give it a try. He opened the vibranium box containing the genetic elixirs, took out 10 bottles, and drank them all in one go. A wave of warmth immediately surged through his body, and his limbs began to tingle. Then, nothing else happened. The 10 bottles of genetic elixirs only brought a slight warmth and tingling sensation, with no other noticeable effects. I don't believe it. Jiang Yan opened another box and downed another 10 bottles of genetic elixirs in one go. This time, the warmth was stronger, and his entire body was bathed in the warm current. There's some effect, but it's too mild. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan opened the remaining 8 boxes. 80 bottles of genetic elixirs, the equivalent of a decade's supply for an ordinary God-bestowed individual, were consumed by Jiang Yan without a second thought, one bottle after another. Gulp, gulp. To be honest, the genetic elixirs didn't taste great. Jiang Yan drank all 100 bottles in one go, a dose large enough to bathe in. Ugh! His abdomen felt like it was burning with a raging fire. The originally hollow vortex within him intertwined with the flames, forming cracks. A storm erupted, rampaging through Jiang Yan's body. The flames flowed from his dantian to his limbs and bones, and Jiang Yan felt as if he were about to be incinerated. He tried to suppress the flames with his spiritual energy, but it backfired, causing him to cough up blood. Ugh! This is bad. Am I going to be the first God-bestowed individual in history to die from overdosing on genetic elixirs? Even at this critical moment, Jiang Yan couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. The next moment, the flames burst out of his body, engulfing him entirely. The flames were black, with dark smoke continuously emanating from them. Jiang Yan was burned alive by the black flames, turning from an Asian man into a charred figure. He became a scorched man. The black flames gradually extinguished. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and his charred skin emitted cracking sounds. As he stood up, more and more charred fragments fell to the ground. Like shedding skin, Jiang Yan cast off the charred outer layer and was reborn. His skin became as white as jade, with spiritual energy swirling around him. Jiang Yan tried clenching his fist, and a powerful force gathered in his palm. His body had been completely reshaped. Truly reshaped. I just underwent a transformation and became a brand new me. The charred outer layer was Jiang Yan's former body, consumed by black flames. This body, baptized by the black fire, was comparable to ancient ferocious beasts. It was a qualitative leap, and Jiang Yan was confident that with this body alone, he could suppress an SSS-level strength-type ability user one rank higher than him. With 2 weeks left until the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament, Jiang Yan decided to advance to the second tier within this time frame. Moreover, he planned to refine his body once again. The next morning, Jiang Yan didn't go to school. He directly explained the situation to Zhang Xiaoshang and requested a 2-week leave. Zhang Xiaoshang readily agreed, saying, "Old Zhang, our school really can't teach you much. Take these 2 weeks to train yourself, stay safe, and prioritize your safety." "Don't worry, old Zhang, I value my life the most." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan headed straight to his training location, Ancient King Mountain. Recently, Jiang City had been plagued by frequent incidents of exotic beasts injuring people, and various forces had gathered there. This was no coincidence. The reason was clear, the once-in-a-century opening of the King Mountain ruins had finally arrived. Driver, heading to ancient King Mountain? Jiang Yan smiled as he flagged down a taxi. What? Ancient King Mountain? Young man, are you crazy? There have been heavy casualties there recently, and the mountain has been sealed off, the driver advised kindly. Driver, you seem quite knowledgeable. Have many people been heading to ancient King Mountain lately? Jiang Yan shamelessly got into the car. Get out, get out. I'm not taking you to such a dangerous place. The driver began to shoo him away. He was just trying to make money, not lose his life. Jiang Yan handed him a cigarette. Just chatting. You? The driver hesitated for a moment, then took the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Young man, you're still in high school, right? That's right, Jiang Yan nodded with a smile. Then let me tell you properly. The driver took another deep drag and exhaled a puff of smoke. Do you know about Beast Kings? I know a bit, Jiang Yan replied, lighting a cigarette himself and lazily squinting his eyes. A third-tier Beast King could speak human language, possessed intelligence far beyond ordinary people, had exaggerated strength, could awaken bloodline divine abilities, and was extremely brutal. Right now, ancient King Mountain is full of Beast Kings, and there are even rumors of a sixth-tier Beast Emperor inside, the driver said, tossing the cigarette butt out the window and sighing. We taxi drivers have an internal group, and quite a few drivers who took people to ancient King Mountain never came back alive. Even those guests seeking opportunities didn't survive. The driver stared blankly at Jiang Yan. Do you still plan to go to ancient King Mountain, young man? Jiang Yan shrugged with a smile. I'm just going to take a look from afar. There shouldn't be any life-threatening danger, right? He stuffed an entire pack of cigarettes into the driver's pocket and said with a smile, take me to a spot 1 kilometer away from ancient King Mountain. I won't put you in harm's way. The driver looked conflicted. You young people? His face darkened. Chasing opportunities, is it really more important than your lives? Why do you keep going to your deaths one after another? Jiang Yan's gaze remained calm. Driver, the guests seeking opportunities you mentioned earlier, was one of them your close relative? It was my son, the driver said, his face full of sorrow. He was just like you, a high school student who had just awakened a divine gift. He awakened an A-level divine gift and should have had a bright future. But he was too arrogant and went to ancient King Mountain alone. In the end, not even a piece of his body was left behind. The driver cried out in anguish. Sorry, I can't take you. Find someone else, the driver said, his face haggard, as he returned the cigarettes to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan grabbed his wrist and calmly said, the cigarettes are yours, and you must take me to ancient King Mountain. You? The driver was furious, but he froze when he saw Jiang Yan's expression. Jiang Yan smiled gently. Take me to ancient King Mountain. The payment will be a pack of cigarettes and the head of the exotic beast that killed your son. Ignoring the driver's shock, Jiang Yan put the cigarettes back into his pocket and said indifferently, now, you can start driving. Chapter 32, Instant Kill of the Blade-Armed Ape. Lu Jiangwo drove while secretly glancing at the teenager in the passenger seat. Despite being the same age as his own son, why did this boy possess such an extraordinary aura? This aura was hard to describe. It wasn't calmness or composure. It was more like indifference to everything. Nothing in the world seemed to move this boy, and he didn't seem to care about anything. What kind of state of mind was this? And yet, he was just a high school student. After 2 hours of driving on the highway, Lu Jiangwo brought the car to the foot of Guan Mountain. We're here. Jiang Yan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His lips parted slightly as he spoke in a faint tone. You said the beast that killed your son was a second-tier blade-armed ape, right? It should still be wandering around the foot of Guang Mountain. Jiang Yan spoke slowly. Circle around Guang Mountain and find that blade-armed ape. I'll help you take it down. This isn't necessary, is it? That blade-armed ape is a second-tier beast, and you're still so young. If you can't defeat it, you might lose your life. Lu Jiangwo said, lowering his head, his face full of worry. Jiang Yan looked at him indifferently. Don't you want to avenge your son? Lu Jiangwo's face was filled with pain and struggle. If you want revenge, listen to me. I promise to help you avenge him, and I will keep my word, Jiang Yan said coldly. Lu Jiangwo gritted his teeth. Thank you, young man. He was no longer weak. The fear of death gradually dissipated, replaced by a burning fire of vengeance. That's more like it. One should live with courage. The foot of Guang Mountain was already deserted. The once bustling shops were now empty, with traces of battle still visible on the walls. The taxi moved forward slowly when Jiang Yan suddenly said, "Stop the car." Lu Jiangwo was momentarily stunned but obediently stepped on the brakes. Bang! The next moment, a large pit appeared in front of the car. As the dust settled, a monkey with sharp blade-like arms jumped out, roaring angrily at the taxi. Roar! It's the one that killed my son. Lu Jiangwo trembled all over, both terrified and furious. "I'll be back shortly." Jiang Yan unbuckled his seatbelt, leisurely, opened the car door, and stepped out. The blade-armed ape stared at Jiang Yan suspiciously, puzzled by the human's calm demeanor. "What's with that look?" "I don't like the way you're looking at me," Jiang Yan said coldly. "You're not qualified to look me in the eye." A black shadow transformed into a ghostly sword and slashed fiercely at the blade-armed ape. Clang! The blade-armed ape swung its long blade, clashing with the ghostly sword, and was forced to retreat. Repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more ghostly swords followed, surrounding and attacking the blade-armed ape. Sitting in the car, Lu Jiangwo was dumbfounded. A second-tier beast was being overwhelmed by a high school student, unable to fight back. He couldn't help but think of his own son, a grade A, God-blessed individual, a true prodigy. But compared to this black-haired boy before him, that so-called prodigy probably wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Slash! A black shadow flashed, and a ghostly spear pierced through the blade-armed ape's left shoulder, pinning it to the ground. Ghostly energy spread through the wound, and the blade-armed ape let out a blood-curdling scream. Its eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at the perpetually calm black-haired boy with his hands in his pockets. Roar! The blade-armed ape suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed, breaking free from the ghostly swords, restraints and charging at Jiang Yan in the blink of an eye. It raised its right arm high, white light flashing, and a cold gleam slashed down abruptly. Crack! A crisp snapping sound echoed. The blade-armed ape's right arm, its lifeline, was forcibly severed. Its pupils contracted sharply, as if it had seen something terrifying, and it fled in panic. "Where do you think you can run?" Jiang Yan gently lowered the red paper umbrella he had been holding horizontally, casually, glancing at the handle to ensure no blade marks were left. The red paper umbrella vanished instantly, replaced by a ghostly lone spear in Jiang Yan's right hand. He gripped the ghostly spear tightly, locked onto the blade-armed ape's escape route, and hurled it forcefully. Whoosh! The ghostly spear shot forward at incredible speed, piercing through the blade-armed ape's chest with brutal force. The impact shattered its chest completely. A second-tier blade arm ape was shot through the chest, blood splattering everywhere, dying with unwillingness in its eyes. Jiang Yan casually grabbed at the air, and the heart's blood of the blade arm ape flew into the 10 directions ghost token. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of coming to Ancient King Mountain this time, to advance his level to the second tier, collect the heart's blood of 100 ferocious beasts, and continue strengthening his body. Along the way, he would also look for opportunities in the ruins of King Mountain. Jiang Yan clapped his hands and walked back to the taxi, lightly tapping on the car window with his fingers. Lu Jiangwo snapped out of his shock, hurriedly rolled down the window, and said excitedly, "Little brother, I." Jiang Yan waved his hand. "This is your reward. No need to pay the fare. Of course, I should be the one paying you. Here, take it. This is all the money I have on me." Lu Jiangwo's eyes reddened, and his hands trembled. He knew his son had died at the hands of a beast, and he had been powerless to do anything about it. His days had been muddled, his life directionless. He had always thought of himself as useless, a spineless coward. His son had died, and he didn't even have the courage to seek revenge. All he could do was avoid the issue, wanting to flee at the mere mention of Ancient King Mountain. If it weren't for this black-haired young man before him, he might never have escaped the shadow of his son's death. Lu Jiangwo's voice trembled. Thank you. I really don't know how to thank you." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Go back. Carry your son's hope and live well." With that, he stuck his hands in his pockets and leisurely walked toward Ancient King Mountain. Lu Jiangwo watched him gradually disappear into the distance. Only when he could no longer see him did he start the taxi and leave this place, filled with pain. On the other side, Jiang Yan looked at the heavily sealed Ancient King Mountain, his brows furrowing slightly. This could be a bit troublesome. "Hey, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for high schoolers. Leave quickly," a guard in an energy suit shouted. Jiang Yan smiled and asked, "I'm just passing by. I wanted to ask, why is Ancient King Mountain sealed off?" The guard, seeing how young Jiang Yan was, thought he might genuinely not know the situation and patiently explained, "You should have learned about ruins in school, right? Ancient King Mountain is a ruin. So Ancient King Mountain is a ruin. That's pretty unique, Jiang Yan said with a relaxed smile. Alright, move along. The big factions are arriving soon. If you stay here, they'll definitely deal with you, the guard urged. Jiang Yan didn't respond. The guard, growing impatient, looked at Jiang Yan again, only to suddenly freeze. Just a moment ago, the young man had been standing there, but now he had vanished in the blink of an eye? Chapter 33, The Grass-Eating Expert Inside Ancient King Mountain. Jiang Yan sneaked in while the guard wasn't paying attention. As he walked, he didn't encounter many beasts but did come across quite a few people. He hid in the shadows, observing a large group ahead. The ancient King Mountain ruins only allow God-blessed individuals of the 3rd tier or below to enter. Uncle Chio and I will go in. The rest of you stay outside and make sure no one sneaks in. Understood, Mississippi. The group bowed respectfully to the tall woman in front of them. Yinlingxi, sharp-minded, fixed her gaze on a massive boulder 100 meters away and said coldly, "Send someone to check over." There. Yes, ma'am. Several people quickly ran over. One of them raised a flame in his palm and punched the boulder, shattering it. Found a trespasser. Kill him. The man with the fire fist moved at lightning speed, his entire body like a fireball, charging fiercely at Jiang Yan. "I'm just passing through," Jiang Yan said, summoning the ghost spear to block the punch. His arm trembled violently. This man was a 3rd-tier god-blessed. Jiang Yan resisted with the ghost spear, then countered with a palm strike, the force of which was deafening, like the wails of 100 ghosts. Boom! The fire fist man turned into flames, bypassing Jiang Yan's palm strike and charging at him again. "You're courting death." He gathered a vortex of fire in his palm and struck fiercely at Jiang Yan's abdomen. The vortex grew tighter and tighter until it finally exploded. With a loud bang, Jiang Yan had already disappeared. Target eliminated. The fire fist man extinguished the flames on his hand, turned around, and went back to report. Yinlingxi, her gaze cold and steady, confirmed that the trespasser had been dealt with before turning to enter the ruins. In reality, Jiang Yan, engulfed by the flames, was holding a red paper umbrella, watching Yinlingxi enter with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. So the entrance is here. The red paper umbrella transformed into bright red petals, drifting toward the secret realm's entrance guarded by the sentries. Wait. What are these petals? Stop them. The people from the Xinqing group tried to block them, but no one could touch the petals as they gently floated into the ruins. The petals scattered, and Jiang Yan appeared, closing his umbrella and smiling as he looked around. Is this still Ancient King Mountain? This place is extraordinary. This was the ruins, a whole new world. The ground was covered with spiritual plants, and opportunities were endless. Breaking through to the 2nd tier here is perfect. Jiang Yan had only taken a few steps when he spotted a spiritual plant, his eyes lighting up. 10-year dragon chant grass, a good find. A few more steps later, in the northwest direction, another 10-year dragon soul flower appeared. Any one of these spiritual plants could fetch a sky-high price of millions outside. These 10-year spiritual plants could purify the bodies of the gifted and significantly boost their spiritual power. However, due to their potent medicinal properties, most gifted needed a full year to completely absorb them. Thus, consuming one spiritual plant per year was the limit for most gifted. Jiang Yan was different. He possessed the heavenly nether Dao body, which was like an unfillable void within him. The medicinal properties of 10-year spiritual plants were almost negligible to him. The properties would accumulate in his dantian, and only when they reached a certain level would they be refined all at once, yielding exceptional results. Let's try this. Jiang Yan, like an herbivore, plucked a spiritual plant and stuffed it into his mouth. Not bad, sweet. He walked along, picking and eating as he went. Most gifted who entered the ruins would carefully select the best spiritual plants to consume and slowly absorb their properties. The remaining plants would be harvested and sold for a good price outside. Ugh. This one's a bit bitter, and it burns the throat. Xiao Zhang's spiritual plant review, not recommended. Jiang Yan disdainfully tossed the 10-year 100 fragrance grass he had taken a bite of onto the ground. Ha! Look at this stem and leaves, this is a 100-year heavenly spirit grass. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up as he reached out to pick it. Put that down. A furious shout rang out. Jiang Yan completely ignored it and continued reaching for the 100-year heavenly spirit grass. Seeing himself disregarded, the man grew even angrier. I told you to put it down. Didn't you hear me? The man's trident, brimming with spiritual energy, unleashed a blue slash that swiftly struck toward Jiang Yan. Without even lifting his eyes, a black sword appeared out of thin air, blocking the terrifying blue attack. Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply. What? He was an S-class. Gifted, at the 3rd level of the 2nd tier. His slash just now was enough to kill a ferocious beast in an instant. Yet the black-haired youth before him had blocked his attack without even moving. That black sword, it's floating in the air. Lin Tian's expression changed. You can control swords. Jiang Yan ignored him, directly plucking the 100-year heavenly spirit grass. You! Hand over that 100-year heavenly spirit grass. Lin Tian demanded coldly. Only. Then did Jiang Yan turn to look at Lin Tian. Wait a moment. Ha! Alright, I'll wait. Lin Tian assumed Jiang Yan would come to his senses and hand over the heavenly spirit grass. He obediently planted his trident into the ground. To his surprise, Jiang Yan, right in front of him, took a big bite out of the 100-year heavenly spirit grass. Ha! The sudden scene left Lin Tian completely dumbfounded. You! Lin Tian stammered, are you insane? That's 100-year heavenly spirit grass. Even ferocious beasts would explode and die if they ate it raw. Jiang Yan chewed the heavenly spirit grass like it was a green onion, calmly asking, aren't spiritual plants meant to be eaten like this? Spiritual plants need to be refined. They have to be combined with other plants to make spiritual medicine. Lin Tian was on the verge of collapse, wondering if this guy was crazy or just reckless enough to eat a 100-year spiritual plant raw. As they spoke, Jiang Yan had already swallowed the heavenly spirit grass and patted his stomach contentedly. I'm done eating. You're okay? Lin Tian looked at Jiang Yan suspiciously. That was a 100-year heavenly spirit grass, with terrifyingly potent medicinal properties. Forget humans, even a tier 3 beast king would have to hide for months after consuming it. You see me, still alive and kicking. Jiang Yan shrugged and said. With a smile. Lin Tian circled around Jiang Yan like he was looking at a rare creature. Brother, are you sure you're not the beast king in disguise? Have you ever seen such a handsome beast king form? Jiang Yan frowned. No way, I don't believe you ate a 100-year-old heavenly spirit herb raw and came out unscathed. Lin Tian pinched his chin in thought, then suddenly his eyes lit up with an idea. He pulled out a storage bag and took out a vibrant, aura-filled spiritual plant. This is a 100-year-old dragon heart herb. If you can eat it raw in front of me, I'll give it to you directly, Lin Tian said with a smile. Jiang Yan looked at him like he was an idiot. Does this guy have a screw loose? Using $1 million spiritual plant for a live eating show? Alright. Then I'll perform for you, Jiang Yan agreed without hesitation. Chapter 34, The Second Rebirth of the Dragon Heart Herb. The Dragon Heart Herb is bright red, shaped like a dragon's heart, and even beats like one, hence the name. A 100-year-old dragon heart herb is worth millions outside and is practically impossible to buy. Jiang Yan, who had memorized the spiritual plant encyclopedia, had long coveted this treasure. Now that it was right in front of him, he was practically drooling. Since my little brother has extended such a warm invitation, I won't hold back. Before eating, Jiang Yan didn't forget to say a few polite words. Lin Tian frowned. Are you sure you don't want to refine it first? The medicinal properties are too strong. After refining it into a spiritual medicine, how much of the medicinal properties would remain? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. Lin Tian shook his head helplessly. None at all. Spiritual plants need to be refined because their medicinal properties are too potent for the human body to absorb directly. That's why multiple spiritual plants are combined and refined to neutralize the potency. Jiang Yan laughed. That's why eating spiritual plants raw is the true path. Only fierce beasts dare to eat spiritual plants raw. Lin Tian was about to say, but suddenly realized that the black-haired boy in front of him could actually eat spiritual plants raw. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Eating spiritual plants raw isn't exclusive to beasts. With that, he no longer concealed his foodie nature. One big bite. Under Lin Tian's shocked gaze, Jiang Yan stuffed the 100-year-old dragon heart herb into his mouth and chewed vigorously. At first, it was bitter, then slightly sweet, and finally, a spicy flavor surged up. The herb slid down his throat into his stomach, like swallowing a small fireball. Flames rose in his stomach, almost making Jiang Yan jump up. Lin Tian asked worriedly, Are you okay? You won't explode, will you? Jiang Yan took a Deep breath, his face glowing, his skin radiating spiritual energy. I'm fine. The small vortex in his body successfully absorbed the medicinal properties of the dragon heart herb, and it wasn't even close to being full. Jiang Yan smiled. How was my performance? Satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied. You're simply a god. Lin Tian gave him a thumbs up. Brother, how can you eat spiritual plants raw? Tell me. Lin Tian clung to Jiang Yan, persistently asking. Jiang Yan just smiled. It's a talent, I can't teach you. Lin Tian looked a bit disappointed but still cheerfully followed Jiang Yan. Brother, my name is Lin Tian. Do you know the 100 Herbs Consortium? It's that big group that develops spiritual medicine. As a native of Huaxia, Jiang Yan naturally knew about the Giant 100 Herbs Consortium. 80% of Huaxia's spiritual medicine comes from them. I know. What's up? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. I'm the next heir to the 100 Herbs Consortium. Lin Tian said with a grin. Brother, what's your name? Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan. Why does that sound so familiar? Lin Tian frowned, then suddenly his eyes widened, and he jumped up. You're the ghost immortal. Ghost? Ghost what? Jiang Yan was stunned. Ghost. Immortal. The #1 rising star in Linjiang. Lin Tian looked at Jiang Yan with admiration, his eyes sparkling. Ghost immortal? Is that a nickname someone gave me? Jiang Yan shrugged. The nickname sounded a bit eerie. You don't know? The entire Linjiang province knows about you now. Lin Tian excitedly grabbed Jiang Yan's hand. Brother! Be my brother-in-law. Ah! Jiang Yan almost choked. What did you just say? Lin Tian, full of energy, earnestly replied, just think of me as your brother-in-law. My sister is a freshman this year, stunningly beautiful, and the campus belle of the Tianming Martial Arts Academy. Well, it's not uncommon to see someone sabotaging their teammates, but selling out their own sister is a first. Jiang Yan remained silent, and Lin Tian continued, my sister also came to the Wangshan ruins. I'll let you meet her later, you'll definitely like her. You must be crazy. Stop following me. Jiang Yan was genuinely frightened. He quickly pulled out a red paper umbrella, which transformed into petals and disappeared without a trace. Ghost immortal. Brother-in-law. Don't leave. Are you willing to be my brother-in-law or not? Lin Tian shouted at the scattering petals. After shaking off Lin Tian's pestering, Jiang Yan arrived at a swampy area. The air here was filled with toxic fumes, and the environment was extremely harsh. Black Death Pool. According to the Encyclopedia of Spiritual Plants, 100-year-old withered crowgrass grows here. Jiang Yan observed the Black Death Pool, where toxic bubbles surfaced in the water. The poison was so potent that contact would turn flesh into blood within minutes. Gurgle, gurgle. Toxic bubbles kept rolling on the surface of the pool, as if something was about to break through the water. Bang! A loud explosion erupted, and the pool water splashed everywhere. Toxic water sprayed into the air, corroding the ground beyond recognition. Jiang Yan was prepared. He casually unleashed a soul-devouring palm, dispersing the toxic water in all directions. A second-tier blackwater crocodile. Just as the books described, it frequently haunts the Black Death Pool. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. The appearance of the blackwater crocodile is a sign that withered crowgrass is nearby. The second-tier blackwater crocodile was pitch black, its scales covered in deadly poison. A single touch meant instant death. Roar! The blackwater crocodile opened its massive jaws, shooting a vortex of black water straight at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan moved swiftly, leaping into the air and instantly summoning 5 ghost martial swords to strike the blackwater crocodile simultaneously. Spirits, heed my command, capture the soul. Jiang Yan revealed the 10 directions ghost token in his hand. In an instant, countless ghostly figures appeared in the air, surrounding the blackwater crocodile from all directions. No matter how the crocodile struggled, it couldn't escape Jiang Yan's inescapable net. Slash! A streak of black light flashed, and a ghost martial spear swiftly pierced through the crocodile's head, pinning it to a tree. The blackwater crocodile struggled a few times before finally going still, completely lifeless. Its heart's blood was drawn into the air and absorbed into the 10 directions ghost token. After dealing with the blackwater crocodile, Jiang Yan searched the Black Death Pool for over 10 minutes and finally found a 200-year-old withered crowgrass. No wonder that blackwater crocodile was chasing me so desperately, it wanted to keep this treasure for itself. Jiang Yen triumphantly plucked the withered crowgrass and skillfully stuffed it into his mouth. Ugh! The bitterness was overwhelming, far worse than traditional medicine, and Jiang Yan's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and endured the discomfort, swallowing the 200-year-old withered crowgrass. This time, the energy vortex within him reacted violently. After consuming dozens of 10-year-old spiritual plants, 200-year-old ones, and this 200-year-old withered crowgrass, the accumulated medicinal effects had reached the point of breakthrough. Enduring the black flames rising in his abdomen, Jiang Yan found a hidden cave. He sat cross-legged, using spiritual energy to suppress the black flames within him. However, the spiritual energy couldn't contain it. The flames burned even fiercer, igniting him once again. The pain of flesh reconstruction swept through his entire body. Jiang Yan's skin was scorched into charcoal by the black flames, then slowly peeled away, revealing fresh new skin. Boom! Spiritual energy erupted, shaking off the charred remains on his body. Jiang Yan shed his blackened shell and was reborn. The medicinal effects have been fully absorbed, without a trace wasted. This absorption was equivalent to an ordinary person's accumulation over half a lifetime. After the reconstruction of his flesh, Jiang Yan's strength soared. Now, with just his physical body, he could fight a third-tier beast king to the death. Chapter 35, Capturing hearts deep within the ruins. A group of people was tightly surrounded by several beast kings. Humans, hand over the longevity elixir. Otherwise, we'll make your deaths even more miserable. If you don't give it up, prepare to be skinned and have your bones extracted, suffering endless torment. The White Tiger King's voice was icy cold, its eyes brimming with murderous intent. Don't waste words on them, just kill them already. The Green Snake Lord flicked its tongue, holding a fan in its hand. The white-haired elder's face was solemn. Miss, take the elixir of longevity and leave quickly. I'll cover the rear. Yin Lingxi's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Uncle Chiu. Run! Chiu Nanshan roared, standing firmly like a golden Buddha. Yin Lingxi clutched the elixir of longevity tightly and turned to flee. Don't let that woman escape, roared the White Tiger King. She won't get away. A silver-horned rhinoceros charged at Yin Lingxi with immense force, shattering the ground as it advanced. Yin Lingxi twisted her wrist, and a flash of moonlight appeared. Her figure instantly reappeared 100 meters away, creating distance. Useless! The White Tiger King snarled, its ferocious face emitting a terrifying beam of light directly toward Yin Lingxi. Chiu Nanshan stomped the ground fiercely, shaking the mountains and rivers, causing boulders to tumble. Like a golden Buddha, he struck the White Tiger King's face with a palm. The force of this palm was overwhelming, capable of destroying mountains. Boom! Old man, I'm still here. The Green Snake Lord flicked its tongue, retracting its tail that had coiled around Chiu Nanshan. Its venom had already been injected into Chiu Nanshan's body. Old fool. So what if you're at the peak of the third tier? You're still surrounded and beaten by us 5 beast kings, sneered the Blue Flame Falcon. Yin Lingxi's guards had already been burned to ashes by its blue flames. So fun. So fun. The 5-armed ape kept throwing boulders at Chiu Nanshan. The 5 third-tier beast kings easily crushed Yin Lingxi's guards. Chiu Nanshan coughed up black blood and roared, though I'm injured, you low-tier beast kings can't kill me. He unleashed the violent aura of a third-tier peak, his body transforming into a golden Buddha. Buddha's light illuminated the surroundings, and the scorching golden light instantly ignited the Blue Flame Falcon. Damn it! This old guy is retaliating even in death. The White Tiger King reacted the fastest, quickly retreating. Just as it thought it was safe, a massive Buddha palm descended from the sky, instantly suppressing the White Tiger King, leaving its flesh mangled and bones shattered. Roar! The silver-horned rhinoceros sensed the breath of death and fled frantically. Yet it was still caught by the massive Buddha palm and crushed into powder. This was the dying counterattack of a third-tier peak divine being. The 5 beast kings, who had just stepped into the third tier, were utterly powerless to resist and could only flee for their lives. Miss, I've done my best. The Buddha's light on Chiu Nanshan's body gradually dimmed. He stood there, lifeless. In this battle, 3 of the 5 beast kings perished, while the Green Snake Lord and the 5-armed ape narrowly escaped. Yin Lingxi clutched the elixir of longevity tightly, constantly evading the pursuit of the 2 beast kings. Found you, little girl. The Green Snake Lord darted swiftly among the rocks, wielding its green fan, launching a terrifying slash at Yin Lingxi. Buzz! Ugh! Yin Lingxi activated spatial teleportation again, but her shoulder was still slashed by a sharp wind blade, leaving a bloody gash. "You can't escape." The five-armed ape laughed, planting 7 limbs on the ground, sprinting rapidly, and leaping with all its might, landing directly in front of Ian Lingxi. Boom! The mountain exploded, and Ian Lingxi was blasted away by the powerful energy wave, crashing into an ancient tree, trapped in a desperate situation. Ugh! The five-armed ape grabbed Ian Lingxi's neck, lifting her into the air. "You should have handed over the elixir of longevity earlier. Because of you, we lost 3 companions. You deserve to die." Its shriveled hands squeezed forcefully, and the sound of bones cracking came from Ian Lingxi's neck. Her eyes were bloodshot, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. "Five-armed ape, the elixir of longevity is yours," it said, reaching out to grab the small white bottle tightly held by Ian Lingxi. At that moment, a figure appeared like a ghost, delivering a heavy punch to the five-armed ape's waist. With a loud crack, the five-armed ape's bones and flesh were shattered. Boom! The immense force carried the five-armed ape, slamming it into the mountain, shattering a large section of the peak. The green snake lord, who had been watching, immediately reacted, swiftly drawing its green snake sword. Riding the breeze, it slashed a sword light at the newcomer. The newcomer merely sidestepped to dodge, took a step forward, instantly closing the distance, and delivered a punch to the green snake lord's abdomen, severely injuring it and sending it flying 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, the 2 beast kings were repelled by Jiang Yan, both gravely wounded. "Thank you." Ian Lingxi weakly expressed her gratitude. When she looked up and saw Jiang Yan's face, her expression changed instantly. "It's you? I thought my guards had already killed you." "Your guards aren't capable of that." Jiang Yan patted the dust off his clothes and extended his hand. "The ground is so dirty. Don't you think you should get up?" Ian Lingxi pursed her lips, took Jiang Yan's hand, and was pulled to her feet. "Why did you save me?" she asked, turning her face toward him. Jiang Yan smiled. "We're both human. I couldn't just stand by and watch a fellow human being bullied. Just because of that?" Ian Lingxi was a bit skeptical. Those were 2 beast kings, and he risked his life to save her for the sake of humanity? What other reason could there be? Jiang Yan shrugged. "Because you're good-looking?" With that, he turned to leave, but Ian Lingxi grabbed him. "Wait. Don't go. Is there something else? If you're worried about those 2 beast kings, don't be. I've already severely injured them. They won't be able to catch up to you for now." Ian Lingxi looked up, gazing deeply at Jiang Yan. "Don't use that trick on me. I'm immune to beauty traps," Jiang Yan said, turning his face away. Ian Lingxi almost stomped her foot in frustration and muttered softly, "Who's using a beauty trap? No matter the reason, the fact is that you saved me." Ian Lingxi's eyes sparkled as she held a small white bottle containing a drop of pure liquid. "This is a drop of longevity elixir, as valuable as a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. It greatly enhances vitality and mental strength," she said. "Impressive." Jiang Yan stored the longevity elixir in the Shifang Ghost token, planning to use it when breaking through to the next level. "We'll meet again someday," he said, preparing to continue his search for opportunities. Ian Lingxi smiled radiantly, like peach blossoms blooming in spring. "Until we meet again." She watched Jiang Yan's figure disappear into the distance, her eyes glimmering with a peculiar light and a faint blush on her face. "What a strange guy. He's clearly still a student, yet he has the strength to slay beast kings. His talent is definitely on par with that of a ghost immortal," Ian Lingxi thought with a smile. "Next time we meet, I must recruit him into the Divine Awakening Consortium." Chapter 36, The Hidden Land in the Ruins of Wangshan. A figure darted through the forest. He was chasing a peak second-tier golden bone leopard. The leopard was desperately fleeing, clearly facing an extremely dangerous opponent. Roar! Cornered, it found itself at the edge of a cliff with no way to escape. The black-haired youth approached with a faint smile. "Did you really think you could get away?" The golden bone leopard bared its sharp teeth, glaring at the black-haired youth. "Awah!" It suddenly launched a desperate counterattack, moving so fast it was almost impossible to see. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the youth. The black-haired youth's face remained calm, his right hand clenched into a fist. He punched the oncoming golden bone leopard square in the face. Bang! With a loud crash, the golden bone leopard, unleashing its bloodline power in a final burst, was sent flying like a broken kite. It ended up hanging lifelessly on a withered branch at the edge of the cliff, its breath fading away. The black-haired youth was none other than Jiang Yan. He shook off the blood on his hand and successfully extracted the heart's blood of the golden bone leopard. 13 more beasts' heart blood to go. Over the past week in the ruins, Jiang Yan had been relentlessly hunting fierce beasts to collect their heart's blood. In just 7 days, his strength had advanced from the 6th level of the first tier to the 8th level. Although still in the first tier, he could now easily suppress 3rd-tier beast kings. Jiang Yan had already slain 5 beast kings, storing their heart's blood in the Shifang ghost token. After dealing with the golden bone leopard, Jiang Yan descended the cliff. Around a bend, he encountered a group of 2 men and 1 woman. The red-haired man immediately recognized Jiang Yan. "Hey, you're a stowaway too, right?" Stowaways were those who sneaked into the ruins without the backing of a consortium or official organization. "We're stowaways too. Why don't we form an alliance and search for opportunities together? In the Wangshan ruins? What do you think?" The red-haired man smirked. "I'm a 6th-level first-tier B-rank god-gifted," the red-haired man said proudly. He then gestured to the man beside him. "He's a 7th-level first-tier A-rank heaven-blessed." Finally, he pointed to the woman. "She's a 5th-level first-tier B-rank healing-type god-gifted." After listening to the introduction, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. "With your kind of setup, you actually dare to venture into the ruins on your own?" The red-haired man retorted indignantly. "What do you mean by that? A 1A and 2Bs combination is something many people dream of. What level are you to look down on us?" "SSS-level," Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile. "SSS-level? Stop joking." The red-haired man couldn't help but burst into laughter. I thought you were a normal person and kindly invited you to join our team. Turns out you're just a braggart, the healing type," girl said disdainfully. The A-level divine bestower was indifferent. "If you don't want to join us, just leave. Our team is small, we can't accommodate someone as important as you." Jiang Yan shrugged helplessly, saying that he was telling the truth, but no one believed him. Before leaving, he reminded the 3, "There's a beast king in this area, be careful." Who would listen to you?" The healing-type girl made a face at Jiang Yan. The red-haired man waved him off. "Just go. What kind of cultivation do you have to dare to act as a lone wolf? Aren't you afraid of dying with no one to collect your corpse?" Jiang Yan ignored them further. As a fellow human, he had done his part by warning them. Even if something happened to the 3, it had nothing to do with him. He turned and walked toward the purple bamboo forest, preparing to hunt for new prey. But along the way, he didn't encounter a single exotic beast. "That's strange. Did I kill all the exotic beasts?" He had only killed over 70 exotic beasts, about 10 or so a day, not a large number. Could it be that all the exotic beasts have gathered in the area where those 3 fools are? This implied that the area might be hiding a treasure. Jiang Yan turned back, moving at an unbelievable speed. He broke through his limits, his velocity tearing through the air with a deafening roar. After undergoing 2 baptisms, his physical strength could now rival or even surpass that of a beast king. At this moment, the 3-person team of 1A level and 2B levels was exploring the stone forest. Suddenly, a fierce demonic wind swept through, uprooting ancient trees and hurling them along with scattered rocks toward them. "Watch out!" Hong Juankai's fingertips ignited flames, instantly forming a wall of fire that burned the ancient trees to ashes and melted the rocks. A-level divine bestower. Lin Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he conjured a ghostly blue scythe in his hand, leaping through the firewall and targeting the exotic beast. Stirring up the demonic wind, slashing 100 times in succession. The exotic beast was a monstrous bird with 3 human-like heads and thick, scaly feathers that shielded it, enduring Lin Zhao's attacks. Shriek! The 3-headed demon falcon flapped its sharp wings, slicing through the air and piercing Lin Zhao's collarbone. Ugh! Lin Zhao fell heavily to the ground, gravely injured. "Brother Xiao." B-level healer Chen Duo hurried forward, green light emanating from her hands and quickly enveloping the wound, visibly healing it. "This area actually has 2nd-tier exotic beasts." Hong Juankai's face darkened. "We might have stumbled into a hidden treasure zone," Lin Xiao said, clutching his wound, his face pale. "There are several hidden treasure zones within the ruins, places that attract powerful exotic beasts." Hidden treasure zone. Chen Duo had evidently heard of it, her face turning even paler. "Then, what should we do?" Several ferocious birds gathered in the sky, and the situation grew increasingly dangerous. The 3 were soon surrounded by the beasts, their lives hanging by a thread. If only we'd listened to that guy and left here earlier, Hong Junkai said with a bitter smile. Lin Xiao also regretted deeply, clutching the dirt on the ground tightly. He was right, we're too weak. Are we really going to die here? Chen Duo's eyes brimmed with tears, terrified of the impending death. As more and more ferocious beasts gathered, the three completely lost their fighting spirit and fell into despair. A wild bull king glanced at them sideways, snorting white air from its nostrils. Humans, you're the ones I hate the most. It was a king among exotic beasts, originally reigning supreme in the Wangshan ruins, but it had encountered a misfortune, a star of calamity that had severed one of its two horns. This caused its status among the beast kings to plummet, becoming the object of ridicule among other beast kings. It was filled with hatred. It wished it could wipe out every human in the Wangshan ruins. It's over, that wild bull seems to have spotted us. We're doomed this time. Hong Junkai's voice trembled. Lin Xiao clenched his teeth. What are you afraid of? At worst, it's just death. Chen Duo collapsed to the ground, her eyes red from crying. I don't want to die. Moo! The wild bull king roared furiously at the sky and charged toward the three of them. Each step shook the ground, like a small mountain crashing forward. Ha, isn't this the horned bull? Didn't expect to run into you here. A familiar voice rang out. The wild bull king froze instantly, as if nailed to the ground, unable to move. It stiffly turned its head to look at the grinning black-haired youth. Hai Jianyan greeted the wild bull king with a smile. The ferocity and brutality in the wild bull king's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by deep fear that came from the depths of its soul. Chapter 37, The Red Garment Appears, the Beast King Subdued. The three-person team saw that the wild bull king didn't charge forward but instead stared fearfully in another direction. Following its gaze, they saw a black-haired youth standing there with a smile on his face. Recognizing him, the three were shocked. It's him. Why is this guy here? Didn't he head in the opposite direction from us? Hong Junkai was full of confusion. Lin Xiao understood, he's also here for the secret treasure. Chen Duo's eyes lit up with hope. Look. The wild bull king seems especially afraid of him. Lin Xiao and Hong Junkai looked over in doubt. And sure enough, as Chen Duo said, the wild bull king was frozen in place, staring at the youth without daring to move. Who exactly is he? Lin Xiao frowned. Hong Junkai scratched his head. I remember he said before that he's an SSS-level god-gifted. Could that be true? SSS-level god-gifted. Chen Duo's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. To make a Tier 3 beast king so terrified, it could only be an SSS-level god-gifted. If he truly was an SSS-level god-gifted, then the three of them might still have a chance to survive. In the air, several bird kings saw the wild bull king's fear and mocked. Unicorn bull. Scared by a human like this, what a disgrace to the beast kings. Old bull, could it be this human who chopped off your horn? The wild bull king remained silent, too terrified to speak. It feared that if it opened its mouth, the black-haired youth before it would chop off its head. It knew this youth's methods all too well. Why are you staring at me like that? The wild bull king's voice trembled. Jiang Yan tilted his head and smiled. Did I say anything? I just happened to pass by and ran into you, my old friend, so I came over to say hi. Old friend? Say hi? The wild bull king was so angry its eyes turned red, but it didn't dare retort and could only humbly say, I won't fight for the secret treasure. Can you spare my life? Jiang Yan smiled. We're all friends. Why would I kill you? Besides, the horn you gave me makes such a loud sound when blown. Gave? It was clearly you who forcibly chopped it off. And then turned its horn into a trumpet. What humiliation, a stain on its life as a bull. Seeing that Jiang Yan had no intention of killing it, the wild bull king immediately turned and ran in the opposite direction. The other beast kings saw the wild bull king fleeing and sneered, Old bull, you're really old now. Scared of a mere human. Once we kill this human, we'll deal with you, you disgrace. You're not worthy to stand with us, let alone be a king, a male lion. Roared. The wild bull king completely ignored them, sneering inwardly, go ahead and mess with that youth. Let's see who can come out alive. It didn't want the secret treasure anymore. Staying alive was the most important thing. Lin Xiao and the other two saw the wild bull king flee and breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, a three-headed demon falcon suddenly dove down at high speed, heading straight for Jiang Yan. Human! I'm going to rip out your internal organs. The three-headed demon falcon's claws were as sharp as blades, slashing through the air with a menacing killing intent. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. I don't want your internal organs, just your heart will suffice. In his hand, a ghostly spear began to form, his chi and blood surging wildly. He suddenly hurled the spear into the sky, as if it were destined to pierce through the stars. The three-headed demon falcon's expression changed drastically. It tried to evade, but it was too late. The ghostly spear pierced through it in an instant, causing its body to explode in a rain of blood. In the blink of an eye, one beast king had fallen. The other beast kings, witnessing this scene, immediately grew serious. They had underestimated Jiang Yan. This human is no ordinary man. Attack together. The Lion King unleashed its divine powers, igniting golden flames all over its body, making it look like a small sun. The intense heat melted the surrounding boulders. Roar! The Lion King let out a thunderous roar, and a blazing golden beam shot toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, carrying the ghostly spear, sprinted along the mountain terrain. In less than a breath, he closed the distance with the Lion King. Clang! Gripping the ghostly spear tightly, he stabbed forward, only to be intercepted by a massive elephant. Its giant foot stomped toward his face with immense force. Jiang Yan struck out with his other hand, clashing directly with the golden elephant's foot. The sheer force of the impact caused the surrounding beasts to retreat, and the beast kings narrowed their eyes. The golden elephant's face darkened. A mere human could actually match its strength. Boom! Jiang Yan unleashed all of his chi and energy, the fabric of his left sleeve tearing apart, exposing bulging veins. With a powerful push, he overturned the golden elephant. Meanwhile, his right hand wielding the ghostly spear was locked in a stalemate with the Lion King. With a sudden jolt of strength, he forced the Lion King to retreat. Jiang Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. Dealing with two beast kings at once is indeed a bit taxing. If the beast kings had known what Jiang Yan had just said, they might have gone mad on the spot. A mere first-tier human able to suppress two third-tier beast kings simultaneously? This was simply defying the natural order. The Lion King growled coldly, "What are you all standing there for? Do you want this human to take the treasure for himself?" Of course, they didn't want the treasure to fall into human hands. The other beast kings stopped hesitating and all lunged at Jiang Yan. Beast kings from every direction surrounded Jiang Yan, trapping him in their midst. He was besieged on all sides. "Human, you truly are a brilliant genius. But you're too arrogant, daring to venture into the treasure grounds alone," the Lion King sneered. "Alone? Are you suggesting that I'm surrounded?" Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile. "Ha, still trying to be glib when death is at your doorstep. Your chi is so rich, I'll make sure to enjoy it thoroughly," the Snake King said with a sinister grin. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, a radiant expression lighting up his face. The surrounding beast kings were stunned. This human could still smile in the face of certain death? Was he insane? The Lion King, with its sharp instincts, suddenly grew alarmed. Its expression darkened. "This is bad. We've walked into an ambush." At the Lion King's warning, the beast kings quickly looked around. Suddenly, they realized that they were surrounded by an endless army of shadowy soldiers and ghostly generals. Jiang Yan chuckled. "Now, who's really surrounded?" The shadowy soldiers and ghostly generals closed in step by step, forcing the beast kings to unleash their divine powers in a desperate counterattack. The Lion King glared at Jiang Yan and said coldly, "If we capture you, their leader, and kill you, these things will naturally disappear." "You're not as dumb as you look," Jiang Yan replied with a glint of admiration in his eyes. But then his smile vanished, replaced by an icy calm. "However, who gave you the courage to believe you could kill me?" Suddenly, a red paper umbrella appeared in Jiang Yan's hand. The umbrella opened, transforming into a crimson robe that draped itself over him. His suppressed aura surged explosively, instantly reaching the second tier. With the red robe's empowerment, Jiang Yan's cultivation leveled up in an instant. "To deal with you, all I need is a single finger." Jiang Yan didn't even draw his sword. His figure flickered like a ghost, leaving behind a red afterimage. In the blink of an eye, his right hand pierced directly through the Lion King's heart. The other beast kings were terrified at the sight, trembling in fear. Who are you?" Jiang Yan, clad in crimson, smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with amusement. "Who am I? They call me the Ghost Immortal, just a nameless nobody." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan's wrist flipped, and a blood-red sword, glowing with a sinister light, materialized in his hand. As soon as the blood sword appeared, the beast kings trembled, as if sensing an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. Forbidden, no." One beast king suddenly recognized the secret of the red paper umbrella, but in the next moment, a blood-red flash streaked across. A bloodline appeared on the beast king's body, and its upper half began to slide off. Just as the upper half was about to hit the ground, the bloodline seemed to come alive, rapidly devouring the Beast King's flesh and blood. In an instant, over a dozen Beast Kings vanished into nothingness, as if they had never existed. The Beast Kings were completely annihilated, and the dust settled. The blood sword returned to the umbrella sheath, the killing intent dissipated, and the red robe transformed into scattered petals, reverting back to the red paper umbrella. Jiang Yan extracted the heart blood of over a dozen Beast Kings and other first-tier exotic beasts, successfully collecting the blood of 100 beasts. Ghost Immortal, you really are the Ghost Immortal. Hong Junkai trembled all over, terrified by the gruesome scene just now. Lin Zhao's pupils contracted, unable to look directly at Jiang Yan, an SSS-level divine bestower, master of 100 ghost soldiers, Lord Ghost Immortal. Chen Duo's eyes sparkled with admiration. You're actually the legendary Ghost Immortal. I've worshipped you since I was a child. You're not dead yet? Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised. He had thought they had already been devoured by the Beast Kings, but unexpectedly, they were still alive. The three stumbled and scrambled to their feet, running toward Jiang Yan. Ghost Immortal. Ghost Immortal. I'm your fan. I've always admired you. Chen Duo was so excited that she stuttered while speaking. Admire me? What's there to admire about me? Jiang Yan was a bit puzzled. Hong Junkai quickly interjected, you challenged the entire class by yourself, so cool, you're practically a living legend. Exactly. Just now, you single-handedly slaughtered over a dozen Beast Kings. Such a feat is unbelievable to anyone who hears about it. Chen Duo's eyes shone brightly. Jiang Yan smiled but didn't respond. You should leave now. This is a hidden treasure site, and more Beast Kings will come. You're too weak. This time, the three didn't argue back. They had already realized the gap between them and Jiang Yan, treating him like a deity, not daring to disobey his words. Ghost Immortal, one day I will surpass you. Lin Zhao, who had been silent, finally spoke. He was an A-level divine bestower and carried his own pride. Oh, then I'll be waiting for the day you surpass me, Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Ghost Immortal, can you give me your autograph? Before leaving, Chen Duo clung to Jiang Yan's hand, acting coquettishly. Jiang Yan smiled helplessly. There's not even a pen here, how can I sign? Then when we leave the Wangshan ruins, you must sign for me. Chen Duo said reluctantly. Alright, don't make it hard for me. Seeing Chen Duo still wanting to linger, Hong Junkai quickly pulled her away. Before leaving, he thanked Jiang Yan, thank you for saving us. Until we meet again. Jiang Yan smiled and said, until we meet again. Once the three figures disappeared, the smile on Jiang Yan's face faded. Leaning against the stone wall, he appeared somewhat weak, still too much strain. His current level was too low, wielding the red umbrella sword even once had drained all his strength, and his body was already operating beyond its limits. At the moment, he was at the 8th stage of the first tier, and summoning the red robe could only last 10 seconds, while the red umbrella sword could only strike once. Cough. Jiang Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Facing over a dozen third-tier Beast Kings, even summoning Yan Luo wouldn't be enough to annihilate them all. Some would inevitably escape, leaving hidden dangers. To completely resolve the issue, Jiang Yan had no choice but to use the red paper umbrella to seal them entirely. He circulated his spiritual energy, striving to recover his strength. From the 10 Directions Ghost token, he took out several hundred-year-old spiritual plants and stuffed them into his mouth, chewing them in large bites. However, the medicinal effects of the spiritual plants were absorbed by the vortex within his body, rendering them ineffective for healing. It seems I'll have to force a breakthrough. Dragging his exhausted body, Jiang Yan found a hidden cave. From the 10 Directions Ghost token, he summoned the heart blood of 100 ferocious beasts and, following ancient records, refined the blood of 100 beasts into a furnace. Once the beast blood boiled, he could use it to temper his body. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and activated his spiritual energy, refining the blood of 100 beasts into a boiling blood furnace. Blood splattered everywhere, and the places it touched were instantly melted. This boiling blood of 100 beasts can actually dissolve green steel rock. Jiang Yan was shocked, but he had no choice but to fight desperately. He stepped into the blood furnace, and as soon as his skin touched the beast blood, it was immediately scorched. If not for undergoing 2 rounds of cleansing and reshaping, he would have already melted. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and endured the pain of burning flesh. Every inch of his skin felt as if it were in hell, consumed by flames. The vortex within his body seemed to react, releasing black flames that enveloped him entirely, refining his body alongside the beast blood. Boom! The black flames resonated with the beast blood, instantly igniting like wildfire, reducing the cave to ruins. The black flames seemed capable of burning everything, never extinguishing. Damn it! Can't a person catch a break? Jiang Yan was on the verge of coughing up blood, his body pushed to its limits by the burning of the black flames and beast blood. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness started to drift. The longevity elixir. With his last ounce of awareness, he summoned the longevity elixir gifted to him by Yin Lingxi. A drop of pure liquid floated in the air, surrounded by an invisible barrier that separated the black flames and beast blood, hovering before him. The liquid entered Jiang Yan's brow, and instantly, his entire body radiated with a sacred white lotus. Having slain over a dozen beast kings and devoured the remnants of 100 beast souls, Jiang Yan had reached the threshold of the second tier. He refined his body with the blood of 100 beasts and shaped his soul with the longevity elixir, achieving ultimate transcendence and floating in mid-air. His jet-black hair grew rapidly, and his physical body was swiftly reshaped. Jiang Yan slowly opened his crimson eyes, his aura reaching its peak, second tier, level 1. Boom! The black flames and beast blood furnace were shattered by his terrifying aura. Jiang Yan slowly descended to the ground, clenched his fists, and felt an infinite surge of power. With a thought, black flames rose from the depths of the vortex in his palm. Black flames, Jiang Yan murmured with a faint smile. He had successfully advanced to the second tier, awakening a new power of the heavily nether Dao body, the eternal black flames, capable of burning all things. Jiang Yan retrieved a set of black clothes from the 10 Directions ghost token. As soon as he put them on, he felt slightly uncomfortable. Why did my hair suddenly grow so long? Forget it, long hair is fine. Glancing at the black flames burning in the cave, Jiang Yan casually waved his hand, and the flames instantly extinguished. He slowly walked out of the cave, realizing that several days had passed. The secret treasure here has already been taken. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. I fought desperately to kill over a dozen beast kings, only for someone to steal the treasure ahead of me? What belongs to me, no one can take away. Jiang Yan's figure moved like a ghost, chasing after the traces left behind. At this moment, 100 miles away by the seaside, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Western man laughed wildly. The treasure is mine. The treasure finally belongs to me. He had been lurking near the treasure site for days, waiting for the humans and beast kings to exhaust each other before seizing the treasure. But he had no idea what the treasure actually was. It wasn't a spiritual plant or a precious artifact, just a fragment of a broken jade stone. Whatever it is, once I leave the ruins of Wangshan, I'll take it back to my country and sell it to a museum for a high price. The Western man's face was full of glee. At that moment, a cold voice rang out, unfortunately, you won't live to leave the ruins. A chilling wind howled around him. And upon hearing the voice, Austin's expression changed drastically. Before him suddenly appeared a young man with waist-length black hair. Crimson eyes filled with killing intent. Austin forced himself to remain calm, a cold smile on his lips. Young man from Huaxia, it's true that you're impressive for slaying over a dozen beast kings alone. But don't forget, you were already exhausted at that time. I didn't kill you then, I merely took the treasure, as a gesture of respect. Jiang Yan's smile was insincere. Didn't kill me? You were just afraid that I'd retaliate in my dying moments and drag you down with me. Yet you make it sound so noble. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Austin's eyes, but his tone remained gentle. Young man, how about we make a deal? Let me take the treasure to the west, sell it, and we'll split the profits 50-50. Austin extended 5 fingers, his smile brimming with confidence. You could get at least this much. He spoke in a tempting tone. 5 billion eagle dollars. 5 billion eagle dollars, huh? Jiang Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. You agree? Austin's face lit up with joy. 50-50 split for 5 billion? Then if I kill you, wouldn't I get 10 billion eagle dollars? Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with contempt. You, Austin felt he had been played, his face darkened to the extreme. You'll pay for this. Jiang Yan stopped wasting words. His figure flickered like a phantom, and he struck Austin's chest with a fierce palm. The speed of the strike was astonishing, carrying a black aura capable of directly destroying a person's soul. Austin squinted, and a dazzling light burst from his chest, instantly creating distance between him and Jiang Yan. You foolish Chinese! The Wangshan ruins have long been surrounded by our Eagle Nation warriors. Everything you've picked up will ultimately have to be handed over. Enough noise. Jiang Yan flicked his fingers, and a ball of black flame ignited swiftly, rushing straight at Austin. Wherever the black flame passed, it became an eternal soul fire that could never be extinguished. Shock flashed in Austin's eyes. Facing the rapidly approaching black flame, he felt death closing in. Holy light baptism. He no longer concealed his strength, unleashing the full power of a third-tier martial lord. A golden halo enveloped his body, transforming into holy light armor. Gripping a holy sword, he slashed fiercely at the black flame. However, the black flame did not disappear. Instead, it split into two and clung to the holy sword like parasites, burning fiercely. The black flame spread rapidly, covering the entire holy sword in an instant. Austin's expression changed drastically. Seeing the black flame about to reach him, he hurriedly threw away the holy sword. His face was filled with terror. What kind of bizarre ability is this? His holy sword was divine, capable of dispelling all energy, yet it couldn't dispel this black flame. If you die, I'll tell you, Jiang Yan said coldly. A ghostly spear appeared in his hand, its tip entwined with black flames, and he hurled it fiercely at Austin. Witnessing the terror of the black flame, Austin dared not take it head-on and could only dodge desperately. He continuously fired holy beams in mid-air, trying to pierce Jiang Yan. Ghost weapon release, Jiang Yan murmured. In an instant, 1,000 vengeful spirits transformed into ghostly swords, swirling around him. Austin was stunned. Sword control, controlling 1,000 swords at once. This was a powerful skill only achievable by a 6th-tier martial saint. How could a young man possibly command so many swords? Black flame, Jiang Yan whispered. Again. The 1,000 ghostly swords converged with black flames, their burning fire surrounding him. The scene resembled 1,000 swords returning to their master, causing Austin to tremble all over in despair. His face turned pale, and his lips turned purple. He thought to himself, what kind of monster have I provoked? This is insane. How could I have targeted his treasure? If I return the treasure to you now, can you spare my life? Austin forced an ugly smile, worse than crying. Jiang Yan looked at him coldly. Now, are you joking? He lazily lifted his eyelids. It was the hottest time of noon. Jiang Yan said indifferently, it's high noon. In an instant, the 1,000 black flame-imbued ghostly swords trembled in unison and shot toward Austin at lightning speed. Austin knew he wouldn't survive. Madness flashed in his eyes. I'll take you down with me. His dantian erupted with a dazzling light as he prepared to self-destruct. The self-destruction of a third-tier martial lord was powerful enough to destroy a small town. Jiang Yan's expression remained unchanged. Let's see if you explode first or die first. Perish, he said coldly. A flying sword moved with incredible speed, piercing directly through Austin's throat. Ugh! Austin's face showed disbelief as the black flame instantly spread from his neck to his entire body, turning him into a man of fire. The black flame burned him so painfully that he couldn't control his self-destruction. Whoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of flying swords pierced through his limbs and body. Austin, like a kite with a broken string, was riddled with wounds and burned bit by bit into charcoal by the black flame. In less than a breath, Austin was completely dead, reduced to a charred skeleton still burning with the inextinguishable black flame. Jiang Yan walked over coldly and retrieved a fragment of jade from Austin's corpse. So this is the treasure? The jade looked ordinary but remained unscathed by the black flame, clearly extraordinary. Jiang Yan toyed with the jade, carefully observing it, but still couldn't discern anything special about it. He tried to infuse spiritual energy into the jade, and the jade began to change slightly, becoming crystal clear and transparent. The spiritual energy flowed within, rippling like waves. Ancient characters appeared on the crystalline jade, but Jiang Yan couldn't understand them. 10 Directions Ghost Token. He summoned the 10 Directions Ghost Token, and ghostly energy and murderous aura surged madly into the jade. Boom! The jade broke free from its restraints, releasing terrifying energy, floating in the air, surrounded by countless mysterious runes. Jiang Yan reached out to touch it, and instantly the ancient characters spread along his fingertips, directly merging into the center of his brow. Crack! The jade shattered, breaking into countless pieces. A segment of ancient scripture emerged in Jiang Yan's mind. Although he couldn't recognize the characters, he could understand their meaning. The breath of origin, the most ancient breathing technique, the origin of all breathing techniques. This shattered jade actually recorded the world's oldest breathing technique. The breath of origin is the source of all breathing techniques. The breathing techniques currently in circulation are merely imitations of the breath of origin, far inferior. The breath of origin was lost 10,000 years ago, yet remnants of it remain in this relic. Although the jade only contained fragments, it was still an earth-shattering treasure. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, carefully comprehending the mysteries of the scripture in his mind. Deep within his consciousness, a golden figure slowly emerged, listening to the scripture and chanting Buddhist verses, following the guidance of the ancient text to begin absorbing spiritual energy. His breathing alternated between deep and slow, surrounded by radiant light, as if he were in a celestial realm, with the sun and moon revolving around the golden figure. Endless vitality, flowing eternally. Chapter 40, Awakening. The hunt begins when Jiang Yan opened his eyes again. The golden figure in his consciousness was already seated in the spiritual sea, continuously circulating energy and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His control over spiritual energy had reached an exquisite level, so refined that he no longer needed to enter the comprehension chamber to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. With every breath, he nourished his body, maintaining peak condition. As expected of the origin of breathing techniques, even fragments are extraordinary. Jiang Yan felt rejuvenated, his vitality overflowing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the relic, several blonde men looked extremely grim. "Well, have you managed to contact that fool Austin?" a blonde man with blue eyes asked coldly. "Regrettably, Lord Caesar, Mr. Austin has met with misfortune. His wheel of life ended prematurely," replied a man with hollow eyes indifferently. The blonde man named Caesar's expression darkened further. "The major forces of Huaxia are all under our control. Who could have killed Austin?" "Possibly a smuggler," the hollow-eyed man said. "A smuggler? How could a smuggler possibly kill one of my Eagle Nation elites? Lord Caesar, I warned you before. Huaxia harbors many hidden masters, far more complex than you imagine." Caesar sneered. "Prophet, you're overthinking. Even if Huaxia has reclusive masters, they can't escape the siege of my Eagle Nation's 100 martial sect warriors." He waved his hand, commanding over 100 third-tier martial sect warriors, "Conduct a carpet search. Drag that smuggler out and reclaim the secret treasure." At this moment, several members of major financial groups who had ventured deep into the relic were trapped within a barrier. Lin Tian looked at his graceful and elegant sister beside him and laughed. "Sis, I guarantee that the smuggler those foreigners mentioned who killed the Western martial sect warrior must be the ghost immortal." Lin Wanyu rolled her eyes at him. "We're all captives now, and you're still spouting nonsense. If you hadn't been careless and fallen into a trap, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state." "Sis," Lin Tian said, aggrieved, "it's those foreigners who are too cunning. They stationed over a dozen martial sect warriors near the secret treasure. What could I do? Besides, Miss Yin is here with us too." Lin Tian glanced at Yin Lingxi not far away. Yin Lingxi clutched her injured arm, her face pale. Her longevity elixir had been taken, and her body was severely injured, leaving her weak and frail. Her beautiful eyes were moist. "If that guy were by my side, these Western martial artists wouldn't be able to touch me at all." "Oh, here we go again." Lin Tian mocked. The Baichao group and the Xinqing consortium were sworn enemies. Lin Tian rushed over to provoke them. "Still talking about that guy? You don't even know his name. Do you think he'll come to save you?" Lin Tian made a throat-slitting gesture. "The guy you're talking about probably ran into the ghost immortal and has already been wiped out." "Rubbish!" Yin Lingxi glared at him angrily, startling Lin Tian into a shiver. I'm not wrong. You've never seen the ghost immortal, so you don't know how strong he is. The person I encountered defeated 2 beast kings with just 2 punches. He's 100 times stronger than the ghost immortal." Yin Lingxi refused to let Jiang Yan be overshadowed. Jiang Yan had saved her life, and in her heart, he was far more powerful than the legendary ghost immortal. "Keep dreaming, then. Wait for your guy to come save you." Lin Tian was full of confidence, showing no panic even though he was captured. He planned to introduce his elder sister Lin Wanyu to the ghost immortal and had already considered himself Jiang Yan's brother-in-law. Jiang Yan would surely not stand idly by. Thinking about becoming the ghost immortal's brother-in-law, Lin Tian was overjoyed. If Lin Tian and Yin Lingxi knew that the two people they were arguing about were actually the same person, they would probably be too embarrassed to speak. Inside the barrier, there were over 100 people, including subordinates of several major conglomerates, and some smugglers, among whom were Hong Junkai and his two companions. The three of them were smugglers and thus kept their distance from the conglomerate forces. The trio sat in a circle, each bearing deep wounds that exposed their bones. Damn it! These foreigners are so despicable. 3 martial masters teamed up against me. Hiss! Hong Junkai's arm was broken, and blood was pouring from his abdomen. Enough, shut up and focus on healing, or your wounds will reopen, Chen Duo frowned and advised. I just can't accept it. These foreigners only know how to play dirty tricks. If they have the guts, let them fight me one-on-one. Watch me knock them flat. Hiss! Hong Junkai gritted his teeth and shouted in pain. Lin Xiao remained silent, once again realizing his own insignificance. The three of them had been ambushed, and he had fought a Western martial master to the death, but even with all his effort, he couldn't win and ended up with broken bones and torn tendons. If the Ghost Immortal had been there, would the battle have turned completely in their favor? Would the defeated side have been the Western martial masters? Lin Xiao shook his head, not daring to think further. The more he thought about it, the clearer the gap between himself and the Ghost Immortal became, like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to cross. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was speeding through the ruins, hunting Western martial artists along the way. Before eliminating Austin, he had gleaned from the man's scattered words that Western forces had long secretly infiltrated the Wangshan ruins, setting traps everywhere to seize opportunities. All of China's major forces and smugglers had been captured, and their opportunities stolen. Little foreigners, don't even think about taking a single chance from these ruins. Jiang Yan's eyes glowed blood red as he sprinted through the dense forest, carrying a ghost martial spear on his back. Couldn't find him, he must already be dead. A Western martial artist hadn't finished his sentence before a spear pierced through his head, leaving him lifeless on the ground. The other martial masters with him immediately became alert, entering combat mode. Target locked, southwest corner, a middle-aged man said grimly. Whoosh! A ghost spear tore through the dense forest, accompanied by the sound of air splitting, and shot rapidly toward the middle-aged man. Bang! The man's right hand transformed into a massive mechanical arm, gathering immense energy. Another martial master's eyes flashed red as he unleashed a terrifying laser beam. The collision of their attacks shattered the forest into pieces. Amid the thick smoke, a figure flickered like a phantom, closing in on them in less than a second. Help me! The man releasing the laser couldn't defend himself at close range. The middle-aged man tried to save him but was too late. The black-haired youth, whose hair reached his waist, struck with a palm, instantly turning the laser-wielding man into a mist of blood. Before the middle-aged man could react, the youth swept a whip-like kick toward him. The man hurriedly used his mechanical arm to block. Bang! The immense force shattered the mechanical arm, sending him flying 100 meters away. This is a strength-type superhuman. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, filled with terror. At least an SS-level strength-type superhuman. He had already lost the will to fight and turned to flee, but it was too late. A black flame suddenly ignited on his back, spreading across his body. In an instant, turning him into a burning fireman. Ah! Help me! He turned to ashes, unable to make another sound. When the two fell, no one saw the boy's face clearly. Jiang Yan stepped out of the shadows, his eyes blood red. I told you, none of you will leave here alive. Chapter 41, in the blink of an eye, they were all wiped out. Lord Caesar, 3 more martial masters have fallen, and the wheel of life. Dims, the hollow-eyed man said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. What? The opponent is just one person, yet he killed 3 of my martial masters. Caesar's face changed drastically. How is this possible? The blind prophet spoke calmly, that is the reality. Hearing their conversation, Lin Tian shouted excitedly from within the barrier, amazing! It must be Ghost Immortal who did it. Among the stowaways, only he has this level of power. Lin Wanyu looked at her brother with an expression of pity for a fool. Sigh, he always shouted. About Ghost Immortal being strong or weak, was he from Nantong? Yin Lingxi's eyes sparkled, it must be him, only he could take down 3 people in an instant. It was Ghost Immortal who killed them, not your little boyfriend. Lin Tian retorted indignantly. Hearing Jiang Yan referred to as her boyfriend, Yin Lingxi blushed and argued, anyway, Ghost Immortal isn't as powerful as him. The two began to quarrel. Again. Meanwhile, on Zhang Yan's side, the consecutive killing of 3 martial masters had already drawn the attention of the Western martial masters. Target identified. The target is an SS-level strength-type superhuman, has wiped out 5 teams entirely. Everyone, maintain distance, do not let him get close, a 2-meter-tall man said in a deep voice. He was Dukeo, captain of the second team, with 3rd tier, 6th level strength and a god-given A-level power. He leaped 1,000 meters, descending from the sky like a meteor, crashing toward Jiang Yan at high speed. Jiang Yan sensed the killing intent but did not stop walking. He raised his hand to meet Dukeo head-on. Boom! A powerful shockwave reverberated. Dukeo landed steadily, lightly dusting off his clothes. His eagle-like eyes locked onto Jiang Yan through the smoke. Swoosh! A black shadow darted out of the smoke, wielding a ghostly spear, catching him off guard. Dukeo, experienced in combat, anticipated Jiang Yan's move, sidestepped, and grabbed the ghost spear, swinging a powerful whip kick. Jiang Yan raised his knee to block, his mind activating the ghost spear, which ignited with black flames. Bang! Sensing danger in advance, Dukeo released his grip and distanced himself from Jiang Yan. As an international mercenary, Dukeo had participated in hundreds of battles, facing countless enemies and encountering all kinds of opponents. He knew them inside out. I've already seen through your combat style, young man from Huaxia. I must admit, you're impressive. If you had 5 more years, you might surpass me. Dukeo tightened his custom bandages. Unfortunately, I won't give you that chance, because today, you will die here. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist, carrying the sound of air being torn apart, slammed toward Jiang Yan's face. Jiang Yan raised his hand to block, only to feel a sudden chill in his chest. A dagger, gleaming with cold light, had already pierced his heart, sinking deeper and deeper. Earth Fiend! Jiang Yan quickly retreated, immediately summoning the ghost zombie. Roar! The Earth Fiend roared furiously, charging at Dukeo in a frenzy. Before Jiang Yan could catch his breath, a massive beam of light suddenly erupted behind him, its energy so powerful it could level an entire building. Boom, boom, boom. The beam continued to bombard, instantly reducing all living beings to ashes. Target eliminated, a silver-haired man stood atop an ancient tree, putting away his composite bow, ready to report the results to Caesar. Swoosh! A ghostly sword flew out at incredible speed, piercing directly through his chest. Ugh, cough, cough, this is impossible. The silver-haired man's eyes were filled with shock. He looked at the boy in front of him, holding a red umbrella, his fear reaching its peak. You monster! Jiang Yan held the red umbrella, coldly watching as the silver-haired man's life faded away. At the critical moment, he used a red paper umbrella to perform an illusion, redirecting the deadly beam of the silver-haired man onto Dukeo. The silver-haired man, caught off guard, was slain with a single sword strike, while Dukeo suffered severe injuries from the beam and was left on the brink of death. Soon, he would likely be torn to pieces by the Earth Fiend. But the crisis was far from over. Jiang Yan was still being pursued and surrounded by dozens of martial sect members. The primordial breathing technique continued to operate, and Jiang Yan's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing speed, his stamina rapidly recovering. Ghost Command is here, spirits heed my call. Jiang Yan gripped the 10 Directions Ghost Command and coldly declared, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. As soon as the words left his mouth, a chilling wind swept across a 100-mile radius. The clear sky was shrouded by dark clouds, and ghostly shadows filled the surroundings, with wandering spirits everywhere. He needed these ghosts to buy him time, disrupt the enemy's formation, and then defeat them one by one. Where do you think you're going? Another martial sect member charged forward, sprouting divine feathers from his back and unleashing an unstoppable, all-cutting falling feather blade aimed directly at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan sneered, who said I was running? The 100 ghosts instantly transformed into 100 ghost swords, clashing fiercely with the falling feather blade in mid-air. Clang! 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 The birdman's face changed drastically. Impossible. How can you control so many swords at once? Good question, because I am a sword immortal. Jiang Yan replied, maneuvering the 100 ghost swords, their shadows encircling him as they attacked the birdman from all directions. Black flame. A crimson light flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes, and over 200 ghost swords simultaneously ignited with black flames, forming a fiery storm of sword rain. He clenched his fist tightly. Suppress. The 200 ghost swords surrounded the birdman, cutting off all escape routes. Squelch. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced by blades, The Birdman let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was riddled with holes, engulfed in flames. The 100 ghost swords once again encircled Jiang Yan, who flew through the air, hunting down Western martial sect members. Whoosh! 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 The ghost swords pierced through the ranks like a hot knife through butter, slaying numerous early-stage third-tier martial sect members in succession. Jiang Yan killed over 30 martial sect members in one breath, drenched in blood, resembling a demon returned from the depths of hell. But the blood wasn't his, it was his enemies, splattered all over him. The remaining Western martial sect members, witnessing the scene, fled in terror as if they'd seen a demon, unwilling to fight head-on. With the primordial breathing technique, Jiang Yan's spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, and coupled with his precise control over it, he could almost endlessly wield his swords. He even summoned the Yanluo ghost god, who swept through everything in his path with unstoppable force. By the time Jiang Yan reached the ancient ruins hall, he was already capable of controlling 1,000 ghost swords simultaneously. Beside him stood the Earth Fiend and Heaven Fiend ghost generals, while the Yanluo ghost god guarded his rear. His aura was overwhelming as he faced Caesar directly. So, you're the mastermind behind the Western Consortium? Jiang Yan casually placed his hands in his pockets and spoke indifferently. Caesar's pupils contracted as he stared in shock at the 1,000 ghost swords and the black-haired youth who resembled a demon. What happened to the martial sect members I sent to kill you? Caesar's voice trembled. Jiang Yan tilted his head and smiled, as if recalling something. Oh, so those guys were third-tier martial sect members? I didn't really pay much attention. Caesar's pupils shrank sharply upon hearing the black-haired youth's words. I accidentally killed them all. All of them? That was 100 martial sect members. Even a fourth-tier martial king couldn't have done it so easily. Caesar clung to a shred of hope and turned to the blind prophet. Prophet, are they still alive? The blind man shook his head. Sorry, Lord Caesar, I can't sense any signs of life from them. Caesar's pupils contracted completely. Impossible. All 108 of my martial sect members, all killed by him? His eyes were filled with terror. Jiang Yan stepped forward, the 1,000 ghost swords encircling him, creating a terrifying aura. Behind him, the Yanluo ghost god glared with wrathful eyes, intimidating everyone present who dared not meet his gaze. Caesar was scared out of his wits, already sensing the approach of death. He roared, Kid, if you dare come any closer, I'll kill everyone inside the barrier. Caesar used the people within the barrier as hostages, desperately searching for a sliver of hope. He didn't want to die. But Jiang Yan paid him no mind, continuing to close in step by step. Caesar was on the verge of madness. The people in the barrier are your compatriots. How can you not care about their lives? Their lives have nothing to do with me. But your death is very important to me. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, thousands of ghostly swords ignited with black flames, shooting toward Caesar like a wildfire. Blind man! Caesar roared. The hollow-eyed man raised the void staff that appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave, the thousands of ghostly swords froze in midair, unable to move. Oh! Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, looking at the blind man holding the void staff. What kind of treasure is this? Quite interesting. An SS-grade artifact, the void staff, the blind man replied indifferently. Stop wasting time with him. Kill him. Kill him now. Caesar was utterly terrified of Jiang Yan. The blind man shook his head. Lord Caesar, I am no match for him. What? What did you just say? Caesar broke out in a cold sweat. Through the endless void, I saw an ancient ghost god, the blind man said, his gaze shifting to the space behind Jiang Yan. Though blind, he could sense the overwhelming aura. It was a presence beyond mortal comprehension, one that controlled life and death. How could a living being contend with such a force? The blind man smiled faintly. Young man from Huaxia, I have no desire to be your enemy. The lives of those behind you are yours to decide. The void staff in his hand disappeared as he bowed slightly, offering Jiang Yan the highest respect. Blind man! How dare you betray me? My father will never let you go. Caesar's face twisted in rage, his expression dark as iron. Lord Caesar, this is the fate you brought upon yourself. I warned you long ago, this journey to the east carried the risk of your downfall. The blind prophet smiled as he turned and walked away. Caesar was in utter despair. All 108 martial masters who had accompanied him on this mission had perished, and even the blind prophet who had always supported him had abandoned him. My father is the king of Eagle Nation. Ah! Before he could finish, Caesar was engulfed in black flames, his entire body consumed. Jiang Yan's face remained expressionless. So noisy. He had no interest in listening to the others' threats. Everyone knew what Caesar was about to say, boasting about his powerful backers and claiming he couldn't be killed. Jiang Yan had heard it all before on his path of slaughter. Ah! Save me! Father! Save me! Caesar screamed hysterically. No matter how he struggled, the black flames never extinguished, burning him to ashes. Crack! In the distance, the massive barrier shattered with a thunderous crash. The people inside were too shocked to speak, their faces frozen in disbelief. Who was this black-haired youth standing amidst the wreckage? He had single-handedly fought through 108 Western martial masters and forced the blind prophet to retreat before the battle even began. Lin Tian jumped up and down in excitement, grabbing Lin Wanyu's arm. Sis, didn't I tell you? It's the ghost immortal here to save us. Lin Wanyu was too stunned to respond, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. This handsome and mysterious youth was none other than the legendary ghost immortal of Jiang City. Lin Tian turned to mock Yin Lingxi, ready to gloat, but stopped when he saw her gazing at Jiang Yan with deep affection. Yin Lingxi's eyes lit up as she recognized Jiang Yan's face. It really is him. Only he could do this. Wait, what had Lin Tian just called him? Ghost immortal? He's the ghost immortal? Yin Lingxi's eyes widened in astonishment. She and Lin Tian had argued for so long, only to realize they had been talking about the same person all along. The ghost immortal Jiang Yan, the most extraordinary figure in Jiang City's history. Lin Tian finally pieced it together. The guy Yin Lingxi had been referring to was Jiang Yan. Remembering the way she had looked at Jiang Yan earlier, Lin Tian panicked. Miss Yin, don't even think about going after Jiang Yan. He's my sister's man. But judging by Miss Lin's reaction, it seems she doesn't even know him. Yin Lingxi said with a sly smile. The ghost immortal and I share a bond forged in life and death. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Lin Tian saw her speaking so seriously, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, Sis, go seduce the ghost immortal quickly, don't let the Yin's vixen trick him away. Hey! Lin Wanyu gently tapped Lin Tian's head, her face full of tenderness. Good brother, you don't need to worry about your sister's affairs. Her smile bloomed like a flower, and just as she was about to approach Jiang Yan, she suddenly saw three figures rushing over. The three surrounded Jiang Yan, hugging and clinging to him. Woo-woo, ghost immortal. I always knew you'd avenge us. Hong Junkai clung to Jiang Yan's leg, crying as he spoke, these foreigners are so cruel. Chen Duo held Jiang Yan's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Ghost immortal, thank you for saving us. If it weren't for you, we would have been killed by these foreigners long ago. Lin Xiao stood to the side, crossing his arms, stiffly saying to Jiang Yan, thank you. This is the second time you've saved us. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly and pushed the two away. I couldn't stand the actions of these Westerners either, sneaking into our territory and committing acts of killing, looting, and plundering. Though he was smiling, his eyes carried a chill. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they never return, forever buried beneath the land of Huaxia. Ghost immortal is so handsome. I want an autograph. I want an autograph. Chen Duo instantly turned into a little fangirl, clinging to Jiang Yan's arm. Hong Junkai also became a little fanboy, his eyes sparkling. Ghost immortal truly lives up to his name, with a heart for the world and boundless passion. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly. Before he could push the two away again, a beautiful figure dashed over and directly hugged him. Jiang Yan, we meet again. Yin Lingxi's eyes were bright, her face full of smiles. Chapter 43, Leaving the Ruins, the competition begins. Miss Yin? Jiang Yan was somewhat surprised. I've long suspected you were the ghost immortal. Yin Lingxi's face carried a confident smile, every expression captivating. Chen Duo and Hong Junkai were dumbfounded. Yin Lingxi, the heiress of the Xinqing group. They were utterly shocked. The heiress of the Xinqing group was so close to the ghost immortal. Was there some secret between them? It's time to go. Lin Xiao pulled his two dazed companions, afraid they would continue to stir up trouble. No, I'm not leaving. I want to watch the drama. This is big news. Chen Duo stubbornly refused to leave. Hong Junkai was already stunned. Oh my god, the high and mighty. Yin Lingxi actually has a story with the ghost immortal. This world is truly unbelievable. Lin Xiao was helpless. The Xinqing group was indeed a major corporation, But Jiang Yan was an SSS-level God-gifted individual, with the potential to become a king or emperor in the future. Even if he truly became the Yin family's son-in-law, it wouldn't be surprising. He himself was just an A-level God-gifted individual, and even in Jiangcheng, many prestigious families had extended olive branches to him, let alone someone like Jiang Yan, an SSS-level expert. Let me formally introduce myself. Yin Lingxi's eyes sparkled, her smile enchanting. My name is Yin Lingxi, the only daughter of the chairman of Xinxing Group. Jiang Yan amicably shook the jade-like hand Yin Lingxi extended and smiled. My name is Jiang Yan. Yin Lingxi's fair cheeks flushed slightly. Jiang Yan, are you interested in joining Xinxing Group? Before Jiang Yan could answer, Lin Tian shouted loudly, no way. He doesn't agree. Yin Lingxi frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Lin Tian. Brother-in-law. Lin Tian's shout left Jiang Yan speechless. When had he become Lin Tian's brother-in-law? Lin Tian, handsome but with a mischievous grin, said, brother-in-law, I brought my sister here. Hey! His head was tapped again, and he jumped around in pain. Standing nearby was a tall, elegant woman with a sweet smile and graceful demeanor. She said, Ghost. Immortal, my brother is immature and has caused you trouble. Jiang Yan chuckled lightly. It's fine. Just go back and give him a good lesson. Brother-in-law. Lin Tian let out another miserable cry. Lin Wanyu twisted Lin Tian's ear, her radiant smile directed at Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, thank you for saving my brother and me. I have a family heirloom, a millennia-old spiritual plant, to give you. A silver bell dangled from her slender wrist, its crisp sound echoing pleasantly. As blue light flickered, a spiritual plant emitting a pure white glow appeared. Yin Lingxi's eyes were filled with astonishment. Millennium moonlight grass. She stared at Lin Wanyu in disbelief. The Lin family, as major shareholders of the 100 Herbs Group, possessed numerous rare spiritual plants and miraculous medicines. However, millennia-old spiritual plants were exceedingly rare. The 100 Herbs Group likely had no more than 10 of them. Yet Lin Wanyu was so generous, gifting such a precious plant to Jiang Yan. There was only one explanation. Lin Wanyu had taken a liking to Jiang Yan and wanted to recruit him into the 100 Herbs Group. Yin Lingxi frowned deeply. She would never allow Jiang Yan to join their rival group. Jiang Yan, thank you for saving me again. Yin Lingxi blinked her large eyes and raised her delicate hand, revealing a bottle of golden potion in her palm. To express my gratitude for saving me twice, I'm giving you this ancient potion. She handed the golden concoction to Jiang Yan. The surrounding crowd was stunned upon hearing ancient potion. Ancient potion. This is derived from the genes of the ancient martial emperor. I didn't expect the Divine Awakening Group to actually develop such a world-shaking potion. A regular genetic potion sells for 100,000 per bottle, but this unreleased ancient potion is priceless and unattainable. No one could definitively say whether the ancient potion or the millennia moonlight grass was more valuable. Jiang Yan, watching the two young ladies compete to offer gifts, accepted them without hesitation, smiling as he took them. You, too, are truly generous. I'll gladly accept your kind gestures. He stored the ancient potion and millennia moonlight grass into the 10 Directions Ghost token. Jiang Yan smiled and bid farewell to the crowd. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Wait, hold on. Yin Lingxi and Lin Wanyu spoke in unison, trying to stop him, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yan had already disappeared. The two glared at each other angrily, then simultaneously snorted coldly, and turned away, ignoring one another. Lin Tian stood beside Lin Wanyu, grinning mischievously. Sis, you've taken a liking to the ghost immortal, haven't you? The match I found for you isn't bad, right? Humph, he's just the strongest in Linjiang province. There are plenty of SSS-level divine gifted individuals in the Imperial Capital and Magic City who are far superior to him. Lin Wanyu snorted coldly. Lin Tian blinked. Sis, why is your face red? I'm just in good spirits. Lin Wanyu pinched his ear again and stormed off angrily. Strange, sis rarely blushes, Lin Tian muttered, scratching his head, before trotting after her. Yin Lingxi stomped her foot in frustration. So infuriating. I was planning to invite you to visit the Divine Awakening Group. Her stunningly beautiful face showed a rare hint of melancholy as she retrieved the longevity elixir, her expression sour as she left the Wangshan ruins. The others in the ruins were left speechless. In shock. Am I going crazy? I could have sworn I just saw Yin Lingxi and Lin Wanyu competing for Jiang Yan's favor. No. I saw it too. The two goddesses were vying for the ghost immortal. If word of this gets out, no one will believe it. I heard that the young master of the Gu family in Magic City is pursuing Lin Wanyu. If he finds out that the usually icy goddess blushed for another man, he'll definitely lose his mind. Ha, this is going to be interesting. The Gu family's young master is also an SSS-level divine gifted individual and has already reached the third stage, becoming a martial lord. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan found a spatial rift, which served as the exit from the ruins. Hopefully, I'm not too late, he muttered, diving into the rift without hesitation and leaving the Wangshan ruins. Once outside, his phone finally regained signal. Ping. Ping ping ping. Ping 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 ping. The phone screen was flooded with missed calls. And over 99 unread messages. Zhou Peng, Jian, where are you? The Zhangcheng martial arts tournament has already started. Hurry back. Yi Iran, Jiang Yin, where? Did you go? Yun Tianjie, Jianggu, we've already lost 3 people. Everyone is counting on you to turn the tide. Zhang Xiaoshang, old Jiang, are you okay? You didn't die in the ruins, did you? If you're still alive, reply quickly so we don't worry. Looking at the flood of messages on his screen, Jiang Yin smiled bitterly. While sprinting toward the city, he replied to everyone with a quick 2-word message, wait for me. At this moment, in the Jiang City Martial Arts Arena, students from all the major high schools in Linjiang had gathered, and the competition was at its most intense stage. Linjiang No. 2 High School had 10 participants on the roster, but only 9 had shown up. After several rounds of matches, 3 had been injured and eliminated, leaving only 6 still holding on. Just as the entire Linjiang No. 2 team seemed to be losing morale, the phones of a few students in Class 2 suddenly buzzed. They snapped out of their daze and quickly checked their screens. The sender was Jiang Yin. Chapter 44, One Move to End It. What's there to say? As the provincial capital of Linjiang, Jiang City housed the martial arts arena in its city center, an area equivalent to 10 sports stadiums. At this moment, the arena was packed with high school students from across Linjiang province, along with city and provincial leaders, and even top professors from martial arts university who had come in person. This is completely one-sided. Linjiang No. 2 gets plenty of resources every year. How are they being crushed so badly by the geniuses from No. 3? The director of the City Education Bureau asked. With a frown, he turned to the old principal of No. 2 High School. Where's that legendary figure from your school? Why haven't we seen him in action yet? The old principal was sweating profusely. Well, the main character usually comes out last. Young people, you know, they like to keep things suspenseful. The Education Bureau director nodded. Makes sense. Young people these days are certainly full of personality. Having personality is good, but being too arrogant isn't. Yes, Director Shin, you're absolutely right. I'll make sure to properly educate that kid later and straighten out his attitude, the old principal promised. Hastily, he was on the verge of panic. This was a critical moment for his transfer to the capital, and he couldn't afford for anything to go wrong with No. 2 High School. Jiang Yan, please show up already. On the martial stage, Meng Zhan was covered in wounds, his body a bloody mess, with even his bones visible. Standing before him was a man with an arrogant expression. Is this the best No. 2 High School can do? And you dare to participate in the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament? Do you even know what this year's competition is called? Xiao Yu's face was full of disdain. This is the Genius Tournament. Only true geniuses are qualified to step onto this stage. He looked at Meng Zhan with contempt. Sai, an A-rank God-gifted individual might have been considered a genius in the past, but now, you're nothing. In his palm, a ball of lightning began to form, crackling with energy as it unleashed a powerful force that engulfed Meng Zhan. A flash of white light erupted on the martial stage. When the light faded, Meng Zhan was already lying unconscious on the ground. Meng Zhan is unconscious. Xiao Yu from No. 3 High School wins, the referee announced. Several healing-type ability users quickly rushed onto the stage to save the critically injured Meng Zhan and carried him off. Xiao Yu is the strongest. No. 3 High School is invincible. Stop embarrassing yourselves, No. 2. Go home and farm already. From the audience, the crowd mocked Linjiang No. 2 High School while cheering for Xiao Yu from No. 3. Xiao Yu exuded confidence, born to be the center of attention. An S-rank divine artifact. Thunder Battle Armor. Summoning the Thunder Battle Armor, he was like the incarnation of a thunder god, commanding the power of lightning with a wave of his hand, looking down on everyone with disdain. The referee shouted loudly, "Does Linjiang number 2 high school have anyone else who dares to challenge Qiao Yu? If not, we'll move on to the next match." In the audience, students from number 3 high school jeered, "Number 2's losers can't even touch a single hair on Qiao Yu's head. Ah, that big guy just now got sapped silly by Qiao Yu's lightning and was still swinging his fists around like a fool. Did he really think he could hurt Qiao Yu?" Students from other schools also mocked gleefully, "Wasn't there supposed to be a prodigy from number 2? Why haven't we seen that guy yet? Could it have been a lie? Yeah, I heard there's an SSS-level God-gifted individual at second high school who can single-handedly take down an entire class. They call him Ghost Immortal. Yes, Ghost Immortal. Where's the Ghost Immortal from Linjiang Second High? Why hasn't he shown up yet? The Ghost Immortal is here." What? Did you say? The Ghost Immortal is here? When? Right now. On the martial arts stage, a young man dressed in ordinary clothes slowly walked up. He pursed his lips, his face full of dissatisfaction, and said, "Old Zhang is too ruthless. I just arrived, and I already have to fight. He doesn't care about the students at all." Qiao Yu squinted slightly when he saw him. "I've seen your photo. You're the Ghost Immortal, right? What the hell? Are you a pervert? Why are you looking at my photo?" Jiang Yan quickly covered himself. I just wanted to see what the strong opponent in this martial arts competition looks like." Qiao Yu sneered. "I heard you're a summoner, skilled at summoning ghosts and monsters. You sure know a lot. Are you secretly in love with me?" Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "Let me clarify, I don't like men. Don't cry if your confession gets rejected. I'm warning you, stop saying things like that." Qiao Yu couldn't hold back anymore. This guy's mouth was too sharp. "I'll make sure you never get the chance to say such things again." Qiao Yu moved at lightning speed, charging toward Jiang Yan like a bolt of electricity. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The speed at which Qiao Yu had charged was now matched by the speed at which he was sent flying back. Wearing his Divine Thunder battle armor, Qiao Yu's body bent into a C shape as he was flung several meters away, crashing into the wall and leaving a noticeable mark. Qiao Yu was stuck in the wall, unable to move, his combat ability completely lost. "I already said I don't like men. You suddenly rushed at me, you scared me to death." Jiang Yan shook his hand. That punch just now had made his hand ache. The entire martial arts arena fell silent, as if death had descended. The referees were dumbfounded. The match hadn't even started, and Qiao Yu had already rushed forward. Not only that, but he had been sent flying back in an instant, stuck in the wall and unable to get out. The referee opened his mouth, taking a long time to react before announcing, "Qiao Yu has lost consciousness and is disqualified from the match." Witnessing this scene, the director of education, Shen Wenba, was stunned. "What on earth just happened? Did you see it clearly?" He directed his question to an elderly man with white hair but a spirited demeanor. The old man stroked his beard, laughing heartily. Linjiang province has truly produced a remarkable talent." The old principal of Linjiang Second High excitedly stepped forward and said, "Director Shen, Principal Zhou, this is Jiang Yan from our school. He's an SSS-level God-gifted individual." "Oh, no wonder." Shen Wenba breathed a sigh of relief. So, he was an SSS-level top-tier competitor, no problem there. The white-haired elder, Zhou Wenshan, smiled with satisfaction. "This child has potential. He will surely achieve greatness in the future." As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding dignitaries were astonished. "Achieve greatness, become a god. What kind of level is that? 8th tier martial emperor. 9th tier martial god." Currently, all of China has only one 8th tier martial emperor guarding the nation, preserving a millennium of prosperity, deterring any would-be invaders. A millennium produces only one 8th tier martial emperor, let alone a 9th tier martial god, which is the stuff of legends from 1,000 years ago. For Zhou Wenshan of the Sacred Academy to utter the words "achieve greatness, become a god," it meant Jiang Yan's future was boundlessly bright. He might very well shoulder the future of all China. In the spectator seats of Linjiang First High, a white-haired youth's eyes burned with fervor. "Ghost Immortal, you truly live up to the rumors. You are worthy of a battle with me, Lin Feiyu." He possessed dual SSS-level god gifts, making him a twin god-gifted individual. Lin Feiyu's blood boiled. "Ghost Immortal, I can't wait to face you." In the spectator seats of Linjiang 7th High, Lu Qingming twirled a strand of her hair around her finger, her face beaming with excitement. "Ghost Immortal, you make me so thrilled." She felt her whole body heat up. Ghost Immortal, let's fight until dawn. On the martial arts stage, after sending Qiao Yu from third high flying with a single punch, Zhang Yan didn't linger. With his hands in his pockets, he leisurely returned to the reception room. As soon as he entered the reception room, Zhang Xiaoshang called out to him. Old Zhang, is there something else? Zhang Yan lazily asked. He had rushed from the ancient Wangshan ruins to Jiangcheng martial arts arena, running at full speed without stopping for half an hour. If it weren't for the primordial breathing technique to restore his stamina and mental energy, he would have collapsed on the way. As soon as he arrived at the arena, Zhang Xiaosheng didn't say a word and sent him straight to the stage to deal with Qiao Yu from third high. Now that Qiao Yu had been dealt with, why were they still looking for him? Zhang Xiaosheng walked up to Zhang Yan, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. It's good to have you back safely. Zhang Yan was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, You're joking. I was completely invincible in the Wangshan ruins, even the Beast King avoided me. Everyone believes in you. Take a good rest, Zhang Xiaosheng said. You've solved a big problem for second high. The other competitors from third high aren't a threat anymore, so you don't need to go on stage again. That's great. I can finally rest for a few days. Ha! Even with the help of the primordial breathing technique, Zhang Yan still let out a big yawn, longing to lie down and sleep properly. Brother Jiang, I'll take you to the lounge. As Zhang Yan's #1 assistant, Zhou Peng eagerly volunteered to be his guide, leading him toward the lounge. On the way, Zhou Peng kept talking about which school had the prettiest girls and who was the campus belle. These trivial topics made Zhang Yan feel increasingly sleepy. In my heart, the most beautiful goddess is still the campus belle of Linjiang First High. Bye. Bye. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. Bye. Why are you suddenly stuttering? Zhou Peng's words had been flowing like a rapid-fire cannon, but he suddenly got stuck, piquing Zhang Yan's curiosity. He looked up to see what was going on. As soon as he looked up, they saw an unparalleled, stunning face. Her expression was cold, her skin as white as snow, and she stood there like the most beautiful scenery. Bai Luoxue stood quietly in front of Zhang Yan and Zhou Peng, her face devoid of any expression. What a coincidence, we meet again. Zhang Yan greeted her naturally, then remembered, the 100 bottles of genetic potions you lent me. They're a gift. You don't need to return them, Bai Luoxue said indifferently, her azure eyes shimmering with a peculiar light, so beautiful it made one's heart flutter. Zhou Peng stared in shock. What was going on? His most admired brother Zhang actually knew the goddess he dreamed of meeting. And their relationship didn't seem simple. Brother Jiang, God Zhang, what have you been hiding from us? You didn't watch the match? Zhang Yan asked. Bai Luoxue shook her head. I don't like watching those things. What a coincidence, I don't like watching fights either, so I'm planning to go back to my room to rest, Zhang Yan said with a smile. Bai Luoxue looked at Zhang Yan expressionlessly, her lips curving slightly upward. Rest well. Someone is coming to challenge you, and that person is very strong. Oh? How strong? Stronger than me? Zhang Yan asked with a smile, feeling that Bai Luoxue, who usually seemed a bit dazed, was irresistibly fun to tease. As expected, Bai Luoxue frowned slightly, her cold demeanor giving way to an adorably serious expression as she thought about it. After a while, she shook her head and said, I don't know who's stronger between you two. Zhang Yan laughed and deliberately tempted her, then I'll tell you the answer now. Want to hear it? No, Bai Luoxue shook her head. I'll personally watch your match, and I want to witness the answer myself. Is that so? Then I'll make sure you're satisfied when the time comes. Zhang Yan waved at her. I'm off to rest now. Goodbye, Bai Luoxue waved back obediently. Zhou Peng watched the scene, too stunned to speak. Brother Jiang, when I introduced Bai Luoxue to you, you said you didn't know her. Well, I only got to know her recently, Zhang Yan shrugged. Besides, he had been forced to meet her and had even taken 100 bottles of genetic potions, practically becoming her kept man. Of course, he wouldn't tell Zhou Peng about that. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Arena was large, and each participant had a fully equipped room. As soon as Zhang Yan entered his room, he didn't hesitate to lie down on the bed. He was utterly exhausted, and as soon as he lay down, he fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, his consciousness quietly flew into the 10 Directions Ghost Order. The ancient book, bound by chains, automatically opened, flipping through its pages rapidly until it stopped at the page of the Immortal Dao Treasury. This page was damaged, with only half of the ancient parchment remaining. Ancient scriptures emerged from the book, encircling Jiang Yan's consciousness, and continuously pouring into his mind. The immortal Tao treasury originated from the ancient immortal era, created by an immortal Nether Emperor. The cultivation method was divided into 10 levels, each representing a qualitative leap. If a mortal reached the 10th level, their physical body would become indestructible, and their soul would achieve eternal existence. Even in his dream, Jiang Yan's consciousness continued to cultivate, following the guidance of the scriptures and successfully stepping into the first level of the immortal Tao treasury. Jiang Yan lay on the bed, sound asleep, completely unaware that his skin had already become as hard as metal, impervious even to A-grade divine weapons. The first level of the immortal Tao treasury trains the skin, the second level trains the muscles, the third level trains the tendons, the fourth level trains the bones, and the fifth level trains the blood. The ancient book only recorded the first 5 levels. Once these 5 levels were mastered, the physical body would become indestructible. Nothing in the world could harm him, he would be immortal and eternal. Jiang Yan slept deeply, and when he woke up, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. Why do I still feel so tired? Jiang Yan twisted his body, feeling sore all over, as if he hadn't rested enough. It wasn't until he fully woke up that he realized a new cultivation method had appeared in his mind. The immortal Tao treasury. I actually mastered the first level in my dream. Jiang Yan was stunned. No wonder he felt so exhausted after sleeping for so long. Chapter 46, Yi Iran's Breakdown Dam. I'm so amazing. I can learn cultivation methods while sleeping. Jiang Yan was shocked even by himself. While others sleep to rest, Jiang Yan was different, he cultivated even in his sleep. Don't forget, the primal breathing technique had never stopped, and now even his consciousness could train in his dreams. Could it be because of the primal breathing technique that I can cultivate in my dreams? Jiang Yan suddenly understood. With the primal breathing technique, he hardly needed rest and could always maintain peak condition. However, he still needed to sleep every day, and during sleep, the primal breathing technique continued to operate. This left him with excess energy and an exceptionally sharp mind. His consciousness, having nothing else to do, found work for itself. Thus, while he slept, his consciousness continued to cultivate. This was the reason he could make progress even while sleeping. The first level of the immortal Tao treasury, training the skin. Jiang Yan began to recall the skills he had learned during his sleep. After reading through them, everyone was shocked. Mastering the 5 levels makes the physical body directly immortal. This was simply too exaggerated. It seemed that this immortal Tao treasury was the new reward he had unlocked upon stepping into the 2nd tier from the Ghost Order ancient book. Training the skin, making it indestructible. Unable to contain his excitement, he began searching for items in his well-equipped suite. He walked into the training room and found a B-grade alloy spear. B-grade alloy, considered mid to high level, should be able to pierce my skin, right? Jiang Yan tried poking his finger with the spear. Clang! A metallic collision sound rang out. Jiang Yan only felt a light touch on his finger. With no pain at all, it was like being tickled. Even B-grade alloy can't pierce my skin. Jiang Yan was shocked. No, he had to find something stronger to test. He retrieved an A-grade alloy spear from the training room, took a deep breath, and thrust the spear forcefully at his hand. Clang! This time, the collision sound was louder and lasted longer. Jiang Yan felt pain, but only a little. The A-grade alloy spear only broke a layer of skin, without drawing any blood. After testing, he confirmed that the first level of the immortal Tao treasury he had mastered could completely withstand attacks below A-grade. The first level of training the skin is already this powerful. Jiang Yan was so excited he couldn't sit still. He decided to try the 2nd level, training the muscles. Following the guidance of the scriptures in his mind, Jiang Yan began cultivating the immortal Tao treasury repeatedly. Each punch carried immense force, producing deafening sonic booms. With every round of cultivation, he felt utterly exhausted, as if all his strength had been drained and infused into his flesh and muscles. He suddenly understood that the immortal Tao treasury, every time I cultivate it, it consumes all my vitality, energy, and blood to nourish my flesh. For others, cultivating the immortal Tao treasury once and using all their vitality and blood to nourish their flesh would definitely leave them bedridden for several days. If it weren't for Jiang Yan mastering the primal breathing technique, which allows for rapid recovery, he wouldn't be able to cultivate several times a day. Just like that, a day passed, and Jiang Yan cultivated the immortal Tao treasury 13 times. His progress was astonishing, almost reaching the second level of flesh refinement. Normally, a single cultivation session would leave someone bedridden for half a month. Jiang Yan's daily cultivation was equivalent to over 6 months of training for others. Jiang Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling his strength increase significantly. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Jiang Yan said, assuming it was Zhou Ping and not thinking much of it. The door opened, and the visitor froze upon seeing Jiang Yan's bare upper body. Jiang Yan stood at 183 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned physique. Even in casual attire, he was like a walking clothes hanger. Having just finished cultivating the immortal Dao treasury, his body was drenched in sweat, feeling sticky, so he had taken off his shirt, revealing his solid muscles. His physique was tall and well-balanced, with muscles that were not exaggerated like those of a bodybuilder but aesthetically pleasing, like a masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Seeing the visitor remain silent for so long, Jiang Yan looked up and was stunned. The visitor was not Zhou Ping but Yi Yiran. Yi Yiran's eyes were fixed on him, almost drooling. Jiang Yan frowned, put on his jacket without a word, and coldly asked, "What are you here for?" Oh. Yi Yiran snapped out of it, instinctively swallowing her saliva, still unable to recover from the sight of Jiang Yan's physique. She muttered to herself, "Why put on clothes? What's wrong with letting me look a little longer? When did Jiang Yan become so stingy? He used to be so accommodating when they were together." Thinking back, Yi Yiran's expression turned a bit melancholic. If they were still a couple like before, wouldn't she be able to admire Jiang Yan's abs as much as she wanted? Maybe even reach out and touch them, feel them. Yi Yiran shook her head, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. What was she thinking? Seeing Jiang Yan turned her into a shameless woman. Jiang Yan, I came to tell you that the finals of this martial arts competition have been changed to a 2v2 format, Yi Yiran said, her cheeks flushed, her hands fidgeting. "I think, if we need to form a team, no one would be more suitable than you and me. Would you consider it?" "Not considering it," Jiang Yan interrupted her directly, waving his hand. "Got it. You can leave now." Yi Yiran froze, feeling extremely aggrieved. They used to have such a good relationship, how did it come to this? Yes, she had chosen to break up when she found out Jiang Yan hadn't awakened his divine gift, but that wasn't her fault. Anyone who found out their partner hadn't awakened a divine gift would break up. She had only made a normal choice. Why had Jiang Yan become so heartless? Was there really no room for reconciliation? Jiang Yan. Yi Yiran bit her lip, her eyes red as she glared at him. "If you don't team up with me, who else would you team up with? Who else is worthy of you besides me? Who I team up with and whether they're worthy of me has nothing to do with you," Jiang Yan said coldly, not even sparing her a glance. He continued making coffee and said, "Are you done talking? If so, you can leave my room now. Oh, and remember to close the door." Yi Yiran could no longer endure Jiang Yan's indifference. Her eyes turned red, and she stammered, "Jiang Yan, I. She wanted to say something harsh, like she'd never come to him again. But she couldn't bring herself to say it and fled in embarrassment, closing Jiang Yan's door behind her. In her heart, she thought, Jiang Yan's upper body must never be seen by anyone else. Chapter 47, Another SSS-level divine gift holder. After another full day and night of cultivation, Jiang Yan trained during the day and even continued cultivating while sleeping at night. The next morning, he successfully entered the second level of the immortal Dao Canon, the flesh training stage. Jiang Yan clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his body. His strength had increased several times over. Now, with a casual punch, he could create a sonic boom. Even snapping his fingers could produce a sonic boom. Wow! This is incredible. Creating sonic booms with bare hands. Jiang Yan was ecstatic. The strength of his body now allowed him to face 100 Western martial masters without needing martial techniques or divine gifts. With just his physical body, he could easily sweep through the Wangshan ruins. "I'm hungry." His stomach growled, and Jiang Yan smacked his lips. Time to check out the martial arts arena cafeteria. He left the lounge and headed to the cafeteria at Zhongcheng Martial Arts Arena. The cafeteria was extremely luxurious, with 6 floors, each offering different international cuisines. Jiang Yan didn't bother going upstairs. He found a spot on the first floor and casually ordered a fried chicken combo. With the immortal Dao Canon reaching the second level, his energy and vitality were quickly depleting, and he urgently needed high-fat food to replenish his strength. Before long, a waiter came over with a tray. "Your deluxe family bucket is ready." Thank you. Jiang Yan took the fried chicken, his mouth almost watering. He hadn't had a proper meal in days due to his cultivation of the immortal Dao Canon, relying solely on the primordial breathing technique to avoid fainting from hunger. Hey! Qing Meng, look! That guy over there, wolfing down his food with such terrible manners, could he be the ghost immortal? Yang Zitong shook Lu Qingmeng's arm. Hearing the words ghost immortal, Lu Qingmeng followed her friend's gaze. Sure enough, in the corner of the first floor of the cafeteria, Jiang Yan was holding a chicken leg in each hand, eating one bite from the left and one bite from the right. He really had no decorum at all. Lu Qingmeng smiled and said, Zitong, let's go over and take a look. Ha? Isn't that inappropriate? We're not from the same school, we're enemies. Yang Zitong hesitated, but suddenly noticed Lu Qingmeng already walking straight over. Hey! Qingmeng, wait for me. How strange. Qingmeng, who usually had no interest in boys, was now so proactive. She was clearly showing interest in this ghost immortal. Boo-hoo, her Qingmeng was growing up, starting to understand liking the opposite sex. Lu Qingmeng paid no attention to her friend's thoughts, her eyes were fixed on Jiang Yan. As Jiang Yan was enjoying his meal, he suddenly felt the light above him dim. Without wiping his mouth, he casually looked up. Ghost immortal, no, I should call you Jiang Yan, right? Lu Qingmeng's smile was radiant, her eyes full of warmth. May I sit here? This cafeteria isn't mine, sit wherever you want. Jiang Yan continued eating his fried chicken. Hey! You're facing the school beauty of 7th High, can you at least pay attention to your manners? Yang Zitong widened her eyes in reminder. Seriously? This was Qingmeng's first time actively approaching a boy, couldn't he leave a good impression instead of acting like a glutton? I don't care if she's a school beauty. If you want to sit here, sit, but don't disturb my eating. Jiang Yan said, his hands still busy with the chicken legs. Lu Qingmeng smiled sweetly at Jiang Yan, stretched out her slender hand, and directly reached into Jiang Yan's family bucket. Right in front of him, she took out a piece of fried chicken. Jiang Yan paused his eating, his gaze turning cold. Put it down. Can I have one of your chicken legs? Lu Qingmeng asked with a bright smile. Put my chicken leg down. If you want to eat, buy your own. Jiang Yan said coldly. But I just want to eat your chicken leg. What should I do? Lu Qingmeng pouted, pretending to be troubled. Yang Zitong was dumbfounded. What was going on? Her obedient Qingmeng had suddenly turned into a domineering girl teasing a good man? How had the plot taken such a sudden turn? It was completely baffling. I said, put it down. Jiang Yan's aura exploded, the presence of an SSS-level divine gift bearer fully unleashed, instantly lowering the temperature of the entire cafeteria by several degrees. Yang Zitong shivered all over, feeling as if she were in the depths of winter, about to turn into an ice sculpture at any moment. Lu Qingmeng's smile was as radiant as ever. In front of Jiang Yan, she took a small bite of fried chicken. It's delicious. I'll definitely order the family bucket more often in the future. Her aura was equally overwhelming, not losing to Jiang Yan in the slightest. She was also an SSS-level god-gifted. The clash of auras between Jiang Yan and Lu Qingmeng left neither side with the upper hand. As expected of a ghost immortal, you can actually match me. An SSS-level god-gifted at Tier 3, Level 5, Lu Qingmeng said, her eyes filled with interest. Jiang Yan was currently at Tier 2, Level 1, yet his aura was evenly matched with Lu Qingmeng, who was also SSS level and had reached Tier 3, Level 5. This was the first time Jiang Yan had encountered such a formidable opponent. His SSS-level aura instilled fear in all lower-level god-gifted individuals, but it seemed to have no effect on this smiling girl. She appeared terrifyingly strong. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. He found the situation quite intriguing and acknowledged Lu Qingmeng's strength. He pushed the family bucket closer to her. Lu Qingmeng's smile grew even brighter. Thank you for sharing. I won't hold back. She picked up a chicken wing with her fair hand and took a gentle bite. At the table, there were 3 people. Yang Zitong was already dizzy from the overwhelming aura. The remaining 2, with smiles on their faces, leisurely ate their fried chicken. After finishing the bucket, Jiang Yan wiped his hands and handed Lu Qingmeng a fresh napkin. Thank you, Lu Qingmeng said, taking the napkin and carefully wiping each slender finger. It tastes great. Thank you for the invitation. Jiang Yan slowly stood up, smiling. If we meet again, don't hold back. My name is Lu Qingmeng. Remember it, she said, resting her chin on one hand and smiling sweetly. If I encounter you, I certainly won't hold back. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. I will defeat you and make you, like other ordinary people, only able to look up to me. Oh, wait, she added with a sweet smile. You're different. Even if you lose, I'd still be willing to let you walk alongside me, on the same path. Jiang Yan stretched lazily. It seems I do stand out in your eyes. But let me make one thing clear. What is it? Lu Qingmeng asked, tilting her head with a smile. Jiang Yan's lips curved into a smile. I've never lost, and I don't even know how to write the word lose. Lu Qingmeng froze for a moment, then her smile became radiant. You'll find out soon enough. Is that so? Jiang Yan waved his hand and turned to leave. Then I'll be waiting. Chapter 48, Laughable Ignorance. After several days of intense competition, the Zhongcheng martial arts tournament quickly entered the round of 16. Just after finishing the family bucket, Jiang Yan was approached by Zhou Peng. Brother Jiang. Finally found you. Zhou Peng panted heavily. Jiang Yan casually handed him a chicken leg. Why the rush? Here, have some fried chicken. Brother Jiang, stop eating. It's your turn to compete. Due to Jiang Yan's overwhelming strength, the organizers had directly given him 10 consecutive buys, advancing him straight to the round of 16. This caused dissatisfaction among many contestants who demanded to compete against Jiang Yan. If not for the pressure on the organizers, Jiang Yan might have been given buys all the way to the semi-finals. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Already at the semi-finals? No, the contestants signed a joint protest, strongly demanding that you re-enter the competition. The organizers had no choice but to stop giving you buys, Zhou Peng said angrily. Lei Jinming from 4th High was the loudest, he even directly challenged you. Jiang Yan didn't even lift an eyelid. Is Lei Jinming strong? He had no interest in weaklings. Only Lu Qingmeng, who was also SSS level, sparked his fighting spirit. He's the strongest at Linjiang 4th High. Awakened an SS-level god gift, and his level is Tier 2 peak, Zhou Peng said seriously. Brother Jiang, I think. He's quite tricky. SS-level god gift, Tier 2 peak. Still too weak. Jiang Yan chuckled. Since he wants to challenge me, I'll play along. It was a good opportunity to test the power of the second level of the immortal Dao Cannon. Brother Jiang, are you really going to accept the challenge? Zhou Peng was shocked, he had thought Jiang Yan would avoid trouble. Jiang Yan patted Zhou Peng's shoulder and said solemnly, Old Zhou, what would you do if a fly kept buzzing around your ear? I hate flies the most. I'd definitely swat it to death. Zhou Peng said angrily. After his outburst, Zhou Peng immediately understood Jiang Yan's meaning. What shocked him even more was that Jiang Yan actually regarded Lei Jinming as just a fly. And Lei Jinming was the strongest fighter in 4th High. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Let's go, let's swat this annoying fly to death. Alright. Zhou Peng snapped out of it and quickly followed. As soon as they arrived at the preparation room, they saw Zhang Xiaosheng pacing back and forth anxiously. Yo, old Zhang. Jiang Yan greeted with a smile. Zhang Xiaosheng frowned. You brat, how can you still be smiling? I eat well and sleep soundly every day. Why? Shouldn't I smile? Jiang Yan said cheerfully. Do you know how strong Lei Jinming, the one challenging you, is? Zhang Xiaosheng said seriously. He's the disciple of Lei Saint Huoyuan. Lei Saint Huoyuan? The strongest lightning ability user in Linjiang province. Zhou Peng shivered at the mention of the name, goosebumps rising all over. Lei Jinming is his disciple. Brother Jiang, maybe. We shouldn't fight him, Zhou Peng said cautiously. He's definitely learned Lei Saint's ultimate techniques and skills. Jiang Yan still smiled, as if he wasn't the one about to step into the arena. A disciple of Lei Saint, huh? That does sound a bit troublesome. Jiang Yan's lips curled slightly upward. Zhang Xiaosheng shuddered. Whenever Jiang Yan said a bit troublesome, it meant he was brimming with confidence. A bit troublesome meant he couldn't crush his opponent with one hand, he'd need both hands to deal with them. Zhang Xiaosheng was utterly shocked. He knew Jiang Yan was a monster, but he hadn't expected him to dismiss even the disciple of a 6th-tier Lei Saint. Was he trying to defy fate itself? Zhang Xiaosheng stopped worrying and instead adopted the demeanor of an elder concerned for a younger generation. Old Jiang, be careful in everything you do. Old Jiang, when did you become so naggy? Middle-aged now, acting like a mom? Jiang Yan teased with a raised eyebrow. You little rascal. Zhang Xiaosheng said, half angry, half amused. Hurry to the martial arena, and stop dawdling. Jiang Yan walked onto the martial arena with a smile, where a blue-haired man was already standing. As soon as Jiang Yan stepped onto the stage, the blue-haired man fixed him with a sharp gaze and mocked, "You're Jiang Yan? Hey, don't say that. I'm not Jiang Yan." Jiang Yan quickly denied. You're not? Lei Zhenming froze, then angrily said, "Then why are you here?" "I'm challenging Jiang Yan." "Hello," Jiang Yan greeted politely, then smiled. "Everyone calls me Jiang God." "You punk!" Lei Zhenming realized he'd been played, his gaze turning icy and murderous. "All you know is how to talk big." The referee of the Zhangchang martial arts tournament suddenly appeared in the center of the arena, excitedly announcing, "The long-awaited Jiang Yan has finally arrived." "Can he stop? I'm not Jiang Yan," Jiang Yan interrupted with a serious expression. "I'm Jiang God." Okay." The referee was left bewildered by Jiang Yan, sweat forming on his forehead. "Our classmate Jiang Yan sure loves to joke, ha." Lei Zhenming said coldly, "Let the match begin." He couldn't wait to crush Jiang Yan underfoot and prove to everyone that Lei Zhenming was the #1 fighter in Linjiang province. The referee sighed helplessly. These two students, neither of them took him seriously. Round of 16. Fourth highs Lei Zhenming challenges second highs Jiang Yan. Match begins. As soon as the referee finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. A dazzling blue light flashed, and an invisible barrier enveloped the martial arena to prevent the audience from being harmed. "Your death is imminent. If you have any last words, say them now." Lei Zhenming waved his hand, and with a thunderous roar, a lightning spear appeared in his grasp. Jiang Yan shook his head with a smile. "Ignorance is truly frightening." "What?" Lei Zhenming frowned, not understanding what Jiang Yan meant. "If I were you, I'd already be scared." Jiang Yan had his hands in his pockets, smiling faintly. "If you can make it to me alive, then you win. What do you say?" "Humph, how arrogant." Lei Zhenming sneered. "I don't know what tricks you used to bribe the organizers to keep you advancing without a fight. You despicable coward. I'll personally make you disappear and let everyone see you. Kneel and beg for mercy." Lei Zhenming's thunder spear erupted, transforming into a thunder dragon. "You're wrong," Jiang Yan said calmly. "That's why I said you're ignorant." He slowly raised his head, the smile on his lips deepening. Lei Zhenming instinctively felt something was off. Jiang Yan's aura shifted abruptly, no longer gentle but instead exuding fear and despair. "The arrangement for me to advance without a fight wasn't to make it easier for me, but to protect all of you," Jiang Yan said, his eyes glinting with amusement. "To protect you from facing me. Poor, ignorant fools." Lei Zhenming's body trembled, an involuntary fear creeping over him. He forced himself to stay calm. "Humph, stop bluffing." Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "Then go ahead and see if you can even get close to me. I'll see how long you can keep up that tough act." Lei Zhenming gripped his thunder spear tightly, transforming it into a raging thunder dragon that charged toward Jiang Yan. Boom! 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 The thunder dragon roared, and the sound of the thunderstorm shook the heavens and the earth. The students watching the fight all stood up, exclaiming in shock. "The Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon Roar. That's the technique of Thunder Saint Huayuan." He actually passed it on to Lei Zhenming. "My god, that's a mid-tier Earth-grade martial skill. It once killed a 6th-tier beast emperor in seconds. This is terrifying. Jiang Yan is done for." "Ha, I've always disliked him. He even bribed the organizers to keep advancing without a fight. Ha, now that he's up against Lei Zhenming, this despicable man is doomed." "Hey, who threw that soda can?" The students mocking Jiang Yan were suddenly stunned as a soda can hit one of them. The one who threw it was a girl, but she was immediately pulled back into her seat by another girl. "Luo Shui, are you crazy? How can you throw things?" the other girl scolded. Bai Luo Shui frowned. "He's slandering someone, so I had to fight back." "Oh my god, you don't even know Jiang Yan. Why do you care what others say about him? What does it have to do with you?" Mu Shuiyao said helplessly. "I just can't stand them slandering Jiang Yan," Bai Luo Shui pouted. Mu Shuiyao's expression changed. Oh no. Could it be that her young mistress had taken a liking to Jiang Yan? Thinking of this, Mu Shuiyao swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, "Luo Shui, do you know Jiang Yan?" "MHM. Bai Luo Shui nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling. "I gave him 10 boxes of genetic serums." Mu Shuiyao's face turned pale. This was already secret support. "My lady, your status is special. You can't get too close to ordinary people," Mu Shuiyao advised. For the first time, the usually obedient Bai Luo Shui shook her head, disagreeing with Mu Shuiyao. Yao, Jiang Yan isn't an ordinary person. He's just like me. He was an SSS-level God-gifted individual. Bai Luo Shui could see through his soul and glimpse secrets no one else knew. He is one of your kind. Mu Shuiyao's entire body trembled, her voice quivering slightly. She looked toward the martial arena at the figure standing leisurely with his hands in his pockets, and she couldn't help but swallow nervously, her heart filled with fear. In the martial arena, Lei Zhenming sneered as he waved his hand. Under my 9 heavens Thunder Dragon, you'll be reduced to dust. With overwhelming momentum, the Thunder Dragon charged toward Jiang Yan, unstoppable. Just as it was about to strike, several chains, shrouded in black mist, shot out, tightly binding the Thunder Dragon and preventing it from advancing even an inch closer to Jiang Yan. The entire arena was stunned. The massive Thunder Dragon was firmly restrained by the black chains, unable to move, letting out a pained wail before ultimately dissipating completely. The spectators were dumbfounded, and then a commotion erupted. The 9 heavens Thunder Dragon roar was broken just like that. There's definitely foul play. Who are those people backing Jiang Yan? They must be helping him. This is cheating. Stop talking nonsense. Do you even know Jiang Yan is a summoner? Don't criticize without knowing the facts. Exactly. My Jiang Ji is the best. Lei Zhenming doesn't stand a chance against him, so stay away from him. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, scared me to death, I thought I was done for. Impossible. My 9 heavens Thunder Dragon chant, how could it be so easily broken by you? Lei Zhenming's eyes were filled with shock. This was a martial skill of the earth rank personally taught by his master, Thunder Saint. With it, he had once easily defeated a third-rank martial sect. Yet now, facing Jiang Yan, he felt powerless. Seeing 2 impermanence envoys holding black chains standing behind Jiang Yan, Lei Zhenming's heart tightened. As if his soul could be taken away at any moment. He swallowed hard. I can't scare myself. He must have just been lucky to break my 9 heavens Thunder Dragon chant. He gathered his strength, gripping the Thunder Spear tightly, and unleashed the peak power of his second rank, charging at Jiang Yan like a missile. Jiang Yan remained standing in place, a gentle smile on his face. Earth Fiend, he said with a smile. A cloud of black mist enveloped the area, and a massive zombie fiend appeared, punching Lei Zhenming, who was charging at full speed, and sending him flying. Ah! Lei Zhenming was struck heavily by the Earth Fiend, his bones fractured, and he crashed into the barrier, creating a large hole in it. The referee said nervously, this Jiang Yan is terrifying. The summoned undead has such incredible combat power. Several prominent figures sitting high above smiled, Jiang Yan is truly impressive. The summoned undead has reached the level of an SS-grade physical ability user. The director of the Education Bureau smiled and said to the old principal of Second High School, your Second High has produced an extraordinary student. The old principal's face bloomed with a smile. Jiang Yan, this child, I noticed him from the moment he joined Second High. I knew he was exceptional. In the martial arena, Lei Zhenming struggled to get up. I can't accept this. I will never admit defeat. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Jiang Yan and roared, Jiang Yan, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. Stop using such despicable tricks. Jiang Yan smiled, I'm a summoner. Don't you know that summoners have fragile bodies? The students in the audience began to discuss. Lei Zhenming is so shameless. Jiang Yan is a summoner who relies on summoned creatures to fight, and Lei Zhenming dares to force Jiang Yan to fight personally. I never thought Lei Zhenming from 4th High would be so narrow-minded. It's disappointing. I can't stand it anymore. The organizers were right to let Jiang Yan advance without a match. He's too strong, they're not even on the same level. Listening to these discussions, Lei Zhenming's face darkened, but he had no other choice. Rather than being defeated by Jiang Yan's summoned creatures, it was better to provoke him into a direct confrontation. He knew how fragile a summoner's body was. Without specific training, it was no different from an ordinary person. If Jiang Yan dared to fight him physically, he was confident he could defeat Jiang Yan in an instant. Not only could he turn the tide, but he could also restore his dignity. Jiang Yan, you despicable coward, dare to fight me openly without relying on external forces? Lei Zhenming sneered. Jiang Yan tilted his head and looked at him as if he were a fool. He knew Lei Zhenming was trying to provoke him, but Jiang Yan enjoyed striking his opponents at their most prideful moments. To kill someone, you must first destroy their spirit. Alright, then I won't use the 10 directions ghost command, Jiang Yan said with a smile. I'll use my frail body to fight you fair and square. Chapter 50, One Punch to Shatter the Heavens. He actually agreed. Lei Zhenming was initially stunned, then sneered. He had thought Jiang Yan was smart, but it turned out he was so arrogant that he fell for the provocation. What a fool! A summoner daring to use his physical body. To fight him was simply courting death. I admire your guts, Lei Zhenming said sarcastically. Hearing Jiang Yan agree to a physical duel, the audience was completely shocked. Is he crazy? He's a summoner. A summoner's physical body is practically no different from an ordinary person's, yet he dares to fight personally. Oh my god, I must have misheard. Jiang Yan actually agreed. To the duel. I must be hallucinating. I need to go to the hospital tomorrow to check my ears. No, you didn't mishear, and it's not a hallucination. Jiang Yan really agreed. A summoner abandoned their summoned creature and chose to fight an esper with their own body. To put it bluntly, it was a death wish. Even the big shots on the high platform frowned. The director of the Education Bureau looked puzzled. Is Jiang Yan being overconfident? The old principal of No. 2 High School widened his eyes. No. Absolutely not. He can't agree to this duel. Dean Zhou Wenshan chuckled. Why are you all so nervous? If the kid agreed voluntarily, he must have confidence. Director Shen also smiled. I don't think Jiang Yan is impulsive. He must have a plan to win. The old principal of No. 2 High School calmed down, thinking, Jiang Yan isn't a fool. If he dares to accept the challenge, it means he has a chance of victory. In the martial arena, Lei Zhenming smirked coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. Jiang Yan, don't regret this. You talk too much, Jiang Yan replied indifferently. Sensing Jiang Yan's disdain, Lei Zhenming's fury erupted completely. Since childhood, he had been a prodigy, awakening. An extremely rare SS-grade divine gift. He was supposed to be the brightest star in Jiang City, the future of this city. But then Jiang Yan appeared. This guy, who awakened an even higher SSS-grade divine gift, took everything that should have belonged to him, reduced him to a supporting role. He couldn't accept it. He was the future star, the number one of the new generation in Jiang City. Jiang Yan, let me end this for you. Lei Zhenming roared, unleashing purple lightning around him like a raging thunder beast, charging fiercely at Jiang Yan. Boom! Thunder roared wherever he passed. A purple afterimage shot toward Jiang Yan at an astonishing speed, breaking the sound barrier. The audience could barely keep up, only seeing a purple flash attacking wildly. Die! Die! Lei Zhenming's eyes were bloodshot. His hands transformed into lightning, striking Jiang Yan repeatedly. Boom! 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 The deafening thunder was terrifying, making people tremble. Who could withstand hundreds of bolts of raging lightning per second? The girls who admired Jiang Yan covered their mouths in fear, tears in their eyes. It's over. Jiang Yan, he's done for. Yi Iran, who had been watching the fight, turned pale. No, impossible. Jiang Yan is so strong, he won't die. She lost control and shouted, Jiang Yan, you can't die. The thunderous sounds continued, and Lei Zhenming's attack showed no sign of stopping. Yi Iran's face turned ashen. Where's the referee? Stop the match. Stop it now. But the referee stood still. Not because he was intimidated by Lei Zhenming's power, but because Jiang Yan's life wheel showed no movement at all. As soon as the contestants entered the arena, their life wheels would appear before the referee, who would monitor them to prevent fatal injuries. Lei Zhenming's attacks were ferocious, each strike capable of instantly killing a peak second-tier martial artist. Yet Jiang Yan's life wheel remained completely unaffected? This was unbelievable. In the martial arena, Lei Zhenming's speed reached its peak, throwing over 1,000 punches per second, each punch accompanied by purple lightning storms and deafening thunder. Huff! Lei Zhenming finally stopped, a cold smile on his lips. You little bug, daring to block my path. You're dead. He turned to leave. Are you done? A cold voice rang out. Hearing this, Lei Zhenming froze, sweat soaking his entire body. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he swallowed hard, not daring to turn around. He couldn't believe it, Jiang Yan was still alive. As the dust settled, Jiang Yan stood in place, hands in his pockets, a relaxed smile on his face. The audience fell silent. The girls who had been crying were all stunned, unable to believe their eyes. They rubbed their eyes, doubting if they were seeing an illusion. Jiang Yan, you're okay, right? I always knew you were stronger than anyone else, Yi Iran said, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice choked. Jiang Yan tilted his head and looked at Lei Zhenming. Your punches hurt quite a bit. I almost cried out. What a joke. That was nothing more than a tickle. His body had undergone 3 rounds of reconstruction and had cultivated the second stage of the immortal Dao Canon to the flesh. Refinement level, even a third-tier beast king would struggle to break through his defenses. A second-tier peak level Lei Zhenming couldn't even scratch him. Punching 1,000 times per second? Ha, all bark and no bite. Lei Zhenming landed over 10,000 punches on him, but it was nothing more than a tickle, so comfortable that Jiang Yan almost wanted to take a nap. You're cheating. You must have hidden spiritual treasures or talismans on you. You're cheating. You're cheating. Lei Zhenming's mental defenses completely collapsed. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps it was unwillingness. His all-out effort was nothing more than a child's trick in front of Jiang Yan, utterly insignificant, as powerless as an ant trying to shake a tree. It was only at this moment that he fully understood the gap between himself and Jiang Yan. It was like the clouds in the sky compared to the mud on the ground. An insurmountable abyss, a height he could never reach. I won't fight anymore. I won't fight anymore. Lei Zhenming was already scared out of his wits. Not fighting anymore? Too late. Jiang Yan sneered. Weren't you shouting so confidently earlier? Why stop now? You wanted a physical duel with me, and I agreed. Now it's my turn to counterattack. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan disappeared from his original position. In the blink of an eye, Lei Zhenming felt a figure appear before him. That person's eyes flashed crimson, filled with killing intent, looking at him as if he were already dead. Lei Zhenming's breath hitched, sensing death was near. Everything around him seemed to slow down, even freeze, like a slow-motion replay. Only the figure's fist kept approaching, signaling the end of his life. He wanted to scream, to roar, even to cry, but it was too late. The fist was already close to his abdomen. Even before the punch landed, his internal organs had already begun to twist and shatter. No. Stop. Please stop. He knew he was about to die, truly about to die. Master. Lei Zhenming managed to utter a single word. Boom. A deafening sound like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting erupted. The powerful force of the punch distorted the ground, and Lei Zhenming's eyes rolled back as he flew like a broken kite, crashing into the barrier in an instant. Bang! Everyone froze. Lei Zhenming's body smashed through the barrier. How terrifying was this power? Crack! The circular barrier shattered completely. Lei Zhenming's broken body lay motionless on the ground, showing no signs of life. Chapter 51, Kill the Young, Here Comes the Old Quick. Quickly save him. The referee snapped out of his daze and roared angrily, Healers, what are you standing around for? A large group of third-tier healers rushed over. As long as the injured still had a breath left, they could be saved. More than a dozen healers simultaneously treated Lei Zhenming's wounds, but there was no sign of him regaining consciousness. Time seemed to freeze, each second dragging on like an eternity. After an unknown amount of time, one healer stood up stiffly, his hands trembling, his voice shaking. Dead, he's dead. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire martial arts arena fell into a deathly silence. Dead. The referee's face turned pale. The spectators in the stands didn't dare make a sound, completely stunned. A martial arts competition had actually resulted in someone's death. In the stands of School 1, Lin Feiyu's lips curled into a smile. As expected of a ghost immortal, ruthless and decisive. We're definitely on the same side. In the stands of School 7, Lu Qingming's face flushed, her heart racing as she gazed at Jiang Yan with admiration. Jiang Yan, you're amazing. Just one punch was so powerful. I'm so excited. On the VIP platform, several prominent figures' expressions changed drastically. How could this happen? How could this happen? The old principal of School 2 was shocked, his face full of anxiety. Deaths in martial arts competitions were common, but this time was different. The deceased was an SS-level God-gifted individual, and he was Lei Sheng Huiyuan's disciple. The Education Bureau Director Shen Wenba's face darkened. This matter must be suppressed. We can't let that old man Huiyuan find out. The Sacred Academy's principal Zhou Wenshan still smiled and said, a summoner with a physical body rivaling an SSS-level ability user, this child has caught my eye. Mr. Zhou, are you willing to vouch for him? The old principal's face lit up with joy. Shen Wenba's expression softened. With Dean Zhou supporting him, this child should be fine. Zhou. Wenshan smiled. Someone will protect him. Boom. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered over Jiangcheng Martial Arts Arena, thunder roared, forming an endless sea of lightning that enveloped the entire Jiangcheng. Boom! With a deafening thunderclap, the Jiangcheng martial arts arena was shattered by a golden lightning bolt, and a majestic figure stood in the air. Who is it? Who killed my disciple? Who? The man's white hair stood on end, golden lightning surged violently around him, resembling the descent of a thunder god. Someone recognized him and exclaimed, "Thunder Saint Huayuan." He actually came in person. The ghost immortal will likely be annihilated by him on the spot. My heavens! This is a 6th-tier martial saint, the strongest existence in Linjiang province. His wrath is enough to destroy Jiangcheng. No one can stop him. In this chaotic era of rampant beasts, Linjiang province cannot go a single day without a martial saint overseeing it. Even if Jiang Yan is an SSS-level god-gifted individual, the authorities might abandon him just to appease Thunder Saint's fury. Because offending this martial saint could lead to Jiangcheng being targeted by the Beast Emperor, facing the danger of total destruction. Everyone felt pity for Jiang Yan. Although he was a peerless genius, he was currently no match for a 6th-tier martial saint. There were many geniuses in this world, but only a few could truly rise to become top-tier powerhouses. No one would place their hopes on a seed that had yet to sprout. My Ming'er! My Ming'er! Shockingly, a 6th-tier martial saint with white hair was publicly holding Lei Zhenming's corpse and crying bitterly. Who was so cruel as to shatter your internal organs? How much pain did you endure before your death? Tell me, your master will avenge you. Huayuan roared to the heavens, and the golden lightning instantly transformed into a cage, enveloping the entire martial arts arena, leaving no one able to escape. Who killed my Ming'er? Huayuan calmed down, his bloodshot eyes scanning everyone. Finally, someone couldn't withstand the pressure, broke down, and screamed, pointing at Jiang Yan. It was him. He killed Lei Zhenming. It has nothing to do with me. Absolutely nothing. Huayuan's murky eyes locked onto Jiang Yan. It was you who killed my Ming'er? Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Would you believe me if I said it wasn't? You brat! I want you to pay for Ming'er's life. Huayuan erupted in fury. I will make you experience every pain imaginable and erase your soul completely. His 5 fingers transformed into dragon claws, lunging at Jiang Yan's limbs. If he grabbed hold, Jiang Yan's arms and legs would explode into a mist of blood, leaving him immobile and at the mercy of torment. Just as everyone thought Jiang Yan was doomed. Old Hua, you won't be able to touch him today. A figure suddenly appeared, lightly blocking Huayuan's thunder dragon claws with a single palm. Huayuan's face twisted as he stared at the middle-aged man standing in front of Jiang Yan. Yang Mingzuan, you're actually protecting him? The crowd gasped. Is he crazy? This is Yang Mingzuan, the strongest fire-type ability user in Linjiang. Rumor has it that he retired and opened a restaurant, never involving himself in martial affairs. Unexpectedly, today he broke his vow for Jiang Yan. On the high platform, Director Shin and the old principal were both shocked. Yang Mingzuan actually appeared. Who would have thought Jiang Yan had a connection with him? Yang Mingzuan was an eccentric genius, possessing the S-level ability Threefold Sunflame. At just 30 years old, he had ascended to 6th-tier martial saint, with immense power. He was supposed to oversee a major province as a guardian, but for some reason, he chose to retire, return to Jiangcheng, and open a restaurant. No amount of persuasion could sway him, not even the nobility of the imperial capital. Such a person, who even the imperial capital's elite couldn't move, had now intervened for Jiang Yan, leaving everyone baffled. Yang Mingzuan, are you going to oppose me, Huayuan? Huayuan's eyes were filled with killing intent, lightning danced wildly, distorting the surrounding space. I don't want to oppose you, Yang Mingzuan's lips curved slightly. But if you insist on killing him, I can only kill you. Huayuan's pupils contracted sharply. You say, you can kill me? Yang Mingzuan chuckled lightly. How will you know if you don't try? Over the years, I've only used the Samadhi Yang flame for cooking and almost forgot what it feels like to burn a person. A colorless flame ignited in his palm. It had no color, no temperature, but those who understood knew the Samadhi Yang flame didn't burn the body but the soul. Huayuan stared warily at the colorless flame, knowing that if he were hit, even his soul would dissipate. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Yan. Kid, Yang Mingzuan might save you for now, but I don't believe he can protect you for a lifetime. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderclap boomed, and Huayuan vanished instantly. Chapter 52, The Second Yama, Ghostly True Martial. Thank you for saving me, Jiang Yan said with a warm smile. Yang Mingzuan looked at Jiang Yan calmly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You are remarkably composed. Not at all. I was scared stiff just now, Jiang Yan replied with a laugh. Yang Mingzuan showed a look of appreciation. Not bad. I wasn't wrong about you. Whether in temperament or talent, you are among the top of the new generation. You're too kind, Yang Martial Saint, Jiang Yan responded humbly. Yang Martial Saint, long time no see. A hearty laugh rang out as Shen Wenbo walked over. Yang Mingzuan glanced at him indifferently. Director Shen, it seems we haven't seen each other in 3 years. More than 3 years. It's been 5 years since you suddenly retired. Shen Wenbo said with a wry smile. Making such a rare move today, are you planning to come out of retirement? He asked with a smile. Yang Mingzuan chuckled. I was just worried that my most important customer might get into trouble. If that happened, who would take care of my business? Most important customer? Shen Wenbo looked at Jiang Yan in surprise, his heart shaken. He hadn't expected Jiang Yan to possess a hall card from the Evergreen restaurant. This card was extremely rare, only 5 people in all of China had one. Cardholders could not only spend freely but also request Yang Mingzuan's assistance 3 times. The value of the hall card was self-evident, as it allowed one to summon a 6th-tier martial saint 3 times. To put it in perspective, there were only about a dozen 6th-tier martial saints in all of China. Yang Mingzuan paid no further attention to Shen Wenbo and turned to Jiang Yan. Remember to visit the Evergreen restaurant often. With that, he transformed into a colorless flame and gradually disappeared into the air. This small episode quickly ended, and the competition resumed. Jiang Yan advanced smoothly to the top 8. In the next round, he had another bye. This time, no one said a word, as everyone had witnessed Jiang Yan's astonishing strength firsthand. His bye was entirely justified. For the upcoming matches, Jiang Yan didn't stay in the audience but turned and returned to his resting room. Along the way, everyone looked at him with fearful eyes, and no one dared to speak to him until his figure completely disappeared. The students in the audience erupted into a frenzy. Wow! The ghost immortal is way too strong. That Lei Zhenming was like an ant crashing into a tree, completely overestimating himself. One punch. Just one punch. The ghost immortal decided the outcome with a single blow. Who would dare say summoners are physically weak now? Don't lump us summoners in with him. That's the ghost immortal's physical strength, not us weakling summoners, protested one summoner. I think the ghost immortal's body can rival that of ancient beasts. Rival ancient beasts? That's an understatement. I'd say the ghost immortal's body is at least at the level of a desolate beast. Desolate beasts and ancient beasts were exotic creatures from thousands of years ago, their bloodlines comparable to humanity's top divine blessings. In other words, Jiang Yan's physical strength was at least on par with top-tier desolate beasts. In the resting room, Jiang Yan had no idea he was being compared to ancient desolate beasts. Still not enough, far from enough, he thought to himself. Killing a top-tier divine-blessed individual with one punch was nothing. In this era of martial arts flourishing, geniuses were everywhere, and the strong were as numerous as cattle. Not only humans but even the bloodlines of exotic beasts were becoming purer. Recently, the Arctic glaciers had melted, and ancient beasts frozen for several epochs might awaken. Relying solely on divine blessings would never keep up with the times. He had to focus on cultivation and fully unlock the potential of the tenfold ghost command. Jiang Yan sat cross-legged, evenly circulating the primal breathing technique, sensing the spiritual energy even without the enlightenment chamber. His consciousness arrived before the 10 directions ghost token, stopping at the ancient text. Behind the ancient text were 10 figures sealed by chains, one of which had already revealed its true form, King Qingguang, one of the 10 Yama kings. At this moment, the second seal seemed to be loosening. I've broken through to the second tier, I can now summon the second Yama king. Jiang Yan pushed the primal breathing technique to its limit, channeling powerful spiritual energy into the second seal. The chains trembled violently, beginning to break bit by bit. Crack, crack. The chains completely shattered, the second seal was undone, and the second Yama ghost god descended. The ghosts Jiang Yan summoned were also ranked by levels, from lowest to highest. They were wandering souls, fierce ghosts, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost gods. Wandering souls were newly deceased spirits with extremely weak attack power. Jiang Yan's usual night parade of 100 ghosts consisted of hundreds or thousands of fierce ghosts. Ghost generals were strong entities at the Earth Marquis and Heaven Marquis levels. Ghost kings? Jiang Yan had yet to subdue one. As for ghost gods, he could currently summon only 2 Yama kings, King Qingguang and King Chujiang. King Chujiang, who ruled the living hell, was the one whose seal Jiang Yan had just broken. Now that I can summon 2 Yama Kings simultaneously, does this mean I can turn one of them into a ghost weapon? The ghost weapon transformation technique allowed ghosts to be turned into various weapons. He remembered the final line of the technique: Yama can transform into the true martial ghost god. True martial ghost god. Jiang Yan rubbed his hands together excitedly. Come on, I can't wait to unleash the true martial ghost god. His consciousness quickly flipped through the ancient text, finding the detailed records of the ghost weapon transformation technique. With a thought, he activated it: ghost weapon transformation. Within the space of the 10 directions ghost token, King Qingguang turned into a wisp of ghostly energy, flying out of the token and wrapping around Jiang Yan's right hand. The ghostly energy condensed, transforming into a dark scythe entwined with souls. This is the Rakshasa ghost scythe. Jiang Yan sensed its origin the moment he grasped the scythe. The Rakshasa ghost scythe was the true martial ghost god form of the Yama King. If it were a divine gift, it would be a top-tier SSS grade artifact. Holding the Rakshasa ghost scythe, Jiang Yan felt it was exceptionally light, as if he were holding a feather. He let go, and the scythe crashed heavily to the ground, producing a thunderous boom. Boom! The entire lounge shook. Jiang Yan was astonished. The Rakshasa ghost scythe is this heavy? It must weigh at least 10,000 tons. Yet, in his hands, the 10,000-ton scythe felt as light as air. He summoned the Rakshasa ghost scythe back into his hand and casually swung it. A black blade of energy instantly cleaved through everything in front of him. All the equipment in the training room was destroyed. Looks like I need to explain this to the staff. Jiang Yan scratched his head awkwardly. It's all the Rakshasa ghost scythe's fault. He put the scythe away, stretched, and called the staff to help repair the equipment. The staff arrived quickly, and upon seeing the broken equipment, their faces turned pale, their voices trembling. Jiang Yan, right? This equipment can't be repaired. How about I arrange a new lounge for you? It was indeed my carelessness. Jiang Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Then please arrange a new lounge for me. While the new lounge was being prepared, Jiang Yan had nowhere to go, so he left Jiang City Martial Arts Hall and headed straight to the nearest spirit market. The spirit market sold everything: spiritual plants, talismans, treasures, and even divine gifts could be traded. Jiang Yan walked down Spirit Street, intending to sell the useless spiritual herbs he had collected from the Wangshan ruins. His physical body had undergone 3 remoldings, and 10-year-old spiritual herbs no longer had any effect on him. According to market prices, a 10-year-old spiritual herb was worth around $1 million. Some might ask, if 10-year-old spiritual herbs were so common in the ruins, why were they so expensive outside? The reason was simple: access to the ruins was controlled by major conglomerates, and ordinary people had no chance to enter, leaving only the option of sneaking in. Sneaking into the ruins was dangerous. Many died at the hands of fierce beasts, and few managed to bring out spiritual herbs alive. Most of the spiritual herbs on the market came from the surplus stock of the conglomerates, with only a small portion brought out by smugglers. Asa smuggler, Jiang Yan possessed over 110-year spirit herbs, more than a dozen 100-year spirit herbs, and 3,000-year spirit herbs. The most special of all was the 10,000-year moonlight herb, gifted to him by Lin Wanyu. This time, he planned to sell all the 10-year spirit herbs he had. Walking into the spirit market, the surrounding small vendors and merchants sneaked glances at him before casually averting their eyes. Here, killing and robbing treasures was common, and students rarely came alone. These vendors were experienced and could tell at a glance that Jiang Yan was a student, hoping to take advantage of him or even resort to direct action. Hey, handsome boy, what brings you here? A seductive woman in a cheongsam approached with a smile, her thick makeup looking rather frightening. Jiang Yan rubbed his eyes. Sadako? You're out during the day too? I'm human, the woman roared angrily. Jiang Yan chuckled. With makeup that thick, I thought the ghost from my house had come out. The woman sneered inwardly but kept a sweet smile on her face. Handsome boy, is this your first time here? Want me to show you around? Guide fee is 500. No need, Jiang Yan refused outright. Seeing he wasn't taking the bait, the woman's eyes shifted, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Handsome boy, I have a precious jade here, selling it cheap. Interested? She shoved a piece of green jade into Jiang Yan's hands. Jiang Yan kept his hands in his pockets, and the jade fell to the ground with a bang. The woman screamed, "Ah! My precious jade!" She grabbed Jiang Yan, her eyes filled with greed. You broke my jade. This piece is worth 3 million. Pay up. Jiang Yan remained expressionless, glancing sideways at the few people gathering behind him. Your scam is a bit outdated. Outdated or not, as long as it works. The jade is broken, and if you don't pay 3 million, you'll have to use your treasures to compensate. Several burly men shoved Jiang Yan. Kid, hand over the treasures you're carrying. If I give them to you, you won't beat me up? Jiang Yan pretended to be scared. The group exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Of course, as long as you compensate for our jade, we'll let you go. The woman mocked, the spirit market isn't a place for little boys like you. We're just teaching you the rules by making you pay. I don't have that much money. Can I use my heavenly artifact to compensate? Jiang Yan asked softly. Heavenly artifact? What grade? The woman's eyes lit up. Heavenly artifacts were far more precious than spirit treasures. Jiang Yan summoned the 10 Directions Ghost token and handed it to her. The woman examined the token, her eyes glowing. This spiritual pressure, at least an S-grade heavenly artifact. Hearing this, the burly men eagerly snatched the 10 Directions Ghost token. Damn, this color. This spiritual pressure. Definitely S-grade or higher. Just as they thought they had struck gold, black shadows suddenly appeared around them, encircling them. Am I seeing things? The woman's face was full of confusion. The burly man also looked around in terror. What is that? Zhang San, aren't you dead? You. The woman screamed, her face pale. She saw the people they had killed. The dead surrounded them, expressionless, with blood continuously seeping from their faces. You're supposed to be dead. Are you human or ghost? Ah, a female. Ghost grabbed the woman's neck, her face turning ashen. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The burly men realized something was wrong and tried to escape, but they were surrounded by countless vengeful spirits. Unable to move. These spirits were the innocent tourists they had scammed and abandoned in the wilderness. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen your spirit treasures. Please give me another chance. One of the burly men turned pale with fear, trembling as he knelt and repeatedly kowtowed to the spirits. No matter how desperately he begged for mercy, the vengeful spirits continued to approach step by step. Amid his terrified and despairing screams, the spirits entered his body, devouring his internal organs. Ah! The woman in the cheongsam and the burly men bled from all 7 orifices, dying miserably in the street. Jiang Yan kept his hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall, calmly watching the spectacle. The 10 Directions Ghost token, like the red paper umbrella, was one of his divine artifacts. Even if others obtain the 10 Directions Ghost token, they cannot use it, but they can borrow it to see wandering spirits, even touch them, and be touched by them. Jiang Yan looked at these innocent vengeful spirits and said, you were cruelly killed by these people during your lifetime, turning into vengeful spirits that refuse to leave this place. Now the sinners have been tortured to death by your own hands, and your resentment should dissipate. Go to reincarnation. The vengeful spirits knelt down one after another, desperately kowtowing. Jiang Yan said indifferently, your souls will be sent to the Avicii hell, where you will be eternally tormented, with no chance of reincarnation. The souls of the cheongsam woman and several burly men screamed miserably upon hearing this, before being pierced by several hooks and dragged into the abyss of hell. Come and take a look. Top quality century-old spirit pearl grass, now on sale for only 500,000 per stalk. A vendor shouted loudly. Jiang Yan completely ignored these vendors and walked straight into an elegantly decorated shop, Baichao Hall. Baichao Hall, under the Baichao Group, specializes in trading 10-year and century-old spirit herbs. Only shops backed by large corporations wouldn't cheat customers. Hello, sir. What service do you need? As soon as Jiang Yan entered, a female attendant greeted him with a smile. I want to sell 10-year spirit herbs, Jiang Yan replied with a smile. All right, please have a seat. I'll brew some tea for you, the attendant said gently. No need, I'm in a hurry. Convert these 10-year spirit herbs into cash and transfer it to my card, Jiang Yan said. Hundreds of 10-year spirit herbs surged out from the 10 Directions Ghost token, piling up in a corner of Baichao Hall. So many. The attendant was so shocked she couldn't speak. She quickly regained her composure and asked with a smile, Sir, could you leave a contact number? Not convenient, Jiang Yan replied indifferently. All right. She didn't ask further and hurriedly called for someone to verify the age and price of the spirit herbs. A dozen minutes later, she handed over a card and receipt with a bright smile. Sir, you've sold 103 10-year spirit herbs, totaling 96.58 million. Jiang Yan responded lightly, placed the card into the 10 directions ghost token, and left effortlessly. In an instant, he had transformed into a multi-millionaire. But in this world, money doesn't hold its value. Exotic beasts and alien races could destroy a major city at any moment. Walking on his way back, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a chill. His expression remained calm, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved. Here they come. Whoosh! A golden feather carrying a chill shot straight at his neck. Bang! Jiang Yan flicked his fingers, producing a sonic boom that shattered the golden feather instantly. Several dazzling figures rapidly approached, their backs adorned with massive wings radiating golden light. 2. Good looking, no wonder I'm always targeted by alien races on the road. Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly, pressing down on 2 incoming aliens with both hands. Bang! With a forceful push, the 2 aliens were sent flying backward 100 meters, leaving deep marks on the ground. In the air, the golden-feathered man's eyes flashed with golden light, and countless golden feathers materialized out of thin air, each capable of piercing SS-grade alloy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feathers filled the sky, breaking through the air at high speed, encircling Jiang Yan and sealing off all his escape routes, aiming for a one-hit kill. Buzz! Jiang Yan once again created a sonic boom with his bare hands, shattering the feathers in the sky. What? The golden-feathered man's face turned pale with fear. His golden radiance true feathers had been shattered. The next second, his ankle was grabbed by a tremendous force. Before he could react, his body lost balance and was slammed into the ground. Boom! The ground was smashed into a large pit. Jiang Yan clapped his hands and looked at the man in the pit, saying, "Hey, still alive?" Roar! A sharp phoenix cry echoed, golden light burst forth, and the dust cleared. The golden-feathered man hovered in mid-air, blood streaming from his forehead, glaring at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan clapped his hands cheerfully, as expected of an alien race, really tough. If it were an ordinary person, they'd have turned into minced meat from that slam. Ghost Immortal, today you will surely die, the golden-feathered man roared. Several dazzling figures once again charged at Jiang Yan, surrounded by spiritual energy that transformed into several spirit swords, slashing at him from multiple directions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers 3 times, creating 3 sonic booms that shattered the spirit swords formed by several birdmen. My treasured feather sword. How is this possible? Is he a monster? The birdmen were dumbfounded. These spirit swords were forged from their hardest and sharpest treasured feathers, indestructible and unstoppable. Yet now, they were shattered by Jiang Yan's barehanded sonic booms. Unbelievable. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said, "The feather clan sent just a few useless fools to kill me? You really underestimate me." The golden-feathered man's face darkened. "Lowly human, our clan's martial master will arrive soon. You are doomed today." "Oh no, I'm so scared. Could you spare me?" Jiang Yan raised his hands casually, looking indifferent. The golden-feathered man sneered, as expected of a lowly human. "Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, now, I won't let you leave alive." "Well, that's really troublesome." Jiang Yan scratched his head inside. "Forget it, I might as well just kill all of you." Hearing this, the golden-feathered man and his companions' faces changed drastically. "You dare make a move? Our clan's genius martial master will be here any moment." Jiang Yan didn't want to waste words. He smiled faintly and said, "Black flame." In an instant, black flames surged from all directions like chains, attacking the birdman. "Help! Ah!" One birdman was entangled by the black flames, which quickly spread across his body, filling the air with desperate screams. Jiang Yan deliberately let him suffer longer to fully experience the pain of being burned by the black flames. "This is called slow roasting," Jiang Yan said with an innocent smile. One after another, the clan members were consumed by the black flames, their agonized screams echoing continuously. The golden-feathered man's face turned pale. "You can't kill me. My brother is a Tier 3 martial master. If you kill me, he will never let you go." "Didn't you say I was doomed today? Since I'm going to die anyway, what's the harm in taking you down with me?" Jiang Yan asked with a smile. The golden-feathered man saw the intense killing intent in Jiang Yan's eyes and collapsed to his knees, trembling all over. "Please, don't kill me." "No, ah!" The black flames instantly engulfed him. No matter how he struggled, the flames could not be extinguished. These black flames were like venomous insects, burrowing deep into their bodies and ultimately burning away their souls. Once touched by the black flames, even in death, their souls would never find peace. Hua Luo. A furious roar echoed as a golden-winged Dapeng clan man swooped down from the sky at high speed. "Brother! Save me! Save me!" The golden-feathered man screamed in despair. The golden-winged Dapeng glared fiercely at Jiang Yan. "Human, extinguish the flames." "Don't look at me like that, it scares me," Jiang Yan said, raising his hands cooperatively. The golden-winged Dapeng thought Jiang Yan was frightened and had withdrawn the black flames, so he comforted his brother. "It's okay now, the pain will soon pass." Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "All right, let's put out the fire." But the black flames suddenly intensified, penetrating the bones and scorching the soul. "Ah!" The golden-feathered man screamed in agony as he turned to ashes before the golden-winged Dapeng's eyes. The golden-winged Dapeng was so shocked that his hands trembled. Brother. Oh dear, I accidentally burned him to death. Seeing how handsome I am, can you forgive me?" Jiang Yan teased, as if it were truly an unintentional mistake. The golden-winged Dapeng's muscles tensed, veins bulging in anger, and his mouth twitched. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Jiang Yan. "Human, I will make you wish you were dead." "How terrifying. Could you stop scaring me?" Jiang Yan said with a smile. "By the way, is your feather clan edible? I'm thinking of opening a roasted bird shop." Courting death. The golden-winged Dapeng's eyes turned blood-red as he transformed into a streak of golden light, charging at Jiang Yan. He wielded a golden trident, unleashing terrifying spiritual power that tore the ground apart and thinned the air. Bang! Jiang Yan caught the trident bare-handed, his palm stinging from the impact. "Not bad, Tier 3 level 8, quite impressive," Jiang Yan thought. No wonder his arm felt numb, it seemed the opponent was close to reaching Tier 4. Jiang Yan himself was only Tier 2 level 1, so facing a Tier 3 level 8 powerhouse head-on was indeed challenging. However, this bit of trouble was still manageable for him. The golden-winged rock continuously infused spiritual energy, causing the ground beneath Jiang Yan's feet to shatter, with one of his legs sinking into the soil. Bang! Relying on his formidable physical body, Jiang Yan forcefully repelled the trident spear, pulled his leg free, and casually brushed the dust off his body. The golden-winged rock was shocked. "This guy's strength is terrifying. He actually managed to repel my trident spear." As a prodigy of the Feather Clan, even the elders of his tribe were no match for him. With a single hand, he could exert a force of 100 tons, and when combined with the golden rock trident spear, he could unleash a power of 1,000 tons. Yet, even with such might, he failed to crush this human before him in one blow. This physical body was so terrifying it defied reason. "Ah, my hand's gone numb," Jiang Yan complained, shaking his hand. Like a rainbow piercing the heavens, the golden-winged rock decided to end the battle quickly. He unleashed a martial technique, causing the trident spear to glow with golden light as the surrounding space trembled. Die! Boom! How is this possible? The golden-winged rock was stunned. Jiang Yan, with a smile on his face, clasped his hands together and forcibly stopped the trident spear. Bare-handed blade catching. This move was insane. The trident spear tore through his clothes, and if not for the fact that he had cultivated the immortal Dao Cannon to its second level, he would have been shredded to pieces. Impossible! Impossible! The golden-winged rock's face turned ashen. "There's nothing impossible about it. You just haven't seen it before," Jiang Yan said with a smile. "You actually managed to shatter the muscles in my arm. I should commend you for that." Jiang Yan genuinely praised him. His voice then turned icy, "But that's the only thing worth praising. To die by my hand is an honor you should cherish." The aura around Jiang Yan grew overwhelmingly powerful, as if the heavens and earth were tilting. Behind him, an ancient ghostly deity suddenly appeared. The golden-winged rock felt an overwhelming killing intent. From Jiang Yan's gaze, he seemed to see his own death. In Jiang Yan's eyes, he was already a dead man. Ghostly deity true martial. Jiang Yan kicked the stunned golden-winged rock aside. Stretching out his right hand, the ghostly deity behind him instantly transformed into a sharp Rakshasa ghost scythe, which appeared in his grasp. As soon as the Rakshasa ghost scythe emerged, the surrounding air grew thin, breathing became difficult, and the temperature plummeted to freezing, as if they had entered the underworld. "Help! Help! Spare me! Let my soul dissipate!" Desperate wails of lost souls echoed continuously from the ghost scythe. The golden-winged rock staggered backward in terror. His sixth sense screamed at him, "Run! Run now! Run immediately!" Maybe, just maybe, he could still survive. But his legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. He swallowed hard and stiffly looked down. His pupils contracted sharply, and his entire body trembled. Beneath his feet, countless lost souls with shriveled, pale hands were desperately clawing at him, trying to drag him into the abyss of hell. Get away! Get away! The golden-winged rock completely lost control, frantically swinging the trident spear to disperse the souls beneath him. What kind of divine power is this? He demanded, his eyes wide with fear and unwillingness. Jiang Yan, holding the Rakshasa ghost scythe, smirked coldly. You'll know once you're dead. In the next instant, his figure vanished. By the time the golden-winged rock realized what had happened, the eerie scythe was already at his throat. Clang! He hastily used the trident spear to block, but the immense impact sent him flying to the ground. His arms throbbed with pain, his palms split open, and his bones and muscles were severely injured. What is this? What kind of weapon is this? The golden-winged rock was utterly panicked. His once proud golden rock trident spear was nothing before this ghost scythe. A so-called 1,000-ton divine weapon was completely outclassed. He stiffly stared at the trident spear in his hands, his mouth twitching, and finally burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! To die under such a powerful weapon, I have no regrets. Cracks had already appeared where the trident spear and ghost scythe collided, and they were spreading rapidly. Human! Even if I die today, I'll make sure you suffer severe injuries. You'll never cultivate again. The golden-winged rock roared, charging at Jiang Yan like a blazing sun. Come die with me, he bellowed. Jiang Yan laughed. Bury me with you? Are you worthy? The smile vanished, leaving only a chilling killing intent. Are you worthy? In the next moment, a black, crescent-shaped blade materialized, seemingly entwined with countless vengeful spirits, and directly sliced through the golden-winged rock's body. Boom! The golden-winged rock launched a fierce attack with its trident, but Jiang Yan easily blocked it, remaining completely unharmed. Black blood slowly seeped from the rock's mouth. It stiffly reached out to wipe it away, but half of its arm fell to the ground. It looked at Jiang Yan in confusion, its vision gradually tilting until it could only see Jiang Yan's legs. It turned out that it had already been sliced in half in an instant, its body not yet realizing what had happened. When it finally did, the golden-winged trident shattered with a thunderous crash, and both it and the rock were consumed by black flames, reduced to ashes. Jiang Yan retracted the Rakshasa ghost scythe, his expression indifferent. It seems my cultivation level is still not high enough. If he weren't only at the second tier, first level, he wouldn't have needed to use the ghost god true martial technique to easily eliminate the golden-winged rock. He recalled the 10,000-year moonlight herb and planned to use this ancient spiritual herb to guide the spiritual energy in his spirit. See and break through his cultivation level. The resting room should already be prepared. Jiang Yan slowly walked toward Jiangcheng Martial Arts Arena. Upon arriving, he was warmly greeted by the staff. Student Jiang, your new resting room is ready. Thank you, Jiang Yan replied with a smile. You're welcome. It's our duty, the staff quickly responded. Following the staff, Jiang Yan entered the new resting room, sat cross-legged, and retrieved the 10,000-year moonlight herb from the 10 Directions ghost token. Using spiritual plants and medicines as catalysts could stabilize his foundation, purify his spiritual energy, and eliminate impurities. Chapter 56, 4 Levels in One Leap. Spiritual Energy Explosion. Inside the resting room, Jiang Yan pushed the primordial breathing technique to its limit, spiritual energy surging wildly within him and surrounding him. During this period, he had absorbed numerous residual souls and undergone countless trials. Coupled with the continuous absorption of spiritual energy through the primordial breathing technique, he was already capable of advancing several minor levels. 10,000-year moonlight herb. With a thought, Jiang Yan summoned the ancient spiritual herb from the 10 Directions ghost token and instantly refined it. The radiant moonlight shimmered faintly, transforming into medicinal power that infused his body. Using the 10,000-year moonlight herb as a foundation. Compared to other martial artists at the same level, his spiritual energy was purer, his foundation more solid, and his future path broader. Boom! As the 10,000-year moonlight herb merged into his body, spiritual energy erupted like mountains and seas, no longer suppressed, and a terrifying aura was instantly unleashed. Jiang Yan felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration as he broke through layer after layer of minor levels. Guided by the spiritual energy of the 10,000-year moonlight herb, pure spiritual power rapidly coursed through his entire body. Second tier. Second level. Second tier, third level. Second tier, fourth level. Second tier, fifth level. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, his black hair moving without wind, spiritual energy swirling around him, and everything in the resting room suspended in mid-air. I broke through 4 minor levels in one go. A smile appeared on Jiang Yan's lips as he clenched his fist, spiritual energy instantly surging. Fourth. This was all thanks to the 10,000-year moonlight herb. The spiritual energy stored in his spirit sea had become exceptionally pure and could be directly unleashed. Jiang Yan experimented with controlling the spiritual energy, throwing a punch with his right hand, and a torrent of spiritual energy exploded forth. Boom! A deafening blast echoed. Jiang Yan froze, with just a casual punch combined with the spiritual energy explosion, he had completely destroyed the newly renovated resting room. He grinned wryly and quickly called the staff. It seemed he would need another new resting room. This spiritual energy explosion was far more effective than creating sonic booms with bare hands. An idea struck Jiang Yan: if I combine sonic booms with spiritual energy explosions, will the power be even greater? Being a man of action, he raised his hand, ready to create a sonic boom and add a spiritual energy explosion. Catching sight of the ruined resting room out of the corner of his eye, he quickly shoved his hand back into his pocket. Better head to the training room to test the sonic boom. I don't want to destroy the other rooms in the resting area. He walked through the flattened resting room to the built-in training room, activated the training room's barriers to prevent damage to other areas, and prepared to test his new technique. After all the protective measures were prepared, Jiang Yan stretched lazily and began to rub a sonic boom with his bare hands. Buzz! A chaotic sonic boom was conjured by him. Next, add a burst of spiritual energy. Jiang Yan activated the primal breathing technique, perfectly controlling the output of spiritual energy. The chaotic sonic boom combined with the spiritual energy burst instantly formed a twisted miniature black hole. Jiang Yan's right hand was almost pulled and twisted by the black hole. Damn! Did I just invent a black hole version of the Rasengan? Jiang Yan struggled to control the black hole, finding it nearly impossible to manage the chaotic force. He let go, and the black hole flew out, distorting everything around it and crashing into the training room's barrier. It should be fine, right? Jiang Yan swallowed nervously. The next second, the barrier emitted a cracking sound. Damn, the barrier is about to break. He had to stabilize the black hole quickly, or the consequences would be dire. Ghost God True Martial. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan summoned the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe and unleashed a black horizontal slash directly at the black hole. Something bizarre happened. The black hole collided with the black crescent blade of the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe, unexpectedly emitting a dazzling white light. Jiang Yan knew this was bad. I'm doomed. He scratched his head helplessly. The next second, the dazzling white light exploded violently. Boom! The earth-shattering impact shocked everyone in Zheng City Martial Arts Arena. What was that sound just now? My ears are almost deafened. No idea, it seems to have come from the lounge area. Several staff members rushed to the scene, and upon seeing the devastation in the lounge, their faces turned pale, frozen in place. The lounge? There was no lounge anymore. It had all been blown to rubble. Sorry, it seems like a gas tank exploded. Jiang Yan scratched his head awkwardly, revealing a toothy grin and forcing a bitter smile. The staff's eyes turned red. A gas tank explosion? The lounges here were all made of SS-grade vibranium. For a gas tank explosion to leave such damage, how powerful would that tank have to be? The staff member who had previously helped Jiang Yan switch lounges was on the verge of tears. Jiang Yan, no, Grandpa Jiang. Could you please tone down the power a bit? Quick, call the Earth Elemental Constructors from the Civil Engineering Department, we need to rebuild the place. Immediately. The staff sighed helplessly. Jiang Yan felt embarrassed as well. He had thought he had prepared enough protection, and no matter how strong the sonic boom and spiritual energy burst were, they wouldn't shatter the training room's barrier. Unexpectedly, the barrier turned out to be so fragile. Do you need my help? Jiang Yan asked with a cheeky grin. Grandpa Jiang, please don't cause more trouble, go cool off somewhere. The staff respectfully ushered him away. Jiang Yan was pushed out by several people, wanting to say something, but the door slammed shut with a bang. I really didn't mean to, Jiang Yan muttered softly. He sat at the entrance of Zheng City Martial Arts Arena, watching the travelers coming and going. I wonder how far the competition has progressed. Jiang Yan yawned. The power of the sonic boom vortex combined with the spiritual energy burst is so strong. What should I name this move? It looked like a miniature black hole, simple and straightforward. Let's call it Little Black Hole. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Little Black Hole, not bad. I really have a talent for naming moves. At this moment, the quarterfinals of Zheng City Martial Arts Arena had already concluded. Since Jiang Yan had a bye, he directly became one of the top 4, and no one objected. The top 4 were Lu Qingmeng from 7th High, Lin Feiyu from 1st High, Bai Luoxue from 1st High, and Jiang Yan from 2nd High, who had a bye. The semifinals would be conducted in teams of 2, with 2-on-2 matches determining the final champion. Inside the martial arts arena, both Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu wanted to face Jiang Yan, so they naturally formed a team. The remaining Bai Luoxue and Jiang Yan had no other choice and were automatically paired. Bai Luoxue's eyes lit up. I need to work harder, I absolutely can't drag Jiang Yan down. Mu Shuwei outside, what exactly did Jiang Yan say to make you so motivated? He didn't say anything special. Bai Luoxue blinked, looking a bit dazed, the corners of her mouth slightly curved upward as she thought about fighting alongside Jiang Yan tomorrow, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She couldn't understand this feeling. Could this be what it feels like to meet a like-minded partner? Just as Bai Luoxue was grinning from ear to ear, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and answered the call. Father. Chapter 57, SSS Divine Gifted? Still defeated in one move the next morning, Jiang Yan was awakened by the sound of knocking on his door. He frowned. Why are you bothering me so early? Opening the lounge door, he saw Zhou Peng's panicked face. Brother Jiang, something big has happened. Zhou Peng said anxiously. I'm fine, Jiang Yan replied indifferently. What's going on? You don't know yet? The semifinals are 2-on-2, and you've been paired with Bai Luoxue, the school beauty from number 1 high school. Jiang Yan yawned. Isn't that great? The problem is, Bai Luoxue suddenly withdrew from the competition and left Zheng City. Zhou Peng swallowed nervously. Brother Jiang, do you know what this means? Jiang Yan instantly woke up. I have to face 2 opponents alone? Exactly. And the opponents are no joke. One is an SSS-level Divine Gifted, and the other is a double SS Divine Gifted. Jiang Yan yawned again. I thought it was something serious. Next time, don't wake me up for this kind of thing. It disturbs my rest. He recalled the time at the ancient King Mountain ruins when he fought against 100 martial masters alone. Facing 2 people? What's the big deal? Jiang Yan stretched lazily. I'm actually looking forward to these 2 human geniuses. Let's see if they can give me a good fight. At noon, the semifinals officially began. Old Jiang, if it doesn't work out, just admit defeat. There's no shame in it, Zhang Xiaoshang said worriedly in the preparation room. He knew Jiang Yan was a genius, but the 2 opponents were equally extraordinary. Lu Qingmeng, the top expert from number 7 high school, and SSS-level Divine Gifted, known as the Fairy of 100 Flowers. Lin Feiyu, a double SS-level Divine Gifted, nicknamed the Twin Supreme. Old Zhang, don't worry. I understand the situation, Jiang Yan replied with a faint smile. At the referee's whistle, the contestants simultaneously entered the martial arena. From 20 meters away, Jiang Yan smiled as he looked at them. Lu Qingming beamed brightly. Jiang Yan, I'm glad to face you in a match. Don't worry, Lin Feiyu and I won't attack you at the same time. Lin Feiyu raised an eyebrow. Ghost Immortal. I'll be the first to challenge you. I guarantee you'll lose convincingly. Facing these 2 top experts, Jiang Yan said indifferently, I think you'd better come at me together. Otherwise, you won't even know how you lost. Jiang Yan's words instantly silenced the scene. After a moment, Lin Feiyu's lips curled into a smile. You're becoming more and more interesting to me. Referee, start the match. Both sides prepared, and the referee announced the start of the match. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Lin Feiyu had already rushed in front of Jiang Yan, delivering a lightning-fast sweeping kick mid-air, so fast it was almost impossible to see. Jiang Yan calmly raised his hand to block the attack. Immediately after, Lin Feiyu spun and appeared behind Jiang Yan, surrounded by a green glow, striking fiercely at Jiang Yan's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lin Feiyu's body was sent flying. The referee was dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting to comment. That counterpunch was too fast. Without slow-motion replay, you can't even see the move, the referee said excitedly. Nearby, Lu Qingmeng shouted enthusiastically, this is the opponent I've been waiting for. Jiang Yan, show me more of your strength. Cough. As expected of the Ghost Immortal, your physical body is truly strong. Lin Feiyu got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with green light. Green Peak Seal. A treasure surrounded by green light flew out, rapidly expanding, shaking the space as if a massive mountain was pressing down on Jiang Yan. This is Lin Feiyu's SS-level divine artifact, Green Peak Seal. In previous matches, he barely used his divine gifts, relying on his physical body to crush opponents. But now, after just one round, he had already summoned his treasure. Suppress! Lin Feiyu shouted. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the scene, leaving everyone gasping in shock. Jiang Yan raised his left hand and astonishingly held up the descending Azure Peak Seal with just one hand. Even Lin Feiyu looked on in surprise, exclaiming, "How powerful is this body of his?" Calming himself, he said, "Jiang Yan, I admit your physical body is strong, but the match is over. You're suppressed by my Azure Peak Seal, there's no escape." The Azure Peak Seal grew heavier with time, increasing by 1,000 pounds every second. The ground beneath their feet cracked under the pressure. This thing was several times heavier than the Golden Rock's golden trident spear. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, activating the primal breathing technique to continuously recover his state. The veins in his left arm bulged, his clothes tore apart, and the veins on his forehead protruded. Rise! With a thunderous roar, Jiang Yan astonishingly flipped the Azure Peak Seal with one hand. Boom! The Azure Peak Seal smashed straight through the martial arena. In the next moment, the arena was completely transformed, as if it had just experienced a massive earthquake. Lin Feiyu's pupils contracted sharply. How is this possible? He actually flipped my Azure Peak Seal with one hand. He quickly regained his composure, carefully observing Jiang Yan. Judging by his appearance, just breaking free from the Azure Peak Seal's suppression had already exhausted all his strength. Jiang Yan, you've reached your limit, Lin Feiyu sneered. Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. A flash of light appeared at the center of his brow, connecting him to the heavens and earth. Instantly, a layer of white mist rose around him, and his entire being entered a state of clarity, with his combat power surging tenfold. This was an SSS-level ability, the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Not only could it multiply his combat power by 10, but it could also see through all illusions, detect his opponent's weaknesses, and even make his opponent's movements appear extremely slow in his eyes. 1 minute, and I'll finish you, Lin Feiyu declared arrogantly. His speed increased tenfold, and, in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Jiang Yan, unleashing a flurry of 100 punches, each accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. He precisely grasped Jiang Yan's movement patterns, striking wherever Jiang Yan defended. But, in the next second, his entire body bristled with fear, sensing the aura of death. Even under the slow-motion effect of the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, the spiritual energy surging from Jiang Yan was still overwhelming, pure, and powerful enough to annihilate everything in an instant. Feeling his life in danger, Lin Feiyu quickly retreated. Just as he thought he had evaded the spiritual energy explosion, Jiang Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. Under the slow-motion effect of the Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Jiang Yan's hand speed hadn't changed. No, to be precise, Jiang Yan was so fast that even when slowed down, Lin Feiyu couldn't dodge. Boom! A dazzling light flashed, and the entire Jiang City martial arena shook. Jiang Yan unleashed a spiritual energy explosion, directly blasting Lin Feiyu into unconsciousness, his eyes rolling back. In the spectator seats, the crowd swallowed hard, exclaiming, in shock, was that explosion just now the same as yesterday's? Yes, the one that flattened hundreds of restrooms. It was the Ghost Immortal. Everyone fell silent, not daring to speak loudly. What kind of monster was this ghost? Immortal? Chapter 58, The Clash of SSS Divine Gifted. That's it? He lost just like that? Jiang Yan looked puzzled. He had merely used a spiritual energy explosion to instantly defeat Lin Feiyu? Was he really that fragile? Lin Feiyu was one of the top 4 in the Jiang City martial tournament, yet his strength was this lacking? Jiang Yan shook his head, feeling disappointed. If anyone knew what he was thinking, they would surely be shocked speechless. The spectators in the stands knew better than anyone how formidable Lin Feiyu was. They had witnessed him sweep through all his opponents. But in Jiang Yan's eyes, Lin Feiyu was nothing more than a weakling who could be taken down in a single move. The disparity was so vast it left people utterly hopeless. Just how strong was this Ghost Immortal? As expected of you. A round of applause sounded as Lu Qingmeng walked toward Jiang Yan with a smile. A single move to finish the fight, truly the man I've set my sights on. Before we spar, how about we make a little wager? Lu Qingmeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If I win, you'll become my servant. And if I lose? She looked at Jiang Yan, licking her lips. I'll become your lover. As soon as she said this, the spectator seats erupted. Damn! The 100 Flowers Fairy is giving out benefits. Win or lose, it's a reward. Fairy of 100 flowers, let me spar with you. I'm willing to admit defeat. If I had known such a good thing would happen, I would have fought to the death just to make it to the semifinals. Everyone wished they could replace Jiang Yan and become Lu Qingmeng's opponent. To them, whether they won or lost, it was a win-win situation. Jiang Yan froze upon hearing these words, tilting his head in confusion. Ha! Lu Qingmeng winked at Jiang Yan. How about it? Tempting bet, isn't it? I think you've lost your mind, Jiang Yan replied indifferently. Lu Qingmeng was indeed stunningly beautiful, impossible to look away from. But Jiang Yan was different from other men, because he was a Sigma man. Sigma men would never fall into traps set by women. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Miss Lu, the bet is indeed tempting, but I must decline. The spectators erupted instantly. What? Is Ghost Immortal even a man? How could he refuse such a good thing? He's simply not human. My goodness, as expected of Ghost Immortal, unmoved by beauty, resolute in will. He's destined for greatness. In the VIP seats, Xin Wenba and Zhou Wenshan were equally stunned. Well done, young man. Xin Wenba laughed heartily. Zhou Wenshan's face was full of admiration. Not bad, this kid is bound for great achievements in the future. Jiang Yan had no idea that simply by refusing Lu Qingmeng's bet, he had earned everyone's respect and attention. It's fine. If you don't agree, I'll just break your limbs and make you my slave forever. Lu Qingmeng's eyes turned wild, her laughter maniacal. She laughed crazily as thorny vines sprouted around her, rushing toward Jiang Yan like sharp blades. Ghost Immortal, entertain me to your heart's content. Buzz! With a deafening roar, Jiang Yan crushed the incoming vines with a sonic boom created by his bare hands. In the next moment, however, he found himself pierced by branches and pinned to a locust tree. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Illusion? This move was indeed formidable. He activated the primal breathing technique, instantly entering a state of clarity and seeing through the illusion. Ha ha ha! Ghost Immortal, such petty tricks are nothing, right? Lu Qingming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Miss, don't casually claim men are incapable, Jiang Yan said with a smile. He broke the illusion, stepped forward, and the ground trembled as he charged toward Lu Qingmeng. Clang! 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 Jiang Yan threw a powerful punch, but it was blocked by the petals dancing around Lu Qingmeng. Splurt! Jiang Yan frowned slightly. His fist was unexpectedly cut by the petals, leaving wounds that began to bleed. It was worth noting that he had undergone 3 rounds of physical reconstruction and had cultivated the immortal Dao Cannon to the 2nd level. Even so, his fist was still injured by these petals. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi, Lu Qingmeng said with a smile. Ghost Immortal, you've underestimated these petals. Each one contains the power of a world. Blossoms in chaos. She smiled radiantly. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of petals wove into a seamless net, pressing down on Jiang Yan. Ghost Martial Release. With a thought, Jiang Yan summoned thousands of ghost martial swords, clashing fiercely with the overwhelming petals. Clang! 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 The crisp sound of swords echoed throughout the martial arena. Everyone was mesmerized. The scene was too enchanting, swords and petals intertwined, dreamlike and surreal. What should we do? I suddenly feel like the Fairy of 100 Flowers and Ghost Immortal are quite a match. What nonsense! Ghost Immortal is clearly meant to be with Goddess Yi. Ha ha, that's all in the past. Ghost Immortal already broke up with Yi Yiran. Broke up? Then I can finally support Ghost Immortal and the Fairy of 100 Flowers as a couple. Boom! With a loud explosion, the swords and petals scattered. Their first clash ended in a draw. Jiang Yan was surprised. You're the first to break the Ghost Martial Release. And you're the first to survive my blossoms in chaos, Lu Qingmeng said, narrowing her eyes and licking her lips. Ghost Immortal, I'm starting to like you more and more, please. I advise you to keep your distance, Jiang Yan said hastily. Ha ha ha, that's not up to you. Lu Qingming's eyes turned wild. I've set my sights on you, you're mine. Her steps were light, and with each step she took, a sapling rapidly grew into a massive wooden figure, advancing toward Jiang Yan. With every step of the wooden giant, the earth trembled. Jiang Yan summoned the 10 directions. Ghost Command, Earth Fiend, Heaven Fiend, come forth. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 clouds of black mist flew out from the token, transforming into 2 burly monsters that roared as they charged at the wooden giant. Ah, you have countermeasures too? I'm so happy, finally, someone can make me this delighted, Lu Qingmeng said with a smile. A jade green glow surrounded her right hand, and a bow infused with vitality appeared. Her delicate hand lightly pulled the bowstring, releasing 3 life-filled arrows simultaneously, aimed directly at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Small black hole. A sonic boom vortex collided fiercely with spiritual energy, generating a powerful energy wave that continuously devoured the surrounding matter. The 3 arrows were instantly swallowed by the small black hole. This move doesn't work on you either. Lu Qingming pouted, her eyes fixed on the approaching small black hole. She flipped her palm, revealing a 7-colored lotus that rapidly absorbed the surrounding life force, radiating dazzling light. The 7-colored lotus vibrated continuously, causing the surrounding space to ripple slightly. She casually released it, and the lotus flew out, about to collide with the small black hole. This is bad. I can feel the intense energy fluctuations. If the black hole and the lotus collide, the martial arts arena will be reduced to ruins, and all the students will perish. Xin Wenba immediately recognized the danger. Once the small black hole was unleashed, it couldn't be controlled. He also felt the terrifying energy. I can't let the black hole and the lotus touch. He had intended to use the small black hole to end the battle, but he hadn't expected Lu Qingming to create such a terrifying vortex of energy. If the 2 forces collided, the explosion would destroy the entire martial arts arena. None of the students inside would escape this disaster. Lu Qingming seemed unaware of the danger, her gaze manic, fixated on Jiang Yan. What to do? How to prevent the collision? Use the red paper umbrella? In front of so many people? Jiang Yan hesitated. He didn't want to reveal the red paper umbrella, his ultimate trump card. But if he didn't use it and allowed the small black hole and the 7-colored lotus to collide, the terrifying energy would be enough to kill everyone. Jiang Yan was already prepared to summon the red paper umbrella. That's enough. At that moment, an elderly voice rang out. An old man, who appeared youthful despite his white hair, suddenly appeared. He stood between the small black hole and the 7-colored lotus, slowly raising his hands without using any spiritual power or divine gifts. He simply used his bare hands to extinguish the small black hole and the 7-colored lotus. The 2 terrifying energies seemed like mere sparks before the old man, easily snuffed out with a pinch. Who exactly was this old man? Boom! 2 muffled explosions sounded as the small black hole and the 7-colored lotus detonated in the old man's hands. Apart from the deafening noise, the old man remained completely unharmed. Oh dear, that was dangerous. If I hadn't intervened in time, you 2 would have become murderers responsible for the deaths of 10,000 people. The youthful-looking old man said with a smile. 10,000 people? Jiang Yan froze. That's right. The old man smiled at Jiang Yan. The collision of your 2 energies wouldn't just destroy the Jiang City martial arts arena, it would render the surrounding 100 miles barren, with not even grass able to grow. Lu Qingming ignored the old man, swiftly attacking Jiang Yan again. She gripped a spiritual sword in her right hand and slashed at Jiang Yan's right arm in an instant. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately summoned the true martial ghost god. The Rakshasa ghost scythe clashed with the spiritual sword, instantly forcing Lu Qingming back dozens of meters. Lu Qingming licked her lips. Ghost immortal, don't get distracted by others. Our battle isn't over yet. She charged at Jiang Yan again, and Jiang Yan swung the Rakshasa ghost scythe, surrounded by black flames, engaging in fierce combat with Lu Qingming's spiritual sword. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the Rakshasa ghost scythe shattered the spiritual sword into pieces. Ha! Lu Qingming was stunned. Jiang Yan raised his hand and threw a punch, infused with spiritual energy, aiming to end the battle. Boom! The punch was blocked by flower petals, and Jiang Yan's left fist began to bleed. Lu Qingming smiled brightly. These petals are something I was born with, no one can penetrate them to harm me. Is that so? Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smile. Then let me break through these annoying petals of yours. Jiang Yan activated the primal breathing technique, his wounds healing rapidly as he charged fiercely at Lu Qingming. Boom! His fist was blocked by the petals. Boom, boom. His punches were still stopped by the petals. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Yan mustered all his strength and threw 3 consecutive punches. Although the primal breathing technique allowed his injuries to heal quickly, his fists were still blocked by the petals to the point where his bones were exposed. I told you, no one can harm me. Lu Qingming hadn't finished her sentence when her eyes suddenly widened in shock. She murmured softly, how is this possible? Jiang Yan continued to trade injuries for attacks, unleashing a barrage of punches. Lu Qingming's petals could no longer keep up with the damage. That's right, her petals were limited in number, and the broken ones needed time to regenerate. But Jiang Yan was breaking them faster than they could recover. Gradually, the petals surrounding Lu Qingming became fewer and fewer until none were left. Lu Qingming's eyes trembled with disbelief. My petals. What answered her was Jiang Yan's bloodied fist. This punch was swift and ruthless, landing directly on Lu Qingming's abdomen. Ugh! Lu Qingming's face twisted in pain. Her proud petal shield had been shattered by Jiang Yan, and before she could react, the heavy blow to her abdomen made her roll her eyes back as she was sent flying. Boom! Lu Qingming crashed through the barrier and slammed hard into the wall, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. This is impossible. How could this be? She suddenly raised her head, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yan, trembling as she said, "This is entirely possible, because it's this man, the man I acknowledge, the man I like." With blood in her mouth, she stared greedily at Jiang Yan. Ghost immortal. You truly are my destined one. Crack! Her arm pulled free from the wall, and she lunged at Jiang Yan with incredible speed. What the hell? She's not dead? Jiang Yan was completely dumbfounded. That punch was his full strength, enough to kill 50 Lei Zenmings. Ghost immortal. Lu Qingming didn't attack, instead, like a koala, she leaped onto Jiang Yan and clung to him tightly. She crazily rubbed her face against him, smearing her blood all over his clothes, her eyes fixed on him with a greedy look. What was going on? Had this woman gone mad? Get off me, get off me. Jiang Yan's whole body bristled. He unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, but he still couldn't shake Lu Qingming off. Jiang Yan, you're amazing. I really like you. We're destined to be together. Lu Qingming's eyes trembled, making her look like a lunatic. The elderly man with white hair nearby chuckled and shook his head. Throughout history, most recorded SSS-level God-blessed individuals have had some mental issues. This is also a common trait of SSS-level God-blessed individuals. Their minds struggle to bear the immense power granted by the blessing, and their behavior often deviates from normal logic. With Lu Qingming clinging to him, Jiang Yan said helplessly, "This isn't just deviation, this is outright insanity." Zhou Wanshan smiled faintly. "Young man, you're the unusual one. As an SSS-level God-blessed, your mind hasn't shown any problems." His mental state was different from ordinary people, so naturally, there wouldn't be any mistakes. Does narcissism count as a mental issue? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. That depends on the extent of the narcissism, Zhou Wanshan said, stroking his white beard. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and then smiled. "I think no one in the world is better than me, I'm the best." Indeed, that fits the legend. Among the top-tier God-blessed individuals, there's always a hint of mental abnormality. The old man smiled kindly. Jiang Yan's smile froze. So, he himself was considered mentally abnormal. Chapter 60, Winning the Championship, direct admission. Because Bai Luoxue withdrew from the competition midway, Jiang Yan once again faced two opponents alone. The semi-finals directly became the finals, and in the end, he claimed first place, Lu Qingming won second place, and Lin Feiyu took third. During the award ceremony, the entire venue erupted with cheers of Ghost Immortal. The title Ghost Immortal spread across the nation at that very moment. The Zhangcheng martial arts tournament not only brought fame to Jiang Yan but also attracted the attention of various factions. Ghost Immortal, an SSS-level divine gifted, once subdued the disciple of martial Saint Huiyuan with a single strike, and is the champion of this year's Zhangcheng martial arts tournament. Under dim lighting, a man held Jiang Yan's profile, resting his chin on his hand. Not bad, a promising talent. Send a martial saint to keep an eye on him, make sure nothing happens to him. He tapped the table and calmly said, "As long as he isn't in a desperate situation, we won't intervene." Understood, an elderly voice softly replied, then disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, in the Bai family residence in the imperial capital, the family head sipped tea and asked indifferently, "Schwer, I asked you to return home early, do you hold any resentment toward me?" Bai Luoxue, dressed in white as pure as snow, shook her head. Luoxue harbors no resentment toward father. This level of competition is nothing more than child's play for you, the Bai family head said with a smile. Do you want to know who took first place in the end? Bai Luoxue's eyes trembled slightly, and the image of that young man involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She already knew the answer in her heart. She pursed her lips and shook her head. Luoxue doesn't know. It was a young man named Jiang Yan. This child is quite extraordinary and SSS-level divine gifted, the Bai family head said coldly. Now, various factions are trying to recruit him. He does indeed hold great value, the Bai family head said, looking at Bai Luoxue. Shuer, do you think we should make a move to recruit him? Bai Luoxue remained expressionless, lowering her head in silence. He is remarkable, but compared to those holy sons and divine sons in the heavens, his brilliance pales in comparison. Exactly, it seems you see things clearly, the Bai family head sneered. An SSS-level divine gifted is considered a top-tier genius on Blue Star. But in the heavens, he is merely an ordinary talent. The Bai family head stood up, and the oppressive aura of a 7th-tier martial emperor instantly enveloped the imperial capital. Bai Luoxue's face turned pale as she bore the brunt of the pressure, unable to lift her head, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. Shuer, you must remember, you are the saintess of the Bai family. Your future is destined to be tied to the holy sons and divine beings of the heavens, not some minor figure from Blue Star. The Bai family head's icy gaze swept over Bai Luoxue. If I ever find you getting too close to that ghost immortal again, I will make him disappear completely. Luoxue understands. I will no longer have any connection with Ghost Immortal. Bai Luoxue's voice trembled, choking back tears. The Bai family head's gaze softened. Shuer, you are a gift from the heavens to the Bai family. Your future belongs to the heavens. You are the hope for the Bai family to regain its glory. At the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Arena, Jiang Yan, Lu Qingmeng, and Lin Feiyu stood on the podium. The Director of Education, Shen Wenba, and the Dean of the Sacred Academy, Zhou Wenshan, personally presented awards to the top 3. Shen Wenba smiled as he approached Jiang Yan, handing him a 1,000-year blazing flame flower. Kid, this blazing flame flower is no less valuable than a 10,000-year spiritual plant. Don't dismiss it because of its age. Jiang Yan smiled, understanding the rarity of the blazing flame flower. Even a 10-year-old blazing flame flower could spark fierce competition among fire element divine gifted, let alone this 1,000-year-old specimen. Even a 6th-tier martial saint like Yang Mingzuan would covet it. Jiang Yan glanced at Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu, who also received 1,000-year spiritual plants, though theirs were clearly inferior to his blazing flame flower. Indeed, there was a difference between spiritual plants. After saying a few words, Shen Wenba stepped aside. The Dean of the Sacred Academy, Zhou Wenshan, approached with a smile, handing each of the 3 a breathing technique manual, instantly causing a stir in the crowd. Am I seeing this right? That's a breathing technique manual, and it's the Heavenly Spirit 5 Elements art. If I'd known the top 3 prizes included breathing techniques, I would have fought to the death to make it to the top 3. I'm so jealous I can't stand it, I want a breathing technique so badly. Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu's eyes lit up in shock upon seeing the breathing techniques. Jiang Yan accepted his manual without much excitement, because he already possessed a breathing technique, and it was the origin of all breathing techniques, primordial breath. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Lin Feiyu bowed deeply to Zhou Wenshan, his excitement evident. Lu Qingmeng also smiled warmly, expressing her respect. Zhou Wenshan was delighted, his face radiating kindness as he looked at Jiang Yan, waiting for his reaction. Jiang Yan didn't appear overly excited, he simply chuckled and said, "Thank you, boss, for the breathing technique." Seeing Jiang Yan's calm demeanor, Zhou Wenshan was somewhat surprised. He smiled and continued, "In addition to the Millennium Spiritual Herb and the breathing technique, the top 3 winners will receive an extra reward." An extra reward? The audience was stunned. The Millennium Spiritual Herb and the breathing technique were already incredibly valuable prizes, yet there was more. Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu stared at Zhou Wenshan with anticipation. Without keeping them in suspense, Zhou Wenshan announced loudly, "The top 3 winners of this competition will directly gain admission to my sacred academy without needing to take the entrance exam." As soon as he finished speaking, the martial arts arena fell silent, as if lifeless. The next second, a commotion erupted. "My goodness! Admission to the Sacred Academy without an exam," someone exclaimed. The Sacred Academy is one of the top institutions, on par with the Celestial Academy and the Martial Emperor Academy. This time, not only Lu Qingmeng and Lin Feiyu were shocked, but even Jiang Yan was taken aback. I was still debating which martial arts university to apply to, and now I've been directly offered admission to a top institution. Jiang Yan said, troubled. He had been torn between the Sacred Academy, Martial Emperor Academy, and Celestial Academy, unsure of which to choose. Now, the decision was made for him, the Sacred Academy had opened its doors to him. Wait. Although the Sacred Academy had welcomed him, what if the Martial Emperor Academy and Celestial Academy also recognized his unparalleled talent and wanted to recruit him as well? What then? He found himself facing another dilemma. Sometimes, being too exceptional could be a hassle. Dean Zhou, I'm really conflicted. I feel like the Celestial Academy and Martial Emperor Academy will also open their doors to me, Jiang Yan said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Hearing this, Zhou Wenshan nearly spat blood in frustration. 3 top academies competing for the same student? Dream on. Throughout history, countless extraordinary talents had emerged. Even among SSS-level divine grantees, there had never been a case where all 3 academies simultaneously vied for the same individual. Arrogance was a disease, it needed treatment. Young friend, you're overthinking it, Zhou Wenshan's smile was barely holding up. Self-importance had its limits. Imagining all 3 academies opening their doors to you was pure fantasy. If the Celestial Academy and Martial Emperor Academy also extended invitations to him, Zhou Wenshan might as well resign as the Sacred Academy's dean and let Jiang Yan take over. Imperial Capital, Celestial Academy. In an antique study, a dazzling blue light flashed as a tall, moonlight beauty rushed to an elderly man's desk, slamming her hand on it. Grandpa. The elderly man calmly set down his brush. What's the rush, my dear granddaughter? Yin Lingxi pouted. I don't care, I want Jiang Yan to come to our Celestial Academy. I want to see him at the next semester's opening. The elderly man chuckled. Lingxi, if that young man truly has talent, the martial arts exam is approaching. With the reputation of our Celestial Academy, he will surely apply here. Grandpa Yin Lingxi whined, what if he goes to the Sacred Academy or Martial Emperor Academy? Then our Celestial Academy will lose an unparalleled talent. The elderly man's brush paused. Indeed, if that young man chose not to come to the Celestial Academy and went to one of the other 2 academies, what then? The elderly man sighed. Lingxi, what do you think Grandpa should do? Success. Yin Lingxi's eyes sparkled as she grinned. The Celestial Academy has 3 exam-free admission slots in every province, right? Don't be ridiculous, the elderly man said sternly. Those slots are not given out lightly. Yin Lingxi pouted, her eyes darting mischievously before she finally smiled. But what if Jiang Yan wins first place in the provincial martial arts competition? The elderly man looked up. That boy actually won? Of course. Yin Lingxi said proudly, puffing out her chest, but when she opened her eyes again, the old man was nowhere to be seen. Grandpa? The old man patted her head. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take me to find him. Don't let old Zhou from the Sacred Academy snatch this promising talent away. The Martial Emperor Academy only admits male students, specializing in physical martial arts and pursuing the limits of the human body. The current Martial Emperor of China graduated from the Martial Emperor Academy. Lin Tian heard that Jiang Yan had won first place in the martial arts competition and was overjoyed, rushing to the principal's office. Lin Tian excitedly pushed the door open, and the next moment, bang! With a loud crash, Lin Tian was violently knocked flying, smashing through 5 walls before coming to a stop. A hoarse voice came from the dean's office. How many times have I told you to knock before entering? Lin Tian climbed up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, cheerfully closed the door, and knocked lightly twice. Come in, the hoarse voice sounded again. Only then did Lin Tian excitedly rush into the office, shouting, Master! Bang! Another loud crash echoed as Lin Tian was sent flying again, smashing through 10 stone pillars before coming to a stop. How many times have I told you, when you enter the office, address me by my title, call me Dean, the old voice said indifferently. Lin Tian struggled to get up and ran back into the office. Dean! Speak, what is it? The frail old man trembled as he poured tea. It's about Ghost Immortal, the young man who saved me at the ancient King Mountain ruins. He won first place in the Jiang City Martial Arts tournament. Now you can directly send him an admission invitation, right? The withered old man took a shaky sip of tea and gently placed the teacup back on the table. Do you really want him to join our Martial Emperor Academy? Dean! I saw it with my own eyes. Ghost Immortal's physical body is truly the pinnacle you described. I'm certain it's even stronger than senior brother Dongfeng's. Oh, a physical body stronger than Dongfeng's. Lin Tian's words piqued the old man's interest. He raised his head, his cloudy yet sharp eyes glinting. Where is he? Take me to meet him. Master, you agreed. Lin Tian was so excited he nearly jumped up. Heh, we'll know once we meet him. The frail old man grabbed Lin Tian, took a sudden step forward, and instantly disappeared, rushing away like lightning. At this moment, in the Jiang City martial arts arena, Zhou Wenshan smiled and said, "Young friend, our Sacred Academy's guaranteed admission slot is only valid for 7 days. If there's no response within 7 days, the slot will expire." Jiang Yan rubbed his head in frustration. 7 days? I need to think it over carefully. Zhou Wenshan shook his head with a smile. Take your time to consider. The foundation of our Sacred Academy is the best in China, even the best in the world. Old man, you'd better stop spouting nonsense with that foul mouth. A loud voice suddenly rang out, and an old man and a young woman appeared in the martial arts arena. Someone recognized the old man and exclaimed, "It's the Dean of the Celestial Academy." The Dean of the Celestial Academy? And the young woman beside him, with a face like the morning glow in the bright moon, could she be the Celestial Academy's divine maiden, Yinlingxi? Is this for real? The Dean and divine maiden of the Celestial Academy are here. What are they here for? Judging by their direction, they seem to be heading toward Jiangyan. No way, is the Celestial Academy really trying to recruit Jiangyan? This was big news. The 3 major academies had always conducted their admissions separately, and there had never been a case of competing for a student. Now, it seemed both the Celestial Academy and the Sacred Academy were vying for Jiangyan. Yinlingxi stood gracefully and greeted Jiangyan with a smile. "Ghost Immortal, long time no see long time no see," Jiangyan responded softly. Seeing the Dean of the Celestial Academy, Zhou Wenshan's face darkened. "Old man, what are you doing here?" Dean laughed heartily, his gaze falling on Jiangyan. "Naturally, I'm here to invite this young friend to join my Celestial Academy." "What?" Zhou Wenshan's expression changed drastically. He stared stiffly at Jiangyan, incredulous. Someone was actually here to snatch this kid. But fortunately, the Martial Emperor Academy hadn't shown up yet. He couldn't let this kid have his way so easily. "You 2 old geezers, I like this kid. Both of you, get lost." A raspy, aged voice echoed through the Zhang city. Martial arts arena. Boom! The arena's ceiling was smashed open, and a frail, emaciated figure appeared, looking as though he might collapse at any moment. His arrival immediately caused an uproar among the audience. "Are you kidding me? Even the Dean of the Martial Emperor Academy is here. When did the world go this crazy? It's like a novel. I must be dreaming. This can't be real." Everyone was so shocked they were speechless. At this moment, Lin Tian poked his head out and waved at Jiangyan with a grin. "Hi, brother-in-law." Jiangyan instantly felt both embarrassed and helpless. This troublemaker was at it again. "All of you, get lost. Jiangyan is a student our Sacred Academy spotted." First, Zhou Wenshan could no longer hold back. He had thought Jiangyan's admission to the Sacred Academy was a sure thing, but unexpectedly, the old fellows from Martial Emperor Academy and Celestial Academy had come to compete for him. "You 2 old geezers. Jiangyan is a promising talent reserved for our Sacred Academy. Get out of here." Zhou Wenshan's smile vanished, and he became visibly anxious. The Celestial Academy's Dean smiled warmly. "Old Zhou, we're old friends. For my sake, let this young friend Jiang join the Celestial Academy today." "Bah! You sly old fox, Yinjinghua has no face with me." Zhou Wenshan cursed angrily. At this moment, the withered elder spoke, his voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. "Gentlemen, why not hear me out? I see this young friend Jiang has a robust physique and is on the path of strengthening the body. Joining my Martial Emperor Academy would be the most suitable choice." The withered elder was not wrong. Among the 3 top martial academies, only Martial Emperor Academy specialized in physical cultivation. Nowadays, the martial emperors of China rely on their powerful physiques, capable of resisting myriad techniques single-handedly. "Master is right." Lin Tian gave a thumbs up. Yinjinghua and Zhou Wenshan paused for a moment, acknowledging the withered elder's point. However, Jiang Yan was such a promising talent that none of them wanted to let go easily. "Old Luo, Jiang Yan's physique is indeed strong, but don't forget, he's an SSS-level God-gifted individual. If I recall correctly, he's also a summoner," Jinghua said with a smile. Zhou Wenshan snorted coldly. "Old skeleton, Jiang Yan is not a sports student, he won't go to Martial Emperor Academy." The 3 turned their eyes simultaneously to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. "What a hassle, my indecisiveness is acting up again." Zhou Wenshan's face turned red with anger. "Indecisiveness? Then just come to our Sacred Academy, problem solved." "Old Zhou, it's better to let young friend Jiang decide for himself," Jinghua said with a hearty laugh. "Young friend Jiang? To be honest, my granddaughter admires you greatly. If you could join our Celestial Academy. Grandpa. Yin Lingxi's face turned red as she glared at him. Yin Jinghua chuckled. And said no more. Lin Tian couldn't help but loudly retort, nonsense. Ghost Immortal and my sister Lin Wanyu are the perfect match. The Yin family has no right to interfere. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously calm Jiang City martial arena erupted into chaos. This is insane. The goddess of the Divine Awakening group and the goddess of the 100 Herbs group are both vying for Ghost Immortal. My goodness, I heard that Celestial Academy's peerless genius Qin Zhan is pursuing Yin Lingxi. If Qin Zhan finds out she already has feelings for someone, will he make things difficult for Ghost Immortal? Qin Zhan? The SSS-level genius who reached the peak of Tier 3 at just 20 years old? He single-handedly slew 100 alien races, stealing the spotlight. Qin Zhan's combat power is astonishing. Ghost Immortal might truly not be his match. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. Jiang Yan raised his hand to interrupt. Enough, stop arguing. The three deans simultaneously fixed their gaze on Jiang Yan and asked, have you made up your mind? Jiang Yan smiled and said, I'm indecisive and can't make a decision. How about this, why don't you three deans have a match, and I'll join the academy of the winner. The venue fell silent. Xin Wenba, who was watching from the sidelines, almost burst out laughing. This kid really knew how to joke. The three deans were all peak Tier 6 martial saints. If they fought, the entire Jiang city would likely be destroyed. The three exchanged glances and smiled. Yin Jinghua laughed heartily. Young friend Jiang, we have no problem competing, but if we start fighting, Jiang city will be in ruins. Zhou Wenshan stroked his beard. How about this, let the most promising students from each of our academies compete. Young friend Jiang, do you have any objections? Jiang Yan nodded, no problem. The withered elder's hoarse voice sounded, tomorrow at noon, we'll meet here again. Yin Jinghua and Zhou Wenshan also agreed, and the matter was settled. Zhou Wenshan deliberately reminded Jiang Yan, young friend Jiang, you must come tomorrow to witness the strength of the top students from our three academies firsthand. The meaning is clear, you're a genius, but you're not the only one in this world. Jiang Yan smiled and agreed, no problem, I'll be there on time tomorrow. The three elders instantly disappeared, and the award ceremony for the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament also came to an end. Jiang Yan took a taxi straight home, locked himself in his room, and began studying the Millennium Blazing Flame Flower. The Millennium Blazing Flame Flower is as valuable as a 10,000-year spiritual medicine for fire-type ability users. He hadn't expected the reward for first place in this year's Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament to be so precious. Without fire-type divine blessings, this treasure's effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Coincidentally, he happened to possess fire-type abilities. Black Flame, Jiang Yan said calmly. In the next second, black flames emerged from his palm, mysterious and eerie, capable of incinerating everything. What changes will occur to Black Flame if I consume this Millennium Blazing Flame Flower? Jiang Yan activated the primal breathing technique, precisely controlling the spiritual energy as it infused into the blazing flame flower. His control over spiritual energy was exceptionally refined, his timing perfect, refining the Millennium Blazing Flame Flower to its utmost. The blazing flame flower instantly dissipated, transforming into countless red light particles that surrounded him and quickly surged into his body. These radiant specks contained potent medicinal properties, brimming with vitality and the essence of fire. With his vast and boundless spiritual sea cultivated through the primal breathing technique, the medicinal properties of the Millennium Blazing Flame Flower merged perfectly with his spiritual sea, creating a powerful resonance. Boom! Black flames suddenly surged, enveloping Jiang Yan entirely. This time, he didn't experience the previous pain, he was now completely immune to the burning of black flame. More precisely, he had gained resistance to fire. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, a hint of crimson flashing through them. Black flame! Boom! The flames roared like a black dragon breaking free from its shackles, roaring furiously in the air. What the? Black flame actually has life now. Jiang Yan was astonished to discover that the Millennium Blazing Flame Flower had imbued black flame with sentience, transforming it into a black dragon. Roar! The black dragon roared, issuing a challenge to him. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. What a fiery temper. I'm your master, and you dare to defy me? Tired of living, huh? He raised his hand, intending to extinguish the black flame and make the black dragon disappear. The black dragon seemed to sense his intention and suddenly spewed a breath of dragon fire, instantly igniting Jiang Yan's head with black flame. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and smiled, "Sorry, I'm immune to fire." With a wave of his hand, the flames instantly extinguished, and the black dragon vanished without a trace. Chapter 63, Battle of the Prodigies. The next day, just as noon arrived, Jiang Yan walked lazily into the Jiang City martial arts arena, yawning. He complained, "The Jiang City martial arts tournament is over, so why are there still so many people here?" Hearing Jiang Yan's complaint, a girl immediately became excited. The Jiang City martial arts tournament was boring. It's nothing compared to today's epic battle. Epic battle? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, curious. Isn't it just a three-person melee today? How did it become an epic battle? The girl glared at Jiang Yan. "What do you know? Do you even know who the three fighters are today?" Jiang Yan shrugged. Honestly, he had no idea. Before the girl could answer, another innocent-looking girl said with admiration, "Those three are every girl's dream. Why does this feel like a cliché novel plot?" Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. After all this talk, could someone just tell him who the three fighters are? There are more spectators here than at the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament. Qi Tian from the Sacred Academy, Xin Zhan from the Celestial Academy, and Chu Kuei from the Martial Emperor Academy. Jiang Yan's expression remained calm after hearing this. Oh, he didn't know any of them. "Hey, why are you so indifferent? Don't you know? These three are the top prodigies of the imperial capital?" The braided-haired girl glared at Jiang Yan, clearly dissatisfied with his attitude. Jiang Yan had already lost interest and ignored her. "Hey, are your ears broken? I demand you apologize to the three brothers." The braided-haired girl's voice grew louder and louder. "Who do you think you are? You're not even worthy to carry their shoes." At that moment, a girl suddenly recognized Jiang Yan and screamed, "Ah, you're the ghost immortal." As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the spectator seats focused on Jiang Yan. "Oh my god, it's really the ghost immortal. The ghost immortal was right beside us, and I didn't even notice." I heard that this battle between the three great geniuses of the imperial capital was organized for the ghost immortal. Whichever academy's genius wins, Jiang Yan will join that institution. Ghost immortal. The braided-haired girl who had previously demanded Jiang Yan apologize to the three geniuses turned pale, her face full of confusion and disbelief. She had just spoken to the ghost immortal in such a manner, even mocking him, saying he wasn't worthy of carrying the shoes of the three geniuses. She hadn't realized that this battle between the three geniuses was being held for Jiang Yan. Her face burned with embarrassment, and she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. Jiang Yan paid no attention to the braided-haired girl, his gaze fixed on the three figures standing tall like spears in the martial arena. Peak of the third tier, all three of them are at the peak of the third tier. But this wasn't an ordinary third-tier peak. Jiang Yan could feel the surging spiritual energy within them, as vast as mountains and seas. The fullness of their spiritual energy was hundreds of times greater than Lin Feiyu's. These were true peak third-tier powerhouses, having cultivated every minor realm to perfection, with solid foundations, invincible among their peers. At this moment in the martial arena, Xin Zhan from the Celestial Academy wore a grim expression. "Ghost immortal, a guy with nothing but an empty SSS-level divine gift shell, does he deserve us making a move?" Qi Tian from the Sacred Academy spoke gently. "I also think it's not quite appropriate. I'm willing to spar with the two of you, but I don't like the reason for this sparring." Chu Kuei from the Martial Emperor Academy said in a deep voice, "Enough talk. If you want to fight, then fight. Both of you, come at me together." Xin Zhan sneered, "A brainless fool with only muscles." Qi Tian remained refined. "Brother Chu, the three of us shouldn't engage with the ghost immortal. He doesn't have the qualifications. Then what do you suggest?" Xin Zhan's lips curled into a cold smile. Chu Kuei crossed his arms and looked at Qi Tian. Qi Tian smiled faintly. "The three of us should pull the ghost immortal off the stage together and teach him a lesson, so he understands that the three great academies aren't something he can challenge casually." Xin Zhan naturally had no objections. He had long heard rumors about his crush, Lingxi, having an unusual relationship with Jiang Yan. With the rumors spreading, the crime was as good as confirmed, and he was already filled with hostility toward Jiang Yan. If Jiang Yan dared to step onto the stage, he would make sure to cripple one of Jiang Yan's arms to vent his anger. Chu Kuei said nothing. He simply wanted to spar with a strong opponent. If the ghost immortal was truly as powerful as the rumors claimed, he wouldn't mind exchanging a few moves with Jiang Yan. The clever Qi Tian, seeing no objections from the other 2 smiled and looked toward the spectator seats. Brother Jiang, why not come down and have a chat? Jiang Yan curled his lips into a faint smile. You three can fight, don't worry about my feelings as a spectator. This kid. Xinjiang gritted his teeth in anger, his fury rising at the sight of Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang, the three of us feel that single combat won't truly showcase the strength of the three great academies. Qi Tian smiled, since Brother Jiang is here, why not come down and spar with the three of us? Jiang Yan laughed, he understood Qi Tian's intentions. He simply thought Jiang Yan wasn't worthy of the three great geniuses making a move for him. Ah, geniuses are indeed geniuses, each one is a dragon among men, inherently proud. Jiang Yan curled his lips into a smile and said, since you've put it that way, I certainly can't let you down. Amid the crowd's astonishment, Jiang Yan leapt down and landed steadily. As soon as he stepped into the martial arena, the scene erupted. Cheers and applause filled the air. The ghost immortal is incredible. He's actually going to take on all three at once. This is the #1 martial artist in Jiang City, going up against the three great geniuses of the imperial capital. This is a true battle of the century. The match hasn't even started, and I'm already too excited to handle it. Ah, I'm so excited I'm about to combust. Someone help me cool down. A fire element ability user got so worked up that he spontaneously ignited. In the VIP seats, the deans of the three great academies shook their heads helplessly. Zhou Wenshan stroked his beard and said, young friend Jiang is too arrogant. The gap between him and Qi Tian and the others isn't just about strength. Yin Xinghua laughed heartily, I actually think this kid has great potential, just like I was in my youth. My granddaughter's judgment is spot on. The frail old man spoke in a hoarse voice, he's very strong, his physical strength even surpasses Chukui's. He's from the Martial Emperor Academy. In the martial arena, Xinjiang casually picked up an S-grade alloy spear from the weapon rack. Kid, you're too arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson. Wait a moment. Jiang Yan interrupted him directly. Xinjiang stumbled, almost falling, his face darkening. Scared? No, I just need to grab a weapon. First. Jiang Yan smiled as he drew a long sword from the weapon rack. Alright, let's begin. Seeing Jiang Yan's actions, veins bulged on Xinjiang's forehead. You're underestimating me? I'll make you pay for that. Oh no, I'm so scared. Don't frighten me, Jiang Yan replied with a relaxed smile. Chapter 64, Three Heroes Battle the Ghost Immortal. Truly ignorant of your own limits. A murderous glint flashed in Xinjiang's eyes. He unleashed the peak power of the third tier, transforming into a streak of golden light. His speed broke the sound barrier, and the silver spear in his hand was wrapped in golden patterns of light. Clang, the long sword and silver spear collided, producing a crisp sound. Asterisk boom. Asterisk both the long sword and silver spear shattered simultaneously. With a smile on his lips, Jiang Yan kicked Xinjiang in the abdomen. Xinjiang's eyes were filled with shock as he was sent flying, the pain rendering him almost speechless. He was utterly stunned. How could he, a peak third-tier powerhouse, end up evenly matched with Jiang Yan, who was only at the second-tier 5th level? Xinjiang lightly dusted off his clothes. I did underestimate you. I underestimated you too. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Surpassing his level to challenge others was something he often did, but the fact that he hadn't defeated Xinjiang with a single kick surprised him. The geniuses of the three great academies were indeed extraordinary, far stronger than ordinary third-tier martial masters. To deal with you, I only need one move. Golden light flowed across Xinjiang's entire body. With a wave of his hand, a golden spear appeared, accompanied by a dragon's roar, its aura shaking the heavens. The spectators gasped in amazement. That's the SS-grade divine weapon, the golden resonance wandering dragon spear. Xinjiang can summon heavenly artifacts. He's no ordinary person. I think Jiang Yan had the upper hand in the earlier fight. Xinjiang is a second-year genius from the Celestial Academy and was once the provincial champion of the martial arts exam. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. Some in the crowd favored Xinjiang, while others supported Jiang Yan. Xinjiang's eyes turned golden, resembling those of a dragon. His battle intent erupted, and the surrounding aura surged, causing the ground to tremble. The spear's tip was entwined with a golden dragon. To be defeated by this spear is an honor for you, Xinjiang declared confidently. You certainly are. Confident, Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Have you ever lost? Xinjiang froze. Lost? Then he burst into laughter. I, Qin Zhan, have never been defeated in my life. And I never will be. Oh, then you truly haven't lost, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Meeting me today is your good fortune. I'll make you face reality and shatter your confidence. Anger flashed in Qin Zhan's eyes. Arrogant. Buzz, he moved, his speed breaking the sound barrier, the golden resonance wandering dragon spear emitting a dragon's roar. Jiang Yan said calmly, Little Black Dragon. This was the name he had given to the upgraded version of Black Flame. Yes, his naming skills were quite impressive. In the next moment, black flames erupted from Jiang Yan's body. The flames solidified and clashed with Qin Zhan's golden resonance wandering dragon spear. The power of the golden dragon and the black dragon collided violently, causing even the space around them to tremble. Impossible. Qin Zhan was shocked. His golden resonance wandering dragon spear had been blocked by Jiang Yan. Roar! The black dragon spewed black flames. Qin Zhan's expression darkened as he desperately swung the spear to fend off the attack. He had no time to focus on Jiang Yan, fully engaged in a fierce battle with the black dragon. Nearby, Chu Kuei observed Jiang Yan's powerful physique, unable to hold back any longer. He clenched his fists and approached Jiang Yan. Ghost Immortal, I challenge you. Standing at 2 meters tall, with a muscular build like an insurmountable mountain, Chu Kuei exuded an imposing presence. Jiang Yan chuckled lightly, and the two exchanged punches. Boom. Their fists didn't directly collide, a barrier of air formed between them, neutralizing the impact. The force of their punches was so intense that even the protective shield of the martial arena began to waver. Surprise filled Chu Kuei's eyes. The Ghost Immortal's physical strength could actually rival his own. Boom. The two fists finally collided. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, Chu Kuei's massive fist was shattered by Jiang Yan's punch. Jiang Yan's hand only had a few scrapes, with a bit of blood seeping out. This scene shocked the entire audience. Chu Kuei, a genius from the Martial Emperor Academy specializing in physical training, had a body that turned out to be less formidable than Jiang Yan's. It was unimaginable how terrifying Jiang Yan's physical strength truly was. In the VIP seats, a gaunt old man's eyes gleamed. He must be a student of the Martial Emperor Academy, only a student of the Martial Emperor Academy. Yin Jingguo's hands trembled. With excitement, even Qin Zhan couldn't defeat him. Such talent can only belong to our Celestial Academy. Zhou Wenshan, disregarding his dignity, interjected. Jiang Yan said he would come to the Sacred Academy. You two are already too late. Yin Jingguo and the gaunt old man ignored him completely, their eyes fixed on Jiang Yan in the martial arena with the gaze reserved for rare treasures. In the martial arena, Jiang Yan and Chu Kuei exchanged 3 consecutive punches. Chu Kuei was forced to retreat repeatedly, his fists reduced to bloody, mangled flesh, with bones visible. Ghost Immortal, you truly live up to your reputation as a peerless prodigy. Chu Kuei's eyes were filled with excitement, a look that only appeared when encountering a formidable opponent. He spoke in a deep voice, Stone King's true form. Chu Kuei slammed his hands heavily onto the ground, and layers of solid, massive stones immediately covered his arms. These stones weighed tens of thousands of tons, incredibly hard, capable of shaking mountains. Boom! Chu Kuei punched toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan could no longer rely on his physical body to withstand the attack and had to summon his ghost god True Martial, Rakshasa Ghost Scythe. Countless wailing souls echoed as the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe materialized, clashing violently with the massive stones. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded, and as the dust settled, the stones on Chu Kuei's right arm began to crack, eventually shattering completely. How is this possible? Chu Kuei stood frozen in place. He had already used an SS-grade divine gift, yet he still couldn't match Jiang Yan. It was worth noting that he was an entire major realm higher than Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was also injured, now panting heavily. The previous strike had shattered the skin of his tiger's mouth, causing blood to flow freely. Qi Tian, who had been watching the spectacle, could no longer sit still. If the 3 of them truly lost to Jiang Yan, it would be a disgrace to the 3 great academies. He said coldly, Ghost Immortal, I admit your strength, but today you won't leave here easily. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, then let's see if you have what it takes. Humph. Arrogant. Qi Tian's brow furrowed as a drop of blood flew out, transforming into a golden red sword. The blade was engraved with the totem of the divine beast Qilin. This farce ends now. The frivolity disappeared from Qi Tian's face. Swoosh! The Qilin sword radiated dazzling light, instantly stabbing toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, exhausted, could no longer lift the Rakshasa ghost scythe. He lowered his hand and snapped his fingers, releasing a burst of spiritual energy, little black hole. The space before him suddenly distorted, and a black vortex appeared, twisting the space and devouring everything. The Qilin sword flew straight into the black hole, and then Qi Tian was dumbfounded. I can't sense my Qilin sword. The Qilin sword was his celestial artifact, connected to his Qilin bloodline, and he had never lost his connection to it. But after the sword entered the black hole, the connection was severed, and he couldn't sense the sword's location at all. Qi Tian's expression changed drastically, panic setting. In Chapter 65, the second Yama King, Victory Decided Roar. The Black Dragon and Qin Zhan were still locked in a fierce battle. Qin Zhan, using all his strength, finally destroyed the Black Dragon with a spear strike, but he had also exhausted his spiritual energy, causing the golden resonance dragon spear in his hand to dissipate. Damn it! What kind of monster is this ghost immortal? Qin Zhan weakly clutched his abdomen, where Jiang Yan had kicked him earlier, and the pain began to throb. It was undoubtedly an internal injury, with his internal organs nearly damaged. Chu Kuei still hadn't recovered, standing dazed and muttering repeatedly, "I lost? How is that possible? How could I lose?" Only Qi Tian began to lose his composure. "Where is my Qilin sword? Why can't I sense it?" His eyes reddened as he stared at Jiang Yan. "Give me back my Qilin sword." "I wish I could, but the little black hole is beyond my control," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. He wasn't lying, the power of the little black hole was too overwhelming. Once unleashed, it was no longer under his command. Qi Tian's face darkened. "You're courting death. Swallowing my Qilin sword, I'll make you pay for this." His hands transformed into Qilin claws, and golden red claw marks swiftly slashed forward. Jiang Yan, already exhausted, could only summon two figures from the 10 Directions ghost token with a thought. Boom! Boom! Two terrifying ghost generals descended, overlooking everyone. "Earth Kuei, Heaven Kuei." Jiang Yan commanded, "Take these three down for me." Roar! The two ghost generals obeyed, charging madly at Qi Tian. Qi Tian, a genius of the Sacred Academy, possessed an extraordinarily powerful physique. With one claw, he tore through Earth Kuei's body, and with one palm, he sent Heaven Kuei flying. His eyes brimmed with killing intent as he strode quickly toward Jiang Yan. "I'll destroy you and reclaim my Qilin sword." Qi Tian's speed was astonishing. In less than a breath, he was beside Jiang Yan, raising his hand to strangle him. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of ghost swords descended from the sky, forcing Qi Tian to retreat repeatedly. He looked up, and his face instantly turned pale. Above, thousands of ghost swords floated, encircling Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan chuckled lightly. "You can't get close to me. Black flame." Jiang Yan said coldly. Thousands of ghost swords became entwined with black flames, blazing fiercely as the fire spread. "Kill," Jiang Yan said softly. In the next moment, tens of thousands of flying swords, imbued with black flames, shot toward Qi Tian from all directions. Qi Tian's expression changed drastically. With a furious roar, the Qilin bloodline within him ignited, and he transformed into a Qilin. His deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the thousands of ghost swords vanished. Qi Tian, drenched in cold sweat, took a deep breath and sneered at Jiang Yan. "Ghost Immortal, you're out of tricks this time." Jiang Yan suddenly began to laugh softly. A sudden, inexplicable fear gripped Qi Tian. He shouted, "What are you laughing at? The three of us are fighting you together, and now your spiritual energy is depleted, your vitality is gone, you're at a dead end." "A dead end?" Jiang Yan's laughter grew louder. He slowly raised his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto Qi Tian, sending chills down his spine. Those eyes didn't seem to be looking at him but rather through him, as if staring at a corpse. In Jiang Yan's eyes, Qi Tian was no different from a dead man. "No, impossible. You're already at your limit, you're just trying to scare me." Qi Tian sneered coldly. "Ghost Immortal, you've lost." Before he could finish, Jiang Yan stood with his hands in his pockets, his face calm, a gentle smile on his lips, completely unlike the weak, exhausted state he had shown moments ago. This is impossible. You should have no strength left to fight. How can you still be like this?" Qi Tian's face was filled with terror. Jiang Yan shrugged. "Why? I'm wondering that myself." He had mastered the primordial breathing technique, allowing him to recover in just a few breaths. Thanks to Earth Kuei and Heaven Kuei stalling for time, he had the chance to regain his strength. Now, his spiritual energy coursed through his body, and his vitality surged once more. Looking at the terrified Qi Tian, Zhang Yan smiled and said, "I'll return your Qilin sword to you now." Really? Qi Tian was incredulous. Of course. Zhang Yan chuckled. With a thought, the small black hole spat out the Qilin sword. As soon as the Qilin sword appeared, Qi Tian's face lit up with joy. He summoned the sword back, a sinister smile appearing on his face. "Ghost Immortal, I admit you're strong, but you shouldn't have been so arrogant." With the Qilin sword in hand, Qi Tian's confidence returned. He believed he could kill Zhang Yan with a single strike. When facing a senior, you should learn respect. Qi Tian's lips curled into a cold smile, his voice icy. Qilin flash. The Qilin sword emitted a golden light, accompanied by the roar of a Qilin. The sword transformed into a Qilin, charging swiftly at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan remained with his hands in his pockets, smiling faintly. Just as the Qilin was about to strike him, he softly said, "King of Chujiang." Buzz. Time seemed to freeze, and the Qilin vanished in an instant. Qi Tian's face turned ashen as he looked around in terror. What is this place? One moment, he had been in Jiang City's martial arena, battling Jiang Yan. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in this dark, terrifying place. Buzz. A deep, muffled sound of an ancient cauldron echoed. Qi Tian's entire body trembled as a fear that pierced to the bone overwhelmed him. He shook uncontrollably and couldn't help but collapse to his knees. Stiffly raising his head, he saw a ghostly deity with a green face and sharp fangs, holding various magical artifacts, coldly gazing down at him. Just one glance made Qi Tian's face turn pale, his body trembling violently. He knew where he was. This was the Hall of Yama. The underworld. In the palm of King Chujiang appeared an ancient hall, and Qi Tian was involuntarily drawn toward it. No matter how much he screamed and shouted, it was useless. Where is this? Qi Tian shivered. The next moment, he felt a bone-chilling wind sweep over him, causing his entire body to convulse. The cold pierced into his bones, into his very soul, and even breathing felt like shards of ice were tearing through his throat. Every second here was excruciating. His blood froze, his body became immobile, but his consciousness remained clear, enduring endless torment in this frozen hell. Perhaps it was a year, perhaps 10 years, maybe even 100 years or eternity. Time stretched endlessly in this icy hell, while in reality, only a second had passed. In the martial arena, Qi Tian, who had been gritting his teeth to hold on just a moment ago, suddenly rolled his eyes, black blood spilling from his mouth as his body stiffened like an ice sculpture and collapsed to the ground. The eerie scene silenced the entire arena. Qin Zhan and Chu Kuei were stunned, not knowing what had happened. But they understood one thing: they had lost. The geniuses of the three great academies, even combined, were no match for the Ghost Immortal. They had lost, and they had to admit it. "Brother Jiang, I concede," Chu Kuei said. With a simple smile. Qin Zhan, though unwilling, had no strength left to fight. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I concede." Chapter 66, The Academy's Choice ***. The Ghost Immortal is truly formidable. The strongest. Defeating the geniuses of the three great academies single-handedly. Am I dreaming? This is unbelievable. What's so unbelievable? What I see is a rising star shining brightly. This battle among the geniuses of the three great academies was originally meant to determine who had the right to invite Zhang Yan to join their academy. However, instead of fighting each other, the geniuses joined forces to attack Zhang Yan. The most shocking part? They lost. The three of them, working together, were defeated by one person. Even the legendary Three Heroes vs. Lubu had a chance of victory, but the geniuses of the three academies were utterly crushed by the Ghost Immortal. Who could they even complain to about this? After this battle, the name of the Ghost Immortal would resound throughout the imperial capital, and even all of China. Zhou Wenshan, Yinjinghua, and the withered old man appeared. Zhou Wenshan looked at Qi Tian, who was vomiting black blood and on the verge of death, and sighed. Qi Tian has always been proud and undefeated. This loss can be considered a valuable lesson. He extended his hand, channeling a drop of spiritual energy into Qi Tian's forehead to protect his heart and prevent him from dying. Yinjinghua patted Qin Zhan on the shoulder with a smile. "If you want to pursue my granddaughter, you still have a long way to go. Dean, from today onward, I will train even harder." I will go into seclusion to cultivate. Xinjiang silently made up his mind. Next time, he would definitely defeat Jiang Yan. Sensing Xinjiang's burning determination, Jiang Yan raised both hands. Spare me, I don't want to fight someone I've already beaten again. You! Xinjiang gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do against Jiang Yan. A loss was a loss, and he had to accept it. The withered old man clasped his hands behind his back, his voice hoarse. Chu Kuei, what have you learned from this battle? Chu Kuei lowered his head. Dean, I have seen my own mediocrity. In the past, he had been proud of being an SS-level divine gift holder, advancing smoothly and reaching the peak of the 3rd tier in his sophomore year. He became arrogant, looking down on others. Now, after being defeated by Jiang Yan, who was only at the 5th level of the 2nd tier, he finally recognized the gap between himself and the top-tier experts. The withered old man nodded in satisfaction. Good. Recognizing oneself is the true beginning of the martial path. Although the geniuses of the 3 great academies lost this battle, they gained much from it. However, a new problem arose. Jiang Yan, which academy should you choose? Zhou Wenshan coughed lightly. Jiang Xiaoyu, I feel like we hit it off right away. Come to my sacred academy. Ah, that's not quite right, Yinjing was said with a smile. Xiao Jiang, my granddaughter and you share a connection. Why not come to my heavenly academy and continue this bond? Dean! Xinjiang exclaimed, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed. The withered old man stared resolutely at Jiang Yan. Jiang Xiaoyu, have you ever heard of achieving sanctity through the physical body? You old geezer, stop with the tricks. Zhou Wenshan scolded. Jiang Xiaoyu, come to my sacred academy. I promise to use the best materials to refine your body, and you can achieve sanctity through it. Yin Jinghua chuckled, that's right, my heavenly academy will also provide Xiaojiang with the best resources for body refinement. The 3 academy deans glared at each other, seemingly on the verge of a fight. Jiang Yan yawned, feeling a bit sleepy. After all, he was guaranteed admission, and the 3 academies were pretty much on par. Might as well pick one randomly. How about this? You 3 play a game of rock paper scissors, and whoever wins, I'll go to their academy, Jiang Yan said with a smile. As soon as he said this, the 3 deans froze. The martial arts arena fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The spectators swallowed nervously. What did he just say? Did I hear that right? He wants the 3 academy deans to decide with rock paper scissors? Is he crazy? No, he's not crazy. His earlier battle already proved he's worth fighting over. Now it's the 3 academies tearing each other apart to recruit him. Don't get it twisted. I really envy Jiang Yan to be fought over by 3 academies. If only a school would fight over me, even if it were just the local university. Zhou Wenshan looked incredulous. This is way too easy. Yin Jinghua laughed heartily. Xiaojiang, I like you more and more. Alright, old man, I'll play rock paper scissors with these 2 geezers. The withered old man trembled as he extended his hand. Back in my youth, I was the rock paper scissors champion of our village. You 2 old geezers better prepare to lose. You! Zhou Wenshan was dumbfounded. These 2 old men were shameless. They actually wanted to settle this with rock paper scissors. He stroked his beard and snorted coldly. Fine, I'll humor you. Then, under the shocked and disbelieving gazes of the crowd, the 3 martial saint-level masters began playing rock paper scissors. My goodness. I must be losing my mind. This world is too surreal. Yeah, I feel the same. The 3 academy deans, martial saint-level figures, are actually playing rock paper scissors to fight over a young man. Xin Wenba, who had been watching from the sidelines, was also dumbfounded. He stared blankly, then silently took out his phone to record this unbelievable scene. If he posted it online, it would definitely cause a global sensation. He even thought of the trending titles, #shocking. 3 academy deans in China play rock paper scissors, #shocking. China's 3 peak martial saints. Still young at heart, in the martial arts arena, Zhou Wenshan initially looked disdainful, but after 3 consecutive ties, sweat covered his forehead. Yin Jinghua and the withered old man weren't doing much better, their hands were trembling. This was entirely luck-based, no one knew who would win. Yin Jinghua took a deep breath, final round to decide the winner. The withered old man swallowed hard. I'll say it first, I'm going with scissors. Just hurry up. Stop stalling. Zhou Wenshan shouted. Jiang Yan smiled faintly from the side, rock paper scissors. As his voice fell, the three deans made their moves simultaneously. Zhou Wenshan's eyes twitched slightly, then suddenly retracted. He had chosen scissors. Yin Jinghua and the withered old man had both chosen paper. He won. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Zhou Wenshan trembled with excitement, unable to contain his laughter. I won. I won. Heaven has finally smiled upon me. The ghost immortal belongs to my sacred academy. Ha ha ha. Yin Jinghua waved his hand dismissively, best 2 out of 3. The withered old man nodded repeatedly. Yes, I forgot to mention the rules, best of 3 rounds. To hell with your best of 3. Ghost Immortal is a student of my sacred academy. You two, get lost. Zhou Wenshan raised his foot and kicked the 2 disgruntled old men. Hey! You! Yin Jinghua shook his head helplessly and sighed. The withered old man could only sigh as well. What a pity, such a talented body cultivator. I won! I won! Ha ha ha! Zhou Wenshan was as happy as a child, shouting to everyone he met about his victory. The people in the martial arts arena were utterly confused. Is this really a 6th-rank martial saint? Why does he look more like a child who just got candy? Jiang Yan also laughed. Since the winner is Elder Zhou, I'll join the Sacred Academy then. Chapter 67, The King of Hell Won't Take Him. Ha ha ha. Ghost Immortal is now a student of my Sacred Academy, not a student of your Heavenly God Academy or Martial Emperor Academy. Fantastic. Ha ha ha. Although Zhou Wenshan was old, his youthful mindset made him giddy with excitement as he flaunted his victory in front of Yin Jinghua and the withered old man, his taunts blatantly obvious. No problem. Even if Jiang Xiaoyu joins the Sacred Academy, it's only for 4 years, Yin Jinghua said with a smile. Old man, what do you mean by that? Zhou Wenshan questioned. Hey, that's because my granddaughter has a particularly good relationship with Ghost Immortal. Yin Jinghua replied slyly. Dean! Qin Zhan shouted in despair, his legs giving way as he knelt to the ground, begging Yin Jinghua not to say any more. He and Yin Lingxi were classmates, and the Qin family had always had a good relationship with the Yin family. He had secretly admired Yin Lingxi since childhood. Now, with the sudden appearance of Ghost Immortal, who was even better than him, Qin Zhan felt deeply frustrated. Yin Jinghua, as her grandfather, kept helping Ghost Immortal, driving Qin Zhan to the brink of madness. My sacred academy has countless talented girls. Surely one of them will be suitable for Jiang Xiaoyu. Such matters don't require your concern, Yin Zhou Wenshan retorted coldly. The 3 elders exchanged a few more barbs before parting on bad terms. Xiao Jiang, my Lingxi often mentions you. Come. Visit her at Heavenly God Academy when you have time, Yin Jinghua said to Jiang Yan with a smile before disappearing in an instant. The withered old man also said to Jiang Yan, Martial Emperor Academy has several top-tier body cultivation techniques. Feel free to come and take a look anytime. Jiang Yan smiled and agreed. Alright, senior, I'll definitely visit when I have time. The withered old man unleashed his energy and disappeared. In a flash, covering miles in a single step. Only Zhou Wenshan remained, unable to hide the smile on his face. Jiang Xiaoyu, I feel a strong connection with you. Take this sacred talisman, it can withstand 3 full-strength attacks from a martial saint. Thank you, Dean Zhou. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up as he accepted the golden glowing talisman and stored it in his 10 Directions Ghost token. You've already earned an exemption from the Sacred Academy's entrance exam. You can choose whether or not to take the martial arts exam in June and directly report to the Sacred Academy in September, Zhou Wenshan said with a smile. Alright, I understand. Jiang Xiaoyu, I'll be waiting for you at the Sacred Academy, Zhou Wenshan laughed heartily, waved his sleeve, and disappeared. It was now late May, just 2 weeks before the martial arts exam. Jiang Yan had secured an exemption from one of China's 3 major academies, the Sacred Academy, making the exam unnecessary. He could simply report to the academy in September. With 3 months of free time, Jiang Yan planned to use this period to break through to 3rd-rank martial master. Leaving Jiang City Martial Arts Arena, Jiang Yan headed home, sensing a chilling murderous intent around him. Someone wants to kill me so blatantly? Jiang Yan smirked coldly. It seemed he couldn't go home. He needed to lure his would-be killers to a deserted place and then turn the tables on them. He turned and walked in the opposite direction, heading straight for an abandoned, dilapidated building. You can come out now, Jiang Yan said, cracking his neck. Am I too handsome, making you ugly freaks jealous enough to want to kill me? Shut up. A flash of cold light, a dagger radiating icy energy, flew swiftly toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan stood relaxed, his left hand in his pocket, his right leg casually positioned, showing no intention of dodging. Just as the flying dagger was about to pierce his neck, his right hand gently lifted, and with his index and middle fingers, he firmly caught the dagger. Bang! A shadow flashed by, and Jiang Yan raised his left arm to block a swift whip kick. Lazily scanning his surroundings, he counted 4 people. All martial kings ranging from the 1st to the 3rd tier. What a hassle, Jiang Yan sighed. He reluctantly raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. I give up. Tell me, why do you want to kill me? Don't tell me it's because you're jealous of my good looks. Heh, at least you understand the situation. Fine, I'll let you die knowing why, one of the figures said coldly. You offended someone you shouldn't have. Someone paid the Sky Fiend Pavilion to kill you. Jiang Yan scratched his head. Offended someone I shouldn't have? My brain's itching to figure it out, but I still don't know who. Can you give me a hint? Heh, ask the King of Hell yourself after you die. The shadow said no more, launching 5 flying daggers. At once. The daggers were shrouded in a ghostly green aura, capable of corroding anything. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. How do you know I can? Ask the King of Hell? Did you investigate me? Don't tell me you have a crush on me. While joking, his hands had already summoned the Rakshasa ghost. Scythe, and with a few swift moves, he shattered the 5 daggers. This brat's mouth is disgusting. Break his jaw for me, the shadow ordered. Coldly. The other 3 shadows charged at Jiang Yan simultaneously, their spiritual energy surging, each strike aiming to kill. Facing 4 martial kings, Jiang Yan dared not be careless. He summoned Earth Fiend, Heaven Fiend, and the Judge's Pen, managing to hold off 1 shadow. Black Flame. He unleashed black flames at the shadow on his left, but the opponent vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Jiang Yan and stabbing a dagger into his side. Ow! Jiang Yan cried out in pain, grimacing. The stab was vicious, nearly piercing his kidney. Even though he had reconstructed his body 3 times and cultivated the 2nd tier of the immortal Dao Cannon, he couldn't withstand a strike from a 4th tier martial king. Surrounded and attacked by the 4 martial kings, Jiang Yan retreated repeatedly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he had been in such a dire situation. Sky Fiend Pavilion. I'll remember you, Jiang Yan said darkly, wiping the blood from his lips. Kid, still acting tough before you die, 1 shadow mocked. Our Sky Fiend Pavilion has 3 martial saints. You'll never get your revenge in this lifetime. Hey, you're talking too much. Finish the job and stop causing trouble, another shadow said sternly. The shadow Calder replied, got it, K. Surrounding himself with 100 ghostly green daggers, he sneered, next time, be more careful. Sure, I'll be careful, Jiang Yan said with a grin. Seeing Jiang Yan smile, Shadow suddenly felt a chill. Shadow K's expression changed drastically. Dodge. But it was too late. A crimson sword. Light flashed, and a bloodline appeared across Shadow A's upper body before he slowly collapsed. Hundreds of ghostly green daggers fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The remaining 3 shadows stood frozen in disbelief. One of their martial kings had just died like that? Shadow K looked at Jiang Yan, only to see the once battered young man now draped in red, wielding a crimson ghost sword. His black hair floated as if blown by an unseen wind, making him look like a god of death. I asked the King of Hell, Jiang Yan said, his eyes glowing crimson and a faint smile on his lips. He said, he doesn't dare take me. Chapter 68, The Truth Behind the Assassination. This brat used a supreme treasure. His cultivation has reached the 3rd tier. Shadow K exclaimed. Shadow A had been slain in a single strike due to his carelessness. Shadows J, Q, and K snapped back to their senses and attacked Jiang Yan from different directions. Clang! A white bone chain shot toward Jiang Yan, only to be severed by his sword. The intel was wrong. His sword can cut through my S-grade artifact. Be careful not to let it touch you. Shadow K shouted urgently. But it was too late. Shadow J, a reinforced ability user, charged like lightning, aiming to end Jiang Yan's life with a single punch. Jiang Yan blocked with his sword, instantly slicing through Shadow J's arm. Buzz! Jiang Yan's sword danced like a flower, severing Shadow J's arm completely. Arg! Shadow J screamed in agony, retreating to create distance. Since you're here, don't think about leaving, Jiang Yan said coldly, unleashing the soul-devouring palm. The terrifying palm strike landed on Shadow J, reducing him to a mist of blood to eye in the blink of an eye. 2 of the 4 martial kings had already fallen. Shadow K and Shadow Q wore grim expressions, realizing the peril of this battle. Damn it, we're going to lose big this time. We never should have taken this mission. Shadow K gritted his teeth and swung the bone chain once more. Buzz! A flash of red light streaked by, severing the chain. Jiang Yan stepped forward, appearing behind Shadow K as if teleporting, and unleashed a punch. Spiritual energy erupted, and the space trembled with a resounding boom. No! Shadow K screamed as his layers of defense shattered. Crack! 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 Damn it! Help me! Shadow K roared in despair. Shadow Q, who had been lingering nearby, turned and fled. He didn't save Shadow K but chose to run for his life instead. Shadow K was filled with despair. Of the 4 martial kings, 2 were dead, 1 had fled, and he was left to fight alone. Young man, let's talk this out. There's no need for this to end. In his divine gift was S-level. Though not as powerful as his younger brother Lei Jinming, he had also studied under Martial Saint Huiyuan, inheriting the essence of the Thunder Path. Now, he was already a 4th-tier, 3rd-stage martial artist. This assassination mission was planned by him and Huiyuan together. Ming'er, brother has avenged you. Lei Zhenyu gazed up at the sky, thick with dark clouds. Thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down. Ming'er, are you crying? He bit his lip tightly, his eyes bloodshot. I will make those who killed you pay the price. He raised his right hand high, summoning heavenly thunder, the lightning converging into a terrifying force. Ghost immortal, I will destroy your soul. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly thunder tribulation light poured down instantly. Boom! Like a pillar of light, the ruins were continuously shattered. This thunder tribulation lasted for quite a while. Such lightning was unbearable even for a peak 4th-tier martial king. Ha ha ha! Ghost immortal! You killed my brother, so I will bury your entire family with him. Lei Zhenyu laughed wildly at the sky, his eyes blood red. Don't worry, your whole family will die soon. His laughter shook the heavens as he flew off into the distance. In the ruins, Jiang Yan's eyes were dazed, his body covered in wounds, his vitality rapidly draining away. Chapter 69, Ancient Elixir, 4th. Body Reconstruction. Lei Zhenyu's words were heard clearly by Jiang Yan. His gaze was unfocused, his bones shattered by the thunder tribulation. With only his flesh miraculously sustained by the immortal Dao treasury, he struggled to move his fingers, slowly regaining sensation. Cough. With astonishing willpower, he slowly knelt upright, his mouth full of clotted blood and fragments of internal organs. Ancient elixir. He summoned the ancient elixir from the 10 directions ghost token. This was a genetic elixir, its power comparable to a 10,000-year spiritual plant. Back when he saved Yin Lingxi in the Wangshan ruins, she had gifted him this precious elixir out of gratitude. Now, it was finally coming into use. Jiang Yan struggled to drink the ancient elixir, and a warm current quickly spread throughout his body. Golden patterns flickered in his meridians, and the vortex in his spiritual sea turned golden, continuously absorbing the medicinal power. Gradually, his blurred flesh began to disintegrate, golden streams of light weaving through his bones, reconstructing the shattered skeleton and repairing the melted flesh. This was his 4th body reconstruction. The genetic elixir of the ancient martial emperor activated a stream of golden spiritual energy within him. This energy nourished the vortex in his spiritual sea, exponentially enhancing its effects. The original 1,000-fold medicinal efficacy instantly increased to 10,000-fold. The same amount of spiritual plants could now produce 10 times the effect. Boom! Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, a trace of golden light flashing in his pupils. Powerful spiritual energy surged into his spiritual sea, and his realm advanced rapidly. 2nd tier, 6th stage. 2nd tier, 7th stage. 2nd tier, 8th stage. He broke through 3 stages in one go. The ancient elixir allowed him to advance 3 minor realms, undergo his 4th body reconstruction, and elevate the vortex in his spiritual sea, gaining a stream of golden spiritual energy inherited from the ancient martial emperor. Jiang Yan was fully revived. He clenched his fists, his body brimming with power. Lei Zhenyu, now it's your turn to become the prey. He unleashed golden spiritual energy, his speed increasing to several times the speed of sound, instantly pursuing Lei Zhenyu. At this moment, Lei Zhenyu had just flown to the neighborhood where Jiang Yan lived, hovering in the air, surrounded by lightning and thunder, resembling the descent of a thunder god. Lei Zhenyu looked down at the people below and sneered coldly, Ghost Immortal, I've found out that you and your sister live in this shabby neighborhood. I will make everyone here die with you." He raised his right index finger high, and a thunderbolt of earth-shattering power began to form. In the dilapidated neighborhood below, several elderly people looked up at the apocalyptic scene before them, stunned. Is this really the end of the world? "Don't be afraid, old lady, I'll protect you," an old man said, trembling. A mother holding her child turned pale, desperately trying to run away. But no matter how she ran, it was already too late. That terrifying lightning was already descending. No one in the entire old neighborhood could escape alive. Ants! Lei Jianyu's eyes were filled with cruel light. At this moment, a voice exploded. Small black hole merges with small black hole, forming a big black hole. Jian Yan rubbed his hands together, creating two small black holes, which emerged into a larger black hole twice the size of the smaller ones. The energy of the large black hole far surpassed that of the small ones, and it devoured the lightning tribulation light in one gulp. Lei Jianyu frowned deeply. "You're still alive." Jian Yan's gaze was icy. "Unfortunately for you, you're about to die." "Poof." Lei Jianyu sneered. "A mere second-tier martial master dares to challenge a fourth-tier martial king?" He looked down on Jian Yan with contempt. "That red outfit of yours must be your trump card, right? Can you still use it?" Jian Yan smiled faintly. "I can't use the red outfit, but killing you doesn't require it at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot into the sky, summoning the Rakshasa ghost scythe, and slashed at Lei Jianyu. Lei Jianyu met the attack with his thunder spear, and the clash of the two weapons produced a deafening sound. Lei Jianyu's fingers bled from the impact, and his expression changed drastically. The force was terrifying, causing his arm to spasm. Spirit collapse. Jian Yan's left hand erupted with golden spiritual energy, delivering a punch to Lei Jianyu's abdomen. The explosion of golden spiritual energy and regular spiritual energy instantly shattered Lei Jianyu's internal organs. His face twisted in agony as he fell heavily to the ground. This move, Spirit Collapse, was Jian Yan's self-created ultimate technique. It combined the inch punch and mountain-crushing punch, intertwining spiritual energy with golden spiritual energy for a devastating effect. This single punch was enough to obliterate a fourth-tier martial king of the first level. However, after releasing the golden spiritual energy, it would take a full day to recover. In other words, Spirit Collapse could only be used once a day. Without the golden spiritual energy, Spirit Collapse was merely a regular spiritual energy burst. In the old residential area, a large pit appeared, and Lei Jianyu struggled to climb out of it. Having taken Jian Yan's punch head-on, his internal organs were nearly shattered, making recovery impossible in the short term. Cough. How could I lose to a second-tier martial master? Lei Jianyu staggered to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. Jian Yan stood in the sky, coldly staring down at Lei Jianyu on the ground. At this moment, their roles had reversed. Jian Yan had become the lofty god, looking down on the fallen Lei Jianyu. Lei Jianyu gritted his teeth. "Ghost Immortal, we'll meet again." "Meet again?" Jian Yan's gaze turned icy. "Who said there would be a next time? Killing someone means being prepared to be killed." His eyes were devoid of emotion, looking at Lei Jianyu as if he were already dead. Lei Jianyu trembled all over, his heart filled with fear. He had never imagined he would die. He was an S-class god-blessed, the top expert in Linjiang province 3 years ago, and a disciple of the 6th-tier Thunder Saint, Huayuan. His journey had been smooth, killing whoever he wanted without ever considering the possibility of being killed himself. He trembled all over, his eyes wide with terror, fear reaching its peak. Yes, he could die too. He felt it, he was truly about to die. "No! You can't kill me! My master is Thunder Saint Huayuan!" Lei Jianyu screamed desperately. The response he received was the pain of a punch straight to his heart. After 4 rounds of body reconstruction, Jian Yan's strength had reached the second-tier limit, and this punch chilled Lei Jianyu to the core. Jian Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "After killing you, I'll kill your master and the people of the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion. You can rest easy and meet the King of Hell." "No!" Lei Jianyu's face was filled with terror. He wanted to say something, but his throat was blocked by clotted blood, rendering him speechless as his life slowly faded away. Jian Yan withdrew his blood-stained fist, his gaze cold enough to freeze. "Huayuan, Heavenly Fiend Pavilion, wait for me." He planted the seed of revenge deep in his heart. 6th tier. Martial Saint Huayuan, along with the 4 6th-tier martial saints in the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion. For Jiang Yan to exact his revenge, he would need to reach at least the 5th tier. The road ahead was long. But before destroying the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion and Huayuan, he would first eliminate all the 4th-tier martial kings in the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion. He would slaughter every student in the Thunder Martial Hall founded by Huayuan. This assassination had already sounded the horn of war. Jiang Yan would retaliate with thunderous methods. Chapter 70, Martial Saint. Pursuit. In the imperial capital, within a hidden space, several ancient figures wore grim expressions. This time, we sent 4 martial kings on the mission, yet all of them perished. The Heavenly Fiend Pavilion has been humiliated, one ancient figure said coldly when another shadow spoke with a seductive voice. I told you before, don't provoke an SSS-level God-gifted one, but you didn't listen. They are born kings and will rise sooner or later. What born king, rise sooner or later? I'll kill him myself, the irritable shadow roared. Alright, then I'll wait here for your good news, the woman laughed crisply, her voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. The irritable shadow snorted coldly and disappeared from the hidden space. At this moment, inside the Thunder Martial Hall, Huayuan suddenly opened his eyes, trembling all over. I can't feel your life force. This is impossible. How could this happen? He had sent the Tiansha Pavilion to assassinate Jiang Yan, with his most prized disciple, Lei Jinyu, Lei Jinming's elder brother, personally taking action. Lei Jinyu's strength was at the 4th stage, 3rd level, easily suppressing the 2nd stage Jiang Yan, almost killing him in one strike. Huayuan had been waiting for good news, but it never came. Instead, he couldn't sense Lei Jinyu's life force. Not being able to sense life force meant Lei Jinyu was dead, defeated by Jiang Yan. Huayuan erupted with thunder all over his body, veins bulging on his forehead. First, his most talented disciple Lei Jinming had died at Jiang Yan's hands, and now even his senior disciple hadn't been spared. Huayuan completely lost control, trembling violently as if convulsing, golden thunder raging within him. Jiang Yan, I swear I'll kill you. I'll make your soul scatter into oblivion. He suddenly exploded, transforming into a golden thunderbolt, disappearing in the direction where Lei Jinyu's life force had vanished. The speed of a 6th-stage martial saint was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the dilapidated neighborhood where Jiang Yan lived. His arrival heralded an unprecedented disaster. Jiang Yan, get out here and face your death. Huayuan roared furiously, his white hair flying, resembling an aged thunder god. Boom! A golden thunder pillar struck a building, instantly reducing it to rubble. Jiang Yan, brat! If you don't come out, I'll make everyone here die with you. Huayuan gathered thunder power in his hands, golden light shining brightly, forming a sea of lightning around him. Buzz! The sky was suddenly shrouded in dense black mist, a terrifying vortex forming. An ancient figure appeared, his aura chilling to the bone. He was also a 6th-stage martial saint. In this dilapidated neighborhood, 2 martial saints had appeared. Young Jiang, why not show yourself and fight me? The ancient shadow's voice was aged, like the tolling of a rusted ancient bell. Huayuan squinted at the shadow. Are you an elder of Tiansha Pavilion? The ancient shadow replied indifferently. Indeed, it is I. Jiang Yan did not die. Holding the 10 directions ghost token, he forcibly absorbed the lightning bolt. The lightning tore apart the upper half of his clothing, and his right hand was mangled, blood and flesh indistinguishable. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth. Is this the power of a 6th-tier martial saint? Just a glance at me, and you want to kill me. He hid in a corner, activating the primal breathing technique, striving to heal the severe injury to his right hand. Boom! Another lightning bolt struck, and Jiang Yan dodged at high speed. But the innocent people were engulfed by the lightning, reduced to ashes. Jiang Yan's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted through clenched teeth, "Old man, fight me in an open field." Huayuan laughed wildly. You little beast, the people living with you have all been harmed by you. Stinking to high heaven, let them die with you. He gathered thunder again, and a lightning bolt struck a building, swallowing it whole. Mom! Mom! A little girl looked in despair at the destroyed building before her. 10 minutes ago, her mother had promised to make cola chicken wings for her and told her to go downstairs to play with her friends first. Now, she could only watch helplessly as her home was destroyed, never to taste her mother's cola chicken wings again. Old man! Jiang Yan's eyes burned with rage. The people in this dilapidated neighborhood were innocent, they shouldn't die because of him. You little beast. These people died because of you. Huo Yuan laughed maniacally. The one who should die is you. Jiang Yan bit his tongue, ignoring his injuries, and forcibly summoned the red paper umbrella. The red umbrella instantly transformed into a red robe, enveloping him. Holding the red umbrella sword, he was no longer the elegant and composed figure he once was. His eyes turned blood red, and he charged at Huo Yuan, slashing down fiercely with his sword. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out. Huo Yuan's thunder shield was not even scratched by the red umbrella sword. Little beast, despair. Don't think you'll die so easily. I'll make you suffer before you go. Huo Yuan laughed. Just then, his thunder shield emitted a crisp cracking sound. What? Huo Yuan froze, his face full of shock. In the next moment, Jiang Yan forcibly shattered Huo Yuan's thunder shield and slashed him with his sword. Chapter 71, The Moment of Despair, The White-Haired Sword Immortal. Huo Yuan's face twisted. The Jiang Yan he had always regarded as an ant had actually broken through his thunder shield with one strike. Don't forget, even many 6th-tier martial saints struggled to breach his defense. It was unimaginable how terrifying Jiang Yan's strike was. You little beast. You used that broken sword to kill my Huo Yuan's eyes turned blood red. Jiang Yan hovered in the air, his sword-wielding right hand already shattered. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes filled with a crimson killing intent, a raw, unrestrained desire for slaughter. He wanted to kill Huo Yuan. Old man. Jiang Yan pushed the primal breathing technique to its limit, slashing toward the heavens with his sword. Boom! A terrifying lightning bolt shot from Huo Yuan's hand, piercing through Jiang Yan's shoulder in an instant. Blood splattered, and Jiang Yan clenched his teeth. Above his head, the 10 Directions Ghost token spun as he broke through his limits, simultaneously summoning 2 Yama Kings. Buzz! 2 ancient ghost gods descended, forcibly neutralizing the lightning bolt. Huo Yuan's face changed drastically. This is the Yama Kings. The shadow was also shocked. This SSS-level God-gifted individual is indeed formidable. It's best to eliminate him quickly. He stopped observing and joined the battle. Boundless black mist surged from his side, instantly enveloping the entire Jiang city. Young friend Jiang, I'll grant you a dignified death. The shadow's lips curled into a cruel smile. Within the boundless black mist, countless eerie human hands reached out. These hands, upon touching anything, instantly withered it into white bones. Jiang Yan gripped the red umbrella sword, weaving through the terrifying hands. Every step was incredibly difficult. A single mistake would lead to eternal doom. A 2nd-tier martial master, being hunted by 2 6th-tier martial saints. How desperate was this battle? Even though Jiang Yan had summoned the red paper umbrella and 2 Yama Kings, it was hard to escape this deadly pursuit. He fled relentlessly, continuously creating sonic boom vortices. Within the vortices, spiritual energy erupted, instantly forming small, twisted black holes. The black holes devoured the surrounding hands, opening a path for Jiang Yan to escape. Black flame. Faced with the oncoming strange hands, Jiang Yan summoned the black flame to clear a path. Before him lay an endless expanse of black mist, and he had already lost his way, unable to find an escape route. A true dead end. Jiang Yan clenched his fists tightly, his hands bleeding, vowing never to give up. Little black dragon. He exerted all his strength, striving to find a glimmer of hope within the boundless black mist. A dead end? He never believed in the existence of true dead ends. Jiang Yan pushed the primordial breathing technique to its limits, slashing the heavens with a single sword. Buzz! Crimson sword light flickered, instantly cutting through the endless black mist, creating a clear path. But within that path, there appeared an ancient black shadow. Impressive, you managed to break through my black mist realm. I truly admire you, the black shadow clapped, his eyes full of appreciation. However, it's unfortunate that you have enmity with my Tiansha pavilion. I cannot spare your life. The black shadow shook his head as the black mist surged, revealing a 3-pronged spear shrouded in deathly aura. Young friend, do not fear death, it has always been by our side, the black shadow said with a calm smile. He was composed and confident, not at all worried that Jiang Yan might escape. After all, he was a martial saint, while Jiang Yan was merely a 2nd-tier martial master. Even if Jiang Yan fled to the ends of the earth, he could track him down in an instant and easily eliminate him. Ah, such a promising talent. If only you could join my Tiansha pavilion, the Black Shadow feigned regret. Then, he hurled the three-pronged spear, piercing through space and instantly reaching Jiang Yan's chest. Shoo! Jiang Yan's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at his chest in disbelief. The black spear was piercing through his body. Farewell, young friend Jiang, the Black Shadow said with a victorious smile. But in the next moment, his expression changed. Black blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he stiffly lowered his head to look at his own chest. The three-pronged spear that had just pierced Jiang Yan was now embedded in his own heart. His face twisted as he stared at Jiang Yan. Illusion. Jiang Yan gasped for breath, having just used the mirror flower water moon technique, pushing himself to the limit. Boom! The Black Shadow forcibly pulled the three-pronged spear from his chest. Young friend Jiang, a clever move. I almost fell into your hands. But unfortunately, this spear won't kill me. Blood dripped from Jiang Yan's mouth, and his red robe fluttered in the wind, gradually dissipating. He had reached his limit. You little brat. You're truly tenacious, Huayuan's laughter echoed as he broke free from the two Yanluo statues. Huayuan looked down at Jiang Yan. I told you. I would make you suffer before you die. A faint soul lamp suddenly lit up in his palm. I will ensure your soul is tormented by flames, neither alive nor dead. The soul lamp flew toward the weakened Jiang Yan, ready to claim his soul. At that moment, a white sword light flashed, shattering the soul lamp instantly. Who? Huayuan's face changed drastically. Almost dead? Then I suppose it's time for me to step in, a playful voice rang out. A white-haired man suddenly appeared behind Jiang Yan, lazily yawning as his gaze swept over Huayuan and the Black Shadow. You two are quite bold, daring to touch someone the nation has its eyes on. That sword light, white hair, you're the Sword Immortal, the Black Shadow exclaimed in terror. Sword Immortal? Huayuan's face also turned grim. In Huaxia, many divine beings were referred to as Sword Immortals. But most had specific titles, such as Evil Sword Immortal, Green Lotus Sword Immortal, Red Lotus Sword Immortal, or Gentle Breeze Sword Immortal. Only, he was simply called Sword Immortal. At 7, he comprehended sword intent. At 10, he understood the heavens and earth. At 13, he reached the pinnacle of sword mastery. At 20, he broke through to the peak of the 6th tier. The Black Shadow stammered in fear. Enough, I didn't ask for an introduction, the white-haired man waved dismissively, placing a hand on Jiang Yan's shoulder. This person is under my protection. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. Sword Immortal, I have objections. This brat killed 2 of my disciples, you can't let him go. Huayuan roared. The white-haired man nodded. I see, your objections are quite significant. In that case, I'll let you rest here forever, so no one will hear your voice. Huayuan's face turned pale. Sword Immortal. We're both 6th tier martial saints. I was being polite because you're young. Don't push your luck. The white-haired man casually picked up a willow leaf. Objection overruled. As soon as the words fell, he flicked a willow leaf across Huayuan's neck, and an ethereal sword aura instantly extinguished Huayuan's life. Huayuan's face turned pale, his body collapsed. Weakly. Chapter 72, The Ultimate Physical Body in Supreme Realm. Martial Saint Huayuan was slain by the Sword Immortal with a single strike. The ancient shadow was so terrified that he didn't dare to breathe. Sword Immortal, I have no objections. You can take him away, I won't say a word. Qi Wushang shook his head. Too late. You've already formed enmity with this kid. If I leave you alive, he'll be in danger at any moment. I'd have to keep watching over him, and that's too exhausting. A willow leaf floated up and instantly slashed toward the ancient shadow. Sword Immortal. Don't go too far, the shadow screamed, as black mist condensed into a giant hand to block the willow leaf. Buzz! The willow leaf pierced through the giant hand of black mist in an instant, directly severing the shadow's neck. Ugh! The shadow clutched his neck in terror, trying to heal the wound, but no matter what he did, it wouldn't close. This was sword intent. Wounds inflicted by sword intent would never heal, remaining forever unrepairable. The ancient shadow was powerless to heal himself, and eventually, his life drained away, dissipating into black mist. 2 strikes, 2 martial saints slain. Qi Wushang lazily glanced at Jiang Yan. Still alive? Just barely holding on, Jiang Yan replied, activating the primordial breathing technique. However, having forcibly summoned the red paper umbrella and 2 Yanluo statues, his body was under immense strain, making recovery difficult in the short term. Qi Wushang scratched his head. You're pretty badly hurt. I've got. Before he could finish speaking, he took out a green spiritual medicine, which Jiang Yan immediately snatched and swallowed, beginning to refine it. Qi Wushang widened his eyes. That's a divine medicine. You swallowed it directly, aren't you afraid of side effects? Jiang Yan ignored him, as the golden vortex within his body began absorbing the medicine's essence. With the enhancement of the golden spiritual energy, the refining speed increased 100-fold. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the divine medicine was fully refined. Boom! Jiang Yan's spiritual sea expanded to new horizons. Vast and boundless, surpassing even a fourth-tier martial king. The divine medicine didn't directly help him break through but instead merged into his foundation, stabilizing his second-tier 8th-level state. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, feeling a surge of power coursing through his body. Qi Wushang, who had been watching the spectacle, raised an eyebrow. Interesting. You've completely refined the divine medicine. You're not simple. Jiang Yan had perfectly absorbed the medicine's essence, gaining divine factors within his body. The divine factors combined with the ancient martial emperor's golden spiritual energy within him, allowing him to break through the second-tier limit. His physical body had already reached the pinnacle of the second tier, unable to advance further. But now, with the aid of the divine factors, he shattered the second-tier limit. This was an unprecedented realm. Throughout history, all those blessed by the gods could only reach the second-tier 10th level. Beyond that was the third tier, first level. With the divine factors and golden spiritual energy, Jiang Yan could surpass the second-tier pinnacle, reaching the second-tier 100th level. Jiang Yan channeled all the spiritual energy in his spiritual sea to break through. Boom! 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 Second-tier 9th level. Second-tier 10th level. Second-tier 11th level. Jiang Yan, who should have broken through to the third-tier 1st level, instead advanced directly to the second-tier 11th level this time. This was a completely successful attempt. Qi Wushang also noticed, studying Jiang Yan with great interest. You actually broke through the realm's limit. Throughout history, countless geniuses have tried to surpass the realm's limit, but none have succeeded, Jiang Yan said calmly. Qi Wushang chuckled. I never thought this limit could truly be broken. I should really take you back for research, Qi Wushang joked with a smile. Breaking the limits of both the physical body and the realm, you truly live up to the title of a genius, Qi Wushang remarked. To cultivate the physical body to its pinnacle was already the mark of an unparalleled powerhouse. But Jiang Yan not only cultivated his physical body to its pinnacle, he also successfully broke through its limits. This was simply indescribable. Since you're fully recovered, there's no need for me to stay here any longer, Qi Wushang said with a yawn, lazily adding, be careful in the future. Don't make too many enemies, and don't cause me trouble. Jiang Yan smiled. I've always known that as an SSS-level genius, the nation would definitely assign someone to protect me. That's why I dared to go all out. You, Qi Wushang smiled helplessly. Don't always count on me to cover for you. The path to rising up is one you must walk yourself. No one will pave the way for you. Don't worry, I won't let myself fall into despair again. A flash of crimson flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes. Facing the despair brought by the martial saint this time, he finally saw his own insignificance. Just as the shadow had said, what does being an SSS-level genius matter? As long as one hasn't truly risen, they could fall at any moment. Now, with the golden era upon them and the future full of uncertainties, he must become stronger than anyone else, stand at the pinnacle of the era, and become one of the top existences on Blue Star. Qi Wushang vanished in an instant. Jiang Yan did not return home but instead headed straight for the beast pasture. In Linjiang province, a place feared by all. It was the territory of exotic beasts, guarded by several 6th-tier beast emperors. The outskirts of the beast pasture were mainly populated by 2nd to 4th-tier ferocious beasts and beast kings, making it an excellent trial ground for human, God-gifted individuals. Every day, God-gifted teams came here to train, and many of them lost their lives. Most people chose to form teams to enter the beast pasture, looking out for each other and hunting exotic beasts together. Jiang Yan sped along on foot and reached the border of the beast pasture in Linjiang province in less than half an hour. The place was crowded with people, most of whom were entering in groups of 3. As soon as Jiang Yan stopped, someone patted him on the shoulder. Hey, handsome, with the martial exam coming up, are you here at the beast pasture to break through too? Jiang Yen glanced at the girl who had patted his shoulder and said indifferently, "Martial exam? What's that? I'm a guaranteed admission student." The girl tugged at the corner of her mouth. She had never seen someone so good at bragging. His good looks were probably the only reason she bothered to talk to him. "Handsome, you must be joking. Guaranteed admission spots are usually reserved for the top 50 in the martial arts competition," the girl said with a smile. She thought Jiang Yen was just showing off. Jiang Yen couldn't be bothered to explain and walked straight into the beast pasture without paying any attention to the girl beside him. "Wow! Who is this guy? I kindly invited him to join our team, and he just went into the beast pasture alone." The girl pouted. "Humph, going in alone, don't blame me for not warning you. You won't even know how you died." A blue-haired boy in the girl's team whispered, "Big sis, I think he looks familiar. Could he be Ghost Immortal?" "Ghost Immortal?" The girl looked at him in horror. "You're joking, right?" The blue-haired boy said softly, "I went to the Jiang City martial arts competition and kept staring at him. The more I look, the more he resembles Ghost Immortal." The girl was shocked. He's actually Ghost Immortal. She was losing her mind. She had just been talking to Ghost Immortal. If she had been a bit more polite earlier, she might have been able to invite Ghost Immortal to join their team. What have I done?" The girl clutched her head and screamed, filled with regret. Chapter 73, Beast Pasture. Dominating sweep, ***, entering the beast pasture alone, the sky was dim and lightless, shrouded by heavy clouds, with even the moon tinged red. Hunting exotic beasts in the beast pasture is the fastest way to improve my realm. He had broken through the limits of his realm and could now reach the 100th tier of the second stage. This meant that his task of breaking through to the third stage within 3 months had become even more challenging. He had to make the most of every moment, constantly breaking through, striving to improve by 1 minor tier each day. Roar! The beast pasture lived up to its reputation. As soon as he entered, a second-tier ferocious beast roared at Jiang Yen. Although it was also second-tier, Jiang Yan's strength was already enough to take on a 4th-tier martial king. Against a second-tier ferocious beast, he could destroy it with a single punch. Following the sound of the roar, Jiang Yan looked over and saw a 3-headed lion baring its teeth at him. Sensing Jiang Yan's crimson gaze, the 3-headed lion was instantly terrified, its soul seemingly fleeing its body. It shrank its neck and didn't even dare to breathe. This was its instinct. Facing an invincible opponent, it was naturally overcome with fear. Whimper! The 3-headed lion let out a submissive whimper, trying to curry favor with Jiang Yan. If anyone saw this scene, their jaw would surely drop. The sight was too astonishing. The 3-headed lion, which no one dared to provoke, was now acting like a spoiled kitten, rubbing its head against Jiang Yan's pant leg. Seeing the 3-headed lion in such a state, Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, do you still have any of that Beast King aura left in you?" The 3-headed lion wasn't angry at all. Instead, it stuck out its tongue at Jiang Yan, like an obedient puppy. All right, I won't kill you. Hurry up and leave." Jiang Yan waved his hand at the 3-headed lion. Hearing that Jiang Yan was letting it go, the 3-headed lion acted as if it had been pardoned, and quickly disappeared without a trace. The intelligent beasts were afraid of Jiang Yan and didn't dare approach him. Naturally, there were also some fearless ones that directly charged at him to attack. Whoosh! A sword-like shadow swiftly slashed toward Jiang Yan's neck. Without even lifting his head, Jiang Yan grabbed the shadow. It turned out to be the tail of a snake. Bladed snake. Jiang Yan recognized the ferocious beast and directly pulled out the blade at the end of the bladed snake's tail with his bare hands. Roar! The bladed snake let out a shrill scream. Crack! Jiang Yan exerted some force and snapped the blade in half, tossing it to the ground disdainfully. "This lousy blade is such poor quality." The bladed snake understood Jiang Yan's words and was filled with despair and helplessness. Its weapon had been forcibly removed and broken, leaving it with no chance of survival. Boom! Jiang Yan punched the bladed snake, and its body instantly exploded, leaving not even ashes behind. A 3rd-tier bladed snake was effortlessly dealt with by Jiang Yan, as if he were squashing an ant. Boring. Jiang Yan curled his lips. Now, 3rd-tier beast kings were like toys in his hands, offering no challenge at all. Along the way, Jiang Yan slaughtered over 100 beast kings, absorbing their residual souls. The spiritual energy circulated and flowed within his body. "Human, so you're the one who killed my subordinates." The ground trembled as a Titan Giant Ape appeared, towering over Jiang Yan. In the Titan Giant Ape's eyes, Jiang Yan was nothing more than a slightly capable insect. It was a fourth-tier beast king, the strongest monster on the outskirts of the beast pasture. Facing the fourth-tier Titan Giant Ape, Jiang Yan kept his hands in his pockets and smiled. A fourth-tier beast king, finally, a worthy opponent. Hearing this, the Titan Giant Ape felt belittled and burned with rage. Human, you dare underestimate me. Oh no, Lord Beast King, you misunderstood. I don't underestimate you at all, Jiang Yan quickly explained. I don't even consider you worth noticing, so there's no question of underestimating you. These words completely enraged the Titan Giant Ape. Roar! It pounded its chest and roared toward the sky. The deafening roar made the entire outskirts tremble. Wah! What's that sound? That's the Titan Giant Ape, the strongest beast king on the outskirts. Someone has angered it, whoever it is, they're done for. So terrifying. We almost died just dealing with second-tier ferocious beasts. Whoever angered this fourth-tier giant ape is surely doomed. The people in the beast pasture all felt bad for the person who had provoked the Titan Giant Ape. After all, it was the most dangerous monster on the outskirts. Facing the enraged Titan Giant Ape, Jiang Yan still kept his hands in his pockets, a mysterious smile on his face. The residual soul of a fourth-tier Beast King must be worth a lot. He was already eager to absorb the soul of the fourth-tier Beast King. Courting death. The Titan Giant Ape furiously swung its fist, carrying the weight of 10,000 tons, aiming to smash Jiang Yan into pieces. Boom! Jiang Yan met the punch with his own. His fist remained unscathed, while the Titan Giant Ape was sent flying to the ground. What kind of power is this? The Titan Giant Ape was terrified. Jiang Yan's punch had shattered its entire right arm. You're a fifth-tier martial lord. The Titan Giant Ape stared at Jiang Yan in shock. Fifth-tier martial lord? Is that how you see me? Jiang Yan laughed. You guessed wrong. I'm just a second-tier martial master. The Titan Giant Ape couldn't believe it. Impossible. That kind of power can't possibly belong to a second-tier martial master. Think whatever you like. Jiang Yan smiled as he approached. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, and with one punch, he shattered the Titan Giant Ape's head. Bang! The Titan Giant Ape's head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Jiang Yan raised his hand and devoured its residual soul. No longer suppressing his spiritual energy, he directly broke through to the next minor realm. Boom, boom, boom. Second tier, 12th level. Second tier, 13th level. Second tier, 20th level. After consecutively slaughtering countless second-tier ferocious beasts, over 100 third-tier beast kings, and one fourth-tier beast king, the immense soul energy caused Jiang Yan's realm to rapidly ascend to the 20th level. Boom! After breaking through 9 minor realms, Jiang Yan's entire body erupted with a terrifying aura, far surpassing a third-tier martial sect and approaching a fourth-tier martial king. He punched toward a distant mountain, the force of his fist creating a series of sonic booms that directly flattened the mountaintop. Spiritual energy scattered everywhere, enough to knock down the entire outer perimeter of the exotic beast pasture with a single punch. Hey, kid! Was it you who just flattened that mountain? A cold voice came from above Jiang Yan's head. Jiang Yan raised his head indifferently. Sorry, did I scare you? If I did, I can apologize. Apologize? You interrupted my cultivation, go to hell. The man snarled viciously, and with a flash of cold light, the spear in his hand thrust fiercely toward Jiang Yan. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the man froze. Despite using all his strength, he couldn't even touch a single strand of Jiang Yan's hair. Can we reconcile? The aggressive man suddenly became clear-headed and asked with an awkward smile. Chapter 74, The Human Monster Farming Cage Reconcile? You must be joking. Jiang Yan's lips curled slightly. His gaze carried a hint of amusement. I'm not a demon, of course, I won't kill you. The aggressive man, fully aware of the vast gap between himself and Jiang Yan, nodded repeatedly. Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. He was a third-tier martial sect, someone almost no one dared provoke in the outer perimeter of the exotic beast pasture, not even the beast kings. But the person before him, his full-force attack couldn't even break through his defense, was undoubtedly a master above the martial king level. He had no choice but to lower his voice and prioritize survival. Don't worry, I'm a good person, Jiang Yan said with an even broader smile. Seeing Jiang Yan smile so happily, the aggressive man suddenly felt fear. Say, senior, what what exactly do you want to do? Not long after, he was hung upside down on a crooked tree, shouting for help incessantly. His screams attracted countless exotic beasts. Senior, spare me. Let me go. No, 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 please. Seeing the Beast King approaching closer and closer, he screamed in terror. Just as the Beast King was about to reach him, a ghost martial sword suddenly slashed it down. Jiang Yan sat on a nearby rock, waiting for the exotic beasts to be drawn by the scent of blood, then used the ghost martial sword to kill them and collect their residual souls. The louder you scream, the better it'll attract all the exotic beasts nearby. You're actually doing me a big favor. Jiang Yan smiled brightly. He wasn't lying, he truly hadn't killed the aggressive man. But while he spared him from death, he didn't let him off easily either. Jiang Yan decided to make good use of him, cutting his calf to make it bleed, then hanging him upside down to struggle desperately and attract exotic beasts. This way, Jiang Yan wouldn't have to run around, and could easily harvest the surrounding exotic beasts. He even took out a cup of wine and roasted chicken, leisurely enjoying himself. This scene is so amusing, I can't help but want to compose a poem, Jiang Yan mused. Just as he was about to continue eating, a voice came from behind him. Stop! Jiang Yan turned around to see a man dressed similarly to the aggressive man, glaring angrily. Jiang Yan put down his wine cup and raised an eyebrow, looking at the man hanging upside down. Who is this? Your friend? The aggressive man, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately regained his confidence and shouted angrily at Jiang Yan, You're dead. Do you know who he is? He's Dongfang Yun, the #1 genius of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy. Sorry, I've never heard of him, Jiang Yan replied dismissively. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy? A second-rate martial arts school, he didn't even bother to take it seriously. Dongfang Yun's face darkened, his aura filled with killing intent. Kid, how dare you? Ignore me? He was the top genius of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, and no one had ever dared to treat him with such disregard. Dongfang Yun drew his B-grade celestial weapon, the Star Sword, and a streak of sword energy slashed toward Jiang Yan like lightning. You're dead. Dongfang Yun's Star Sword has slain countless enemies, no one has ever escaped alive from his blade. The aggressive man laughed wildly. Jiang Yan remained seated on the rock, crossing his legs and calmly tearing off a piece of chicken leg. The sword energy struck Jiang Yan. Clang! The sword energy reverberated, and the surrounding trees shook and snapped. Dongfang Yun was dumbfounded. This is impossible. He had just used his full strength, yet Jiang Yan was completely unharmed. The aggressive man froze, on the verge of tears. He's cheating, this guy must be cheating. He is at the first level of the 3rd tier, and even using a spear can't harm Jiang Yan. Forget it. Dongfang Yun, on the other hand, is at the 8th level of the 3rd tier, late martial master stage, and even with one sword strike, he couldn't make a dent in Jiang Yan. How are we supposed to play this game? Dongfang Yun forced a smile. Well, the sun is really bright today. I think I came to the wrong place, huh? You all carry on, I won't disturb you. He pretended to laugh and tried to leave, but Jiang Yan naturally wouldn't let him slip away. With a gentle smile, he said, Since you're here, why not stay for a while? Not long after, another person was hanging from the crooked neck tree. The two of them swayed back and forth, letting out miserable screams. Senior, we were wrong. Please spare us. We won't dare again. Jiang Yan watched them with satisfaction as they attracted exotic beasts. Sipping his wine, he controlled the ghost martial sword to slay the beasts. The day passed quickly. Jiang Yan had almost wiped out the exotic beasts on the outskirts while practicing the primal breathing technique, successfully breaking through to the 25th level of the 2nd tier. Dongfang Yun and the fierce man, who had been hanging all day, collapsed to the ground, their eyes hollow and faces filled with despair. You two worked hard. I still have 2 pieces of chicken left, make do with them. Jiang Yan tossed them the chicken bones and the tail end of the chicken. Thank you, senior, for your generosity. The two still expressed their gratitude. Jiang Yan left with a carefree smile, his figure exuding elegance. At night, he leapt onto an ancient tree and continued practicing the primal breathing technique. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone into the exotic beast pasture, Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, a flash of red light passing through them. 26th level of the 2nd tier. In just one night, his strength had increased by another level. Standing atop the ancient tree, his gaze turned toward the depths of the pasture. I've already cleared the exotic beasts on the outskirts. Now it's time to head deeper and hunt the 4th tier beast king. He leapt forward, moving as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he dashed into the depths of the exotic beast pasture. As soon as Jiang Yan entered the crowd, a group of people called out to him. "Hey, you with the long hair? Get over here!" A voice filled with disdain rang out. Jiang Yan slowly turned his head and coldly asked, "Are you talking to me?" "No kidding. Of course, I'm talking to you. You're the only one here with curly long hair." As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding people burst into laughter. "Hurry up and come over. We've discovered a secret treasure and need lowlifes like you to feed the Beast King." The blonde man with earrings laughed arrogantly. Beside him, a coquettish woman urged in a sweet voice, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear our young master give an order?" Jiang Yan glanced at the group. The young men were at the second tier, but the men in black behind them were all at the third tier. Clearly, this was a group of spoiled brats. Jiang Yan remained still. The blonde man couldn't help but curse, "Is this kid deaf? Someone fix his ears." As soon as the words fell, one of the men in black swung his fist toward Jiang Yan's face. Just as the fist was about to land, the sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. A giant snake, as thick as several barrels, suddenly appeared and bit off the upper half of the black-clad man's body in one gulp. The group of rich kids instantly descended into chaos. The Beast King has appeared. Quick! Kill it! The remaining men in black received the order and surrounded the giant snake like lightning. But they underestimated their opponent. This was a fourth-tier Beast King. "You humans dare covet my treasure? None of you will leave here alive." The giant snake hissed venomously, its body exuding a corrosive poison that permeated the air. "Wang Shang, save me!" the coquettish woman screamed in terror. Wang Shan, the blonde man, turned pale. "You useless fools! What do I keep you around for? Kill that snake now!" One of the men in black threw a punch, his right arm crackling with lightning. Thunderlight fist. A thunderous attack shot. Fourth. Boom! The giant snake let out a pained cry, then lashed its tail, smashing the man in black into pieces, killing him on the spot. The other men in black retreated, their faces grim. A fourth-tier Beast King was far beyond what a few third-tier martial masters could handle. "Form the array," the leaders shouted urgently. The group stepped into a 7-star formation, biting their tongues to spit blood. The space around them began to distort, and eerie patterns emerged. From within the formation, a sword radiating immense spiritual pressure flew out. "This is the SS-grade heaven-slaying sword," a young master exclaimed. 7 men in black simultaneously offered their blood, barely summoning this SS-grade heavenly weapon, showcasing the power of the heaven-slaying sword. Faced with the SS-grade heaven-slaying sword, the fourth-tier giant serpent was visibly terrified. Its black scales shimmered, and the flesh atop its head split open, revealing a single horn. "Poison-horned flood dragon." "It's not a snake," someone shouted in alarm. The poison-horned flood dragon was adept at hiding, disguising itself as a snake to confuse its enemies, waiting for the moment they let their guard down to strike instantly. The dragon's scales vibrated, emitting a piercing screech that tore through the air. Slash! The 7 men in black shouted in unison. The heaven-slaying sword, infused with the spiritual power of the 7, streaked across the sky like a rainbow, directly piercing the poison-horned flood dragon. Hiss! The dragon spewed venomous gas, which condensed into a tangible toxic barrier. Buzz! The heaven-slaying sword cut through the barrier like a hot knife through butter, instantly shattering it and stabbing into the dragon's abdomen. Clang! The blade shattered the black scales, embedding deeply into the flesh. The poison-horned flood dragon let out a miserable cry, soaring into the air. Its massive body blotted out the sun, and its black scales expanded and contracted, shattering the heaven-slaying sword. This SS-grade heaven-slaying sword was merely a projection against a fourth-tier Beast King. It could only deliver one strike. Seeing that the heaven-slaying sword couldn't kill the poison-horned flood dragon, the 7 men in black were utterly despairing. The wealthy young masters turned pale, their faces filled with terror. Spirit collapse. At that moment, the threatened long-haired youth calmly uttered 2 words, pointing his finger at the dragon's abdomen. The next second, boom! A deafening explosion erupted, unleashing terrifying energy. The poison-horned flood dragon, which had just been soaring in the air, instantly shattered into pieces, its flesh scattering everywhere. Jiang Yan stood in midair, untouched by even a drop of the dragon's scattered flesh, which seemed to avoid him automatically. He resembled a demon god, coldly gazing down at the earth. The 7 men in black were so shocked by the scene that they were rendered speechless. The poison-horn flood dragon, which their SS-grade heaven-slaying sword summoned through secret techniques had failed to kill, was obliterated by this youth with a single strike. The group of wealthy young masters was even more stunned, holding their breath in disbelief. The scene was so surreal that their minds went blank. After a long pause, a blonde-haired man trembled as he spoke. What kind of monster have we provoked? The coquettish woman shook like a leaf, stammering, I think he looks like a ghost immortal. Ghost immortal? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the wealthy young masters grew increasingly grim. The term ghost immortal had become synonymous with fear in Jiang City. It can't be true. This absolutely can't be true. How could he possibly be a ghost immortal? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, one of the young masters screamed in terror. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yan slowly descended to the ground, holding a peculiar token in his right hand. Upon seeing the token, even the most oblivious person immediately understood he was indeed the ghost immortal. Ghost immortal, it's all a misunderstanding. The blonde-haired man forced a stiff smile onto his face. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. We know you're a great figure, how could we possibly trouble you, a beautiful woman? Said ingratiatingly. Jiang Yan coldly replied, so what you're saying is, if I weren't the ghost immortal, you would have used me as a sacrifice to the Beast King? The crowd's faces instantly turned deathly pale. No, that's not true. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile as a black mist emerged from the 10 Directions ghost token, transforming into a judge. List all their sins from their lifetimes. Those who deserve death, kill them, those who deserve dismemberment, dismember them. The judge's calm voice sent chills down the spines of the wealthy young masters, filling them with extreme fear. The judge nodded at Jiang Yan and began to pronounce the sins and virtues of the group. Zhao Ming forcibly abducted 3 women, sentenced to 1,000 years in the unending hell. Li Yan bullied multiple classmates, framed others, leading to one suicide. Sentenced to the hell of tongue extraction and the mountain of knives. As the judge announced each sin, several small ghosts wielding torture instruments rushed toward the offenders. No. Please, no. One young master's eyes were gouged out by the small ghosts. No. The beautiful woman's tongue was forcibly ripped out, her screams piercingly shrill. For a moment, the exotic beast ranch turned into a living hell, as all the villains were dragged into the abyss and received their deserved punishment. Jiang Yan remained expressionless, coldly watching everything unfold. He absorbed the remnant soul of the 4th-tier poison-horn flood dragon and successfully advanced to the 2nd tier, level 30. Too slow, still too slow, he thought to himself. At this rate, he had no idea when he would reach the 3rd tier. Right, those wealthy heirs had mentioned earlier that the poison-horned flood dragon was hiding treasures. Now that the dragon was dead, Jiang Yan directly entered its lair, which was piled high with various precious materials. It was obvious that these treasures were left behind by the people the dragon had devoured. On a bluestone slab, there was a white jade wine jug, surrounded by spiritual energy, catching Jiang Yan's attention. He picked up the jug and immediately smelled an intoxicating aroma. The fragrance was incredibly pure, and just one whiff could calm the mind and nourish the body. This is a spiritual treasure. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. He raised the white jade wine jug, and clear wine flowed out from its spout. He drank it directly. As the wine entered his stomach, he instantly felt a warm sensation throughout his body, with spiritual energy filling every corner, making him feel extremely comfortable. Chapter 76, The White Jade Wine Jug and Western Hunt. Gulp. Jiang Yan drank all the wine in one go. His body felt warm, and pure spiritual energy flowed within, nourishing his spiritual sea. The spiritual wine transformed into spiritual energy, allowing him to advance directly to the 2nd tier, level 32. Good wine. It truly lived up to being a spiritual treasure, as drinking it directly elevated him by 2 minor levels. However, he couldn't figure out how the white jade wine jug replenished its spiritual wine. Could it be that pouring regular wine into it and waiting for some time turns it into spiritual wine? Jiang Yan opened the jug and looked inside, pleasantly surprised to find ripples forming at the bottom, with wine continuously emerging. This white jade wine jug can automatically refill itself. There's no need to add wine at all. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. This white jade wine jug was at least a high-grade spiritual treasure. He stored the jug in his 10 Directions ghost token and searched the lair for a while longer but found no other treasures, leaving disappointed. Not long after he left, several tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Westerners appeared in the poison horned flood dragon's lair, their gaze fixed in the direction Jiang Yan had departed. Young master, the spiritual treasure in that Chinese boy's hand is extraordinary. Should we? The white-haired elder gestured with a throat-slitting motion. The blonde-haired youth, addressed as young master, smirked slightly. The poison-horned flood dragon liked collecting spiritual treasures, and all its collections are high-grade spiritual treasures. With so many high-grade treasures lying there, the fact that the Chinese boy only took the white jade wine jug shows that this jug is exceptional. Harlan smiled elegantly and said, I would like to see that white jade wine jug. As soon as the blonde-haired youth spoke, the other Western martial artists immediately understood his intent. Young Master Harlan, please wait a moment, the white-haired elder said with a doting look in his eyes. Whatever you desire, I will make sure to get it for you. Before his words had fully landed, the white-haired elder disappeared. Jiang Yan, strolling leisurely through the forest, suddenly sensed a chilling killing intent. He immediately stopped and lazily scanned his surroundings. I've killed countless exotic beasts in the ranch, but this is the first time I've been treated as prey, he said, his eyes and ears alert to every movement, letting no sound or motion escape his perception. A gentle breeze blew past, and a leaf fell from a tree. Just before the leaf touched the ground, a flash of sword light appeared, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, sweeping the leaf back into the air. Clang! Jiang Yan wielded his ghost martial sword, blocking the rapidly incoming western sword. Out for a stroll, old man? Jiang Yan said with a smile. The white-haired elder's gaze was deep. Boy, my young master has taken a liking to a treasure. I wonder if you can bear to part with it. What treasure? Surely it's not me, this little treasure. Right? I know you Westerners are quite open-minded, but I don't swing that way. Please tell your young master not to set his sights on me, Jiang Yan replied with ease, his tongue sharp as ever. You dare insult young Master Harlan? A glint of cold light flashed in the white-haired elder's eyes, and his killing intent instantly solidified, fiercely charging toward Jiang Yan's chest. Boom! Jiang Yan delivered a flying kick, sending the white-haired elder hurtling through the air. With a wave of his hand, his sword spun in a dazzling arc, instantly dispelling the elder's killing intent. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow as a crack suddenly appeared in his ghostblade sword. In the next moment, the sword shattered and disintegrated. The white-haired elder sneered, Boy, your heavenly weapon is broken. Hand over the white jade wine flask obediently, and I'll let you die. A little less painfully. So, you're after the white jade wine flask, Jiang Yan said, pulling the flask out from the 10 Directions ghost token. He held it to his ear and gently shook it, listening to the sound of the liquid sloshing inside. Smiling, he looked at the elder. If I give you the white jade wine flask, will you let me go? If you were a Western warrior, I might consider sparing your life. But you're just a lowly martial artist from Huaxia, so today, you must die, the elder replied coldly. Jiang Yan toyed with the white jade wine flask, a playful smile on his face. He sighed, I see. If I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take the white jade wine flask with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled the flask into the distance. How dare you? The white-haired elder hadn't expected Jiang Yan to pull such a stunt. His eyes widened in fury as he moved like lightning, reaching out to grab the flask. Just as his hand was about to close around it, the ground beneath him exploded. Over a dozen ghostblade spears shot up from the earth, piercing through his body with brutal force. Blood splattered everywhere. Ugh! Put! The elder's face contorted in pain as he stared at Jiang Yan in disbelief. You brat! How dare you? Jiang Yan casually caught the white jade wine flask, a gentle smile on his face. Old man, did you really think you could get your hands on this flask? You little wretch, I'll make you wish you were dead. The elder roared as his spiritual energy surged. The ghostblade spears embedded in his body shattered instantly, and the bleeding wounds began to close. As a fourth-tier martial king, his vitality skyrocketed. His white hair billowed wildly, making him look like a rampaging beast. Oh! How terrifying, Jiang Yan said, exaggerating his expression of shock. The elder threw a punch, moving faster than the speed of sound and creating a series of sonic booms. Jiang Yan raised his right fist to meet the attack. Bang! The two fists collided, and the elder's right arm twisted grotesquely. Blood vessels burst, and blood sprayed everywhere. Ah! The elder let out a blood-curdling scream. Jiang Yan, a smile playing on his lips, formed a scissor shape with his left hand and jabbed it directly into the elder's Eyes. Ah! The elder collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and howling in pain. Jiang Yan chuckled. Weren't you the one who said you'd make me wish I were dead? You seem pretty miserable yourself now. Spare me. I promise I won't pursue this any further. Let me live, the elder begged through gritted teeth. Is that a threat? Jiang Yan's smile deepened, but his voice turned icy. I just love it when people threaten me. Those who threaten me never find peace, not even in death. Black mist rose around Jiang Yan, forming the 10 directions ghost token. Chains shot out from it, piercing through the elder's body with ruthless precision. What is this? You can't kill me. My young master will never let you go. You can't kill me, the elder screamed in terror. I'll deal with your young master after I kill you, Jiang Yan said with a cold smile. The chains coiled tightly around the elder, dragging him toward the abyss. Stop! A chilling voice rang out. Jiang Yan turned his head slowly to see a blonde, blue-eyed young man, with a cold expression, flanked by several fourth-tier martial kings. The elder, hearing the voice, cried out desperately, Young master, save me. Harlan's eyes darkened as he stared at Jiang Yan. I've heard that Huaxia is a land of etiquette, especially friendly to Western guests. It seems I was misinformed. Is this how you treat foreign friends? Jiang Yan was unfazed by the remark. Instead, he grinned and said, that depends on whether you're truly friends. This old bastard came at me with the intent to kill. What choice did I have but to fight back? If he wants to kill me, I can only kill him first, Jiang Yan said, spreading his hands in mock helplessness. Such a simple concept, do I really need to explain it to you? Quite the sharp tongue. Since reasoning doesn't work, stop wasting words. Harlan ordered coldly, kill him. Several burly fourth-tier martial kings behind him charged toward Jiang Yan. 2 of them were strength-type ability users, their muscles swelling like living mountains of flesh. Boom! 1 martial king charged at Jiang Yan with full force. Jiang Yan also swung his right fist. Seeing the astonished look in the martial king's eyes, the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth curved into a faint smile. Spiritual energy burst. Bang! The martial king was sent flying with a single punch, his limbs twisted like a broken kite, his life or death uncertain. The other martial kings were dumbfounded at the sight. This is a second-tier martial master? How can he unleash such immense power? One martial king swallowed hard, his eyes full of shock. I've heard rumors about hidden masters in Huaxia. Turns out, they're not just talk. The martial kings immediately became more cautious, not daring to act rashly. Harlan's face darkened. A bunch of useless trash. A ghostly light flickered in his hand, and a strange paper boat appeared. Huaxia scum, I'll send you on your way now. A sinister smile spread across Harlan's face. The eerie paper boat floated out of his hand and slowly sailed toward Jiang Yan. In the next moment, Jiang Yan seemed to find himself in an endless dark sea. The surroundings were pitch black, with only a ghostly ship slowly approaching him. Domain. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a domain ability. Seems a bit troublesome. He cracked his neck. In the black ocean, Harlan's voice echoed, Huaxia scum, I'll make you understand the consequences of defying me. You'll wish you were dead. You sure are full of yourself, thinking anyone who dares resist you is out of their mind. Jiang Yan sneered coldly at the sky. It's just a domain, yet you act like it's something extraordinary. Jiang Yan stretched lazily. Let me show you what a real domain looks like. The 10 directions ghost token suddenly appeared before him. He grabbed it, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow. The Underworld Emperor is here. Yen Luo, heed my command. Buzz. 2 ancient ghostly figures appeared behind him. King Qingguan, King Chu Jiang. As Jiang Yan's voice fell, the 2 ghostly deities descended in full form. The moment the ghostly deities appeared, Harlan's domain became unstable. The black ocean surged with massive waves, and the eerie ghost ship began to crumble bit by bit. Impossible. What kind of divine power is this, capable of destroying my domain? Harlan was panic-stricken. Jiang Yan sneered. This is what a real domain looks like. The corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile as he said calmly, Ghost domain, unfold. In an instant, with the 2 ghostly deities at the center, a powerful domain rapidly expanded outward. Harlan's black ocean was instantly devoured. He himself was swept into 2 hellish spaces. Harlan froze, looking around in confusion. The atmosphere was heavy with ghostly energy, as if he were in the world of spirits. Where is this? Harlan stammered, swallowing hard. He struggled to lift his head, only to see the two terrifying ghostly deities staring coldly at him. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees in fear. He lowered his head, not daring to look around, his entire body trembling. Jiang Yan stood atop the head of King Qingguan's manifestation, looking down at Harlan coldly. "Little ghost, can you still speak now?" His voice was calm, yet it sent chills down Harlan's spine. Harlan's body convulsed. Realizing he had provoked a terrifying existence, he quickly begged for mercy. Spare me. I won't dare again. Please, I beg you." Jiang Yan's smile vanished. "Spare you? Did you ever think about sparing others when you took their lives so casually?" Harlan's entire body trembled. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please spare me." "Too late." Jiang Yan's voice was icy. Too late. No. It's not too late. I've repented, and I'm willing to atone." Harlan desperately kowtowed, his desire to live overwhelming. Jiang Yan watched coldly, no longer paying him any attention. Countless vengeful spirits slowly closed in on Harlan. "Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Why did you kill me? I gave you the spiritual treasure, yet you still wouldn't let me go. Why? The vengeful spirits of those killed by Harlan approached him one by one, their faces twisted in fury. Harlan's face turned deathly pale with fear. "Don't come any closer. All of you, get away from me. Get away." The spirits closed in step by step, beginning to tear at his soul. Harlan let out a blood-curdling scream. The ghostly domain dissipated, and Harlan collapsed to the ground. His eyes rolling back and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, as if his soul had been ripped from his body. "Young Master Harlan!" Several martial kings rushed over to support him. One of them checked his pulse, and his face instantly changed. "His heart has stopped. Young Master Harlan is dead." The faces of the martial kings turned ashen. With Harlan dead, their own fates were sealed as well. "You lowly Huaxia scum, do you realize what you've done?" Jiang Yan nodded and pointed at Harlan. "I do. I just killed him. Do you even know who he is?" The Western martial king gritted his teeth in fury as Jiang Yan remained indifferent. Jiang Yan nodded again. "I know. He's Harlan. That's what you all called him. You Huaxia scum. He is a prince of Britain." The Western martial king's voice trembled. "Really? Wow, what luck. The fly I casually swatted turned out to be a prince." Jiang Yan exclaimed in excitement, pulling out his phone. "I need to take a selfie with this dead prince." He was already planning to post it on social media. What a day! He had casually swatted a fly, and it turned out to be a British prince. The Western martial kings' faces turned livid. "You Huaxia scum, I will make sure you and your entire family suffer." Boom! One of the martial king's pupils contracted sharply as he looked down in horror at the massive bloody hole in his chest. Jiang Yan's expression remained cold. "Why bring family into this when we were having a perfectly fine conversation? Now look, the conversation's over. You, ugh." The Western martial king spat black blood and collapsed, lifeless. The remaining martial kings were stunned by Jiang Yan's methods, staring at him in terror. You're dead. You can't withstand Britain's wrath, and Huaxia won't be able to save you." "I don't know how strong Britain's wrath is, but my wrath can only be quelled with your lives," Jiang Yan said, his eyes brimming with killing intent. "All this chatter is annoying. I'm no longer in the mood to talk to you." Jiang Yan slowly raised his head. "Now, you can try running." With a smile, Jiang Yan said, "I'll count down from 5 before I start hunting you." 5, 4. The Western martial kings didn't hesitate, immediately fleeing in different directions at top speed. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. "I lied. I never planned to count down. And I never planned to let any of you go." He snapped his fingers. Black flame. In an instant, the fleeing Western martial kings were engulfed in black flames. Their agonized screams echoed across the beast pasture until both their voices and bodies turned to ash. Chapter 78, Beast-Tide. Time flew by, and half a month had passed. Jiang Yan had successfully ventured deep into the beast pasture, breaking through to the 70th level of the second tier. "Just 30 more levels, and I'll reach the third tier," he thought to himself. Breaking through from the 100th level of the second tier to the third tier would mean a qualitative leap in power, something almost unimaginable. The depths of the beast pasture were rarely visited, as few dared to venture there. The reason? A living 6th-tier beast emperor resided there. Without a martial saint leading the way, no one dared to approach. Jiang Yan, however, was an exception, someone unafraid of death. It's about time to leave, he thought. Slaying beasts had become a routine, and his rate of improvement had noticeably slowed. Staying any longer would just be a waste of time. He stood up from an ancient tree, stretched lazily, and prepared to leave. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. The ground trembled, and a massive, chaotic force surged forth. A beast tide. Jiang Yan looked over and saw wave after wave of ferocious beasts gathering into a terrifying tide. Damn, could it be that I've killed too many beasts and provoked the beast kings into uniting? This was definitely not good. Jiang Yan took a swig of spirit wine from his jade flask and quickly fled toward the exit. His speed was astonishing, and along the way, he encountered many human martial artists with panic-stricken faces. Run! The beast tide is coming! Jiang Yan kindly reminded them. Upon hearing the words beast tide, everyone's faces turned pale with extreme fear. They knew that facing even one beast king required a desperate fight, and if a beast tide came, they would be overwhelmed by hordes of beast kings. What do? We can't escape. A female divine gift bearer anxiously looked at Jiang Yan. Senior, could you help us and take us along? Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. He could only rely on his 2 legs to travel and had no spiritual treasures capable of carrying people. How could he take them? I can't help either, Jiang Yan said, waving his hand. See you at the exit. As soon as he finished speaking, he accelerated, instantly widening the distance between himself and the group. Roar! The beast horde roared, shaking the heavens. Even a 4th-tier martial king turned pale. A beast tide? Haven't seen one in ages. The trial is over, retreat quickly. He was an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy, leading students to the exotic beast pasture for training. Faced with a beast tide, he had to ensure the students' retreat. Tian Yuan Pearl. The 4th-tier martial king summoned a string of azure pearls, which quickly expanded and carried several students away at high speed. Teacher Lin, aren't you coming with us? A female student shouted. Lin Feng replied solemnly, as a martial king of China and your instructor, I have a responsibility to block the beast tide. Teacher Lin. The students cried out anxiously. That's a beast tide. You can't stop it alone. Who said I was alone? A cheerful voice responded. Figures flashed into view, their auras surging. They were all 4th-tier martial kings. In times of crisis, the most important thing is to unite and fight together. Exactly. What's a mere beast tide? If we work together, we can even take down a beast emperor. Several previously discordant academy instructors joined forces to resist the beast tide. Old Lu, I didn't expect you to step up. I thought you'd be the first to run, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lu Chuan snorted coldly. In front of the students, I wouldn't do something so disgraceful. No matter how afraid I am of death, I'm still their teacher. If I die ahead of them. The dozen martial kings joked and laughed, but they were all prepared to fight to the death. We must block the beast tide no matter what. If the beasts break out of the pasture, countless civilians outside will suffer. Roar! The roars of the beast horde grew closer. They could already see the figures of the beasts. Some martial kings began trembling with nervousness but still roared, kill! One charged forward first, wielding an ancient machete and slashing out a black blade light. Heavenly Lotus Earth Fire. Thunderstorm Break. The martial kings charged at the beast tide together. Boom! A golden bull with a golden horn on its head roared furiously. The golden horn absorbed the divine gifts of the martial kings and unleashed an even stronger sonic attack. Buzz! The transparent sound waves instantly blasted one martial king into a mist of blood. Crunch! 3 silver wolves darted like lightning, biting a female martial king's neck and crushing it in one bite. In an instant, several martial kings were swallowed by the beast tide. Tian Yuan Pearl. Lin Feng fought with all his might, his body covered in blood, yet he persisted in resisting. As long as I can delay for one more second, the children will have one more chance to survive. Boom! Boom! A ground dragon, dozens of meters tall, slowly approached, each step shaking the earth. The ground dragon coldly watched Lin Feng, who was still struggling, then suddenly opened its massive jaws and tore Lin Feng's upper body apart in one bite. By this time, Jiang Yan had already reached the outskirts of the exotic beast pasture. He hadn't even had time to catch his breath when he looked back and saw that the beast tide had disappeared from view. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several smooth green pearls descended from the sky and shattered instantly. The people inside were crying uncontrollably. Teacher Lin! Teacher Lin! You've already escaped. Why are you still crying? Jiang Yan was puzzled. A female student sobbed and said, our instructor stayed behind to block the beast tide so we could escape. He might already. Jiang Yan immediately understood. These students must have come to the exotic beast pasture for training with their university instructor. Things hadn't gone as planned, and they encountered a beast tide. Their instructor chose to stay behind to buy them time to escape. The beast tide consisted of hundreds of beast kings, something a few students could never hope to withstand. Jiang Yan sighed, then turned to see a broken, shadowy figure watching the surviving students from afar, a look of deep reluctance on its face. The shadow's limbs were incomplete, its bones exposed. Noticing Jiang Yan and realizing he could see him, the shadow spoke. Young friend, the beast tide is approaching. Could I ask you to take these children away from here? The shadow pleaded. Jiang Yan was silent for a moment before nodding faintly. Thank you. As long as they survive, I can rest easy. As soon as the words were spoken, the shadow dissolved into specks of starlight and disappeared. Jiang Yan looked at the students, their faces streaked with tears, and said, stop crying. Crying won't help. The beast tide is almost here. No. Teacher Lin is dead. I want revenge. I'll fight these beasts to the death. A boy, his eyes red, summoned his celestial weapon. Fight the beasts to the death. A girl, also red-eyed from crying, summoned her staff, her gaze resolute. Seeing their determination, Jiang Yan said indifferently, do as you wish. He turned and walked away without another word. Chapter 79, One Man Defends a City. Boom. A massive horde of beast kings charged forward like an avalanche, snapping ancient trees and shaking the earth. At the outskirts of the beast pasture, the students summoned their celestial weapons and unleashed their abilities, their eyes filled with resolve as they prepared to fight the beast tide to the death. As the tide drew closer, their bodies trembled with fear, but none of them retreated. For Teacher Lin! Kill! A boy roared, wielding a golden sword that gleamed brilliantly as he charged at the beast tide with incredible speed. Strong! But as soon as his golden sword struck the iron wall ape, it shattered with a loud crash. The powerful shockwave sent him flying over 10 meters. Wave of water, the girl with the staff floated in midair, water swirling around her as she conjured a water tornado to strike the beast tide. But as the tornado approached, a massive boulder smashed through it, carving a path. The students were filled with despair. Their strongest attacks were like mere toys against the ferocious beast tide. Roar! The beast horde howled. Just as the students braced themselves for death, Earth Commander, Heaven Commander, Judge, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts, Ghost Soldiers, heed my command. A voice rang out from the distance. As a boy was about to be crushed by the barbaric Elephant King, a massive creature suddenly charged in, knocking the beast over. Ha! The boy stared in confusion, his face full of shock. As the girl with the staff was about to be obliterated by a beast king's roar, chains emerged from the ground, instantly neutralizing the attack. What is this? The girl froze, her eyes trembling. The boy who had turned away earlier now stood behind them. Surrounding him was a mysterious token, and behind him stood countless figures. What a hassle, Jiang Yan muttered, rubbing his temples. But I promised that spirit I'd protect you. I'm not one to break my word. Seeing the stunned students, Jiang Yan said impatiently, what are you standing around for? Get up and run. You! The students' eyes quivered. I said, run. Run as fast as you can in your entire life. Jiang Yan commanded coldly. Don't let your teacher's death be in vain. Get up now and run. Jiang Yan's words struck their hearts like a hammer. Struggling, they got to their feet and limped toward the exit, running with all their might. Can you tell me your name? The girl asked as she passed Jiang Yan, stopping briefly. Come back alive, and I'll tell you, Jiang Yan replied calmly. The girl froze, then broke into a tearful smile and nodded firmly. I will come back alive, and I will learn your name. Once Lin Feng's students had all fled into the distance. The Earth Commander, Heaven Commander, and Judge Jiang Yan had summoned also dissipated. What am I even doing? Jiang Yan sighed, covering his face. Oh well, since the beast tide started because of me, I should be the one to end it. Ghost soldiers, heed my command. Suppress the beast tide, he ordered coldly. Thousands of ghost soldiers raised their heads simultaneously, their eyes glowing red. Weapons in hand, they charged toward the beast tide. The beast kings had witnessed countless scenes, but never anything Like this. Startled, they retreated a few steps before roaring and charging forward. The ghost soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the beast kings, while the 100 ghosts transformed into countless ghost swords, slaughtering the exotic beasts with abandon. Jiang Yan held a red paper umbrella, slowly drawing the sword hidden within it. Jiangqing's Guardian Corps. Guardian Commander. The situation is urgent. There's been a massive beast tide at the exotic beast ranch. A guardian clad in battle armor reported hastily. A beast tide? Such a serious matter, and you're only reporting it now? Shi Haotian rebuked sharply. Jiangqing's former guardian commander, Hui Yuan, had fallen in battle, and Marshal Saint Shi Haotian had taken over as the new guardian commander of Jiangchang. Guardian commanders were divided into two levels: provincial-level guardians, who protected the safety of a province, and the higher-level guardians of Huaxia, stationed in the imperial capital to safeguard the entire nation. Huaxia's sole 8th-tier marshal emperor was the guardian commander of Huaxia. All troops, follow me to suppress the beast tide at the exotic beast ranch. Shi Haotian roared. Clad in armor weighing tens of thousands of pounds and wielding a heavy battle halberd, he charged straight toward the exotic beast ranch. The Guardian Corps of Linjiang Province, stationed in the provincial capital Jiangcheng, quickly mobilized since the exotic beast ranch was located within the city. In less than 10 minutes, the army, brimming with momentum, arrived at the ranch. Shi Haotian spoke in a deep voice. I've heard there's a 6th-tier beast emperor at the ranch. If you encounter it, don't run, leave it to me. Understood, Guardian Commander. The Guardians responded in unison. Shi Haotian's aura was overwhelming. Charge with me. Boom! Hundreds of disciplined guardians stormed into the exotic beast ranch in formation, ready to suppress the beast tide. Shi Haotian's expression darkened as he led the corps to the site of the beast tide outbreak, only to freeze in place. What the hell? Where's the beast tide? Where are the exotic beasts? Why is there not a single one left standing, all lying on the ground instead? Before him stood only a blood-soaked youth, with flowing black hair, supporting himself with a sword in one hand. Guardian Commander, this. Someone stammered in disbelief. Shi Haotian raised his hand to interrupt. He steadily approached the youth who was standing upright, leaning on his sword. The youth sensed someone approaching and suddenly swung the red umbrella sword. Buzz! The sword energy was sharp and terrifying. If Shi Haotian hadn't been highly skilled and experienced, he might have been killed by that strike. Only then did Shi Haotian realize that the youth had already lost consciousness, standing upright purely through muscle memory, preventing even a single 4th-tier beast king from passing by him. Around him lay countless corpses, all slain with a single strike. Indeed, young heroes always shine the brightest. Shi Haotian sighed. Looking at the ground littered with corpses, even he couldn't help but gasp. Those corpses were all 4th-tier beast kings, the weakest among them being 3rd tier. There were even peak 4th-tier beast kings, some on the verge of reaching 5th tier. It was unimaginable that a single youth could achieve this. He had practically defended an entire city on his own. Guardian Commander, could this really be possible? A Guardian Lieutenant Colonel asked tremulously. There's nothing impossible about it. Huaxia is full of talent, with countless young heroes. To have such a supreme youth emerge as Huaxia's pride, Shi Haotian said excitedly. But as he looked at the youth, covered in bruises and blood, his eyes were filled with more compassion than admiration. Take him to the Guardian Corps' affiliated hospital and find the best healers to treat him. Yes, Guardian Commander. Several officers immediately escorted Jiang Yan away. Shi Haotian's gaze shifted, locking onto the depths of the exotic beast ranch. Beast Emperor, today will be your end. Chapter 80, Breaking Through to Tier 3. A new SSS-level ability. Jiangcheng Guardian Corps affiliated hospital. On a pristine hospital bed, the black-haired youth slowly opened his eyes. His crimson pupils scanned his surroundings. In confusion, hearing a chorus of cheers. He's awake! He's awake! He's really awake, quick, go check on him. Still dazed, Jiang Yan found himself surrounded by several pure-hearted nurses, who looked at him with peculiar expressions. What kind of look was this? Were they trying to tell him, you're awake, but you've turned into a girl? If that were true, he'd rather be dead. You're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? A sweet nurse asked. Jiang Yan's mind had already cleared, and he realized he was in a hospital. I'm fine now. He tried to sit up, and several nurses quickly supported him. The nurses were full of admiration and reverence. Your deeds have spread throughout the hospital. You resolved the beast tide all by yourself, it's truly incredible. Handsome boy, can you give me an autograph? Faced with the group of nurses, Jiang Yan gave a helpless smile. I still need to rest. Can I have some time alone? Alright, then rest well. The nurses left awkwardly, and the room returned to silence. Sitting on the hospital bed, Jiang Yan's eyes gradually cleared. I'm ready to break through. He could feel the surging spiritual energy within him, almost overwhelming his body. Second tier, 100-fold. He had single-handedly quelled the beast tide, slain thousands of beast kings, exhausted all his strength, pushed past his limits, and successfully reached the second tier. 100-fold. The third level of the immortal Tao repository is also starting to respond. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. With the 100-fold breakthrough and the third level of the immortal Tao repository, his strength would increase significantly. Not only would he be invincible among those of the same level, but even fourth-tier experts would not be his match. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and slowly activated the primal breathing technique. Instantly, the spiritual sea within him became tangible, and spiritual energy surged around his body like a tide. 100 streams of light flickered around him. At the center of his spiritual sea, beams of light shot straight into the sky. Within Jiang Yan's body, the golden vortex was not burning with ordinary black flames but was instead crackling with black electric sparks. Gradually, these black sparks gathered into clusters, transforming into streams of black currents. The black currents surged and coursed through Jiang Yan's limbs and bones. Boom! At this moment in Jiang City, the sky was tightly covered with dark clouds. Fierce winds howled, and thunder and lightning raged. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening thunder roared continuously, accompanied by torrential rain. The bolts of lightning were awe-inspiring. This was black lightning. Shi Haotian, who had just returned to the Guardian Corps, looked up, his eyes filled with shock. This is a phenomenon that only an SSS-level ability user can trigger. Has Jiang City birthed another SSS-level God-blessed? Guardian Commander, the source of this phenomenon seems to be at the affiliated hospital of our Guardian Corps, an adjutant said in astonishment. Let's go, quickly. Shi Haotian said urgently, his heart brimming with joy. First, they had discovered the young supreme talent Jiang Yan, and now another SSS-level God-blessed had appeared. This was not only the pride of Jiang City but also the glory of Huaxia, and even a victory for all of humanity. Shi Haotian couldn't help but laugh heartily. His steps were swift, and with a single stride, he shot toward the affiliated hospital like a missile. At the hospital's front desk, the staff greeted him respectfully. Guardian Commander, quickly, tell me, which room is the source of this phenomenon? Shi Haotian asked anxiously. The receptionist nurse looked puzzled and blinked. Guardian Commander, you should know. The one causing this phenomenon is the severely injured young man you sent here. What did you say? Shi Haotian was stunned. This earth-shaking phenomenon was caused by Jiang Yan, but such a phenomenon could only occur when someone awakened. An SSS-level God-blessing. How could it be Jiang Yan? The only explanation was that Jiang Yan had awakened a new SSS-level God-blessing. At this thought, Shi Haotian trembled all over. What am I even thinking? How is this possible? He had already reviewed Jiang Yan's file and knew that Jiang Yan was a dual God-blessed. His awakened blessings were the SSS-level 10-fold Ghost Command and the E-level Red Paper Umbrella. When he saw that Jiang Yan was an SSS-level God-blessed, he had been ecstatic. The first blessing was SSS-level, so logically, the second blessing should at least be SS-level. But when he checked the file, he found that the second blessing was only E-level. Throughout history, dual God-blessed individuals have been extremely rare. As for a triple God-blessed, I've never heard of such a thing. Shi Haotian's expression turned serious. He arrived at the door of Jiang Yan's recovery room and felt the intense spiritual energy fluctuations inside. He's breaking through tears. Could he have simultaneously awakened a new God blessing? This is too unbelievable, Shi Haotian said in shock. He made a decisive decision to take Jiang Yan as his disciple, vowing to keep this unparalleled genius in the Guardian Legion at all costs. At this moment, inside the recovery room, Jiang Yan was completely unaware that he had triggered such a terrifying celestial phenomenon. During his breakthrough to the third tier, just like when he advanced to the second tier, he awakened a new supernatural ability. These abilities were imprinted in his bloodline and would naturally awaken when the conditions were ripe. The eternal black flame he awakened at the second tier was undoubtedly an SSS-level ability. Now, upon advancing to the third tier, he had awakened another new ability, Nine Netherworld Thunder, also SSS level. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and a streak of black lightning flashed through his scarlet pupils. It was Yin Thunder from the Nine Netherworld Underworld, specifically designed to attack soul bodies. A single strike of Yin Thunder would instantly dissipate a soul. Crack! Crack! Jiang Yan's face twisted in extreme pain as his meridians began to break one by one, only to reforge and achieve sublimation in the end. This was the third stage of the immortal Dao Cannon, tempering the meridians. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of his meridians breaking and regenerating, while simultaneously experiencing the exhilarating surge of power from the ultimate enhancement of the 100 minor realms of the second tier. Pain and pleasure intertwined, like the extremes of ice and fire. Boom! A pillar of light shot straight into the sky from Jiang Yan's body, instantly dispersing the dark clouds and restoring clear skies to Jiang City. This pillar of light tore through the heavens, as if connecting to another world. Jiang Yan's flesh was gradually eroded by the light pillar, and his spiritual sea fell into a moment of deathly silence. At this critical moment, Jiang Yan faced a life and death trial. He slowly opened his eyes, and the black lightning fully condensed. Wielding the black lightning, he resisted the overwhelming light pillar. Boom! 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 Jiang Yan let out a furious roar, breaking through the heavens and forcibly shattering the light pillar. He stood naked, surrounded by black lightning and black flames, which condensed into a black-gold battle robe. His black hair fluttered, and his garments danced in the wind. Standing atop the firmament, he gazed down upon all beings. Chapter 81, Spiritual Energy Overflow, Frenzied Slaughter. Boom! Jiang Yan landed heavily, causing the ground to quake and leaving a massive crater, with black lightning spreading across the surface. Clenching his fists, he felt the boundless power surging in his palms. Third tier. Yin Thunder. Tempered meridians. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth. At this moment, he was invincible. It was as if a black hole resided within him, harboring infinite power. Jiang Yan's speed was astonishing. He transformed into a streak of black lightning, leaving only an afterimage in his original spot as he instantly dashed 100 miles away. This was no longer Jiang City but an abandoned, beast-infested ghost town. Zzzzz. Having just broken through, Jiang Yan's spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, with black lightning swirling around him. "Let's test my combat strength now," Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. His gaze swept across the surroundings and instantly locked onto a fourth-tier beast king. Jiang Yan made his move, transforming into a streak of black lightning and flashing past the beast king in an instant. Boom! Before the fourth tier beast king could react, it was blasted into a mist of blood by the black lightning, disintegrating instantly. Roar! This action enraged a fifth-tier beast king. "Human, you've crossed the line." Jiang Yan, with his back to the beast king, smiled faintly. "Crossed the line?" This place was once called Nanjiang, part of Jiang City's territory. A once prosperous city, now reduced to ruins, and you dare accuse me of crossing the line? Murderous intent erupted in Jiang Yan's eyes as a streak of black lightning flashed. "It seems you're tired of living." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of black lightning erupted, instantly charging toward the fifth-tier beast king. Boom! Thunder roared, as the beast king was forced to activate its defenses. Before it could react, Jiang Yan had already teleported above it, raining down punches imbued with thunderous force, each blow as heavy as a mountain. Boom! 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 The fifth-tier beast king had never encountered such a ferocious opponent and was immediately overwhelmed, retreating step by step with a grim expression. "Human, you're courting death." Roar! A beam of light capable of destroying a small city shot out from the beast king's mouth. Jiang Yan's eyes burned with killing intent as he stood his ground, punching directly into the beast king's mouth and interrupting its spellcasting. The fifth-tier beast king was sent flying thousands of meters like a broken kite. Put! The beast king screamed repeatedly. Before it could land, Jiang Yan had already flashed above it, delivering a fierce whip-like kick downward. Bang! The sound barrier shattered, the earth trembled. The fifth-tier beast king was kicked into a 100-meter-deep pit. Dust flew everywhere, leaving only a cold figure standing at the edge of the pit. Jiang Yan's eyes were icy, his lips tightly pursed, his expression unreadable. As the dust settled, Jiang Yan finally laughed. First, a restrained chuckle, then loud laughter, and finally, a wild, skyward laugh that nearly made him collapse to the ground. When the laughter stopped, he clenched his left fist tightly, lightning speed. Then he clenched his right fist fiercely, a punch with 10 million tons of force. His face turned serious in an instant, and the Nine Netherine thunder. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yan couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha. Unmatched at the same tier, capable of killing across tiers. Even a 5th tier beast king is no match for me. Black lightning erupted around him, lifting him into the air in an instant. Whatever I want to do, I can do. Unless a martial saint appears, no one can kill me. He pointed his right hand to the sky and his left hand to the ground. Above and below, I alone reign supreme. Black lightning gathered at his right fingertip, its intense glow covering half his face, making his expression unreadable. Die. Jiang Yan's right index finger dropped. A black thunderbolt descended from the sky, striking the pit where the 5th tier beast king lay. Boom boom boom. The black lightning continued to strike for a full 10 minutes, ensuring the 5th tier beast king was completely dead before the thunder gradually dissipated. Jiang Yan landed, lazily scanning the trembling 3rd and 4th tier beast kings around him, and coldly said, "Now, you can start running. You once slaughtered humans at will, now, I will slaughter you in the same way." Jiang Yan's eyes were icy, devoid of any mercy. 6th tier beast emperors were extremely rare. As long as the beast emperor and martial saints did not appear, Jiang Yan could dominate freely. Even if they did appear, Jiang Yan could escape. He was determined to wipe out all the alien beasts. This was his first goal after becoming stronger. He and Zhang Xiaoke's parents had died at the mouths of alien beasts. This abandoned city was being devoured bit by alien beasts, consumed alive. At the age of 10, Jiang Yan had watched his parents being eaten alive, carrying the unconscious Zhang Xiaoke on his back as he fled from Nanchur City to Jiangshi City. Now, with absolute power, he was determined to reclaim this city occupied by alien beasts. The only 6th tier beast emperor in Linjiang province was still in the alien beast pasture, severely injured by Shi Haotian. This ruined city had no 6th tier beast emperor, with the highest level being only a dozen 5th tier beast kings. Jiang Yan was going to personally wipe out all the alien beasts here. Thunder Cage. Thunder centered on Jiang Yan, enveloping the entire abandoned Nanchur City. Black lightning transformed into a massive birdcage, with bolts of lightning penetrating deep into the ground, preventing even birds from escaping. The time for reckoning has come. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with madness. Taking advantage of his recent breakthrough and the overflowing spiritual energy within him, he prepared to unleash a massacre. Buzz. Jiang Yan transformed into a streak of black lightning, indiscriminately slaughtering alien beasts, leaving only blood mist in his wake. The 1st and 2nd tier ferocious beasts couldn't even touch him. The sparks of electricity on their bodies blasted them into fragments. Human. This ends now. A thunderous roar echoed. A giant flood dragon perched on a mountain opened its eyes, coldly staring at Jiang Yan. This was a 5th tier flood dragon. Roar. The earth trembled, and the mountain collapsed. With a deafening crash, the ground beneath Jiang Yan's feet shattered instantly as a 100-meter-long giant dragon turtle awakened, its every movement causing the mountains and rivers to quake. It's been far too long since I've killed these lowly creatures dare to resist us. The sky was obscured by massive wings as a descendant of the vermilion bird, burning with flames, circled in the air. In the ruined Nanchur City, 3 5th-tier beast kings appeared in succession. Jiang Yan showed no fear, he intended to take advantage of the spiritual energy surge to eliminate all these beast kings. Perfect timing, saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Having just broken through to the 3rd tier, he was at his peak. In a few hours, the spiritual energy surge would fade, and even fighting 2 5th-tier beast kings would be a struggle. So he must kill a few more 5th-tier beast kings while the spiritual energy surge is still active. Today is your doomsday. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. Arrogant brat, don't be too full of yourself. The massive dragon turtle let out a heavy voice that echoed through the desolate empty city. Every movement it made shook the earth. Jiang Yan sneered, raised his hand to devour the remnant soul of the beast he had just slain, then pulled out a white jade wine flask and began drinking heartily in front of 3 5th-tier beast kings. Glug glug glug. Jiang Yan drank with abandon, and the spiritual energy within his body, already overflowing, surged even more violently. Buzz buzz buzz. Jiang Yan instantly advanced 2 minor levels, reaching the 3rd tier, 3rd stage. Satisfied, he put away the wine flask, stretched lazily, and said, "Awake now? Time to hunt." Extending his right hand, the Rakshasa ghost scythe materialized. Jiang Yan transformed into a streak of black lightning and instantly slashed toward the 100-meter tall giant turtle. Clang! With one strike, the dragon turtle let out a muffled groan, and its massive shell was smashed into a deep dent. Courting death. The dragon turtle's shell erupted with sharp spikes, glowing with mysterious runes. These runes transformed into beams of light that attacked Jiang Yan from all directions. As a fifth-tier beast king, the dragon turtle possessed innate divine abilities, and these runes were its energy. Once touched, they would turn into blood. Black flame, Jiang Yan said calmly. As the rune beams were about to touch him, they were all ignited by black flames and instantly vanished. Dark thunder. A black thunderbolt appeared in Jiang Yan's hand, transforming into a divine spear capable of piercing through all things, which he hurled forcefully. A flood dragon soared into the air, shooting a human head-shaped sword from its mouth to collide with Jiang Yan's dark thunder spear. The clash of energies triggered a terrifying shockwave. Xian Ke, this third-tier human is a bit strange. Everyone, attack together and surround him to death. Surround me? You're not qualified. Jiang Yan's entire body erupted with black thunder, moving so fast that he left only after images, breaking through instantly. He transformed into black lightning and pierced through Xian Ke in an instant. Ah! Xian Ke screamed as its wings were penetrated, then ignited with black flames. Boom! Before the dragon turtle could react, the Rakshasa ghost scythe descended from the sky, smashing it back into the ground. Human! The dragon turtle roared. In fury. Shut up! Jiang Yan appeared in front of the dragon turtle, delivering a whip-like kick that twisted its head to the side. With a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Spirit collapse." His fist pressed against the dragon turtle's skull, and with a loud bang, its shell remained intact, but its insides were already shattered. Without the protection of its shell, the dragon turtle was pulverized by Jiang Yan's punch. In a short time, Jiang Yan had killed 2 fifth-tier beast kings in succession. The flood. Dragon's eyes revealed fear. Who are you? We haven't invaded human territory recently, why are you so ruthless? Jiang Yan didn't bother to look up. What you're saying is, you beasts are allowed to attack humans, but humans aren't allowed to attack you? The flood dragon was stunned by Jiang Yan's cold voice. Indeed, if beasts could invade human territory, humans could retaliate. But the problem was, beasts were born 100 times stronger than humans. In history, only beasts had ever massacred human tribes. Humans had never actively invaded beast territories. The flood dragon trembled in fear. Human, you're just one person. There are over a dozen fifth-tier beast kings in this empty city. If you don't want to. Before it could finish speaking, a streak of black lightning pierced through its heart, taking its life and silencing it forever. Why threaten me? I hate being threatened the most. Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. After dealing with 3 fifth-tier beast kings, Jiang Yan's spiritual energy surge began to fade. He sighed, realizing he shouldn't have wasted time on these beasts, squandering the precious moments of the spiritual energy surge. The spiritual energy surge, also known as the spirit overflow state, only appeared briefly during breakthroughs, making one several times stronger instantly. Now that the spirit overflow had ended, killing fifth-tier beast kings would require more effort. After devouring the remnant souls of the 3 fifth-tier beast kings, Jiang Yan's level directly advanced to the 3rd tier, 5th stage. His cultivation was progressing rapidly, but it was different from ordinary divine gift holders. Other divine recipients only need to reach the 10th realm to break through, but Jiang Yan must reach the 100th realm to do so. After the Ling overflow state was lifted, Jiang Yan transitioned from arrogance to calmness, quickly left the South River territory, and returned to Jiang City. As soon as he arrived at the Jiang City territory, Jiang Yan saw the area crowded with people. Among them was Shi Haotian, the Guardian Corps commander. Shi Haotian looked anxious. This kid. He just broke through and ran to such a dangerous place. Commander, everyone has assembled and is ready to enter the abandoned city of South River, someone reported. Shi Haotian nodded. No matter what, we must safely bring that kid out. Follow me in. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yan appeared. Like lightning. He looked at the crowd with a peculiar expression. Are you planning a large-scale attack to reclaim South River City? Shi Haotian asked. Zhang Xiaoyu. Are you alright? What could possibly happen to me? Jiang Yan retorted. You just entered the territory of the exotic beasts. Oh, I got a bit excited after breaking through, and casually killed a few fifth-tier beast kings, Jiang Yan replied indifferently. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Breaking through and casually killing a few fifth-tier beast kings? Fifth-tier beast kings are not ordinary monsters, a single one could destroy an entire city. Even though Shi Haotian knew Jiang Yan's terrifying strength, he still swallowed hard. If I remember correctly, you just broke through from the second tier to the third tier? Yes, is there a problem? Jiang Yan replied calmly. The Guardians were all dumbfounded. Third tier? He just ascended from the second tier to the third tier and killed several fifth-tier beast kings? Is this even human? Shi Haotian was stunned for a while, then suddenly burst into laughter. A peerless genius. A true peerless genius. He quickly stepped forward and heavily patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. Kid, do you want to join the Guardian Corps? I'll directly appoint you as the next Guardian Commander of Linjiang. Hiss. Shi Haotian's words caused the surrounding Guardians to gasp. Directly appointing Jiang Yan as the next Guardian Commander was an opportunity countless Guardians dreamed of. To guard a major province and protect countless lives. Faced with Shi Haotian's eager gaze, Jiang Yan calmly refused, not interested. If it's the Guardian Commander of Huaxia, I might consider it. The Guardian Commander of Huaxia. 2. Guard all of Huaxia. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. He wasn't even interested in a provincial Guardian Commander and wanted to become the Guardian Commander of Huaxia. This kid sure has guts. Shi Haotian, however, was not angry. Instead, he laughed even more heartily. Alright. The Guardian Commander of Huaxia, I believe you can achieve it. He patted Jiang Yan's shoulder again. Kid, the more I look at you, the more I like you. Come back to the Guardian Corps with me. I have a treasure to give you. A treasure? Jiang Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. In that case, I won't hold back. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. Let's go. Jiang Yan followed Shi Haotian back to the Guardian Corps. In the training grounds of the Guardian Corps, a valiant young man wielding a dragon spear single-handedly swept through the ranks. Dragon battle in the wild. The dragon spear in Long Yuan's hand emitted a crimson glow, carrying immense power, instantly repelling dozens of armored guardians. Truly worthy of Long Yuan, reaching the fourth tier, third realm at just 22 years old. It won't be long before he gains the favor of the Guardian Commander and takes over the position in the future. Long Yuan is a genius from the Martial Emperor Academy. No one in the younger generation of Jiang City's Guardian Corps can rival him. Everyone marveled at Long Yuan's unparalleled talent. At that moment, a panicked voice rang out, Brother Long! Brother Long! Something big has happened. Long Yuan frowned and asked, What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? The young man beside him hurriedly said, The Guardian Commander has returned, and he brought a young man with him. He's planning to give the military treasure, the black gold battle armor, to him. What did you say? Long Yuan's eyes widened in shock, bloodshot. The black gold battle armor is the ultimate treasure of Jiang City's Guardian Corps. The person who receives it must be a hero who has made great contributions on the battlefield. Now, the Guardian Commander personally giving the treasure to someone could only mean one thing. That means the Guardian Commander has already started grooming that young man to be the next Guardian Commander. Thinking of this, Long Yuan trembled all over. Gripping his dragon spear tightly, his eyes bloodshot, I refuse. I absolutely refuse. He roared, his mind clouded by jealousy. I, Long Yuan, am the rightful next Guardian Commander of Linjiang. Ignoring his companion's attempts to stop him, he charged into the Legion Hall with his spear. Shi Haotian, smiling broadly, was just about to hand the black gold battle armor to Jiang Yan when he saw Long Yuan storming in with an aggressive demeanor. His expression turned cold. Long Yuan, what are you doing? Guardian Commander. I refuse. Long Yuan responded coldly, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he stared at Jiang Yan, his teeth clenched tightly. Why? Why is this kid, who clearly isn't part of our Guardian Legion, allowed to receive the military's ultimate treasure? Long Yuan had achieved numerous battle merits, solved countless problems, and his contributions had only earned him a spiritual treasure. Yet this young man, who wasn't even part of the Guardian Legion, was gifted a supreme treasure, the black gold battle armor, by Shi Haotian. Magical artifacts are divided into 4 levels, from lowest to highest: true treasure, spiritual treasure, supreme treasure, and heavenly treasure. Those divine objects, if their owners perish or are seized by dark magic, also become magical artifacts. The white jade wine flask Jiang Yan had previously obtained was merely a high-grade spiritual treasure. But the black gold battle armor Shi Haotian gifted Jiang Yan this time was a low-grade supreme treasure, a level higher than the white jade wine flask. No wonder Long Yuan was so envious, consumed by jealousy. Long Yuan, although Xiao Jiang isn't part of the Guardian Legion, the battle merits he's achieved far surpass killing a few fourth-tier ferocious beasts, Shi Haotian said helplessly. To be honest, Long Yuan was the most talented in the army, but at most, he could only kill a 4th-tier beast king of the 1st level. In contrast, Jiang Yan, though only 3rd tier, could kill a 4th-tier beast king as easily as crushing an ant. It was truly infuriating. Long Yuan stared at Jiang Yan with a deadly gaze. Kid, do you deserve this black gold battle armor? If you have the guts, fight me. I'll break your arms and legs. Faced with such unreasonable provocation, Jiang Yan shrugged and simply ignored him. He didn't even glance at Long Yuan, instead smiling at Shi Haotian. Thank you, Guardian Commander, for your gift. Xiao. Jiang gratefully accepts it. This was a low-grade supreme treasure, far more valuable than the white jade wine flask. Jiang Yan couldn't wait to try it on. Seeing himself being completely ignored, Long Yuan exploded in rage. Kid, you're courting death. He raised his spear in his right hand, moving at an astonishing speed. The spear tip ignited into raging flames, transforming into a furious fire dragon that charged at Jiang Yan in an instant. Jiang Yan lightly sidestepped, his gaze cold as he looked at Long Yuan, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. In Long Yuan's shocked eyes, Jiang Yan raised his leg and kicked. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Long Yuan's body bent like a broken kite, flying backward and crashing into the high wall. Jiang Yan's kick had folded him like a collapsible screen. Sigh. Shi Haotian shook his head helplessly. Long Yuan's usual arrogance had now been thoroughly humbled by Jiang Yan, which might help him face reality. Jiang Yan retracted his leg and smiled as he stored the black gold battle armor into the 10 Directions Ghost Token. Guardian Commander, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Go ahead. If you need cultivation resources in the future, come find me anytime. I'll approve them for you, Shi Haotian said with a smile. Jiang Yan also smiled and replied, then Xiao Jiang thanks the Guardian Commander in advance. Kicking Long Yuan away was as trivial to Jiang Yan as stepping on an ant. He didn't give it a second thought. Returning home, Jiang Yan immediately summoned the black gold battle armor. With a single thought, golden patterns emerged on the armor, as if it had come to life. Clang! 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 The black gold battle armor instantly disassembled into components, surrounding Jiang Yan and tightly attaching to his body. Boom! As he donned the black gold battle armor, Jiang Yan's spiritual energy erupted, and his realm soared from 3rd tier 5th level to 3rd tier 10th level. This black gold battle armor directly boosted Jiang Yan's combat power by 5 levels. What a treasure! Jiang Yan exclaimed, unable to put it down. With the addition of the red paper umbrella and the black gold battle armor, his combat power had reached a new height. Buzz! The black gold battle armor disassembled. Again, flying back into the 10 Directions Ghost Token. Jiang Yan stretched lazily, lay back on his bed, and fell into a deep sleep. He was utterly exhausted from the past few days, and had no idea how long he slept. Waking up and glancing at the calendar, he realized it was the day of the National Martial Arts exam. Ha! Jiang Yan yawned. The martial arts exam, huh? Doesn't seem to have much to do with me. Why not? Heh, because he was a guaranteed admission student. After going back to sleep, he woke up in the afternoon. Jiang Yan turned over, and with a sudden thud, he rolled off the bed. Ouch! He held onto the bed, grimacing as he climbed back up. If it weren't for his stomach growling in hunger, he would have loved to sleep until evening. Let me eat some spiritual plants to fill my stomach first. Jiang Yan took out a few 100-year-old spiritual plants from the 10 Directions Ghost Token and stuffed them into his mouth. Not bad. Mixing them together gives a layered taste. While eating, he ordered takeout and lazily sprawled on the sofa watching TV. The TV was filled with news about the martial arts exam. It's just the martial arts exam, why make such a big deal out of it? Every channel was broadcasting the exam, seriously interfering with Jiang Yan's TV time. Killing a few first-tier exotic beasts and getting so much attention? This year's freshmen are way too weak. Jiang Yan shook his head, already seeing himself as a senior. In the live broadcast of the martial arts exam, students with high divine blessings were those who killed many exotic beasts were followed by drones throughout the event. In a short time, 5 dark horses had already emerged. But Jiang Yan had no interest, at most treating it as a variety show. Why? The strongest exotic beast in the martial arts exam was only a 3rd-tier beast king. Most were 1st-tier or lower exotic beasts, and even 2nd-tier ones were rare. If Jiang Yan were to participate in this exam, with just one move of his black hole, the entire exam venue would be turned upside down. The exotic beasts wouldn't escape, and most of the students would end up dead or injured. In Jiang Yan's eyes, the martial arts exam was nothing more than a child's game. So boring, might as well treat it as a snack. Jiang Yan chewed on the spiritual plants while commenting. Just as he was analyzing the key candidates of the martial arts exam, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was Zhang Xiaoshang, Jiang Yan casually answered the call. Old Zhang, what's up? An excited voice came through the phone. Old Zhang, you've been guaranteed admission. Aren't you happy? It's just whatever, pretty boring. Even if I participated in the martial arts exam, I could pick any of the 3 major academies at will, Jiang Yan said. Nonchalantly. Zhang Xiaoshang laughed. You brat. Don't let the examinees hear that, or they'll skin you alive. Jiang Yan chuckled. Sure, let all the examinees this year come at me together and see who can skin me alive. Stop joking. I'm here to tell you something big. Zhang Xiaoshang smiled mysteriously. Let's hear it. Jiang Yan's interest was piqued. He was bored out of his mind. Zhang Xiaoshang asked, have you heard of the Huaxia Heavenly Pride Battle? Of course, Jiang Yan had heard of it. It was one of the most famous martial arts events in Huaxia. So, the Heavenly Pride Battle is starting? Jiang Yan asked indifferently. He thought it might be something significant, but it turned out to be this. Talented martial artists from all provinces would gather in the imperial capital to showcase their strength and stand out. This competition was only open to second-year students and above, so it had nothing to do with him. Hee, that's why I specifically called you. Zhang Xiaoshang chuckled slyly. Want to participate in the Heavenly Pride Battle? I can pull some strings for you. He was now the vice principal of Linjiang No. 2 High School and had strong connections. Not interested. I hate fighting and killing, Jiang Yan replied. He just wanted to quietly be a handsome guy. Old Jiang, don't you want to know the rewards for the Heavenly Pride Battle? Zhang Xiaoshang patiently persuaded. The champion gets a divine elixir. A divine elixir. Those 2 words immediately made Jiang Yan sit up. The reason he had been able to break through his limits was thanks to the divine elixir given to him by Qi Wushang. The divine elixir had fused with the golden spiritual energy in his body, helping him directly surpass the limits of his physical body and realm. Most importantly, the divine elixir tasted amazing, like heavenly candy. Jiang Yan was tempted. Old Zhang, consider this a favor I owe you. Jiang Yan licked his lips, craving another taste of that divine elixir. Zhang Xiaoshang laughed heartily. Ha, I was waiting for you to say that. I've already signed you up. The Heavenly Pride Battle starts in a month. By the way, old Zhang, the participants in the Heavenly Pride Battle aren't ordinary. They're all former martial arts exam champions and martial arts competition winners from years past. And they're all sophomores or above, with several more years of cultivation than you. You might feel quite pressured. Making it into the top 10 would already be impressive. Jiang Yan smacked his lips. Which rank gets the divine medicine? According to tradition, the top 5 get 1 divine medicine each, Zhang Xiaoshang recalled. Old Zhang, you really don't have much faith in me. I'm entering the Tenjia battle aiming for the championship, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Old Zhang, in previous years, the top 5 in the Tenjia battle were all 4th-tier martial kings. 3rd and 4th-year students who are 4th-tier martial kings. Can you imagine how terrifying their talent is? Jiang Yan chuckled. Ha, 3rd and 4th-year martial kings? Old Zhang, can you imagine how powerful I am? He hadn't even entered university yet and had already reached the 3rd tier, 5th level. Those who had cultivated 3 or 4 years longer than him were at best fit to polish his shoes. Zhang Xiaoshang was shocked. Old Jiang, could it be that I've already reached 3rd tier martial master, Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. Zhang Xiaoshang fell completely silent. The martial exam had just begun, and Jiang Yan was already a 3rd tier martial master. His once proudest student, Lin Yu, had only stepped into martial master in his 3rd year. The gap was simply worlds apart, not even on the same level. Zhang Xiaoshang was convinced. Old Jiang, you're truly incredible. As soon as the call ended, Jiang Yan's food delivery arrived. He opened the door to retrieve it, coincidentally running into the elderly woman across the hall who was taking out the trash. Seeing Jiang Yan still at home at this hour, she found it odd. Xiao Jiang, why are you still at home? Jiang Yan replied, just woke up. The elderly woman looked him up and down, concluding that Jiang Yan wasn't qualified to take the martial exam. To participate, one had to reach 1st tier, 5th level, a strict requirement. Thinking of her own son, who was first tier, 7th level, she suddenly felt superior. Xiao Jiang, are you unable to take the martial exam? It's okay, even if you don't get into a martial arts university, there are still paths for the future. Jiang Yin yawned, interrupting her chatter. Auntie, I really can't take the martial exam. He smiled. I'm being directly admitted. With that, he didn't even bother to look at the awkward smile on the elderly woman's face and shut the door, starting to unpack his food. Outside, the elderly woman stood stunned for a while before realizing what direct admission meant. Her face turned red with anger. Direct admission? What's so great about that? Direct admission is probably just to some second or third-rate martial arts university. Direct admission, my foot. She firmly believed that her first-tier, 7th-level son would definitely get into one of the 3 major academies, bringing glory to the family. Chapter 85, Lin Wanyu's Invitation. Becoming a kept man again after finishing his food, Jiang Yan wandered the streets. Out of boredom. The streets were noticeably emptier, as most people were at home watching the martial exam live broadcast. When he reached the city center, Jiang Yan noticed that Zhangcheng Martial Arts Hall was hosting an auction. Auctions are places for the wealthy, I don't want to join that crowd. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a familiar and delighted voice called out, You're Jiang Yan. He turned to see Lin Wanyu standing not far away. Miss Lin. She was barely an acquaintance, as he had once saved her life and accepted the Millennium Moonlight herb she had gifted him. Are you planning to attend this auction too? Lin Wanyu asked with a smile, taking a few steps closer to Jiang Yan. She was so near that he could even catch a faint whiff of her fragrance. No such plans, just passing by, Jiang Yan replied, naturally not revealing his tight financial situation. Back then, he had sold 100 10-year spiritual plants, earning 90 million huaxia currency. For ordinary people, this was already a fortune. But in the auction house, 1 million huaxia currency could only buy a trinket, and even tens of millions couldn't purchase top-tier spiritual plants. A mere millionaire had no qualifications to enter this auction. Lin Wanyu chuckled lightly. I was planning to bid on a spiritual treasure. If you have time, Jiang, why not accompany me inside? Oh, sorry, I called you Jiang because I'm used to it. You're about the same age as my younger brother. You don't mind, do you? Lin Wanyu asked, a bit worried that the term might offend Jiang Yan. Lin Wanyu had already graduated from a martial arts university and was 4 or 5 years older than Jiang Yan. Whether you call me brother Jiang or not doesn't matter, you can call me whatever you like. As for accompanying her to the auction, it's not impossible. It's a good opportunity to see what treasures are up for bidding. Seeing Jiang Yan nod, Lin Wanyu's eyes were full of delight. Then, brother Jiang, come with me. Jiang Yan walked to her side, and the two arrived at the entrance of the martial arts arena. Lin Wanyu handed over a black gold card, and the attendant smiled as he invited them inside. This is a verification card. A black gold card represents liquid assets of over 1 billion. Lin Wanyu explained. Jiang Yan was slightly stunned. Was the entry threshold for the auction really 1 billion? He was secretly shocked. Seeing his surprised expression, Lin Wanyu smiled gently. Ordinary auctions only require assets of 1 million to enter, but this one is the Filan Auction House. Filan Auction House, a world-class auction house. The treasures auctioned here start at tens of millions of Chinese yuan. Miss Lin, this way to your exclusive private room. A luxuriously dressed attendant led the way. Under the attendant's guidance, Jiang Yan and Lin Wanyu arrived at a one-way transparent VIP room. The outside couldn't see in, but the inside had a clear view of the outside. Lin Wanyu smiled at Jiang Yan and said, if you fancy anything, I can help you bid for it. Sure, Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Soon, the auction officially began. A blonde woman in a tight skirt stepped onto the stage in red high heels, holding a jade box under the spotlight. Esteemed guests, this is the first treasure of today's auction. The blonde's voice was enchanting, her red lips slightly parted, revealing a radiant smile. As the jade box slowly opened, a golden token emitted a dazzling light. The token shone brilliantly, and the room was filled with gasps of astonishment. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the blonde smiled even more brightly. What you see is an S-grade artifact, called the command token, capable of summoning ancient generals. As soon as she finished speaking, the auction hall erupted in excitement. The blonde continued, the starting bid for the S-grade command token is 300 million. Hearing this number, Jiang Yan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. A starting bid of 300 million. Auctions truly were games for the wealthy he couldn't afford to play. An S-grade summoning artifact seems less powerful than Brother Zhang's innate artifact, Lin Wanyu said with a smile, looking at him. Jiang Yan waved his hand. Although it's not as strong as my 10 Directions Ghost token, it's worth more 300 million, after all. Brother Jiang, you're quite the joker. 300 million is nothing. If your 10 Directions Ghost token were put up for auction, it would fetch a sky-high price. The nation might even mobilize all its resources to acquire it, Lin Wanyu said with a radiant smile. After all, an SSS-grade divine artifact holder has the ability to establish a prosperous empire. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. A prosperous empire? How big? Lin Wanyu smiled mysteriously. As big as China. The Yan and Huang emperors were both SSS-grade divine artifact holders, she added. Not long after, the first S-grade command token was sold for 1.53 billion. Next, the second item was introduced, a high-grade spiritual treasure with a starting bid of 200 million. The third item was a bronze fragment with a starting bid of 50 million. Next is the 15th item, a jade stone from the ruins of the Western Tal River. Starting bid, 150 million, the blonde announced loudly. A jade stone from the ruins. Jiang Yan immediately thought of the incomplete original breathing technique he had obtained from the Wangshan ruins. He stood up abruptly, wanting to get a clearer look at the jade stone on the display platform. Yes, this jade stone was identical to the one he had obtained from the Wangshan ruins. Brother Jiang, do you want this auction item? Lin Wanyu asked. Miss Lin, I don't have enough money with me right now. Could you help me bid for it first? He only had over 90 million on hand, far from enough. However, he could sell some of the century-old spiritual plants he had been using as snacks from the 10 Directions Ghost token to raise funds. Previously, he had only sold decade-old spiritual plants that were useless to him, but he still had plenty of century-old ones and even a few millennium-old ones. Lin Wanyu could tell that Jiang Yan truly wanted this auction item. Her eyes flashed, and she smiled brightly. If Brother Jiang wants it, I can give it to you directly, as a gesture of friendship. She smiled and pressed the auction button. I bid 1 billion. Lin Wanyu's voice echoed through the auction hall, and instantly, no one dared to bid again. The blonde woman was also stunned, starting with 1 billion. Although this jade came from the ruins, apart from calming the mind and spirit, it had no other special uses. No matter how much it was studied, it was just an ordinary jade with good quality and a bit of spiritual energy. The starting price was 150 million. Mainly because it came from the ruins and was a hidden treasure. If it could be auctioned for 200 million, that would already be considered a high price. Were the people in this VIP room crazy? Offering 1 billion for a piece of broken jade. Jiang Yan was also dumbfounded. Miss Lin, the starting price was 150 million, right? You suddenly bid 1 billion, wasn't that a bit too much? Lin Wanyu chuckled lightly. Since it's something you want, Brother Jiang, I must bid with all my might to prevent anyone else from snatching. It's. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. Well, with this 1 billion bid, no one would dare to compete. Sure enough, Lin Wanyu successfully won the jade. The attendant smiled as he handed the box containing the jade to Lin Wanyu. After the attendant left, Lin Wanyu pushed the box toward Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang, you didn't save me this time, so don't consider this compensation, just take it as a meeting gift. Lin Wanyu bowed gracefully. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Wanyu, heir to the Baichao group in Modu. Jiang Yan opened his mouth, feeling as though he had once again become a kept man relying on a woman. Chapter 86, The Secret of the Jade. The auction ended, and Lin Wanyu purchased 3 priceless treasures, shocking everyone. The two exchanged contact information and said goodbye at the auction entrance. Brother Jiang, let's meet again next time, Lin Wanyu said with a gentle smile. Jiang Yan replied with a smile, see you. Having obtained the jade he had been longing for, Jiang Yan lost interest in shopping and rushed straight home. Jiang Shaoke returned home from school and looked at the hurried Jiang Yan in confusion. Brother, are you being chased? Jiang Yan jumped into his room and closed the door, saying, no one's chasing me. I'm going into seclusion to cultivate, don't disturb me for the next few days. Alright, Jiang Shaoke pouted and went to make dinner herself. Inside the room, Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled as he stared at the incomplete jade in his hands. He held the jade with both hands, brought it close to his face, and took a deep breath, his expression intoxicated. This is the scent. Exactly the same as my previous jade. He was practically drooling. Come on, little treasure, show me what surprises you have in store. The original breath he had obtained from the Wangshan ruins' hidden treasure was only a fragment, yet it had astonishing effects. This jade also came from the ruins. If it was another fragment of the original breath, he would hit the jackpot. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and began to operate the original breathing technique, injecting a large amount of spiritual energy into the jade. Buzz! As the spiritual energy surged in like a tidal wave, the cracks in the jade emitted a faint blue light, slowly floating and humming. Why haven't the runes inside the jade emerged yet? Jiang Yan frowned. Could it be that the spiritual energy wasn't enough? He took another deep breath and, by pushing the primordial breathing technique to its limit, a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire old residential area. With a single thought, the boundless spiritual energy rushed into the jade stone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blue light of the jade stone grew brighter, its vibrations intensified, and the buzzing frequency became increasingly rapid, making it unbearable to the ears. Xiaoku is still outside. I can't let this vibration harm her. Jiang Yan's right hand crackled, and black lightning appeared. Thunder cage. With his command, the black lightning instantly transformed into a small cage, encasing the room and isolating the jade stones. Buzzing. Jiang Yan was unwilling to give up. You think I can't handle you? If spiritual energy doesn't work, then let's try gilded spiritual energy. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and a streak of golden light appeared at his fingertips. This was gilded spiritual energy from the ancient martial emperor's body. Go! Break it open for me! Jiang Yan pointed, and the gilded spiritual energy flew into the jade stone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The jade stone emitted a dazzling blue light, surrounded by golden radiance, yet the runes still failed to appear. Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. Did he really buy a useless piece of junk? No, he had to try again. He refused to believe he had misjudged it. Jiang Yan's consciousness delved into the 10 Directions ghost token, holding the jade stone to see if the ancient texts contained any records about it. As his cultivation level increased, the secrets of the ancient texts gradually unfolded before him. The ancient text sealed within the 10 Directions ghost token was the Book of the Nether, which detailed the life of the Nine Nether Emperor, a complete biography. The book contained all the techniques and martial skills he had mastered, down to the minutest details, even recording everything he had seen and heard. As Jiang Yan's cultivation level steadily rose, the secrets of the Book of the Nether slowly revealed themselves. Once the entire content of the Book of the Nether was deciphered, Jiang Yan would essentially have experienced the Nine Nether Emperor's life firsthand, mastering all his ultimate techniques. Jiang Yan had a suspicion that he might have some special connection to the Nine Nether Emperor recorded in the book. Could I be the illegitimate child of the Nine Nether Emperor? He pondered for a moment but dismissed the idea, as the book stated that the Nine Nether Emperor was not a being of this era. Suddenly, Jiang Yan had an epiphany. I must be the reincarnation of the Nine Nether Emperor. That's the only explanation that makes sense. Setting aside these speculations for now, the most pressing matter was to unlock the jade stone. Jiang Yan approached the Book of the Nether, which was sealed with layers of chains, and extended his palm. The jade stone in his hand slowly floated before the book. The Book of the Nether seemed to respond, gradually opening and flipping through its pages. It works after all. This indicated that the Nine Nether Emperor had come into contact with this jade stone, and the book contained relevant information about it. After a while, the Book of the Nether finally stopped flipping its pages. Jiang Yan patiently read through it and found that only a small portion mentioned the jade stone. Sky Curtain Fragment. The Four Realms War. The extinction of all techniques. The Sky Curtain was shattered, and ancient magical scriptures fell to the lower realm along with the Sky Curtain fragments engraved upon them. After reading this passage, Jiang Yan was momentarily confused. What were the Four Realms? Based on his years of experience with online novels, the Four Realms were most likely worlds beyond Blue Star. This also explained why the jade stone contained the extraordinary primordial breathing technique. The primordial breathing technique was originally a method from the upper realm's four realms. Due to a great war, these ancient scriptures were all lost. These scriptures fell to the lower realm of Blue Star along with the Sky Curtain fragments scattered across various ruins worldwide. Through the Book of the Nether, Jiang Yan learned that there were higher existences beyond this world, and he couldn't help but feel excited. The upper realm's four realms, one day, I must see them for myself. He wanted to know the differences between the so-called upper realm and Blue Star. Unfortunately, Jiang Yan sighed. It turns out the Book of the Nether only revealed the origin and information about this jade stone, but didn't teach me how to unlock it. Just as Jiang Yan was about to leave the ghost token space, the Book of the Nether suddenly emitted a strange light, and a stream of black energy flew into the jade stone. The jade stone emitted a cracking sound. In an instant, the jade stone was engulfed by the black energy, and the runes within it emerged before Jiang Yan's eyes. Wow, this Book of Netherworld is incredible! Jiang Yan was so shocked he couldn't speak. He shook his head, knowing now wasn't the time to be surprised, and decided to first figure out what these runes meant. As before, Jiang Yan couldn't understand the runes, but, strangely, he could naturally grasp their meaning. These runes weren't breathing techniques or martial arts, they were a prescription. All the rune information flooded into Jiang Yan's mind, and the prescription was deeply etched into his memory. Breakthrough Pill. For those below the 6th tier, consuming it allows them to directly advance one tier. For 6th tier martial saints, it increases the success rate of breakthroughs by 50%. After reading the description, Jiang Yan's breathing became rapid with excitement. Oh my god! This prescription is absolutely heaven-defying. As long as the pill is refined according to the prescription, anyone below the 6th tier can advance one tier by consuming just one pill. 6th tier martial saints can even increase their breakthrough success rate by half. This is undoubtedly a top-tier divine medicine. It's important to note that most God-gifted individuals are limited by their innate talent, and their potential realm is determined on the day of the God gift ceremony. E- and F-grade God-gifted individuals can never break through to the 2nd tier in their lifetime. C- and D-grade individuals can at most reach the 3rd realm. B-grade individuals hover between the 3rd and 4th tiers. A-grade individuals have a chance to reach the 6th tier. S-grade individuals are destined to achieve the 6th tier, but the 7th tier is an extremely difficult threshold to cross, and most S-grade individuals can't break through in their lifetime. But with this breakthrough pill, everything changes. Even F-grade God-gifted individuals can become 6th tier martial saints by consuming several pills consecutively. The breakthrough pill is truly a peerless divine medicine. Chapter 87, End of the Martial Exam. Jiang Yan was so excited he didn't know where to place his hands. The value of this prescription was astonishing. It would undoubtedly become a treasure fought over across the entire Blue Star. Not just Blue Star, even people from the upper realm wouldn't sit idly upon hearing this news. However, Jiang Yan had no intention of easily revealing that he possessed this divine medicine prescription. He was well aware that possessing treasure could invite trouble. I will never let the secret of the breakthrough pill leak out, Jiang Yan said with a smile on his lips. He began carefully studying the prescription, wanting to know what ingredients were needed to refine the breakthrough pill. Upon seeing the requirements, Jiang Yan was almost scared out of his wits. Damn! 5 different types of 10,000-year spiritual plants, plus the heartblood of 3 golden beast kings. Jiang Yan was so shocked he couldn't speak. This was practically impossible. Setting aside whether Blue Star even had 5 different types of 10,000-year spiritual plants, just the heartblood of 3 golden beast kings was something he couldn't obtain right now. Ordinary 6th tier beast kings might barely be attainable, but golden beast kings? That was simply a joke. Clearly, no one intended for this pill to be easily refined. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the breakthrough pill could unconditionally create a 6th tier martial saint, or even a 7th tier martial emperor. Forget it, he didn't have the ability to gather those ingredients right now. The matter of the breakthrough pill would have to wait for the future. Jiang Yan woke up from the ghost order space, desperately focusing his mind on studying the Book of Netherworld and the runes on the jade stone, exhausting himself to the point where he could barely keep his eyes open. He lay on the bed, muttering, I originally thought it was a fragment of the primal breathing technique, but it turns out I got excited for nothing. Still, the prescription for the breakthrough pill was quite impressive. It was practically priceless on Blue Star. Exhausted in both body and mind, Jiang Yan fell asleep shortly after lying down. When he woke up again, a week had passed, and the martial exam had ended. The primal breathing technique had now become Jiang Yan's passive skill, so even after sleeping for a week, he didn't feel hungry. Wow! I actually slept for a whole week. Jiang Yan rubbed his eyes, feeling his strength had increased again. Over the week, the primal breathing technique had been continuously active, directly advancing him 3 levels to reach the 8th level of the 3rd tier. He casually took out a white jade wine flask and began drinking. After a week of fermentation, the spiritual wine in the flask had become even more potent. Jiang Yan drank for a full 5 minutes in one go. Satisfied, he let out a contented burp of the spiritual wine within the golden vortex within his body rapidly refined spiritual energy, and this spiritual energy exploded, causing Jiang Yan to advance 2 more levels. Third stage, 10th level. At this level, ordinary divinely gifted persons could reach the 4th stage, beginning their journey to a breakthrough. Jiang Yan could choose to break through now, but he certainly wasn't foolish enough to do so. He had already nearly perfected the 3rd stage and planned to first reach the maximum level of the 100th level before attempting a breakthrough. He stretched, ready to go out for a walk. As he opened the door, he saw the woman opposite, her face livid, clothespin in hand, beating and scolding a young man. "I've raised you in vain. I told you to get into a martial arts college. I'm going to beat you to death today." The woman's words grew increasingly angry. She had high hopes for her youngest son, but he failed to even get into the 3 major academies, not even a martial arts university, and only managed a martial arts college. How could she face this shame? "Little bastard, I don't see where you can run." The woman, clothespin in hand, whipped the young man furiously. Jiang Yan smacked his lips in surprise. It was his own mother who was so cruel. He couldn't bear to watch it. The beaten boy jumped around. When he saw Jiang Yan, he was like seeing a savior. Tears kept falling down. "Brother Jiang, save me." He ran over crying and hid behind Jiang Yan. "Bastard! Wherever you run today, I will beat you to death." The aunt was furious and rushed over with a crutch. Hey! The child is still young. Just a few hits will be enough. Don't hurt him." Jiang Yan quickly opened his hands to protect the boy's back. "Xiao Jiang, don't block me. I must beat this little bastard to death today. He is so disgraceful that he couldn't even get into martial arts university." The aunt was furious. Whoa. The boy was beaten so hard that he dared not say a word. He hid behind Jiang Yan and trembled. Jiang Yan smiled and rubbed the boy's head. "Don't cry, sweetheart. It's no big deal if you didn't do well on the test." He looked at the old lady, whose face had turned purple with anger, and said with a smile, "Don't worry if you didn't get into martial arts university. You'll definitely have a future." The old lady felt increasingly uneasy. Wasn't this the same thing she'd said a week ago when she'd mocked Jiang Yan? And now, this guy Jiang Yan was using it to comfort her? She was so angry she could barely breathe, her hands shaking. I'm going to beat him to death today. I'm going to pretend I never had this son." Jiang Yan kept a smile on his face, and like a game of eagle and chicken, he carefully blocked the old lady's kick to prevent her from hitting the boy. After an unknown amount of time, the old lady finally became so exhausted that she couldn't breathe, and the kick dropped to the ground. The boy cautiously poked his head out, peeking at the old lady with just his eyes. "Brother Jiang, are you okay?" "I'm okay." Jiang Yan smiled and patted the boy's head. Jiang Yan moved aside, and just as the boy's head half appeared, a slipper flew towards him. The boy felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Before the old lady could finish her strength, she kicked her son to the ground with a slipper. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. F-level treasure, power slippers. The old lady next door is really powerful. These slippers are as accurate as darts. "Brother Jiang, help!" This time the boy didn't shout out, and was dragged into the house by the old lady. As soon as the door was closed, the boy's desperate cry also stopped. Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head. "If I had known it would be like this, I should have thought it through at the beginning." The farce was over. He had seen enough fun, and was ready to go downstairs to his favorite beef ramen restaurant. The beef ramen restaurant was crowded. Jiang Yan waited for a while and saw a diner leave after eating. He was as fast as a ghost and quickly occupied the empty seat. "Boss, give me a ramen set meal," Jiang Yan shouted. "Coming right away." Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came. A few minutes later, Lin Xiaoxiao came over with ramen. Seeing that it was Jiang Yan, her face flushed instantly. "Jiang Yan, it's really you." Jiang Yan picked up the chopsticks. How could it be fake? Lin Xiaoxiao put the noodles and soda in front of Jiang Yan, sat opposite him, her eyes full of admiration. "Jiang Yan, I heard Iran say that you were recommended, so you didn't take part in this martial arts exam. Which school were you recommended to?" "I can't remember, anyway it was one of the 3 major academies." Jiang Yan said indifferently. He didn't take it to heart at all and could barely remember. The 3 prestigious academies that everyone dreamed of, Jiang Yan didn't care about them in the slightest. If the examinees knew, they'd probably want to tear him apart alive. Chapter 88, on the eve of the Battle of the Prodigies in a beef noodle shop, Jiang Yan was eating noodles while casually chatting with Lin Xiaoxiao. who was like an encyclopedia, constantly asking questions. Suddenly, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, sensing a chilling coldness. He glanced calmly toward the entrance of the noodle shop and saw a man in a golden battle robe walk in and sit in the corner. The man's aura was restrained, but the spiritual energy around him was dense, like a powerful force enveloping him. Xiaoyun smiled and said, "Boss, one order of your signature noodles, please. Please wait a moment, coming right up." Lin Xiaoxiao, seeing the customer, immediately stood up from across Jiang Yan and headed to the kitchen. As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao left, the man in the golden robe, Xiaoyun, sat across from Jiang Yan. He smiled and said, "You must be the ghost immortal who's been stirring up trouble in the city lately." "I'm not," Jiang Yan replied indifferently, slurping his noodles. "Ha!" A trace of disdain flashed in Xiaoyun's eyes. "The battle of the prodigies is approaching. I'll personally crush you and show everyone that I, Xiaoyun, am the strongest of the new generation in Huaxia." Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. Fine, if you say you are, then you are." Xiaoyun's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Ghost Immortal, let me tell you, you're not qualified to participate in the battle of the prodigies. I can sense that you're only at the 3rd stage of Martial Master, not the 4th stage, so you don't meet the requirements." Jiang Yan completely ignored him, chewing his noodles happily. Seeing Jiang Yan's lack of reaction, Xiaoyun's face turned grim. "Are you ignoring me?" His spiritual energy surged, and he instantly tried to shatter the noodle bowl in front of him. Buzz! Impossible! Xiaoyun's expression changed slightly. He had already exerted spiritual pressure, yet he couldn't shatter Jiang Yan's noodle bowl, not even a tremor. There was only one explanation: Jiang Yan was also releasing spiritual pressure, and it was nearly as strong as his own. How could this be? Jiang Yan was only at the 3rd stage of Martial Master, while he was already at the 4th stage of Martial King. A bead of cold sweat slid down Xiaoyun's cheek. He gritted his teeth and pushed his spiritual pressure to the limit. Jiang Yan put down his chopsticks. "That's enough. Using spiritual pressure in a small noodle shop, do you want to scare all the customers to death?" Hearing this, Xiaoyun snapped back to reality and looked around, realizing that everyone in the beef noodle shop had fainted. Only a few were barely conscious. Ghost Immortal. Xiaoyun's face twisted. He couldn't understand why Jiang Yan remained so calm. This made Xiaoyun feel defeated, as if Jiang Yan didn't take him seriously at all, like he was a clown. A clown? He, Xiaoyun, had become a clown? Xiaoyun clenched his fists, his gaze cold. "Jiang Yan, we'll settle this at the Battle of the Prodigies." Jiang Yan stood up, ignoring Xiaoyun's rant, and helped the pale-faced Lin Xiaoxiao, who was slumped on the ground, before turning to leave the beef noodle shop. On the way home, Jiang Yan was blocked by several people. He sighed helplessly and pulled his hands out of his pockets. Is this never going to end? Before he could get a response, a vortex of flames suddenly roared toward him. Boom! The explosion of flames plunged the surroundings into a deathly silence. "Is that all the Ghost Immortal has? Looks like we came for nothing," said a mysterious figure wearing a spirit fox mask, shaking his head. "My vermilion bird sacred flame can burn the heavens. Even a 4th stage martial king would suffer," sneered a red-haired masked man. "Wait, I think I see a figure in the flames." One of the masked men stammered, swallowing hard. "Nonsense! My vermilion bird sacred flame can incinerate everything. The Ghost Immortal is just a mortal, there's no way he survived." The red-haired man's words trailed off. From the vortex of flames, a figure emerged. Jiang Yan walked out, expressionless, and glanced at the group. "You all look surprised." The red-haired man's voice trembled. Are you human or ghost?" "Of course I'm human," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. "You didn't really think your flames were that impressive, did you?" After consuming the Millennium Scorching Flame Flower, Jiang Yan had gained immunity to fire, allowing him to ignore fire damage for a short time. Black Flame. Jiang Yan unleashed a black flame that surged toward the red-haired man. Vermilion Bird Sacred Flame. The red-haired man conjured sacred golden flames with both hands, clashing against the black flames. In less than a breath, the black flames devoured the golden flames, forcing the red-haired man to run in circles. The others, witnessing this scene, were terrified out of their wits. "This is impossible. That's the SS-level Vermilion Bird Sacred Flame, and it was actually consumed by the Ghost Immortal's black flames. No way, let me teach him a lesson." A mysterious figure wearing a fox mask moved as fast as lightning. Thunder rumbling around him. Purple lightning condensed into a tangible form. "Purple Heaven Divine Thunder." "In Thunder," Jiang Yan responded indifferently. Black lightning erupted instantly, shattering the fox-masked figures. Purple lightning and severely injuring him. Taste my sword. Another masked figure suddenly attacked, runes appearing on the ancient sword in his hand. Clang! Jiang Yan drew his ghostblade sword with a backhand motion, engaging in an intense duel with the mysterious figure wearing a dragon mask. The dragon-masked man's arm began to tremble, and the ancient sword in his hand emitted a crisp cracking sound. Jiang Yan yawned. So boring. He kicked the dragon-masked man, sending him flying hundreds of meters, then beckoned to the remaining masked figures with a finger. Come at me together, I have other things to do. The figures wearing tiger, lion, and falcon masks nodded in unison and instantly disappeared from their spots, charging at Jiang Yan from different directions. Jiang Yan stomped the ground forcefully, causing it to crack and sending several massive rocks flying to block their attacks. Moving swiftly, he kicked the rocks one after another. The rocks smashed into the masked figures, sending them flying hundreds of meters along with the stones. In less than a moment, Jiang Yan had dealt with these enemies. With his hands in his pockets, Jiang Yan stood before one of the masked figures and reached out to remove the mask, revealing a beautiful woman's face. The woman smiled awkwardly. The ghost immortal is indeed formidable. We admit defeat. The other masked figures bent over and dragging their injured legs, crawled over and cupped their hands toward Jiang Yan in unison. Ghost immortal, we concede. Jiang Yan said indifferently, you're all at the third tier. The woman smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, we're all third-tier martial masters. At this level, we're basically cannon fodder in the Heavenly Talents battle. Reality was harsh. This group hadn't even graduated from university yet but were already third-tier martial masters, considered prodigies. However, once they participated in the Heavenly Talents Battle of China, their brilliance faded. In the face of true geniuses, they were nothing more than ordinary people. And Jiang Yan, to them, was the true genius. Chapter 89, The Name of the Ghost Immortal, feared by all. After dealing with the troublesome masked group, Jiang Yan finally returned home. With the Heavenly Talents battle drawing closer, he had to seize every moment to train if he wanted to win the championship. No longer joking around, he took a few sips of spiritual wine from a jade flask and began practicing the primal breathing technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The day of the Heavenly Talents battle had arrived. Jiang Yan opened his eyes, a glimmer flashing within them, his aura surging. After a month of training, he had broken through 5 levels, reaching the 15th level of the third tier. I will bloom. I will sprout. I will grow lushly like spring rain, he muttered to himself. His phone rang, and without looking, Jiang Yan knew who was calling. Hello, he answered. Old Jiang, the Heavenly Talents battle starts tomorrow. When are you planning to head to the capital? Should I come pick you up? Zhang Xiaoshang asked with concern. Old Zhang, you just want to visit the capital and take me along for the ride, don't you? Jiang Yan chuckled. You brat. Don't be so blunt. Can't you speak with a bit more tact? Zhang Xiaoshang pretended to scold him, then laughed. Alright, I promised to take my daughter to the capital for a few days, so I'll take you along too. Alright, then I won't hold back, Jiang Yan laughed. You're still talking like you're being polite. When did you ever change your ways? Zhang Xiaoshang joked. After hanging up, Jiang Yan grabbed a quick bite, went to the supermarket to buy several boxes of gifts, and casually picked up a pack of Chinese cigarettes before heading to Zhang Xiaoshang's house. He rang the doorbell, pressing it over a dozen times. From inside, Zhang Xiaoshang's annoyed voice came. Coming. Pressing it once is enough, you're acting like a debt collector. The door opened, revealing Jiang Yan carrying several large boxes of gifts and a pack of Huaxia cigarettes. Zhang Xiaoshang immediately put on a benevolent expression. You didn't have to bring gifts just because you're visiting. Oh, then I'll take them back home, Jiang Yan said, placing the cigarettes into the 10 directions ghost token. Hey, Zhang Xiaoshang quickly protested. Jiang Yan chuckled and carried the gifts into the house. It had to be said, ever since becoming the vice principal, Zhang Xiaoshang's life had greatly improved. The living room now featured a sandalwood cabinet filled with antique collectibles, and the walls were adorned with paintings by renowned artists. Old Zhang, you're starting to get vain, Jiang Yan joked. Old Zhang, at my age, who doesn't like these things? Zhang Xiaoshang replied with an air of seniority. He laughed and called out loudly, Linger, we have a guest. Stop staying in your room all the time. Before long, the door to the secondary bedroom opened, and a girl wearing dinosaur pajamas walked out with a displeased expression. Zhang Xiaosheng smiled and said, Linger, this is Jiang Yan, the unparalleled genius your father trained. Zhang Linger was naturally skeptical and pouted, saying, unparalleled genius? Is he as impressive as Gu Gongzi? Gu Gongzi? Jiang Yan had never heard of him and looked at Zhang Xiaosheng in confusion. Zhang Xiaosheng explained with a bitter smile, he's a top figure from the martial arts aristocracy in the Magic City, an SSS-level God-gifted individual. He broke through to the 4th tier just a month ago and is hailed as the #1 of the new generation in the Magic City. Oh, Jiang Yan nodded. Zhang Xiaosheng sighed, my daughter has recently become obsessed with this Gu Gongzi. She insists I take her to watch the Tianjia battle because he's participating. Jiang Yan smiled, if he's that impressive, I'll have to see him for myself when the time comes. You want to compete with Gu Gongzi? Do you even qualify? Gu Gongzi is an unparalleled master, not only from a prestigious family but also incredibly handsome. No one can defeat him. Zhang Linger began boasting. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. This young master of the Gu family seemed to have adopted fan culture tactics, which was quite amusing. Zhang Xiaosheng helplessly said to Zhang Linger, Linger, be polite. Haven't I taught you better? And do you know what title your brother Jiang Yan holds? Zhang Xiaosheng's mouth twitched slightly as he thought about what he was about to say. Zhang Linger disdainfully asked, what title? Jiang Yan Wan? Zhang Xiaosheng uttered just 2 words, Ghost Immortal. As soon as those words were spoken, Zhang Linger froze completely. The name Jiang Yan might not be widely known, but the title Ghost Immortal was famous throughout Jiang City, everyone knew it. Zhang Linger stared at Jiang Yan in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ghost? Ghost Immortal? You're Ghost Immortal? Probably, Jiang Yan shrugged. Zhang Linger trembled all over, gritting her teeth before finally shouting at Jiang Yan, you're the most difficult opponent for Gu Gongzi in this Tianjia battle. I hate you. Jiang Yan found it amusing. This girl clearly hadn't fully grasped the situation yet. Zhang Linger glared at Jiang Yan and said, Ghost Immortal, you can't lay a hand on Gu Gongzi during the Tianjia battle. Zhang Xiaosheng was speechless. Linger, stop being unreasonable. No way. He's Ghost Immortal, and Ghost Immortal is terrifying. I'm afraid Gu Gongzi will be defeated by him. Zhang Linger's voice grew softer and softer, her eyes reddening with worry. Of course, she was crying because she feared her beloved Gu Gongzi might lose to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan almost burst out laughing. Was this considered recognition of his strength? But honestly, when had he ever been so ruthless? People had exaggerated his reputation so much. After learning that Jiang Yan was Ghost Immortal, Zhang Linger clung to Zhang Xiaosheng, whining, Dad, let's not take him to the imperial capital. Okay? I don't want him to participate in the Tianjia battle. Linger, stop it. There's a limit, Zhang Xiaosheng said helplessly. The Gu Gongzi you admire is a 4th-tier martial king, while Jiang Yan is only 3rd tier. You don't need to worry. Jiang Yan chimed in, exactly. If I encounter him during the Tianjia battle, I might even avoid him. Zhang Linger pouted and stared at Jiang Yan, you're not lying to me? I'm not lying to you, Jiang Yan replied. With a smile, with the assurance given, Zhang Linger finally breathed a sigh of relief and broke into a silly grin. Humph, I told you, young Master Gu is the #1 in Huaxia, even Ghost Immortals are no match for him. Jiang Yan and Zhang Xiaosheng exchanged a smile but said nothing. After a brief chat, the 3 got into the car. Zhang Xiaosheng drove, Jiang Yan sat in the passenger seat and closed his eyes to rest. This was Jiang Yan's first trip to the imperial capital, the capital of Huaxia, the birthplace of the 3 great academies, and a gathering place for geniuses and masters. Imperial capital, here I come, Jiang Yan said with a smile. In 2 months, he would begin his studies at the Sacred Academy in the imperial capital. After the Tianjiao tournament, he had no plans to return to Jiangcheng. He intended to establish himself in the imperial capital. It was said that the imperial capital held ancient heritage sites, and he wanted to explore them. Most importantly, according to the Book of the Nether, there was a secret passage in the ancient imperial capital leading to the celestial realm. He was determined to find that path and ascend to the 4 realms of the upper world. Chapter 90, One Punch subdues Xiao Yun at the foot of Fengming Mountain in the imperial capital. The place was packed with people, bustling with noise. Look! That person is Gu Yu, the #1 prodigy of the Magic City. Xiao Yun from the Xiao family. He's the most promising contender for the championship this year. Oh my god, Zhou Zun, the #1 prodigy of the Eastern Province, is here too. Oriental Shua from the Martial Emperor Academy. Hua Yuan from the Celestial Academy. Seeing so many geniuses from Huaxia appear, the onlookers were both shocked and thrilled. To witness these young masters in person was an honor for them. After all, these young heroes were the future pillars of Huaxia, the strong ones of tomorrow. Someone asked curiously, I heard the ghost immortal from Linjiang province is also participating in the Tianjiao tournament. Why isn't he here yet? That ghost immortal, the unparalleled prodigy being fought over by the 3 great academies, could he be scared? The Tianjiao tournament is no ordinary competition. Sure, the ghost immortal can take on 3 opponents at once and defeat them, but Guyu and Zhou Zun are no pushovers either. Just then, someone shouted, "The ghost immortal is here." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone turned their heads. They saw a lazy-looking young man strolling over, leaning against a stone pillar as if he had no bones. His lackluster entrance left everyone puzzled. Is the information correct? This is the ghost immortal? Why does he look like he just woke up? Maybe he really just woke up. But he is indeed the ghost immortal. Among the crowd, the appearance of the ghost immortal immediately caught the attention of Guyu, Xiaoyun, and others. Guyu, tall and upright like a spear, stared coldly at Jiang Yan. Ghost? Immortal? How dare you spread rumors about being involved with Wanyu? I'll make sure you lose face. He had been pursuing Lin Wanyu for years, but she had never paid him any attention. Ever since Lin Wanyu visited the Wangshan ruins in Linjiang province, rumors had spread that she was pursuing the ghost immortal and had a complicated relationship with him. What infuriated him the most was that Lin Wanyu's younger brother, Lin Tian, was deliberately trying to matchmake the ghost immortal with Lin Wanyu. Every time he thought about it, Guyu's face darkened as if it could drip water. Lin Tian, I treated you like a brother, and you went behind my back to introduce Wanyu to someone else. He glared coldly at Jiang Yan. Ghost immortal, the Tianjiao tournament will be broadcast live. Wanyu will definitely be watching. I will personally defeat you and cripple your cultivation. Leaning against the stone pillar, Jiang Yan felt a chill down his spine. He lazily glanced at the sharp gaze directed at him, looking puzzled. Damn, I just got here, and so many people are already hostile toward me? He had spent the previous night practicing the primal breathing technique in Zhang Xiaoxing's car, and now that he had just gotten out, he was still a bit dazed and sleepy. I wanted to lean against the stone pillar and catch up on some sleep before the Tianjiao tournament started, but I can't seem to fall asleep at all. Jiang Yan yawned but decided not to actually sleep. Instead, he began circulating the primal breathing technique to restore his energy. Whoosh! Jiang Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the fatigue on his face instantly disappeared. His aura erupted, immediately causing everyone around him to lower their heads in awe. Those who had previously thought he looked sleepy and lacked presence suddenly turned pale. Damn, how did he suddenly seem like a completely different person? Is this his battle mode? I told you, he's definitely the ghost immortal. I was just not fully awake earlier, but now that I am, the sheer aura is suffocating. Clad in a golden robe, Xiaoyun looked at Jiang Yan stealing the spotlight, his face full of impatience as he shouted coldly, Ghost immortal, this is not the place for you to act recklessly. Withdraw your aura. He stepped forward from the mountaintop, charging straight at Jiang Yan like a torpedo, his right hand gathering golden light as he threw a punch. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the crowd, causing them to gasp in shock. Xiaoyun just made his move. Could the ghost immortal be dead? Highly likely. The ghost immortal is at most a 3rd tier, while Xiaoyun, as the direct heir of the Xiao family, is already a 4th tier martial king. There's no way the ghost immortal can match him. Everyone favored Xiaoyun, convinced that Jiang Yan would be killed with a single punch. At that moment, a lazy voice rang out. Why so impulsive? A powerful spiritual pressure erupted, dispersing the dust. Jiang Yan effortlessly caught Xiaoyun's punch with one hand, a relaxed smile on his face. In contrast, Xiaoyun's expression turned grim, almost twisted. Your physical body. Xiaoyun, an SS-grade celestial physique wielder with an exceptionally strong body, was utterly outclassed by Jiang Yan. The right hand caught by Jiang Yan emitted a cracking sound of bones breaking. Let go. Xiaoyun's face contorted as he tried to pull his hand back, but he couldn't move, it was firmly held by Jiang Yan. All right. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. He suddenly released his grip, and Xiaoyun was overjoyed. Just as he was about to celebrate his freed hand, Jiang Yan's right leg, wrapped in black lightning, delivered a swift and thunderous whip kick. Whoosh! Xiaoyun was struck, flying backward like a curled shrimp, instantly sent hurtling 100 meters away. Boom! Xiaoyun crashed into and shattered a mountaintop. Jiang Yan retracted his right leg, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. The battle came and went quickly, ending in an instant. No one had time to react before it was over. Did you see what just happened? I only saw the ghost immortal's right leg strike like lightning, and then Xiao Yun flew away, smashing into the mountain. The spectators were baffled, unable to grasp the details of what had transpired. Only the truly exceptional prodigies understood it clearly. Guyu, the number one in the demon capital, frowned slightly. Such speed and a formidable physique, he's a troublesome opponent. Zhou Zun, the top talent of the eastern province, remarked coldly, his physical body is impressive, comparable to ancient beasts, but still falls short compared to mine. Dongfang Shua of the Martial Emperor Academy snorted, as expected, his reputation is well deserved. That physique is undoubtedly the strongest among the new generation. Hua Yuan of the Celestial Academy chuckled. No wonder Lingxi admires him as the young supreme. He's truly remarkable. The top prodigies of the Heavenly Pride battle began to take Zhang Yan seriously. Zhang Yan, however, remained indifferent, his thoughts already soaring to the heavens. If he couldn't defeat the prodigies of Blue Star, his plans to ascend to the heavens would be meaningless. According to the Book of the Nether, the cultivators of the four realms above were the true powerhouses, each as strong as dragons, capable of easily defeating 100 lower realm divine inheritors of the same level. Zhang Yan was confident that his strength was on par with the heavenly cultivators. At the same level, he could kill 1,000, even 10,000 opponents. Chapter 91, The Heavenly Pride Battle, Secret Realm opens. At the foot of Phoenix Cry Mountain, Zhang Yan stretched his neck and leaned back against a stone pillar, quietly waiting for the Heavenly Pride battle to begin. He wanted to stay quiet, but someone nearby couldn't contain themselves. Aha! Gu Gongzi! Gu Gongzi is so handsome. Aha! As soon as she arrived at Phoenix Cry Mountain, Zhang Linger seemed to lose her mind. Seeing Guyu on the mountaintop from afar, she completely lost control. Zhang Xiaoshang sighed helplessly, Linger, mind your manners. Everyone's watching us. Be quiet and show some decorum. Zhang Linger acted as if she hadn't heard, shouting and screaming at the top of her lungs. Old Zhang, is she bothering you? Zhang Xiaoshang looked at Zhang Yan helplessly. Zhang Yan smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. Let her make as much noise as she wants now. Once we're in the secret realm and her beloved Gu Gongzi loses a row of teeth to me, her shouting will definitely stop. He originally had no intention of targeting Guyu, but Zhang Linger kept shouting Guyu's name loudly beside him. Over time, he grew annoyed with the name Guyu. So, once he entered the secret realm and encountered Guyu, he wouldn't hesitate to throw a punch at him to vent his frustration. Boom! Suddenly, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and several imposing figures appeared, descending slowly. It's the 3 Academy Deans. They're about to open the secret realm, and the Battle of Prodigies is about to begin. The 3 Academy Deans stood mid-air. Zhou Wenshan of the Sacred Academy spoke in a deep voice that echoed through Fengming Valley. To all participants of the Battle of Prodigies, you will enter the Tianyuan secret realm after 1 incense stick's time. You will be scattered across various locations within the realm. Zhou Wenshan raised his hand, and a dazzling light appeared as hundreds of jade pendants flew to the waists of the participants. He continued, once inside the secret realm, the jade pendants will guide you to the final destination. Along the way, you will encounter and compete with others. Those who fail will have their jade pendants shattered and will be safely transported out of the secret realm without any danger to their lives. As time passes, the survivors will converge at the endpoint, and the last one standing will be crowned the champion of the Battle of Prodigies. After hearing the rules, Zhang Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Isn't this just the Battle Royale rules I played in my previous life? The endpoint was the final circle. As time went on, the secret realm's range would shrink, eventually determining the winner. I'm the best at this. In the early stages, I'll find a safe spot to hide, and I'll make my move in the final circle. Zhang Yan already had a plan in mind. After Zhou Wenshan finished explaining the rules, he nodded to the withered old man and Yin Jinghua. The 3 simultaneously activated their spiritual energy, injecting it into the ancient formation beneath Fengming Mountain. Boom! A blinding pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Zhou Wenshan's voice rang out like a bell. The Tianyuan secret realm is now open. Prodigies from all regions may enter. Guyu moved swiftly, his figure light as a feather, and was the first to step into the center of the ancient formation's light pillar. Zhou Zun, steady as a mountain, disappeared in an instant and reappeared before the light pillar, stepping inside. Brother Dongfang, I'll go ahead, Hua Yuan of the Celestial Academy said to Dongfang Shua with a cupped hand gesture. He lightly shook the ancient fan in his hand, and his figure vanished. Dongfang Shua snorted coldly, stepped forward, and the earth shook as waves rolled beneath his feet, sending him into the light pillar. Prodigies from all sides displayed their divine abilities, entering the ancient formation's light pillar one after another. Seeing that most had entered, Jiang Yin prepared to step into the secret realm. He smiled at Zhang Xiaoshang and said, "Old Zhang, I'm off." "Go ahead, stay safe," Zhang Xiaoshang replied, with a gentle gaze. Zhang Linger made a face at Jiang Yin and teased, "If you run into Guyu, just surrender quickly and don't cause trouble." Jiang Yin chuckled, "Linger, you'd better pray Guyu doesn't run into me, or I'll knock out all his teeth." "What?" Zhang Linger's face changed dramatically. "Didn't you say you weren't a match for Guyu? How could you lie to me?" Jiang Yin smirked mischievously, revealing a sly grin. He wasn't pretending anymore, he really could crush Guyu. Ignoring Zhang Linger's cries, Jiang Yin transformed into black lightning and dashed into the light pillar, disappearing instantly. After a long while, Xiao Yun, who had been sent flying 100 meters by Jiang Yan's punch, finally crawled out from the rocks, covered in injuries. Limping, he made his way to the foot of the mountain and entered the light pillar. The surrounding crowd marveled, the Xiao family's heir is truly extraordinary. To be beaten like this by the ghost immortal and still enter the secret realm, he's practically a god. If it were us, we'd have exploded and died from a single kick by the ghost immortal. Xiao Yun's physical strength is truly remarkable, living up to his reputation. If Xiao Yun knew he was being praised for surviving a kick from the ghost immortal, he would probably be furious. As the last participant entered the ancient formation's light pillar, the three deans ceased injecting spiritual energy. Each of them threw out several ancient bronze mirrors, which expanded to the size of a sky screen within moments. The mirrors displayed scenes from within the Tianyuan secret realm. "Ah, it's young Master Gu. I see young Master Gu." Zhang Linger screamed. "It's Wang Wu from Dongshan Academy. He encountered Guyu so quickly. It's over, he's no match for Guyu." Sure enough, as soon as Wang Wu clashed with Guyu, he was sent flying with a single punch. The jade pendant at his waist shattered, and he was safely transported out of the secret realm. As a contestant who exited the secret realm within 5 minutes, Wang Wu blushed and tried to explain. I wasn't paying attention. That guy Guyu ambushed me." No one believed him, as the copper mirror clearly showed Wang Wu attempting to ambush Guyu, only to be countered and sent flying with one punch. "Look! Zhou Zun has encountered an opponent too. That person is our Hua province's prodigy, Bai Li Sujin. Wow, Zhou Zun is incredible. He defeated Bai Li Sujin with just a flick of his finger." The next moment, a dazzling white light appeared in the secret realm, and a handsome young man emerged, looking embarrassed. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Zhou Zun to be so powerful. I really underestimated him," Bai Li Sujin said with a laugh. "Xiao Yun has made his move too. His injuries have healed, and he instantly took down 3 people like a thunderstorm. Hua Yuan blocked 5 people in one move. Dongfang Shua has transformed into an earth element demon, using flying stones to trap several people. Within minutes, more than 10 people were eliminated. Although they were all talented individuals, they stood no chance against top-tier experts like Guyu, Xiao Yun, and Zhou Zun, and were swiftly defeated. At this point, the contestants favored Bai. The crowd had each defeated several opponents. Someone curiously asked, "Where's Ghost Immortal? Why hasn't he made a move?" "That's right. It's been so long, and Xiao Yun has already taken down 3 people. Why hasn't Ghost Immortal acted yet?" The crowd urged the 3 deans to switch the copper mirror to Ghost Immortal's perspective. Zhou Wenshan also wanted to check on Jiang Yan's situation, so he adjusted the copper mirror to focus on Jiang Yan. As soon as the image appeared, everyone froze. At the foot of Fengming Mountain, there was an eerie silence. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock, almost hitting the floor. In the image, Jiang Yan was hiding in a pitch-black cave, lying on a stone slab, sound asleep. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Ghost Immortal wasn't participating in the battle but was instead sleeping in a corner. Was this reasonable? Absolutely not. Zhou Wenshan rubbed his eyes and laughed. Incredulously, this kid must be planning to make his move near the end. Ah, no wonder my Lingxi has taken a liking to him. He's quite cunning. Yin Jingguo laughed heartily. The skeletal elder let out a raspy laugh as well. This child has a mature mindset, far beyond his peers. He's a talent worth cultivating. The 2 elder deans grew increasingly fond of Jiang Yan, wishing they could kick Zhou Wenshan aside and recruit Jiang Yan into their own academies. Zhang Linger looked at Jiang Yan in the copper mirror and smiled smugly. Ghost Immortal seems to understand the situation well. He knows he's no match for my family's Gugonzi, so he's hiding. Zhang Xiaoshang knocked Zhang Linger on the head, causing her to look at her father with a pained and aggrieved expression. You old man, why did you hit me? Humph. Your brother Jiang isn't some coward. That kid is clever and must be plotting something. Even when his own daughter spoke ill of Jiang Yan, Zhang Xiaoshang firmly defended him. Zhang Linger snorted twice. He's just boasting. A third-tier martial sect defeating fourth-tier martial kings everywhere? Dream on. Just watch. The competition quietly, Zhang Xiaoshang said, full of confidence in Jiang Yan. Humph, I don't believe Ghost Immortal can defeat Gu Gongzi and win the championship. Zhang Linger pouted and stared at the copper mirror. At this moment, inside the Tianyuan secret realm, Jiang Yan was sleeping soundly on the stone slab, while his body silently operated the primal breathing technique. When he woke up, the other contestants would be exhausted, and he would emerge in peak condition, ready to dominate the battlefield and become the center of attention. Unfortunately, plans often fail to keep up with changes. Jiang Yan had been asleep for less than 2 hours when a sneaky figure appeared outside the cave, holding a dagger that glowed green. Ghost Immortal, I've come to take your life. Bao Mingyuan sneered coldly. He raised the eerie green dagger and stabbed fiercely at the sleeping Jiang Yan. A sharp clang echoed. Bao Mingyuan froze in shock. The dagger he had stabbed with had broken, while Jiang Yan remained completely unharmed. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale. What kind of monster is this? My S-grade venom blade actually broke. Bao Mingyuan was a double S-grade god-gifted individual, possessing the S-grade artifact venom blade and the S-grade ability Spirit Eye. The Spirit Eye could see through all things, directly observing the spiritual energy within the body. It was with this ability that he discovered the dormant Jiang Yan and attempted to eliminate him with the S-grade venom blade. Bao Mingyuan was a natural assassin, specializing in stealth kills. But this time, he faced Jiang Yan, whose physical body was unimaginably strong. In front of Jiang Yan, his S-grade venom blade was like a plastic knife striking steel. It couldn't even scratch his skin. Jiang Yan had undergone 4 body remoldings, reaching the 3rd stage of the Immortal Tao Repository, achieving the pinnacle of physical strength. At the same level, even SS-grade artifacts couldn't harm him, let alone S-grade ones. Only a Tier 4 martial king, 1 realm higher than him, wielding an SS-grade artifact, could possibly injure him. Bao Mingyuan was utterly despairing. His assassination attempt had failed, and his artifact was broken. Artifacts share a soul connection with their owners. When the artifact is damaged, the owner suffers severe repercussions. Repairing it would take an entire year. Bao Mingyuan spat out black blood, leaned against the wall, and fled in disgrace. Outside the bronze mirror, those witnessing the scene were so shocked their jaws dropped. Holy crap! Could Ghost Immortal be some kind of monster? I've seen artifacts break when striking beasts, but breaking while striking a person? This is a first. I told you Ghost Immortal was suspicious. He must be a beast king disguised as a human. Ghost Immortal's physical body is terrifying. I remember Bao Mingyuan's dagger was an S-grade artifact, and even that couldn't harm him. Ghost Immortal is definitely not an ordinary person. Now, most people began to suspect that Jiang Yan wasn't human but a transformed beast king. The deans of the 3 great academies all revealed faint smiles. Just how powerful is this kid, to make people doubt whether he's even human? Yin Jinghua also smiled and said, if I couldn't see through his bloodline, I'd suspect he wasn't human either. The elder of withered bones, his gaze distant, sighed, to cultivate the physical body to such an extreme. Such a genius hasn't appeared in Huaxia for many years. Not long after, Bao Mingyuan succumbed to his injuries from the artifact's destruction and ultimately died. Outside the secret realm, a flash of white light appeared, and Bao Mingyuan materialized on the ancient formation, his face alternating between green and white, so ashamed he wished he could crawl into a hole. The crowd cast mocking glances at him. Bao Mingyuan muttered in a low voice, I was just careless, and forgot to break Ghost Immortal's protective Dharma body. An elder stepped forward to console him. Child, don't blame yourself too much, and don't feel ashamed. Losing to Ghost Immortal isn't your fault, we all understand. Few young people couldn't help but burst into laughter. We can understand you losing to Ghost Immortal, but you didn't even fight him directly. You tried to assassinate him and ended up breaking your own artifact. That's just 2. Before they could finish, they were laughing so hard they were doubled over. Bao Mingyuan's face turned as red as a ripe apple. He lowered his head, covered his face, and slinked away. Even though he fled, Bao Mingyuan's name would spread across Huaxia not as a hero, but as a comedic figure. Back in the Tianyuan secret realm, the winds of fate shifted. Guyu, who carried the hopes of many, unexpectedly encountered Xiao Yun. Surprisingly, the two didn't immediately clash but instead formed an alliance. Guyu, if I remember correctly, you and Ghost Immortal are rivals in love, Xiao Yun said with a mocking smile. Guyu's face darkened. Xiao Yun, if you want to fight, stop wasting words. I'll take you on any time. Xiao Yun gritted his teeth. You're wrong. I'm also a rival in love with Ghost Immortal. I've liked Yin Lingxi for years, but she's never even looked at me. As he spoke, he grew increasingly agitated. Ever since she went to the Wangshan ruins, rumors about her and Ghost Immortal have been spreading in the Celestial Academy. How can I tolerate that? Xiao Yun's face twisted with anger. I provoked Ghost Immortal, hoping to humiliate him. You saw what happened outside the secret realm. I was no match for him at all. Guyu, why don't we join forces and take down Ghost Immortal? Xiao Yun sneered. When the time comes, Yin Lingxi will be mine, and Lin Wanyu will be yours. Both of us will win the hearts of our beloveds. This proposal is extremely tempting. Guyu clenched his fist and agreed in a deep voice. Alright, I agree to form an alliance with you and kill the Ghost Immortal together. Chapter 93, the strongest physical body duel *** in the Tianyuan secret realm. The news of Xiao Yun and Guyu joining forces to eliminate the Ghost Immortal quickly spread. The alliance of these two geniuses, who were the most likely to claim the top spot to take on the Ghost Immortal, was undoubtedly big news. What exactly did the Ghost Immortal do to offend these two geniuses, to the point of being hunted by both Guyu and Xiao Yun? A genius asked in confusion. A prodigy from the imperial capital explained with a smile. You outsiders might not know, but rumor has it that Yin Lingxi from the Celestial Academy and Lin Wanyu from the Baichao group are both pursuing the Ghost Immortal. Guyu from the Magic City is after Lin Wanyu, and Xiao Yun from the imperial capital is after Yin Lingxi. Now you understand, right? The prodigy from the outer provinces nodded. I see, the Ghost Immortal is quite popular, huh? The prodigy from the imperial capital sneered. The Ghost Immortal is just a bit more handsome and a bit stronger than me. How could he compare to me? The outer province prodigy flattered. You're absolutely right, Your Majesty. You are the true king of the imperial capital. The Ghost Immortal is no match for you. Please, enjoy your life without worry. A day and a night passed quickly. In a hidden cave, Jiang Yan suddenly stretched out his leg. Ah, that scared me to death. He had a dream where he was walking downstairs, missed a step, and woke up startled. Sleeping too long really isn't good. Jiang Yan muttered, rubbing his stomach as he felt hungry. He decided to leave the cave and find something to eat. Stepping out of the dark cave, Jiang Yan began searching for spiritual plants. Although the secret realm didn't have as many spiritual plants as ruins, there were still a few scattered around, mostly between a few decades to 100 years old. Like a little girl picking mushrooms, Jiang Yan walked a few hundred meters, plucked a spiritual plant, twisted off its root, and directly chewed it. Not bad. His eyes lit up, and he began frantically searching for more of the same spiritual plants. As he was looking down, he suddenly bumped into something hard. Jiang Yan looked up and found that he had run into a person. The man was wearing alloy armor and holding a 1,000-ton battle axe. Wang Ba swept a cold glance at him. Kid, you just bumped into me. Sorry, Jiang Yan immediately apologized. He wasn't in the mood for a fight, he just wanted to gather some spiritual plants to fill his stomach. The less trouble, the better. But Jiang Yan's apology didn't satisfy Wang Ba. Standing at 2.3 meters tall, Wang Ba reached out and the shot was fierce, shattering Jiang Yan's right hand into a bloody mess. To be able to tear apart Jiang Yan's physical body, the owner of this spear was no ordinary figure. Impressive, to firmly withstand my strike. You are indeed qualified to die by my hand. A deep voice echoed through the valley. Jiang Yan lazily glanced around, only to see a tall figure standing atop the mountain peak. Zhou Zun, please enlighten me. The man cupped his hands toward Jiang Yan, and in the next moment, he disappeared from the peak, instantly appearing above Jiang Yan, delivering a fierce kick downward. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens, and the earth cracked. Jiang Yan raised his arm to block, feeling the pain of a fractured bone in his forearm. Fourth tier, third level, Jiang Yan remarked indifferently, raising an eyebrow. Zhou Zun's expression remained calm. Good eye. He extended his hand, and the spear in Zhang Yan's grasp flew toward Zhou Zun. Let me warn you in advance, I am SS class in strength. Don't let me turn you into minced meat. As Zhou Zun's words fell, the spear once again slashed toward Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan casually summoned the Rakshasa ghost scythe, and as their weapons collided, Zhou Zun was sent flying over 10 meters. His brows furrowed as he charged at Zhang Yan again. This time, Zhang Yan clearly felt the pressure. Zhou Zun's strength had increased by 1,000 tons. Bang! Another collision, and Zhou Zun's strength surged by another 1,000 tons. Bang! B.A. Golden Spiritual. Energy coiled around his right arm, and with a surge of spiritual power, Zhang Yan unleashed his strongest punch with all his might. Feeling the earth-shattering power, Zhou Zun gritted his teeth, fully exerting himself as his blood vessels bulged, delivering a punch weighing 100,000 tons. Boom! The two punches collided, and time seemed to freeze as a terrifying energy wave erupted instantly, sweeping everything within a 10-mile radius. The impact of the punch directly affected dozens of geniuses, shattering them on the spot from the shockwave. After the battle, Zhou Zun's right arm had disintegrated, and he fell to the ground on his back. Zhang Yan's right fist was a bloody mess, completely numb. He had used his ultimate move, Spiritual Collapse, which could only be used once a day, as his highest form of respect for Zhou Zun. What is this move called? Zhou Zun gazed at the sky, his eyes gradually losing focus. Spiritual Collapse, Zhang Yan replied, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he stood tall, letting the fierce wind blow against him without fear. A fine move, Spiritual Collapse. To lose to you, I accept it. Wholeheartedly. Zhou Zun uttered his final words before his life faded away. The jade pendant at his waist shattered, transporting him out of the secret realm. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, pushing the primordial breathing technique to its limit. His right arm and internal injuries began to heal rapidly. He pulled out a white jade wine flask, tilted his head back, and drank deeply. The spiritual energy surged, accelerating his recovery. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a flash of white light signaled Zhou Zun's appearance. The entire crowd fell silent. Zhou Zun, the number one in the eastern province, how did he come out so quickly? Everyone was stunned. Zhou Zun was one of the most likely candidates to claim the championship. He should have appeared at the finish line, not been defeated midway. Someone swallowed nervously and stepped forward, trembling as they asked, Young Master Zhou, did you encounter Gu Yu and Xiao Yun? To defeat Zhou Zun, it would take at least two geniuses of the same level working together. Gu Yu alone likely couldn't win, Xiao Yun's assistance would be necessary. A joint effort by Gu and Xiao to suppress Zhou Zun wasn't impossible. The crowd eagerly awaited Zhou Zun's response. Zhou Zun smiled faintly. It wasn't them. He looked up at the bronze mirror in the sky, which showed no trace of Zhang Yan. At the time, no one had witnessed the battle between the Ghost Immortal and him. Ghost Immortal, you've truly been underestimated. These people actually compare Gu Yu and Xiao Yun to you. He chuckled softly, then stepped into the void and disappeared. Zhou Zun was gone. But his words left everyone in shock. Did he just mention the Ghost Immortal? Could it be? Impossible. The Ghost Immortal is only a third-tier martial sect, while Zhou Zun is one of the strongest fourth-tier martial kings. If the Ghost Immortal could defeat him, it would be unbelievable. The crowd collectively gasped. If the champion of this year's genius battle turns out to be the Ghost Immortal, it would be truly spectacular. Turning to Zhang Xiaoshang and Zhang Linger, they learned of Zhang Yan's victory over Zhou Zun. Zhang Xiaoshang couldn't stop laughing. Old Jiang, you're ruthless. Even Zhou Zun was taken down by you. Zhou Zun was the previous champion and the most likely to win this year. Zhang Linger's face turned pale. Impossible. The Ghost Immortal couldn't possibly be a match for Zhou Zun. Absolutely impossible. She was terrified. Zhou Zun's strength surpassed Gu Yu's. If even Zhou Zun couldn't defeat the Ghost Immortal, then Gu Yu would stand no chance against him. Don't worry. Zhang Linger tried to reassure herself. If young Master Gu and Xiao Yun join forces, even if the Ghost Immortal can take on young Master Gu alone, with Xiao Yun's help, it won't be easy for him. At this moment, within the Tianyuan secret realm, news of the Ghost Immortal's victory over Zhou Zun spread rapidly. Many geniuses were stunned. Zhou Zun lost? He was the previous champion, and he lost so quickly? That's right. If not for encountering the Ghost Immortal, he would have easily reached the finish line. This Ghost Immortal is too strong. Even Zhou Zun isn't his match. We have no choice but to team up against him first. The group reached a consensus, deciding to eliminate the strongest opponent, the Ghost Immortal, before competing for the top 5 spots to increase their chances of obtaining divine medicine. In a deep abyss, Hua Yuan, holding a jade fan, approached Dongfang Shua like a phantom. "Brother Dongfang, you must have heard about Zhou Zun's defeat," Hua Yuan said with a sly smile, narrowing his eyes. "This Ghost Immortal's strength far exceeds our expectations." The jade fan opened, covering half of Hua Yuan's face. "How about you and I join forces to deal with this Ghost Immortal first?" Dongfang Shua snorted coldly. "The championship doesn't matter to me, but I must make it into the top 5 to obtain the divine medicine. Even if it means cooperating with you, I'm willing." Hua Yuan's smile deepened. He knew the alliance had succeeded. This alliance not only represented the two of them but also all the participants from the Heavenly God Academy and Martial Emperor Academy in the Genius Battle. Hua Yuan snapped his fingers. "Go gather intelligence on the Ghost Immortal and prepare for an ambush." Dongfang Shua looked at the few people from Martial Emperor Academy behind him. "In this Genius Battle, as long as one of us can make it into the top 5 and obtain the divine medicine, Senior Sister Tan can be saved." His gaze was resolute. "For this, I won't hesitate to use any means necessary." The Genius Battle was supposed to be a free-for-all, but he had gathered all the students from Martial Emperor Academy, eliminating dissenters, just to give the disciples of Martial Emperor Academy a chance to break into the top 5. All of this was for that divine medicine, to save one person. Chapter 95, Dormancy. Earth Fiend Execution Array. Damn, the circle is shrinking. Jiang Yan, who had planned to hide in the Tianyuan secret realm, suddenly noticed the distant ground beginning to collapse. This meant that if he didn't reach the endpoint within the allotted time, he would be directly eliminated. Now Jiang Yan couldn't hide anymore. He leapt forward, following the guidance of the Jade Pendant. Having cultivated the primal breathing technique, he didn't need to worry about physical exhaustion. His body was surrounded by black lightning, moving as fast as a flash. Swoosh! Arriving at a basin, he abruptly stopped, alertly scanning his surroundings, his ears pressed close, sensing a heavy killing intent. It was too quiet here, eerily quiet. Most importantly, he felt at least 10 strong murderous intents lying in ambush. Jiang Yan reached into his pocket, pulling out the 10 Directions Ghost token, ready for a tough battle. "Hiding and sneaking around, are we playing hide and seek?" Jiang Yan spoke lazily. Applause came from behind him, as expected of a Ghost Immortal. "Your divine sense is so sharp. We've been lying in ambush here for a long time, killing several people, yet we've never been discovered." Since Jiang Yan had seen through them, he no longer intended to hide. "Come out, all of you, and give the Ghost Immortal a proper send-off." As the man's voice fell, mysterious runes appeared beneath Jiang Yan's feet, instantly transforming into tangible chains that attacked him from all directions. "This is the Earth Fiend Execution Array? It should be set up by 72 people, but we only managed to gather 36. The array's power isn't fully unleashed, but it's more than enough to refine you." Lu Shang smiled faintly. "Ghost Immortal, not even Guyu could escape this, so you'd better obediently wait for death. It'll be easier that way." Within the Earth Fiend Execution Array, Jiang Yan put away the 10 Directions Ghost token, coldly scanning the 36 people who had revealed themselves. These 36 were all 3rd-tier martial masters. Though the array wasn't at full strength, even a 4th-tier martial king would struggle to escape, likely ending up refined into pulp. "Before the Genius Battle, I heard some people lacked backbone and would team up." Jiang Yan smiled faintly, "But I didn't expect more than 30 people to join forces." Lu Shang was indifferent, even sneering contemptuously. "Ridiculous. If we don't team up, wouldn't the top 10 spots be taken by you monsters? We're all geniuses, why should we settle for being side characters?" Lu Shang sneered, his eyes full of mockery. "You think you're so superior, fighting alone, but you deserve to be wiped out. Peerless monsters? In the end, you're just bugs crushed under our feet." Lu Shang gestured to Jiang Yan, "Kneel and bow a few times, and I might let you die more easily." "Oh? What if I don't kneel?" Jiang Yan asked with a smile. Lu Shang's face darkened. "Still pretending? You're already inside the Earth Fiend Execution Array. Your life is now in my hands. I can refine you bit by bit, letting you watch yourself turn into blood, or I can kill you in an instant. How I kill you depends entirely on my mood. If you want to suffer less, kneel now and trade your dignity for a quick death." Lu Shang sneered. The 36 people in the array laughed wildly. Though they were geniuses, in front of Jiang Yan, Guyu, and Hua Yuan, they were like ants. Once encountered, they could be easily eliminated, with no chance to escape. But they had Lu Shang backing them. Lu Shang was an SS level celestial, awakened to the 36 killing arrays. He mastered 36 ancient killing formations. As long as they had enough people, they could easily kill Jiang Yan, Gu Yu, and others. Lu Shang promised that as long as they wiped out all the peerless prodigies, they could continue competing for the top 10 spots. Without joining forces to kill Jiang Yan and the others, they wouldn't even qualify for the top 10. Thus, under Lu Shang's instigation, they agreed to set up the formation and jointly eliminate the peerless prodigies. Now, they were reveling in the thrill of trampling on the peerless prodigies. Through the Earth Fiend killing array, they had already killed dozens, including 5 fourth-tier martial kings. Ghost Immortal, even if you kneel now, it's too late. Prepare to be refined into blood, sneered a third-tier martial master. Ghost Immortal, oh Ghost Immortal, you truly are a peerless prodigy, and we admire you. But now, you're nothing more than a fish on the chopping block. Beg for mercy sooner, and maybe I'll spare you, letting you die a little more painlessly, Lu Shang said with a smirk, his eyes full of pride as he watched the crowd mock Jiang Yan. This was exactly the scene he wanted to see. Even a peerless prodigy, when faced with the formation he had set up, could only wait for death or beg for mercy. This was his SS-level divine gift, the 36 killing arrays. Since Ghost Immortal is so stubborn and refuses to beg for mercy, then let's not waste words. Let him slowly turn into blood, Lu Shang said with a fake smile. Yes, Formation Master. 36 talented experts had already acknowledged Lu Shang as their leader, becoming his pawns. Upon receiving Lu Shang's command, they simultaneously activated their spiritual energy, accelerating the operation of the Earth Fiend killing array. Mysterious runes frantically absorbed spiritual energy, causing dizziness. Whoosh! A rune chain suddenly shot toward Jiang Yan's shoulder. Jiang Yan deftly sidestepped and grabbed the chain, crushing it with his bare hand. The chain shattered inch by inch. Jiang Yan released his right hand and sneered coldly, "You little bugs better understand where you belong." The crowd stared at him in shock as Jiang Yan took a step forward. Lu Shang broke into a sweat. Impossible. This is impossible. He's at the center of the Earth Fiend killing array, he shouldn't be able to move at all. He coldly ordered the 36 formation setters, increase the spiritual energy input. Make sure he can't move. The 36 people turned pale. They had used this formation to kill dozens before, but they had never seen anyone inside the array still able to move. They increased the spiritual energy input, trying to pin Jiang Yan down, waiting for him to be refined. But, to their surprise, no matter how much spiritual energy they injected, under the pressure of tens of thousands of tons, Jiang Yan continued to advance step by step. Step by step, he approached them. The nearest formation setter turned pale. The Jiang Yan he saw no longer resembled a human but a demon god crawling out of hell. The demon god's approach signaled his impending death. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Just wait for me. Wait for me to catch you all and slice you into pieces, dismembering you completely. Chapter 96, Breaking the Killing Array, Executing Lin. This battle of the prodigies, someone has actually mastered this killing formation. An ancient formation, this time. Ghost Immortal might be in danger. The bronze mirror switching perspectives was a signal everyone understood. Someone was about to be eliminated. The bronze mirror doesn't switch early or late, it switches to Ghost Immortal's perspective now. Does this mean he's about to fall? You can't blame Ghost Immortal for this. The Earth Fiend execution formation requires 72 people to unleash its full power, but there are only 36 now. A third tier martial lord can't possibly withstand it. Everyone felt regret for Jiang Yan. Such a powerful young supreme being, now about to be obliterated by an ancient killing formation. It was truly heartbreaking. He had a chance to make it into the top 5, maybe even fight for first place. But now, forced to his death by the ancient killing formation set up by a mysterious figure, the thought alone was despairing. Just as everyone believed Jiang Yan was doomed, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" Ghost Immortal moved, he just took a big step. The crowd snapped out of their daze and turned to the bronze mirror. Sure enough, Jiang Yan had moved. Under the refining pressure of the ancient killing formation, he was advancing step by step toward the formation's creators. This kind of determination shocked everyone. Even the man who had earlier declared Jiang Yan's inevitable death shut his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. Was this real? Had Jiang Yan gone mad, or had the world gone mad? He had studied ancient killing formations since childhood, and the book said that those who entered the formation would be paralyzed, unable to move, their soul and body refined. But Jiang Yan? He was lively and energetic. It was unbelievable. At this moment, those who had once mocked Jiang Yan unconsciously swallowed hard. They finally recognized Jiang Yan's terrifying combat power. In the Tianyuan secret realm, Jiang Yan advanced step by step, his right hand wrapped in black lightning. Summon thunder. As his words fell, a bolt of black lightning descended from the sky, striking one of the formation creators and reducing him to ashes. This astonishing display of power threw the formation creators into disarray. How is this possible? Wasn't he trapped in the Earth Fiend execution formation? The fact that he can still move and use abilities is already the limit. Monster. Several formation creators turned pale, abandoning the formation and fleeing in panic. One ran, then another, and soon the group scattered like headless chickens. Lu Sheng's face darkened to the extreme. Useless fools. He conjured over a dozen spirit talismans in his hand, quickly raising them and sending them flying toward the Earth Fiend execution formation to replace the fleeing formation creators and maintain the ancient killing formation. Just as the talismans were about to attach to the formation, clusters of black flames suddenly ignited, instantly consuming the tails of the talismans. The scattered black fire quickly turned into a raging inferno. What is happening? Faced with the series of anomalies, Lu Sheng was completely panicked. He swallowed hard, staring at Jiang Yan within the formation, who remained calm and wore a faint smile. This is your doing. How can you possibly control fire and lightning? Lu Sheng screamed hysterically, you're cheating. You must be cheating. I've investigated you. Your divine gift is the tenfold ghost command, a summoning ability. How can you control fire and lightning? You've done your homework. Should I commend you for that? Jiang Yan's spiritual energy erupted, shattering the surrounding rune chains with a sudden burst. Spiritual energy surged. He stepped out of the Earth Fiend execution formation, his gaze cold as he swept it toward Lu Sheng. Any last words? Last words? My last words are, you can't kill me. Lu Sheng laughed maniacally, a scroll appearing out of thin air in his hand. 36. Killing formations. Unseal. He threw the scroll into the air, and one bizarre formation core after another fell to the ground, encircling Jiang Yan. Just an ant, Jiang Yan said disdainfully. A flash of crimson appeared in his eyes. Unleash the ghost domain. As soon as the words fell, Lu Sheng, who had been laughing wildly, suddenly froze. The formation cores scattered on the ground all vanished, and he found himself in an unfamiliar land. The air was icy, and every inch of his flesh felt as though it was being pierced by needles. Where is this? How did I end up here? Lu Sheng frantically looked around, desperately trying to escape, searching for an exit. But no matter how he struggled or begged, he could not escape this cold, desolate domain. In this perpetually snow-covered land, every icy breeze was like a torturous purgatory. Lu Sheng had spent eons here, but in the outside world, only a single second had passed. In that brief second, Lu Sheng's eyes turned white, black blood gushed from his mouth, and his 8 extraordinary meridians ruptured. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this, the remaining formation builders, who hadn't escaped, paled in despair. Jiang Yan offered a gentle smile. Do you remember what I said? He tilted his head slightly, the murderous intent in his eyes no longer concealed, revealing, I will hack you to pieces, shred you to pieces, even the bones. As the formation builders stared in horror, Jiang Yan's entire body manifested the 10 directions ghost order. Here are the ghost orders, ghost soldiers, listen. Behind him, thousands of ghost soldiers appeared, disciplined and lifeless, yet fierce and imposing. Capture all these formation builders, strip them of their tendons and bones, and finally, smash them piece by piece with hammers, Jiang Yan commanded coldly. Ignoring the screams of the person setting up the formation, Jiang Yan continued his advance towards his ultimate goal. Outside the secret realm, everyone witnessed Jiang Yan's terrifying tactics and fell into a deathly silence. After a long moment, someone finally trembled. Were those ghost soldiers just now? I feel so terrified. Rumor has it that the Ghost Immortal's SSS-level divine gift is the Ghost Order, so summoning hundreds of ghosts is no surprise. But he's only at the 3rd level, and yet he can summon so many ghost soldiers. It's truly terrifying. For a moment, everyone felt a heightened sense of awe for Jiang Yan, secretly believing he had surpassed masters like Guyu and become a true dark horse. Within the Tianyuan secret realm, following the Jade Pendant's guidance, Jiang Yan quickly arrived at a massive lair. Just as he had found his footing, the ground suddenly cracked and a deep abyss opened. Jiang Yan, expressionless, leaped lightly, landing above the lair. His divine sense revealed numerous ambushes. Ghost Immortal, although you are exceptionally gifted and a peerless evildoer, you are destined to perish here today, a pleasant voice rang out. Huayuan, a handsome man holding a feather fan, stood atop an ancient tree, his face fixed on Jiang Yan's face with a smile. Sissy, Jiang Yan retorted coldly. What did you say? Huayuan's smile vanished instantly, his fox-like eyes filled with calculation. Never mind, I'm not interested in wasting time with the dead. As soon as he finished speaking, several boulders the size of small mountains transformed into giant spears and flew towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan delivered a powerful punch, striking the center of the boulders and instantly shattering them. He passed through the flying rocks and discerned the young man controlling them. I found you. Buzz. The Rakshasa ghost side materialized in his hand, slashing down hard. Clang. Dongfang Shua crossed his arms, creating a dark earth-colored stone wall to block the attack. Before Jiang Yan could move, several martial arts masters attacked from all directions. Swords and spears swung out, stabbing at Jiang Yan. Huayuan sneered, it's over, a ghost immortal is nothing more than this. But the next second, with a crack, all the weapons shattered. The scene stunned everyone. This was outrageous. These chosen ones joined forces to attack Jiang Yan, yet Jiang Yan remained unscathed, not even a scratch. And then look at their magic weapons, some cracked, some shattered. Is this still human? It doesn't even look like one. Dongfang Shua's face darkened. Ghost Immortal, I challenge you to a duel. He took a step forward, and his hands transformed into an indestructible wall of stone, weighing tens of thousands of tons, which instantly crashed down. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and a sonic boom shattered the wall. Little black hole. Jiang Yan rubbed his fingers. Again with a sonic boom, and spiritual energy erupted, forming a small, all-consuming black hole. Refusing to let go, he created several more, merging into a larger one. Jiang Yan named this move Super Black Hole. Facing the massive black hole, Dongfang Shua's face changed drastically. He soared into the air, and a magnificent mural appeared behind him. With a flick of his fingers, the gods in the mural seemed to come alive, each majestic, each holding a divine weapon, working together to resist the super black hole. Brother Dongfang, let me help you, Huayuan waved the jade fan in his hand, and a swift and nimble blade of spiritual energy shot out like lightning, aiming straight for Jiang Yan's neck. Jiang Yan squinted slightly, feeling a sharp pain. A faint red line of blood appeared on his neck. The jade fan in Huayuan's hand was no ordinary item. To break through Jiang Yan's defenses, it had to be at least an SS-grade divine artifact. Jiang Yan activated the primal breathing technique, quickly healing his wound. Night parade of 100 ghosts. As Jiang Yan's words fell, the Tianyuan secret realm was suddenly filled with eerie winds and the wails of ghosts and wolves. Ghost weapon unleashed. Vicious spirits transformed into ghostly swords, slashing toward Huayuan. Huayuan watched the countless flying swords, his eyes narrowing slightly. A myriad swords returning to their master. This level of object manipulation is impossible for a mere third tier. The jade fan in his hand emitted crisp sounds, transforming endlessly. With a single wave, fierce winds gathered into a tornado, swallowing most of the ghostly swords. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Now, this fierce wind is under my control. Black flame. Boom. The ghostly swords caught in the tornado instantly turned into black flames, and the once pure spiritual energy tornado transformed into a black flame vortex. Jiang Yan turned the tables, directing the black flame storm toward Huayuan. Huayuan's expression changed drastically as he waved his jade fan repeatedly, barely managing to fend off the black flame vortex. In the next moment, Jiang Yan appeared before him, bringing his leg down in a powerful strike. Bang! The kick was as heavy as a mountain. Caught off guard, Huayuan was sent flying like a missile, crashing deep into the ground. Jiang Yan, alone, was suppressing two prodigies. Rumble! A burst of white light erupted as Huayuan emerged from the ground, no longer composed as before. His eyes were filled with violent killing intent. Ghost Immortal, you've completely enraged me. The jade fan in his hand blossomed, and the world transformed into an ink painting. This was a domain. Jiang Yan, having seen domains before, remained calm. He summoned the 10 Directions ghost token in his palm, a smile playing on his lips. Since you enjoy playing with domains, I'll play along to the end. King Qin. Guang. King Chu Jiang. Two ghostly divine shadows descended behind Jiang Yan. Ghost domain, activate. In an instant, the ink painting disappeared, and Huayuan stood frozen in place. A domain. You can use a domain too. Jiang Yan said nothing. The two ghostly gods clasped their hands together, trapping Hua Yuan in their palms. When Hua Yuan opened his eyes again, he was already in the depths of purgatory. Soon after, Hua Yuan became an empty shell without consciousness, dying within the ghost domain. After dealing with Hua Yuan, Jiang Yan unleashed the true form of the ghostly gods, and the Rakshasa ghost side reappeared. Now it's your turn. Black lightning coiled around his body as he moved at an extreme speed, instantly charging toward Dongfang Shuo. The scythe swung down, black flames surging, ready to engulf Dongfang Shuo. Dongfang Shuo frowned deeply, retreating rapidly, but it was already too late. Jiang Yan had somehow appeared behind him, pressing a fist against his chest and coldly saying, "Spiritual energy burst." Boom! A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, instantly shattering Dongfang Shuo's internal organs. Ugh! Dongfang Shuo looked at Jiang Yan in shock. Your speed! How is this possible? Jiang Yan withdrew his hand, coldly watching Dongfang Shuo fall to the ground. He sighed helplessly. I've always avoided provoking others, yet people insist on courting death. He felt resigned. He hadn't intended to go on a killing spree, but some people forced his hand. Chapter 98, The Final Destination. Outside, the bronze mirror reflected the scene of Jiang Yan single-handedly suppressing two prodigies. The crowd fell into a long silence, unable to speak. The deans of the Celestial Academy and Martial Emperor Academy sighed helplessly. Yin Jinghua lamented, Hua Yuan was one of the top students in our Celestial Academy's third year. By all rights, he should have graduated as a fifth-tier martial sovereign, with excellent results. One could say Hua Yuan was among the best in our academy, yet even he was no match for Jiang Yan. Yin Jinghua was filled with helplessness. However, Zhou Wenshan beside him sensed something was off. Something was definitely off. Yin Jinghua didn't seem like someone who would be dejected, he had to be pretending. Zhou Wenshan bent slightly, sneaking a glance, and, sure enough, as he suspected, that old fox Yin Jinghua was secretly smiling, his mouth nearly splitting open. Old man, what are you laughing at? Zhou Wenshan asked in confusion. Despite his disciple being easily defeated by Jiang Yan, Yin Jinghua was still secretly laughing. Had he gone mad? Since he had been caught, Yin Jinghua no longer hid it and burst into hearty laughter. Excellent! Truly excellent! Zhou Wenshan and the Elder of Bones exchanged glances, both thinking that Yin Jinghua had gone mad. However, Yin Jinghua, brimming with excitement, said to the two of them, "Ah, my grandson-in-law from the Yin family has shown his remarkable skills. As a grandfather, shouldn't I be happy? Grandson-in-law?" Not only Zhou Wenshan and the Elder of Bones but also the onlookers were shocked by this statement. Grandson-in-law? Who could it be? Who else but Jiang Yan? It was well known that the Yin family controlled the super-conglomerate Xinxing Group. Not to mention Yin Jinghua himself, a powerhouse at the peak of the 6th stage and on the verge of stepping into the 7th stage as a martial emperor. The Yin family had only one daughter in this generation, and she was none other than the campus belle of the Celestial Academy, Yin Lingxi. The Yin family wielded immense power in Huaxia. If Jiang Yan and Yin Lingxi were truly a couple, then Jiang Yan would soar to unimaginable heights. The previously silent crowd erupted instantly. Whoa! The rumors are true. The eldest daughter of the Yin family is really with the Ghost Immortal. I knew it. For someone as extraordinary as the Ghost Immortal, only the Yin family's heiress or the Lin family's heiress from the Baichao group would be a match. Do you think the Ghost Immortal might have some connection with the Bai family? The Bai family? Are you talking about the Bai family from Chuancheng or the Bai family from the imperial capital? The Bai family from Chuancheng isn't worthy of the Ghost Immortal, and the Bai family from the imperial capital is out of his league. Absolutely impossible. The Bai family from the imperial capital is far above everyone else. The legendary Bai family. Saintus is destined to marry a celestial being, leaving no chance for the Ghost Immortal. Alas, while the Ghost Immortal has the potential to become the new number one in Huaxia's younger generation, he can never compare to those celestial beings above. This was the reality. An insurmountable chasm separated Blue Star from the upper realm. In the eyes of most people, they were martial artists, while those above were celestial beings. The truth was indeed so. Blue Star had countless legends about this, celestial beings descending from above, sweeping through 4th stage martial kings with mere 3rd stage power, celestial beings arriving on Blue Star and suppressing multiple 6th stage martial saints in one move, a Nordic nation angering celestial beings from the upper realm and being annihilated overnight. Stories like these were endless. The world revered the upper realm, both out of respect and to avoid crossing forbidden boundaries, referring to the upper realm as heaven. The Bai family from the imperial capital was a celestial clan that descended to Blue Star 10,000 years ago. The Bai family carried the blood of celestial beings in their veins. While the Yin family and the Lin family of Baichao held high status in Huaxia, they still couldn't shake the foundation of the Bai family. Whether in Huaxia or Western countries, mentioning the Bai family from the imperial capital would always evoke a sense of awe. This was respect for the celestial clan. Because the Bai family from the imperial capital was mentioned, no one dared to continue the discussion, and the topic came to an abrupt end. Inside the secret realm, Jiang Yan activated the primordial breathing technique to recover his state. Following the guidance of the jade pendant, he transformed into black lightning and advanced toward his ultimate destination. The journey was smooth, with no encounters with other prodigies. Eventually, he arrived at a dilapidated altar. Scattered around were numerous bronze jars, each containing a skeleton, as if some sacrificial ritual had taken place. These skeletons are ancient, with not even a trace of residual souls left. After enduring the baptism of 10,000 years, even the souls of these bones had dissipated. Russell Jiang Yan keenly sensed faint movements behind him. Pretending not to notice, he continued to reach out and touch the ancient totems on the bronze jars. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air came from behind. Jiang Yan swiftly turned and delivered a reverse kick, sending the assailant flying 100 meters, crashing into a stone wall, and falling heavily to the ground, unconscious. "What level are you at to dare ambush me?" Jiang Yan asked. Disdainfully. "Ghosty mortal, so arrogant. Do you even know my level and whether I'm worthy of challenging you?" A mocking voice rang out. Jiang Yan lazily looked up, only to see Xiao Yun, dressed in a golden-patterned battle robe, walking toward him with a sinister smile. "Oh, isn't this the eldest young master of the Xiao family, whom I sent flying with a single punch? Have your injuries healed? My bad for not pitying you. If I had known you were so fragile, I wouldn't have used so much force back then," Jiang Yan mocked. Xiao Yun, recalling the humiliation he suffered before entering the secret realm, gritted his teeth in anger. "Ghost immortal, I was merely testing your strength back then. Don't get carried away. Young Master Xiao, your mouth is quite tough, huh? How did you train it? Got scolded by your father a lot, I bet?" Jiang Yan retorted with a smile. "You're asking for death." Xiao Yun was burning with rage, his eyes blood red. Why waste words with him? Young man who only knows how to talk, just knock him down and be done with it. From the chaotic mist, a tall figure emerged. Guyu stared at Jiang Yan indifferently. "Ghost immortal, don't say we're bullying you. This is the battlefield, lone wolves have no way out. I know, no need for excuses. You two young masters can come at me together. I'll control my strength and make sure you're in the hospital for 10 days to half a month." Guyu, humiliated, looked grim. "Your mouth is sharp, but you don't know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth." He extended his hand, and the chaotic mist churned. "Today, I'll make you understand and recognize your ignorance." Chaos Divine Halberd. Buzz. The space trembled, and a crack appeared in the chaotic mist. A dark divine halberd slowly emerged. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. "An SSS-grade artifact. No wonder you're so good at showing off. Turns out you've got some real skills." He couldn't help but give Guyu a thumbs up. Finally, he understood why that silly girl Zhanlinger was so infatuated with Guyu. Handsome, with a strong background, and awakened to an SSS-grade artifact, wasn't this the standard setup for a male protagonist in a novel? Jiang Yan gritted his teeth inwardly. "Damn it, another one trying to steal my protagonist aura. Today, I must take you down." Chapter 99, The Xiaogu Alliance, utterly defeated. Roxas a ghost scythe. Jiang Yan didn't hold back, directly summoning the true weapon of the ghost god and beckoning to the upright Guyu. "Come, let me take your 3 moves first." "Let me take your 3 moves first?" Guyu sneered. "You really don't know your place." He gripped the Chaos Divine Halberd, pouring all his spiritual power into it, preparing to kill Jiang Yan with one strike. "I'll finish you in 1 move." Buzz. The Chaos Divine Halberd tore through space, flying straight toward Jiang Yan's face. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Black lightning coiled around his body as he instantly flashed above Guyu's head, slashing down fiercely with the scythe. Guyu's expression changed drastically, hurriedly turning the Chaos Divine Halberd to block. Clang! The violent impact smashed Guyu directly into the ground, Blood Sguu was knocked to the ground by Zhang Yan's treacherous move, unable to get back up, struggling and resisting on the ground. Ghost Immortal, you're truly despicable. Guyu was in utter disarray, his eyes bloodshot and filled with veins. Thanks for the compliment. Here's your reward, taste my Rakshasa ghost. Scythe. Zhang Yan laughed, swinging his scythe even faster. Already powerless to block the attacks while lying on the ground, Guyu couldn't keep up with Zhang Yan's increased speed. A moment of distraction would result in a hit from the scythe. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon of Black Flame 2.0 was chasing Xiao Yun, burning him relentlessly, while Zhang Yan pressed down on Guyu, hacking away furiously. The situation was completely one-sided. The once aggressive Xiaogu alliance was shattered by Zhang Yan. Guyu clenched his molars so hard they were about to break, his gaze icy and his voice cold. Chaos Divine Armor. Boom! Chaos mist spread out, forcing Zhang Yan to retreat from Guyu and create some distance. As the mist dissipated, Guyu emerged wearing the Chaos Divine Armor, his spiritual pressure surging dramatically, reaching the peak of the 4th tier. Even Zhang Yan couldn't help but frown. Such a massive power boost, this is trouble. Ghost Immortal Guyu finally stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed firmly on Zhang Yan. Hey, I'm still here, Zhang Yan responded with a grin. Seeing Zhang Yan's carefree demeanor, Guyu was on the verge of exploding. He transformed from a charming young gentleman into a pitiful sight that made people ache just looking at him, a swollen pig head. Zhang Yan disdainfully clapped his hands, waved casually at King Chu Jiang, and ordered indifferently, "Alright, it's over now." Chapter 100, a lone response outside the secret realm. Everyone stared in shock at Guyu, who had been beaten into a pig head, their jaws practically dropping to the ground. That was Guyu, the #1 expert of the new generation in Magic City. Such a renowned, peerless genius had been beaten black and blue by Zhang Yan, with all his teeth knocked out. Many of those present were Guyu's fans. In this high martial world, where celebrity idols were everywhere and young geniuses were highly sought after, Guyu was top tier. Countless young women secretly admired him, willing to give up everything for him. His fans even had a special nickname, Aigu. Ah, that damned Ghost Immortal. He must be jealous of our Gu Gongzi's handsome face to have beaten him like this, a girl shouted angrily. I'm just a bystander, but I think Ghost Immortal is more handsome than Guyu. Humph. Even if Ghost Immortal is more handsome, his character can't compare to half of Gu Gongzi's. Can't you all see? Gu Gongzi didn't even go all out, he was deliberately holding back against Ghost Immortal. Really? Guyu's been beaten to this extent, and you're saying he was holding back? Stop joking. Every time Guyu's fans spoke, they were immediately refuted into silence. Then, everyone turned to look at Guyu's #1 fan, Zhang Linger. Seeing her idol beaten into a pig head, with 2 rows of teeth completely gone, her face turned pale. How could this happen? Isn't Gu Gongzi invincible? Why isn't he a match for Ghost Immortal? Zhang Linger was filled with disbelief. Her worldview had completely collapsed. The overwhelming online propaganda had always claimed that Guyu was the #1 of the new generation in Magic City, even the #1 in all of China. He was the most promising candidate to win this year's Tianjia Battle Championship. Such a handsome and powerful man, how could he not captivate girls who admired strength? But now, this Guyu, hailed as invincible among his peers, was being completely dominated by Ghost Immortal, who was several years younger than him. Dad, this can't be true, right? Gu Gongzi, he didn't really lose, did he? Zhang Linger asked, her face full of confusion. In contrast, her father, Zhang Xiaoshang, couldn't hide his smile. Seeing Zhang Yan's overwhelming strength, he felt immense pride. He wished he could grab a loudspeaker and announce to everyone, Ghost Immortal is my student. A peerless genius nurtured by me, Zhang Xiaoshang. Facing his daughter's question, Zhang Xiaoshang chuckled and said, Linger, that Guyu is nothing but a hyped-up fraud. Look at Zhang Yan, he's the real peerless genius. We're so close. I could even help you get closer to him, maybe match you two up. Before he could finish, Zhang Linger glared at him. You shameless dad. Even if Gu Gongzi loses, my heart belongs to him alone. You silly girl. Zhang Xiaoshang shook his head with a helpless smile. Just as everyone thought the Tianjia battle was nearing its end, someone suddenly screamed, look at the sky. The sky. Everyone turned to look at the sky reflected in the bronze mirror. The heavens seemed to tear open, radiating countless beams of light. Within the glow, 3 faint figures appeared. Everyone held their breath, their lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Even Zhou Wenshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Are those visitors from the heavens? The faces of the withered old man and Yin Jingwei turned grim. Yin Jingwei said solemnly, the final altar, it turns out to be a passage for those beings from the heavens to descend. The withered old man's gaze deepened. The Tenjia battle is over. Those beings from the heavens are not to be trifled with. The three major academies had collected numerous ancient texts about celestial beings. The records in those texts painted the celestial beings as anything but benevolent. The faces of the academy heads turned extremely grim. All they could do now was pray that the Tianjiao participants still in the secret realm would return safely. Inside the Tianyuan secret realm, Jiang Yan, who was about to execute Guyu and Xiao Yun, was suddenly drawn to the radiance tearing through the heavens. He looked up and saw three figures slowly emerging amidst the glowing clouds. Judging by their silhouettes, there were two men and one woman, with the figure in the middle holding the highest status, standing at the forefront. Save me, fellow Taoist, save me. Upon seeing the three figures in the sky, Guyu's eyes lit up with hope, and he desperately cried for help. In response, a golden beam of light shot down, piercing through his forehead in an instant. Guyu's expression remained unchanged as he fell straight to the ground, his body beginning to dissipate. The jade pendant at his waist started to shatter, preparing to take him out of the Tianyuan secret realm. At that moment, a tall and slender figure raised a hand, and the jade pendant carrying Guyu's soul vanished instantly. Guyu was utterly annihilated. Not only did he perish in the Tianyuan secret realm, but even his soul was destroyed, leaving no chance for him to return to the outside world. Outside the secret realm, those who witnessed this scene had their pupils contract in shock. A few people supported the dazed elder of the Gu family. Guyu, my son is dead. Impossible. The jade pendant should have protected him. He was Guyu's biological father, the head of the Gu family in the Demon City. He had come in person to see his son, only to witness his death with his own eyes. If he had been killed by a ghost immortal, he might still have had a chance to leave the secret realm alive. But now, he had been slain by the celestial beings in the sky, and even his soul had been cruelly obliterated. Such a tragedy was like a knife to the heart. Unfortunately, the entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm had already closed, and he could not enter to avenge his son. Buzz! As everyone stood in stunned silence, the graceful figure in the sky raised her hand again, and another person perished instantly. Like Guyu, that person's soul jade pendant was destroyed, and their spirit was completely obliterated. At this moment, the people outside the secret realm were thrown into utter panic. My child is still in the secret realm. What do we do? Someone, please save my child. Why are the celestial beings in the sky doing this? Why? Quickly open the entrance to the secret realm. Let these prodigies out. Hurry! 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 The three academy heads wore grim expressions. The Tianyuan secret realm only opened once every 100 years, and the prodigy battle was hosted in turns. T-Jade was the first to turn her head, looking at the long-haired youth in the air, pouting. As she said, "You lowly creature from the mortal realm, who allowed you to be on the same level as us?" Luo Yin's face darkened. "Despicable human, get back to your own world." Jade's eyes shifted. Filled with cunning, she hid her right hand behind her back, golden spiritual energy surging and transforming into a dazzling beam of light. Just as she was about to strike suddenly and eliminate Jiang Yan, Buzz, Jiang Yan turned into a black lightning bolt, gripping a red paper umbrella. The tip of the umbrella fiercely struck Jade's shoulder, driving her into the ground. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as excruciating pain twisted Jade's face. Her left shoulder was pierced by the umbrella tip, leaving a bloody hole. This shocking scene left the three others stunned. Luo Yin cried, "Out, Jade!" He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. "How dare you harm Jade? You despicable human, today I will make your soul vanish." On the ground, Jiang Yan's red umbrella pierced through Jade's shoulder. He stepped on her head, his crimson eyes cold and merciless, brimming with killing intent. He ignored Jade's screams and Luo Yin's furious roars from above. Instead, he calmly looked at the shocked Xiaoyan not far away and said, "Take the others and leave. Find a safe place. The Black Dragon will protect you and ensure your safe return to the outside world." Xiaoyun opened his mouth. "What about you? What are you planning to do?" "Don't worry about me. Just go," Jiang Yan replied indifferently. Xiaoyun gritted his teeth. "Ghost immortal, don't underestimate me. Today, I'll fight alongside you to slay these celestial beings." Jiang Yan's lips curled slightly. "Go. With you here, I can't fight properly. You. Sha Yun froze, then watched in horror as Jiang Yan slowly pulled out the umbrella handle, revealing a blood-red sword. The red umbrella transformed into a crimson battle robe, draping over him. A terrifying spiritual pressure instantly enveloped the entire Tianyuan secret realm. At that moment, Sha Yun finally understood what Jiang Yan meant by can't fight properly. He swallowed hard and smiled at Jiang Yan. I understand now. Ghost immortal. If you make it out alive, I, Sha Yun, will follow you for the rest of my life. With that, he decisively led the group of prodigies away from the final battlefield. Despicable. Humans, do you think you can escape? Luoyin sneered, hurling a divine spear. Boom! Just as the divine spear was about to strike the group, the black dragon shielded them with its massive wings, which were burned through, leaving a hole engulfed in black flames. Its enormous body protected the fleeing group, escorting them to safety. Luoyin stopped pursuing the escapees, instead coldly fixing his gaze on Jiang Yan. Filthy human, if you want to live, release Jade. Release her? Jiang Yan tilted his head. All right. Let's see how clever you really are. Before Luoyin could finish his sentence, Jade let out a piercing scream. Jiang Yan casually swung his sword, severing one of Jade's arms. The sword didn't stop, he struck 3 more times, slicing off all of Jade's slender limbs, leaving her crippled. After finishing, Jiang Yan expressionlessly looked at Luoyin, whose pupils trembled in the air. Is that enough? Brother Luoyin, save me! Jade screamed hysterically. She was no longer the lively and adorable figure she had been. Now, they had become lambs to be slaughtered, with the situation reversed by a human from the lower realm, leaving them with no room to fight back. You will pay the price. My young master will never let you go. Biyu's eyes were full of resentment. Jiang Yan said nothing, and stabbed Biyu in the abdomen with a sword, but missed the vital part. How dare you look at me with resentment? Do I deserve to die? Jiang Yan asked calmly. Of course you deserve to die. You killed my brother Luoyin. You deserve to die. Biyu roared like crazy. Jiang Yan pulled out his umbrella sword and stabbed again. Ah! The severe pain made Biyu faint and wake up again. She was tortured repeatedly and had nowhere to escape. When you tortured and killed those innocent people, didn't you feel that you deserved to die? Jiang Yan asked indifferently. Humph, a bunch of lowly livestock, it doesn't matter if they are killed. Why should I die? Biyu was full of disdain, and did not regard the humans from the lower realm as life at all. Jiang Yan pondered and nodded. So that's how it is, livestock. He stared coldly at Biyu, smiling faintly. I never said that. In my eyes, you're not much better than livestock. Biyu's pupils suddenly contracted. In that moment, she felt fear, realizing that the man before her could kill her at any moment. She cried out in terror, You can't kill me. I'm a celestial being. No, no, no. I'm a celestial immortal. You all treat me like an immortal, you can't kill an immortal. Jiang Yan didn't reply. Seeing Biyu staring at him in despair, he slowly raised his umbrella sword. Chapter 102, Sage's Talisman. Puff! A bright red blade flashed, and Biyu's pupils shrank to the size of a needle's tip. Her head fell off, blood splattered, and her life was instantly gone. After beheading Biyu and Luoyin, Jiang Yan's face was covered in blood. He lazily raised his head and looked up at the noble figure in the sky, who had remained indifferent until then. Your 2 loyal dogs died, and you didn't save them, just stood there and watched? Jiang Yan asked calmly. In the heavens, the young man clad in a golden jade robe and crowned with a jade crown smiled and said, They've been a great help in holding you back for this long. The distinguished young man looked down at Jiang Yan, a glint in his eyes. Your red robe, it's time to disappear. He watched his 2 servants fall with indifference, his heart unmoved. To him, they were just 2 loyal dogs, their deaths meant nothing. The fact that they could delay Jiang Yan's strategy was all that mattered. Jiang Yan sneered, What a high-minded celestial being. You treat life like grass. Yet you consider yourself so noble. As the distinguished young man had said, after slaying Biyu and Luoyin, Jiang Yan's body had reached its limit, unable to wield his umbrella sword. The red robe gradually dissipated, transforming back into the umbrella. The distinguished young man smiled and said, The people of the lower realms call us immortals, but you dare to address us by our clan name? You truly don't understand etiquette. Indeed, the so-called immortals of the upper realms were merely a fantasy of the ignorant people of Blue Star, who mistook the humans of the upper realm for gods. In fact, The human race in the upper realm is indeed different from the human race on Blue Star, but they are not immortals, but celestial beings with abundant spiritual energy, far surpassing the human race on Blue Star. Jiang Yin sneered, "What? You really think of yourself as an immortal? There are so many races in the world, and you are just a human with abundant spiritual energy. Dirty human race from the lower realm dares to compare with us celestial beings. We are far inferior to you humans. We are not immortals but are more powerful than immortals." Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the noble young man. He would never allow the creatures of the lower realm to contradict him. His eyes glowed, and two divine spears appeared behind him, instantly rushing towards Jiang Yin. Even the space was shaking. After the confrontation, Jiang Yin had used the original breathing method to repair his overloaded body. He turned sideways, and the two divine spears brushed past him. The powerful spiritual energy tore his clothes, causing severe pain in his flesh and blood. The divine spears exploded behind him. Jiang Yin raised his hand, took out the white jade wine pot, and drank from it. "What are you talking about? I'm recovering, what are you waiting for?" Jiang Yin sneered, waiting to die. The noble youth remained unperturbed. "Even if I give you time to recover, it won't matter. You've exhausted all your trump cards, the tide has turned, and you're no match for me." He raised his hand, golden spiritual energy surging around him, forming a turbine in his palm that resembled a blazing sun, brimming with boundless vitality, capable of destroying everything. A lowly insect from the lower realm, dying under this move is at least worth your trip here. The solar turbine flew from his hand, like a miniature sun, carrying the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Jiang Yin took a deep breath. Black hole. He rapidly created several small black holes, merging them into a supermassive black hole. Still unsatisfied, he created more small black holes and fused them again into another supermassive black hole. Supermassive black hole plus supermassive black hole. Jiang Yin combined the two enormous black holes, which instantly collapsed, as if returning to their origin, transforming into a chaotic, twisted singularity. I call this move return to the void. A distorted singularity hovered in Jiang Yan's hand. Go, devour everything. The singularity shot out, colliding with the noble youth's solar turbine. In an instant, the world turned blindingly white, so dazzling that no one could keep their eyes open. When the noble youth opened his eyes again, his expression changed drastically. Impossible. How could my solar turbine be swallowed? Facing the rapidly approaching singularity, the noble youth didn't hesitate and vanished in an instant. He reappeared behind Jiang Yin, and with a flick of his finger, a golden whip lashed toward Jiang Yin. Crack! A deafening sound echoed as Jiang Yin swiftly dodged, but the space around him twisted and deformed under the whip's strike. You can't escape. The noble youth gently rotated the black ring on his right index finger, releasing a talisman. Slashing talisman. He flicked a drop of blood onto it, causing the runes on the talisman to glow and transform into a spiritual sword that exceeded the speed of sound, piercing toward Jiang Yin in an instant. Jiang Yin tried to block it with Yin Thunder, but the spiritual sword penetrated his defenses, stabbing into his left shoulder. Despite having cultivated his immortal Tao repository to the 3rd level, the spiritual sword pierced through his flesh and shoulder bone. This is the power of the 6th tier. Jiang Yin gritted his teeth. The noble youth descended before Jiang Yin like a god. Not bad, you have some skill. This slashing talisman seals the strike of a 6th tier sword saint. There's no way you can evade it. The noble youth sneered. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I can grant you a swift death. Kneel and beg for mercy? Let me tell you, everyone who has ever said that to me is no longer alive. Jiang Yin chuckled lightly. Try me if you don't believe it. The noble youth looked disdainfully at Jiang Yin, whose face was pale. Then I want to see if you have what it takes to kill me. I will make you kneel. He unleashed his spiritual pressure, attempting to force Jiang Yin to kneel. Jiang Yan's face turned ashen, his left shoulder pierced by the spiritual sword, seemingly crippled, and the injury couldn't be healed quickly with the primordial breathing technique. Facing the overwhelming spiritual pressure of the noble youth, Jiang Yan's gaze turned icy. Black gold battle armor. Instantly, countless pieces of black gold armor flew out from the 10 Directions Ghost Command, tightly covering Jiang Yan's body, fitting seamlessly as if fused with him. Boom! With the black gold battle armor, Jiang Yan's combat power surged dramatically. His right leg swept toward the noble youth like a whip. The noble youth's face showed a smug smile, a low-grade supreme treasure. He dodged Jiang Yan's attack, his eyes filled with greed. Such a treasure is wasted in your hands, it should belong to me. he gently twisted the ring on his finger, and talismans flickered. Slashing talisman, annihilation talisman, execution talisman. 3 talismans flew out in succession, each unleashing the attack power of a 6th-tier saint. Jiang Yan moved like a phantom, trying to evade the 3 talismans. He transformed into a streak of black lightning, instantly appearing above the noble youth, gripping the Rakshasa ghost scythe in his right hand and slashing down fiercely. Clang! A flowing light shield appeared around the noble youth, forcibly blocking Jiang Yan's full-strength strike. A lowly human dares to harm me? The noble youth sneered, waving his hand as hundreds of talismans flickered in the air. Each of these talismans contains the power of a 6th-tier saint. What means do you have to kill me? He sneered. This is the gap between us. He snapped his fingers, and 2 of the strongest killing talismans shot straight toward Jiang Yan. Just as he thought Jiang Yan was doomed, Jiang Yan appeared unscathed. Before the noble youth could react, Jiang Yan thrust his sword directly into his chest. How are you still alive? The noble youth's face twisted. Jiang Yan sneered, did you think you were the only one who could use talismans? Back when he decided to join the Sacred Academy, Zhou Wenshan had given him a sacred talisman capable of withstanding 3 full-force attacks from a 6th-tier martial saint. Now it had finally come in handy, giving him the chance to slay the Celestials. Chapter 103, The Red Umbrella. The Ghost Command. Slaying the Celestials. Outside, beams of light flashed as the geniuses from the Tianyuan secret realm emerged alive. No one had their soul destroyed by the Celestials. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, everyone is back safe. That's great. But, the ghost immortal. So many people returning alive was a great thing. After all, this genius battle had gathered the most outstanding youths of recent years in China. If they had all perished in the secret realm, it would have been a devastating blow to China. Jiang Yan understood this, which is why he chose to face 3 Celestials alone, giving these geniuses a chance to survive. Now, every single genius had escaped the secret realm alive. Only Jiang Yan had yet to appear. Ever since Jiang Yan wielded that red umbrella, the bronze mirror had suddenly stopped working, unable to display any images from within the secret realm, as if the laws had sealed it. No one knew what had happened to Jiang Yan. His fate was a mystery. Xiao Yun was the last to appear. His head lowered, fists clenched tightly. The Xiao family patriarch, upon seeing Xiao Yun, showed a look of relief. Yuner, thank the heavens you're safe. But Xiao Yun shook his head. I shouldn't have come out. The ghost immortal is still fighting bitterly. How could I leave? The Xiao family patriarch's heart trembled. Xiao Yun had always been proud, regarded as a genius since childhood, looking down on everyone. But after experiencing the Tianyuan secret realm, he had actually learned to care about others. But, the ghost immortal? Isn't that a man? The Xiao family patriarch looked puzzled, thinking Xiao Yun had experienced a profound love in the secret realm. But the ghost immortal wasn't even a woman, so where did the love come from? All that was left was the pain of life and death. He looked at Xiao Yun with a strange expression. Xiao Yun clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute. Ghost immortal, I, Xiao Yun, have chosen you. As long as you come out alive, I am willing to follow you forever. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoshang recalled the last image he saw in the bronze mirror, Jiang Yan commanding the black dragon to escort the geniuses while he stayed behind to fight the 3 Celestials alone. Old Jiang, why are you so foolish? Zhang Xiaoshang's voice choked with emotion. Jiang Yan was all alone, with only a younger sister. During their 3 years of high school, Zhang Xiaoshang had always treated Jiang Yan like his own son. Now, with Jiang Yan's life or death uncertain, his heart was filled with anxiety. Zhang Linger looked pale, her eyes trembling. Seeing Jiang Yan risk his life to protect everyone and help them escape the secret realm, her understanding of him deepened. Dad. Brother Jiang Yan, he won't be in trouble, will he? Zhang Linger's voice trembled. He won't be in trouble. That kid Jiang Yan isn't one to go down easily. As the saying goes, troublemakers live long. He'll be fine. These words, rather than comforting Zhang Linger, seemed more like Zhang Xiaoshang trying to reassure himself. The 3 academy heads were also filled with fury at this moment. Zhou Wenshan trembled all over. Celestials, we humans have revered you as immortals, yet you cruelly slaughter our talents. Yin Jinggua's face was dark. Is there any way to open the Tianyuan secret realm? I want to kill those 3 bastards with my own hands. The withered old man's eyes were filled with killing intent. The ghost immortal cannot die. He is the hope for China's future. Inside the secret realm, Jiang Yan held the ghost martial sword and pierced the noble youth's chest with one strike. Just as he thought it was all over, a talisman flew toward the noble youth. In the blink of an eye, his injuries miraculously healed completely. Ha ha ha. With the protection of these 100 talismans, I am like a 6th-tier saint descending. Below the 7th tier, who can kill me? The noble youth laughed arrogantly. Although he only possessed the strength of the 4th tier, 3rd level, he had the protection of 100 6th-tier talismans, allowing him to walk unchallenged even in the heavenly realm. Now, in the lower realm, his arrogance and complacency grew unchecked, convinced that no one could pose a threat to him. You insignificant ant, have you finally seen reality? All your efforts were in vain. You can only blame your lowly human birth, the noble youth mocked. Jiang Yan stared at the shattered ghost martial sword in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. If I can kill you once, I can kill you 10 times. I'd like to see just how many lives you can cling to. Ignorant fool. That was merely my oversight earlier. Do you truly think you can harm me a second time? The noble youth sneered disdainfully, casually activating a talisman that began to shimmer around his body. Jiang Yan remained silent, summoning 2 ghostly apparitions. What is this? The noble youth asked in confusion. What greeted him were 2 powerful attacks. King Qin Guang, wielding a ghostly scythe, instantly struck the noble youth, shattering his protective talismans. King Chu Jiang, holding an ancient cauldron, continuously drained the noble youth's life force. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yan activated the primordial breathing technique to heal his injuries. His left shoulder began to recover, regaining sensation. He had to buy more time. Earth Sovereign. Heaven Sovereign. 4 judges. Countless vengeful spirits. 1 million ghost soldiers. Jiang Yan's eyes glowed crimson as black energy converged, revealing the 10 directions ghost command. Hear my orders. In an instant, the world turned blood red. A blood moon rose in the sky. Whistling winds surged, and the distant earth trembled, faintly revealing countless souls marching in formation. The noble youth was terrified by the scene before him, a sight he had never witnessed. It was as if 2 armies were facing off, yet he stood alone. Jiang Yan hovered in the air, his presence like that of an emperor commanding thousands of troops. Beneath the blood moon, countless ghost soldiers and vengeful spirits roared and howled in frenzy. Jiang Yan spread his arms wide. 1 million troops, heed my command. His crimson gaze locked onto the noble youth. Present his head to your emperor. Boom! 1 million ghost soldiers and vengeful spirits, led by the Earth Sovereign and Heaven Sovereign, surged toward the noble youth like a torrent. The noble youth, overwhelmed with fear, tried to escape into the sky, only to be ensnared by layers of chains, dragging him back into the encirclement of the ghostly army. The 4 judges sealed the heavens, leaving him no escape. In the end, the 2 Yama kings simultaneously unleashed the ancient cauldron and the ghostly scythe, surrounding and slaughtering the noble youth. During the battle, he suffered countless fatal injuries, each time saved by his protective talismans. Time passed, though no one knew how long. Jiang Yan, silent for ages, slowly opened his eyes. Holding a red paper umbrella and dressed in crimson robes, he stood high in the air, his sword aura piercing the heavens. Buzz! A crimson blade light tore through the sky, and the noble youth screamed, "No! You cannot kill me! I am the young sect master of the Dayan sect. No!" His cries were swallowed by the crimson blade light. In the end, his 100 protective talismans were exhausted, unable to fend off Jiang Yan's ghost soldiers and vengeful spirits. Dozens of life-saving talismans were completely depleted, leaving him no chance of survival. Jiang Yan raised the red paper umbrella and delivered a single sword strike, obliterating his soul entirely. Chapter 104 Heavenly Domain, Dayan Sect. In the eastern province of the Heavenly Domain, within the Dayan Sect, an ethereal paradise shrouded in mist. An elderly man with white hair and an immortal aura held a massive spiritual brush, his strokes flowing like dragons and serpents, each imbued with immense spiritual energy. This elder, a highly respected talisman master, was crafting a 6th-tier talisman. As he completed the final stroke, the 6th-tier talisman was officially finished, containing the formidable power of a 6th-tier saint. The elder, clearly drained, waved to the respectful young attendant beside him. "Deliver these talismans to the sect master." Seeing the elder so fatigued, the attendant frowned and complained. "Master, the sect master has you crafting so many talismans, are they all for that useless son of his?" The elder glared at him, and the attendant immediately fell silent, not daring to say more. The elder shook his head and said, "Though the young sect master is undisciplined, his talent is extraordinary. At only 20 years old, he has already reached the 4th-tier Spirit King realm. Looking across the entire eastern state, the young sect master's talent is also top-notch, not something we can casually judge. The elder waved his hand. Quickly deliver the talismans. Yes, master. The young disciple pouted reluctantly, picked up the talismans, and headed toward the sect master's pavilion. In his heart, he cursed silently, the young sect master is nothing but trouble for the sect. High talent? His cultivation level is entirely propped up by divine medicines and elixirs. Don't be fooled by his status as a 4th-tier spirit king, it's all hollow. He can't even defeat a 3rd-tier spirit lord within the sect. Such a useless person, yet master still draws 10 talismans for him every day. I can't stand it anymore. I really hope he dies this time in the lower realm and doesn't come back to harm the sect. With such thoughts in mind, the young disciple passed through layers of mountain ranges and arrived at the sect master's pavilion, hidden deep within the clouds and mist. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly heard a roar. It was the voice of the sect master. My Hauer! Who did this? Who dares to harm you? Inside the pavilion, a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes exuded a torrent of spiritual energy, as if it could twist space itself. This was a 7th-tier spirit emperor. The young disciple was overwhelmed by the immense spiritual energy, as vast as mountains and seas, causing blood to flow from his nose and mouth. His internal organs felt as if they were being crushed, the pain unbearable. I will flatten the lower realm and find the murderer who killed my son. Qin Shunyan's face was as dark as water, his eyes bloodshot, his aura terrifyingly fierce. Sect master, as the leader of the Dayan sect, you must not personally descend to the lower realm. Leave this matter to us elders, we will surely uncover the culprit who harmed the young sect master, an elder of the sect advised. My son is dead. How did you old fools take care of him? He was so young, so kind-hearted, who knows how much suffering he endured in the lower realm. Qin Shunyan was burning with rage, his eyes red. My Hauer, my poor Hauer, who could be so cruel as to lay a hand on someone as young and kind as you? They're worse than beasts. The sect elders couldn't bear to listen any longer and quickly interrupted him. Sect Master Qin, the young sect master brought 2 spirit servants with him this time. However, the sect doesn't have a dedicated spirit fire for servants, so we are unsure of their fate. My Hauer is dead. His spirit fire has already been extinguished. It's all because those 2 lowly spirit servants failed to protect him. Qin Shunyan said coldly. Go to the families of those 2 spirit servants immediately, capture everyone in their clans, and use their souls to light the heavenly lamps. Let them suffer day and night to honor my son's spirit. Yes, sect master. The elders dared not disobey and could only comply. Qin Shunyan held a portrait of Qin Hao, his eyes bloodshot. Hauer, your father will not let your death be in vain. I will find the person who killed you and make them experience every pain in the world, wishing for death but unable to die. He cast a cold glance at the elders. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and figure out a way to descend to the lower realm. Yes. The elders trembled all over and responded respectfully. After leaving the sect master's pavilion, the elders began discussing how to descend to the lower realm. Do you know? There are several rifts between the heavenly domain and the lower realm. As long as we follow the ancient methods to locate these rifts, we can descend, said an elder in a purple robe, shaking his head. The higher one's cultivation level, the harder it is to enter the lower realm. The restrictions of the laws mean that even if we descend, we won't be able to exert our full strength. They were all 6th-tier spirit saints. If they forcibly descended, their combat power would be greatly diminished. However, if they could find the rifts connecting the upper and lower realms, they could retain at least 1/10 of their power, which would still allow them to easily crush a 6th-tier martial saint in the lower realm. The elders entered the library pavilion and began searching for methods to descend to the lower realm. At this moment, in the Tianyuan secret realm, a single sword strike had killed Qin Hao. Jiang Yan sheathed his umbrella sword, his face devoid of emotion, merely looking up at the sky above the altar. He had killed a celestial being with significant backing, likely already drawing the attention of the upper realm. The time he had left to cultivate in peace was running out. Jiang Yan examined his own cultivation level internally. After this period of intense battles, he had already reached the 30th level of the 3rd tier. There was still some distance to go before reaching the 100th level. Twice in one day, he had resorted to forbidden techniques and pushed the 10 directions ghost token to its limits. His body was already overloaded, with no strength to spare. Leaning against a stone pillar, he slowly slid to the ground, casually pulling out a white jade wine flask and taking large gulps. Cough, cough. Jiang Yan patted his chest. Almost choked on the wine. The wine he drank was all spat out, leaving him without even a sip to quench his thirst. He emptied the white jade flask, not a single drop remaining. Exhausted, he leaned against the stone pillar, gazing alone at the sunset in the Tianyuan secret realm. This vast secret realm now had only him left. What a beautiful sunset! If only there were good wine and food, it would be perfect, Jiang Yan thought to himself. The good wine was gone, and as for good food, he retrieved a few thousand-year-old spiritual herbs from the 10 Directions ghost token. It seemed these were his good food for now. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiang Yan. What if I soaked the good food in the good wine? What would happen? Acting on his thought, he placed the spiritual herbs into the white jade flask, sealed the bottle tightly, and began shaking it vigorously. Before long, a rich aroma of wine and medicinal herbs wafted from the flask. It smells amazing. Jiang Yan's mouth watered. Opening the flask, he found that the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs had transformed into medicinal wine. He took a swig and immediately felt invigorated. A warm current surged through his body, and every cell seemed to cheer. Even his overburdened body regained some vitality. The Tianyuan secret realm began to shrink, with all areas outside the final destination vanishing into nothingness. Jiang Yan smiled, sitting on the edge of the void cliff, alone, enjoying the distant sunset with a cup of fine wine in hand. Suddenly, a few blurry images flashed through his mind. In the images, a lone figure was also drinking, watching the entire world dissolve into nothingness. That was the Netherworld Emperor. What a desolate scene it was, the world on the brink of collapse. A figure clad in a red robe, holding a broken red sword in his right hand and a wine flask in his left, sat at the edge of the world, drinking heartily as he watched its destruction. Jiang Yan snapped back to reality. Those images just now, they were definitely not his. Although the figure resembled him, it was certainly not him. He rubbed his temples. It must be the memories of the Netherworld Emperor. I don't know why they appeared in my mind. From those vague images, Jiang Yan couldn't deduce much. He had only heard of a fierce battle, so intense that even the red umbrella sword was broken, and the red robe was left in tatters. It has nothing to do with me, Jiang Yan dismissed the thoughts with a wave of his hand, smiling. Old Netherworld. Since you're already dead, stop meddling in my life. After all, you're just my past life. Can't you keep some distance from me? Jiang Yan muttered under his breath. I prefer people who maintain their distance. After finishing the last cup of medicinal wine, Jiang Yan felt rejuvenated, his body brimming with boundless energy. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he gazed into the bottomless abyss. Only by dying can I leave the Tianyuan secret realm. Jiang Yan stretched lazily, then leapt into the abyss. Outside, the atmosphere was heavy. Yuner, let's go. It's been so long, the ghost immortal might already. The Shao family patriarch tried to persuade. Shao Yun remained on the ancient battlefield, waiting. The ghost immortal would never die so easily. He's the man who sent me flying 100 meters with a single punch. Others tried to pull their chosen fighters away, but like Shao Yun, they refused to leave the ancient formation. If not for Jiang Yan, they would have long been slaughtered by the celestial beings above, their souls scattered. It was the ghost immortal who had fought with all his might, single-handedly holding off 3 celestial beings. They couldn't bring themselves to believe that the ghost immortal had fallen. Jiang Yan. At that moment, an urgent cry rang out. Lingxi, why are you here? Yin Jinghua asked in surprise upon seeing Yin Lingxi. Yin Lingxi hurried forward. Grandfather, where is Jiang Yan? Hasn't he come out yet? Lingxi, young friend Jiang. Yin Jinghua looked at his granddaughter's anxious face, unsure how to console her. He understood in his heart, though unwilling to admit it, that Jiang Yan was very likely already dead. The celestial beings of the upper realm could kill 10 or even 100 of the same level. Not to mention, that young man from the heavens was a whole major realm higher than Jiang Yan. Even if Jiang Yan was a genius among geniuses, facing 3 celestial beings alone left no chance of survival. No. Impossible, Grandpa, you're lying to me, you must be lying to me. How could the ghost immortal die? Yin Lingxi's eyes turned red. Lingxi. Yin Jinghua sighed. Look, it's the Lin siblings from the Baichao group, someone shouted. Lin Tian's face was pale. Brother-in-law. You can't die. If you die, my sister will. Become a widow before she even gets married. Brother-in-law. Lin Wanyu glared fiercely at Lin Tian, then respectfully bowed to the withered old man. Senior, has Jiang, the ghost immortal, not come out yet? The withered old man shook his head. Truly, heaven is jealous of talent, heaven is jealous of talent. Is that so? Lin Wanyu lowered her head, biting her red lips without speaking. Another group of people arrived at Fengming Mountain. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The man I fancy couldn't possibly die so easily. Just wait here, the ghost immortal will come out alive and kicking soon. Lu Qingmeng laughed loudly. Lin Feiyu said helplessly, could you be a little more appropriate? They had learned from the news about the tragic state of the Battle of the Prodigies and rushed over. Although he had lost to Zhang Yan in the Zhang City Martial Arts tournament, he genuinely admired him and regarded him as a rival to motivate himself. He didn't want Zhang Yan to fall like this. Ghost immortal, you'd better be alive. Because soon, I will surpass you. Lin Feiyu murmured. Brother! Zhang Xiaoke also arrived at Fengming Mountain. Learning that Zhang Yan had sacrificed himself to escort many prodigies out of the secret realm but had to face 3 celestial beings alone, her heart felt like it was being torn apart. Don't cry, young master will be fine. Xiao Menglian comforted her nearby. Stop crying, the master will feel sad if he sees you like this. Xiao Bianan also helped wipe her tears. Unfortunately, they were spiritual entities, and Zhang Xiaoke couldn't hear them. Xiaoke, don't be too sad. That bastard Zhang must be fine, Zhang Xiaoshan consoled with a bitter face. But as time passed, even his faith in Zhang Yan began to waver. After all, those were celestial beings. Beings revered as immortals by the people of Blue Star. No matter how strong Zhang Yan was, facing 3 4th-tier celestial beings, survival seemed nearly impossible. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let him participate in that damned battle of the prodigies. It's all my fault. If I could, I'd trade my life for his safe return. Zhang Xiaoshang pounded his leg hard, his voice trembling. At that moment, the ancient formation flashed with white light, and a lazy voice rang out. Why does everyone look so gloomy, like you're all attending a funeral? As the white light dissipated, Zhang Yan lazily glanced around. Seeing the crowd gathered around the ancient formation, he was startled. What the heck? What kind of weird ritual is this? Ghost immortal. You're alive. You really came back alive. I knew you'd make it. Xiao Yun was the first to rush forward. What the heck? Why? Is a guy hugging me? Zhang Yan shuddered, goosebumps rising all over. Zhang Yan. Yin Lingxi pushed through the crowd, shoved Xiao Yun aside, and tightly held his hand. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Zhang Yan blinked in confusion. Should I have been in trouble? He frowned slightly, scanning everyone present. Don't tell me you were all hoping I'd be in trouble. Yin Lingxi stopped her tears and smiled. Don't overthink it. Everyone was just waiting for you to come back. Your heroic deeds have spread throughout Huaxia. You're our hero. Lin Wanyu, with a composed expression, gracefully walked through the crowd. Brother Jiang, the guardian of Huaxia, has heard of your deeds and is very eager to meet you. Which guardian? Zhang Yan asked. Lin Wanyu smiled. The guardian of Huaxia. Old Jiang. Zhang Xiaoshang stumbled through the crowd, patting Zhang Yan's shoulder. Are you hurt? Does anything hurt? Old Zhang, seeing you so worried, I'm fine, Zhang Yan replied. With a smile, Zhang Xiaoshang patted his head. You brat, you have no idea how worried I was about you. Zhang Yan remained silent for a moment before softly saying, I'm sorry for making you all worry. You little rascal. Zhang Xiaoshang gave a bitter smile. Brother! Zhang Xiaoke's eyes filled with tears as she hugged Zhang Yan tightly. You scared me to death. You can't be so reckless anymore. You're my only family, you can't leave me. Zhang Yan's hand trembled slightly as he gently ruffled Zhang Xiaoke's hair. I won't do it again. I'll live well from now on. The heavenly realm is about transforming martial arts into spirit. The ranks are 1st tier spirit practitioner, 2nd tier spirit master, 3rd tier spirit lord, 4th tier spirit king, 5th tier spirit sovereign, 6th tier spirit saint, 7th tier spirit emperor, 8th tier spirit monarch, and 9th tier spirit god. Chapter 106. The guardian of Huaxia Zhang Yan had just emerged from the Tianyuan secret realm, which automatically closed, awaiting its next centennial opening. The champion of this year's Tianzhou tournament was no surprise. The deans of the 3 major academies gathered to announce the results. Zhang Yan took the crown, and no one objected. The Ghost Immortal has won this year's Tianzhou tournament. It's well deserved. Anyone who dares to gossip behind his back is looking for trouble with the Xiao family. Think carefully before you speak. Xiao Yun coldly swept his gaze across the crowd. Those who had intended to make snide remarks immediately fell silent, not daring to say a word. With Xiao Yun's warning, who would dare stir up trouble? Since no one has any objections, the championship of this year's Tianjiao tournament is officially awarded to Jiang Yan. Zhou Wenshan beamed with joy. Who was Jiang Yan? He was a new student of the Sacred Academy. The Tianjiao tournament was the most prestigious competition in Huaxia, and Jiang Yan's victory meant the Sacred Academy had claimed the highest honor. The three major academies had always been evenly matched, but now, with the Sacred Academy producing the champion, it naturally stood above the rest. Zhou Wenshan couldn't stop smiling at the thought. Yin Jinghua, however, remained calm. He gently nudged Yin Lingxi's arm and whispered, "My dear granddaughter, spend more time with the ghost immortal. Try to make him my grandson-in-law." "Grandpa." Yin Lingxi's face turned red as she stomped her foot in frustration and ran off. Yin Jinghua looked puzzled. "What's wrong with this girl? Did I say something wrong? She seems to have feelings for the ghost immortal." "I'm just trying to help them along." A shriveled old man nearby chuckled hoarsely. "Old Yin, you're getting on in years. You don't understand a young girl's heart. You old skeleton. If I don't understand my granddaughter's heart, do you, a century-old bachelor, understand it better?" Yin Jinghua glared at him. The shriveled old man was at a loss for words. He had lived for a century but had never sought a partner. Zhou Wenshan cheerfully called out to Jiang Yan, "Xiao Jiang, come over here." Jiang Yan walked over, and Zhou Wenshan's palm glowed as he revealed a golden divine medicine and 5 10,000-year-old spiritual plants. The surrounding prodigy's eyes lit up at the sight of these treasures, nearly drooling. "Xiao Jiang, this divine medicine and 3 of the 10,000-year-old spiritual plants are the prizes for winning the Tianjiao tournament. The other 2 spiritual plants are an extra gift from me," Zhou Wenshan said with a kind smile. "Thank you, Dean. I deeply appreciate it," Jiang Yan replied. He hadn't expected an additional reward. This was a huge windfall. He had only aimed to win the divine medicine, but now he had also gained 5 10,000-year-old spiritual plants. Their value was immeasurable. A single 10,000-year-old spiritual plant or divine medicine could spark a war between 2 small nations. Jiang Yan was pleasantly surprised to discover that the 5 spiritual plants represented the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Now I've directly gathered half the materials needed to refine the breakthrough pill. All that's left is the heart blood of 3 golden grade beast kings. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. The heart blood of 3 golden grade beast kings would be difficult to obtain in the short term. But it didn't matter, he wasn't in a rush to refine the pill. He stored the divine medicine and spiritual plants in the 10 directions ghost token, then walked toward Lin Wanyu. "Miss Lin, you mentioned earlier that the guardian of Huaxia wishes to see me?" Lin Wanyu smiled. "That's right. The guardian has heard of your deeds and is very interested in you. Brother-in-law. This is fantastic news. The guardian has never met with anyone before. You're the first. This means you might have the chance to become the next guardian of Huaxia in the future," Lin Tian said excitedly. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. "What are the benefits of this?" "The guardian of Huaxia can prioritize the use of national resources, and most importantly, there are no restrictions," Lin Wanyu said with a smile. "Unlimited access to national resources. This means that Huaxia would use the power of the entire nation to assist the guardian in cultivation." Jiang Yan was tempted. The position of Huaxia's guardian was not entirely out of reach. Lin Wanyu waved her hand in front of Jiang Yan. "Brother Jiang, have you thought it through? Come with me to meet the guardian. Don't keep the elder waiting too long." "Then let's go," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. He informed Zhang Xiaoshang and Zhang Xiaoke of the situation and received their full support. "Brother, that's the guardian of Huaxia. The reason Huaxia has been at peace for 1,000 years is because of his protection. I really want to see the guardian in person," Zhang Xiaoke said with admiration. "You'll have the chance," Jiang Yan said, smiling. As he ruffled Zhang Xiaoke's hair, Zhang Xiaoshang was so excited he could barely speak. "Oh old Jiang, when you meet the guardian, can you get his autograph for me?" Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. "I'll try my best." After parting ways, Jiang Yan followed Lin Wanyu to the location of Huaxia's guardian. The guardian was not stationed in an ordinary military camp but in an ancient sacred land. As soon as they entered an invisible barrier, the surroundings transformed into a paradise-like wonderland. I've heard that Huaxia still has a few ancient sacred lands. I didn't expect it to be true, Zhang Yan said, marveling at the rune-covered stone pillars around him. There are 3 sacred lands left in Huaxia. One is occupied by the Bai family. Another is where the guardian resides, and the last one has been abandoned and is no longer usable, Lin Wanyu explained. This sacred land was extraordinary. Indeed, with spiritual energy thousands of times denser than that of external cultivation rooms. Moreover, it was an independent small world, where one could fully immerse themselves in cultivation. Lin Wanyu stopped and smiled. Brother Jiang, the guardian is behind the waterfall. I'll leave you here. Thank you, Miss Lin, for guiding me, Zhang Yan said before leaping into the waterfall. Behind the waterfall was another hidden world, filled with rune formations. At the center of countless formations sat an elderly man with a head full of white hair. He resembled a weathered treasure blade, standing firm against the winds and waves. The elder sensed Zhang Yan's arrival and slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of white light shot out from his gaze, and an overwhelming aura descended like a collapsing sky. Zhang Yan used all his strength to resist, his entire body aching as if his bones were about to shatter, and his legs nearly buckled. This was the oppressive force of an 8th-tier martial emperor. After gritting his teeth and holding on, the pressure finally dissipated, and Zhang Yan remained standing. Not bad, the elder's voice echoed through the sacred land. To have such perseverance. You are indeed a rare talent. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Zhang Yan, correct? The guardian asked with a smile. Zhang Yan bowed slightly. Senior guardian, I am indeed Zhang Yan. The guardian smiled. Good, very good. I am old, but to meet a young supreme talent in my remaining time, I can die without regret. Hearing this, Zhang Yan's heart tightened. Senior guardian, do you mean? My time is running out. My life is nearing its end, the guardian said, his voice resonant yet heavy with the weight of years. Zhang Yan could hardly believe it. The guardian, who had lived for 1,000 years, was nearing the end of his life. What did this mean? If Huaxia lost its guardian, the beasts and foreign races outside would invade without restraint, and Huaxia would no longer know peace. I am about to depart, but meeting you at the end of my life gives me hope. Even without me, Huaxia will continue to prosper, the guardian said. He raised his hand, and beams of light appeared before Zhang Yan. Young friend Zhang, I feel a kinship with you. These are the techniques and treasures I've accumulated over my lifetime. If you find them suitable, take them. As the light gradually faded, several top-tier treasures were revealed. Each one was enough to spark fierce competition among countless factions. Across the entire Blue Star, there were fewer than 10 supreme treasures known to exist. Now, there are actually 2 guardians of Huaxia. Zhang Yan's eyes widened as the guardian smiled and said, if you like it, take it. This dark gold divine armor has accompanied me in battle for 100 years, and now it's time to pass it on. The guardian's eyes were filled with memories. He slowly raised his hand, and the dark gold divine armor flew toward Zhang Yan, disassembling and attaching itself to him. The dark gold patterns on the armor glowed brilliantly. In an instant, Zhang Yan's combat power increased by 10 levels. 4 others, wearing it, could directly elevate them by an entire major realm. This was a qualitative leap. Zhang Yan was astonished. This dark gold divine armor was far superior to his black gold battle armor. The guardian smiled and said, young friend Zhang, try channeling your spiritual energy and see if there are any special effects. Excited, Zhang Yan activated his spiritual energy. In an instant, the golden patterns on the dark gold armor erupted with dazzling light, revealing golden runes. The runes coalesced into a dark gold divine spear. This spear was no less powerful than the Rakshasa ghost. Sigh. Zhang Yan excitedly swung the spear, tearing through the air and causing the space to tremble slightly. Seeing Zhang Yan so delighted, the guardian continued, this dark gold divine armor has another special ability. He spoke plainly, it can evolve. Evolve? Zhang Yan's heart trembled. Was it really that powerful? This thing could upgrade itself. Senior guardian, can you tell me how to make it evolve? Zhang Yan asked. The guardian smiled. It's simple, let it devour similar treasures. Devour similar treasures. A glint of amusement flashed in Zhang Yan's eyes. This was as easy as giving a pillow to someone who was sleepy. He happened to have an extra lower grade treasure, the black gold battle armor. And this dark gold divine armor was essentially an upgraded version of the black gold battle armor. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan took out the black gold battle armor and held it in front of the dark gold divine armor. "Eat it," he said. The guardian chuckled helplessly. "You need to find a furnace and smelt the two treasures together to allow the dark gold divine armor to evolve." A furnace? Jiang Yan thought of the ancient cauldron that belonged to the king of Chujiang. Unfortunately, his current strength was insufficient to use the king of Chujiang's ancient cauldron. This was troublesome. "If you're eager to witness the evolution of the dark gold divine armor, you can use my furnace for now." The guardian waved his hand, and an ancient bronze cauldron appeared out of thin air. The cauldron exuded a profound sense of history, as if it had endured countless ages, inspiring awe. Jiang Yan didn't stand on ceremony and began refining the dark gold divine armor using the guardian's cauldron. He placed the dark gold divine armor and the black gold battle armor into the cauldron together and summoned black flames to burn them. Seeing the black flames, the guardian's eyes widened. "Is that an SSS-level ability? Young friend Jiang, just how many SSS-level abilities do you have?" Jiang Yan felt a bit awkward. "I think, just these two?" "Never mind, that's your secret." "I won't pry," the guardian said with a smile. After a while, the bronze cauldron let out a thunderous sound. The cauldron opened, and the dark gold divine armor flew out. The golden patterns on it were now even more intricate. "This is a successful evolution. Try it out," the guardian said. With a smile, Jiang Yan donned the dark gold divine armor, which had devoured the black gold battle armor. As the armor locked onto him, his strength instantly increased by 12 levels. "Senior Guardian, how many more times can this dark gold divine armor evolve?" Jiang Yan asked excitedly. "When I first obtained it, it could only enhance 5 levels at most. Now, after several evolutions, it still hasn't reached its limit," the guardian replied. Hearing this, Jiang Yan gasped. This meant the dark gold divine armor could evolve infinitely. The guardian had actually gifted him such a treasure. Jiang Yan respectfully bowed. "Thank you, senior, for your generosity." The guardian waved his hand, and a warm current lifted Jiang Yan. "I'm nearing the end of my time, there's no need for such formalities." He then lit up another light source, and this time, what appeared was a turtle shell. Jiang Yan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Senior, is this turtle shell also a high-grade treasure?" "Young friend Jiang, don't underestimate it," the guardian said with a smile. 100 years ago, during the Great War of the 10,000 Races, I survived thanks to this treasure. I don't know its name either. Now that I'm giving it to you, why don't you name it?" The guardian's eyes were filled with amusement. "I'm the best at naming things," Jiang Yan said confidently, fiddling with the turtle shell. He murmured softly, "You look like a turtle shell, and you're especially tough. Then I'll call you Little Turtle," Jiang Yan said with a smile. "Ah." The guardian suddenly coughed, almost losing his balance. "Senior, are you all right?" Jiang Yan asked worriedly. "It's nothing. I'm fine," the guardian replied, his smile slightly stiff. "Young friend Jiang, this treasure is a top-grade artifact. Its name should match its qualities." Jiang Yan laughed. "Little Turtle is very fitting." The guardian also smiled faintly and said no more. "Since you like it, we'll go with your choice." And so, this top-grade treasure was named Little Turtle. The person who named it was quite proud of his creativity. "I'm truly a genius at naming things," Jiang Yan said smugly. "This heart of the black tortoise. No, calling it Little Turtle is more fitting. It can withstand anything, absorb and store energy, and then counterattack," the guardian explained. Jiang Yan toyed with the ancient turtle shell in his hand and infused it with spiritual energy. Instantly, Little Turtle emitted radiant light, floated in the air, and began absorbing spiritual energy frantically. Impressive. Once this treasure absorbs enough spiritual energy, it can unleash power equivalent to a full-force strike from a 6th-tier martial saint, the guardian said. Hearing this, Jiang Yan grew even fonder of Little Turtle. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, it was truly a top-tier treasure. He respectfully said to the guardian, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." The guardian smiled, his voice filled with weariness as it echoed through the blessed land. "I don't have much time left. Seeing young masters like you in Huaxia gives me peace of mind. I've cultivated for 1,000 years, stuck at the peak of the 8th tier, unable to break through further. Ultimately, it's either the limitations of the lower realm or my lack of talent." The guardian gazed at the sky. Stuck at the peak of the 8th tier, this was the 10th level of the 8th tier. It meant the guardian had failed to break through, and his lifespan had been shortened as a result. Jiang Yan's mind raced with thoughts. He possessed the formula for the divine medicine breakthrough pill, which could directly help those below the 6th tier breakthrough. For those above the 6th tier, it could significantly increase the success rate of breakthroughs. Senior Guardian, Huaxia cannot go a single day without you, Jiang Yan said. The Guardian chuckled, his voice full of age and experience. I know. Huaxia cannot go a day without a martial emperor guarding it. Now, with beasts rampaging, and foreign races eyeing us covetously. Apart from a few superpowers, many countries had already fallen, becoming food for beasts and slaves to foreign races. If not for Huaxia's 8th tier martial emperor standing guard, its fate would have been no different from those nations. Now, with the 8th tier martial emperor in his twilight years, if the Guardian were to fall, foreign races and beasts would immediately launch a massive invasion. Currently, I have my eyes on 2 people, the Guardian said, his gaze falling on Jiang Yan. You are one of them. The other. The Guardian shook his head with a bitter smile. It's Qi Wushang, known as the Sword Immortal. Unfortunately, his attitude is too carefree, and he lacks ambition. If I were to pass the Guardian's position to him, I fear he might find it troublesome and open the city gates to let the foreign races in the very next day. Qi Wushang was the white-haired Sword Immortal who had previously slain Hui Yuan and the Elder of the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion with a single strike. When the Guardian was on the brink of death, that seemingly frivolous man was actually one of the Guardian's candidates. But upon closer thought, stepping into the 6th tier at the mere age of 20 was indeed a rare talent. Given 100 years, it wouldn't be impossible for him to reach the 8th tier. However, with beasts and foreign races eyeing Huaxia, there was no time for Qi Wushang to take his time. If the Guardian were to fall, Huaxia would face endless calamity. Jiang Yan looked at the other clusters of light, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Senior Guardian, do you have the heart blood of a golden beast emperor? He wanted to refine the breakthrough pill. If the Guardian could take the pill, his chances of breaking through would greatly increase. Once he ascended to the 9th tier martial god, his lifespan would be extended by tens of thousands of years. The heart blood of a golden beast emperor? That's a medicinal ingredient even more precious than 10,000-year spiritual plants. You're only at the 3rd tier. What do you need it for? The Guardian did not directly say no, which means there is still a chance. Jiang Yan said, Junior knows the method to refine the breakthrough divine medicine and wants to give it a try for Senior. Refining the breakthrough medicine requires 5 10,000-year spiritual plants of different attributes, as well as the heart's blood of 3 golden beast emperors. I have 5 10,000-year spiritual plants in my possession, only missing the heart's blood of 3 golden beast emperors. The Guardian, hearing that Jiang Yan could refine the breakthrough divine medicine, showed little reaction. He had attempted breakthroughs 100 times, preparing hundreds of divine medicines and 10,000-year spiritual plants each time, but all had ended in failure. He had long since lost much hope for a breakthrough. However, seeing Jiang Yan's earnestness, he couldn't bear to dampen the young man's spirit, fearing it would hurt him. The Guardian smiled and said, I still have a little of the blood from 3 golden beast emperors. Since this breakthrough divine medicine is your heartfelt effort, I will reluctantly accept it. A faint glow flickered at his fingertips, and 3 golden orbs of blood floated before Jiang Yan. These 3 orbs of blood were the heart's blood of 6th-tier golden beast emperors. Brimming with immense vitality and blood energy, facing them felt like standing before 3 living 6th-tier beast emperors. Jiang Yan's breathing quickened slightly. May I borrow Senior's bronze cauldron to refine the medicine? Jiang Yan asked. The Guardian replied slowly, without a cauldron, refining medicine is impossible. Once you help me refine the divine medicine, this bronze cauldron will be yours. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Yan was so overjoyed that he could hardly contain his excitement. This bronze cauldron was no ordinary item, it was a top-tier treasure. The Guardian had clearly decided to pass on his legacy and distribute his belongings. Jiang Yan wasted no time, knowing that the most important task now was to refine the breakthrough pill and buy more time for the Guardian. He would never allow Huaxia to fall like other nations, overrun by exotic beasts that roamed freely, devouring people at will, or ruled by alien races that enslaved humanity. Sitting cross-legged before the bronze cauldron, Jiang Yan summoned 5 10,000-year spiritual plants of different attributes from the 10 Directions Ghost token. The 5 spiritual plants entered the bronze cauldron in the order of the 5 elements: mutual generation. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, and earth generates metal. Inside the cauldron, the 5 10,000-year spiritual plants transformed into a diagram of the 5 elements' mutual generation, complementing and restraining each other. They underwent cycles of rebirth and destruction, like an endless cycle of reincarnation. Jiang Yan focused all his attention, precisely controlling the temperature of the black flame according to the method for refining the breakthrough pill in his mind. He then added the 3 types of beast emperor blood, which flew into the bronze cauldron one after another. Instantly, a blazing flame erupted within the cauldron, forming a fiery vortex that continuously refined the 8 heavenly treasures. The guardian sat quietly, his eyes filled with the vicissitudes of time and profound wisdom. Having weathered a millennium of storms, he had seen countless divine pills, but compared to the divine medicine being refined by the young man before him, they were all mere entry level. His heart, long since despaired, rekindled with hope at this moment. He decided to try once more. With the breakthrough divine pill refined by Jiang Yan, he truly had a chance to ascend to the 9th tier. The guardian's eyes gleamed with fervent light. Boom! Outside the blessed land, dark clouds stretched for thousands of miles, thunder swirling in the sky. Each bolt of lightning tore through the heavens, causing even space to tremble. The descent of a heaven-defying divine medicine had triggered a heavenly thunder tribulation. Chapter 109, The Martial God Descends, Humanity Rises. Within the blessed land, the guardian sensed the anomaly outside and could no longer remain calm. This celestial phenomenon, could it truly be an unparalleled divine medicine? His eyes flashed with astonishment. He looked at Jiang Yan, his gaze now filled with the affection of an elder. Heroes emerge from our ranks. With such a young man in Huaxia, our nation will surely prosper forever. Boom! Heavenly thunder crashed down, shattering the barrier of the blessed land in an instant. The guardian raised his hand lightly, and a sword light streaked across the sky, dispersing the lightning directly. Buzzing! The sword light seemed alive, darting through the heavens like lightning, piercing straight into the source of the thunder. It swept away the dark clouds, completely annihilating the tribulation of thunder. All of this was achieved with just one finger of the guardian. He did not draw his sword, nor did he summon it, but instead used his finger as a sword, splitting the heavens with a single strike. Such unparalleled divine power. Currently, only the guardian of Huaxia can achieve this. Jiang Yan watched the awe-inspiring scene but had no time to marvel. He was fully focused on refining the breakthrough pill, unable to divert his attention. If struck by heavenly thunder, without the guardian's intervention, his soul would instantly dissipate, and his physical body would be destroyed. Just one final step remained. Poof! Overwhelmed by excessive spiritual energy consumption, Jiang Yan spat out black blood, and the spiritual energy within him began to spiral out of control, rampaging through his meridians. If not for his cultivation of the immortal doubt of the 3rd level, he would have been torn apart by this force. The guardian sensed Jiang Yan's peril and gently pointed a finger, injecting a stream of pure, gentle spiritual energy into Jiang Yan's brow, immediately suppressing the rampaging energy. Jiang Yan steadied his mind and adjusted his breathing technique. As time passed, the breakthrough pill entered its most critical stage. He dared not lose focus, pouring all his effort into the refinement. Time flew by, and a month passed. In the afternoon, a loud boom echoed. The bronze cauldron exploded. Ha ha ha! I did it! I've finally succeeded! After a month of grueling effort, Jiang Yan had finally refined the breakthrough pill. Though the cauldron had exploded and his face was blackened with soot, none of it mattered. He had succeeded. Jiang Yan looked at the guardian, still seated in the center of the grand formation, and smiled, saying, "Senior, after my hard work, the divine breakthrough pill is complete. Please test it." Having witnessed Jiang Yan's month-long dedication, the guardian's heart was filled with affection. With a kind and gentle expression, he accepted the breakthrough pill. As the pill entered his mouth, the guardian's expression turned solemn. The cooling sensation instantly brought him into a state of clarity, as if he had entered a paradise free of worldly distractions. A divine pill. A peerless divine pill. The guardian confirmed his judgment. Jiang Yan's refined pill was no exaggeration, it was truly a peerless divine pill. Excitedly, the guardian called out to Jiang Yan, "Good child, help me guard the formation. I will now burn everything for one final attempt." "Understood, senior," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. "Don't call me senior anymore. I've spent my life guarding Huaxia, with no children or family. Why not call me Grandpa Dugu instead?" The guardian chuckled warmly. Jiang Yan, unreserved, laughed and said, "Grandpa Dugu, I will guard the formation now. I wish you success in breaking through to the ninth tier. He calmed his mind and began his task. The Guardian's eyes transformed into countless star maps, as if he were immersed in the vast cosmos. His extraordinary meridians turned into constellations, connecting into a unified whole. Boom! This time, the heavenly thunder tribulation was even fiercer than during the refinement of the breakthrough pill. Jiang Yan observed the commotion in the sky and, following the Guardian's prior instructions, activated the 100 formations of the blessed land. Though this sacred site was dilapidated, with many formations decayed and unusable, Jiang Yan tirelessly attempted to activate the ancient barriers that could still function. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One barrier after another appeared, enduring the strikes of heavenly thunder. As one barrier shattered, another rose to take its place. These 100 barriers were sufficient to support the Guardian's breakthrough. Boom! A terrifying ripple erupted from the Guardian's body. Having consumed the breakthrough pill, he entered the final stage of his breakthrough. Crack! The fearsome heavenly tribulation light converged into a single point, instantly shattering the remaining barriers and striking directly at the Guardian. Jiang Yan could only watch helplessly. This terrifying tribulation light was far beyond his ability to resist. Even the slightest contact would reduce him to ashes, obliterating his soul. Boom! The heavenly tribulation light grew increasingly intense, a destructive force seemingly intent on erasing all life from existence. Yet the Guardian remained standing at the center of the tribulation light, like a meditating monk, quietly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy for his ultimate ascension. Standing nearby, Jiang Yan felt the terrifying clash of these two forces. I am witnessing the complete process of an 8th-tier martial emperor breaking through to become a 9th-tier martial god. Only then did Jiang Yan realize he was witnessing a historic moment. Not just for Huaxia, but for the entire blue planet, which hadn't seen a martial god in 1,000 years. Today, a martial god was truly about to be born. The heavenly tribulation light fell like raindrops, but it still could not destroy the Guardians physical body or soul. Time quietly slipped away, the cycle of day and night continued, and half a month had passed. At dawn, the first light appeared, and a red sun slowly rose, surrounded by purple spiritual energy that enveloped the heavens and earth. Crack, crack. At that moment, the sound of a jade statue shattering echoed, and Jiang Yan suddenly opened his eyes, filled with joy as he looked at the figure suspended between heaven and earth. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the Guardian, after persisting for half a month, erupted in dazzling radiance, like a golden sun that outshone the moon and stars. An overwhelming aura enveloped the entire land of Huaxia. At this moment, over 1 billion people simultaneously looked up, their gazes fixed on the golden brilliance that was brighter than the sun. It's the Guardian. The Guardian has broken through. He's reached the 9th tier. My heavens, am I dreaming? I can't believe I'm witnessing this historic moment with my own eyes. Long live the Guardian. May Huaxia prosper forever. Heaven bless Huaxia. Ha ha ha. The alien beasts and foreign races are doomed. They will face devastating blows. Humanity is finally rising. For a time, cheers erupted among humans in Huaxia and even overseas. The rise of humanity was imminent. Oppression and chaos would be completely suppressed. Chapter 110, Half-Step Deity. On Blue Star, in Western countries, the dazzling pillar of light from the east pierced the heavens and earth, resembling an aurora, shaking the hearts of all living beings. From afar, the intense pressure inspired involuntary reverence, even the urge to kneel and hide. This terrifying spiritual pressure, could it be that old man from Huaxia? How strange. Rumor had it that he failed to break through, was aging, and had little time left. But this spiritual energy pillar, only he could achieve this. It seems that the one from Huaxia has truly succeeded. What? Succeeded? Huaxia has produced a martial god? Are you kidding me? Our great Eagle Empire only has 2 8th-tier martial emperors. We've never even seen a martial god. The upper echelons of the great Eagle Empire were in turmoil, with some feeling exhilarated. Regardless of nationality, they were thrilled that humanity now had a deity. Who said humanity lacked gods? Alien races and beasts dared to invade humanity only because there was no deity to guard them. Now that Huaxia had a deity, humanity should unite and instill fear in alien races and beasts alike. The time for humanity's counterattack had arrived. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, a lazy golden lion suddenly opened its red eyes. It let out a low growl, trembling as it gazed at the pillar of light in the eastern sky. This is the aura of the ninth tier, and the direction is the east. Huaxia, the golden lion beast emperor's voice, was filled with fear. How is this possible? Isn't that old man on the verge of death? Roar! An ancient roar shook the valley as a colossal beast slowly opened its eyes. Towering like a mountain, its gaze resembled the sun and moon, instilling terror in all living things. This was an 8th tier beast emperor. A human has actually ascended to deityhood. The giant beast roared in fury, its movements causing the earth to crack and mountains to collapse. Enraged, it grabbed a ruined city and hurled it fiercely toward the east. Hundreds of miles of cityscape tore through the sky, crashing toward Huaxia. Buzz! An invisible barrier lit up, countless runes flickering as they devoured the part of the city that touched the barrier. Roar! The giant beast let out a terrifying roar. Huaxia! We will return! All living beings in the wilderness huddled together, terrified of being easily destroyed by this mountain-like beast. In Huaxia, within a blessed land, Duguan laughed heartily, his entire body surrounded by ethereal white mist, resembling an immortal. This was the 9th tier martial god, already half a step into the realm of deityhood. Buzz! The pillar of light dissipated, and Duguan stood in midair, his white hair flowing, his gaze clear and resolute, his spiritual aura shining like a galaxy. He slowly descended, his face full of joy, unable to contain his exclamation. John, my friend. I did it! I truly succeeded! Duguan laughed loudly, excitedly, walking up to Jiang Yan and giving his shoulder a firm pat. Thanks to the divine medicine you gave me, I was able to successfully step into the martial god realm. A martial god, essentially a deity on land. Half-step deity. If the entire Blue Star had only one martial god, then he would truly be a god. The gap between a 9th tier martial god and an 8th tier martial emperor is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. A single martial god could easily defeat 100 or even 1,000 martial emperors. If there were only one martial god in the world, he would not be a demigod but a true god, unmatched by any living being. Congratulations to Grandpa Dugu for breaking through to the 9th tier and becoming a true god. Jiang Yan sincerely offered his congratulations. The guardian becoming a martial god was a blessing for Huaxia. Not just for Huaxia, but for the entire human race. Good, good, good. Good child. Dugu Huan excitedly patted Jiang Yan again. A pat from a martial god was enough to injure an ordinary person. Fortunately, Jiang Yan had cultivated the immortal Dao Cannon, or his internal organs would have been shattered by the impact. Jiang Yan, Dugu Huan suddenly became serious. This junior is here, Jiang Yan respectfully responded. I have spent my life protecting Huaxia. I have no descendants, and I leave behind so many assets. I don't know who will inherit them in the future, Dugu Huan said, staring into Jiang Yan's eyes. Would you be willing to become my adopted grandson and help me manage these family businesses? Jiang Yan smiled and respectfully called him grandpa. Hey, having a martial god as a grandfather was an incredibly powerful backing. Even if the great forces from the upper realm came, they might not be able to deal with him. Hearing Jiang Yan call him grandpa, Dugu Huan laughed even more joyfully. Good grandson. Now that I've reached the 9th tier, no one on Blue Star can rival me. I am invincible. He raised his hand, and a bronze cauldron shrank in size as he handed it to Jiang Yan. This bronze cauldron is a treasure from the upper realm. If you like it, take it. Thank you, Grandpa Dugu. Jiang Yan smiled lightly and stored the bronze cauldron in the 10 Directions Ghost token. Dugu Huan suddenly remembered something. Oh, I used 5 of your 10,000-year spirit plants. Should I compensate you for that? Helping Grandpa Dugu break through to the 9th tier. What are 5 spirit plants? They're not worth mentioning, Jiang Yan said casually. Dugu Huan laughed heartily. Good grandson, how could I let you suffer a loss? I don't have 5 spirit plants right now, but the heart blood of a beast emperor is within my grasp. The value of 10,000-year spirit plants and beast emperor heart blood was equivalent. Good grandson, I'll go collect the heart blood of 10 beast emperors for you right now. Dugu Huan soared into the sky, his voice echoing through the blessed land. Jiang Yan was stunned. He had just gained a convenient grandfather, and now this? Collecting the heart blood of 10 beast emperors alive? That was too outrageous. Buzz! Dugu Huan tore through space and instantly appeared in the wilderness. As he arrived, the surrounding exotic beasts bared their fangs, exuding a fierce aura. Buzz! An invisible sword aura surrounded Dugu Huan, as gentle as a breeze. In an instant, the heads of thousands of exotic beasts fell, their bodies separated. This terrifying scene startled several beast emperors awake. One of them, an 8th-tier beast emperor, opened its eyes, as massive as the sun and moon, and spoke in a voice as deep as mountains and rivers. "Old man, what are you doing on my territory?" Dugu Huan smiled faintly. "I've come to take the heart blood of 10 7th-tier beast emperors. Which ones do you think are suitable?" The giant beast roared in fury. "Dugu Huan." "Ha!" Dugu Huan chuckled lightly. "Don't shout at me. If you anger me, you won't even be able to keep your head. Today, I'm in a good mood. I've come here to take the heart blood of 10 7th-tier beast emperors to make my grandson happy. If you dare to stop me, prepare to die," Dugu Huan said. The giant beast trembled with rage, its scales clattering, but it dared not say more. Now, the status of humans and exotic beasts had been completely reversed, because humanity had produced a god. Chapter 111, The Beast Emperors Are Annihilated. The giant beast trembled with anger and said in a quivering voice, "Dugu Huan, today you won't be able to kill 10 of my warriors. Then I'll just have to try," Dugu Huan said, instantly soaring into the sky. Behind him appeared a massive sword shadow. The sword shadow was taller than Mount Tai, looking as though it could split blue star in half. "Old friend, it seems you've come here today to risk your life to stop me," Dugu Huan said, controlling the sword shadow and slashing fiercely at the giant beast. The giant beast shook the earth, its two hands like towering mountains, radiating brilliant runes to block the attack. Roar! In an instant, the giant beast's arms were severed by the sword's shadow, crashing heavily to the ground and triggering a violent earthquake. The beast let out a painful roar, nearly killed by a single strike from Dugu Huan. "I told you, if you try to stop me, you'd better be ready to die." Dugu Huan's eyes brimmed with endless sword intent, as streams of sword energy condensed into physical form, transforming into thousands of flying swords. "Today, I will slay the 8th-tier beast emperor and end the 1,000-year blood war." Dugu Huan's imposing voice echoed across the entire blue star. "Today marks the end of the 1,000-year war between humans and alien beasts. Dugu Huan, as a 9th-tier martial god, slays the 8th-tier beast emperor." Buzz! Countless sword shadows hung in the sky, tearing through the firmament and revealing spatial cracks. "Old friend, this 1,000-year blood war is finally over, and humanity has won." Dugu Huan shouted with a smile. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless spiritual swords surged like a tide, piercing through the 8th-tier beast emperor. Thousands of swords stabbed into its chest, and the massive sword shadow crashed down. A deafening boom resounded. The 8th-tier beast emperor, who had ruled alien beasts for 1,000 years, was slain with a single strike. Dugu Huan stood tall between heaven and earth, overlooking all beings. "From today onward, anyone who invades human territory will face the punishment of 10,000 swords piercing their heart." His voice thundered like a storm, reverberating across the heavens and earth. With every word he spoke, the sky roared with thunder, affirming his vow. Dugu Huan did not kill all the beast emperors, he only slew those 8th-tier and 7th-tier beast emperors who attempted to invade human territory, leaving behind some terrified 6th-tier beast emperors. Carrying the heads of 10 7th-tier beast emperors and 1 8th-tier beast emperor, he instantly returned to the blessed land. "My dear grandson, look what Grandpa brought you," Dugu Huan said with a laugh, condensing the fresh blood extracted from the hearts of the 11 beast emperors into a spiritual blood orb that floated in the air. "These are beast emperor blood." Jiang Yan couldn't help but swallow hard. These beast emperors were no ordinary ones, they included 7th-tier beast emperors and even an 8th-tier beast emperor. The value of this heart blood far exceeded what he had exchanged for with 5 10,000-year spiritual plants. "Grandpa Dugu, are these really for me?" Jiang Yan asked in disbelief. Dugu Huan laughed heartily and said, "Of course. You're my only dear grandson, so naturally, all of this is for you." With a wave of his hand, the 11 orbs of beast emperor heart blood flew to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan hesitated no longer and directly stored the 10 orbs of 7th-tier beast emperor blood in one orb of 8th-tier beast emperor blood into the 10 directions ghost token. "My dear grandson, from today onward, you are my grandson, Dugu Huan's grandson. Not just in all of China, but across the entire blue star. I can make sure you walk wherever you please." Dugu Huan snorted coldly. "If anyone tries to use their family background to suppress you, just bring up your grandpa, and I'll personally visit their house for tea." Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh and cry, surprised that this old man immediately taught him how to use power to intimidate others. "My dear grandson, Grandpa will soon enter seclusion to stabilize his realm. Is there anything you need or want to ask? He didn't have any particular needs but had many questions he wanted to ask. Grandpa Gu, I want to know, is the ninth tier martial god the end of cultivation? This was a question Jiang Yan had always been concerned about. Currently, there were no records on Blue Star about anything beyond the ninth tier, making it seem like the ninth tier was the pinnacle of martial arts. Good question, Du Guan nodded in satisfaction. The fact that you can ask this question shows that your vision has already surpassed Blue Star. Is Blue Star just a small world where we reside? Jiang Yan's heart trembled. That's correct. You've already sensed the existence of the upper realm, but you haven't fully understood it yet, Du Guan said slowly. Our planet, Blue Star, is under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Domain. Celestial Domain? Is that what people refer to as the upper realm? Jiang Yan suddenly understood. Yes, what people call the upper realm or the heavens is the Celestial Domain, ruled by the celestial race among humanoid species. Du Guan continued, however, the Celestial Domain is only a part of the upper realm. The upper realm is divided into 4 major regions: the heavenly domain, the spiritual domain, the divine domain, and the sacred domain. Above the 9th rank, the realms exist within these 4 regions and are referred to as the divine path, the path to becoming a god. Divine path? Jiang Yan listened intently, his heart filled with awe. A 9th rank martial god is also called a demigod or an earthly immortal because they have not yet reached true godhood. To become a true god, one must embark on this new path called the divine path, Du Guan said with a smile. You are still far from that path, so don't rush to fly too high. Understood, Grandpa Du Gu. I won't disturb your seclusion any longer, Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Train well. If you go to the heavens in the future, don't let those divine beings and holy sons overshadow you, Du Guan advised. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Don't worry, Grandpa Du Gu. When I ascend to the heavens, I guarantee those divine beings and holy sons will serve as my attendants. And the holy maidens and divine women will become my wives. Good. That's the spirit of my grandson. Du Guan laughed heartily. Leaving the blessed land, Jiang Yan couldn't contain his joy. The harvest this time was immense. Including the bronze cauldron, he had obtained 3 supreme treasures in total. There were also 10 clusters of 7th rank Beast Emperor blood in 1 cluster of 8th rank Beast Emperor blood. Most importantly, he had acknowledged the most powerful figure on Blue Star as his grandfather, giving him an unrivaled background. 1.5 months have passed, and there's only half a month left before entering the Sacred Academy. I must work even harder. According to the Book of Nether, the heart blood of a Beast Emperor could refine the physical body, serving to reshape it. Now that he had so much Beast Emperor heart blood, he had to refine it properly to enhance his body. What kind of effect will refining all this Beast Emperor heart blood at once have? Jiang Yan's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Stepping on fallen maple leaves, he casually found a martial arts hall to begin refining his body with the Beast Emperor heart blood. Chapter 112, Dust to the Old Body, Rebirth Awaits Tyrant Martial Arts Hall, Enlightenment Room Number 7. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began operating the primal breathing technique. During the time he had spent guarding Du Guan, Jiang Yan had not neglected his cultivation. The breathing technique within his body had been continuously running. Tun. Jiang Yan tilted his head back and drank spiritual wine, filling his body with spiritual energy. His minor realm began to shake again. Rank 3, level 36. Rank 3, level 37. Rank 3, level 40. He broke through 5 minor realms in succession. To stabilize his realm, Jiang Yan pushed the breathing technique to its limit, carefully consolidating his progress. During this time, the 4th level of his Immortal Dao Treasury also began to loosen, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. Immortal Dao Treasury, 4th level bone refinement. Jiang Yan poured all the spiritual energy he had accumulated during this period into breaking through the 4th level of the Immortal Dao Treasury. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fully break through. That loosening sensation seemed to be nothing more than an illusion. How strange, Jiang Yan muttered, pursing his lips tightly. He temporarily gave up on breaking through the Immortal Dao Treasury and instead focused on studying the 11 clusters of Beast Emperor heart blood. The heart blood of a 6th rank Beast Emperor was as valuable as a 10,000-year spiritual plant, but what Jiang Yan held was 7th rank and 8th rank blood. Its value was immeasurable. The Book of Nether states that the heart blood of a Beast Emperor can reshape the physical body, making it completely new. Jiang Yan's consciousness entered the 10 Directions Ghost token, flipping through ancient texts. The Nine Nether Underworld Emperor had reshaped his physical body 5 times using Beast Emperor Heartblood. However, each time, he had only used 1 cluster of Beast Emperor Heartblood. Jiang Yan now had a total of 11 clusters in his possession. I won't let these resources go to waste. I want to see what happens when I use all 11 clusters of Beast Emperor blood to reshape my body. The Book of Nether. Only recorded cases of the Nine Nether Underworld Emperor and ancient sages using 1 cluster of Beast Emperor blood to reshape their bodies. There were no examples of using multiple clusters at once. In other words, the effects of reshaping the body with multiple clusters of Beast Emperor blood were unknown. Since no one has tried it before, I'll be the trailblazer and pave a new path for future generations. Following the method for reshaping the body described in the Book of Nether by the Nine Nether Underworld Emperor, Jiang Yan summoned the bronze cauldron, jumped inside, and ignited all 11 clusters of Beast Emperor blood. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the 11 clusters of Beast Emperor blood erupted with a crimson glow, so dazzling that it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. They boiled and churned as if a chemical reaction had occurred, completely surrounding Jiang Yan. Damn! This time I've really overdone it. Jiang Yan shouted. The Beast Emperor's blood intertwined and fused, transforming into a layer of blood-red armor that covered his body, continuously devouring his flesh. Even though Jiang Yan had cultivated the immortal Tao repository to the 3rd level, he couldn't resist this fused Beast Emperor blood armor. No matter how strong his body was, he was as helpless as a newborn. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth to resist, pushing the primal breathing technique to its limit. The golden vortex within him spun wildly, constantly draining his spiritual energy. This was an attack from both inside and out. The blood armor outside devoured his flesh, while the golden vortex inside absorbed his spiritual energy. Damn it, I really brought this on myself. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and held on. Time ticked by, each second feeling like an eternity. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the constraints of the Beast Emperor blood armor. The layer of blood armor clung tightly to his body, continuously consuming his flesh. Meanwhile, the golden vortex inside silently drained his spiritual energy. Jiang Yan was on the verge of being completely drained by these 2 forces. I shouldn't have pushed this far. It's over now. Jiang Yan's voice was weak, his physical body almost entirely consumed by the blood armor, and his spiritual energy completely. The flesh and blood within his body were all formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The golden vortex spun continuously, and Jiang Yan's soul and spiritual power fully manifested in this newly reborn body. Buzz! Jiang Yan opened his eyes, and it seemed as though the entire world was contained within them, filled with countless scenes. He slowly exhaled a breath, farewell to the old me, and welcome to rebirth. The Beast Emperor blood robe devoured his flesh and blood, while the golden vortex absorbed his spiritual power. All of this was burying his old body. Now, his physical form had been completely renewed, entirely freed from the limitations of a mortal body. He was no longer an ordinary human. Like those celestial beings, he belonged to the humanoid race, but not the true human race. Jiang Yan tried clenching his fist, feeling this new body, and said in astonishment, "Damn, I'm not even the same person my parents gave birth to anymore." His old body had been mercilessly buried. The new body was entirely reshaped in his previous likeness, with his soul forcibly infused into it. I've changed races now. What race am I considered? Celestial race? With doubt in his mind, Jiang Yan opened the 10 Directions Ghost token again, preparing to consult the Book of the Netherworld. The Book of the Netherworld automatically flipped its pages and quickly stopped at 1 in spirit. Race. Formed from the essence of heaven and earth, the spirit race's innate sensitivity to spiritual energy was the strongest among all races. The human race's ability to sense spiritual energy couldn't even compare. Now, Jiang Yan had become part of the spirit race, and his ability to perceive spiritual energy had skyrocketed to the top. Chapter 113, Reporting to the Academy. The biggest difference between the human race and the celestial race of the upper realm is that the celestial race is born with a sensitivity to spiritual energy that is 100 times stronger than that of humans. Why is the celestial race so powerful? Because their children can sense spiritual energy from birth and may reach the first stage by the age of 3. And humans? They only awaken their divine gift at 18, and only after entering the enlightenment chamber can they begin to sense spiritual energy. This is the gap in spiritual energy perception. Humans and the celestial race are on completely different levels. Now, the newly reborn Jiang Yan no longer belonged to the human race, nor to the celestial race. Instead, he was part of the spirit race, formed from the essence of heaven and earth. The spirit race's innate sensitivity to spiritual energy was 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, stronger than that of the celestial race of the upper realm. This meant that if Jiang Yan had been part of the spirit race from birth, he wouldn't have needed to deliberately cultivate, he could naturally reach the third stage by the age of 3. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and immediately felt, as though he had swallowed something hard to digest, unbearably uncomfortable. Ugh, cough, cough, cough. The spiritual energy purity on Blue Star is too low, and there's severe pollution. His sensitivity to spiritual energy was now too strong, and taking a deep breath of the spiritual energy in Blue Star's air almost choked him to death. The air pollution was too severe, the spiritual energy was sparse and impure. Blue Star was simply unsuitable for cultivation. Jiang Yan exhaled the turbid air. I need to find a way to the upper realm as soon as possible. The purer the spiritual energy, the more effective it would be for him, not just doubled, but thousands of times more effective. Jiang Yan also noticed that, apart from spiritual energy, there were other beneficial substances in the air. There were emerald green life substances and white active substances. These were all treasures for cultivators. Before his rebirth, Jiang Yan couldn't sense these substances, not even with the original breathing technique. After all, the original breathing technique was merely a skill to help absorb spiritual energy. Now, he began trying to absorb these life substances and active substances. As long as he absorbed the beneficial substances in the enlightenment chamber, he could clearly feel changes in his spirit and body. The active substances made his mind sharper and his consciousness more acute. The life substances rapidly restored his body, healing wounds instantly. Walking out of the enlightenment chamber, Jiang Yan seemed to be surrounded by a faint moonlight. Everyone was drawn to his unique aura, their gazes unable to look away once they landed on him. Not only the girls, but even the boys were captivated by him. It was an extraordinary and transcendent aura, not like that of a mortal, but more like that of an immortal. Jiang Yan noticed the slightly intrusive gazes and frowned in displeasure, saying, I know I'm handsome, but why are the guys staring at me too? His every move carried the demeanor of an immortal. With a light leap, he instantly disappeared. Did I just see an immortal? A girl blushed, her eyes still trembling. I saw it too. Is this an immortal descending from the heavens? Just one glance and I'll never forget it. A boy began to stare blankly. Jiang Yan appeared by the lakeside, and through the reflection on the water's surface, he saw his own handsome yet slightly delicate face and froze. It's still the same face, but why? Does it look even more handsome than before? Could it be that I wasn't as handsome before and there was room for improvement? That's why seeing his new self left him so shocked. Forget it, compared to before, I'm just even more unbearably handsome now. Before, he could charm the living to death, now, he could revive the dead with his looks. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Jiang Yan licked his lips. If being handsome is a crime, then I deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. After indulging in his narcissism, he asked softly, what's the date today? He remembered Zhou Wenshan had told him to report directly to the Sacred Academy in September. What month is it now? Jiang Yan took out his phone for a glance and sighed helplessly, what's going on? I've been in the Enlightenment room for half a month. It was already the day to report to the Sacred Academy. It was afternoon now, he wasn't sure if he was considered late. He still didn't know where the Sacred Academy was in the imperial capital, so he had to open his phone's navigation. Over 100 miles away. It was almost outside the imperial capital. Following the navigation's directions, Jiang Yan moved lightly but at an astonishing speed. Within a few breaths, he had gone from the desolate riverbank to the gates of the Sacred Academy. So this is the place, really easy to find. Just as Jiang Yan lifted his foot to enter, someone blocked his way. Are you here to report as well? The gatekeeper asked in a deep voice. Sort of, Jiang Yan replied indifferently. The gatekeeper rudely extended his hand. Show me your admission letter. I don't have one, Jiang Yan said calmly. He was a guaranteed admission student and didn't need any admission letter. As Zhou Wenshan had said, he could just report directly. No admission letter and you want to enter the Sacred Academy? The gatekeeper sneered. Today is the reporting day. If you want to visit, you'll have to wait until next month. Jiang Yan didn't bother to say more and tried to bypass him to enter. Didn't you hear me? the gatekeeper shouted coldly. Why is your attitude so bad for a mere gatekeeper? Jiang Yan responded. Indifferently. The gatekeeper sneered, for people like you, my attitude is already pretty good. I guard the gates of the sacred academy, even provincial leaders have to show me respect. Who do you think you are to deserve my courtesy? The sacred academy's gates are guarded by someone like you? Jiang Yan lost interest. He had initially wanted to tease this fool, but now he found it too boring. He yawned. Alright, stop wasting time. Just tell me what backing you have, I'm in a hurry. The gatekeeper was stunned by Jiang Yan's words, wondering what was going on. I'll scare you to death if I tell you. My dad is the administrator of the Sacred Academy's library. That's an insider position, the gatekeeper said proudly. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. That's considered backing? He had thought this guy's family might at least include a teacher or director, but it turned out to be just a library administrator. If it were someone at the director level, he'd have to ask Zhou Wenshan to smooth things over after slapping them. But now, it seemed Zhou Wenshan's help wasn't needed, he could slap directly. Jiang Yan chuckled. Brother, I usually enjoy slapping people. Now that I find you annoying, can I slap you once? The gatekeeper froze. Do you know what you're saying? Even if I put my face out for you to slap, you wouldn't dare. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying like a launched missile by Jiang Yan's palm. Jiang Yan withdrew his hand, expressionless. You forced me to act? Couldn't you just say I could slap you? Such a hassle. Chapter 114, Senior Sister, no. The gatekeeper was slapped unconscious. The commotion attracted the attention of students inside the academy. Who is this, daring to hit someone from the Sacred Academy? They're courting death, said a newly reported student, already feeling a sense of belonging to the academy. I heard that the Divine Academy is very protective of its own. That guy at the gate dared to hit someone from the academy, he's definitely in trouble now. A girl whispered. Sure enough, as the gatekeeper was sent flying, several teachers who appeared to be divine envoys emerged. Who dares to act recklessly at my Divine Academy? The leading man in a green robe, wearing 5 black gold rings on his right arm, exuded an imposing aura. He was a 4th-tier martial king. Ordinary teachers at the Divine Academy were typically 4th-tier martial kings. The newly arrived students quickly cupped their hands in respect and explained the situation to the teacher. Teacher, it was that guy outside the gate. He injured the gatekeeper. This guy is ruthless. He must have a grudge against our Divine Academy. Please, teacher, seek justice for the gatekeeper, a male student eagerly chimed in, his face full of righteous indignation. The green-robed teacher nodded. Indeed, the gatekeeper may be an ordinary person, but he represents the face of the Divine Academy. Today, I will resolve this matter. He placed his left hand behind his back, and the 5 black gold rings on his right arm flew out, circling around him and lifting him into the air. He looked down at Jiang Yan. Boy, your biggest mistake was provoking someone from the Divine Academy. Don't underestimate the gatekeeper, even he is not someone you can afford to offend. The green-robed teacher's voice was stern. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders and cripple your cultivation. The 5 black gold rings shot out at high speed, breaking the sound barrier with a deafening roar as they hurtled toward Jiang Yan. The crowd saw Jiang Yan standing motionless, not even attempting to dodge, and they gloated. He must be scared stiff. Ha, it's normal to be scared stiff when facing a 4th-tier martial king, a few new students laughed. Only one person frowned. Why do I feel like that boy outside the gate looks familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before? Could there be a mistake? Bang! 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 Amid 5 crisp sounds, a golden light appeared in front of Jiang Yan, effortlessly blocking the 5 black gold rings. The green-robed teacher's expression changed. Headmaster. Hearing this, the students all widened their eyes. After so long, they were finally seeing the headmaster. Humph. Zhou Wenshan snorted coldly, waving his sleeve to disperse the surrounding dust. He looked at the green-robed teacher with displeasure. Shaoli, what were you planning to do just now? The green-robed teacher, addressed as Shaoli, trembled all over. Headmaster, I saw the gatekeeper maliciously injured and wanted to stand up for him. Zhou Wenshan's gaze locked onto the unconscious gatekeeper. With a gentle wave of his hand, a beam of light shot toward the gatekeeper's forehead, instantly revealing everything that had happened outside the academy. Gate. This kind of person, with such a vile character, can still serve as a gatekeeper for my Divine Academy? Zhou Wenshan said coldly. Who put him in that position? Remove him and that person from the Divine Academy immediately. The gatekeeper was just an insignificant figure, not someone the headmaster would usually concern himself with. Zhou Wenshan had no idea that someone had used this position for nefarious purposes. Through the gatekeeper's memories, Zhou Wenshan saw him extorting passers-by. His expression darkened to the point where it seemed like water might drip from his face. It turned out that the gatekeeper had stopped Jiang Yan to extort money, only to be met with a fierce slap that sent him flying. The green-robed teacher's face turned ashen after witnessing everything. He had intended to make a good impression on the new students, but instead, he had become an accomplice. Who would choose him as a mentor after this? He was so regretful that his intestines felt twisted. Zhou Wenshan ignored him and turned to Jiang Yan with a kindly smile. Ah, Jiang Xiaoyu, I've been waiting for you so anxiously. It's already late afternoon, and you still hadn't shown up. I almost went to find you myself. Everyone was stunned. Why did the headmaster's demeanor change so quickly? Just now, he was fierce and intimidating, and now he was so amiable? Zhou Wenshan's wrinkled face bloomed into a smile, making Jiang Yan feel a bit awkward. He replied perfunctorily, I almost forgot today was registration day, so I came a bit late. I see. Well, you're not too late, Zhou Wenshan said with a smile. I've specially prepared the best villa for you as your dormitory and arranged for a few senior sisters to help tutor you. With that, he waved toward the distance. Before long, a few girls with outstanding figures and fair skin walked over, laughing. Among them were alluring mature women, soft and cute girls, and energetic senior students, every style imaginable. Jiang Yan was almost stunned. He had long known that Zhou Wenshan was an unprincipled guy, but he hadn't expected it to this extent. Not only Jiang Yan, but the surrounding students registering were also wide-eyed, staring with glowing gazes. A few young men were even panting heavily through their noses, excitedly asking, Dean, do we get senior students to tutor us too? Zhou Wenshan replied perfunctorily, you don't, but I can personally tutor you. The boys immediately looked as if they had swallowed flies, falling silent. Zhou Wenshan chuckled. Inwardly, that old guy Yin Jinghua has always wanted to use his granddaughter to entice Jiang Yan. But now, before he even starts, the Sacred Academy is full of beauties. I don't believe Jiang Yan can resist finding a Dao companion. If Jiang Yan forms a Dao partnership with a student from the Sacred Academy, I'll be the first to confront Yin Jinghua and make him suffer. Thinking of this, Zhou Wenshan couldn't stop grinning and said to Jiang Yan, young friend Zhang, do any of these senior students catch your eye? I can arrange another batch for you if you'd like. No, Dean, I appreciate your kindness, but let's put the tutoring aside for now, Jiang Yan replied, sweating. This old guy was truly insidious beyond measure. Hearing the rejection, Zhou Wenshan became anxious. Jiang, this won't do. You're a freshman and there's much you don't understand. Having a few senior students to help you would be greatly beneficial. Jiang Yan waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I'll go rest first. Could you give me the villa key? In the end, Zhou Wenshan didn't insist further and took Jiang Yan to the villa. Once inside, Jiang Yan recalled those dazzling senior students and felt his waist ache. Even with a freshman's body, I can't handle this. Chapter 115, Unexpected People. The Sacred Academy is one of the 3 top-tier institutions in China, and every student has their own fully equipped villa. As Zhou Wenshan had mentioned, Jiang Yan's villa had the best location, facing south with ample sunlight, adjacent to Bihai Lake, offering beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual energy. Jiang Yan took a tour around the villa and found a dedicated cultivation room, fully equipped, as well as a study filled with various ancient texts. He casually picked up a book titled The Qingming Breathing Technique. This breathing technique was worth over $1 billion outside, but at the Sacred Academy, books of this level were standard student provisions, showcasing the profound heritage of the institution. Truly worthy of being one of China's top martial arts academies. He flipped through a few ancient texts, but wasn't particularly interested in breathing techniques or martial arts methods. What truly caught his attention were books on alchemy, formations, and talismans, such as the True Canon of the Alchemy Emperor, The Logic of Formations, and Understanding Talismans in one book. Before leaving, Zhou Wenshan handed him a student handbook, which stated that every student must choose one elective from alchemy, talismans, formations, or artifact crafting, and master it before graduation. This was quite reasonable, as even top martial arts academies had many students who entered society after graduation and wouldn't be fighting all the time. After entering society, one naturally needed a livelihood. High-end professions for the divinely gifted mainly revolved around alchemists, talisman makers, formation masters, and artifact craftsmen. Looking at the books on the study shelves, Jiang Yan hadn't yet decided which course to choose. It's so hard to pick. Maybe I'll just learn them all, it doesn't seem too difficult anyway. Jiang Yan casually flipped through the books and found the content quite simple. If his senior students heard this, they'd probably be furious enough to want to hit him. Not difficult? If it weren't difficult, why would some people spend 10 years without graduating? If it weren't difficult, why would high-end professions like alchemists, talisman makers, formation masters, and artifact craftsmen be so scarce? Jiang Yan put the books back on the shelf, noticed it was getting late, and feeling a bit tired, went to the master bedroom for a good night's sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yan woke up naturally. Today we should be assigned to our classes, and I still need to report in. The academy had issued each student a personal phone loaded with various apps, such as Demon Slayer Records, Martial Arts Hall, Course Selection, Heavenly Talents Ranking, a whole assortment of random applications. Jiang Yan opened the class app and found that he had been assigned to Class 1, with a mentor, who was a 5th-rank martial master named Meng Qingchuan. He lazily glanced at the time and couldn't help but mutter, "It's already time to gather? I really wish I could lie down a bit longer." Despite his words, he got up, ate a simple meal, and headed toward the freshman Class 1 classroom. The previously mentioned alchemy, talismans, artifact forging, and formations were all just elective courses. For students of the Martial Arts Academy, the core curriculum always revolved around one theme: cultivation, techniques, martial skills, breathing methods, and beast-slaying techniques. These were the foundation for every God-gifted individual and the most important courses at the Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Yan walked at a steady pace, neither hurried nor slow, and found the classroom. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The moment he entered, he felt a strong gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he saw someone unexpected. When that person noticed Jiang Yan looking at her, she quickly turned her head away. By the time she looked back, Jiang Yan had already taken a seat beside her. "Miss Bai, long time no see." Jiang Yan sat down casually, propping his head on one hand, a familiar smile on his face. "Bai." Luoshua quickly used a book to cover her face, her voice low, "You've got the wrong person. I'm not Bai Luoshua." Jiang Yan chuckled, "I never said you were Bai Luoshua." He had just addressed her as Miss Bai. Bai Luoshua's disguise was exposed. She put down the book and looked at Jiang Yan expressionlessly. "You're really something. I hid so well, and you still recognized me." Jiang Yan was speechless. How was that hiding well? "At the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Tournament, you left the competition because of family matters." Jiang Yan asked with concern, "Did you resolve everything?" Bai Luoshua blinked, looking confused. "I forgot." After a while, she suddenly remembered. "Oh, I remember now." She scooted her chair back a little, turned her back to him, and avoided his gaze, her voice muffled. "My dad doesn't want me to hang out with you. I don't know you. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Bai Luoshua." Pretending not to know him. Combining this with the information Zhang Xiaosheng had told him about the Bai family, Jiang Yan could guess the general situation. The Bai family was afraid Bai Luoshua would get too close to him, so they brought her back home and forced her to stay away from him. Jiang Yan shrugged. If the Bai family didn't want him to approach her, then he wouldn't. Just as he was about to leave, a small, fair hand grabbed the corner of his shirt. "Don't go." Jiang Yan looked at the awkward Bai Luoshua with a smile. "Didn't your family forbid you from hanging out with me?" Bai Luoshua's eyelashes trembled slightly. She was very lonely. Even in this sacred academy filled with experts, no one dared to approach her. So far, only Jiang Yan, who had talked with her for a long time, hadn't been scared away by the cold aura she exuded. He was her kindred spirit, a natural taboo bearer. Bai Luoshua frowned and looked up at Jiang Yan with a pitiful expression. "Can we play in secret, please?" Ah, the way she said it could easily be misunderstood. Jiang Yan didn't respond immediately, and she thought he was refusing. She shook his arm, repeating over and over, "Please, please, 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 stop, stop, stop." Jiang Yan was almost driven crazy by her persistence and had no choice but to agree reluctantly. "Fine, when no one is watching, I'll take you out to play." "Yay!" Bai Luoshua's face remained expressionless, but she was clearly happy. Seeing Jiang Yan agree, she withdrew her hand, turned her head away, and pretended not to know him again. This girl Jiang Yen found it amusing but also felt a bit sorry for her. Oh well, on the surface, he would have to act like he didn't know Bai Luoxue. If her family found out he was getting close to her again, it would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble. The students gradually arrived. Sitting at the front of the podium, a young man holding a phone yawned. Is everyone here? Let me introduce myself first. I'm your counselor, Meng Qingchuan. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and swept his gaze over the students below, looking somewhat listless. What I have to say to you is simple. I'm just a miserable worker earning a fixed salary, so you'd better not cause me trouble. Alright, now, everyone introduce yourselves one by one. The classroom fell into dead silence. My name is Wang Zhong, SS-level ability user. Realm Stage 3, Level 1. Hello everyone, my name is Zhou Tianmeng, SS-level ability user, Realm Stage 3, Level 3. My name is Qindong, S-level ability user, Realm Stage 2, Level 8. Bai Luoxue, SSS-level ability user, Realm Stage 3, Level 8. After Bai Luoxue's brief introduction, the entire class was instantly shocked. Oh my god, Bai Luoxue? She's the legendary saintess of the Bai family. Is this for real? I can't believe I'm in the same class as the Bai family saintess. The classroom erupted into chaos. Bai Luoxue's face remained expressionless, like a 1,000-year-old iceberg, cold and aloof. She really is as indifferent as the legends say, so hard to approach. Yeah, it's lucky to be classmates with the Bai family saintess, but spending 4 years studying with her feels kind of strange. Meng Qingchuan cleared his throat. Who's next? It's your turn. Jiang Yen was yawning when he suddenly felt everyone's eyes on him. He lazily opened his mouth. Jiang Yen, SSS-level celestial being, realm stage 3, level 4. In truth, his actual realm was stage 3, level 40, but no one would believe him. After his introduction, the classroom exploded again. Jiang Yen? That name sounds so familiar, it gives me goosebumps just hearing it. Ah, I remember now. Ghost, 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 ghost. A girl glared disapprovingly at the stuttering boy. Ghost what? Are you stuttering? The stuttering boy took a deep breath and blurted out, Ghost Immortal. He's the Ghost Immortal. Many people might not have heard of the name Jiang Yen, but as soon as the title Ghost Immortal was mentioned, the entire class atmosphere instantly turned cold, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long while, someone finally stammered, Ghost. Ghost Immortal. Now that you mention it, I think I remember, the Ghost Immortal's surname is Jiang, and his name is Yen. Everyone nervously looked at Jiang Yen, their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles. Jiang Yen glanced at them coldly, feeling speechless. What kind of monster had the rumors turned him into? Why did the mere mention of Ghost Immortal scare everyone so much? Even Meng Qingchuan rarely raised his eyes to scrutinize Jiang Yen, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Two big shots suddenly appearing in the class. Being the homeroom teacher here won't be easy. He rubbed his ears and muttered under his breath, I wonder if it's still possible to go find the old man and switch classes now. Jiang Yen was about to lie down and rest when someone poked him from behind. He turned around to see a simple, honest smile. Wang Zhong. Ghost Immortal, I'm from Jiang City too. It's great to be in the same class as you. Jiang Yen raised an eyebrow and asked, which high school did you graduate from? Linjiang 7th High. That Lu Qingmeng from the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament is also from 7th High. Wang Zhong said excitedly. Mentioning that crazy woman Lu Qingmeng made Jiang Yen suppress his disgust and purse his lips tightly. Where did she go? She was snatched up by the Celestial Academy, while Lin Feiyu from 1st High went to the Martial Emperor Academy. The top 3 from the Jiang City Martial Arts Tournament each went to one of the top academies in Huaxia. After the last freshman finished their self-introduction, Meng Qingchuan stood up and stretched lazily. I'm leaving now, you guys can chat among yourselves. As soon as the instructor left, the classroom descended into chaos. Jiang Yen was surrounded by a crowd, clearly becoming the center of attention. Ghost Immortal. Is it true that Senior Qi Tian couldn't last 3 moves against you? A girl asked, her eyes sparkling. No, Jiang Yen said with a smile, holding up 2 fingers, it was 2 moves. He couldn't last 2 moves. As soon as he said this, the classroom exploded again. Qi Tian, a famous figure from the Celestial Academy, couldn't last 2 moves against Jiang Yen. The rumor had said 3 moves, but now the Ghost Immortal himself claimed it was 2. This news quickly spread throughout the Celestial Academy. That afternoon, Qi Tian stormed through the Celestial Academy like a madman, wielding his Qilin sword. Jiang Yen, If you have the guts, come out. I challenge you to a duel to the death. In class, someone excitedly asked, Ghost Immortal, are you with Ian Lingxi or Lin Wanyu from the Baichao group? As soon as the question was posed, the entire class lit up, eagerly waiting for the answer. Even Bai Luoxue, who was usually indifferent, looked at him, anticipating his response. Zhang Yan smiled and said, I want both. Instantly, the class erupted, the noise seemingly about to lift the ceiling. Damn! Brother Jiang is amazing. Ghost Immortal, you're my idol. Zhang Yan, you're the only one I acknowledge in this lifetime. You're the real man. All the boys in the class centered around Zhang Yan. The girls, on the other hand, either admired him or scoffed, saying, men, they're all the same fickle. Zhang Yan, can I add you on WeChat? A cute girl with a bob haircut asked. Zhang Yan smiled faintly, of course. The bob-haired girl was so excited her mouth formed an O shape. Ding! Zhang Yan's phone received a friend request, Kusini. After he accepted, other classmates also started adding him as a friend, and everyone began exchanging WeChat contacts. In the end, Zhang Yan had added all his classmates. Just as he was about to leave, a small, snow-white hand tugged at the corner of his shirt. This familiar scene made it clear who it was at a glance. I want to add you too. Bai Luoxue looked up, her eyes full of anticipation as she gazed at Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan smiled helplessly and handed over his phone. How could I forget? You? Bai Luoxue, expressionless, scanned Zhang Yan's QR code. Ding! His phone notified him of a new friend request. You have a new friend request, Ice Pop Bunny. Ice Pop Bunny. Zhang Yan sneaked a glance at Bai Luoxue. This ID was way too childish. Alright, now we're WeChat friends, Zhang Yan said with a smile. Bai Luoxue showed no expression, merely responded with a and lowered her head to play with her phone. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's phone buzzed. Ice Pop Bunny, hello, I'm Bai Luoxue. Are you Zhang Yan? #confused Zhang Yan glanced sideways at Bai Luoxue, wondering what was going on in her head. Who else could it be if not Zhang Yan? Unable to hold back a bitter smile, he casually replied, I am Zhang Yan. What can I do for you? Ding! Ice Pop Bunny, can we hang out privately? Seeing this message, Zhang Yan couldn't help but laugh and replied. With one word, sure. After leaving the classroom, there was no need to regroup for the rest of the day. Bai Luoxue, like a lonely little kitten, kept messaging Zhang Yan non-stop after adding him as a friend. On the way back to the villa, Zhang Yan kept his head down, replying to her messages. He noticed Bai Luoxue wasn't very smooth in her conversations, sending a "Are you there?" every 5 minutes, followed by "Are you Zhang Yan?" Zhang Yan found it amusing but also felt a bit sorry for her. She seemed genuinely friendless. Today was the first day of the new class arrangement, and no one paid attention to her. After the class meeting, the other classmates were busy adding each other as friends. Bai Luoxue was the only one left out, with no one actively approaching her to exchange contacts. By the end of the meeting, she had only added Zhang Yan. Back at the villa, Zhang Yan had no intention of relaxing or taking a break from cultivation. He entered the villa's built-in enlightenment room and began absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As a newly ascended member of the spirit clan, his sensitivity to spiritual energy was exceptionally sharp, with every pore of his body drawing in the energy. His consciousness gradually entered the space of the 10 Directions Ghost Token, drifting toward an ancient book, the Book of the Netherworld. The Book of the Netherworld slowly flipped its pages, stopping at the section titled Ghost King. Ghost King. Zhang Yan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. His 10 Directions Ghost Token could control wandering souls, vengeful spirits, ghost generals, and ghost gods, but it had never been able to summon a Ghost King. Now that the Book of the Netherworld had turned to the Ghost King page on its own, did this mean he could summon a Ghost King? Zhang Yan grew excited and eagerly used his consciousness to carefully read the contents of the Book of the Netherworld. The book described the Ghost King as a unique existence, different from vengeful spirits and ghost gods. It was a living being from the mortal realm. Zhang Yan gasped. What did this mean? The Ghost King was actually a living entity from the mortal realm? He continued reading. The Ghost King is a being that cultivates dark arts. Upon reaching a certain level, it transforms into a Ghost King, capable of controlling both the realms of Yin and Yang and traveling freely between them. Zhang Yan suddenly realized. This means that Ghost Kings are all living practitioners of evil cultivation. Since the Ghost King is a living being, how do I subdue them? Zhang Yan asked. The Book of the Netherworld flipped its pages, revealing blood-red, eerie runes. These runes transformed into two words in Jiang Yan's eyes: forbidden object. Ghost kings are entirely sealed, and only by finding the forbidden object that seals them can they be summoned. Where should I look for the forbidden object that seals the Ghost King? Jiang Yan pressed. Further. A line of blood-red text appeared on the Book of the Netherworld, the Land of Extreme Een. There was also a small note: over the long years, the forbidden objects sealing the Ghost Kings have begun to decay. Jiang Yan withdrew his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. The Land of Extreme Een, forbidden object. Just as he was pondering where the Land of Extreme Een might be, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from Wang Zhong. He answered, and Wang Zhong's voice came through. Zhong, are you free? We're organizing a gathering at Zui Xianju. Jiang Yan initially wanted to decline but suddenly thought of something and agreed with a smile. Zui Xianju? I'll be there right away. Great, Wang Zhong said excitedly. After hanging up, Jiang Yan lost the mood for cultivation, quickly left the villa, and headed straight for Zui Xianju. On the way, he called Bai Luoxue and invited her to join. This was a class gathering, and Bai Luoxue only had Jiang Yan as a friend, so naturally, no one else invited her. If she missed the gathering on the first day of school, she would inevitably be excluded. So Jiang Yan didn't think much and directly invited her. Bai Luoxue, upon hearing the invitation, didn't hesitate and agreed. The two arranged to meet at the school gate. Jiang Yan was quick and arrived at the gate in less than a minute. Bai Luoxue was slower, taking a full 5 minutes to appear. Let's go, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Okay, Bai Luoxue nodded, following obediently behind Jiang Yan like a little sidekick. Zui Xianju was a famous restaurant in the imperial capital, favored by many prestigious families and social elites for gatherings. As soon as Jiang Yan and Bai Luoxue arrived at the entrance of Zui Xianju, they heard Wang Zhong calling out, Zhang, over here. Jiang Yan led Bai Luoxue over, and they quickly followed Wang Zhong to a luxurious private room on the 4th floor. Zui Xianju truly lived up to its reputation as the most famous restaurant in the imperial capital. The private room was lavishly decorated and filled with priceless antiques. As soon as Jiang Yan appeared, the crowd cheered. When they saw Bai Luoxue, they were momentarily stunned but then warmly welcomed her as well. This gathering was organized by Wang Zhong, who quickly set the mood and got to the main topic. Since everyone was just getting to know each other, it was a good opportunity to become familiar. Jiang Yan gently nudged the silent Bai Luoxue with his elbow and whispered, Go chat with everyone. Bai Luoxue kept her head down and said nothing. Jiang Yan looked at her in confusion. You don't like lively places? Bai Luoxue shook her head, her voice as soft as the wind. I can't talk to them, it would hurt them. Jiang Yan was puzzled by her words. He set the thought aside and brought up the main topic. Do you guys know about the Land of Extreme Een? As soon as he spoke, a boy looked up. The Land of Extreme Een? I know of one. Zhang, are you planning to cultivate in such a place? A girl visibly shuddered in fear. The Land of Extreme Een? Why would you go there to cultivate? That place is haunted and terrifying. Haunted? Jiang Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately became excited. Tell me more. I'm planning to go to the Land of Extreme Een to catch ghosts. The boy put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Fengmen Village is one such Land of Extreme Een. Decades ago, over 100 people in the village mysteriously died overnight. The girl felt a chill. Qindong, stop talking, it's too scary. Qindong chuckled, don't worry, Fengmen Village has been sealed off by the government. The ghosts can't get out. It's still terrifying. Yao Tian nervously looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang, why would you go to such a dangerous place? Someone laughed and said, dangerous? Have you forgotten Zhang's title? Ghost Immortal. No matter how powerful the ghosts in the Land of Extreme Een are, they can't stand against a Ghost Immortal. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed. That's right, Jiang Yan was a Ghost Immortal, possessing the SSS grade divine artifact 10 Directions Ghost Token. Going to the Land of Extreme Een was surely to subdue the malevolent spirits. Kusini, with her bob haircut, had sparkling eyes. Ghost Immortal, can I go with you? While other girls trembled in fear at the mention of the Land of Extreme Een, Kusini was brimming with excitement. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Yan asked curiously. With you around, what is there to fear? Kusini grinned. Wang Zhong, who was eating with his head down, also looked up. Brother Jiang, I want to go too. Bai Luoxue suddenly raised her head, her big eyes fixed on Jiang Yan. Her gaze was so intense that Jiang Yan couldn't ignore it. He had to smile and ask, you want to go too? Luoshue's eyes sparkled as she nodded. Expressionlessly. All right, the four of us will set off immediately, Jiang Yan decided. After the gathering ended, Wang Zhong led the three of them to the underground parking lot. Seeing Wang Zhong's red sports car, Jiang Yan sighed. I didn't expect someone with such thick eyebrows and big eyes to be a rich second generation. Wang Zhong laughed and said, Brother Jiang, don't joke. I'm no rich second generation. My dad is just a real estate developer. Martial arts families are the real big shots. My family's wealth is nothing compared to them. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. No matter how wealthy a businessman was, they couldn't compare to a powerful God-blessed individual. Jiang Yan smiled and said no more. After all, in front of the eldest daughter of the Bai family, he didn't even have the qualifications to carry her shoes. Wang Zhong, hurry up and drive. I can't wait to explore the land of extreme Yin. Kusini urged excitedly. All right, buckle up. My car is equipped with a wind-breaking talisman, so it's super fast. As soon as Wang Zhong finished speaking, he slammed on the accelerator. The red sports car turned into a streak of red light and disappeared in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Fengmen village was located southwest of the imperial capital, desolate and uninhabited, with even rare sightings of exotic beasts. 10 minutes later, the red sports car executed a perfect drift and came to a steady stop in front of the stone plaque of Fengmen village. The car door opened, and Wang Zhong's expression turned serious. This is it, the most infamous land of extreme Yin in the imperial capital. Jiang Yan and the others got out of the car. Wow, it's so eerie. Just standing here, I can feel a cold breath blowing on my neck. Kusini shivered with excitement. Ha, so you do get scared? I thought you'd stay excited the whole time, Wang Zhong teased. Kusini pouted and hid behind Jiang Yan. With the ghost immortal here, I'm not afraid. No ghost would dare come near me. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, he felt a tug on the corner of his clothes. He looked over and asked with a smile, Are you scared too? Luoshue's expression remained indifferent, her voice soft. There are more than just the four of us alive in there. Jiang Yan frowned and used his divine sense to probe Fengmen village. Sure enough, there were quite a few living people inside. Why would there be so many people in the land of extreme Yin? Wang Zhong noticed the anomaly inside and his face grew heavy. Kusini pouted. The more people there are, the less there is to fear. I don't believe any ghost would dare show up in front of so many people. Let's go in and take a look, Jiang Yan said, leading the way. Luoshue grabbed the corner of his clothes with one hand and followed closely. Kusini hid behind Jiang Yan, her eyes filled with excitement. Hey, Brother Jiang, wait for me. Wang Zhong, lagging behind, quickly caught up. As the four stepped into Fengmen village, it felt as though they had entered a fog. Looking back, the red sports car outside had already disappeared. This is so thrilling. This is exactly the kind of experience I wanted. I'm loving it. Kusini was not scared at all, her excitement reaching new heights. Wang Zhong, despite being a man, felt a bit timid. The land of extreme Yin is easy to enter but hard to leave. I hope we can get out safely. Jiang Yan scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and discovered something strange. In this land of extreme Yin, there wasn't a single ghost in sight. Normally, when he wandered the streets, he could see plenty of wandering spirits, but here, there wasn't even one. It was truly bizarre. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from deep within Fengmen village. Ah! No! Ah-ha! The agonized cries reverberated through the village, sending chills down their spines. Jiang Yan said coldly, Let's go take a look. He moved at lightning speed, transforming into a streak of black thunder and disappearing in an instant. Luoshue easily kept up with Jiang Yan. Kusini and Wang Zhong took a few minutes to catch up, panting heavily as they looked up, breaking into a cold sweat. On the ground, there was a wooden stake with several people tied to it. These people had been skinned alive, their blood long drained, dying in a gruesome manner. I swear, this person hasn't been dead for long. Wang Zhong's voice trembled. Kusini hid directly behind Jiang Yan, her face glowing with excitement. This is so thrilling, so real. It's even more exciting than a horror script kill. Kusini, aren't you scared at all? Wang Zhong was dumbfounded. Jiang Yan and Luoshue remained calm, but Kusini showed no trace of fear. Among the four of them, was he the only coward? Kusini laughed and said, There are ghost immortals protecting this place, who would dare come near? In such a terrifying place, I can still feel at ease. I'm absolutely delighted. At that moment, a wailing cry suddenly echoed from all directions. The eerie, piercing sound sent chills down their spines. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Finally showing yourself. I was worried you'd keep hiding. A 10-sided ghost token appeared in his palm. Wu Chang envoys, capture the soul for me. Two ghostly figures, one black and one white, emerged, holding soul-capturing hooks as they slowly approached the source of the crying. Ah! Just as the Wu Chang envoys were about to close in, the crying suddenly became even more harrowing. A flash of red light passed, and the two Wu Chang envoys instantly dissipated. Step back, Jiang Yin said, squinting as he looked ahead and spotted a female ghost. She was dressed in a red wedding gown. And, shockingly, this female ghost had no head. Holy crap! Holy crap! I saw it! Wang Zhong jumped up in fright. Cosini was so excited she nearly jumped up as well. Wow! This is my first time seeing a ghost up close like this. Bai Luoxue remained calm but secretly moved closer behind Jiang Yan, daring only to peek out with one eye to steal a glance at the headless female ghost. Jiang Yan's palm revealed a ghostly spear, ready to subdue the ghost. Such a distinct ghostly figure, what else could it be but a ghost king? Whoosh! Jiang Yan moved at an extreme speed, stabbing the headless wedding ghost with his spear. The immense force sent her flying 100 meters, pinning her to a wooden stake. Wow! That was amazing! Go, Ghost Immortal! Cosini cheered enthusiastically. Wang Zhong joined in, shouting, Brother Jiang, hurry up and deal with her, she's terrifying. Jiang Yan instantly appeared in front of the headless female ghost, his palm crackling with black thunder. However, the next moment, he felt a chill on his neck. Reaching out to touch it, he realized his head was slowly tilting. His head had fallen off. Thud! Jiang Yan's head rolled to the ground, his neck spurting blood. Yet Jiang Yan remained unfazed, holding a red paper umbrella in his hand. Mirror flower, water moon. Buzz! Jiang Yan was still standing before the wooden stake, while the headless female ghost's neck continued to spray blood. Unfortunately, the ghost already had no head, otherwise, it could have fallen off again. This slash is too powerful, my physical body couldn't withstand it, Jiang Yan thought to himself. If he hadn't instantly used the red paper umbrella to block it, his head would truly have been gone. This ghost was proving to be a tough opponent. Jiang Yan opened the red paper umbrella, shielding himself beneath it, his pupils glowing red. Today, I will definitely subdue you. He transformed into petals of the otherworldly flower, swirling around the headless wedding ghost. The ghost let out a harrowing scream, desperately trying to break free from the encircling petals. In the next moment, Jiang Yan appeared behind the wedding ghost, holding the red paper umbrella. Without drawing his sword, he used the tip of the umbrella as a blade to strike swiftly. Buzz! Ah! The headless wedding ghost let out a piercing scream, suddenly turning to attack Jiang Yan. 3 invisible slashes shot straight toward his head. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed sharply, quickly opening the red paper umbrella to block the attack. Just as he had anticipated, even though the headless ghost's slashes could sever his head, they couldn't harm the red paper umbrella in the slightest. This red paper umbrella was specifically designed to fend off ghostly attacks. It was a legendary treasure against ghosts. Seeing that her attacks were ineffective, the headless ghost immediately gave up resisting, kneeling before Jiang Yan. The harrowing cries echoed once. Again, Jiang Yan closed the red umbrella and looked at her coldly. What are you trying to do? Beg me to spare you? The ghost's mournful voice echoed. Please, sir, help me. Eliminate my resentment. Jiang Yan asked, if I help you resolve your grudge, will you serve me? The ghost replied, as long as you help me, I am willing to obey you forever. Tell me, what exactly is your grudge? Jiang Yan asked indifferently. The headless ghost, moved to tears, began to recount her story. Her name was Mu Lian, an evil cultivator from 1,000 years ago, who had become a Dao companion with Zhao Long, another evil cultivator. She deeply loved Zhao Long, unaware that he only saw her as a sacrificial offering. On their wedding day, Zhao Long activated a sacrificial array and personally severed her head, refining her, a 6th-level cultivator, into a ghost king. From then on, Mu Lian became Zhao Long's puppet, helping him kill and aiding his cultivation of the Dao. Later, Zhao Long died, but Mu Lian could not find release. Her head was continuously refined by Zhao Long's descendants, becoming a secret weapon of the Zhao family. She begged Jiang Yan to do one thing for her, kill all the Zhao family descendants and retrieve her head. Sir, the Zhao family descendants are in Fengmen village. They want to capture me and control me again to serve them, the headless ghost lamented. After hearing the story, Jiang Yan suddenly understood. No wonder I sensed so many people in Fengmen village. It turns out they are all Zhao family descendants looking for you. This ghost king's power is too strong, it must be used by me and cannot fall into the hands of the Zhao family. I agree to help you, Jiang Yan said calmly. Thank you, sir. The headless ghost knelt in gratitude. Jiang Yan found Wang Zhong and the others. As soon as they saw the headless female ghost floating behind him, they shuddered. Jiang, brother Jiang, you've already subdued this ghost? Wang Zhong asked, shrinking his neck. Ghost immortal, you're amazing. Ku Sini gave a thumbs up. Jiang Yan smiled. More or less, but I need to help her resolve her grudge first. He looked around. They're here, delivering themselves to us. Deep in Fengmen village, several figures slowly appeared. One of them saw the headless ghost in a wedding dress and sneered, finally found it, the Zhao family's secret weapon. Stupid girl, disobedience deserves punishment. If you resist again, I'll make your soul scatter. A middle-aged man shook a bronze bell in his hand. As the bell rang, the headless ghost let out a piercing scream. Jiang Yan watched as her soul twisted in pain. This bronze bell is the artifact Zhao Long used to control you, Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. Sorry, but I have my eye on this ghost. Can you hand over the bell to me? A Zhao family member sneered. You have your eye on it? Our Zhao family is a ghost-taming clan. If you know what's good for you, get lost, or we'll kill you and refine you into a fierce ghost. A ghost-taming clan? I'm so scared, I'm about to die of fright. Could you stop scaring me? Jiang Yan mocked. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you, the Zhao family middle-aged man said, opening a wooden box. Black mist rose, and a fierce ghost slowly emerged. Kusini couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, now I finally understand what it means to show off in front of an expert. This fierce ghost? What a joke. Wang Zhong also couldn't hold back his laughter. They had all heard the rumors about Jiang Yan. It was said that when Jiang Yan first awakened his divine gift, he could already control 100 fierce ghosts. This Zhao family middle-aged man could only control one fierce ghost at a time. Compared to Jiang Yan, it was like a child playing games. What are you laughing at? When my soul-devouring ghost swallows your souls, let's see if you can still laugh, the Zhao family middle-aged man commanded coldly. Kill them. The soul-devouring ghost floated menacingly toward Jiang Yan. Just as it was about to approach, Jiang Yan raised his head and gave it a cold glance. The ghost seemed to see the most terrifying thing imaginable and instantly turned into black mist, retreating back into the wooden box. The Zhao family members were all stunned. The middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot, glared at Jiang Yan. What is going on? I've fed it with blood for 30 years, and I've never seen this happen. What did you do to my fierce ghost? Jiang Yan spread his hands innocently. I just looked at it. I didn't do anything. Impossible. You must have done something. Otherwise, how could a ghost I've raised for so many years lose control? The middle-aged man stared at him darkly. Jiang Yan sighed, his eyes glinting with amusement. Is it possible that your ghost is simply afraid of me? My ghost afraid of you? The middle-aged man sneered coldly. What do you think you are? The middle-aged man of the Zhao family glanced at the young man behind him and shouted angrily, You must not have fed it heart's blood today. Quickly, summon your vengeful spirits and kill this little beast. The Zhao family members simultaneously summoned their respective vengeful spirits. But as Jiang Yan swept his cold gaze over them, those spirits let out piercing, mournful screams and instantly dissipated. This bizarre scene left the Zhao family members staring at each other in shock, their eyes filled with fear. Who are you? The middle-aged man of the Zhao family asked in a trembling voice. Even a fool could see that Jiang Yan was no ordinary person. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. I'm just a passing ghost enthusiast. Remember this face of mine. Chapter 120, The Ghost King's Paper Wedding Dress. My Zhao family has been taming ghosts for generations, known as the family of ghost tamers. Today, we encounter a young man like you, and we can't even control our vengeful spirits. You must be a calamity to our clan, and you cannot be allowed to live. The Zhao family patriarch stepped out of the crowd, holding a staff engraved with strange patterns. As his spiritual energy poured into it, the staff emitted a purple glow. Since you insist on opposing my Zhao family, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. The Zhao family elder snorted coldly, and Purple ghostly figures began to emerge from the ground. These ghosts were mindless and attacked Jiang Yan from all directions. You can control vengeful spirits, but you can't handle mindless ghosts. The Zhao family elder sneered. Young man, you're still too inexperienced. Faced with the ghosts attacking from all sides, Jiang Yan remained motionless. A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from his body, instantly dispersing the ghosts. This is impossible. You can actually harm ghosts. The Zhao family elder's expression changed drastically. Humans were fundamentally incapable of harming ghosts. Throughout history, ghosts had killed humans, but no human had ever killed a ghost unless they possessed special light-based abilities. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Have you used up all your trump cards? If that's the case, it's my turn now. As he finished speaking, he darted like lightning toward the man holding the bronze bell. With a single punch, the man turned into a mist of blood, and the bronze bell was crushed in his hand. Without the bronze bell, the headless wedding dress ghost was no longer under control and began a frenzied massacre. Your enemies are here. I'll leave them to you to deal with. Jiang Yan clapped his hands. Retreat quickly. The Zhao family elder's face turned pale as he urgently ordered his clan members to flee. The bronze bell was like a binding curse. A single shake would cause the headless wedding dress ghost unbearable pain, even to the point of obliteration. Now that the bronze bell was destroyed, the Zhao family's only method of controlling the headless ghost king was gone. They were no match for it. No, please. A disciple's head was severed, blood spraying everywhere. Spare me. Spare me. One by one, the heads of the Zhao family disciples fell, as the headless wedding dress ghost unleashed centuries of pent-up rage in a violent outburst. The Zhao family ancestor had refined her into a ghost king, and the clan had contra. Jiang Yan glanced at her. The head I promised you is right here. The ghost mist has dispersed. Go. Take it yourself. Thank you, my lord. The headless wedding dress ghost was overwhelmed with gratitude. She transformed into a crimson streak of light and instantly pierced the head with her sharp fingers, blood splattering everywhere, forcibly pressing the head back onto her own neck. The ghost head resisted fiercely, emitting dazzling rays of light, trying to break free. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. King Chu Jiang, restrain it for me. The ghost domain shifted, chains flew out, wrapping layer upon layer around the head, preventing its escape. After a long stalemate, the ghost head finally lost its strength to resist and obediently became the headless wedding dress ghost's head. Gradually, the wedding dress ghost slowly opened her eyes. Her face was pale, devoid of any color, and her lips were as red as if stained with blood. Pressing her head, the wedding dress ghost slowly descended before Jiang Yan. Thank you, my lord, for resolving the hatred in my heart. I am willing to follow you forever and be your loyal servant. As the wedding dress ghost swore a blood oath, a drop of blood flew from her forehead, transforming into a paper wedding dress that fell into Jiang Yan's palm. This paper wedding dress was the binding object of the wedding dress ghost. With it, Jiang Yan had completely subdued the wedding dress ghost. At the same time, Jiang Yan's consciousness entered the ghost command space, where the book of the underworld flipped rapidly and stopped at a blank page. Slowly, blood-red text emerged on the blank page. The wedding dress ghost has been contained. Ghost King codename Paper Wedding Dress. Paper wedding dresses killing methods, severance, invisible slashes to the necks of living beings, ignoring all defenses. Capable of cutting through anything. Red mist, releases crimson ghost mist that causes flesh to rot and souls to collapse upon contact. Seeing this, Jiang Yan felt a chill on his neck. Ignoring defenses, capable of cutting through anything. No wonder even my ultimate physical body could be severed. The wedding dress ghost's attacks were too powerful, impossible to defend against, leaving only the option to dodge desperately. The red mist was even more eerie. Entering it was like falling into the ghost domain of the wedding dress ghost, with no way out but death. If not for Jiang Yan's protective red paper umbrella, his flesh and soul would have been corroded and disintegrated the moment he entered the red mist. So this is a ghost king? Their combat power is several levels above that of vengeful spirits and ghost generals. Looking at the paper wedding dress in his hand, Jiang Yan's heart surged with excitement. If he could subdue all the ghost kings, his strength would undoubtedly reach its peak. The great vengeance has been avenged. There's nothing left for you here. Jiang Yan spoke. Yes, my lord. The wedding dress ghost transformed into a streak of red light and flew into the paper wedding dress. In Jiang Yan's hand, Jiang Yan stored the paper wedding dress into the 10 Directions Ghost Command and walked out of King Chu Jiang's ghost domain. His appearance made the Zhao family elder's face turn ashen, as if he had been dead for years. How is this possible? That ghost head was the treasure of my Zhao family, and yet, you're still alive. The Zhao family elder was utterly despairing. Even the ghost head, refined for 1,000 years, couldn't kill Jiang Yan. He could think of no other way. Jiang Yan couldn't be bothered to act personally and said indifferently, "He's your enemy. What do you want to do?" As soon as the words fell, the Zhao family elder's neck began to tilt. He reached out to support it, but in the next moment, his head rolled to the ground. "You really don't waste time," Jiang Yan chuckled. The Zhao family was completely annihilated, and there was no one left in Fengmen village to resist. Jiang Yan looked at Bai Luoxue, Kusini, and Wang Zhong, raising an eyebrow. This place is an extremely yin-filled land, a rare tourist spot. Who wants to explore deeper? Wang Zhong shook his head. No, Jiang Ji, let's get out of here quickly. I'm about to pee myself. Kusini said excitedly. This experience was so thrilling. This trip was totally worth it. Bai Luoxue blinked. I'm hungry. Then let's head back. I'll treat everyone to a good meal. Jiang Yan stretched lazily, feeling quite pleased. Today, he had subdued a ghost king, a fruitful day indeed. Chapter 121, Devouring Waves, Scorching Heaven. The next day, the weather was clear, with not a cloud in the sky. The Martial Arts Academy, unlike liberal arts universities, didn't have a packed schedule every day, giving students plenty of free time. Jiang Yan spent the entire day in the library. The Sacred Academy's library was grand and imposing, with intricate mechanisms on each floor. With simple operations, the mechanisms would transport people to the relevant sections. Devouring Waves, Scorching Heaven. Jiang Yan put down the book he had just finished reading, his mind repeatedly recalling the mid-tier yellow-grade martial technique. His divine sense transformed into a golden figure, tirelessly practicing the technique within his sea of consciousness. The Devouring Wave Scorching Heaven / was a fire attribute attack that consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, condensing flames into a slash. The slash could be unleashed continuously, with each strike growing more powerful. According to ancient records, the highest achievement of the Devouring Wave Scorching Heaven / was 18 consecutive strikes. Legend had it that the 18th strike directly killed a 6th-tier martial saint. In his sea of consciousness, the golden figure had already perfected the technique, achieving both form and essence. The Devouring Wave / he condensed was composed of black flames, each strike exuding a terrifying aura. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, his fingers lightly tapping the panel to activate the mechanism of the library, which transported him to the top floor. The top floor of the library housed a practice room, specifically designed for students to train in martial techniques. He stepped into the practice room, where a dummy stood in the center. The dummy's level could be adjusted for simulated combat. Jiang Yan operated the panel, setting the dummy's level to 4th tier, 5th stage. Beep, 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 3 warning sounds echoed, followed by a gentle female voice resonating in the practice room. Dummy activated, training begins. The dummy suddenly raised its head, its eyes flashing with light, and its speed broke the sound barrier, as it charged at Jiang Yan in an instant. However, to Jiang Yan, this speed was still too slow. He instantly transformed into black lightning, flashing behind the dummy, his right hand condensing a black devouring wave /, which he swung fiercely. Boom! The first devouring wave / exploded with immense power, instantly shattering the 4th tier, 5th stage dummy into pieces. Jiang Yan smirked disdainfully. Is the dummy's quality this poor? He reopened the panel and adjusted the dummy's level to 5th tier, 1st stage. The gentle female voice sounded again. Dummy activated, training begins. The shattered pieces of the dummy on the ground seemed to be drawn together, slowly reassembling and rising. The dummy's strength instantly surged to 5th tier, 1st stage. Its eyes glowed red, exuding an aura of dread. Bang! The dummy moved. It stomped heavily on the ground, appearing before Jiang Yan in an instant, its fist striking like lightning, accompanied by bursts of explosive sound. Jiang Yan quickly retreated, simultaneously unleashing a devouring wave scorching heaven /. Buzz! The massive slash resembled an inescapable sea of fire, engulfing the dummy in an instant. However, a surge of intense spiritual energy erupted around the dummy, forcibly dispersing the devouring wave scorching heaven /. You blocked the first strike, but what about the second? Jiang Yan thought to himself. Each layer of the devouring wave scorching heaven / grew stronger in power, but the spiritual energy consumption also multiplied. Buzz! The second black flame devouring wave slash was unleashed swiftly, and the dummy once again erupted with 5th-tier spiritual pressure, blocking it yet again. Then came the 3rd strike, the 4th, the 5th. All were blocked by the 5th-tier, first stage dummy, until the 6th devouring wave scorching heaven slash was unleashed with a sudden ferocity. This 6th strike was like divine punishment, as if it could split the heavens. The dummy could not withstand it and was shattered in a single blow. Jiang Yan had unleashed 6 consecutive devouring wave scorching heaven slashes without a moment to catch his breath. As long as the primal breathing technique continued to operate, he would never run out of spiritual energy unless the energy required for the devouring wave scorching heaven slash exceeded his reserves. Let's see how many consecutive devouring wave scorching heaven slashes I can unleash. Jiang Yan activated the primal breathing technique, quickly replenishing the spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness. He set the dummy to a stationary mode on the panel. Taking a deep breath, his right hand condensed a black devouring wave slash and struck directly at the dummy. The first strike, buzz. The second, the third, buzz, buzz. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, buzz, buzz, buzz. Jiang Yan unleashed the devouring wave scorching heaven slashes without pause, the spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness depleting at a visibly rapid pace, yet he did not stop. The consecutive strikes reached the 10th. By this point, Jiang Yan was already gasping for breath, the recovery speed of the primal breathing technique unable to keep up with the consumption. The 11th, buzz. The 12th, buzz. Jiang Yan felt as though he had been completely drained. Pushing the primal breathing technique to its limits, he managed to unleash 2 more strikes. Still not enough. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and continued to unleash another slash. The power of the devouring wave scorching heaven slash grew increasingly terrifying, eventually transforming into a sea of fire, like a burning inferno. The 19th slash. Jiang Yan's spiritual energy was completely depleted as he delivered the final strike. This slash carried the power to destroy everything, instantly, shattering the dummy into pieces. The control panel in the training room flickered a few times before going dark. Jiang Yan, panting heavily, collapsed to the ground. After releasing the 19th devouring wave scorching heaven slash, not a trace of spiritual energy remained in his body. I did it. A smile appeared on his lips. The record for the devouring wave scorching heaven slash was 18 strikes, but he had just unleashed 19, successfully breaking the record. Jiang Yan took out the ancient text of the devouring wave scorching heaven technique. Sure enough, the record on it had been updated, changing from 18 to 19. Jiang Yan smiled. I wonder how the previous record holder will react when they find out their record has been broken. At the same time, in a secluded realm within the sacred academy, a fair-skinned woman with jade-like features suddenly opened her eyes. A flash of cyan flame flickered in her pupils. Her brows furrowed, and her eyes were filled with shock. Impossible. The record I set for the devouring wave scorching heaven slash has been broken. She gritted her teeth. I need to see who exactly broke my record. Zhu Yunyao frowned, lightly tapped the ground, and ripples appeared in the space around her. Her figure was enveloped in a cyan radiance and disappeared instantly. She was a 5th-tier martial sovereign. In the training room of the library pavilion, Jiang Yan operated the primal breathing technique, and his spiritual energy had mostly recovered. Slowly, he stood up. Today had been a fruitful day. He had finally mastered a martial technique for black flame. Just as he was about to leave, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind him. So you're the one who broke my record. Jiang Yan froze, not yet reacting, when a terrifying slash came hurtling toward him. It was a devouring wave slash condensed from cyan flames, moving as fast as lightning. Jiang Yan twisted his body and countered with a black flame devouring wave slash. The 2 slashes collided violently, unleashing a shocking energy wave that shattered the newly restored dummy into pieces. The training room was left in complete disarray. Chapter 122, Danger approaches. So it was you who broke my record for the devouring wave scorching heaven slash. Zhu Yunyao hovered in midair, glaring angrily at Jiang Yan. She frowned slightly. You look unfamiliar. I've never seen you before. Are you a new student? Jiang Yan responded coldly. I am. Zhu Yunyao's eyes widened. You're actually a new student. The record she had held for 3 years had been broken by a newcomer. What's your name? Zhu Yunyao asked. You tell me first why you attacked me without reason, Jiang Yan sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved with astonishing speed, unleashing a black flame devouring wave scorching heaven slash. You! Zhu Yunyao's expression changed. She flipped her jade-like hand and released a cyan flame devouring wave scorching heaven slash. The two slashes collided again, their forces canceling each other out. A third-tier martial lord, yet you can match my devouring wave slash. What kind of monster are you? Zhu Yunyao was already at the first level of the 5th tier. Jiang Yan's aura was powerful, but he was only a third-tier martial lord. The two were separated by two major realms, yet their devouring wave slashes could counter each other. This alone demonstrated how terrifying Jiang Yan's devouring wave slash was. That black flame of yours is an SSS grade ability, Zhu Yunyao concluded. Her SS grade ability, Azure Moon Flame, was already formidable among fire-based abilities. But compared to an SSS grade flame, it was clearly inferior. Only an SSS grade flame could allow a third-tier cultivator to unleash a devouring wave slash capable of devouring hers. Zhu Yunyao chuckled softly. Let's stop for now and talk this out. You think I'll stop just because you say so? I'm the victim here, the initiative is mine. Jiang Yan didn't stop at all. Instead, he unleashed several more devouring wave scorching heaven slashes. Zhu Yunyao bit her lip and had no choice but to defend with her own devouring wave scorching heaven slashes. Her spiritual energy was depleting rapidly, visibly so. After 10 exchanges, Zhu Yunyao's breathing began to grow uneven. This is the last one. Jiang Yan unleashed the 11th devouring wave slash. Zhu Yunyao reluctantly unleashed the 11th devouring wave heaven searing slash. Beads of sweat appeared on her fair cheeks as her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Only then did Jiang Yan stop, leisurely crossing his arms as he looked at her. Now, can you tell me the reason for ambushing me? Zhu Yunyao steadied her mind and said angrily, I just heard my record was broken and wanted to see how strong the person who broke it really is. And now, do you think I'm strong enough? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. Zhu Yunyao snorted coldly. If I had had time to activate my breathing technique, you wouldn't have been my match at all. Jiang Yan had acted too quickly, leaving her no time to use her breathing technique, forcing her to defend with all her might. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. Big sister, did I hear you right? You're a 5th-tier martial sovereign, and you're saying something like that? Don't you feel embarrassed? What's embarrassing about it? The strong should show the weak their power. Zhu Yunyao proudly raised her head. I reached the 5th-tier martial sovereign through my own efforts, not by relying on others. She suddenly smiled and circled Jiang Yan a few times, excitedly saying, Junior, join my club. There's a club at the Sacred Academy? Jiang Yan's eyes widened. He hadn't expected a martial arts university to have clubs. Of course there is. Zhu Yunyao's eyes sparkled with amusement. I'm the president of the Divine Fire Club, and the flame ability I control is SS Grade Azure Moon Flame. What's your little flame called? Zhu Yunyao asked curiously. Black Flame, Jiang Yan replied flatly. Zhu Yunyao waited for a while, and when Jiang Yan only said those two words, her eyes widened. That's it? Your flame's name is that simple? Does Black Flame sound simple? I think it's pretty cool, Jiang Yan frowned, thinking to himself that yet another person was questioning his naming skills. Isn't your flame SSS grade? You should give it a more domineering name. Zhu Yunyao said, hands on her hips. Black Flame is already domineering enough. Simplicity is the ultimate principle, don't you get it? Jiang Yan couldn't be bothered to argue with her. Since the misunderstanding was cleared up and she bore no malice, there was no need to waste time. Hey, don't leave. If you don't want to join the Divine Fire Club, at least tell me your name. Jiang Yan, he said, transforming into black lightning and disappearing in an instant. Zhu Yunyao was left standing in the training room, muttering to herself, Jiang Yan. This name sounds so familiar. Wait, Jiang Yan, Ghost Immortal? This junior is actually the Ghost Immortal. Back at the villa, Jiang Yan was preparing to activate the primal breathing technique for cultivation when he suddenly felt a chill, as if someone was targeting him. Pretending not to notice, he sat cross-legged and began to activate the breathing technique. Buzz! A red sword light instantly shot toward his heart. Jiang Yan's spiritual energy erupted, blocking the sword's shadow. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes to see a figure approaching. You killed the young master of my sect, and now you act as if nothing happened, even daring to cultivate. The newcomer was a young man who didn't seem to be from the upper realm. Jiang Yan chuckled. You've got the wrong person. I haven't killed any sect young master. The young man glared fiercely. I saw the scene of the young master's death clearly through the Qian Yuan mirror. You vile creature, confess and accept your punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man once again summoned the red sword. The blood-red sword light transformed into thousands of sword shadows, tightly encircling Jiang Yan. Cough, cough. The young man suddenly spat out black blood, his body beginning to crack, on the verge of exploding. Jiang Yan understood. It seems that it's very difficult for upper realm celestials to descend to Blue Star. They can only forcibly use divine consciousness to occupy the bodies of lower realm beings. The young man before him had been possessed by an upper realm celestial. He was only at the second stage of the third tier and couldn't possibly withstand the celestial's divine consciousness. He had already reached his limit, and his body was about to collapse. The divine consciousness has already been erased. Jiang Yan couldn't sense the original soul of the young man, which had undoubtedly been obliterated by the celestial. Since that was the case, there was no need to hold back. Initially, he had considered leaving the body intact, but without the soul, even a complete corpse was meaningless. Paper wedding dress, Jiang Yan said coldly. Jiang Yan raised his hand and unleashed black flames, completely incinerating the young man's corpse. Another innocent, pitiful soul. He looked up at the sky, his gaze cold and filled with murderous intent. Celestial beings, if you dare come down, I will kill you. Chapter 123, Blood Demon Soul Devouring Formation. Heavenly Domain, Eastern State, Dian Sect. Ah! A sect elder suddenly self-ignited, his entire body engulfed by black flames. Fifth elder, what's wrong with you? The fifth elder's face was full of panic as he manipulated heavenly water, desperately trying to extinguish the black flames on the ninth elder. But no matter how much water he poured, the black flames clung to the ninth elder like maggots on bones, penetrating deep into his flesh and soul, continuing to burn. These black flames seemed like fire that would never extinguish. Help! Save me! Put out the fire, quickly! Hurry! The ninth elder let out a desperate scream. The other elders also exerted all their strength, yet they still couldn't stop the spread of the black flames on the ninth elder. Gradually, the ninth elder stopped struggling, turning into ashes, and in the end, not even the ashes remained. He completely vanished from this world. This was the black flame that burns souls. Even though the ninth elder hadn't personally descended to Blue Star but had instead used his divine sense to possess a lower realm creature's body, once ignited by the black flames, the fire would use the soul as fuel. The ninth elder's divine sense was consumed by the black flames, and even in the upper realm, he couldn't escape this incineration. In just a few minutes, a sixth-stage spirit saint was burned clean, as if he had never existed. Witnessing all this, the elders of Dian Sect looked grim, their eyes filled with fear. The ninth elder and fifth elder were investigating the matter of the young sect master under the sect master's orders. The ninth elder's mysterious demise must be related to the murderer who killed the young sect master, the third elder said coldly. Where is the fifth elder now? The third elder continued to ask. A disciple dressed in inner sect robes respectfully replied, reporting to the third elder, the fifth elder is currently researching lower realm methods and should have already forcibly descended to the lower realm. What? The fifth elder has already forcibly descended? That murderer just killed the ninth elder. The fifth elder is probably no match for him either. The fourth elder's face was full of worry. They all knew that if a being from the upper realm forcibly descended to the lower realm, their strength would be constrained by the laws. A sixth-stage spirit saint forcibly descending would only be able to maintain peak fourth-stage spirit king strength. At this moment, inside the villa, Jiang Yan had no mind for cultivation. He tilted his head back and drank a few sips of spirit wine, his realm already reaching the 45th level of third-stage spirit king. My identity has been exposed. That sect from the upper realm will definitely keep sending people to the lower realm to kill me. Jiang Yan began to ponder countermeasures. If it was just divine sense possession of a third-stage martial sect body, it would be manageable. But if a celestial being personally descended, there would be no avoiding a fierce battle. He hadn't encountered many celestial beings, but those he had faced were far more difficult to deal with than human geniuses of the same realm. If the celestial beings descending from the upper realm were 5th stage or 6th stage, he would have no chance of fighting back. I need to prepare a few formations, just in case. In the Sacred Academy, it was fine, there were lecturers to help, and if there was too much commotion, someone would intervene. But he couldn't stay in the academy forever. Jiang Yan arrived at the Formation Academy of the Sacred Academy, intending to buy formations from the lecturers. He entered the formation pavilion, which looked grand from the outside and was even more impressive inside. Like the library pavilion, the formation pavilion was filled with mechanisms and formations, with only a few staff members present. The formation pavilion stored many ready-made formations that could be used immediately upon purchase. Demon-suppressing formation, priced at 50 million. Devil-subduing grand formation, 60 million. 5 elements reversal formation, 130 million. Looking at the price tags of these low-level formations, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Fortunately, the formation pavilion allows the exchange of formations for spirit plants, otherwise, I wouldn't have enough money. Today, I'll have to spend big. Jiang Yan sighed and directly ignored the low-level formations, taking the mechanical staircase to the highest floor. Stepping off the staircase, he walked on a suspended platform to a bronze box. On the display table, large glowing characters were engraved, advanced. Formation, Blood Demon Soul Devouring Formation. Price, 10 billion? Jiang Yan almost felt his legs give out. 10 billion, this price was terrifying, you could have just taken it. Gritting his teeth, he decided to see how powerful the Blood Demon Soul Devouring Array truly was and whether it was worth the price. He began carefully studying the array's instructions. The Blood Demon Soul Devouring Array only required one person to hold the array compass to set it up. Once activated, anyone below the 6th rank of Spirit Saint would be unable to escape, their blood would be sacrificed, and their soul gradually devoured. So powerful, anyone below the 6th rank trapped in the array is doomed. Jiang Yan felt tempted. But the price. He clenched his teeth. I can still harvest spirit plants. If someone else buys this array, there'll be no chance left. He picked up the bronze box, descended the mechanical staircase to the first floor, and found the steward of the array pavilion to discuss purchasing the array. The steward eyed him suspiciously. I say, young man, do you have enough academy credits? The credits at the Sacred Academy weren't for graduation but were welfare points issued to students for exchanging cultivation resources. 1 credit was equivalent to 100,000 Huaxia currency. Jiang Yan had just arrived and didn't even have a single credit to his name. If credits aren't enough, I'll trade these instead. He took out several thousand-year-old spirit plants, feeling a pang of heartache. The steward's eyes widened instantly at the sight of the glowing spirit plants. I didn't expect this, you're a scion of a noble family. Taking out so many thousand-year-old spirit plants at once wasn't something an ordinary family could do, it had to be one of the top families in the city. Alright, these spirit plants are worth exactly 10 billion. Here's the incantation to open the bronze box, try it yourself when you get back. The steward, his eyes fixed on the spirit plants, casually handed Jiang Yan a sheet of golden paper. Jiang Yan took the paper and didn't linger, quickly returning to his dormitory. Following the incantation, he opened the bronze box. A palm-sized array compass came into view. He took out the compass and began operating it. According to the instructions, Jiang Yan infused spiritual energy into the compass, and several red lines shot out from its center, rapidly sketching the array on the ground. Within a few breaths, the array began to take shape. Buzz! The Blood Demon Soul Devouring Array formed, radiating a towering blood-red light, and the scent of blood filled the villa. Ugh! Jiang Yan almost gagged from the stench. He quickly withdrew the array compass, his face pale. I can't test arrays casually in the villa, I don't want to ruin my luxury home. With a protective array in hand, he was ready for those old geezers from the upper realm to come down and deliver themselves to him, none would escape. Meanwhile, a rift suddenly tore open in the sky above the imperial capital, and an elder with an immortal aura flew out, his sharp eyes gleaming as his divine sense swept across the entire city. Vile creature, I've found you. The fifth elder's expression was calm, as if crushing Jiang Yan would be as easy as squashing an ant. Chapter 124, Beast Hunting. Trial time flowed like water, and a month passed quickly. During this month, Jiang Yan hadn't encountered any more attacks from the upper realm's celestial beings. Even so, he remained highly vigilant. Over these 30 days, Jiang Yan had been diligently studying arrays and talismans at the Sacred Academy. Although the Blood Demon Soul Devouring Array still has flaws, it's becoming increasingly refined. Against a 6th rank martial saint, it should be able to trap them and slowly wear them down. Jiang Yan improved the array based on his studies, making it capable of trapping 6th rank martial saints. He also consulted top talisman masters at the academy and learned how to store killing moves within talismans. Spirit Collapse can only be used once a day. Even if unused for a day, it won't accumulate extra uses the next day. So, Jiang Yan stored each day's Spirit Collapse attack in talismans. Now, he had 30 talismans imbued with Spirit Collapse strikes. He named these talismans Spirit Collapse Talismans. As long as the holder infused spiritual energy, the talisman could be activated, allowing even a first-rank martial artist to use it effortlessly. Back in the day, during the Secret Realm Battle of Prodigies, a noble youth had used talismans containing a 6th-rank Saint strike, which worked similarly. With so many contingencies prepared, even if a 6th-rank Saint from the upper realm descends, I can put up a fight. Jiang Yan stored the Spirit Collapse talismans and the array compass into the ghost token. He slowly exhaled, pushed open the villa window, and a warm breeze greeted him, making his whole body feel refreshed. Drawing these talismans is so exhausting, I feel like my body is almost drained. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Joining the Sacred Academy back then was truly a wise choice. As one of the 3 top academies in Huaxia, the Sacred Academy had profound foundations, with resources and faculty far beyond what ordinary martial arts schools and universities could offer. Jiang Yan was enjoying the breeze, pondering which skill to practice next, when the villa's doorbell suddenly rang, and Wang Zhong's voice came through. "Brother Jiang, it's our class's turn for the beast hunting trial today. Are you in?" "Beast hunting trial. If I calculate the time, it should indeed be today." Jiang Yan stroked his chin, opened the villa door, and said, "Come in." Whoa! As the door opened, Wang Zhong, who had been leaning against it, almost fell. He laughed as he entered the villa and saw Jiang Yan standing by the window, gazing at the spirit sea. He quickly ran over. "Brother Jiang, I hope I'm not disturbing you?" "No worries, I don't have anything important going on." Jiang Yan smiled and asked, "For this annual beast hunting trial, what level are the exotic beasts?" Wang Zhong replied excitedly, "Brother Jiang, you've asked the right person. I heard from the seniors that for freshmen, the highest level of exotic beasts in the trial is the 4th-tier Beast King." He confidently patted his chest. "Every student in our Sacred Academy is a talent. Even if their cultivation is only at the 3rd tier, defeating a 4th-tier Beast King is no problem." He wasn't wrong. Those who could enter the Sacred Academy were top talents from all over. Students from the 3 great academies could easily fight above their level. "Brother Wang, let's head out then. We shouldn't keep the class waiting." "No problem. This is a great chance for you to check out my new ride," Wang Zhong said proudly. Jiang Yan chuckled. "Young Master Wang, another new car? Hee, come and see for yourself, Brother Jiang." Wang Zhong took out a divine leaf resembling a banana leaf from his storage ring. He infused it with spiritual energy, and the divine leaf immediately expanded, emitting a faint blue glow. "How about this? This low-grade spiritual treasure cost me 300 credits to exchange for." Wang Zhong had been completing tasks assigned by the Sacred Academy since the start of the semester, quickly accumulating 300 credits. As soon as he had enough, he eagerly exchanged them for this low-grade spiritual treasure, the 7-spirit divine leaf. "Brother Jiang, hop on and experience my new ride." Wang Zhong's face was full of pride. Jiang Yan stepped onto the 7-spirit divine leaf. Under Wang Zhong's control, the leaf floated up slowly, then accelerated instantly, turning into a green streak that tore through the sky. Sacred Academy, Instructor Villa Area. Meng Qingchuan, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the visitor. "Director Shui, what brings you here so suddenly?" "Taoist Meng, it's your class's turn for the beast hunting trial today. I know you find it troublesome, so I've already arranged for someone to take your place," Shui Changhua said calmly. "I do find it troublesome, but that's my class, my students. How can I let someone else take over?" Meng Qingchuan stopped meditating, his gaze cold as he stared at him. "Director Shui, what exactly are you planning?" Golden spiritual energy surrounded Meng Qingchuan, and the furniture in the villa began to float. Shui Changhua shook his head. "I knew you wouldn't agree, so I had no choice but to keep you here for a few days." As soon as he finished speaking, the villa's windows shattered, and several figures rushed in. "Taoist Meng, I ask for your cooperation," Shui Changhua said with a laugh. The figures simultaneously summoned spiritual swords, which formed a 7-star formation, the 7-star sword array. "Just stay here quietly for a few days. The person I've sent to take your place will take good care of your students," Shui Changhua said, laughing loudly. Whoosh! A green streak of light cut across the sky and slowly came to a stop mid-air. "This is the place. Most of the class should already be here," Wang Zhong said, waving to the classmates below as he controlled the 7-spirit divine leaf. To land. The two jumped off the 7-spirit divine leaf, and a few close classmates came over to greet them. Kusini pouted, "Why are you so late?" Wang Zhong scratched his head and smiled, "Ah, there was traffic on the way." "Do you think I'm blind?" Kusini questioned loudly. Wang Zhong was instantly speechless and could only shut his mouth. Bai Luoxua quietly moved next to Jiang Yan and cautiously poked him with her jade-like finger. Jiang Yan turned his head, and Bai Luoxua looked up and softly said, "Hello, my name is Bai Luoxua." Jiang Yan gave a wry smile. They had been in school for a month, and she was still pretending not to know him. Before he could respond, a red light streaked across the sky and appeared before everyone in an instant. As the dust settled, the group looked on in confusion. "Strange, why isn't it Mentor Meng?" "Yeah, didn't they say Mentor Meng would take us to the trial site today?" Everyone was full of questions. The newcomer revealed a barely noticeable cold smile at the corner of his mouth but maintained a friendly expression. "Class 1 students, your Mentor Meng had an urgent matter and couldn't make it, so I'll be substituting for him today." The man smiled faintly. "My name is Situ Hong. I'll be leading you in this large-scale beast hunting trial." Chapter 125, Peril on All Sides, Survival and Desperation. After speaking, Situ Hong glanced around and asked with a smile, "Is everyone here? Is there anyone missing?" Seeing no response, he rephrased his question, "Jiang Yan, are you here?" Hearing his name, Jiang Yan frowned slightly, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. He replied calmly, "I am Jiang Yan. May I ask what instructions Senior Situ has for me?" Situ Hong squinted and smiled. "So, you're Jiang Yan. Truly talented and handsome. Humanity is full of remarkable individuals. Ha ha. You're too kind, Senior Situ," Jiang Yan replied, observing his every move with caution. This was too strange. Although Meng Qingchuan seemed a bit irresponsible, he cared deeply for his students and was even protective of them. In the second week of school, when students from their class clashed with second-year seniors, Meng Qingchuan, despite saying he didn't want trouble, personally stepped in to resolve the conflict, and even pressured the other mentor. Would someone like that really entrust such an important beast hunting trial to someone else? Jiang Yan was filled with doubt. "Since everyone is here, let's set off." Situ Hong waved his hand, and an airship appeared before the group. Many eyes lit up. This airship was at least a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Treasures were categorized as true treasures, spiritual treasures, supreme treasures, and heavenly treasures. Most people only possess true treasures. Spiritual treasures were already rare, and supreme treasures were so scarce that they were nearly unattainable. As for the highest grade heavenly treasures, none had been seen on Blue Star for centuries. Jiang Yan himself owned several supreme and spiritual treasures. Even casually taking out one would attract countless people vying for and chasing after it. The first year, Class 1 students boarded the airship. Situ Hong took out a dozen spirit stones and embedded them into the airship's core. The airship emitted a faint glow and stealthily ascended into the clouds. About an hour later, the airship slowly descended, arriving at their destination. "This is a small secret realm. I'll open the entrance shortly, and you can all head inside," Situ Hong said as he channeled spiritual energy into the secret realm's formation. The formation shifted instantly, space distorted, and an entrance to the secret realm appeared. "Go on in. The strongest beasts in this secret realm are only at the 4th tier, so you should have no problem handling them," Situ Hong said with a smile. "Thank you, Senior Situ," someone said, expressing gratitude before stepping into the secret realm. One by one, more students followed suit, entering the trial grounds. Wang Zhong jumped in without hesitation, while Kusini, her face full of excitement, eagerly flew in. Bai Luoxua stayed close to Jiang Yan, holding onto the corner of his clothes with one hand and looking up at him. "Something's wrong. You noticed too?" Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. Bai Luoxua shook her head. "I didn't notice, I smelled it." She wrinkled her delicate nose. "I smelled the scent of the heavens." After entering the trial secret realm, Jiang Yan quietly brought out his formation compass. Controlling one red line at a time, he discreetly began setting up formations on the ground. He knew there was danger here, but he couldn't abandon the lives of these students. He didn't want them to lose their lives because of him. While secretly setting up the blood demon soul-devouring array, Jiang Yan whispered to Bai Luoxua, "How confident are you?" Bai Luoxua's expression remained calm as she replied indifferently, 90%. "That confident?" Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I'm very confident." Bai Luoxua lifted her chin expressionlessly, exuding self-assurance. Alright, then let's proceed as planned. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. After a month of silence, he knew the celestial beings from the upper realm could no longer sit still. While staying at the Sacred Academy, with many 6th-tier martial saints guarding the place, even the celestial beings dared not act rashly. Thus, he seized the opportunity during the beast hunt trial to make his move, calculating everything meticulously. However, he couldn't remain indifferent to the innocent students who were dragged into this. As the last person, Situ Hong, entered the secret realm, the entrance was completely sealed. Situ Hong's lips curled into a sinister smile. Classmates, the trial has begun. Perform well and try to survive. His hands glowed with radiant light as he summoned several exotic beasts. Roar! The nine-headed dragon python roared, immediately causing everyone to clutch their ears in agony. Some first-tier, third-level students even bled from their ears and collapsed to the ground. This isn't a 4th-tier beast king, it's a 5th-tier beast king. And it's in the late 5th tier, a student cried out in terror. There were actually 6 late 5th-tier beast kings. The strongest student in Class 1 of the freshman year, Bai Luoxue, was only at the 9th level of the 3rd tier, a massive gap from the late 5th tier. Late 5th tier strength was equivalent to the 9th level of the 5th tier among humans. This was a level that only senior students in their 4th year should face. Even in the senior beast hunt trials, there were at most 2 late 5th tier beast kings. But now, 6 had appeared. Even if all the freshman instructors combined their strength, they wouldn't be a match, let alone these 3rd-tier students. Senior Situ, what does this mean? You must have made a mistake. We're just freshmen, our trial opponents shouldn't be late 5th-tier beast kings. Wang Zhong swallowed nervously and mustered the courage to ask. No mistake. Your class has a legendary figure like the Ghost Immortal. Facing 6 late 5th-tier beast kings is nothing. I believe he will figure something out, Situ Hong said mockingly. Enough nonsense. I'm already hungry, the scarlet blood. Tiger King roared. Don't forget the reward promised by the one above. We're risking being annihilated by the Sacred Academy to help him kill, the blazing Sky Sparrow reminded. Coldly. Situ Hong laughed. Rest assured, the reward promised by the one above will be delivered in full once the task is done. Humph, killing a bunch of 3rd-tier bugs is a matter of moments, the Tiangang barbarian bull roared, causing rocks to tumble and the ground to crack. The venomous scorpion and thunder griffin launched the first attacks. Dodge quickly! Wang Zhong shouted, but it was already too late. A student who failed to react in time had his head smashed by the thunder griffin, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Another girl was a split second too slow and was stung by the venomous scorpion's tail. Her skin turned black rapidly, and within seconds, she screamed as she dissolved into a pool of blood. This was the terror of late 5th-tier beast kings. Killing humans was as easy as crushing ants. Chapter 126, Snow Country Jiang Yan. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the celestial beings above. These innocent students are dying because of you. Situ Hong sneered coldly. That's nonsense. You're the one who brought this upon us. Wang Zhong growled. You short-lived scoundrel are the real culprit. Even in death, we'll come after you. Kusini pointed at Situ Hong and cursed angrily. We won't be intimidated by your words. You've set us up today, but we'll fight with everything we have to kill you. The students simultaneously unleashed their divine gifts. In the Sacred Academy, even the least talented students possessed S-grade divine gifts. Among the freshmen in Class 1, more than 20 had SS-grade divine gifts. Situ Hong's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected these students to not only remain unafraid but also to resolve to fight him to the death. Quick! Kill them! Situ Hong shouted at the 5th-tier beast kings. The 9-headed dragon python fixed its 18 cold eyes on Situ Hong. Human, are you giving us orders? I dare not. I'm only delivering a message from the immortal. Situ Hong's body went cold, his heart in his throat. The Tiangang savage bull snorted coldly. A bunch of 3rd-level rookies. I'll crush them all. It transformed into a towering humanoid, its hands like 2 small mountains. With a heavy stomp, it rushed towards a student like a missile. Boom! Several students simultaneously offered divine gifts, and the Tiangang savage bull shattered their barriers layer by layer. Several people were sent flying by the immense force, flying hundreds of meters away. Puff! The strength-type psychic, who had sprouted 4 arms, spewed viscera from his mouth and fell to the ground seriously injured. Seeing the Tiangang savage bull send 8 students flying with a single blow, Situhong became arrogant. Ha! You're all finished today, and you still want to drag me down with. You? Don't dream. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Zhong and Kusini. Take them away quickly, I'll deal with these beast kings. Wang Zhong's face was ashen. Brother Jiang, we can't leave you alone. I'm not leaving. I'm going to kill this short-lived ghost today. Kusini summoned the divine gift and prepared for a battle. Bai Luoxue said lightly. He is not alone. The 10 Directions Ghost Order appeared in Jiang Yan's palm. Hurry up, Xiao Bai and I are going to use the SSS-level divine gift, which may affect you. Kusini and Wang Zhong looked at each other. Ghost Fairy, Sister Bai, you must come back alive. The two of them ran towards the depths of the trial secret realm with the wounded. Where are you running? You are all food for this king. White bones grew on the back of the red blood tiger king, and blood turned into wings, chasing at high speed. Bai Luoxue glanced at Jiang Yan and said lightly, do you know what my divine gift is? I don't know, can you tell me? Jiang Yan smiled. Bai Luoxue's pupils turned snow-white, and snowflakes suddenly floated in the secret realm where there had been no snow for tens of millions of years. She opened her cherry lips slightly, and her voice echoed between heaven and earth, snow country. SSS-level superpower, snow country. Bai Luoxue snapped her fingers, and the first snowflake fell to the ground, and the world turned upside down in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the secret realm was covered with ice and snow, like a lost snow country. What kind of ability is this? The burning sky bird screamed, and the sky flames on its wings began to dim and were about to go out. The red blood tiger king, who had just chased Wang Zhong, was pierced by thousands of icicles, and nailed in mid-air, turning into a living ice sculpture. Bai Luoxue's silver hair danced with the snowflakes, and thousands of ice swords condensed around her body. Break it. For me. As soon as her voice fell, the ice sculpture of the red blood tiger king shattered instantly, turning into ice crystals all over the sky. The cold wind blew, and a red blood tiger king in the form of an ice spirit appeared beside Bai Luoxue. What kind of divine gift is this? Situ Hong's voice trembled, his blood seemed to be solidifying, and his face turned purple. No matter how he circulated his spiritual power, the cold air could not be dispelled. His spiritual power was also frozen by this weird ice and snow. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? The blood of the Tiangang barbarian bull surged, and with a roar, he slammed his fist into Bai Luoxue with the force of a landslide. Bai Luoxue slowly raised her head, and glanced at him coldly with her snow-white eyes. Crack! The Tiangang barbarian bull instantly turned into an ice sculpture. So powerful. Jiang Yan was surprised. He thought she was unreliable, but he didn't expect her combat power to be so strong. Bai Luoxue said calmly, I'm very strong. She flipped her jade hand, and the snow-white world turned upside down again. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yan, the secret realm returned to its original state, but the Beast King and Situhong disappeared. He looked at Bai Luoxue in surprise. He saw a small world of ice and snow hanging in her palm. Those Beast Kings and Situhong are all locked up in your small world? Jiang Yan was a little wary. Yeah. Bai Luoxue nodded obediently, I sealed them all in my snow country. Jiang Yan took a breath of cold breath, your SSS-level divine gift feels like a plug-in. Bai Luoxue said lightly, this is my mechanism. You still understand the mechanism? Jiang Yan smiled. Shui Yao taught me that, Bai Luoxue said proudly. She said my snow kingdom is a mechanical monster, much more powerful than a simple numerical monster. Shui Yao is right, your snow kingdom is a mechanical monster. It can even trap a 5th level beast king 2 levels higher than you. Jiang Yan sighed. He had originally planned to put a lot of effort into suppressing these late-stage 5th level beast kings, but now they were directly defeated by Bai Luoxue in seconds, saving him a lot of trouble. Although the danger had been averted, Jiang Yan remained vigilant, as the mastermind behind this crisis had yet to reveal themselves. He continued to secretly arrange the blood demon soul-devouring array with red threads, preparing for any eventuality. Not bad, Snow Country. You must be that girl from the Bai family, an elderly voice echoed in the silent ancient forest. A fierce wind erupted, thunder roared, and a figure with an immortal aura stood amidst the storm. In a flash, he appeared behind the two of them. Girl from the Bai family, do you know who I've come to avenge? Bai Luoxue responded indifferently, I'm not Bai Luoxue. You've got the wrong person. The old man chuckled, his gaze falling on Jiang Yan, a chilling intent arising. I've come to avenge your fiancé. Fiancé? Jiang Yan was stunned. Bai Luoxue remained expressionless, as if she hadn't heard a thing. After a long pause, she finally said calmly, one. Of my prospective fiancés. Bai Luoxue spoke bluntly, I don't think he's even qualified to be my prospective fiancé. Little girl from the Bai family, this isn't for you to decide. The old man's voice turned icy. His gaze suddenly locked onto Jiang Yin. Wretched creature, today I'll take your life. Chapter 127, Facing the Spirit Sovereign. That depends on whether you, old man, have the ability. Jiang Yin calmly analyzed the old man's cultivation level, 5th tier, 1st level. At this level, he should be able to put up a fight. Jiang Yin struck first, moving at an extreme speed. The shadow of thunder behind him transformed into twin lightning wings, his entire body becoming a streak of black lightning as he swept forward with his spear. 5th tier Spirit Sovereign? Just an ant, the 5th elder sneered disdainfully. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the ghost martial spear in. Jiang Yan's hand shattered the moment it neared the old man, failing to inflict even the slightest damage. Didn't expect you, wretched creature, to also possess an SSS-level divine gift. Seems like you've been frequently killing above your level in the lower realm, the 5th elder sneered. But I'm not someone you lower realm beings can compare to. A month ago, he had forcibly descended to the lower realm, his cultivation dropping from 6th tier, 5th level to 4th tier, 10th level. To avoid exposing himself, he hadn't directly sought out Jiang Yan but instead cultivated on Blue Star for an entire month, regaining his 5th tier, 1st level cultivation. A 5th tier Spirit Sovereign. Far more powerful than a 5th tier martial sovereign of the lower realm. The 5th elder stood with his hands behind his back, golden lightning swirling around him, resembling an omnipotent deity. Today, I'll let you mortals witness the power of an immortal. He casually drew a circle, and a golden ring of light slowly expanded, causing explosions wherever it passed, even shaking the very space. Jiang Yan summoned the Rakshasa ghost scythe and charged into the golden ring. Reckless fool, the 5th elder sneered, hands still behind his back. Bang! Jiang Yan was blasted away by the intense spiritual power of the golden ring, nearly losing his grip on the Rakshasa ghost scythe. Asterisk cough. Asterisk Jiang Yan spat out a mouthful of black blood, his injuries severe, his internal organs displaced. So this is a 5th tier Spirit Sovereign from the upper realm. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and activated the primal breathing technique to recover quickly. He said to Bai Luoxue, don't interfere. I'll handle him. Bai Luoxue nodded obediently. I believe in you. The 5th elder remained suspended in mid-air, hands behind his back, coldly watching as the trial secret realm was gradually destroyed by the golden ring. Thunder and fierce winds surrounded him, making him appear godlike. Dark gold divine armor. Jiang Yan shouted. Streams of dark golden light shot out from the 10 directions ghost token, instantly enveloping his entire body. His aura surged several times over, his cultivation level rising by 12 tiers. I could kill the young master of your sect, and I can kill you, old man. Jiang Yin summoned tens of thousands of vengeful spirits, transforming them into a ghost martial sword that rapidly encircled the 5th elder. Black flame. Tens of thousands of ghost martial swords ignited with black flames, simultaneously launching a frenzied assault on the 5th elder. Asterisk clang. 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 Asterisk it was as if an invisible barrier surrounded the 5th elder. The tens of thousands of ghost martial swords shattered one after another, failing to harm even a single hair on him. Wretched creature, so this is your trump card. Before he could finish speaking, an invisible slash flew toward his neck at lightning speed. The 5th elder's heart tightened. This slash, as thin as a cicada's wing, unsettled his very soul. He hurriedly dodged to the side. Old man, why dodge? Weren't you enjoying showing off? Jiang Yan sneered. That was the slash of the ghost king's paper wedding dress, specifically aimed at the neck, capable of cutting through anything even a 5th tier Spirit Sovereign wouldn't dare to take it head on. Wretched beast, you've got quite a few treasures. It seems that after killing you, I'll have to search your soul and take all your belongings, the 5th elder laughed heartily. A glint of killing intent flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. In an instant, he soared into the sky, wielding the Rakshasa ghost scythe, and unleashed a pitch-black devouring wave slash. Boom! Boom boom boom! Jiang Yan struck 5 consecutive devouring wave scorches, yet he still couldn't break through the 5th elder's protective barrier. A mere mortal warrior from the lower realm, how could you possibly harm a celestial being? The 5th elder sneered coldly. Wretched beast! Face reality and surrender quickly. If mortal warriors can't harm celestials, then how did your sect's young master drown himself in a cesspit? Jiang Yan smirked disdainfully. The 5th elder's face twisted in rage. How dare you insult our sect's young master? You truly are ignorant of the world. I won't just kill you, I'll torture your blood relatives alive, making them wish for death. He raised his hand, and a beam of light erupted instantly, as if piercing through heaven and earth. Jiang Yan's heart trembled. If this strike hit him, even if he had cultivated the immortal Tao repository to the 3rd level and undergone multiple rebirths, he would undoubtedly perish. Little turtle. Jiang Yan hurriedly summoned the supreme treasure gifted to him by Du Gu Huan. A radiant green barrier shimmered as the little turtle transformed into layers of light screens, forcibly blocking the terrifying beam. The 5th Elder's eyes lit up. A supreme treasure. You wretched beast, you've truly hidden many good things. They're all mine now. Old fool, you'll need to survive first. Seizing the moment when the 5th Elder was distracted by the light screens, Jiang Yan instantly appeared behind him, unleashing a surge of golden spiritual energy from within. Spirit collapse. A deafening explosion. The sky seemed to tear apart. As the dust settled, the 5th Elder remained unscathed, but a tiny crack had appeared in his protective barrier. A crack? How is this possible? The 5th Elder squinted, his heart filled with doubt. His protective barrier had been damaged by a mere junior from the lower realm. This was simply inconceivable. Before the 5th Elder could react, several talismans floated up around him. 5th Elder, talismans? He casually picked one up, his face full of disdain. These low-grade talismans from the lower realm can't possibly harm me. Rumble. The talismans suddenly erupted with immense spiritual power. Caught off guard, the 5th Elder couldn't evade in time. His protective barrier instantly developed more cracks, on the verge of shattering. Impossible. As his barrier neared collapse, the 5th Elder's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly channeled spiritual energy to repair it. At that moment, Jiang Yan suddenly appeared above him, gripping the Rakshasa ghost scythe, its blade entwined with black flames and violent ghostly lightning. Old fool, today I'll send you on your way. Buzz, as the Rakshasa ghost scythe slashed down, the protective barrier shattered completely, plunging the space into utter chaos. Jiang Yan retreated coldly, his gaze fixed on the 5th Elder in midair. Your protective barrier is gone. Let's see how you survive now. The Underworld Emperor is here. Yama, heed my command. From the tenfold ghost command, 2 ghostly apparitions emerged, standing guard behind Jiang Yan. The 5th Elder's heart trembled at the sight of the ghostly figures. These ghost gods? You can summon ghost gods? How is this possible? His pupils contracted violently, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. That person has long since died. This is impossible. It must be a coincidence, absolutely a coincidence. Boom! Golden spiritual energy erupted, and behind the 5th Elder appeared a radiant golden sun, inscribed with runes capable of devouring cities. Wretched beast, I have no patience to toy with you any longer. Die, the 5th Elder roared. Oh, perhaps the one who should die is you? Jiang Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. Beneath the 5th Elder's feet, a blood-red formation began to rotate slowly. Blood Demon soul-devouring formation. A drop of blood flew from Jiang Yan's fingertip. Suppress. A formation? When did you set this up? The 5th Elder's expression changed drastically, but his lips still curled into a smirk. A mere incomplete, however, the blood dripping from Jiang Yan's fingertips fell into the erase core, instantly activating the formation. A crimson light screen illuminated, trapping the 5th Elder within. Before he could break free, tens of thousands of red threads pierced through his body, pinning him to the center of the array. What kind of formation is this that can trap me? The 5th Elder's soul was racked with pain, as the formation seemed to affect his very spirit. Jiang Yan's palm revealed a formation compass, tightly connecting the red threads to the blood demon soul-devouring array. As the array activated, the red threads began extracting the 5th Elder's vital essence. Break for me! The 5th Elder roared, golden spiritual energy surging wildly, yet unable to dispel the red threads. These peculiar threads sealed his spiritual power, rendering him immobile. Panic overtook the 5th Elder. Without his spiritual energy, even a 5th-tier spirit sovereign would eventually be drained to death. He forced a smile and said, Young friend, I was merely testing your strength, hoping to recruit you into my Dian sect, not truly intending to kill you. Think about it, young friend. As a 5th-tier spirit sovereign, if I truly wanted to kill you, I would have acted long ago. The 5th Elder's smile was strained. Jiang Yan's face bore a smile, but his eyes were cold. Oh? Your sect wants to recruit me as a disciple? How magnanimous. The 5 Yin sect has always valued talent. Though you killed our sect's young master, it is a loss, but if you join us, it would be considered compensation. The 5th elder's expression was sincere. Jiang Yin shook his head with a smile. Is that so? Thanks, but I'm not interested. He said indifferently, today, I'll let you experience my blood demon. Soul-devouring array. You wretch, you dared to kill me. The 5th elder's eyes turned bloodshot. I was careless and fell into your trap, but don't think you can kill me. The 5th elder laughed maniacally, and a figure identical to his own appeared outside the array. The spiritual energy fluctuations are identical. Jiang Yin frowned slightly. Iluoshu said calmly, the one in the array is merely a spiritual body, the one before you is the true body. Merely a spiritual body? Jiang Yin was shocked. He had just expended great effort to subdue it, only to find it was merely the 5th elder's spiritual body. The 5th-tier spirit sovereigns of the upper realm were far beyond the 5th-tier martial sovereigns of Blue Star. You wretch, I'll turn you into a cripple. The 5th elder's true body instantly appeared behind Jiang Yin, his fingers glowing with golden light, aiming directly at the back of his head. Little turtle! Jiang Yin shouted. A verdant barrier enveloped his entire body, blocking the fatal strike. The spiritual body is suppressed, what can the true body do? Jiang Yin pushed the power of his dark gold divine armor to its limit, his speed soaring as he transformed into shadow lightning to counterattack. Swiftly, boom! Spiritual energy erupted. The 5th elder resisted the attack head-on, emerging unscathed. Little black hole. Jiang Yin created a sonic boom with his bare hands, fusing spiritual energy to summon a small black hole that devoured everything. Such a trivial trick. The 5th elder casually tossed out a bag-shaped spiritual treasure, its opening resembling a bottomless abyss, absorbing the small black hole. Big black hole. Super big black hole. Jiang Yin continuously created small black holes, merging and expanding them. The 5th elder sneered disdainfully, wretch, you've exhausted all your trump cards. Just wait for death. The Qianyuan bag kept absorbing the black hole's energy. Until Jiang Yin fused a bizarre singularity. Return to the void. The terrifying pale singularity seemed capable of devouring everything, slowly advancing toward the 5th elder. The Qianyuan bag was unexpectedly sucked in. My Qianyuan bag. What on earth is this monstrous thing? The 5th elder quickly distanced himself from the singularity, desperately avoiding being consumed. King Qin Guang. King Chu Jiang. Jiang Yin commanded, attack. 2 ghostly shadows simultaneously wielded the Rakshasa ghost scythe and the nether ghost cauldron, forcing the 5th elder to defend with both hands. Little black dragon. Jiang Yin summoned Black Flame 2.0, a massive black dragon that coiled through the heavens, its enormous wings tearing the sky and blocking out the sun. The black dragon spewed black dragon flames in mid-air, driving the 5th elder's true body into a desperate situation. 5th elder, I want to see how many spiritual bodies you have left. The 5th elder's spiritual body within the blood demon's soul-devouring array had half its body dissolved into blood. Wretch! The 5th elder's eyes were bloodshot. His physical body extremely weakened. If his protective barrier shattered, he would be completely at a disadvantage. Earth Fiend, Heaven Fiend, suppress him completely. Jiang Yin ordered coldly. 2 corpse fiends descended from the sky, roaring as they launched a pincer attack on the true form of the 5th elder. Ugh ah! The 5th elder spat out clotted blood, wishing he had 2 extra arms to help. At this moment, he had 2 ghostly apparitions on either side, while the corpse fiends attacked from the front and back. Above his head, a massive black dragon circled ominously. Jiang Yin gave him no chance to escape. Paper bride. A blurred red figure appeared beside Jiang Yin. He said coldly, slash. In the next moment, an invisible strike accurately sliced across the 5th elder's neck. The paper bride reversed her hand for another slash, severing the neck of the 5th elder's spiritual form within the blood demon's soul-devouring array. Both the spiritual form and the true form were slain simultaneously. The 5th elder of the Dian sect had fallen completely. Well done. Jiang Yin raised the 10 Directions ghost token, absorbing the 2 ghostly apparitions, 2 ghost generals, and 1 ghost king into the token. The little black dragon roared in the air before transforming into a ball of black flame and landing on Jiang Yin's fingertip. Jiang Yin blew gently, extinguishing the black flame. This battle was not without gains for Jiang Yin. He extracted 2 residual souls from the 5th elder, advancing his strength. by 5 minor levels, reaching Tier 3, level 50. He also gained deeper insight into the combat power of celestial beings from the upper realm and recognized his own shortcomings. The combat power of ghost kings and ghost apparitions is decent, they can still hold their own against Tier 5 spirit lords. But the strength of the two ghost generals is already falling behind. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment. The Earth Fiend and Heaven Fiend, which had been sufficient to easily kill Tier 3 martial lords when he was at Tier 1 or 2, were now inadequate. At Tier 3, his enemies were mostly Tier 4 or even Tier 5, and in the future, he might face Tier 6 saints. The Earth Fiend and Heaven Fiend were no longer enough. The Book of the Netherworld should have methods to enhance the strength of ghost generals. Jiang Yan closed his eyes slightly, his consciousness entering the space of the 10 Directions Ghost Token, where he appeared before an eerie ancient tome. Chapter 129, Refining Fiends from the Living, Refining Corpses from the Dead. The dusty ancient tome seemed to be flipped open by an invisible ghostly hand, slowly turning its pages. It finally stopped at a yellowed, tattered page, Corpse Fiends. Blood-red characters emerged on the yellowed paper. Jiang Yan frowned, Refining Fiends from the Living, Refining Corpses from the Dead. The meaning was straightforward, turning living people into conscious corpse fiends and dead bodies into unconscious zombies. Netherworld refining corpses, Netherworld refining fiends. Two methods of refining ghost generals that share the same origin but are fundamentally different. The Heaven Fiend and Earth Fiend belong to the Netherworld refining fiends. They were cruelly refined into corpse fiends while still alive. The advancement method for corpse fiends is also detailed in the Netherworld refining fiends section. Using Netherworld fire, which is black flame, combined with 10,000-year corpse soul grass and 3,000 living souls, can allow a corpse fiend to advance. Truly cruel. Jiang Yan's lips curled slightly. I like it. If anyone dared to threaten him in the future, using his loved ones as leverage, he wouldn't hesitate to turn their entire clan into undead zombies with his own hands. An eye for an eye. Blood for blood. The conditions for advancing corpse fiends are quite difficult. It seems that the Earth Fiend and Heaven Fiend brothers won't be breaking through anytime soon. Jiang Yan turned his attention to the Netherworld refining corpses. If refining fiends doesn't work, refining corpses should suffice. Sure enough, turning dead bodies into zombies was much simpler. All it required was placing the corpse into a black coffin, refining it with black flame for 49 days, and waiting for the Yin energy to fully permeate the body to create an unconscious zombie. Zombies refined through the Netherworld refining corpses method, combined with black flame, possess an immortal body. Severed limbs and broken bones can slowly regenerate. Their flesh, covered in black flame, can cause explosive combustion when their corpse blood splashes onto enemies. The steps for refining fiends from the living are the same, except the living person is nailed into the black coffin and refined with black flame for 49 days. The person being refined into a fiend remains conscious, forever experiencing despair and torment. While their physical body becomes immortal, their soul remains eternally awake, suffering under the black flame's torture. This Netherworld refining fiends method is too cruel. Unless dealing with someone guilty of heinous crimes, it's better not to attempt. Little Jiang Yan's divine sense left the ghost order space, and he slowly opened his eyes. Right in front of him was an unparalleled, stunningly beautiful face, so close it was almost touching his. What are you doing? Jiang Yan took a step back, creating some distance between himself and Bai Luoxue, who was nearly pressed against him. Bai Luoxue said expressionlessly, "You were standing there motionless. I was worried you might have a fever." So that was. It seems this girl had no other intentions. Brother Jiang. Wang Zhong and the others called out. After dealing with the fifth elder, the students of class 1, year 1, returned in high spirits. As expected of a ghost immortal, you easily accomplished what we couldn't, a male student said admiringly. If it weren't for Brother Jiang, we would have already become souls under the control of the Celestials. Lin here sincerely thanks you, another said. Facing everyone's gratitude, Jiang Yan smiled and said, "Don't just thank me, I'm not the only one who saved you." Everyone froze for a moment, then turned to look at Bai Luoxue, who remained expressionless. After a brief silence, they all began to thank her. Bai Luoxue had never encountered such a situation before. Her cheeks turned as red as ripe apples. Though her face remained emotionless, her eyes darted around nervously. Jiang Yan chuckled, gently held Bai Luoxue's cold little hand, and said softly, "Don't be nervous, everyone means no harm." Bai Luoxue nodded obediently, lowering her head to accept everyone's thanks. Damn it! There's a traitor in the Sacred Academy. We were set up by a scoundrel and nearly lost our lives. We must investigate thoroughly. When we return, Wang Zhong said angrily. Exactly. The Celestials must have bribed someone important in the academy. Only they could trap instructor Meng and send someone to take over our class, the others speculated. Zhang Yan sneered, it's simple, a soul search will reveal the truth. With a soul search, they could uncover the traitor bribed by the Celestials. The fifth elder's soul had already been extinguished and absorbed by Zhang Yan, leaving only the substitute instructor, Si Tu Hong, who was trapped in by Luoshue's Snow Kingdom. Zhang Yan turned to Bai Luoshue and asked, Xiaoxue, is Si Tu Hong still alive? Bai Luoshue paused, tilting her head in confusion. Zhang Yan sighed helplessly. It seemed this girl hadn't even remembered the substitute instructor's name. Just release the only human in the Snow Kingdom, Zhang Yan said. Oh, okay. Bai Luoshue spread her jade-like hand, revealing a miniature snow-covered world in her palm. With a flip of her hand and a flash of white light, a human-shaped ice sculpture appeared before everyone. Many students were furious, itching to smash the ice sculpture to pieces. Zhang Yan didn't stop them because he needed to perform a soul search. Even if the angry students shattered the frozen Si Tu Hong, as long as his soul remained intact, Zhang Yan could extract the answers he needed. Die! An impulsive student punched the ice sculpture, instantly shattering Si Tu Hong into countless ice crystals. The scene left everyone stunned. A female student scolded, Zhang Yang, you were too reckless. That was our only clue. How are we supposed to investigate the academy's traitor now? Zhang Yang calmed down after hearing this, his face full of regret. I'm sorry, everyone. I got too carried away. Zhang Yan smiled and said, it's fine, it's human nature. Brother Zhang, don't blame yourself too much. The man is dead, but the soul remains. Everyone watched in shock as black mist swirled in Zhang Yan's hand, and Si Tu Hong's ghostly figure appeared. Si Tu Hong screamed in agony, no, don't destroy my soul. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. Zhang Yan's eyes were devoid of humor. I don't trust your words, a soul search is more straightforward. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yan began extracting Si Tu Hong's soul from his palm, causing Si Tu Hong to scream in unbearable pain. Xue Changhua, director of the Sacred Academy. After obtaining the answer, Zhang Yan casually extinguished Si Tu Hong's soul, his eyes filled with killing intent. What a ruthless man, using his own students as bargaining chips. In Si Tu Hong's memories, the Celestials had given him and Xue Changhua two treasures as bargaining chips. Xue Changhua, disregarding the lives of the students, had gambled the entire Class 1, Year 1. Using his position as director, he arranged for Si Tu Hong to become the substitute instructor and orchestrated this beast-hunting trial. Zhang Yan's gaze was dark. Director Xue, you'd better keep your eyes open tonight, or your life might be at risk. That night, in the villa district of the Sacred Academy, Xue Changhua lay on the bed, holding two young female students in his arms, his face full of satisfaction. Director Xue, where's the Millennium Bamboo you promised me? The girl on his left, with skin as white as snow, asked cautiously, her eyes reddened. What? Millennium Bamboo? I've never heard of it, Xue Changhua smirked maliciously. Clearly, he intended to renege on his promise. The girl's eyes turned red, on the verge of tears. Director Xue, you clearly promised me. What did I promise? Wasn't it you clinging to me like a pesky leech? Xue Changhua laughed arrogantly. If you want to stay in the Sacred Academy, come see me every week. You. The girl's eyes swelled with grievance, resembling walnuts. Her strength and status were far inferior to Xue Chenghua's, leaving her no choice but to curse him bitterly in her heart. Xue Changhua, you are destined for a terrible end. Tears welled in her eyes, but the fury in her chest had nowhere to go. Late at night, Xue Changhua was startled awake by a strange sound. He sat up and roared, damn it, who's crying in the middle of the night? When he saw the scene before him, his face turned pale, and cold sweat poured down. In the luxurious villa, dozens of female ghosts were floating. These ghosts were all people he knew, female students he had deceived in life. Unable to bear the torment, they had chosen to end their lives. Are you human or ghost? Stay away from me. Xue Changhua trembled in fear. He knew in his heart that he had done wrong, and naturally feared ghosts coming for him. But this time, the ghosts didn't knock on the door, they barged straight into his villa. You committed suicide, it has nothing to do with me. Get out. Xue Chenghua unleashed his spiritual power, attempting to drive away the spirits. In the darkness, a low voice echoed, "They may have committed suicide, but the cause is inseparable from you, Director Xue. Who's playing tricks?" Xue Chenghua's bloodshot eyes glared into the darkness. From the shadows, a young man with shoulder-length black hair slowly emerged, his crimson eyes resembling a demon from hell. Recognizing the youth, Xue Chenghua's pupils contracted sharply, his voice trembling. "You're Jiang Yan. How are you still alive? With scum like you living well, how could I die so easily?" Jiang Yan smirked coldly. "I've reserved a spot for you in hell. Care to join me?" Ignoring his rage, Jiang Yan patted his head. "Oh, I forgot, there's no place for you in hell anymore." He revealed a cruel smile. "You will be refined into a corpse puppet, forever. Unable to escape." Jiang Yan's voice was chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. "Jiang Yan, I don't know how you managed to survive, but you dare think of killing me?" Xue Chenghua flew into the air, surrounded by spiritual power. He was a martial sovereign of the 5th rank and 6th level. "I killed a spirit sovereign from the upper realm, do you think I can't kill you?" Jiang Yan sneered, a ball of black flame igniting at his fingertips. He blew gently, sending the flame toward Xue Chenghua. Xue Chenghua dismissed it, waving his hand to disperse the black flame with his spiritual power. But instead of extinguishing, the flame spread rapidly. Surrounded by the black flame, Xue Chenghua broke into a cold sweat, his back drenched. "The sins you've committed warrant death 1,000 times over," Jiang Yan said coldly. "Today, I will ensure you never find peace." Netherworld Corpse Refinement. Jiang Yan activated the refining technique, merging spiritual power with the black flame to form a black coffin. This coffin was called the Death Coffin. "Get away! Get away!" Xue Chenghua's bloodshot eyes widened as he tried to escape, but the Death Coffin pursued him relentlessly. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the Death Coffin swallowed Xue Chenghua whole, its lid sealing shut. From inside came agonized screams. "No! No! Spare me! I was wrong, I'll change. Please, let me out." Xue Chenghua struggled frantically. Jiang Yan remained unmoved, manipulating the black flame to burn within the coffin, slowly refining Xue Chenghua, forcing him to experience every moment of pain with full consciousness. This was the Netherworld Corpse Refinement, the most cruel and vicious method of corpse refinement. Seal. Jiang Yan stored the death coffin into the 10 Directions Ghost Token, awaiting 49 days later when Xue Chenghua would become a soulless corpse puppet. Spare me." The two girls on the bed trembled in fear, their faces pale as they pleaded incessantly. Jiang Yan glanced at them sideways and asked coldly, "What did he promise you?" The two stammered in response. A 1,000-year bamboo, he said he'd give me 1,000-year bamboo." The short-haired girl's lips quivered. A 10,000-year spiritual ginseng. Jiang Yan casually retrieved the 1,000-year bamboo and 10,000-year spiritual ginseng from Xue Chenghua's ring and let them float in front of the girls. Ignoring their confusion, he turned and disappeared into the darkness. "Did we just encounter an immortal?" the fair-skinned, long-haired girl whispered. The short-haired girl's eyes welled up with tears. "It must be. Only an immortal could save us from such peril." Jiang Yan left the villa and headed straight for Zhou Wenshan's cave abode. The cave was protected by a barrier, preventing him from entering for the moment. "Come in," Zhou Wenshan's voice resonated through the barrier, which then opened a passage. Jiang Yan stepped inside. Establishing a cave abode within the sacred academy, Dean Zhou, "You certainly have a knack for creativity," Jiang Yan remarked indifferently. Seated cross-legged on a celestial mountain, Zhou Wenshan opened his eyes, galaxies reflected within them. "I already know about Xue Chenghua. You handled it well," Zhou Wenshan said with a smile. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. "If you knew, why didn't you punish him from the start? Why let him roam free for so long, harming so many people?" "Are you blaming me, Jiang Xiaoyu?" Zhou Wenshan chuckled, his voice carrying a profound sense of Tao. "Do you think the evildoers of this world can ever be completely eradicated? While it's impossible to eliminate all evildoers, if we allow them to act with impunity, how are we any different?" Jiang Yan replied coldly. "I may not be a champion of justice, but when I see those who commit heinous acts, I will do my utmost to eliminate them. All I seek is a clear conscience." "Well said, a clear conscience." Zhou Wenshan's smile faded, his expression turning solemn. "I, too, once denounced such evil deeds in my youth. But as I grew older, I saw things more clearly," Zhou Wenshan said, his gaze calm and devoid of emotion. You only see the pitiful victims who perished at Xue Chenghua's hands, but you forget the extraordinary female cultivators, who gained opportunities and rose to prominence through him. The Tao is indifferent. If they willingly traded their beauty, even at the cost of their lives, they have only themselves to blame. Zhang Xiaoyu, when you truly embark on the path of cultivation, you will understand that there is no absolute good or evil in this world, only a contest of interests. Those girls died because greed clouded their judgment, leading them to ruin. How can the ignorant participate in the true struggles of cultivation? If I had shown mercy and saved them, the Tao would remain merciless, and their cultivation paths would have been cut short eventually. Chapter 131, Triple Cultivation of the Tao. After leaving Zhou Wenshan's cave abode, Jiang Yan did not return to the villa immediately but instead went to an abandoned graveyard. Xue Chenghua's matter is temporarily resolved, and I have no interest in chatting idly with that old man Zhou Wenshan. Right now, corpse refinement is the priority. He chose a desolate graveyard on the outskirts of the imperial capital, overgrown with weeds and neglected for decades. The grave's owners likely had no descendants left. Your souls have already reincarnated. The decayed flesh here might as well be of use to me. Consider it forming a karmic bond, Jiang Yan said as he openly picked up a shovel. With no one around, he began. During this time, he would continuously dig up graves and continue refining corpses. If he was lucky enough to encounter someone who had been dismembered, he could refine a new Qi. Jiang Yan yawned, rubbing his dark circles. Time to go back and get a good sleep. He transformed into a streak of black lightning, quickly covering the grave again at top speed, then swiftly returned to the villa, took a shower, and comfortably lay down on the bed. He slept until he naturally woke up, without further studying body refinement methods. His physical body had already reached its peak, even surpassing the limits of the third tier. The immortal Tao treasury was stuck at the third level. He had already touched the threshold of the fourth level but could never cross it. It seems that only by stepping into the fourth tier martial king can the immortal Tao treasury have a chance to break through. Thus, Jiang Yan decided to set aside body refinement for now and instead focus on studying talismans, formations, and pills. Jiang Yan's study contained a vast collection of ancient texts on talismans, formations, and pills, some of which were personally gifted to him by Zhou Wenshan. The spirit collapse talisman is consumed too quickly. I need to replenish it. A daily spirit collapse talisman had become a mandatory task for Jiang Yan. Besides the spirit collapse talisman, he also studied other talismans. Low-level talismans like the strength talisman, speed talisman, and spirit sword talisman did not interest him at all. He pursued practical talismans, such as the formation break talisman and the immobilization talisman. The formation break talisman, as the name suggests, could open a corner of a formation, helping those trapped inside escape. The immobilization talisman, when infused with spiritual power, could immobilize enemies of the same level or lower cultivation. In terms of formations, apart from the blood demon soul devouring formation, Jiang Yan had personally crafted two formation compasses. The 1,000-mile void escape formation and the immovable king formation. The 1,000-mile void escape formation was similar to a teleportation skill in games. Within seconds, it could randomly transport individuals inside the formation to a location 1,000 miles away, with no fixed pattern, making it ideal for escaping. The immovable king formation was a defensive formation. Once activated, it could borrow the Dharma body of the immovable king to withstand the continuous attacks of a 6th-tier saint for several minutes. These two formations could be used in combination. When encountering a powerful enemy, first use the immovable king formation for defense to buy time, then set up the 1,000-mile void escape formation within it to escape. With these two formations, even if I'm not a match for a 6th-tier martial saint, I can still save my life, Jiang Yan said with a smile. As for pills, he successfully used a bronze furnace to refine a healing spiritual pill, the Qingyuan pill, based on the book Qingdan. After consumption, it could quickly stop bleeding and heal injuries in a short time. Thus, with his efforts in talismans, formations, and pills, a month quickly passed. There were still 19 days left until the success of the underworld refining Qi and underworld refining corpses. When bored, Jiang Yan summoned the death coffin imprisoning Xue Chenghua from the ghost token. Although 30 days had passed, Xue Chenghua was still alive, his body slowly being eroded by black flames. His weak and suffocating screams echoed. Such an unpleasant sound. Jiang Yan retracted the death coffin holding Xue Chenghua. Another week passed, and Jiang Yan's doorbell suddenly rang. Ding-dong, the sound echoed through the villa. Jiang Yan lifted his calm eyes from the ancient text in his hand, slowly stood up, and walked to the door. Through the peephole, he saw someone he hadn't expected. "Hello, Jiang Jr., do you still remember your senior?" Zhu Yunyao said. With a smile. Jiang Yan's face remained expressionless as he asked through the door, "What do you want? Junior, aren't you going to invite your senior in for a chat?" Zhu Yunyao pouted. "If there's nothing, then forget it," Jiang Yan replied coldly. "Hey! Don't be so hasty, I really have something to say," Zhu Yunyao quickly called out. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. "If you have something to say it directly. I'll decide whether to open the door after hearing it." "You really have no sense of fun, Junior," Zhu Yunyao said, her sweet voice drifting through. "Jiang Jr., have you heard of the Bronze Ancient Hall?" Bronze Ancient Hall. The name made Jiang Yan narrow his eyes slightly. "Isn't that just an ancient legend of China? What if I told you it's not just a legend but actually exists?" Zhu Yunyao's tone carried a hint of temptation. Click, the villa door opened, and Jiang Yan's face remained indifferent. "Come in," he said. Zhu Yunyao beamed. "Junior, I'm coming in." She stepped lightly, her movements as graceful as a lotus touching the ground, and entered Jiang Yan's villa. As soon as she stepped inside, Zhu Yunyao was greeted by a room filled with dazzling pills, talismans, and intricately carved formation compasses. Her eyes widened, and her mouth formed an O shape. "Junior Jiang, did you make all of these yourself?" She noticed several ancient books scattered on the floor and was even more astonished. "A ghostly immortal, what kind of monster are you?" At the Sacred Academy, even if a student specialized in just one field of talismans, pills, or formations, it would take an immense amount of time, and mastering the core techniques was not guaranteed. Yet, Jiang Yan, who had only been enrolled for a year, was simultaneously cultivating all three disciplines and had already mastered them to an impressive degree. This left the senior students and alumni utterly humiliated. "This is the Vermilion Bird Formation. You actually created the Vermilion Bird Formation," Zhu Yunyao exclaimed, staring at the dusty red formation compass in the corner. Jiang Yan glanced at it casually. "I don't need these formations. For offensive purposes, I already have the Blood Demon Soul Devouring formation. If you like it, take it," Jiang Yan said, stretching lazily. "The formations, talismans, and pills on the floor, I don't need them. Help me clean up this trash." Zhu Yunyao's eyes trembled. "You're really giving all of this to me?" "Yes," Jiang Yan replied, rubbing his temples. "Thank you, Junior Jiang." Zhu Yunyao was so excited that she threw her arms around Jiang Yan. Ugh! She was squeezing him so tightly he could barely breathe. Chapter 132, Are You There? Borrowing fire *** in the heavenly domain, eastern state, at the Dayan sect. Inside the sect master's pavilion, a middle-aged man wore a grim expression. The jade slip in his hand shattered into powder. Several elders stood nearby, drenched in sweat, not daring to meet his gaze. "You're telling me that both the 5th elder and the 9th elder of our sect were killed by that wretched creature?" Dayan sect master Qin Shunyan's voice was hoarse, filled with malice. "Yes. Sect master, the wretch from the lower realm is cunning and treacherous. The 5th elder personally descended to capture him but fell into the killing formation he had set." Qin Shunyan suddenly let out a cold laugh. A sound that sent chills down everyone's spine. He paced slowly, his voice icy. A 6th-rank spirit saint forcibly lowered his cultivation to descend to the lower realm, yet the opponent was merely a 3rd-rank nobody. His aura suddenly surged, and the oppressive force of a 7th-rank spirit emperor made the elders tremble in fear. They quickly knelt and begged for mercy. "Sect master, please spare us. We will find a way to eliminate the wretch who harmed the young sect master." Qin Shunyan raised a finger, and a golden sun emerged from its tip, blazing and radiant like the sun in the sky, too dazzling to look at directly. The golden sun spun in his hand, mysterious runes flickering on its surface. Even from several meters away, the elders found it hard to breathe. "I've run out of patience. A group of 6th-rank old fools can't even deal with a mere ant from the lower realm." Qin Shunyan shook his head in disappointment. "This is why the Dayan sect is in decline. Our legacy is broken, and we grow weaker by the day. Keeping useless people like you around, how can the Dayan sect ever regain its former glory?" The golden sun at Qin Shunyan's fingertip flared brilliantly, instantly reducing several elders to ashes before they could even scream. Qin Shunyan's face darkened as his gaze fell on the only elder still trembling. Great Elder, the Bronze Ancient Hall. In the lower realm is about to open. I will personally descend. He patted the Great Elder on the shoulder. While I'm away, you will oversee the Dian sect. Do not make any mistakes. Yes. There will be no mistakes. Please rest assured, Sect Master, the Great Elder replied, his voice trembling. Qin Shunyan waved his hand. You may leave. Yes. Finally spared, the Great Elder let out a sigh of relief and cautiously exited the pavilion. Inside the sect Master's pavilion, Qin Shunyan toyed with a jade thumb ring, a cold smile playing on his lips. Wretch, I will make you wish for death and drain your soul dry. The treasures within the Bronze Ancient Hall, he was determined to claim them. At the same time, the major powers of the heavenly domain had all turned their attention to the Bronze Ancient Hall in the lower realm. In Jiang Yan's villa, Zhu Yunyao stuffed the formation compasses and talismans that Jiang Yan didn't want into her pocket, unable to suppress the smile on her face. Junior Jiang, if you have anything you don't need in the future, just let me know. Zhu Yunyao was truly leaving with a full haul this time. Jiang Yan smiled indifferently. Of course, I was just worried about having no place to put these things. He couldn't bear to throw them away since they were painstakingly refined by him, but keeping them in the villa took up space. With Zhu Yunyao helping out, it saved him a lot of trouble. After Zhu Yunyao had almost finished packing, Jiang Yan asked, does this Bronze Ancient Hall have any special story behind it? Oh dear, my brain. I was so focused on taking advantage of you that I almost forgot the main matter. Zhu Yunyao put the treasures she had collected into her spatial ring and spoke seriously. The Bronze Ancient Hall isn't just a legend, it truly exists. It's located at the deepest part of the Longyun River and only opens once every 10,000 years. Her eyes sparkled. Only those with fire attribute divine gifts can enter. The stronger the flames, the better the compatibility with the ancient hall, and the deeper one can go. Zhu Yunyao gently nudged Jiang Yan with her elbow. You haven't even joined my club, so I wasn't planning to tell you this. But seeing as you're an SSS-level fire ability user, I, as your senior, see potential in you and decided to share this with you. Go on, Jiang Yan said, tapping his fingers on the table, signaling her to continue. You're just treating me as a tool, aren't you? Zhu Yunyao glared at him in dissatisfaction. She was an SS-level divine gift user herself, how could she be treated like this? Jiang Yan chuckled. How could that be? I have great respect for Senior Lin. Zhu Yunyao's face turned red with anger, and she clenched her fists. My surname is Zhu Yunyao, not Lin. Ah, sorry, I got a bit mixed up, Jiang Yan laughed. Humph. Zhu Yunyao turned her head away, sulking. Fine, since I need your help, I'll tolerate your rudeness for now. She took a deep breath, glared at him again, and continued, the Bronze Ancient Hall was built by ancient sages. It contains independent spaces divided into the outer hall, inner hall, and the ancient hall itself. The outer hall is filled with spiritual plants and herbs, the inner hall holds magical treasures and cultivation techniques, and as for the ancient hall, no one has ever entered it. It's said to contain the supreme inheritance of the ancient sages. Her eyes sparkled brightly. I see, Jiang Yan nodded, then suddenly asked, by the way, you mentioned you needed my help. What exactly is it? Zhu Yunyao's face turned slightly red. She adjusted her hair and said softly, it's actually not a big deal. If it's nothing, then you should leave. I'm planning to rest. Jiang Yan stood up, intending to send her off, playing the classic trick of discarding someone after they've served their purpose. He wasn't about to let himself be taken advantage of. If what Zhu Yunyao wanted was troublesome, he wouldn't agree. Taking advantage of her hesitation, he decided to directly usher her out, making it harder for her to bring up her request. Zhu Yunyao's face flushed, and she shouted at Jiang Yan, I just told you such an important secret, and now you want to kick me out without asking for anything in return? As Jiang Yan pushed her toward the door, he said nonchalantly, didn't you already take the pills, talismans, and formation tools I gave you? Isn't that enough? Those were gifts from you. They don't count. Zhu Yunyao stomped her foot in frustration, deftly spinning around to end up behind Jiang Yan. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of her, Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. Fine, tell me, what do you want me to help with? Zhu Yunyao stopped hesitating, put her hands on her hips, and got straight to the point. I want you to inject your black flame into me. Ha? Jiang Yan froze, rubbing his ears to make sure he hadn't misheard. Stammering, he asked, What do you want me to inject into your body? Zhu Yunyao's face turned red as well. Clearing her throat, she said, not what you're thinking. Blushing, she explained, the higher the quality of the flame, the deeper one can go into the Bronze Ancient Hall. You're an SSS level Black Flame user, so I want to borrow some of your flame power. Wasn't this just another way of saying, hey, can I borrow some fire? Zhu Yunyao lowered her head, awkwardly tucking her hair behind her ear, and softly explained, my Baiyu flame is gentle and can coexist with multiple flames, so I want to borrow some of your black flame. Jiang Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Just now, he had thought she had some strange thoughts about him. Ah, so that's how it is. You should have said so earlier. Jiang Yan coughed lightly, his mind stirred, and a cluster of black flames emerged from his fingertips, which he extended toward Zhu Yunyao. Here, take it. Zhu Yunyao rolled her eyes speechlessly. Jiang, are you stupid? You've read martial arts novels, right? It's like transferring power. Pass your black flames to me. Zhu Yunyao felt her head ache. You should have said so earlier, I would have understood. Jiang Yan extinguished the flames on his fingertips, activated his spiritual energy, and transferred the power of the black flames into Zhu Yunyao's sea of consciousness. Zhu Yunyao felt a pair of warm, fiery hands on her back, and a warm current swept through her entire body, so comfortable that she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Jiang Yan quickly withdrew his hands and coughed. Ahem. Senior Zhu, I've given you the power of the black flames. It should be enough, right? Zhu Yunyao's face turned bright red, embarrassed by the sound she had just made. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and said softly, it's enough. Thank you, Junior Jiang. I'll be leaving now. She bowed her head and quickly ran out of the villa. As she left, she called out, when the Bronze Ancient Hall opens, I'll come find you. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a streak of cyan light and quickly disappeared into the distance. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhu Yunyao returned to her own villa. Her fair cheeks were flushed, resembling ripe cherries that made one want to take another look. That damned guy, he must have done it on purpose. Otherwise, how could it feel so good? Zhu Yunyao's gaze trembled slightly, her heart still pounding fiercely. This strange sensation was something she had never experienced before. Jiang Yan. She softly called out his name, and a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her lips. What an annoying guy. In Jiang Yan's villa, after sending Zhu Yunyao off, he set down the half-finished formation compass in his hand and turned to enter the ghost command space, arriving before the book of the Netherworld. In the Bronze Ancient Hall, the higher the flame level, the farther you can go and the deeper you can enter. His black flames were top-tier SSS-level flames, but he wasn't sure if they could reach the deepest part. Is there a way to enhance the combat power of the black flames? Jiang Yan muttered to himself. The book of the Netherworld flipped slightly and stopped on the page inscribed with Eternal Black Flames. Eternal black flames represented black flames that would never extinguish. Any contact with them would cause both the body and soul to burn continuously until they were completely annihilated. The method to enhance the destructive power of the black flames was simple. Souls burned by the black flames would become fuel for the flames, thereby increasing their power. This is much simpler than enhancing the combat power of ghost generals. All I need is to use souls as fuel. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, and a plan flashed through his mind. Black energy spread from his palm, and the 10 directions ghost command appeared, emitting an eerie crimson glow. Jiang Yan's eyes glinted with crimson light. Where are the vengeful spirits here? Rustle, rustle. A sudden eerie wind swept through the villa district of the Sacred Academy, and the students on the road saw ghostly shadows. What the heck, ghosts in broad daylight? Instantly, the entire Sacred Academy descended into chaos. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn later, all the vengeful spirits gathered at Jiang Yan's villa. There were men, women, old, and young, all of whom had died tragically, their resentment unresolved, unable to reincarnate, and thus lingering here. Master, please help us seek justice. Lord, I died so miserably, and the people who caused my death are living well. I hate them so much. The cries of ghosts rose and fell, and Jiang Yan patiently listened. After all the vengeful spirits had expressed their hatred, he waved his hand lightly, and the spirits immediately quieted down. Jiang Yan sat cross-legged in a chair, a cold smile on his lips. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. If you have grievances, seek revenge. If you have injustices, redress them. Go quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the vengeful spirits eagerly flew off. In all directions. Jiang Yan summoned several ghostly figures from the 10 Directions Ghost Command. Messengers of impermanence, capture the souls of those murderers. Yes, Lord. The impermanence messengers responded respectfully, transforming into ghostly shadows and chasing after the departing vengeful spirits. He had already verified the stories of these spirits in the Book of Life and Death. They had indeed been killed by people who deserved to die. Jiang Yan stretched lazily. Now I just wait for the souls of these criminals to come forward. I'll use them to refine my black flames. He reclined on his side, in a sandalwood chair. Time ticked by, and several souls of criminals, killed by vengeful spirits, were brought before him by the impermanence envoy. Mercy, mercy. I didn't do anything. I truly didn't do anything. Each captured criminal's soul frantically argued. Jiang Yan ignored them, simply waving his hand to the judges on either side. The judges pulled out the files recording the criminals' lives and read out their crimes in detail. Hearing the details of their crimes, the criminals trembled with fear, their minds trembling. Jiang Yan casually raised a ball of black flame from the ground and said to the earth Kuei and heaven Kuei, push them in. The next moment, no matter how the criminal souls screamed for mercy, they were mercilessly dragged into the sea of black flames by the ghost generals, emitting hysterical screams. Once these souls entered the black flames, they vanished completely, becoming its nourishment, never to be reincarnated again, forever dissipated. Just like that, an hour passed, and all the resentful souls had resolved their grievances and resumed their journey of reincarnation. Jiang Yan's black flames consumed tens of thousands of criminal souls, and he could clearly feel their power growing steadily stronger. It's still too slow. Jiang Yan tapped the table, then suddenly had an idea. How could I have forgotten this? He summoned 2 ghost gods. The shadowy figures of King Chu Jiang and King Qingguang bowed respectfully to him, God of Hell. Jiang Yan smiled and said, the truth is, I'm in urgent need of the souls of criminals. From now on, these deceased criminals won't need to be sent to you. They'll be delivered directly to me. King Qingguang and King Chu Jiang exchanged a glance and agreed, all to the Lord of Hell. The 2 ghost gods released the souls of the deceased criminals, serving sentences in their own hells, numbering tens of millions. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. With so many souls, my black flames will hopefully increase significantly. He smiled like a villain, sending a chill down his spine. Ha, drag them all into the sea of black flames. From today on, the number of levels in hell will increase. The 19th level of hell, Black Flame Purgatory. Those who enter here are those who have committed heinous crimes. They will not be reincarnated, their souls completely annihilated. Chapter 134, Netherworld in Fire. Shrill screams echoed one after another, and Jiang Yan's villa had become a never-ending purgatory. The souls of the entire blue planet were instantly refined by him, and the black sea of fire burned with an unbearable fervor, continuously devouring the dead. Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yes, that's it. Burn more fiercely. He waved his hand casually, and the numerous impermanent messengers understood his meaning. They used soul chains to penetrate the souls of the dead, continuously feeding them into the sea of fire. Boom! As millions of souls burned, the black flames suddenly became extremely violent, leaping and churning as if they had life. Jiang Yan carefully sensed that the nature of the black flames was slowly changing. A faint white flame emerged from the black flames, and the black flames were fully advanced. Buzz! A line of words was imprinted on Jiang Yan's consciousness. Netherworld in Fire. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, whispering the new name. He spread his palms, Netherworld in Fire. Boom! Black and white flames suddenly rose from his palms. The eternal black flame had evolved into the Netherworld in Fire. Although both were SSS-level flames, the Netherworld in Fire was 100 times more powerful. This Netherworld in Fire was an extremely terrifying entity, even in the 4 realms of the upper realm. Conquer! Jiang Yan's words had just finished as the sea of black and white flames instantly dissipated. This black and white Netherworld in Fire had no temperature, but even from afar it sent a chill down one's spine. The black flame has evolved, and the method of refining the corpses must also change, he observed with his spiritual sense. Sure enough, the time for refining the corpses had been reduced from 49 days to 1 month. Originally, using the black flame to advance ghost generals like the earth and heaven Kuei required the use of 10,000-year-old corpse soul grass. Now, using the Netherworld in Fire, only the 1,000-year-old corpse soul grass was needed. Just. So I have the 1,000-year-old corpse soul grass. What a godsend. Jiang Yan smiled slightly as he looked at the death coffin that was still a week away from being born. Shui Chenghua's screams had already weakened significantly. Evidently, the nether voiding fire was far more agonizing than the black flame. Earth Kuei and Heaven Kuei, today I'll choose one of you to advance in refining. To be fair, let's decide by rock paper scissors, Jiang Yan said seriously. Earth Kuei and Heaven Kuei exchanged glances, offered no resistance, and began playing rock paper scissors. In a best-of-3 match, Heaven Kuei crushed Earth Kuei's scissors with a fist in one. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, summoned the Millennium Corpse Soul Grass, and the nether voiding fire flared up. Heaven Kuei did not struggle, allowing the Black Death coffin to seal it. The Millennium Corpse Soul Grass was placed inside the coffin, the lid was closed, and the nether voiding fire began to burn. Heaven Kuei, see you in a month, Jiang Yan said, waving his sleeve and storing the sealed Heaven Kuei's death coffin into the 10 Directions Ghost token. Thus, another week passed. The first batch of Netherworld refined Kuei and Netherworld refined corpses was finally born. Open the coffins, Jiang Yan said indifferently. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the death coffins fell to the ground, their lids toppled, and Kuei corpses and zombies emerged. The Kuei corpse was Shui Chenghua, who had been refined alive. He still retained human consciousness but could only obey Jiang Yan without any will to resist. The zombies, on the other hand, were refined by Jiang Yan from graves a month ago, including 2 bizarre and unusual beasts. Zombies. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Jiang Yan laughed skyward, suddenly gaining 15 ghost generals. Because they were refined with nether voiding fire, these 15 ghost generals had immortal bodies, and their initial combat power far surpassed Earth Kuei and Heaven Kuei, capable of easily tearing apart 4th tier martial kings. Once Heaven Kuei advances, even 5th tier martial lords won't stand a chance. I'll have another ghost general with 5th tier combat power, Jiang Yan said with a smile. At that moment, the villa's door suddenly rang. Xu Yuniao's voice came through. Jiang Jr., are you inside? Jiang Yan casually raised his hand, and the villa's door automatically opened, while the 15 ghost generals were stored into the 10 Directions Ghost token. Xu Yuniao entered the villa with a bright smile, not noticing any trace of the ghost generals. The Bronze Ancient Hall opens today. Jiang Jr., are you ready? Xu Yuniao said, her hands behind her back, her face radiant with joy. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, just in time. Xu Yuniao turned her wrist, and a jade boat appeared before them. Jiang Jr., hop on quickly. We're heading to Longyun River now. Jiang Yan said no more and leaped onto the jade boat. Xu Yuniao activated her spiritual power, and the jade boat transformed into a crystalline stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. By this time, many people had already gathered by Longyun River. News of the Bronze Ancient Hall had spread, attracting numerous 2nd and 3rd tier fire element God-gifted individuals to join the excitement. Unlike Secret Realms, this Bronze Ancient Hall had no realm restrictions. 1st tier martial artists could enter, as could 6th tier martial saints. Lower realm God-gifted individuals, however, would be easily defeated by those of higher realms. Suspended in midair, the jade boat hovered as Zhu Yuniao softly said to Jiang Yan, the opportunities in the Bronze Ancient Hall are immense. I suspect many upper realm experts will break through the boundary to come. As soon as she finished speaking, the sky was torn apart by a massive golden hand. The heavens collapsed. Divine light shone brightly, and over a dozen dazzling figures descended, overlooking all beings. On the ground, everyone held their breath, even there. Breathing cautious. Immortals. Immortals from the heavens. A girl gasped. An elderly man in battle armor leaped into the air, his face adorned with a flattering smile, bowing to the radiant figures. Immortals have traveled far. She failed to welcome you properly. Someone recognized him and exclaimed, that's Qi Yunhai from the Demon City. He's a 6th tier martial saint, yet he's showing such respect to the heavenly immortals. It's over. The heavenly immortals have descended personally. How could we possibly obtain the secret treasures now? Many lost hope, abandoning any thoughts of competing for treasures. In the sky, a young man with an extraordinary demeanor, dressed in a luxurious brocade robe, coldly glanced at Qi Yunhai with disdain. Old man, who told you to stand with us? His spiritual pressure suddenly erupted, forcing Qi Yunhai's expression to change as he hurriedly descended to the ground. Still wearing a flattering smile, immortal, please forgive me. I was rude. The distinguished young man looked down disdainfully at the people of Blue Star, his face full of contempt. A bunch of insignificant bugs. Among the dozen celestial beings, a woman wearing a white jade veil floated forward slightly. Her voice crisp like a bell, directly resonating in everyone's minds. Please cooperate and arrange yourselves according to your cultivation levels. She added, we will select individuals from among you to serve as guards, and there will be generous rewards afterward. Jiang Yan and Zhu Yunyao had already landed, exchanging a glance. Sounds nice, but don't be fooled, brother Jiang. The bronze ancient hall is full of traps, they clearly want us to be cannon fodder, Zhu Yunyao softly reminded. As soon as the veiled woman's words fell, many young people, already captivated by her beauty, eagerly displayed their cultivation levels. A trace of amusement flickered in the veiled woman's eyes as she nodded in satisfaction. However, when her gaze fell on Jiang Yan, who remained indifferent in the corner, her brows furrowed slightly. Why was this guy completely unresponsive? Using her spiritual sense, she probed Jiang Yan's cultivation level and found it to be only at the third stage, 5th tier, losing interest immediately. In their realm, such cultivation was utterly insignificant. Jiang Yan also sensed her probing and deliberately concealed his true cultivation level, suppressing his third stage, 50th tier strength to appear as third stage, 5th tier. Feigning weakness was the best way to find the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. He had already used his spiritual sense to investigate the celestial beings above and discovered that most were on par with him, with the strongest only at the 4th stage, 5th tier. Fairy Mengyu, please go ahead and make your selection, the distinguished young man addressed the veiled woman, his tone much gentler. The veiled woman, referred to as Mengyu, nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on a robust young man. You, come with me. She gently manipulated the space, transforming moonlight into a shimmering, ethereal path. The chosen young man was overjoyed, striding forward proudly like a peacock, displaying its feathers, stepping onto the celestial path. The unselected youths were instantly filled with regret. After all, being alongside a celestial fairy was a once-in-a-lifetime honor. Zhu Yunyao chuckled softly, nudging Jiang Yan with her elbow. Brother Jiang, do you also wish to be chosen by that fairy? Of course, Jiang Yan replied with a smile in his eyes. Even with half her face covered, she still exudes an ethereal charm. Who wouldn't be captivated? In truth, what he truly cared about was the white jade veil on Mengyu's face, a top-tier treasure capable of completely concealing her cultivation level. While he could discern the realms of the other celestial beings, Mengyu remained an enigma due to her veil. Jiang Yan's true cultivation was at the 3rd stage, 50th tier. If someone at the 6th stage or higher attempted to probe his true strength, he wouldn't be able to resist. If it were discovered that he had mastered a method to break through cultivation limits, he might be forcibly subjected to soul-searching by those ancient monsters. Thus, possessing a treasure that could conceal his cultivation was of utmost importance to him. Once inside the bronze ancient hall, I must find a way to seize her white jade veil, Jiang Yan thought, already formulating a plan. In the sky, Mengyu sensed Jiang Yan's hostile gaze and frowned slightly, thinking to herself how audacious this guy was. A lowly human dared to look directly at her, truly courting death. Once inside the ancient hall, find an opportunity to kill him, Mengyu decided, her eyes flashing coldly, already sentencing Jiang Yan to death. Soon, other celestial beings from the upper realm began selecting human cultivators as guards. A woman dressed in black robes, with striking features and a graceful figure, slowly descended before Jiang Yan, her face adorned with a smile. Little brother from the lower realm, it seems you've already angered Fairy Mengyu. Her sly, fox-like eyes sparkled with mischief. Don't be fooled by her ethereal appearance, her heart is darker than anyone's. You've become a thorn in her side, and I'm afraid you won't escape death. The black-robed woman silently appeared behind Jiang Yan, her soft arms wrapping around his neck as her red lips gently brushed close to his ear, whispering, "Don't be afraid, sister will protect you." I can't stand Mengyu's ways. Jiang Yan remained unfazed, he and Zhu Yunyao having already seen through everything. The lives of lower realm cultivators are utterly worthless in the eyes of the heavenly beings of the upper realm. The black-robed woman before him was clearly at odds with Dream Moon Fairy, intending to use him against her. Jiang Yan planned to feign compliance, wait until they entered the ancient bronze hall, and then make his move, killing and seizing treasures in one fell swoop. The black-robed woman smiled faintly, "Little brother, don't harbor any ill intentions. Just because I'm beautiful, don't mistake me for a mere vase." Her gaze turned hazy, her voice seductive, "I'm not someone to be trifled with. My hands are stained with the blood of many cultivators. Her aura suddenly erupted, reaching the 4th tier, 5th level. If not for the suppression from forcibly descending to the lower realm, her true strength might have already approached the 6th tier, or even higher. The black-robed woman laughed more wantonly. "You'll be my guard. Just call me fairy sister." Jiang Yan responded coldly. "Oh my, so indifferent. Seeing such a beautiful girl like me, don't tell me you aren't moved. Surely you want to pin me down, don't you?" the black-robed woman teased. "Little brother from the lower realm, you don't like men, do you?" Jiang Yan was speechless. This woman was unbelievably narcissistic, as if every man in the world would lose control upon seeing her. At that moment, the sky tore open once more. A dazzling white light flashed, and several figures with powerful auras appeared. They were a few elderly men with an immortal demeanor and a middle-aged man exuding authority. Even though they had forcibly descended, the weakest among them had reached the 6th tier, 1st level. Seeing these old monsters appear, the previously arrogant young noble's face changed drastically. He forced a smile and greeted, it's Sect Master Qin, Bone Taoist, and Senior White Crane." Qin Xiongnian ignored the young noble, his gaze sharp as a blade, his divine sense instantly covering all of China. His eyes finally locked onto Jiang Yan, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. "Wretched beast, I've finally found you." Jiang Yan's heart trembled, feeling as though he was facing a ferocious beast. It seemed as if a single thought from the other party could crush him into dust. Qin Xiongnian casually pointed, and a golden beam shot straight at Jiang Yan's forehead. The intense pain of soul tearing nearly caused Jiang Yan to faint. A golden totem appeared on his forehead. The black-robed woman frowned slightly. "Little brother from the lower realm, who exactly did you provoke?" "He actually placed the soul execution seal of the Dian sect on you." Jiang Yan barely managed to stand, looking up at Qin Xiongnian in the sky, his voice weak. "What does this soul execution seal do?" "Nothing special, just a tracking restriction. No matter where you flee, he can find you. Moreover, those marked by the soul execution seal will forever be slaves of the Dian sect," the black-robed woman said leisurely. Jiang Yan clenched his fists. "Is there a way to break it?" "There is," the black-robed woman smiled, "but why should I tell you? Help me kill Dream Moon in the ancient bronze hall, and I'll tell you." Chapter 136, The Martial God Strikes, Dominating Kill. High above, Qin Xiongnian's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Fellow Taoists, watch as I crush this ant." White Crane Elder and Bone Taoist said indifferently, "Sect Master Qin, we all know about your son Howard. Seeing you so anxious, it turns out you're here to avenge him." Qin Xiongnian's voice was icy. "Howard was a good child, so kind-hearted, yet this wretched beast killed him." His eyes were bloodshot, and eerie golden sun runes flickered in his pupils. "Wretched beast, today I will cripple your cultivation, extract your soul, and make you wish for death as you guard Howard's memorial." Qin Xiongnian's fingertips condensed golden sun energy, distorting the surrounding air as it was consumed by the golden sun. Bone Taoist and White Crane Elder stroked their beards, smiling as they retreated to avoid the scorching golden sun. The black-robed woman's expression shifted slightly. "Supreme Golden Sunday, little brother from the lower realm, your situation is truly dire." Killing intent flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. He continuously unleashed several small black holes, merging them into a large black hole, then into a supermassive black hole, finally forming a singularity of annihilation. He was still unsatisfied and conjured another abyss, merging the two abysses, which erupted with an eerie, void-like radiance. Jiang Yan named this move, Great Abyss. The small singularity transformed into a large singularity and flew out from his hand. However, when faced with Qin Xiongnian's Supreme Golden Sun, the Great Abyss disintegrated instantly upon contact, vanishing without a trace. Qin Xiongnian forcibly broke through the boundary to descend to the mortal realm, suppressing his power to the 1st level of the 6th tier. Even so, his divine abilities still crushed Jiang Yan. The Golden Sun continued to approach, and many divine-gifted individuals on the ground were affected, disappearing instantly into the heavens and earth. Even though Jiang Yan possessed the immortal Tao repository, his body began to dissolve under the terrifying golden sun. "Vile creature, I will first destroy your physical body, then capture your soul," Qin Xiongnian said coldly, his tone venomous. The young celestial beings in the sky watched indifferently. A noble youth smiled faintly. "To make Sect Master Qin personally take action, this lowly mortal from the lower realm does have some skill." Dream Moon, wearing a white jade veil, looked coldly with her purple eyes fixed on Jiang Yan. "In the end, he is nothing more than a martial brute from the lower realm." On the ground, many people recognized Jiang Yan inside. That's the ghost immortal, who once dominated in China. Today, he is being killed by celestial beings from the upper realm. What a pity! What's there to pity? He brought this upon himself, provoking celestial beings from the upper realm and getting killed by them. Serves him right, someone gloated. Everyone believed Jiang Yan was doomed. At that moment, the sky was torn apart by a giant hand. A dignified 7th-tier spirit sovereign bullying a junior, how disgraceful. The golden hand covered the heavens, and its spiritual energy instantly dissolved the golden sun. Qin Xiaonian's face changed drastically as the golden hand smashed toward him. A terrestrial deity. Qin Xiaonian's voice was hoarse as he fled. In panic, there's a terrestrial deity in the lower realm. He hurriedly pleaded to the massive hand, Senior. This must be a misunderstanding. The colossal hand easily caught the fleeing Qin Xiaonian, its voice reverberating across the Longyun River. Misunderstanding? You wanted to kill my grandson, what misunderstanding could there be? What? Kill the grandson of a 9th-tier martial god? Qin Xiaonian's mind went blank before he quickly regained clarity. The grandson the martial god referred to was Jiang Yan. The very Jiang Yan who had killed his Howard. No. Martial god, I was merely joking. With your grandson, absolutely no intent to kill. Qin Xiaonian was so terrified that even his soul trembled. White Crane Master and White Bone Taoist were shaken to their core as they witnessed this. As celestial beings descending from the heavenly domain, they were supposed to be lofty and overlook everything. Yet, unexpectedly, this small blue star had a 9th-tier martial god. Even when facing a demigod, they dared not harbor any thoughts of resistance. However, they couldn't just stand by and watch Qin Xiaonian, who had descended with them, perish like this. White Bone Taoist and White Crane Master exchanged glances, then flew over, standing respectfully beside the giant hand and bowing deeply. Qin Taoist indeed made a mistake. We humbly ask Senior for forgiveness and to spare his life for our sake. The colossal hand suddenly clenched, and Qin Xiaonian didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to specks of starlight, dissipating into the heavens and earth. This White Bone Taoist and White Crane Master were completely unprepared for this. This 9th-tier demigod was so ruthless. Spare him for your sake? Who do you think you are? This is not your domain, yet you dare bully juniors and demand I show you respect. The colossal hand unleashed terrifying power. White Bone Taoist and White Crane Master resisted with all their might but were blasted 1,000 meters away by the golden light, their souls severely injured, and their internal organs shattered. The voice that shook the heavens echoed across the Longyun River, leaving you half alive. That is the respect I grant you. White Crane Master, half of his body withered, spat out clotted blood and barely managed to bow. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. White Bone Taoist's physical body dissipated, leaving only his soul. Trembling, he said, Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. In the heavenly domain, they were 7th-tier peak spirit sovereigns, commanding respect and dominating their territories. Yet in the lower realm, they encountered a 9th-tier martial god. A martial god, a demigod. Once you become a martial god, even thousands of 8th-tier martial emperors are no match. This is the gap between gods and mortals. Even in the upper realm, a spirit emperor-level powerhouse is powerless against a lower realm martial god. Qin Xiaonian, the master of a sect in the upper realm, whose strength was close to the peak of the 7th tier, was easily crushed by the giant phantom hand of a lower realm martial god. For the martial god, this colossal hand required almost no effort. Crushing Qin Xiaonian was as simple as squashing an ant. The colossal hand spoke again, its voice echoing across the Dragonfall River. I will not interfere in the struggles of the younger generation. But if some old folks break the rules and bully the juniors, don't blame me for destroying your orthodoxy. As soon as the words fell, the colossal hand vanished instantly. Yet the heart-shaking reverberations still echoed in everyone's minds. Not only were the upper realms, White Bone Taoist and White Crane Master stunned, but Du Guowan's words also served as a warning to the 6th-tier martial saints of Blue Star. You may fight within the same realm, but do not involve the juniors. White Crane Master trembled, still unable to recover from the shock. White Bone Taoist reformed his physical body, not daring to look directly at Jiang Yan, fearing the residual power of that giant hand might shatter him again. The black-robed woman was dumbfounded, her face full of astonishment, her cherry lips parted wide. Oh my God, your background is terrifying. Your grandfather is actually a martial god. Jiang Yan touched the soul execution seal on his head, which disappeared along with Qin Xiaonian. He shrugged indifferently. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm just a quiet, handsome guy. Chapter 137. The ancient hall opens, a great battle looms. Everyone at Dragonfall River was restless. Whoa! Ghost Immortal's lineage is absolutely mind-blowing. I knew Ghost Immortal was so strong and domineering, he must come from an ancient family. Sure enough, even his martial god grandfather showed up. My god, I almost got killed by the residual power. So that's what a martial god is like. Speaking of which, when did China gain another martial god? I remember China only had one martial god, the Guardian Commander. This statement stirred up waves of shock, and everyone suddenly came to their senses. Indeed, China had always had only one martial god. That was the Guardian Commander, who had recently broken through from the peak of the 8th tier martial emperor to the 9th tier martial god. Everyone gasped, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at Jiang Yan. I'm so jealous. I wish I had a martial god grandfather to back me up. Ugh, I quit. Blue Star OL is no fun at all. Meanwhile, the disciples of the heavens all wore expressions of terror. A noble young man instinctively swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Half god. Was that just now? Could it really have been a half-god? He looked in panic at the frowning Mengyu fairy. Your orthodoxy has a half-god. Tell me, was that just now a half-god? Mengyu furrowed her brows, her voice cold and distant. That was a half-god, no doubt. Upon confirmation, the disciples of the heavens were all dumbfounded, even their breathing cautious, afraid of disturbing something. To them, a half-god was an unattainable existence. Only among Mengyu Fairy's clan did a half-god preside. Buzz! A massive beam of azure light shot straight from the bottom of Dragonfall River into the sky, drawing everyone's attention. The bronze ancient hall is about to open. The black-robed woman curled her lips into a sly smile. With a swift motion, she grabbed Jiang Yan by the collar. Little brother with a powerful backer, follow me into the hall. Boom! A strand of crystalline moonlight descended, instantly twisting the space around the two of them. The black-robed woman looked up at the icy Mengyu in the sky. Mengyu Fairy, you really don't let people off easily. Aren't you afraid that little brother's martial god grandfather will take action and obliterate your soul? That half-god senior said he wouldn't interfere in battles between peers, Mengyu replied coldly, her voice like that of a fairy from an ice palace. The black-robed woman leaned in mischievously to Jiang Yan's ear. Little brother, I'll hold her off. You take the chance to enter the bronze ancient hall. As soon as the words fell, she conjured a strange flame, surrounding Dream Moon Fairy from all directions. Dream Moon raised a jade flute in her hand, placed it horizontally before her, and gently played. The sound of the flute extinguished the flames instantly. Boom, boom. Two notes transformed into streams of light, surpassing the speed of sound, tearing through space, and heading straight for the pale neck of the black-robed woman. Dream Moon Fairy of the Nether Moon Palace, you're quite straightforward, the black-robed woman teased. Demoness of Demon God Mountain, I challenge you to a duel. A noble young man suddenly appeared, transforming into a streak of lightning, wielding a green dragon horn, his speed astonishing. Dream Moon Fairy, I'll help you too. A robust young man chosen by Dream Moon erupted with powerful vitality, stepping through the air and charging directly at the black-robed woman. The black-robed woman laughed seductively, 3 against 1, truly the style of you righteous folks. She flicked her sleeve, and her figure instantly vanished. By the time everyone regained their senses, she had already taken Jiang Yan and rushed toward the bottom of Dragonfall River. Humph, I won't participate in your junior squabbles, but that doesn't mean I can't seize the opportunity. A 6th-tier martial saint broke through the air, arriving at the bottom of Dragonfall River in an instant, witnessing the magnificent ancient bronze palace. Clang, clang, clang. The doors of the ancient bronze palace slowly opened, and surging seawater poured into the palace, sucking the 6th-tier martial saint in like an abyss. Not good. The 6th-tier martial saint couldn't resist the suction and was forcibly pulled into the interior of the palace. Jiang Yan and the black-robed woman dove deeper, hiding in a massive cavern. As expected of an ancient sage's cave dwelling. If we had been a moment late in hiding, we might have been swept away by the flood, triggering the taboo, and turned into bloodwater, the black-robed woman chuckled. This ancient bronze palace is merely the cave dwelling of an ancient sage? Jiang Yan was astonished. The black-robed woman rolled her eyes at him. What else? Such a grand palace, with several small worlds inside, is naturally a treasure trove for cultivation. She playfully pinched Jiang Yan's earlobe. Little brother, tell your big sister, are you planning to snatch Dream Moon's hidden spirit veil? Jiang Yan shook off her hand and said indifferently, I just feel that the veil is destined for me. Is that so? Then this fairy will help. You take that veil from Dream Moon, as long as you help me seriously injure her, the black-robed woman tempted. Jiang Yan's gaze remained calm. Are you really sure I'm a match for Dream Moon? I believe so. The black-robed woman's eyes sparkled with amusement. Because those who are taboo are always drawn to each other. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted. You're a taboo as well? Don't be surprised. That mesmerizingly beautiful Dream Moon fairy is also a taboo, the black-robed woman said with a smile. Jiang Yan was silent for a moment before asking, are there many taboos in the upper realm? How could there be? The black-robed woman smiled brightly. The upper realm is divided into 4 great domains. Under the heavenly domain where we are, there are 3,000 provinces, and each province produces only 1 taboo every 100 years. She lightly tapped Jiang Yan's forehead. With your talent, even in the upper realm, you'd be a peerless prodigy. It's just that big sister is curious, how could a blue star, which is only 1/10,000th the size of a province in the upper realm, produce 2 taboos at the same time? 2 taboos. Besides himself, there was another on Blue Star. Jiang Yan was utterly shocked. Seeing his reaction, the black-robed woman revealed a radiant smile. Don't be surprised. The other taboo on Blue Star might be connected to the upper realm. She already had a guess in her heart that person was most likely the saintess of the Bai family. Only bloodlines from the heavenly domain would have the qualifications to give birth to a taboo. What surprised her most was Jiang Yan. As a mortal from the lower realm, he also harbored a taboo. How intriguing. Little brother, what secrets are you hiding? Big sister must uncover them, the black-robed woman said with a sly smile. She lightly patted Jiang Yan. The waters of Dragon Fall River have been completely absorbed by the ancient bronze palace. We can go in now. She transformed into a streak of black light, rushing toward the ancient bronze palace at high speed. Crack! A chain wrapped around her, binding her in midair. Demoness of Demon God Mountain, don't even think about entering the palace. Dream Moon, accompanied by her allies, began intercepting the black-robed woman. Chen Jingyang's eyes sparkled with a fiery light, and his entire being shot toward the woman in the black robe like a missile. Jiang Yan muttered from the side, all that effort for nothing. Why so serious? The woman in the black robe gracefully sidestepped Chen Jingyang's fierce attack and said with a laugh, blame that wicked Mengyu for being so enchanting. Look at you, a young, strong lad, definitely still a pure rookie. Being mocked like this, Chen Jingyang was utterly enraged. I practice the art of pure yang. My body is invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, he twisted his fists and suddenly charged at Jiang Yan. What the? My turn now? Jiang Yan easily dodged the incoming punch. Boom! Chen Jingyang's fist suddenly ignited in flames, slamming fiercely into the spot where Jiang Yan had been standing. Ghost Immortal, you're my target, Chen Jingyang said with a sly smile. If he killed the Ghost Immortal, he could claim credit with Fairy Mengyu, and she would surely pay more attention to him. Ugh, ugh. Jiang Yan's coughing came from within the cloud of dust. He waved his hand to clear the air and strolled out leisurely. Choking me to death here. Are these fireworks fake? How is there smoke but no damage? Impossible. My pure Yang Fire Fist can easily destroy enemies. How are you completely unharmed? Chen Jingyang's pupils contracted. Jiang Yan chuckled. Let me explain. Your attack just now had 2 components, the fire explosion and the full-force punch. The fire explosion was indeed powerful, but I'm immune to fire. As for the punch, it was strong too, but my body is incredibly tough, I didn't feel a thing. Jiang Yan explained seriously, though in truth, he hadn't cheated, he was just lucky not to get hurt. Immune to fire? Incredibly tough body? Are you kidding me? Chen Jingyang burned with rage, his fists igniting with pure Yang fire once more. In an instant, he unleashed tens of thousands of punches toward Jiang Yan's face. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Yan stood completely still, hands in his pockets, expressionless as he endured thousands upon thousands of punches. In the end, Chen Jingyang's hands were torn and bleeding, his bones nearly shattered. As the dust settled, Jiang Yan emerged unscathed, smiling as he looked at Chen Jingyang. What's wrong with your hands? Need me to give you a healing pill? The seemingly caring remark sounded like the devil's mockery, driving Chen Jingyang to the brink of collapse. Aha! His Mengyu replied coldly. She glanced at the distinguished young man beside her, who, without hesitation, charged at Jiang Yan with a divine spear in hand. Trash from the lower realm, take this. The distinguished young man, dressed in a luxurious battle robe adorned with glowing runes, surged with momentum. Bang! Jiang Yan, wielding the ghost martial spear, clashed fiercely with the divine spear, creating waves that rippled thousands of layers and shaking the ground. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed crimson as he reversed his grip and slapped a talisman onto the distinguished young man. Spirit Collapse Talisman. By the time the distinguished young man noticed, it was too late. Boom! Ah! The distinguished young man screamed miserably as half of his body was blown to pieces by the talisman. Meng Yu frowned slightly and waved her jade-like hand, scattering starlight over the distinguished young man, rapidly regenerating his damaged flesh. Little brother, did you see that? Just now. Meng Yu used Narcissus Stew. With just one drop, it can revive the dead and restore the body, the black-robed woman said with a smile. Do you want some? Witnessing the miraculous effects of Narcissus Stew, Jiang Yan was tempted. He truly wanted it. As expected of celestial beings from the upper realm, they carried an abundance of treasures. Jiang Yan planned to leave none of these celestial beings behind and deal with them all. Even the black-robed woman beside him, who seemed like an ally, was no exception. She must have many extraordinary treasures hidden on her. Since they had come to the lower realm, they might as well leave all their treasures behind as a toll. This was the principle of take what you can, don't miss out. His grandfather was the guardian of Huaxia, responsible for protecting the land. These celestial beings had entered Huaxia illegally without visas, and Jiang Yan was merely fulfilling Du Guowan's duties. Jiang Yan felt justified, as he had no fondness for these celestial beings. The Narcissus Dew healed the distinguished young man's injuries, and he no longer dared to act recklessly, his eyes filled with fear of Jiang Yan. Meng Yu also realized that Jiang Yan was a formidable opponent. She smiled gently, her voice melodious. We came here seeking opportunities, not to fight to the death. Why not turn enemies into allies and explore the ancient hall together? The black-robed woman sneered. Oh, as expected of Meng Yu, the fairy of the Moon Palace. Seeing that she can't win, she now wants to play nice. She placed a hand lightly on Jiang Yan's shoulder and teasingly beckoned to Meng Yu. My little brother here is in need of a concubine. If Fairy Meng Yu wants to make friends, then obediently become one. Faced with this insult, Meng Yu remained composed. I pursue the path of immortality, a journey that inevitably involves battling the heavens and competing with others. Her violet eyes fixed on Jiang Yan. If you can help me obtain the treasures within the ancient hall, what harm is there in becoming a concubine or a servant? Chapter 139, Turning Enemies into Allies, Venturing into the Maze. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings from the upper realm were stunned. Fairy Meng Yu's dedication to the path is admirable, said the distinguished young man. Lian Lon Ha, dedication to the path of immortality? The black-robed woman scoffed disdainfully. Meng Yu, the fairy of the Moon Palace, truly knows how to put on a show. And I mean the fake kind. There's no point in talking further. We were never meant to walk the same path, Meng Yu responded coldly. She turned to Jiang Yan. Would you be willing to help me enter the ancient hall? The bronze ancient hall was divided into the outer hall, inner hall, and the ancient hall itself. The outer hall was filled with spiritual plants and miraculous medicines, while the inner hall contained magical treasures and spiritual artifacts. The ancient hall, however, had never been entered by anyone. It was said to hold the legacy of ancient sages. Fairy Meng Yu, upon arrival, was determined to enter the ancient hall, her resolve unwavering. Could she truly have a way to get inside? If she did, Jiang Yan wouldn't mind feigning cooperation with her for a while. Fairy Meng Yu, I have no intention of making you a concubine or a servant, but you've kept your veil on all this time, clearly showing a lack of trust in me. How can we be friends like this? Jiang Yan said calmly. Meng Yu's gaze remained indifferent, her lips curling slightly. If Jiang Yan wishes to see my true face, how could Meng Yu refuse? As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Yu raised her hand gently and slowly removed her hidden spirit veil under everyone's watchful eyes. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped. Many even fainted on the spot, their noses bleeding profusely. Meng Yu truly lived up to the title of fairy. Her beauty was as breathtaking as the morning glow, her aura transcendent and ethereal. Beyond the reach of words, she ignored the many greedy gazes and looked at Jiang Yan coldly. Fellow Taoist Jiang, are you satisfied? Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, stroking his chin as if in deep thought. For Fairy Mengyu to show herself, it does demonstrate some sincerity. He paused. However, this sincerity is only enough for me to consider being friends with you. Asking me to help you enter the ancient hall is a bit of a stretch. Jiang Yan pondered. How about this? I feel a connection with this hidden spirit veil. I wonder if the fairy would be willing to let me take a look at it? His words carried a hidden meaning. Upon hearing his request for the hidden spirit veil, the celestial beings led by Mengyu all turned pale. Fairy Mengyu, you mustn't. This veil was personally bestowed by the ancestor, you. Mengyu interrupted them with a gesture. She raised her delicate hand slightly, and the hidden spirit veil transformed into a purple spiritual butterfly, fluttering gracefully before landing on Jiang Yan's fingertip. The purple butterfly then reverted to the hidden spirit veil. Jiang Yan looked at the veil in his hand, inwardly overjoyed. Mengyu said coldly, fellow Taoist Jiang, this hidden spirit veil is a top-tier treasure. It can conceal one's aura and cultivation, even rendering one completely invisible. Not even a ninth-tier demigod can see through it. The veil was indeed remarkable, but it was too feminine. As a man, he felt awkward wearing it. Mengyu seemed to see through his thoughts and said, indifferently, the hidden spirit veil is sentient and can transform according to its owner's wishes. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. With a thought, the veil emitted a purple glow and instantly transformed into a cloak. Though it was now a cloak, it remained purple, with spiritual butterflies fluttering around it. The veil could now be called the hidden spirit cloak. Jiang Yan stored the hidden spirit cloak into his 10 directions ghost token and smiled at Mengyu in the sky. Fairy, I see your sincerity. I'm willing to lend you a hand. The black-robed woman's eyes flickered as she clung to Jiang Yan's arm. Brother Jiang, are you really planning to go with that vixen and leave your sister behind? I have no contractual ties with you, Jiang Yan responded indifferently. He knew full well that the two of them were merely putting on an act. Once inside the Bronze Ancient Hall, they were destined to become rivals. How cold-hearted. Go ahead, Brother Jiang, follow that vixen. But if you get harmed by Mengyu halfway, don't blame anyone else. The black-robed woman spoke with a double meaning, her tone full of disdain. She instantly transformed into a streak of black light and flew into the Bronze Ancient Hall. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, flew toward Mengyu's group, grinning as he greeted the other celestial beings. Hello, everyone. We're on the same team. The celestial beings gave him cold looks, showing no friendliness. Jiang Yan didn't mind at all. He now had a reason to stick with Mengyu's group. This group was clearly well prepared and knew many tricks for entering the ancient hall. Once inside, he could turn against them. Mengyu glanced at Jiang Yan and said calmly, let's go. She transformed into a streak of purple light and was the first to fly into the Bronze Ancient Hall. Jiang Yan called out to the other celestial beings, everyone, stay close to Fairy Mengyu. Don't fall behind. You'd better not play any tricks. If you betray us, I'll make sure to drag you down with me, even if I die, threatened the noble young man. Is that a threat? Jiang Yan replied with a bright smile. Fairy Mengyu herself begged me to be her companion. If you keep threatening me, I might just turn against her. You. The young man's face darkened, but he was genuinely afraid that Jiang Yan might turn hostile and refuse to cooperate. He could only swallow his anger, snort coldly, and transform into a streak of light, rushing into the Bronze Ancient Hall. The other celestial beings followed closely behind. Jiang Yan stretched lazily and leisurely followed them inside. As soon as he stepped into the Bronze Ancient Hall, the world turned upside down. The deafening sound of massive machinery turning shook everyone to their core. When he opened his eyes, he was faced with a colossal bronze maze. Clang, clang, clang. The enormous bronze walls moved continuously, making it impossible to find an exit. Mengyu looked at Jiang Yan indifferently and said, the bronze maze can block divine senses. Don't get separated from me, or you'll be trapped here forever. Understood, I'll follow Fairy Mengyu, Jiang Yan replied obediently. After all, she had given him a top-tier treasure. Stop pretending to be a good person. Liang Long gave him a fierce glare. Brother Jiang, if that vixen dares to touch you, remember to call me. The woman in the black robe smiled and jumped into the maze, disappearing instantly. The other divine gift-bearers also entered the ancient bronze hall. Upon seeing the magnificent bronze maze, they were all shocked, their eyes filled with awe. On the smooth, jade-like back of Mengyu's hand, a brilliant star map appeared. She looked coldly at Jiang Yan and said, stay close to me. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped lightly into the depths of the maze. Jiang Yan followed without hesitation. It seemed Meng Yu truly had a way to reach the deepest part. Following her was the right choice. Chapter 140, Two people with hidden motives inside the bronze maze. The massive bronze barriers continuously rotated and shifted, completely without pattern, making it impossible to predict. Ah! Someone was struck by a suddenly appearing barrier, turning into a mist of blood, as if hit by a meteor, dying instantly. Jiang Yan closely followed Meng Yu, watching the star map on her pale wrist, and asked, "Is this the map of the bronze maze?" Meng Yu glanced at him coldly. "This is a treasure that can display specific guidance, but it won't show you the exit. You can only follow the flame of your soul." Jiang Yan nodded and tried to sense the nether voiding flame within him. Sure enough, he faintly felt a hidden guiding light. However, this guidance was very weak, and the bronze maze changed too quickly. Relying solely on this flame's guidance to find the way out would take considerable time. The star map on Meng Yu's wrist projected the guidance of the soul flame, essentially functioning as a high-definition navigation system. This also explained why the higher the flame's level, the deeper one could enter the ancient hall. Those with low flame levels couldn't even sense this hidden guidance. As Jiang Yan sensed the guidance of the nether voiding flame, he suddenly found that, perhaps due to the high level of his flame, his perception of the correct direction became exceptionally clear. He didn't even need to look at the star map on Meng Yu's wrist, he could break through the maze on his own. He quickened his pace, surpassing Meng Yu. Meng Yu's expression changed, and she was about to stop. Jiang Yan, when she noticed that the path displayed on the star map matched exactly with the one Jiang Yan was taking, her purple eyes flashed with a strange light. "Just as I expected, his flame quality is extremely high." Following the guidance of the nether voiding flame and the ancient hall, Jiang Yan quickly passed through the bronze maze and reached the outer hall. Before he could enter, Meng Yu and a group of people also rushed out of the maze, arriving at the entrance of the outer hall. Looking at the towering bronze gate before them, Meng Yu's eyes glimmered coldly. She turned to the celestial disciples who had followed her out of the maze. "The runes on this ancient gate contain divine material, which will greatly benefit your future path to divinity," Meng Yu said coldly. "I only want the treasures inside the ancient hall. You may absorb these divine materials yourselves." "Thank you, Fairy Meng Yu, for your generosity. Fairy Meng Yu's great kindness, we will never forget." Several celestial beings excitedly touched the glowing runes on the bronze ancient gate. The next moment, they suddenly let out agonized screams. The runes on the ancient gate radiated strange light, as if they were devouring them, beginning to absorb their life force in flames. Those who hadn't yet touched the runes were all filled with terror. Fairy Meng Yu, what is happening?" someone asked in a trembling voice. Meng Yu's expression remained cold, her voice calm. "Just as I suspected, this bronze ancient gate has an unseen connection with the flames in our souls. It guided us out of the bronze maze, but only to absorb our soul flames." Everyone was utterly shocked upon hearing this. The towering bronze ancient gate before them, which had helped them traverse the maze, had done so merely to devour their soul flames. Seeing Meng Yu ruthlessly sacrifice those around her, Jiang Yan's resolve grew even firmer. Once they reached the deepest part of the ancient hall, he must deal with this woman immediately. Meng Yu looked coldly at Jiang Yan. Their gazes met, and they unexpectedly exchanged friendly smiles. Yet in their hearts, they each harbored sinister intentions. Meng Yu thought, use this guy to enter the ancient hall, then kill him to ensure safety. Jiang Yan thought to himself, use this woman to enter the ancient hall, and eliminate her at the first opportunity. Boom! The ancient bronze door emitted a heavy sound. The celestial beings consumed by the soul-devouring flames had already turned to ashes, ceasing to exist, yet the ancient door remained unmoved. Meng Yu said coldly, "Is the sacrifice still not enough? Everyone had been waiting here for a long time." More people successfully navigated through the bronze maze and arrived before the ancient bronze door. Zhu Yunyao was among the second group to reach this place. When she saw Jiang Yan, her eyes lit up, and she walked over with a smile. "Junior. Jiang. Senior Lin," Jiang Yan responded with a raised eyebrow. Zhu Yunyao glared at him. "How many times have I told you? My name is Zhu Yunyao, Senior Zhu." She crossed her arms, turned her head away from Jiang Yan, and muttered softly, "Thank you for the black flame." Her voice was so quiet that Jiang Yan pretended not to hear. Covering his ear, he said, "What? Who did Senior Zhu just thank? I didn't catch that." "Good words won't be repeated. If you didn't hear, don't blame me, Zhu Yunyao said with a smile. It was thanks to the black flame Jiang Yan had given her that she managed to pass through the bronze maze. With only her SS grade Baiyu flame, her connection to the ancient bronze door was too weak. If she had relied on herself, it would have taken her at least several days to get through the maze. Junior. John, what's the situation now? Why is everyone just standing here? Zhu Yunyao asked curiously. Jiang Yan explained what had happened, and her expression changed slightly. How could this be? She looked warily at the towering ancient bronze door, a chill running down her spine. This was clearly a trap. The newcomers, unaware of the truth that Jiang Yan and Meng Yu had discovered, were drawn to the glowing runes on the bronze door. Believing they had encountered a great opportunity, they couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Ah! Help me! Help! Save me! Save me! Their fate was the same as the celestial beings who had been deceived. Earlier, they became sacrifices to open the ancient bronze door. The door still did not open, and the number of sacrifices was far from sufficient. Another long 3 days passed, during which more people emerged from the maze. Without exception, they were captivated by the brilliant runes on the door, reached out to touch it, and ultimately became sacrifices. Their lives and soul flames were consumed by the door. After the final sacrifice was devoured, boom! A deafening sound jolted everyone awake. The towering ancient bronze door slowly opened, revealing a massive bronze palace before them. This is the outer hall of the ancient bronze palace, Zhu Yunyao said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She grabbed Jiang Yan's hand and said eagerly, Junior Jiang, let's go in and find some treasures. At that moment, Meng Yu's cold voice rang out. Fellow Taoist, Jiang Taoist is now my guest. He cannot enter with you. Jiang Yan smiled at Zhu Yunyao. Senior Zhu, you go ahead. I've made an agreement with Fairy Meng Yu, so I can't accompany you. Zhu Yunyao's eyes trembled slightly. She pressed her lips together, her voice no longer as cheerful. I see. Then, Junior Jiang, I'll head into the outer hall first and wait for you inside. Alright, be careful and don't let your guard down, Jiang Yan advised kindly. Zhu Yunyao and Jiang Yan parted ways at the outer hall. Chapter 141, The Slumbering Bronze Colossus. The ancient bronze door opened, and the outer hall was laid bare before everyone. They rushed in eagerly. However, the celestial beings led by Meng Yu remained as steady as a mountain, unmoving. Her violet eyes fixed on Jiang Yan. Do you know why we're not going in? Please, enlighten me, Jiang Yan replied. Meng Yu's lips curled into a faint smirk. Since ancient times, no one has successfully reached the deepest part of the ancient hall. They all stopped at the outer or inner halls. Her cool, ethereal voice carried a hint of detachment. Because their hearts weren't steadfast enough, their wills not strong enough. They succumbed to external temptations and could go no further. The ancient bronze palace is divided into the outer hall, inner hall, and the ancient hall itself. Each person has only one chance to enter. Meng Yu's cold gaze locked onto Jiang Yan's crimson eyes. Do you understand now? Thank you for the reminder, Fairy Meng Yu, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Each person could only enter one hall. Once they stepped into the outer hall, they would lose the opportunity to access the inner hall and the ancient hall. Entering the inner hall follows the same principle. Once inside, there's no going back to the outer hall or the ancient hall. To reach the deepest part of the ancient hall, one must not only break through the formations but also possess unwavering determination and a steadfast heart, resisting the allure of the spiritual herbs in the outer hall and the treasures in the inner hall. Those who, after passing the first trial, eagerly rush into the outer hall to pick herbs have already forfeited their chance to enter the inner and ancient halls. It's akin to exploring an emperor's tomb. No one tells you the rules, you have to figure them out on your own. This time, Jiang Yan was fortunate to be traveling with Meng Yu, otherwise, he might have followed Zhu Yunyao into the outer hall to gather herbs, losing his opportunity to enter the ancient hall. He glanced around and noticed that quite a few people understood this rule. There were over a dozen who hadn't entered the outer hall to pick herbs. Including Jiang Yan and Meng Yu's group, there were more than 20 people. Among these 20 or so, how many would survive to reach the inner hall? And in the end, who would truly claim the ancient hall as their own? Meng Yu stepped lightly on the water and said softly, "Follow me." The star chart on her wrist glimmered with a purple light, transforming into a teleportation array. Meng Yu activated the array, and with a flash of light, the group was transported to another space. Jiang Yan opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by pitch darkness, unable to see anything. He snapped his fingers, igniting a small flame at his fingertips that faintly illuminated a corner. The area was empty. He and the others, including Meng Yu, had been scattered. So this is the inner hall of the Bronze Ancient Hall? Jiang Yan groped around in the darkness. Creak. Jiang Yan's spiritual perception was incredibly sharp, no subtle sound could escape his notice. He heard a faint noise and gradually slowed his steps. In the darkness, it felt as if a breeze was stirring the flame at his fingertips. But how could there be wind in the inner hall? Creak. The sound grew louder and more chaotic. It wasn't just one source, it was a group. Nether Void Ghostfire. Jiang Yan immediately reacted, forming a circle of black and white flames from his body. To surround himself. The firelight illuminated the area, and he finally saw that he was surrounded by several massive bronze statues. Some had dragon heads and human bodies, others roared skyward like cheelants. But the one thing they all had in common was their eyes, which were fixed intently on him. Jiang Yan sneered, trying to scare me with this? I've seen ghosts scarier than you. Why would I be afraid of you? Nether Void Ghostfire, devour them for me. He snapped his fingers, and the flames seemed to come alive, spreading over the bronze statues. But as time ticked by, the statues remained unscathed. Fire immunity? What a hassle. Jiang Yan chuckled wryly. Just as he was about to summon his ghost god true weapon, he suddenly realized that his connection to the 10 Directions ghost token had been severed. He couldn't sense the presence of the token or the red paper umbrella at all. So the Bronze Ancient Hall has ancient restrictions, allowing only innate flames to be used. Jiang Yan smiled. This is indeed the work of an ancient sage. Who knew how powerful the master of this Bronze Ancient Hall truly was? Since the divine treasures grant, Jiang Yan took a deep breath and charged toward a colossal statue like a cannonball, shattering it with a loud boom. Cough. Cough, almost got crushed to death. He climbed out of the rubble, scanning the remaining bronze statues with a battle-hardened gaze. Today, I'm taking you all down. Jiang Yan threw a punch, using no spiritual power, only the sheer strength of his physical body. The force of his punch created a sonic boom vortex that shattered a bronze statue into pieces. Jiang Yan moved through the air like a war god, his powerful physique allowing him to destroy each statue with a single punch. The slumbering bronze statues simultaneously opened their eyes, their heavy steps like mountains as they closed in on Jiang Yan. Without the ability to use the primal breathing technique, Jiang Yan's stamina quickly drained. Even so, every punch he threw obliterated a statue, the resulting shockwaves even taking out several at once. From day to night, and from night back to day, the battle raged on. In the end, Jiang Yan's black gold battle robe was torn to shreds, his body covered in blood and wounds. The ground was littered with bronze fragments. Calmly, he sat atop a pile of statue debris that had formed a small mountain, his eyes glinting crimson. It was as if he were seated on a throne built from bones and blood, silent yet resolute. Jiang Yan opened a white jade wine flask. Though its medicinal effects had been sealed, he still tilted his head back and drank deeply. The taste of the wine hadn't changed, it was still sweet and refreshing. Almost died of thirst. That was way too dangerous, Jiang Yan sighed in relief. The fierce battle with the bronze statues had pushed him to his limits, leaving him parched, with no time to even drink water. Now, with the nearby bronze statues all destroyed, he could finally enjoy a drink to quench his thirst. Muttering to himself, he said, if only Bai Luoxue were here. If Bai Luoxue were present, her small icy hands holding the white jade flask could chill the wine for him, how delightful that would be. Chapter 142, The Hall of the Nethermoon. After dealing with the bronze statues, Jiang Yan dragged his exhausted body forward, exploring the ancient bronze hall. The bronze statues were the second trial of the ancient bronze hall. Once passed, the doors to the inner sanctum would open. Rumble. The ancient doors slowly creaked open, revealing a trove of priceless treasures inside. Just one glance made Jiang Yan want to rush in. I can't go in. He forced himself to stay calm. If Meng Yu hadn't lied to him, everyone only had one chance to enter the inner sanctum, and he couldn't afford to waste it here. His goal was singular, to reach the third hall, the ancient hall. I really want to take all these treasures with me, Jiang Yan thought, itching with desire. The treasures in the inner sanctum seemed to beckon him, tempting his heart. Shaking his head to avoid losing control, he decided not to look any further. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed several bronze passageways. Do these lead to the ancient hall, he wondered, proceeding cautiously into one of the passages. Boom! A massive bronze warhammer smashed down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Meng Yu rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Her chest heaved, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Divine power and artifacts are useless here. The only way to overcome this is with someone who has achieved sanctification of the flesh. Meng Yu bit her lip. She had initially chosen Chen Jingyang, the robust young man, as her guard because he had some knowledge of the second trial. But she never expected that while Chen Jingyang's physical strength was impressive, he was like a child compared to Jiang Yan, a mere mortal. Thus, she abandoned Chen Jingyang and turned to Jiang Yan instead. Now, having reached the second trial, they were forced to split up. Spiritual power, divine blessings, artifacts, talismans, even elixirs, all were useless here. Boom! 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 The bronze statues advanced step by step. Meng Yu gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on the statues. She was unwilling to give up. As the holy maiden of the Hall of the Nether Moon, destined to serve the Nether Emperor in the future, how could her journey end here? Emperor, the Hall of the Nether Moon awaits your return. Meng Yu is waiting too. A faint smile appeared on her lips as her violet eyes slowly closed. Ready to embrace death. At the moment the bronze warhammer descended, a relaxed voice rang out, "Fairy Meng Yu, why so disheveled?" Meng Yu widened her eyes, unable to believe the sight of the raggedly dressed young man before her. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his posture upright like a sword. Slowly raising his hand, he firmly caught the massive bronze warhammer. Crack! With a forceful grip of his right hand, a fine crack appeared on the warhammer, quickly spreading until the entire bronze hammer shattered into fragments. Fellow Daoist Jiang. A glimmer of light flashed in Meng Yue's eyes. Jiang Yan, with his back to her, spoke with a smile, "Fairy Meng Yue, you can't die here." If Meng Yue were to die, who else would lead him into the ancient hall? So, Meng Yue could not die. Jiang Yan leaped suddenly, throwing a punch midair. The deafening sound echoed as the massive bronze statue instantly exploded into pieces. Who? Jiang Yan exhaled deeply, turning to look at Meng Yue, who was sitting on the ground. He frowned slightly and extended his hand, scared stiff. Meng Yue snapped out of it, ignored his hand, stood up on her own, and dusted herself off. She regained her cold and aloof demeanor, her voice indifferent. "You arrived just in time. Not even a word of thanks?" Jiang Yan crossed his arms. "The lofty fairy can't even say thank you?" Meng Yue's violet eyes flickered slightly, and she murmured, "Thank you. That's more like it." Jiang Yan smiled. "Let's go to the third trial." Passing the third trial would grant them access to the third hall of the Bronze Ancient Hall, the ancient hall itself. Jiang Yan took 2 steps forward, only to notice Meng Yue hadn't followed. He turned back, puzzled. "Why aren't you moving?" Meng Yue's face was pale as she bit her lip. "I twisted my ankle." She looked up, a hint of plea flashing in her violet eyes. Jiang Yan responded indifferently, "Oh." He promptly sat down against the bronze wall. "Then while your foot heals, I'll take a break too." Meng Yue felt a bit disheartened and was about to sit down when she saw Jiang Yan sigh and walk toward her. "Get on. I'll carry you across," Jiang Yan said coldly. Meng Yue froze for a moment, then pursed her lips. "It's just a sprain. A little rest will do." Though she said this, as she looked at Jiang Yan's back, an inexplicable fondness arose in her heart. That back, it seemed familiar. Somehow. When she was a child, she had once wandered into the ancestral pavilion of the Nether Moon Hall out of curiosity. At the center of the pavilion hung a painting. The figure in the painting showed only their back, turned away from everyone. The person wore red robes, their white hair cascading like a waterfall, and held a crimson sword in their hand. At the moment Jiang Yan stood before her, raising his hand to block the massive bronze warhammer, the red-robed, white-haired figure in her heart strangely overlapped with Jiang Yan's silhouette. Her heartbeat quickened, and she lightly bit her lip, but she still refused. "Jiang Yan, I don't like relying on others. This minor injury will heal soon." Having his kindness dismissed as a burden, Jiang Yan shrugged. "Suit yourself. I'm in no rush anyway." Though he said he wasn't in a rush, internally he was nearly exploding with impatience. Would there really be the inheritance of an ancient sage in the ancient hall? "It's driving me crazy." He sighed, leaning against the bronze wall, sitting very close to Meng Yue. Both were lost in their own thoughts. Meng Yue's heartbeat was erratic, but her gaze grew increasingly resolute. She thought to herself, how could this mortal before me compare to the Emperor of the 9 Netherworlds? My heart already belongs to the Emperor, I can't let him disrupt it. Her eyes turned icy as she thought, once we enter the ancient hall, no matter the means, I must kill this man. She was the saintess of the Nether Moon Hall, which, along with the demon god mountain where that black-robed woman resided, had been under the control of the Emperor of the Nine Netherworlds since ancient times. When the Emperor of the Nine Netherworlds returned, she was willing to give everything and follow him to the death. The treasures in the ancient hall, I must obtain them. All of this is to bring the Emperor back to the mortal world. Meng Yue's gaze grew as cold as ice. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Meng Yue's injury had healed, and the two set off again toward the third trial. Along the way, most of the people Meng Yue had brought with her were robust body cultivators. 5 of them had successfully passed the second trial's bronze statues, and regrouped with Meng Yue. Including Jiang Yan, Meng Yue's group now numbered 7 as they advanced together toward the third trial. This formation is the passage to the checkpoint of the ancient hall. The compass in Meng Yue's hand transformed into countless galaxies, carrying the 7 of them through space. Buzz! The world spun, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yan, Meng Yue, and the others were already standing in front of a row of altars. This is the checkpoint of the ancient hall. Once we pass through here, we can enter the hall, one of the Celestials said excitedly. The young noble Lian Long asked eagerly, Fairy Meng Yue, what should we do next? After passing the second checkpoint, the ancient restrictions disappeared, and everyone's strength was restored. Jiang Yan and Meng Yue changed into new clothes, and their injuries were completely healed. Meng Yue's expression remained calm. These altars are the key to passing through. She swept her gaze coldly over the group. The fact that you've made it here means your soul flames are strong enough. Now, inject your soul flames into the altars to reactivate them, Meng Yue instructed. As soon as she finished speaking, she was the first to release her nether moon flame, injecting it into an altar. The other Celestials followed suit, releasing their soul flames into the altars. Jiang Yan watched Meng Yue warily, ready to retreat at the first sign of anything unusual. He didn't trust her at all. As time passed, the altars began to emit a dazzling light. Put! Suddenly, one of the Celestials was flung backward, his face pale. Ah! Another person couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Meng Yue glanced at them, her expression indifferent. Their soul flames aren't strong enough and were backfired by the altars. As one person fell, the others grew hesitant and stopped to recover from their injuries. Only Jiang Yan and Meng Yue continued to inject their flames. Your flame is quite unique. What kind of flame is it? Meng Yue asked coldly. Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly. I call it the black and white dual flame. Sounds cool, doesn't it? Your naming skills are terrible, Meng Yue said with a faint smirk. Jiang Yan was speechless, silently cursing her lack of taste. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The light from the 7 altars reached its peak, shooting out 7 beams of light straight into the bronze ancient formation. The formation began to operate, and the door to the third hall slowly opened. Everyone's eyes burned with anticipation, eager to rush inside. Just as one person flew toward the ancient hall, he suddenly lost his ability to fly and fell heavily. But he didn't hit the ground, instead, he plunged into an endless void. Only then did the others realize what had happened. Although the door to the ancient hall was open, a galaxy separated them from the entrance. The door was clearly right in front of them, yet beneath their feet lay a vast galaxy. Who wouldn't be anxious? One person had already fallen, and the remaining 6 hesitated to move. Meng Yue stared at the galaxy beneath her feet, her violet eyes reflecting countless scenes. She didn't take flight but instead stepped directly into the starry river. Strangely, she didn't fall into the endless void like the first person but stood firmly on the starry river. Jiang Yan immediately understood. He mimicked Meng Yue, calmly walking across the starry river. The other 4 were too frightened to take a step. One of them, seeing that Jiang Yan and Meng Yue had already made it halfway, mustered his courage and shouted as he rushed forward. Ah! But he too fell into the endless void. Jiang Yan soon caught up with Meng Yue, walking side by side. He smiled faintly and said, this checkpoint tests one's mindset, whether their heart is steadfast and clear. Meng Yue kept her gaze ahead, her voice serene. The path beneath our feet has never changed, it's still the same bronze ancient road. The reason they fell into the void is that they were deceived by the illusions of their inner demons. The 2 of them crossed the starry river and looked back. There was no endless galaxy, only the bronze ancient road. Let's go. It's time to enter the hall, Meng Yue said calmly. Jiang Yan, a faint smile on his lips, followed her into the ancient hall. As soon as they entered, the ancient door behind them slowly closed, sealing tightly with no way out. This is troublesome, Jiang Yan muttered, rubbing his chin. He thought to himself that he couldn't just kill and rob people or make a run for it. Meng Yu cast him a cold glance, a sliver of moonlight flashing on her wrist. Daoist Jiang, it seems we won't be seeing each other again. Buzz. A moonwill as thin as a cicada's wing slashed across Jiang Yan's neck. Jiang Yan was already prepared. He sidestepped to avoid the attack, rubbed his hands together, and conjured a small black hole, which he hurled toward Meng Yu. Meng Yu flipped her hand, and several beams of light scattered, slowly transforming into human figures. Whoa, you actually hid people. Jiang Yan couldn't help but curse. Senior Baigu, please help avenge Sect Master Qin, Meng Yu said coldly. Little girl from the Nether Moon Hall, we are righteous cultivators, unlike you from the demonic path. We value loyalty above all, and we will definitely avenge Brother Qin, Baihe Shangren said with a smile. Baigu Daoren sneered sinisterly, although I am not of the righteous path, I was good friends with Brother Qin. How could I stand by and watch him die unjustly? Today, I will avenge him and collect his remains. Kid, prepare to die. The two simultaneously unleashed their 6th-tier cultivation, ready to kill Jiang Yan in an instant. Jiang Yan sensed the dire situation. This ancient bronze hall was built by an ancient sage, and even a 9th-tier demigod like Du Guhuan couldn't probe its interior, let alone intervene. Die! Baihe Shangren shouted coldly. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the spot where Jiang Yan had been standing vanished. Turned to ashes? Baigu Daoren stroked his beard and asked. Meng Yu frowned. He's not dead. He used my hidden spirit veil. No, now it's my hidden spirit cloak. Jiang Yan's voice echoed through the vast ancient bronze hall. He was draped in the superior treasure, the hidden spirit cloak, making it impossible for even 2 6th-tier spirit saints to sense his presence. Hiding in the shadows, Jiang Yan sneered inwardly, you two old geezers, and Meng Yu fairy, your days are numbered. Sha Kuei. Jiang Yan summoned the Kuei corpse. This Sha Kuei was refined from Shui Chenghua over 49 days. He simultaneously summoned over a dozen zombies, initiating an encirclement attack. Paper wedding dress, sever. Jiang Yan summoned the Ghost King, aiming directly at Meng Yu's slender neck. Buzz. An invisible cicada wing-like slash instantly swept past Meng Yu's neck. Her pupils contracted sharply. Instead of defending, she decisively dodged, avoiding the strike. Her instincts told her that if she used a magical artifact to block this invisible slash, both the artifact and her head would be severed. Tisk. Jiang Yan clicked his tongue in the shadows. Why does everyone know to run instead of foolishly defending? Having failed his sneak attack, Jiang Yan retracted the paper wedding dress and began roaming the ancient hall, looking for another opportunity to strike. The three before him had all forcibly broken through from the upper realm, their cultivation suppressed. Meng Yu had been reduced from 5th-tier peak to 4th-tier first level, while Baigu Daoren and Baihe Shangren had been reduced from 7th-tier to 6th-tier first level. The Sha Kuei zombies could temporarily suppress Meng Yu, but they posed no threat to Baigu and Baihe. Bang! A zombie lunged at Baihe, but its claws were blocked by an invisible barrier and instantly exploded into a bloody mist. In just a breath, the dozen zombies were wiped out by the 2 6th-tier spirit saints. Young friend Jiang, show yourself quickly. We have no intention of killing you, we only wish to seek justice for Brother Qin. We will cripple your cultivation but spare your life, Baihe Shangren said with a smile. Baigu Daoren sneered sinisterly, kid, we are well known figures in the heavenly domain. Our words carry weight. Show yourself. In the darkness, Jiang Yan, cloaked in the hidden spirit cloak, sneered, you old fools. Don't think you can trick me into coming out. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said to the two honored seniors, Jiang will now show himself. Bye. Gu and Baihe smiled, but in the next moment, an eerie aura filled the ancient hall. The oppressive feeling spread, suffocating the two spirit saints and making their spines tingle with fear. Meng Yu's body trembled violently, a mix of terror and an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over her. Boom, boom. 2 ghostly apparitions descended, their terrifying presence exerting immense pressure on the two spirit saints. Seeing the figures of the two ghost gods, Meng Yu's beautiful eyes trembled violently, her blood flowing in reverse. The overwhelming sense of superiority made her afraid to even breathe deeply. This is a ghost god. Meng Yu's pupils contracted sharply, her body trembling uncontrollably. A ghost god. It was truly a ghost god. Although not one of the 4 domains ghost gods, across the entire world, only the legendary Nine Nether Underworld Emperor could command ghost gods. No. Impossible. The Emperor's divine powers? How could they be wielded by a mere mortal from the lower realm? Mengyu panicked, shaking her head and whispering. Girl from the Mingyue Hall. What are you standing there for? Hurry and help us. Bai He Shangren shouted. He was being forced into retreat by King Qin Guang, and a ghostly deity's shadow was about to compel him to use his final trump card. Similarly, Bone Daoist was in a dire state, suppressed by King Chu Zhang's nether ghost cauldron, with his spiritual energy continuously being drained. Mengyu suddenly snapped out of her daze, but her heart was already wavering. She bit her lip, her jade-like hand flipping over, and, in an instant, countless red threads shot out, piercing in all directions. These red threads instantly penetrated several celestial beings outside the ancient hall. Regardless of life or death, those ensnared by the red threads became like mindless puppets, completely under Mengyu's control. This was the unique secret technique of Mingyue Hall. That was close, almost got pierced through. Jiang Yin clung strangely to the wall, his body covered in red threads embedded into the bronze wall. Strange, why does this feel so familiar? Looking at the red threads, several images flashed through Jiang Yan's mind, a white-haired man in a red robe controlling thousands of lives with red threads, crushing sects one after another. Fragments of past life memories again. No wonder these red threads seem so familiar. Turns out they're the techniques of that Nine Nether guy. Jiang Yan scratched his head, feeling his mind becoming active again. However, the beings controlled by the Nine Nether Emperor's red threads were far more imposing, seemingly including not only cultivators but also ancient divine beasts, holy dragons, and Tao Tai. So that's it. Ghost orders control the dead, while red threads manipulate the living. Jiang Yan had an epiphany. In other words, if he could master the divine power of these red threads, he alone could sustain an indestructible force. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes as he thought about finding an opportunity to delve into the Book of Nether to see if he could learn this red thread skill. But for now, dealing with these three troubles was the priority. The time for the two ghostly deity shadows was nearing its limit. Black lightning appeared in Jiang Yan's palm. Start with the easy target. He transformed into black lightning, charging at full speed toward Mengyu. Once he made his move, the invisibility effect of the hidden spirit cloak would be gone. Mengyu watched Jiang Yan rushing toward her, her 10 fingers gently pulling the red threads. In an instant, thousands of red threads wove into a massive net, trapping Jiang Yan. Break for me. Jiang Yan transformed the Yin Thunder into a thunder spear and hurled it fiercely. Buzz. The Yin Thunder spear collided violently with the red thread net, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The red thread net briefly dissipated before quickly regenerating. Stop struggling. This immortal jade silkworm thread was left behind by an ancient divine emperor. Even a demigod wouldn't easily escape, Mengyu said coldly. Immortal jade silkworm thread. What a terrible name. Jiang Yan shook his head inside. But for most people trapped by this red thread net, there's almost no way out. A smile appeared on his lips. But I, Jiang Yan, am not most people. As soon as he finished speaking, netherine fire spread from his body, beginning to devour the red thread net. Mengyu said coldly, it's useless. Even if you're a top-tier spiritual fire, you can't possibly. Before she could finish, the immortal jade silkworm thread began to rapidly disintegrate. Mengyu stared in shock as she withdrew the essence of the immortal jade silkworm thread, causing all the red threads to vanish instantly. Who exactly are you? Mengyu bit her lip, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yan. Suspended in midair, Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Like you said, I'm just a martial artist from the lower realm. Enough chit-chat. Jiang Yan's palm gathered a crimson glow, preparing to unleash the red paper umbrella. Boom! At the center of the ancient hall, a beam of white jade light pierced through the bronze hall, shooting straight into the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the dazzling celestial light. The celestial fetus has been born. For the first time, joy appeared on Mengyu's face. She cast a cold glance at Jiang Yan. I'll deal with you later. Then she transformed into purple light, speeding toward the beam. Girl from Mingyue Hall, you're too impatient. A massive skeletal hand suddenly appeared, reaching for Mengyu in midair. So it's the celestial fetus. This celestial fetus must belong to me. Bai He Shangren laughed wildly, unleashing his trump card and instantly sending everyone flying. Old man, this celestial fetus is mine. Bone Daoist also revealed his trump card, and the two spirit saints engaged. In a fierce battle, the two ghostly shadows of the deities had dissipated, and Jiang Yan could no longer intervene in the battle between the two spirit saints. He donned the cloak of hidden spirit once more, waiting for an opportunity to charge into the beam of light. Old skeleton, don't even think about stealing my immortal embryo. The white crane Taoist spread his white phoenix wings, exuding an imposing aura. Old quail, this immortal embryo is destined for me. If you try to stop me, don't blame me for disregarding our past ties. The white bone Taoist unleashed his undying bones, shrouding the area in black mist. Taking advantage of their fierce battle, Meng Yu and Jiang Yan seized the opportunity and rushed toward the beam of light at full speed. Reckless fools. The white crane master snorted coldly, tearing through space with a massive hand that instantly grabbed Meng Yu and slammed her violently against the bronze wall. Ugh! Even with a protective treasure, Meng Yu suffered a heavy blow, blood continuously spilling from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she disregarded her injuries, channeling her spiritual power once more and charging toward the beam of light with all her might. Courting death. Do you really think I won't kill you? The white crane Taoist was furious, his eyes flashing with brilliance as a white phoenix shadow instantly lunged at Meng Yu. Meng Yu's face turned pale as she desperately used the supreme treasure, the nine heavens glazed lamp, for protection. But with a resounding crack, the lamp shattered. Bang! The nine heavens glazed lamp was instantly pulverized. Meng Yu was sent flying 100 meters by the white phoenix shadow, her internal organs crushed, and her soul severely damaged. The immortal embryo. I must obtain it. Meng Yu's eyes dimmed as she gritted her teeth, forcing herself to crawl up despite her broken bones, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Emperor, the spirit pet you left behind in the lower realm, Meng Yu will risk her life to bring it home. She gazed at the towering beam of light, letting out a bitter smile. Immortal jade dream silkworm, I've come to take you home. Determination flashed in her eyes as she bit her tongue to stay conscious, her spiritual power erupting to its limit. Nether Emperor's shadow. A drop of essence blood condensed at her brow, floating in the air and continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the shadows, Jiang Yan suddenly clutched his head in pain. Damn, damn, damn. He felt his soul being torn apart, the excruciating pain vanishing in an instant. Looking toward Meng Yu, a white-haired shadow appeared, illuminating the heavens and manifesting in the ancient bronze hall. This was a fixed image of the ancient Nine Netherworld Emperor, now summoned by Meng Yu at the cost of half her lifespan. The shadow illuminated the ancient hall, and the white crane master's face turned ashen, his pupils trembling violently as he screamed hysterically, "You wretched girl! How dare you!" The white bone Taoist trembled like a leaf, as if he had seen the death god within his very bones. "No, don't kill me, spare me. I beg you." He turned and fled at full speed, using every ounce of his power to escape. Forget the immortal embryo, he wanted nothing but to survive. But it was too late. The white-haired shadow slowly extended its hand, and the laws of the world collapsed in that moment. Despair filled the faces of the white-bone Taoist and the white crane master as their existence was instantly erased from history. In the four domains of the upper realm, no one would remember them anymore. The scene should have frozen there, but the white-haired shadow did not dissipate. Instead, it slowly turned, gazing into the darkness where Jiang Yan stood. Its lips curled slightly, though its expression remained unreadable. The white-haired shadow transformed into countless starlights, scattering across the heavens and earth. This was merely an image of the ancient Nine Netherworld Emperor, summoned by later generations through the power of causality. Seeing the white crane and white bone erased, Meng Yu's face grew even paler. "Emperor, Meng Yu will surely bring your spirit pet back to the Nether Moon Hall, awaiting your return to reunite with the immortal jade dream silkworm." Now that the white bone Taoist and white crane master were dead, only the mortal from the lower realm remained. Meng Yu coughed up black blood, her body on the verge of collapse. Yet she remained indifferent. "Taoist Jiang, come out and speak." From the darkness, Jiang Yan slowly emerged. "Meng Yu fairy, your methods are impressive, summoning a supreme treasure capable of erasing even spirit saints." He had been rushing toward the beam of light when something inexplicable occurred. By the time he regained his senses, the two spirit saints had already been obliterated. He, too, was blocked by the powerful spiritual energy and unable to enter the beam of light. Meng Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze weary. This beam of light is a spiritual pillar formed during the descent of the immortal embryo. You can't enter it alone, we must work together to break through. Cough. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're still capable of cooperating with me? Meng Yu's face was pale. This immortal embryo is too important to me. I must obtain it. You must. Promise to help me. Jiang Yan sighed. I've already accepted the cloak of hidden spirits, so naturally, I'll help you. Thank you. Meng Yu weakly responded. The two walked side by side toward the pillar of light. Meng Yu said, use spirit fire to disperse it. Jiang Yan unleashed the nether voidine flame, the black and white fire forming into a spear, striking the beam repeatedly. Cough, cough. Meng Yu, exhausting her life essence, summoned the nether moon flame to attack the beam. Jiang Yan glanced sideways and exclaimed, hey, are you okay? You're barely holding on. Meng Yu coughed up blood repeatedly. Don't worry about me. Focus on breaking it. Jiang Yan asked indifferently, is it worth risking your life for this celestial embryo? Meng Yu smiled radiantly. For that person, everything is worth it. Jiang Yan looked at her, his heart tightening. From what you've said, that person is probably no longer around, right? Yes, he's gone. But I believe that one day, he will return. Meng Yu smiled. Watching her fading figure, Jiang Yan felt a sharp pain in his heart. At this rate, you won't break the beam before you vanish. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. Since you're almost done for, I'll give you one last push. As soon as he finished speaking, a red paper umbrella floated around Jiang Yan, transforming into a red robe that draped over him, fluttering without wind. Instantly, Jiang Yan's aura became as vast as mountains and seas, and the nether voidine flame he released reached its peak, causing the beam of light to dim significantly. Seeing the red robe on Jiang Yan, time seemed to freeze for Meng Yu. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and a single crystalline tear fell to the ground. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the dazzling beam of light completely dissipated. The celestial embryo, surrounded by an aura of divine spirit, hovered in midair. Jiang Yan panted heavily and turned to Meng Yu. Look, here's the celestial embryo you wanted. It's yours. But as soon as he finished speaking, Meng Yu kept staring at him, not reaching out to take the celestial embryo. Jiang Yan was puzzled. Hey, you're about to vanish, and you're still standing there smiling like a fool? Meng Yu's figure grew increasingly faint and dim. She recalled how, in the inner hall, Jiang Yan had saved her life in front of a bronze statue. She had found it strange, linking him to the emperor. Later, in the ancient hall, this man had summoned two ghostly deities. She should have realized it earlier, should have understood. Meng Yu's figure became weaker and weaker, her voice no longer cold. I can't take this celestial embryo with me. You keep it for now. Someday, when you ascend to the heavens, take it to the Nether Moon Palace for me. Her body gradually dissipated. In the end, she gave Jiang Yan a radiant smile. Jiang Daoyu, from now on, we may never meet again. Chapter 146, Then I shall slay the heavens in the heavenly domain, demon province, the moon god's sanctuary of the Nether Moon Palace. A stunning figure slowly opened her violet eyes, her voice calm and emotionless. What happened in the lower realm? Crack. Meng Yu coldly glanced at the shattered ice bracelet on her wrist. They actually forced my spirit body to summon the Nether Emperor's shadow. Her eyes were filled with coldness, devoid of any emotion. The celestial jade dream silkworm is the Emperor's spirit pet. It will return to the Nether Moon Palace sooner or later. Boom! Her aura suddenly became terrifying, dimming even the sun and moon. This was a 6th-tier spirit saint. Emperor, Meng Yu will wait here for you, for the day you return to lead the 4 realms once more. In the 3rd hall of the ancient bronze palace, Jiang Yan watched as Meng Yu dissipated into the heavens and earth, leaving not even a trace of her soul. So it was just a spirit body. The people of the upper realm really do cherish their lives. Jiang Yan shook his head and smiled. Unfortunately, a spirit body is an independent entity created by the main body. It can cultivate alongside the main body, and when the two merge, their cultivation, memories, and insights combine. Thus, with the death of Meng Yu's spirit body, as she said, there would be no chance of meeting again. Even if he encountered Meng Yu's main body in the upper realm, the main body would have no memory of the ancient bronze palace in the lower realm. I hope you get your wish and meet the person you're waiting for, Jiang Yan said softly. His gaze fell on the celestial embryo. Now, he was the only one alive in the ancient hall. Does anyone want this celestial embryo? Jiang Yan's eyes darted around as he called out loudly. Receiving no response, he confidently put it away. If no one wants it, I'll take it. With me. The immortal cocoon was about the size of an adult man's palm, white as jade, radiating brilliant celestial light, and surrounded by a faint mist. According to Mengyu, this immortal cocoon is actually a silkworm called the Celestial Jade Dream Silkworm. What a strange name. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. From now on, I'll call you Little Dream Silkworm. The immortal cocoon seemed to possess some intelligence. It floated up in front of Jiang Yan and lightly slapped him. Jiang Yan covered his face, stunned and at a loss. You don't like that name? He asked shakily. The cocoon bobbed up and down, as if nodding. Jiang Yan pursed his lips. Then how about Little Celestial Silkworm? Slap. The jade-like cocoon gave him another smack. Jiang Yan held both cheeks. Little Jade Silkworm? Slap. Another smack. Big Jade Silkworm? Slap. Yet another smack. Jiang Yan finally gave in, lowering his voice. Fine, I'll just call you Celestial Jade Dream Silkworm. This time, the cocoon didn't hit him again and quietly settled into his palm. Jiang Yan felt a bit aggrieved. Clearly, he was a naming genius, but this Celestial Jade Dream Silkworm was bullying him. He put the cocoon into the 10 Directions ghost token and began searching for a way out of the ancient hall. Rumble, 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 the bronze ancient hall suddenly shook violently. The bronze walls cracked rapidly, and the ground began to split apart. Damn, it's about to collapse. Jiang Yan didn't dare stop and ran for his life, escaping wherever there was a path. A way out. He spotted a bronze door and dashed toward it like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Just as he was about to enter, a bronze statue fell, blocking the doorway. Open up! Jiang Yan threw out a spirit explosion talisman, blasting the statue away in an instant, and rushed through the bronze door. He sprinted down the pitch-black corridor, only to find himself at a dead end. Furious, he shouted, a dead end? Are you kidding me? Looking back, the ancient hall of the third palace had completely collapsed, leaving him trapped in the narrow, lightless bronze passage. A dead end? Most people would have despaired, but Jiang Yan sneered. In this life, I'll never be forced into a corner. He summoned the 1,000-mile void escape array compass. The compass laid out an array pattern in the narrow passage, finally settling at the array's core. Jiang Yan stepped onto the array and snapped his fingers elegantly. Off we go. With a flash of white light, Jiang Yan vanished without a trace. The outer hall of the first palace in the bronze ancient hall. Zhu Yunyao, covered in wounds, relied on the wings formed by her azure moonflame to flee at high speed, evading the pursuit of several fifth-tier martial kings. Boom! A beam of flame erupted violently. Zhu Yunyao quickly dodged to the side, but her fair arm was grazed, and blood instantly flowed, making the scene extremely perilous. Hand over the 10,000-year green bamboo grass, and we might spare your life, an elderly woman with graying hair threatened with a sinister smile. Girl, I'm not unreasonable. The 10,000-year green bamboo grass in your possession is crucial for my grandson. I'm willing to trade it for a 1,000-year spirit plant, another kindly-looking old man said. Zhu Yunyao sneered. Old geezer, how shameless can you get? Keep your 1,000-year spirit plant to buy yourself a coffin. The old man's face darkened, and the powerful spiritual pressure of a fifth-tier martial king immediately locked onto Zhu Yunyao. You truly don't know what's good for you. I was planning to spare your life and make you my grandson's concubine. But now, it seems you have no respect for the rules and no regard for others. There's only one path left for you, death. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man conjured a cage of spiritual flames that rapidly expanded, sealing off Zhu Yunyao's escape route. Fireballs gathered continuously, forming what looked like a small sun suspended in the air. Just accept your fate, the old man said with a sinister smile. Zhu Yunyao's face turned pale. Trapped in this cage of spiritual flames and facing two peak fifth-tier martial kings, her chances of survival were almost non-existent. As she reflected on her life, she felt it had been brilliant and fulfilling, leaving no regrets. The only thing she lamented was that Junior she had known for less than half a year. She smiled bitterly. Junior Jiang, thank you for your black flame and pills. Without Jiang Yan's black flame, she wouldn't have reached the outer hall so quickly. Without his pills and talismans, she would have been ambushed and killed by the two martial kings long ago, let alone held out until now. Junior Jiang, let's meet again. In the next life, Zhu Yunyao said with a smile. Boom, 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 the small sun continued to erupt with shockwaves, forcing a group of third-tier martial masters to their knees, screaming in agony, not to mention Zhu Yunyao, who was being scorched by flames, almost melting in agony. Sizzle! At that moment, a shadowy thunder spear pierced through the small sun, causing it to halt instantly before exploding with a deafening roar. Zhu Yunyao froze for a moment, then heard a familiar voice, "Oh, isn't this Senior Lin? How did you end up in such a sorry state?" Hearing this teasing voice, Zhu Yunyao broke into a smile through her tears, her eyes glistening as she looked at the figure with flowing black hair. "For the last time, my surname is Zhu Yunyao, Senior Zhu," Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. "Need help from your junior?" Zhu Yunyao was stunned for a moment, then revealed a radiant smile. "Junior, help me. Then I'll start the slaughter." Jiang Yan smiled slightly, extending his right hand as the Rakshasa ghost scythe materialized. Chapter 147, Returning the Favor in Kind. Jiang Yan, holding the Rakshasa ghost scythe, stood in midair, his black hair flowing without wind, his crimson eyes fixed on the two elders. "Will you choose death, or death?" The old woman and the old man were momentarily stunned before bursting into mocking laughter. The old man's cloudy eyes were filled with ridicule. "Boy, have you been reading too many novels? With your level of cultivation, you think you can play the hero and save the beauty?" The old woman, her face full of wrinkles, grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. "Such a handsome young man. Granny won't kill you, I might even want to play with you." Hearing this, Jiang Yan's expression shifted slightly. "Damn, you old hag. At your age, you still want to prey on the young?" Jiang Yan pushed the primordial breathing technique to its limit. "For the sake of all young men, you've reached a dead end. I can't let you live." He summoned thousands of vengeful spirits, transforming them into ghostly swords that circled in the air. He softly chanted, "Netherfire." The ghostly swords were immediately enveloped in ethereal black flames, creating a spectacular scene that left the onlookers dumbfounded. This is the myriad swords convergence. My god, is this ghostly immortal even human? What level is he at to wield the myriad swords convergence? This guy is totally overpowered. The old woman and the old man's pupils contracted sharply. This is the myriad swords convergence. How can a junior control so many flying swords at once? The old man no longer underestimated Jiang Yan. Extending his withered right hand, a ring emitted a crimson glow. Flame God Ring. Fire Dragon piercing the sun. A fiery essence shot from his withered index finger, transforming into a 100-meter-long flame dragon that roared as it charged toward Jiang Yan. "Watch out!" Zhu Yunyao cried out in alarm. Jiang Yan's gaze remained calm. "Relax, I'm invincible against fire." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the 100-meter flame dragon engulfed Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan!" Zhu Yunyao's eyes turned hollow. Seeing Jiang Yan consumed, the old man laughed maniacally. "You little brat, trying to play the hero without real skills? Let me turn you into food for my flame dragon." His voice was suddenly drowned out by the roar of a giant dragon. Roar! The 100-meter flame dragon exploded abruptly, revealing a massive black dragon. "Jiang Yan!" Zhu Yunyao's eyes trembled. Jiang Yan stood unscathed, his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely standing atop the black dragon's head. "Little black dragon, no, now I should call you little nether dragon," Jiang Yan said with a smile. "Little nether dragon, unleash your netherfire breath." At his command, the enormous nether void dragon let out an earth-shaking roar, its massive wings blotting out the sky as it spewed black and white interwoven ethereal flames from its mouth. "What the hell is that thing?" The old man's eyes widened in fury, and the flame god ring formed a barrier to protect him. The old woman wasn't so lucky. Paralyzed with fear by the massive nether dragon, she was instantly incinerated by the netherfire, reduced to ashes without even needing cremation, no urn required. As the netherfire breath ceased, the old man dared not linger. He turned and fled a kilometer away, not daring to look back. What kind of monster is that? Cold sweat poured down the old man's body, his limbs stiff. Just as he thought he had escaped, a voice came from behind, calm and unhurried. "I didn't say you could leave." Swoosh! A ghostly scythe pierced through his chest, hooking his upper body and forcibly dragging him back. "No!" The old man let out a despairing scream as he was pulled back. "No! Don't kill me, it's all a misunderstanding." His face was pale, bound tightly by the chains of the Rakshasa ghost scythe, unable to move. The chains slowly tightened, lifting the old man into the air. The scorching breath behind him sent chills down his spine. As the chains pulled him closer bit by bit, he was forced to turn around and face the massive nether dragon. "Ah, no. Don't." The old man was now only a meter away from the young nether dragon, its overwhelming presence making his soul tremble. The young nether dragon opened its blood-red maw, completely ignoring the old man's wails, and swallowed him whole. Jiang Yan stood atop the young nether dragon's head, coldly watching everything unfold. He smiled and patted the dragon's head. Good boy, you've met your training quota for today. Go back and rest now. The young nether dragon wagged its tail happily, shrank to the size of a baby, and affectionately nuzzled Jiang Yan's face with its head before transforming into a wisp of nether void flame and returning to Jiang Yan's palm. Having just defeated 2 fifth-tier martial kings, Jiang Yan turned to look at Zhu Yunyao, who was still in shock, and waved. Senior Zhu, are you stunned? Zhu Yunyao snapped out of it, her face inexplicably flushing as she looked at Jiang Yan, who was now very close. She whispered, "You, don't stand so close to me." Jiang Yan simply took a step back. How about now? Seeing Jiang Yan actually step back, Zhu Yunyao felt an emptiness in her heart and grew a little anxious. Why did you really step back? Jiang Yan spread his hands and said helplessly, "You're the one who told me not to stand too close. Don't worry, I know how to keep my distance." He glanced at the wounds on Zhu Yunyao's body, casually took out a green essence pill, and handed it to her. This is a healing pill. It'll help you recover. Looking at the emerald green pill in her hand, Zhu Yunyao felt a warmth in her heart and smiled. Thank you, Junior Jiang. With his hands in his pockets, Jiang Yan swept his gaze over the crowd in the outer hall. This isn't over yet. Take the pill first, and then each of you will explain who was involved in this robbery. He smiled meaningfully. I won't let a single one of them go. Watching Jiang Yan's retreating figure, Zhu Yunyao felt an unusual sense of security. Smiling, she turned to glare at those who had participated in the robbery earlier. Those people were still in a daze. Being stared at by Zhu Yunyao wasn't much, but when Jiang Yan's gaze swept over them, they immediately trembled like frightened quails, bowing their heads and shaking. It's over. They've caught the attention of a big problem. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smirk. Zhu Yunyao is my senior at the Sacred Academy. If you dare to rob her spiritual plants, you're disrespecting me, Jiang Yan, and disrespecting the Sacred Academy. He started with a heavy accusation, making it easier to justify the upcoming purge. Jiang Yan said coldly, according to the rules of the Sacred Academy, none of you are leaving today. Those who had witnessed Jiang Yan's thunderous methods before began trembling. Some were so scared they collapsed to the ground, nearly fainting. When the time was right, Jiang Yan summoned over a dozen zombies, along with a Shakue and a Dekue, surrounding the crowd completely. With a friendly smile on his face, Jiang Yan said, hand over all the spiritual plants you obtained in the outer hall. Oh, and by the way, this isn't malicious robbery. It's just an eye for an eye, using your own methods against you. He smiled as he spoke. All right, everyone, let's begin. 3 Millennium Ice Orchid Flowers. Good. Next. Oh, 10,000-year Thunder Bamboo. Excellent, excellent. Take care on your way out. Should I assign 2 zombies to escort you? Be careful on the road. Outside the outer hall. Only 1,300-year spiritual plants? That's not enough. You'll need to hand over a spiritual treasure to make up for it. 1. Divine Herb. Not bad. You may leave. Jiang Yan collected tolls from each person, forcing them to hand over all the treasures they had obtained in the outer hall. It was outright daylight robbery. The crowd had no choice but to obediently hand over their loot, begging for a chance to survive. One burly man with a face full of scars tried to resist. I'm the legitimate heir of the Lin family from Huadu. How dare you rob me? His response was a swift and ruthless kick. Ah! Lin. Dahai was sent sprawling to the ground by Jiang Yan's kick, rolling several times before he could even get up. A group of zombies immediately surrounded him, punching and kicking. They didn't kill him, but the beating left him in unbearable pain and utterly humiliated. In the end, this young master of the Lin family from Huadu lowered his head in defeat. Ah! Don't hit my face. I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over. Jiang Yan waved his hand, and the zombies stopped simultaneously. He smiled and said, now that's a smart choice. Lin Dahai handed over a spiritual plant emitting radiant light. This is the 10,000-year flower. Immortal grass. I only picked this one, there really isn't anything else. Why didn't you do this earlier? Jiang Yan patted his face, scaring Lin Dahai into trembling. You can leave now. Seeing that the eldest son of the Lin family couldn't gain any advantage from Jiang Yan, the others immediately gave up any thoughts of resistance. Reluctantly, they handed over all their spiritual plants and pills to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan couldn't stop grinning, this haul was truly substantial. Although he hadn't personally entered the outer hall to snatch treasures, with so many people helping him shop, Jiang Yan felt deeply moved. It was truly heartwarming. By the time the last person had paid their toll, Jiang Yan had collected a total of 19 10,000-year spiritual plants, over 100,000-year spiritual plants, and countless 100-year and 10-year spiritual plants. As for pills, he had over 100 spiritual pills and 5 divine pills. Adding the 3 divine pills he had won in the previous battle of the prodigies, Jiang Yan now had 8 divine pills in total. After tallying his spoils, Jiang Yan smiled and said to Zhu Yunyao beside him, "Senior Zhu, I helped you vent your anger. Are you satisfied?" "My surname is Zhu," Zhu Yunyao glared at Jiang Yan. "Helped me vent my anger? I think you just wanted to enjoy yourself. It was mainly to help you. Collecting a little toll was just incidental," Jiang Yan shrugged. "Those people have done plenty of bad things, this is just karma catching up to them. When they robbed your 10,000-year spiritual plant, they should have expected that one day they'd be robbed too." Zhu Yunyao's eyes sparkled as she smiled and said, "Fine, I'll just assume you dealt with them for my sake." Boom! The bronze outer hall suddenly began to shake. "It's already spreading here. We need to leave quickly, the ancient bronze hall is about to collapse." Jiang Yan dashed toward the exit. Zhu Yunyao summoned her azure moonflame wings and followed closely behind him. The two sped through the hall as the sound of collapsing structures echoed behind them. "Hurry! The exit is just ahead," Jiang Yan shouted. Zhu Yunyao's face was pale. She was severely injured, and the Qingyuan pill hadn't fully healed her wounds. Now, as she pushed herself to escape, her body was reaching its limit. Boom! 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 The collapse of the ancient bronze hall accelerated, and many people were crushed into powder by the massive bronze stones. "Jiang Yan, just leave me." Zhu Yunyao smiled bitterly. Her azure moon wings began to dissipate, and her body plummeted rapidly. Jiang Yan decisively stopped and caught the falling Zhu Yunyao steadily. "Don't talk nonsense, we're not at a dead end yet." Holding the weakened Zhu Yunyao, he sprinted forward with all his might. The exit was right in front of them. Boom! The bronze hall's exit had already closed, leaving only a narrow gap. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and said, "You're too heavy. You go first." With that, he used all his strength to throw Zhu Yunyao out of the bronze hall. "Jiang Yan!" Zhu Yunyao cried out in alarm. At the very moment she was thrown out, the bronze hall's massive doors shut tightly. She had escaped, but Jiang Yan was trapped inside. "Jiang Yan!" Zhu Yunyao's eyes trembled as she called his name in a shaky voice. But the thick bronze doors separated them, and their voices couldn't reach each other. Inside the bronze hall, Jiang Yan stared at the tightly closed doors and unleashed a powerful spirit collapse strike. The immense spiritual energy surged against the doors but caused no damage. Boom! 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 The top of the bronze hall began to crack, and massive stones started to fall. Immovable king formation. Jiang Yan refused to give up and quickly summoned a formation compass to set up a defensive barrier. "I just need to hold out for 10 seconds. Boom! 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 The million-ton stones rained down, and cracks began to appear in the immovable king formation. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan activated the compass again within the formation. 1,000-mile void escape formation. Crack! The immovable king formation rapidly fractured. On the verge of collapse, Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Earth General, Fiend General, hold on for a moment." He summoned 2 towering ghost generals to support the formation and share the burden of the falling stones. Buzz! 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 The 1,000-mile void escape formation activated quickly. Jiang Yan poured all his spiritual energy into it. Go! Buzz! A dazzling white light flashed. Within the immovable king formation, Jiang Yan vanished without a trace outside the bronze hall. Zhu Yunyao sat on the ground, her face full of guilt and self-reproach. "It's all my fault. I harmed Junior Jiang. It's all because of me." She choked as she blamed herself. Suddenly, the space behind her flickered, and a staggering figure appeared. After steadying himself, he quietly approached and eavesdropped on her murmurs. Jiang Yan softly said, "Senior Zhu, don't worry. Junior Jiang is in heaven and surely won't blame you." Zhu Yunyao continued to choke. No, he will blame me. It's all because I held him back." As she spoke, she suddenly turned around and saw Jiang Yan standing there with a gentle, harmless smile. "Oh, Senior Zhu, how old are you now, still crying like this?" Zhu Yunyao's tear-filled eyes couldn't process his words, she just wanted to hold Jiang Yan tightly. Instinctively, she threw her arms around him and refused to let go for a long time. Hey! You're going to strangle me! Jiang Yan complained, glancing at the time. Fine, I'll give you 5 more minutes. 10 full minutes passed before Zhu Yunyao finally released Jiang Yan. Her delicate face was streaked with tears, and her eyes were swollen like 2 walnuts. Jiang Yan still smiled casually. Senior Lin, did you really think I was trapped to death? You silly junior. I've never seen anyone as foolish as you. Zhu Yunyao rolled her eyes at him but couldn't help laughing. Who else would send the people around them to safety first and then stay behind in danger? Such a fool was truly rare. Jiang Yan shrugged. What danger? If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have let myself get into that situation. Every step he took was meticulously calculated. The immovable Vajra formation and the 1,000-mile escape formation were his secret weapons for getting out of trouble, ensuring he was never truly cornered. He had plenty of trump cards to turn the tide in critical moments. Jiang Yan smiled and comforted her. Alright, stop crying. You don't look like a senior at all right now. If I took a picture of you crying like this and posted it on the school forum, the whole school would explode, Jiang Yan teased. Zhu Yunyao was amused. Don't even think about it. The Sacred Academy isn't some third-rate university. The students here are busy with their own things. Who has time to scroll through forums? Jiang Yan shrugged. Fair enough. No wonder no one posts on the school forum. Seeing that Jiang Yan was unharmed, Zhu Yunyao regained her composure. She used a cleansing spell to adjust her state, transforming back into the fresh and radiant senior. Zhu. Alright, the Bronze Hall mission is complete. We've both gained something. It's time to return to school, Zhu Yunyao said, looking at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan stretched lazily and took out his phone to check. How long has it been? It's already been a month. The Tian Kuei must have successfully advanced by now. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled. Senior Lin, I'm heading off first. Call me if you need anything. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a streak of black lightning and disappeared in an instant. Zhu Yunyao watched Jiang Yan's departing figure with a gentle smile. Jiang Yan quickly returned to his private villa at the Sacred Academy. As soon as he entered, he rushed into the cultivation room and summoned a death coffin. Rubbing his hands together, he said excitedly, Tian Kuei, let me see your new form. A cloud of black mist rose from the death coffin, eerie and sinister. As the coffin lid slowly fell, a towering corpse appeared before him. Compared to the original Tian Kuei, the current Tian Kuei was covered in red fur, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. Tian Kuei slowly opened his eyes, surrounded by an ominous black mist. Tian Kuei, give me a punch, Jiang Yan said excitedly. Without hesitation, Tian Kuei swung his fist at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan caught the punch with his right hand. Boom! The force of the punch was astonishing, instantly tearing the sleeve of his right arm. His forearm cracked open, bleeding, and even the bones were shattered. Hiss! This strength must be in the million-ton range, Jiang Yan grimaced in pain. He was very satisfied with Tian Kuei's current state but quickly noticed a new problem. Tian Kuei, your armor is all tattered. Why not change into a new set? Jiang Yan stroked his chin and said, I need to make some equipment for you. The armor on Tian Kuei and Di Kuei had decayed, and the newly forged Sha Kuei didn't even have armor. At this rate, a boss like him was practically stingy enough to not provide his employees with uniforms. Ahem. How about this? Bear with it for a few more days, and I'll make some new equipment for you. Jiang Yan first painted a grand picture. After bringing Tian Kuei into the 10 Directions Ghost Command, Jiang Yan began to consider crafting equipment. If possible, I'd really like to make each of them a set of top-tier battle armor and weapons. But that's a bit difficult. Finding someone to make ordinary equipment wasn't hard. But ordinary equipment wouldn't match his newly upgraded Tian Kuei. His 3 ghost generals, Tian Kuei, Di Kuei, and Sha Kuei, had to be equipped with spiritual treasures, or even top-tier supreme treasures. Oh right, the Academy has a treasure pavilion. Jiang Yan suddenly had an idea. The Sacred Academy had a place specifically for exchanging spiritual treasures. He could go there to trade for spiritual treasures and supreme treasures. I happen to have over 100,000-year-old spiritual plants on hand, which would be worth exchanging. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan sprang into action, leaving the villa and heading straight for the treasure pavilion. Like the formation pavilion, the treasure pavilion operated internally through mechanisms and formations. Jiang Yan entered the Treasure Pavilion, operated the control panel a few times, and the mechanism activated, taking him to the battle armor section. The treasure panel displayed. Please select the quality of battle armor: true treasure, spiritual treasure, supreme treasure, heavenly treasure. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. There's actually heavenly treasure for sale here. If heavenly treasure was truly available, he'd be willing to sell all his 10,000-year-old and 1,000-year-old spiritual plants just to buy a set of heavenly treasure. But when he selected heavenly treasure, the panel displayed, current stock of heavenly treasure is 0. Jiang Yan pursed his lips, feeling a bit helpless. With no heavenly treasure in stock, at least there should be supreme treasure. He switched to the supreme treasure section, and the panel displayed, current stock is 13 items. Jiang Yan carefully examined them. 10 were low-grade supreme treasures, and the remaining 3 were mid-grade supreme treasures. My ghost generals deserve nothing less than the best. These low-grade treasures are not even worth considering. Jiang Yan immediately dismissed the 10 low-grade treasures and focused solely on the 3 mid-grade treasures. Xian Tian Battle Armor, Immortal Demon Armor, Dragon Scale, Chain Mail. Jiang Yan looked at these 3 mid-grade battle armors, each one a top-tier defensive item, and he was very satisfied. These 3 will do 1 for each ghost general. With a grand gesture, Jiang Yan prepared to buy them all. But when he saw the price, his eyes widened instantly. 10, 10, 10. 10,000-year-old spiritual plants? Jiang Yan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Damn, how ruthless is this? The dozen or so 10,000-year-old spiritual plants I have were all stolen, and this seller is even more shameless than me. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth in frustration. But when he thought about how pitifully shabby Dikue, Tiankue, and Shakue looked in their current state, his heart softened. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll buy them." He found the manager of the treasure pavilion and directly threw 10 10,000-year-old spiritual plants in front of him, saying boldly, "Pack up all 3 mid-grade treasures. For me." The manager of the treasure pavilion, an old man, had lived for many years but had never seen so many 10,000-year-old spiritual plants at once. He was so shocked he almost couldn't catch his breath and nearly fainted on the spot. After a long while, he cautiously stored the 10 10,000-year-old spiritual plants in jade containers and ordered his staff to respectfully hand over the 3 mid-grade treasures to Jiang Yan. Holding the 3 treasures, Jiang Yan left the treasure pavilion, satisfied. Chapter 150. Easily advancing to Tier 4. Back at the villa, Jiang Yan distributed the 3 mid-grade battle armors to his 3 ghost generals. After Tiankue, Dikue, and Shakue donned the armor, their combat power increased significantly. Not bad, ordinary Tier 5 martial lords are no longer your match. At this level, Tier 5 prodigies could probably only barely contend with the advanced Tiankue. After successfully implementing the Netherworld Refining Ghost Advancement Method, Jiang Yan summoned 2 death coffins again. Dikue, Shakue, now it's your turn to advance. The 2 ghost corpses didn't hesitate and directly stepped into the death coffins. As the coffin lids closed, Netherworld Voidine fire rose in Jiang Yan's palm, and he began the process of refining the ghosts for advancement. He also ordered Wu Chang to extract the souls of 6,000 sinners and place them, along with 2,000-year-old corpse soul grasses, into the death coffins. See you in a month. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers and stored the 2 death coffins into the 10 Directions Ghost token. With this, the 3 Ghost General level corpse commanders had all entered the advancement state. As for the Ghost General level zombies, it was time to enhance them as well. Compared to corpse commanders, advancing zombies was much simpler. There was no need for living souls or 1,000-year-old corpse soul grass, just refining them in the death coffins for a month would suffice. With a wave of his hand, black mist spread out, revealing 15 death coffins, eerie and sinister. Jiang Yan said coldly, "Get in." The 15 zombies, devoid of consciousness, obeyed the command and slowly walked into the death coffins. Jiang Yan gathered netherfire in his palm, ignited the 15 death coffins, and then stored them back into the ghost token. Stretching lazily, Jiang Yan slumped onto the sofa. "I'm exhausted. Refining death coffins really drains spiritual fire and energy." Bored, he started scrolling through his phone, only to find headlines filled with trivial news: some martial arts school producing a genius, or some high school having an SS-grade God-bestowed individual. Jiang Yan had no interest in such news. He yawned and was about to put down his phone to rest when a particular piece of news caught his attention. Narrowing his eyes, Jiang Yan muttered, "Southern Celestial Star Palace." He sat up from the sofa and clicked on the news to read carefully. "This is a secret realm from the upper realm, and yet Blue Star has a teleportation array for it. Jiang Yan studied the information seriously and even searched for more details about the Southern Celestial Star Palace. What he found shocked him. The teleportation array for the Southern Celestial Star Palace was a gift from a celestial being of the upper realm. On the 15th day, after he had entered the Bronze Ancient Hall, a celestial being descended from the upper realm announced that the Southern Celestial Star Palace would be open to the lower realm and left behind the teleportation array. Now, this teleportation array was located in the 3 major academies. Would those celestial beings from the upper realm really be so kind? They had actually left secret realm slots for people from the lower realm. No need to guess, it was definitely a trap. But, judging by the online reactions, many God-bestowed individuals couldn't resist the temptation, seeing it as a golden opportunity, and had already entered the Southern Celestial Star Palace. Moreover, the Southern Celestial Star Palace had a realm restriction, allowing only 5th tier and below God-bestowed individuals to enter. I need to look into this. Jiang Yan dialed a number. The call was quickly answered, and Wang Zhong's voice came through. Brother Jiang, you finally came out of the Bronze Ancient Hall. Jiang Yan smiled and asked, you sound so excited. Are you planning to invite me to the Southern Celestial Star Palace? He. As expected of Brother Jiang, you really know how to read minds. Wang Zhong laughed awkwardly. Brother Jiang, if you go with me, I'll feel much more at ease. Jiang Yan asked coldly, do you think those celestial beings from the upper realm are really giving secret realm slots to the lower realm out of kindness? I had my doubts at first too, but the first group of people who went in has already come out, and their gains were tremendous. They all advanced by an entire major realm. Wang Zhong said excitedly. Brother Jiang, should we give it a shot? Give it a shot. The secret realm had restrictions, and even 9th tier demigods couldn't interfere. So, while the Southern Celestial Star Palace might be a trap, as long as it didn't exceed the 6th tier, Jiang Yan was confident in his ability to protect himself. As Wang Zhong said, giving it a shot wouldn't hurt. Alright, let's give it a shot, Jiang Yan said. Wang Zhong asked excitedly, really? Brother Jiang, you're going too? Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Of course, but I'll wait a week before heading out. No problem. Many people from the academies are planning to go. I'll let them know that you'll be leaving a week later, so we can all go together and look out for each other. Jiang Yan responded with a light. You handle the arrangements. See you in a week. After hanging up, Jiang Yan began to inspect his cultivation, 3rd tier, 76 levels. In this week, I must break through to the 4th tier Martial King. He no longer lazed around. Standing up from the sofa, he walked into the Enlightenment Chamber. In the past, he had disdained cultivating in the Enlightenment Chamber, thinking that training there was like being a flower in a greenhouse, useless in real combat. But after so many life and death battles, he had come to understand the importance of strength. Even if he trained in the Enlightenment Chamber, his combat power would not be diminished. Moreover, his physical body had already been reborn, making him a member of the Spirit Clan, with an extremely keen perception of spiritual energy. Coupled with the fact that the Enlightenment Chamber was filled with spiritual energy, his cultivation efficiency was greatly enhanced. Opening the door to the Enlightenment Chamber, Jiang Yan sat at the center of the formation and immediately felt refreshed, with spiritual energy continuously pouring into his body. He took out a white jade wine pot and gulped down the accumulated spiritual wine. The spiritual energy surged even more violently, and Jiang Yan's cultivation level instantly advanced by 4 stages, reaching the 80th level of the 3rd tier. He then took out 8 divine medicines, which began to revolve around his body, continuously releasing golden medicinal effects for him to absorb. Jiang Yan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the spiritual energy within his body became as clear as water, as if he had merged with the heavens and earth. Every breath felt like swimming in an ocean of spiritual energy. The effects of the 8 divine medicines were sufficient for him to absorb over 7 days. Time flew by, and with the golden vortex of the heavenly nether Dao body and the 10,000-fold medicinal effect enhancement, Jiang Yan successfully reached the 99th level of the 3rd tier after a week. He had already stepped into the threshold of the 4th tier. His entire body radiated golden light, with shimmering points of light flowing across his skin. Buzz, buzz. Golden ripples occasionally emanated from Jiang Yan's body, and his physical form was covered in cracks, as if undergoing a complete transformation. Crack, crack. With the eruption of a dazzling golden light, Jiang Yan's physical body was reshaped once again, achieving its 5th reconstruction. His bones creaked and groaned. This was the 4th stage of the immortal Dao Canon, bone refinement. He had broken through, successfully stepping into the 4th tier. The constraints of the immortal Dao Canon were completely loosened. At the moment of his breakthrough, the immortal Dao Canon also advanced. Jiang Yan was enveloped in golden radiance as he clenched his fists, feeling the powerful vitality coursing through his body. 4th tier. Bone refinement. 5th reconstruction. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Boom! He unleashed a surge of golden spiritual energy, causing the entire enlightenment chamber to collapse in an instant. The spiritual energy within his body was so overwhelming that it overflowed. In his sea of consciousness, 3 streams of golden spiritual energy appeared, signifying that he could now unleash the spirit collapse technique 3 times a day. Suddenly, Jiang Yan thought, right, let's see what new things the Nether book has unlocked. Chapter 151, Spare Me, Senior. He eagerly entered the ghost command space. As he arrived, ghostly flames ignited throughout the space, creating an eerie and mysterious atmosphere. In his line of sight, an ancient figure gradually awakened, and the chains entwined with strange runes began to shatter and disintegrate. The Nether book floated in midair, as if turned by an invisible ghostly hand, finally stopping on the page of Emperor Song. Emperor Song, ruler of the Black Rope Hell. Jiang Yan read the records in the book, his excitement growing. Another ghostly deity had been added to his arsenal, significantly boosting his combat power. But it wasn't over yet. After finishing the Emperor Song page, the Nether book automatically flipped backward, eventually stopping on the page of King Chujiang. Written in blood-red characters were the words, Ghostly Divine Weapon, Nether Void Ghost Cauldron. Jiang Yan couldn't help but grin. Unlocked King Chujiang's ghostly divine weapon. With a thought, he summoned Nether Void Ghost Cauldron. In the next moment, a sinister ghostly cauldron exuding extreme cold and dark energy appeared in his palm. This Nether Void Ghost Cauldron could suppress enemies, serve as a defensive artifact, and even refine people into blood. Accelerating my cultivation to the 4th tier was indeed a wise choice, Jiang Yan thought with delight. The Southern Skystar Palace secret realm only allowed God-bestowed individuals of the 5th tier and below to enter. With his current strength, if he entered the Southern Skystar Palace, he would be absolutely invincible, capable of dominating the realm. Retracting the Nether Void Ghost Cauldron, Jiang Yan rubbed his hands together. Is there more? Just like before when I leveled up, give me a new ability. When he advanced to the 2nd tier, he awakened the black flames of the heavenly Nether Dao body. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, he awakened the thunder of the heavenly Nether Dao body. Now that he had reached the 4th tier, shouldn't a new ability emerge? Oh, I feel it coming. Jiang Yan closed his eyes, sensing the changes within his body. But after waiting for a while, he still didn't feel any new ability manifesting. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, a hint of disappointment in his expression. What's going on? The heavenly Nether Dao body is so powerful. I thought I'd awaken the ghost hand at the 4th tier. This time, unlike the elemental abilities awakened at the 2nd and 3rd tiers, he had expected to awaken a ghost hand. Jiang Yan looked at his left hand. It doesn't seem any different from usual. With a thought, he silently chanted the words ghost hand. In an instant, his left hand turned blood red, completely enveloped in fresh blood, and his nails became as sharp as blades. This is the ghost hand. Jiang Yan held his breath, feeling as though his left hand had a life of its own, with its own consciousness. Leaving the ghost order space, he controlled his transformed ghost hand and suddenly slashed. A flash of red light streaked through the air, and 5 blood-red blades instantly cut a villa into 5 pieces. Wow, the destructive power is insane. Jiang Yan swallowed hard. The cutting effect of the ghost hand was no less impressive than the slicing power of the paper bride. Does it have other abilities? Jiang Yan began to explore the potential of the ghost hand. Focusing his mind, he locked onto a beast 100 miles away. The ground suddenly glowed crimson, and a massive ghost hand burst out from the earth, grabbing the beast directly. Squelch! The beast was crushed by the ghost hand, its flesh and blood devoured. Jiang Yan could even feel the beast's blood merging into his left hand. His heart raced wildly. He had just killed a 4th-tier beast from tens of thousands of miles away using the ghost hand. Holy crap, this ghost hand is vicious. Jiang Yan swallowed again, utterly shocked. After a long moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The Netherworld Ghost Cauldron, the 3rd ghost god, and now the ghost hand. he laughed up at the sky. I'm invincible. Absolutely invincible. At this moment, his blood boiled, and his confidence swelled uncontrollably. With a single kick, he sent the villa's front door flying 100 meters away, strutting arrogantly down the path of the sacred academy. He was in a state of spiritual overflow, with his blood energy and spiritual energy constantly leaking out, his aura approaching that of a fifth-tier martial lord. Many students were so intimidated by his presence that they didn't dare to look directly at him. One student, too scared to look up, accidentally bumped into Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan immediately put on a stern face, glaring at the student sideways. Kid, you bumped into me and don't even apologize? The student turned pale with fear. Forgive me, senior. I wasn't watching where I was going. It's my fault. Please spare me. Jiang Yan snorted coldly, clasping his hands behind his back. I don't want to waste my time on someone like you. Hand over all the spiritual plants and medicines you have, and get out of my sight. Why yes, senior. Here's my storage pouch. It's all yours. The student trembled as he handed over the pouch, not daring to lift his head. If he had dared to look at Jiang Yan, he would have realized that this was no senior at all but a fellow junior. The student, a third year with a fourth-tier third-level cultivation, mistook Jiang Yan for some ancient monster due to his fifth-tier-like aura. Jiang Yan took the storage pouch and said coldly, "Get lost." Thank you, senior, for sparing my life. The student scrambled away in a panic. Jiang Yan felt immensely satisfied. No wonder those old guys always go around calling themselves this seat and addressing others as junior. Honestly, it does feel pretty good. He continued walking with his hands behind his back, heading toward the meeting spot with Wang Zhong. Along the way, every student he encountered kept their heads down, and even a few instructors avoided looking directly at him. The path was clear, and Jiang Yan soon arrived at the agreed location. As soon as he arrived, he frowned. With his powerful spiritual sense, he detected an argument inside the villa before even entering. The ones arguing were Wang Zhong and a senior student. The villa was already packed with students, eager to enter the Tiannan Star Palace together. A tall, burly student grabbed Wang Zhong, his face dark. Kid, where's the ghost immortal? Is he not coming? I've wasted a whole week waiting, delaying my cultivation. Wang Zhong straightened his neck. Brother Jiang said he'd definitely come today. He'll be here any moment. I think the ghost immortal is just a coward who doesn't dare to show up, the senior student sneered. Wang Zhong retorted coldly, don't talk about Brother Jiang like that. You dare speak to me like that? The burly man clenched his fist, spiritual energy gathering as he prepared to punch Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong closed his eyes in fear. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. How dare you? As the voice fell, a blood-red domain suddenly appeared beneath the burly man's feet. A massive scarlet ghostly hand shot out abruptly, grabbing him in one swift motion. It's a fifth-tier martial master. The burly man was scared out of his wits and quickly begged for mercy. Senior, spare me. I was just joking with my junior. Please let me go. Jiang Yan's figure appeared before the crowd, like a phantom. Seeing Jiang Yan, the burly man wailed even louder, Senior, spare me. Jiang Yan looked at him coldly. Do you think you're worthy of looking directly at me? Kneel. Brother Jiang. Wang Zhong's face lit up with joy upon seeing Jiang Yan. I told you Brother Jiang would definitely come. See? I believe it. I believe it. Senior, spare me. The burly man was drenched in sweat, his face pale as a sheet. Jiang Yan stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an imposing aura. He cast a cold glance at the burly man. Considering you're in the same profession, I'll spare your life today. But if you dare make another mistake, I can erase you in an instant. Yes, I understand. I won't make another mistake. The burly man's voice trembled, fully convinced of Jiang Yan's words. After all, a fifth-tier martial master could obliterate him instantly, even from afar. Jiang Yan responded indifferently, and the massive scarlet ghostly hand dissipated. The burly man collapsed to the ground, kowtowing repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. Wang Zhong stood beside Jiang Yan, raising his head smugly. Just now, he was shouting about dealing with me, and now he's so obedient. Seeing Jiang Yan display such astonishing power, the crowd quickly approached him with flattering smiles. Greetings, Ghost Immortal. I'm Li Wenlong, a third-year student. This is a small gift. It's not worth much, but I hope you'll accept it. Jiang Yan glanced coldly at the jade box Li Wenlong offered, not reaching out to take it. Being too casual would diminish his dignity. He merely nodded slightly, and the jade box floated in the air, slowly opening to reveal a radiant, 1,000-year-old spiritual plant. Jiang Yan was secretly pleased but maintained a calm expression. He said indifferently, Li Wenlong, is it? I'll remember you. Senior Ghost. I also have a treasure to offer you. I hope you'll look after me in the Southern Sky Star Palace. Another person hurriedly presented a treasure box. Senior Ghost. I also have a spiritual treasure here. It's a token of my respect. Senior Jiang, this is a 1,000-year-old 100-spirit Ganoderma. Please take a look. In just a short while, Jiang Yan had received quite a few valuable items. Wang Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. You can do that? Jiang Yan accepted the gifts, feeling delighted inside but keeping a composed exterior. I've received your tokens of goodwill. Once we enter the Southern Sky Star Palace, if you encounter difficulties, feel free to mention my name. Thank you for your great kindness, Senior Jiang. We'll never forget Senior Ghost's generosity. Soon, the group began heading toward the teleportation array. Jiang Yan walked at the back, leisurely counting the treasures he had received. 3,000-year-old spiritual plants, 1,500-year-old spiritual plants, 5 high-grade spiritual treasures, and 10 low-grade spiritual treasures. These high-grade and low-grade spiritual treasures add up to exactly 15. Once my 15 zombies advance, I'll distribute them one by one. Jiang Yan was so pleased he couldn't stop smiling. Senior Jiang, we've arrived. Ha! Senior Jiang? The fourth-year leader turned back but didn't see Jiang Yan. He looked again and found him still at the back of the group. Jiang Yan put away the treasures, placed his hands behind his back, and strolled leisurely to the front of the group. He said calmly, I've known all along that this is the location of the array. Do you need to point it out to me? The fourth-year leader's expression changed, thinking, who is Senior Jiang? Of course, he must have known the location of the teleportation array from the start. I shouldn't have said anything. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, Senior Jiang. The fourth-year leader respectfully stepped back. Jiang Yan stood at the front of the group, casting a cold glance at the teleportation array. Clearing his throat, he said, this is the teleportation array. As soon as he finished speaking, the fourth-year leader took the lead in flattering him. As expected of Senior Jiang, he recognized the array at a glance. The crowd applauded enthusiastically, showering Jiang Yan with praise. Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction and pointed at the teleportation array, continuing, this is the formation leading to the Southern Celestial Star Palace. The senior from the fourth year exclaimed in surprise, Senior Jiang truly has sharp eyes. That's right, this is the grand teleportation array left behind by celestial beings. My goodness, Senior Jiang is incredible. We definitely wouldn't have been able to find this teleportation array. Exactly, that's why Senior Jiang is considered a true veteran. Everyone marveled at Jiang Yan's insight, amazed that he could discern the purpose of the formation at a glance. Truly remarkable and expert among experts. Seeing everyone's reactions, Jiang Yan smiled with satisfaction. These kids have some potential, he remarked, then turned to the fourth-year senior beside him, whose face was full of flattery. Senior, I'll leave the rest to you. The fourth-year senior froze for a moment. Senior Jiang, you're not going to handle this personally? Such a trivial matter doesn't require me to step in, Jiang Yan replied indifferently. Oh, yes, I understand. Such a small matter naturally shouldn't trouble Senior Jiang, the fourth-year senior said with an ingratiating smile, clearly trying to curry favor. Jiang Yan slowly stepped back, leaving the opportunity to activate the teleportation array to the fourth-year senior. If you were to ask why he relinquished this moment to show off, there was only one reason: his spiritual energy state was nearing its end, and he could no longer maintain the aura of a fifth-tier martial sovereign. If he were to activate the teleportation array himself, it would consume a large amount of spiritual energy, causing his fifth-tier aura to dissipate and exposing his true strength. At that point, everyone would realize that this so-called Senior Jiang was actually just a fourth-tier novice pretending to be powerful. At the front of the group, the fourth-year senior, Ling Yuntian, gathered his spiritual energy and forcefully injected it into the teleportation array. The grand teleportation array to the Southern Celestial Star Palace was awakened and began to operate slowly. This fourth-year senior was no ordinary figure either. He was at the 8th level of the 4th tier. In another year or so, he might very well step into the 5th tier martial sovereign realm. Even so, in the face of Jiang Yan's 5th tier spiritual pressure, he could only greet him with a smile and act obsequiously. Even a 5th tier martial sovereign at the 1st level could easily defeat a 4th tier martial king at the 8th level, as effortlessly as crushing an ant. To illustrate, a 4th tier martial king at the 1st level defeating one at the 3rd level, crossing 2 minor stages, would already be considered a genius. A 4th tier martial king at the 1st level defeating a 5th tier martial sovereign at the 1st level, crossing an entire major stage, would be deemed a peerless prodigy. Ling Yuntian's admission to the Sacred Academy for Advanced Studies already marked him as a genius, and defeating enemies across major stages was naturally within his capabilities. But don't forget, Jiang Yan was also a student of the Sacred Academy, equally a genius. Therefore, in the Sacred Academy, easily winning battles across stages was almost impossible unless the talent gap was immense. Ling Yuntian took out several spirit stones and injected them into the teleportation array. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, clearly indicating the high energy consumption required to activate the array. Jiang Yan had already noticed this, which was why he refrained from showing off in front of everyone. He chuckled lightly, "I'm just a quiet, handsome guy. Activating the teleportation array is not something I need to do." Chapter 153, Senior Jiang Takes Action. Ling Yuntian's face was drenched in sweat, and cold sweat covered his back. Even with the use of breathing techniques, the rapid depletion of spiritual energy in his body made recovery impossible. "Are you all just going to stand there and watch? Help me out!" Ling Yuntian shouted coldly. The onlookers quickly stepped forward, some taking out divine treasures, others releasing divine abilities, and began channeling spiritual energy into the core of the southern celestial star palace teleportation array. Jiang Yan watched coldly from the side, not because he didn't want to help, but because helping would expose his identity. "Damn it, my spiritual overflow state just had to end at this moment," he thought nervously. After all, he had swindled so many treasures, and if his 5th tier realm was revealed to be fake, he'd have to return them all. He tightened his clothes, hiding the treasures securely, afraid someone might come to claim them. Boom! A golden beam of light pierced the sky, and the teleportation array to the southern celestial star palace was finally activated. Ling Yuntian was nearly exhausted, panting heavily, and smiled as he looked at Jiang Yan. "Senior Jiang, the teleportation array has been activated." Well done." Jiang Yan coughed lightly, continuing to act like a senior, hands clasped behind his back as he leisurely stepped into the beam of light. He took a deep breath, forcing out the sound of the primordial chaos, and transmitted his voice into everyone's consciousness. "With spiritual power, everyone, follow me into the formation." "Yes, Senior Jiang." "Understood, Senior Ghost." The group followed Jiang Yan into the formation. A brilliant golden light erupted, and a massive beam carried them across the starry sky, surrounded by twinkling stars. Jiang Yan could clearly feel that they were traveling between celestial bodies at the speed of light. Space seemed compressed, their bodies ascending dimensions, instantly traversing space to arrive in an entirely new world. Everyone felt dizzy and disoriented. When they reopened their eyes, they were greeted by a scene of celestial mist swirling around, with magnificent palaces standing tall amidst a sea of clouds. "This is the southern celestial star palace," Jiang Yan murmured, awestruck by the breathtaking sight. Wang Zhong staggered toward Jiang Yan, swaying unsteadily. "Ugh, Brother Jiang, I feel so dizzy. Did I get teleportation sickness?" "Get away, don't throw up on me," Jiang Yan said, pushing Wang Zhong aside. His gaze fell on a shining star at the horizon, which was rapidly approaching them at a speed visible to the naked eye. In mere moments, the star's light flickered and arrived before them. It was a beautiful woman dressed in celestial robes, her figure graceful and her face radiant like the morning glow. Every smile of hers made hearts race. "Apologies for keeping you waiting. This humble one is late," the celestial maiden said with a smile, her voice enchanting, enough to make everyone momentarily forget to breathe. It was their first time seeing a celestial maiden from the heavens. Jiang Yan, however, remained calm. He had encountered many heavenly saints like Meng Yu and the black-robed woman before, so this ordinary celestial attendant did not faze him. The celestial maiden covered her mouth with a light laugh. "Fellow Taoists, please follow me." Her celestial ribbons fluttered as she moved with elegance, flying toward a distant sea palace. The group snapped out of their daze and hurriedly followed her, flying in the direction she indicated. Only Jiang Yan and the still vomiting Wang Zhong remained behind. Brother Jiang, you go ahead. Don't wait for me. I'll catch up after I finish throwing. Up. Ugh. Wang Zhong barely finished speaking before he started retching again. Jiang Yan chuckled lightly. No rush. In unfamiliar territory, we mustn't act recklessly. He used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. With his strength, he should have been able to sweep across thousands of miles, but his spiritual sense was blocked by the ethereal celestial mist, unable to penetrate further. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. This mist is no ordinary fog. He turned to Wang Zhong and said, be cautious later. If there's any danger, turn and flee immediately without hesitation. Got it, brother. Jiang, Wang Zhong replied. After finishing his vomiting, he used a cleansing spell to tidy himself up, looking refreshed. The two quickened their pace to catch up with the main group but stayed at the rear, ready to retreat at any moment. The celestial maiden stopped in front of a grand palace. Her smile radiant. This is the Cloud Heaven Palace, known for its spirit peaches. These peaches are delicious and can increase one's cultivation by 10 years with a single bite. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wow, that's amazing. I really want to try one. We came to the southern Celestial Star Palace seeking opportunities. These spirit peaches must be prepared for us. We have to find a chance to pick a few. The Celestial Maiden chuckled softly, but there was a trace of something sinister in her smile. Fellow Taoists, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. The spirit peaches of Cloud Heaven Palace are not for you to eat. She smiled as she looked at the group. You are the nourishment for the spirit peaches. As soon as she finished speaking, peach trees suddenly sprouted behind the group. The branches quickly wrapped around them, binding them tightly to the trees. What is this? Let us go. Celestial Maiden, what's going on? The group was panicked and bewildered. The Celestial Maiden's smile grew even sweeter. The spirit peaches can increase one's cultivation by 10 years because they are cultivated in a very special way. They don't require watering or fertilizing but instead absorb the cultivation and souls of cultivators as nutrients. She laughed lightly and said, fellow Taoists, do me a favor and serve as nourishment for the spirit peaches. This humble one thanks you in advance, ha. Only then did the group realize they had been deceived. This was a trap. Damn it, it was a honey trap. If it were any other kind of trap, I wouldn't have fallen for it. Ling Yuntian spat angrily, full of regret. Bah! What kind of celestial maiden are you? You're nothing but a demoness, someone shouted angrily at the celestial maiden of Cloud Heaven Palace. The celestial maiden of Yuntian Palace still wore a smile on her face. Go ahead and curse me. In just a few days, you'll turn into pools of blood, and your souls won't enter reincarnation. You wicked woman, you won't live long. The crowd was terrified, struggling desperately. But the more they struggled, the tighter the peach tree branches wrapped around them, even piercing their bodies and penetrating their bones, causing unbearable pain that nearly drove them to collapse. Everyone's here. Time to prepare for the next batch of nourishment. The Celestial Maiden of Yuntian Palace beamed with joy. Her flowing robes fluttered as she prepared to fly to a new location. Suddenly, a frivolous voice rang out, Miss Celestial Maiden, the disciples I brought with me were just following you. Why are they all gone now? You owe me an explanation. The Celestial Maiden of Yuntian Palace trembled all over. How could there be a survivor? Upon hearing this familiar voice, the crowd was moved to tears. It's Senior Jiang. Senior Jiang has come to save us. We're saved. Senior Ghost, save us. Senior Ghost. They shouted desperately through the thick celestial mist and clouds. The Celestial Maiden of Yuntian Palace's face darkened, stopped shouting. Her fingertips glimmered with light as she prepared to silence them. Before she could finish her incantation, a crimson domain appeared above her head, and a ghostly hand suddenly reached out, gripping her tightly. Ah! The Celestial Maiden's face twisted as her internal organs were crushed. Jiang Yan, with his hands behind his back, slowly flew in front of her, a gentle smile on his face. I asked you a question. Where are the disciples I brought with me? Chapter 154, Turmoil in the Star Palace. You won't answer? Then you'll never speak again. Jiang Yan gave the Celestial Maiden no chance to respond. The ghostly hand tightened abruptly, crushing her completely. Brother Jiang, you're so domineering. Wang Chong stood nearby, dumbfounded. Jiang Yan flicked his sleeve and said coldly, enough talk. Let's save the people first. Got it. Wang Chong wasted no time and flew toward Yuntian Palace to rescue those controlled by the eerie peach tree. Jiang Yan remained standing amidst the sea of clouds, attempting to extend his divine sense further. However, no matter how hard he tried, the dense mist blocked his perception. We can't stay here long. It's better to leave as soon as possible. The Southern Star Palace was vast, with abundant rare resources. Time couldn't be wasted in Yuntian Palace. Soon, the rescued people respectfully bowed to Jiang Yan. Thank you, Senior Jiang, for saving us. We will never forget your kindness. Seeing that they were about to say more, Jiang Yan quickly raised his hand to interrupt. I've helped you this far. The rest of the journey is up to you. A third-year female student trembled slightly. Senior Jiang, can I follow you? I promise I won't be a burden. Without hesitation, Jiang Yan refused. I prefer to act alone. Having someone around would only be inconvenient. With that, he disappeared. Instantly, leaving only his voice behind. If you encounter trouble, remember to call my name. As they watched Jiang Yan leave, the people from the Sacred Academy sighed. Without Senior Jiang, our journey through the Southern Star Palace will surely be fraught with difficulties. Leaving the Yuntian Palace area, Jiang Yan sighed inwardly. The Southern Star Palace is too vast. I need to find a palace and try my luck. The celestial mist here was too thick, making it impossible to sense which palace was unoccupied. After flying for a while, Jiang Yan stopped at a palace amidst the clouds. The area was lush with greenery, filled with divine herbs and sacred plants. Indeed, it was divine grass. Golden light swirled around the divine grass, instantly catching Jiang Yan's attention. His eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as expected of the upper realms. Secret domain. Such divine plants are unheard of on Blue Star. On Blue Star, the best medicinal herbs were merely 10,000-year spiritual plants. Divine plants and divine grass simply didn't exist there. Now, having discovered divine grass in the Southern Star Palace's secret domain, Jiang Yan naturally wouldn't let it go. Just as he was about to pick it, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, how could such divine grass be unguarded? No matter how tempting, Jiang Yan remained clear-headed and refrained from acting rashly. He summoned a ghost soldier and commanded, "Go, pick that divine grass." The ghost soldier obediently walked past. Just as it bent down to pick some grass, a golden mist spread out, and the ghost soldier struggled before vanishing. As expected, there's a trap, Jiang Yan sneered coldly. Applause sounded from behind him. You people from the lower realm can actually resist the temptation of divine grass. It seems I underestimated you, a young man in a golden dragon battle robe said as he slowly approached. Don't be afraid, my friend. I mean no harm. I just want to make friends with you people from the lower realm, Xinjiang said with a faint smile. Jiang Yan smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. No harm? Then planting a divine grass here to tempt the mind, was that just for fun? Chen Zhan shook his head helplessly. I just thought the feng shui here was excellent, and the spiritual energy was pure, so I planted this 1,000-year-old divine grass here. How about this? I'm willing to apologize to you, and I'll give you this 1,000-year-old divine grass as a gift. Chen Zhan smiled sincerely, but a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Let's consider it a token of friendship. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine grass behind Jiang Yan suddenly transformed into a massive divine crocodile. Its blood-red maw opened wide, aiming to bite off half of Jiang Yan's body. My friend, if you die, don't forget my name, Xinjiang said with a smile. But in the next moment, his smile froze. The ambushing divine Croco Jiang Yan had just left when the elder of the White Crane sect appeared as expected. Chen Zhan's aura ended here. Who could be so ruthless as to kill your divine soul? The elder clenched his fists, burning with rage. Our White Crane sect's master fell in the lower realm, and now someone from the lower realm dares to kill my disciple in the upper realm? This is intolerable. The White Crane sect's master was the White Crane, immortal, who descended from the upper realm during the Bronze Ancient Hall era and was killed by Meng Yu's spiritual body using a secret technique. In the Bronze Ancient Hall. Killing my inner disciple, so long as you're still in the Southern Skystar Palace, I will find you, the elder roared. But Jiang Yan, who had already vanished into the void, couldn't hear these outbursts. Jiang Yan continued flying through the void, and 9 hours had already passed. The Southern Skystar Palace was vast and boundless, with no end in sight. This mist is really strange. I've been flying for so long, and still haven't left its range, Jiang Yan sighed. Suddenly, a divine arrow shot toward him. His heart raced as he quickly dodged to the side. Even though he avoided it, his collar was torn, exposing his skin. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "How many sets of clothes do I have to change?" This black gold battle robe, forged from black flames and shadow lightning, had now been ripped. He glared angrily at the archer in the distance. On a distant palace, a man saw Jiang Yan's gaze and gave a perfunctory smile. "Fellow Daoist, what a coincidence. I was just shooting down a demon dragon and accidentally injured you. Please forgive me." Shooting down a demon dragon? Accidentally injuring him? Jiang Yan sneered coldly. Where would a demon dragon come from in this mist? Seeing that Jiang Yan wasn't easy to deal with, the man dropped his pretense, his voice turning icy. "You're really dense. I've already shown you mercy, yet you're still dawdling here. Are you looking for trouble?" Jiang Yan laughed in anger. Were all the beings in the upper realm this arrogant? He couldn't be bothered to argue further. Black lightning surrounded his body as he dove swiftly toward the man, holding the divine bow. The divine bow wielder sneered. "You truly don't know your place." He drew his bow, knocking an arrow that gleamed with golden light, brimming with immense divine power, and released it with force. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the mist, as if it could pierce through stars, hurtling toward Jiang Yan at incredible speed. A murderous glint flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. His left hand transformed into a ghostly claw, grabbing the incoming divine arrow and forcibly stopping it, crushing it into fragments. What? The divine bow wielder was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before he could knock another arrow, Jiang Yan had already closed the distance, delivering a thunderous flying kick to his chest. The man's pupils contracted as he was sent flying 1,000 meters. Ugh! Before he could hit the ground, Jiang Yan appeared above him like a bolt of lightning, delivering a spinning whip kick from above that slammed him deep into the ground. Crack! The divine bow wielder's eyes rolled back, his mouth hanging open in unconsciousness. He was buried deep in the earth, but Jiang Yan wasn't done yet. He soared into the sky, rising 10,000 meters, locking onto the divine bow wielder in the pit below, and dove down with a devastating spiritual collapse strike. Boom! The full force impact left the divine bow wielder's bones shattered, his spiritual sea destroyed, and his divine bow broken in two. The man was utterly ruined. Before leaving, Jiang Yan showed a sliver of mercy, ordering a few shadow soldiers to bury the divine bow wielder in the ground, providing some semblance of closure. After dealing with the divine bow wielder, Jiang Yan searched the cloud palace, finding only a few thousand-year-old spiritual plants. Dissatisfied, he left and continued exploring the boundless sea of clouds. He flew for a long time before sensing a massive object ahead in the mist. He stopped flying and stood aside to observe. Before long, the massive object revealed itself. It was a colossal flying ship. Someone aboard the ship spotted Jiang Yan and shouted, "You there, lowly being from the lower realm, get up here yourself." Jiang Yan looked around, confused about who the person on the ship was referring to as a lowly being from the lower realm. The man on the ship said coldly, "Don't play dumb. I'm talking about you, the lowly being from the lower realm." Only then did Jiang Yan understand, his face filled with disappointment. What's going on? When promoting the Southern Sky Star Palace on Blue Star, they called us friends from the lower realm, but now we become lowly commoners from the lower realm here? The upper realm is truly unfriendly. He shook his head and said, "You people are really good at changing faces." The people on the spaceship sneered disdainfully. "The envoy called you friends in the lower realm to deceive you lowly commoners into entering the Star Palace, so we immortals can use you as expendable resources." Expendable resources? Jiang Yan looked closely and saw that the spaceship was actually holding many Blue Star God-gifted individuals, both men and women, wearing collars with golden patterns around their necks, their faces filled with pain. Enjoying the view? Don't worry, soon you'll also become a slave of our Southern Sky Star Palace. The spaceship crew laughed loudly. Among the people wearing collars, someone recognized Jiang Yan, their eyes flashing with hope. "Look, it's the Ghost Immortal. It's the Ghost Immortal." Jiang Yan wasn't particularly famous in Huaxia, but his identity as the Ghost Immortal was widely known. Many had heard stories about the Ghost Immortal and watched his battles. "That's the champion of the Zheng City Martial Arts Tournament. I watched the entire livestream. I know him. It's really the Ghost Immortal." The Ghost Immortal? The one who defeated the 3 great Academy geniuses single-handedly? We're saved, we're saved. Ah! Suddenly, the collars emitted a radiant glow, and the previously excited crowd instantly showed expressions of despair and pain. Jiang Yan realized that the golden patterned collars were torturing their souls, causing unbearable agony. Once the collar was worn, one could only live as a slave, enduring torment, unable to die or escape. The crew looked at Jiang Yan with contempt. I didn't expect you to be a prominent figure. I particularly enjoy seeing people like you, once glorious, now reduced to utter disgrace. He sneered coldly, close the net. In the next moment, a golden net appeared around Jiang Yan, ready to capture him. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and said calmly, Netherfire. Chapter 156, Shooting Down the Airship Ghost Immortal? Just an ordinary lowly commoner. From the lower realm, daring to call himself an immortal, what a joke. Crewmember Qin Ling sneered, this heavenly net is not to be trifled with. Even a 6th-tier saint would have to avoid it. The crewmember beside him turned pale and warned, something's wrong. The heavenly net seems to be burning. Impossible. The heavenly net is impervious to water and fire, how could it catch fire? Qin Ling's expression changed drastically as he squinted at the burning heavenly net, his heart filled with tension. Sure enough, in the next moment, the heavenly net was torn apart by 5 streaks of red light. A figure shot out from the sky, black hair flowing, gazing down at the massive spaceship like a deity. Qin Ling's face darkened, lowly. Commoner from the lower realm, I did underestimate you. But once you enter the southern Skystar Palace, don't even think about leaving alive. His eyes flashed with golden light, transforming into a golden beam that shot straight at Jiang Yan. You lowly creature from the lower realm, obediently accept death, and perhaps you'll have a sliver of hope. Jiang Yan looked at the incoming golden light and casually waved his hand. 5 crimson ghostly hands slashed out, instantly tearing the sky apart. Qin Ling's heart trembled, and he quickly changed direction, turning to flee. Damn it, I've run into a tough opponent. This guy's methods are bizarre, I can't handle him. He planned to call for reinforcements. Just as he was about to board the airship, a massive wall of flames suddenly appeared before him, blocking his retreat. Qin Ling's face turned grim, fear surging in his heart. He gritted his teeth and glared at Jiang Yan, you'd better withdraw this barrier, or you'll die so thoroughly that not even your corpse will be found. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. At this point, you're still shouting here? You really must be tired of living. He couldn't be bothered to say more, gathering a ghost martial spear in his palm, igniting it with netherfire, and hurling it fiercely. You dare! Qin Ling's pupils contracted sharply, his face turning pale. He desperately tried to block the terrifying ghost martial spear, but the protective barriers before him shattered layer by layer. Bang! 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 One after another, over a dozen barriers broke apart, and the ghost martial spear finally disappeared before the last line of defense. Qin Ling let out a sigh of relief and sneered, is that all your strength? I thought you were more formidable. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw thousands of ghost martial spears materializing behind Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, I'm quite impressed with you, you managed to block one of my spears. Now, let's see if you can handle the next 1,000. No. No, no, no. Qin Ling was in despair. He desperately tried to escape, only to find himself surrounded by walls of flames on all sides, with no way out. Is this? Buzz. Before Qin Ling could finish speaking, thousands of ghostly spears flew out, instantly piercing him like a porcupine. The walls of flames vanished, leaving him pinned to a massive spaceship. This? Qin Ling? A crew member trembled as he spoke, are you still alive? A few seconds later, he realized that the dead don't speak. Qin Ling was already dead. The crew member looked at Jiang Yan in terror. Senior, please don't kill me. I didn't do anything. These lower realm beings weren't captured by me. Please spare me. Jiang Yan sneered coldly, do you think I would believe you? A ghostly spear flew over, piercing the crew member's skull and pinning him to the beam of a palace in the sea of clouds. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Jiang Yan had ruthlessly killed 2 crew members with thunderous methods. Everyone aboard the ship, all Blue Star God-gifted individuals, was utterly shocked, their faces filled with a longing for freedom. Jiang Yan did not board the ship but simply curled his finger slightly, and a crimson ghostly hand severed the golden chains around everyone's necks. Thank you, Ghost Immortal, for saving us. I am Dongfang Zhu from the Imperial Capital. Once we leave the Southern Heavenly Star Palace, I will surely repay you generously, someone said excitedly. I am Wang Liang. These celestial beings have taken all our treasures. I can't thank you properly now, but once I leave the Star Palace, I will visit you personally, another person said. Seeing everyone Expressing their gratitude, Jiang Yan raised his hand to stop them. No need for thanks. Find me after you leave the southern heavenly star palace. For now, you should focus on escaping. Jiang Yan said calmly. Ghost immortal, until we meet again. The freed individuals quickly flew away. A girl, in a worn yellow dress, did not leave. She bit her lip, her face full of pain and struggle. Jiang Yan looked at her. Do you have something to say? Huang Yingling mustered her courage and looked up at Jiang Yan. Ghost immortal, this is all a trap. To them, we lower realm beings are nothing but consumables and sacrifices. Jiang Yan's expression remained calm as he replied indifferently, I know. Huang Yingling clenched her fists and said softly, there are still many ships imprisoning lower realm god-gifted individuals. They all belong to the major forces of the eastern state of the celestial domain. Thank you for the information. If there's nothing else, leave quickly. Jiang Yan was already preparing to summon the little nether dragon to destroy the ships. Huang Yingling, however, did not leave. She gently tugged at Jiang Yan's sleeve, her voice soft. Ghost immortal, can you help me save someone? Sigh. Jiang Yan sighed, shaking off her hand and saying indifferently, I don't have time for such matters. Find someone else to help you. Huang Yingling refused to give up and finally revealed her bargaining chip. Ghost immortal, I know the location of a miraculous plant. Jiang Yan's pupils shifted slightly, his crimson eyes fixed on her. You say you know the location of a divine plant? Tell me. You have to promise to help me save someone first, and then I'll tell you, Huang Yingling said, summoning her courage despite the fear in her heart of the infamous ghost immortal. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Fine, I promise to help you save someone. But first, tell me, why are you trembling all over? Huang Yingling trembled like a frightened rabbit. I'm not trembling. You must be mistaken, she said stubbornly. Jiang Yan could see that she was afraid of him, and he was puzzled. After all, he thought he was quite handsome. Why would she be scared? Hide behind me, Jiang Yan said calmly. Huang Yingling froze for a moment. Huh? Before she could react, Jiang Yan had already summoned a colossal dragon that blotted out the sky. The dragon spewed eerie flames interwoven with black and white, instantly reducing the massive ship to ashes. This monster. The rumors were true. The ghost immortal really is a monster. Huang Yingling's eyes trembled slightly, her face full of terror. Jiang Yan's spiritual senses were exceptionally sharp. He turned to glance at Huang Yingling, causing her to scream in fright, though she forced herself to smile at him. Stop pretending to smile. It looks awful, Jiang Yan said with a light laugh. With a wave of his hand, the massive nether dragon instantly shrank to the size of a palm, landing on Jiang Yan's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Huang Yingling felt anything but comfortable, as she had just seen this nether dragon's terrifying, world-destroying form moments ago. Now it appeared obedient and cute, but it was clearly just putting on an act. Chapter 157, The Invincible Little Nether Dragon. Jiang Yan wiped away the remnants of the spaceship in the sky, gently patted the little nether dragon's head, and spoke calmly. Tell me, where is the person you want to save? Do you have a specific location? Yes. Huang Yingling, flustered, conjured a shimmering light in her palm, revealing a star map. These spaceships belong to a faction called the Tsanyun Pavilion. This star map is not only a map of the southern Skystar Palace but also a distribution map of Tsanyun Pavilion's forces. In other words, this star map was a specialized map used by Tsanyun Pavilion within the southern Skystar Palace. I stole this star map, hoping it will be useful to you, Huang Yingling said softly. Jiang Yan smiled. It was like someone handing him an ice-cold soda when he was parched. Before this, he had been wandering aimlessly in the southern Skystar Palace like a headless fly. Now, with the map, his movements would be much more efficient. Moreover, since it was a specialized map of Tsanyun Pavilion, it allowed him to clearly understand their resource layout, giving him more room to maneuver. These small light points represent the spaceships. The person you want to save is on one of these points, Jiang Yan said, staring at the star map. He noticed the light point representing his current location dimmed, and from the spaceship he had just destroyed, he deduced that these light points were scattered and heading in different directions. It seemed they were transporting these lower realm god-bestowed individuals as slaves to various industries. Some were sent to spirit mines as miners, others to alchemy workshops as ingredients, and still others to plantations to pick cotton. Jiang Yan put away the star map, his expression calm. Consider the star map as payment for me saving you earlier. All right, Huang Yingling replied, not daring to say more. The person you want to save, what direction is their spaceship heading? Jiang Yan asked. Huang Yingling, who had also been studying the star map earlier, replied firmly, to the alchemy workshop in the southeast. Good. Stay close to me, Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. I'll take you to kill people. Huang Yingling shuddered, her face turning pale. Aren't we going to save people? Jiang Yan laughed heartily. Before saving people, of course, we have to kill people first. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, speeding toward the southeast. Wait for me. Huang Yingling called out, chasing after him. Southern Sky Star Palace, Sanyun Pavilion. A man dressed in a gold and white robe opened his eyes, a flash of golden light glinting in them. His sharp gaze fixed on the star map in the starry sky, his expression dark. The celestial arc has been attacked by an enemy, he said coldly. With a wave of his hand, the starry sky before him transformed into several projections. He spoke in a frosty tone, increased security. Someone is targeting our Sangyun Pavilion. A slightly plump projection chuckled. Rest assured, Pavilion Master. It's just one celestial arc that was sunk. I'll dispatch elite disciples from the inner sect to guard it. There won't be any more trouble. A seductive projection let out a soft laugh. Inner sect disciples? What good are they? I think elders should be sent to guard it. Otherwise, they'll just die one by one. The plump projection retorted coldly, the elders of the pavilion are responsible for guarding the spirit, minds and spirit veins. If they are sent out recklessly and something happens to the minds, who will take responsibility? The seductive projection laughed even more alluringly. I wouldn't know about that. But I did see in the Tongtian realm that the young man killed 2 of our inner sect disciples. With ease. She giggled. That young man is a prominent figure in the lower realm, known as the Ghost Immortal. He won't be easy to deal with. Ghost Immortal, the Sanyun Pavilion Master murmured, a cold smile forming on his lips. As Elder Lu suggested, send a few outer sect elders to suppress him. Understood, Pavilion Master. I'll make the arrangements immediately, the seductive projection replied before dissipating. The plump projection snorted. Pavilion Master, if that young man is truly so difficult to deal with, I am willing to personally take action and eliminate him. The Master of Sanyun Pavilion tapped the table lightly and said indifferently, you should go too. The prominent figures of the lower realm are often no less impressive than the prodigies of Dongzhou. Yes, Master. The slightly plumped shadow dissipated and disappeared. Bang! The Master of Sanyun Pavilion suddenly slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it instantly. Sanyun Pavilion was nearly a third-rate sect in Dongzhou, and its master was only a peak 5th-tier cultivator, not even ranking in the top 100 of Dongzhou. He could only occupy a small territory in the southern Star Palace, deceiving lower realm cultivators into coming as cannon fodder to extract resources and industries for the sect. I hope this ghostly immortal isn't one of those uncontrollable monsters, the Master of Sanyun Pavilion said through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan and Huang Yingling had been traversing the sea of clouds for quite some time and finally spotted the massive spaceship. This is the one, Jiang Yan said. His spiritual overflow state had ended, and now he appeared no different from a first-tier 4th-level divine bestower. Seeing the little nether dragon on Jiang Yan's shoulder take flight, Huang Yingling quickly grabbed his sleeve and whispered, let's save the people first. Your black dragon is too terrifying. I'm afraid it might accidentally hurt someone. Jiang Yan chuckled, don't worry, the little nether dragon knows its limits. The little nether dragon, hearing Huang Yingling's words, glared at her in displeasure and deliberately spewed out nether fire to intimidate her. Huang Yingling was indeed frightened, quickly hiding behind Jiang Yan and not daring to speak further. Humph. Seeing Huang Yingling scared, the little nether dragon proudly raised its head and then soared into the sky. It rapidly grew larger in mid-air, its speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! A massive nether dragon that blotted out the sky suddenly appeared, causing the faces of everyone on the spaceship to change drastically in fear. Target spotted. This is the demon dragon that shot down the northwest heavenly dome sacred arc. The cultivators of Sanyun Pavilion aboard the spaceship immediately entered combat mode. The inner disciples are here, someone shouted. Soon, 2 men in luxurious robes slowly emerged. One of them coldly stared at the enormous nether dragon and sneered disdainfully, just a beast, and you're all this nervous. As soon as he finished speaking, he wielded his spiritual sword, its light dazzling and speed astonishing. instantly aiming for the little nether dragon's vital spot. His aura was also revealed, 4th tier. 3rd level. Boom! With a loud crash, the man in the luxurious robe was sent flying back like a missile, smashing into the spaceship and creating a large hole. He struggled to get up, then flew away without looking back, leaving only one sentence: "Can't beat it, retreat quickly." The remaining inner disciples of Sinyun Pavilion hesitated for a moment before hurriedly abandoning the spaceship and fleeing, leaving only a few crew members staring at each other in shock. "It's over. We're done for," one crew member said numbly. Faced with the nether dragon that blotted out the sky, they felt only despair. At that moment, laughter echoed through the sea of clouds. "With this old man here, you have nothing to fear." An elder holding a horsetail whisk appeared. He was a 1st tier 5th level spirit sovereign. He stared at the giant dragon, his expression changing. "Wretched beast, submit to justice." He swung his whisk, moving at supersonic speed, and instantly charged at the nether dragon. Boom! The elder was similarly sent flying back, smashing into the spaceship and creating a deep pit. His clothes were tattered, and his face turned grim. "Better a dead ally than a dead self. I'm retreating first." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and fled without looking back. Only 2 crew members remained standing in a daze, their eyes filled with numbness. Chapter 158. Fallen God Mountain sunlight was blocked by the nether dragon's massive wings, plunging the heavenly dome's sacred arc into darkness, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. Not only were the 2 crew members on the spaceship terrified, but the imprisoned Blue Star Divine Bestowers were also scared out of their wits, their fear penetrating to the bone. Some even contemplated suicide. "If I'd known I'd encounter such a monster, I'd rather have died. It's better than being swallowed by this demon dragon. Compared to being swallowed by the demon dragon and dissolved by stomach acid, I'd rather be taken as a slave by these upper realm cultivators." Faced with the nether dragon, the Blue Star Divine Bestowers actually found the prospect of slavery more bearable. If Jiang Yan knew their true thoughts, he would undoubtedly turn around and leave without helping them at all. At this moment, a seemingly innocent girl pointed at the nether dragon and shouted, "Look, there seems to be someone on the demon dragon's head." "Oh my, there really is someone. Is this demonic dragon actually a cultivator's mount? Are the people from the upper realm truly immortals?" The 2 crew members kept silent, not daring to speak the truth. They couldn't reveal that this massive demonic dragon, which blotted out the sky, was not from the upper realm but had come from the lower realm to rescue them. One of the crew members took a deep breath, flew into the air, and respectfully cupped his hands toward Jiang Yan. "Senior, we do not know how we have offended you. Please enlighten us." Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smile. "Offended? How could you exalted celestial beings possibly offend an ordinary person like me from the lower realm?" The crew member immediately broke into a cold sweat, his face turning pale. "Senior, you misunderstand. Although we are celestial beings, we only wish to maintain good relations with friends from the lower realm and mean no harm." Hearing these high-sounding words, Jiang Yan lost his patience and snapped his fingers. A ghostly flame ignited on the crew member's body. Before he could even cry out, the flame erupted, reducing him to ashes in an instant. The remaining crew members on the ship trembled in fear. "Don't kill me. I was just following sect orders. Please spare me." Jiang Yan sneered. "You're mistaken. Not only will I kill you, but I will also destroy your sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson domain appeared above his head. A ghostly hand reached out and instantly crushed the crew member. Blood splattered everywhere, staining many of the imprisoned God-bestowed individuals. "Ah!" One of the God-bestowed fainted in terror, his face pale. "What kind of monster is this? Just kill me already." Jiang Yan's divine sense was incredibly sharp, and he could clearly hear the fear of the God-bestowed individuals on the ship. He wondered in confusion, the evildoers have been eliminated, so why are they still so afraid? Huang Yingling ran out from behind Jiang Yan, shouting joyfully, "Menjing!" On the ship, a girl named Chen Menjing looked up abruptly upon hearing the voice and saw Huang Yingling flying toward her. "Yingling, why are you here?" "Chen." Menjing's voice trembled. Huang Yingling's eyes glistened with tears as she smiled. "I came to save you. This is the ghost immortal, senior ghost." Jiang Yan, with his hands behind his back, appeared on the ship like a phantom. The crowd immediately fell silent, and the entire ship was enveloped in a deathly stillness. "Ghost immortal?" Chen Menjing softly repeated the name, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. the legendary god of slaughter. From Jiangchang, god of slaughter? Hearing this title, Jiang Yan's brows furrowed slightly. Why had this title been pinned on him again? Shoo! Stop talking, Huang Yingling quickly interrupted Chen Menjing, fearing that Jiang Yan might develop a murderous intent and eliminate them as well. Chen Menjing quickly shut her mouth but couldn't help sneaking glances at Jiang Yan from time to time. Someone in the crowd recognized Jiang Yan. It's the ghost immortal. No wonder his methods are so ruthless. He truly lives up to his name. That's right. I've heard that when the ghost immortal strikes, there's nothing left, not even bones. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Jiang Yan's lips twitched. He suddenly felt a bit reluctant to save these people. Oh well, he thought, his kind heart wouldn't allow him to abandon them. He waved his ghostly hand, swiftly severing the golden patterned collars around everyone's necks. In a cold voice, he said, "You are free now. If you want to live, leave the southern celestial star palace immediately." "Thank you, Ghost Taoist, for saving our lives," one person spoke up first, and the other rescued individuals quickly followed suit, expressing their gratitude. Jiang Yan ignored them, his crimson eyes faintly landing on Huang Yingling. In a ghostly tone, he said, "The person you wanted to save has been rescued. Now tell me the location of the divine plant." Huang Yingling shrank her neck, her eyes filled with reverence. Are you really going? The place is heavily guarded and shrouded in divine lightning." Jiang Yan sneered. There was no way a sixth-tier spirit saint would appear in the southern celestial star palace. With his current strength, he was invincible there and could walk through it unchallenged. "Just give me the coordinates of the divine plant. I'll judge the danger for myself." Jiang Yan summoned a star map and flew it in front of Huang Yingling. "All right, but be careful." Huang Yingling raised her finger and pointed to a spot on the star map. Jiang Yan took the star map, his gaze calm as he looked at the marked location. Fallen God Mountain. He didn't linger any longer, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he flew toward Fallen God Mountain. On the spaceship, Huang Yingling watched Jiang Yan's figure disappear into the distance and smiled faintly. "Safe travels," she murmured. Chen Menjing pinched Huang Yingling's nose teasingly and said, "You're staring so intently, don't tell me you've fallen for that ghost immortal?" Huang Yingling hastily denied it. "Of course not." Amid the vast, boundless clouds, Jiang Yan sped forward. As he saw the distance to Fallen God Mountain shrinking on the star map, he didn't rush in directly but instead stopped to rest briefly at a nearby cloud palace. Though he believed himself invincible within the southern sky star palace, Jiang Yan was not reckless. A place as important as the site of the divine plant's cultivation was sure to be guarded by the strongest defenders, far beyond the level of those third-tier grunts he had encountered before. He summoned 3 formation compasses and took a large swig of spirit wine. After some time adjusting, the overflowing spiritual energy within him had stabilized, and his strength was now firmly at the 4th tier, 3rd level. "As expected, the higher you go, the harder it gets," he sighed. Ever since his rebirth as a member of the spirit race, he had been absorbing spiritual energy every moment, his strength steadily increasing. At the 3rd tier, he could have reached the 7th or even 10th level. But now, as a 4th-tier martial king, advancing even a single minor level required thousands of times more spiritual energy, a staggering challenge. "Cultivation is truly harder than ascending to the heavens," Jiang Yan lamented. He toyed with the white jade wine flask in his hand and muttered, "The spiritual energy in this wine is no longer sufficient. I need to find a way to improve its quality." Stowing the flask away, Jiang Yan stretched lazily and sped off toward Fallen God Mountain. Southern Sky Star Palace, Fallen God Mountain. "It's you! Get in there!" A man in a Sanyun pavilion robe roared angrily. "Please, don't make me go in. I'll die. I'll really die." The man kneeling on the ground kowtowed repeatedly, his forehead bleeding profusely, the wound so deep that bone was visible. But the man in the Sanyun pavilion robe showed no mercy, wielding a divine whip and lashing it down fiercely. "Don't want to go in? Then die right here for me." Crack, the divine whip struck the man's body, producing a crisp sound. The area where the whip landed began to rot, faint traces of divine lightning flickering. "Ah, kill me! Just kill me already!" The man screamed in agony, his cries bordering on madness. The onlookers trembled in fear, no longer daring to resist. "Let me tell you, lowly creatures. From the lower realms, this divine whip strikes at your very soul. Anyone who dares disobey will taste its power." The inner disciple of Sanyun Pavilion sneered coldly. "You, get in there." Having witnessed the fate of the previous victim, the person called out didn't dare resist. Resigned to death, they walked toward the area where the divine plant was located. Buzz, 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 the moment they stepped into the divine plant's range, divine lightning enveloped them. Before they could even scream, the lightning obliterated their soul entirely. TCH, next, the Tsanyun Pavilion disciple said lazily. This divine plant needs the lives of you lower realm trash to mature. You should feel honored to sacrifice yourselves for Tsanyun Pavilion. The blue star God-blessed individuals who had been captured trembled all over. They wanted to escape, to resist, but the sight of the divine whip in the disciples' hand filled them with dread. The pain inflicted by the divine whip far surpassed the annihilation of the soul. It was a torment worse than death. The soul would endure countless agonies before finally being destroyed. Crack, seeing no one step forward, the Tsanyun Pavilion inner disciple raised the divine whip again, his gaze icy. Who's next? Step into the lightning domain willingly, or I'll make you. A girl covered in wounds, tears streaming down her face, staggered forward. She wept as she took one step after another into the divine plant's range. As before, divine lightning surrounded her. In her despair, she was struck by the lightning, her soul gradually dissipating. Hurry up! If all of you drag your feet like this, when will the divine plant mature? When will Tsanyun Pavilion finally be able to harvest it? You lowly creatures, using your lives to hasten the divine plant's growth is your rightful fate. Don't act so ungrateful, another female disciple sneered. In the eyes of the celestial beings from the upper realms, the lives of the blue star humans were worth less than ants. To them, these were cheap lives. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, standing before the crowd. Several inner disciples of the Tsanyun Pavilion noticed the newcomer and immediately gripped their divine whips, entering a state of alert. Who are you? What are you doing on our Tsanyun Pavilion's territory? Surrounded by the group, Zhang Yan remained unperturbed, glancing around. Tsanyun Pavilion's territory, seems I didn't take a wrong turn. This is the place. Zhang Yan smiled faintly. Don't misunderstand, everyone. I'm not here to cause trouble. The disciples of Tsanyun Pavilion sneered. We're not someone you can afford to provoke, and you wouldn't dare. I just want to ask 2 questions, Zhang Yan said with a smile. You're a lowly being from the lower realm. Fine, your questions can wait until after you're dead. See that golden divine plant over there? Go pick it now, one disciple commanded. Zhang Yan chuckled. Why the rush? Let me finish asking my questions first. After all, no one here will be leaving. At his words, the group exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, are you insane? You're just a 4th tier, 3rd level weakling, and you dare put on airs in front of us? Even our weakest 6th junior sister is 4th tier, 5th level, far stronger than you. Zhang Yan calmly waited for them to finish laughing, his smile still gentle. Had enough laughing? Then I'll start asking. First question, what do you see human lives as? He asked lightly, his tone devoid of emotion. Without waiting for an answer, Zhang Yan continued. Second question, are you afraid of death? The 2 questions hung in the air as the disciples of Tsanyun Pavilion looked at each other in confusion. Is this guy an idiot? Isn't the answer obvious? The lives of lower realm humans? What kind of lives are those? They're just a bunch of monkeys that happen to look like us, ha. Before the words were finished, the speaker suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Instinctively reaching up, he found his hand covered in blood. His head abruptly fell from his neck, and blood spurted out in a torrent. The bizarre scene turned the faces of the remaining disciples deathly pale. Say, Second's senior brother. Second's senior brother is dead? Zhang Yan still wore a smile as he looked at the group. I wasn't satisfied with his answer, so he died. Now it's your turn. Die, one disciple roared in fury, swinging his divine whip. Before the whip could even touch Zhang Yan, the hand holding it was suddenly severed, falling to the ground. The intense pain made him scream in agony. Ah! My hand! Ah! 3rd senior brother. 6th junior sister's face turned ashen with fear, her eyes filled with terror as if she were facing a demon from hell. Why are you doing this? She mustered the courage to ask. Zhang Yan's smile remained gentle. Isn't the answer obvious? His crimson eyes reflected their pale faces. In my eyes, your lives don't count as lives at all. Hearing this, the disciples' pupils contracted. The words they had used to mock the lower realm humans now echoed back at them. No, it's different. We are celestials. 6th junior sister screamed hysterically. Jiang Yan shook his head. It's all the same. You will die, and you fear death. To me, there's no difference. He spoke calmly. I can give you a chance to live. Really? The disciple's eyes lit up with hope. Jiang Yan smiled sincerely. Of course. I never lie to you. He pointed to the divine plant glowing with golden light in the distance. Go pick the divine plant for me, and I'll spare your lives. Pick the divine plant. No way, we'll die. Sixth junior sister's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. Die? Ha? That's really troublesome. Jiang Yan stroked his chin, pretending to think. But I can't think of another way. You'll just have to take the gamble. To the disciples of Sangyun Pavilion, his smile was like that of a devil. One disciple, unwilling to face death, suddenly charged at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan shook his head. Defying me will only lead to a worse death. Asterisk SHHHK. SHHHK. SHHHK, asterisk ah. Several chains pierced through the disciple's body, pinning him in midair. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and a black mist spread behind him, cold and filled with the aura of death. Several vengeful spirits emerged, their eerie laughter echoing as they all dove into the pinned disciple's body. No! Ah! His eyes began to bleed. His internal organs were torn apart bit by bit, yet he remained alive, nailed in midair by chains, struggling but unable to move, a fate worse than death. Jiang Yan smiled coldly as he looked at several disciples of the Sangyun Pavilion. If you don't pick the divine plant for me, this will be your end. The disciples of the Sangyun Pavilion, tormented by vengeful spirits to the point of wishing for death, let out piercing, despairing screams. Yet they remained alive, a sight that sent chills down the spine. The remaining disciples were so terrified they burst into tears, their bodies trembling as despair surged from the depths of their hearts. Jiang Yan observed their hopeless expressions with a smile, glancing at his signal-less phone. Time is running out. Help me pick the divine herb and fight to survive, or be killed by my vengeful spirits. The choice is yours. Jiang Yan put away his phone, slid his hands into his pockets, and smiled gently yet coldly. Sixth junior sister. Senior brother, I'd rather be struck to pieces by divine lightning than end up like ninth junior brother. The sixth junior sister was referring to the ninth junior brother, who was pierced by chains and tormented by vengeful spirits, suffering a fate worse than death. Aha! The ninth junior brother of the Sangyun Pavilion let out a blood-curdling scream, his soul enduring unbearable torment, wishing only for death. Save me. Senior brother. Second senior brother, save me. His eyes had been gouged out by the vengeful spirits, leaving only two hollow sockets, which eerily gazed at the remaining disciples of the Sangyun Pavilion. The sixth junior sister was so frightened by the scene that her face turned pale, devoid of any color. Unable to hesitate any longer, she walked straight toward the area of the divine plant. Zzzzz. As she approached the divine plant, flashes of divine lightning began to flicker around her. Just as she bent down, boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of divine lightning erupted, instantly vaporizing the sixth junior sister of the Sangyun Pavilion. Sixth junior sister. A trembling voice came from an inner disciple, who could only watch helplessly as the girl he liked turned to ashes. Previously, they had treated the people of Blue Star as insignificant insects, torturing them for amusement. Now, the roles were reversed, and these once lofty celestial beings had become lambs to the slaughter, powerless to resist. Is this karma? The first senior brother of the Sangyun Pavilion let out a bitter laugh. It seems we won't make it out alive today. With heavy steps, he walked toward the divine plant. Boom! A bolt of divine lightning erupted, instantly shattering the first senior brother's divine soul. The remaining disciples of the Sangyun Pavilion were utterly hopeless, each walking toward their deaths, just as they had once forced the people of Blue Star to pick the divine herbs, only to be struck down by divine lightning. In less than an hour, over 100 disciples of the Sangyun Pavilion who had been guarding the fallen god mountain were reduced to just a dozen survivors. Jiang Yan yawned. Hurry up. If I don't see the divine plant in 1 minute, your fate will be the same as that of ninth junior brother. The ninth junior brother he referred to had already been tormented by vengeful spirits to the point of being unrecognizable, reduced to bare bones, yet still alive. Such was the terror of the vengeful spirits. His jawbones still trembled. Just as the next disciple of the Sangyun Pavilion was about to step into the area of the divine plant, a thunderous roar echoed. Stop! Boom! The sky changed dramatically, dark clouds. Pressing down as a figure with an immortal aura appeared. It's the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is here. We're saved. The disciples of the Tsanyun Pavilion, upon seeing the Grand Elder, burst into tears of joy. Some even pointed at Jiang Yan and cursed, "You lowly mortal from the lower realm. You're finished. When the Grand Elder suppresses you, we'll make you wish for death." Jiang Yan lazily glanced at the towering figure in the sky and couldn't help but click his tongue. Another one courting death. With a wave of his hand, the Netherworld Ghost Cauldron appeared. Ghost Cauldron. Suppress him for me. The Netherworld Ghost Cauldron flew into the sky, instantly enlarging, and slammed toward the immortal-like Grand Elder. "Humph. Little brat, showing off your petty tricks." The Grand Elder of the Tsanyun Pavilion waved his sleeve, and a massive bronze cauldron flew out to collide with the Netherworld Ghost Cauldron. The Grand Elder smiled. "This bronze cauldron of mine is a top-grade treasure. How dare your broken cauldron?" Before he could finish his sentence, cracks began to appear on the bronze cauldron. The Grand Elder cried out in shock, "My bronze cauldron!" Boom! The bronze cauldron instantly shattered. The Netherworld Ghost Cauldron distorted the space around the Grand Elder, suddenly suppressing him. What level of artifact is this? The Grand Elder resisted with spiritual power, his expression grim. The disciples of Tsanyun Pavilion, who had just rekindled their hope, fell into deeper despair upon seeing the Grand Elder unable to match Jiang Yan. They collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? Even the Grand Elder isn't his opponent. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "Let me send you on your way, old man." He unleashed his ghost hand, which appeared suddenly from below while the Grand Elder was resisting the suppression of the Netherworld Ghost Cauldron, tightly grabbing him. No, no! The Grand Elder, bound by the ghost hand, could no longer use his spiritual power to resist the cauldron above him. Boom! With a deafening crash, the cauldron smashed down, reducing the Grand Elder to a mist of blood. Jiang Yan retrieved the cauldron, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground, with no trace of the Grand Elder's figure. "Who just said they'd make me wish for death? Step forward." Jiang Yan smiled as he looked at the remaining disciples of Tsanyun Pavilion. One of the cultivators trembled uncontrollably, Jiang Yan's blood-red eyes locking onto him without blinking. Suddenly, several vengeful spirits burrowed into his body. No! Jiang Yan clapped his hands, feeling a bit bored. The so-called gods in the heavens are nothing but a bunch of weaklings. He slowly walked past the collapsed disciples of Tsanyun Pavilion. Buzz! Several invisible slashes flashed by, and as Jiang Yan reached the divine plant, the heads of the Tsanyun Pavilion disciples slowly fell to the ground. Chapter 161, The Divine Plant. Secured, ****, Jiang Yan stood at the edge of the divine plant's thunder domain, coldly gazing at the divine lightning before him. This lightning is quite formidable, almost on par with my Nine Netherworld lightning. After some thought, Jiang Yan decided to use the Yin lightning as a protective shield and braced himself to pluck the divine plant. As he stepped into the thunder domain, he was immediately surrounded by the electric light of the divine lightning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A shield formed by the Yin lightning enveloped Jiang Yan's body. Boom! As he ventured deeper, the divine lightning struck fiercely. The Yin lightning shield began to waver. The power of the divine lightning was indeed terrifying. But it couldn't stop Jiang Yan's advance. He activated the primal breathing technique, desperately reinforcing the Yin lightning shield. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The spiritual power consumption was immense, and Jiang Yan pushed the primal breathing technique to its limit, continuously forming shields. As he delved deeper, the frequency of the lightning strikes increased, repeatedly shattering the shields. Jiang Yan's spiritual power was depleting rapidly, and despite his best efforts, his recovery couldn't keep up with the consumption. This can't drag on. Jiang Yan summoned the immovable king formation compass, setting up a formation beneath his feet to buy himself a moment's respite. Using this brief time, Jiang Yan managed to form 2 more layers of Yin lightning shields. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Yan was now close to the divine plant, and the divine lightning strikes became even more relentless, shattering the shields instantly. As he bent down, the Yin lightning shields completely dissipated, leaving him unable to form new ones. Seeing another divine lightning strike about to descend, Jiang Yan gritted his teeth. Bronze furnace cauldron. He summoned the supreme treasure gifted by Dugu Huan, which held off the lightning for a few seconds. As Jiang Yan desperately pulled at the divine plant, the divine lightning suddenly grew more violent. The bronze furnace cauldron lasted only 2 seconds before shattering. A supreme treasure, gone just like that. Jiang Yan had no time to mourn and immediately summoned another supreme treasure. Little turtle. An ancient turtle shell flew out, shielding Jiang Yan. Boom, boom, boom. The divine lightning furiously bombarded the rune shield formed by the turtle shell. As expected of a defensive treasure, it can hold out for a while. Jiang Yan focused on plucking the divine plant. The divine plant was like a mountain, no matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge. Jiang Yan poured all his spiritual power into it and gave a fierce tug. Finally, it loosened slightly. Overjoyed, Jiang Yan quickly summoned a white jade wine jug and gulped down the spiritual wine. He felt a surge of strength. He exerted himself again, and the divine plant moved a bit more. Boom, 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 boom. The divine lightning seemed to sense that the divine plant was about to be uprooted and became even more frenzied. The little turtle's shield was on the verge of collapse, starting to shake. Little turtle, hold on. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and pulled with all his might. Crack! The shield began to fracture. Having already lost the bronze furnace cauldron, Jiang Yan was unwilling to lose the little turtle as well. He quickly retracted it and replaced it with the Netherworld Ghost Cauldron. Ghost Cauldron, hold out for 10 seconds. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, fully focused on uprooting the divine plant. The divine plant seemed to come alive, releasing powerful spiritual energy and resistance. Damn it, you're just a divine plant. Can't you behave and let me pick you? Jiang Yan shouted anxiously. Dark gold divine armor. His spiritual energy surged, and his strength rose to a new level. This time, the soil where the divine plant was rooted began to loosen. With a pop sound, Jiang Yan finally pulled the divine plant out. The Nether Void Ghost Cauldron also reached its limit and returned to the 10 Directions Ghost token. With the divine plant in hand, Jiang Yan was overjoyed and quickly dashed out of the Thunder Domain. However, the Thunder Domain clearly had no intention of letting him leave. Divine Thunder transformed into a cage, blocking Jiang Yan's escape route. Boom! 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 3 giants formed from Divine Thunder appeared, charging fiercely at Jiang Yan. He stored the divine plant in the 10 Directions Ghost token and summoned the Rakshasa Ghost Scythe to fend them off, instantly slashing one giant apart. But the giant's wounds healed rapidly, and it charged at him again. This is endless, Jiang Yan muttered, shaking his head as a trace of red light flashed in his eyes. Red paper umbrella. A crimson glow appeared in his palm, and a strange, ominous red umbrella materialized in his hand. Mirror flower, water moon. This technique not only allowed Jiang Yan to counterattack but also let him briefly enter a void state, making him untouchable and untraceable. He transformed into countless crimson petals, carried by the breeze out of the Thunder Domain. Amid the petals, Jiang Yan's body reformed, though he was clearly exhausted, his face pale. This divine plant was really hard to pick. But fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Although he had lost the immovable Ming King formation and the bronze cauldron, Jiang Yan smiled and chided, this divine plant better be worth more than the bronze cauldron, or I'll have taken a huge loss. Just then, the heavens and earth underwent a dramatic change. A rift tore through the sky, and the primordial sound echoed across Fallen God Mountain. Young one, you slaughtered my Sangyun Pavilion disciples, killed my elders, and even dared to steal our divine plant. What punishment do you think you deserve? Rumble. A massive golden hand appeared, carrying a middle-aged man in luxurious robes. The man glared coldly at Jiang Yan, his voice booming and shaking everyone to their core. Young one, hand over the divine plant, and I promise you a swift death. Jiang Yan was in a dire situation. Facing a 5th-tier spirit sovereign, he would struggle to hold his ground. You old bastard, hiding until I picked the divine plant before showing up, Jiang Yan sneered. How despicable. The Sangyun Pavilion master laughed heartily. Youngster, I've lost quite a few disciples under my command, and I was in a foul mood. But your success in picking the divine plant has cheered me up considerably. You must know, this divine plant has been in Fallen God Mountain for nearly 100 years, claiming countless lives. Even I couldn't pick it, yet you, a mere youngster, managed to take it. With his hands behind his back, the Sangyun Pavilion master's eyes gleamed with greed as he stared at Jiang Yan. This is a great fortune for my Sangyun Pavilion. Hand over the divine plant obediently, and I'll spare your life. Jiang Yan sneered coldly. You'd better prepare your coffin first. The Sangyun Pavilion master still wore a smile. Young one, you truly don't know your place. killing 2 of my mediocre elders. Do you really think you can contend with me? He extended his hand, and Jiang Yan was immediately pinned in midair, his heart gripped tightly by an invisible force. With a pop, Jiang Yan's heart was crushed by the invisible hand. Chapter 162. Mastering the Laws of Thunder. Mirror Flower, Watermoon, Jiang Yan said calmly. His figure flickered and vanished, reappearing 100 miles away. I've got the divine plant, I can't afford more trouble. Using the power of the red paper umbrella twice in one day had pushed his body to its limits. He donned the concealing spirit cloak to mask his aura and began weaving through the dense clouds. Back on Fallen God Mountain, the Tsangyun Pavilion. Master's face darkened as he stared at his empty, clenched right hand, the dissipating light within it. You can't escape. His eyes turned icy as he produced a token, which flew into the sky and erupted with dazzling light, dispersing the clouds for miles. All Tsangyun Pavilion cultivators, here. My command, hunt this man down. His voice was like a great bell, echoing across the vast expanse of the southern Skystar Palace. It was a kill order, with Jiang Yan's figure projected on the token. Jiang Yan, who was traversing through the mist, heard the deafening primordial sound. He looked up. At the kill order in the sky, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. Tsangyun Pavilion will have plenty to settle in the future. He activated the primal breathing technique, quickened his pace, and followed the guidance of the star map. Soon, he found an uninhabited floating island far from the Fallen God Mountain. Jiang Yan entered the deserted island but did not immediately remove his concealing spirit cloak. Instead, he cautiously used his divine sense to investigate. After confirming it was safe, he set up the blood demon's soul-devouring array on the island before revealing his true form. With the array shielding the island, even if discovered, it could delay the enemy long enough to give him a chance to escape using the 1,000-mile void escape array. The pavilion master of Tsangyun Pavilion was at the peak of the 5th tier, already half a step into the 6th tier spirit Saint realm. If Jiang Yan were at his peak, he could fight him, but the immense energy consumption from harvesting the divine plant had nearly drained his spiritual power, leaving him no choice but to avoid battle. Entering a cave, Jiang Yan sat cross-legged on a stone slab and began operating the primal breathing technique to recover his vitality. No wonder this divine plant had been discovered for nearly a century without anyone being able to harvest it. Even with all my protective treasures, without the red paper umbrella, I'd likely have died in the Thunder Domain. The divine plant he had obtained at great cost could not be allowed to disappoint him. Jiang Yan operated the primal breathing technique for 2 full hours. His spiritual power gradually stabilized, and he slowly opened his scarlet eyes, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The 10 Directions Ghost Token flashed with red light, and a golden plant radiating dazzling brilliance floated before Jiang Yan. The divine plant crackled with lightning all around, its shape resembling a bolt of lightning, exuding powerful thunder elemental energy. Grown in the Thunder Domain? Could it be a thunder attribute? Divine plant? A trace of surprise flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. No, I almost got it wrong. It wasn't born in the Thunder Domain, it created the Thunder Domain. Using his divine sense to probe the divine plant, he immediately felt an incomparably powerful divine thunder energy, hundreds of times purer than the lightning in the Thunder Domain. In thunder. Jiang Yan attempted to suppress the divine thunder energy of the plant with in thunder. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The divine plant floated in the air, releasing divine thunder to resist Jiang Yan's in thunder, which seemed to be at a disadvantage. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his heart filled with joy. It was indeed a divine plant. If he could devour this thunder attribute divine plant and absorb all its medicinal properties, he would surely gain even greater mastery over the power of thunder. Without hesitation, he stopped using in thunder to counter it. Reaching out, he grabbed the divine plant and stuffed it into his mouth without a second thought. The divine plant seemed unprepared for Jiang Yan's actions and immediately erupted with even more terrifying divine thunder energy in his mouth, shocking Jiang Yan into howls of pain. Even so, he gritted his teeth, clamped his hands tightly over his mouth, and refused to let the divine plant escape. Boom! 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 One divine thunderbolt after another struck Jiang Yan, causing him to cry out in pain as he ran around in circles. Moom! He desperately swallowed the pain. The divine thunder energy from the plant erupted, entering his body and violently assaulting his internal organs. Aha! Jiang Yan rolled on the ground in agony. The divine thunder energy wrapped around his entire body from the inside out, forming a cage of lightning that continuously struck him. No one knew how much time had passed before Jiang Yan lay limp on the ground, motionless as if dead. Occasionally, a divine thunderbolt would erupt from his body, causing him to tremble all over. Jiang Yan's mouth hung open, black smoke constantly wafting out. The divine plant tastes good, he muttered incoherently, his mind muddled from the lightning strikes. Boom! A divine thunderbolt struck, causing Jiang Yan's body to jolt. Tastes good. Boom! Boom! 2 more divine thunderbolts struck in quick succession, leaving Jiang Yan charred and trembling uncontrollably. No, not good. He finally regained some clarity and dared not say the divine plant tasted good anymore. Sure enough, the lightning temporarily ceased, but as if offended, 3 consecutive divine thunderbolts struck him. Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. What the hell? I get struck no matter what I say. Boom! 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 3 divine lightning bolts struck him, and Jiang Yan rolled his eyes, stuck out his tongue, and pretended to be dead. The divine plant possessed divinity and was naturally difficult to deal with. It gathered a terrifying ball of lightning above Jiang Yan's head, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Feeling the threat, Jiang Yan was scared out of his wits. He no longer dared to play dead, quickly scrambling up from the ground and fleeing out of the cave. The lightning relentlessly pursued him, continuously firing beams of lightning to chase him down. Jiang Yan was on the verge of tears. If he had known the divine plant had sentience, he would never have brought trouble upon himself by trying to devour it alive. Enough! My stomach still hurts. Even if I ate you, I wouldn't be able to digest you. Jiang Yan muttered while clutching his stomach, cursing at the lightning chasing him. And so, day after day, month after month, Jiang Yan was pursued and struck by the lightning for an entire month. Haha, it's finally over. Outside the cave, Jiang Yan was charred black. From head to toe, his hair a chaotic mess like an explosion. He grinned, revealing a set of dazzlingly white teeth. Ha ha ha, I survived. Ha ha ha. He kept laughing foolishly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. After absorbing the divine plant's medicinal properties for a full month, he tried clenching his fist, and divine lightning coursed through his palm. This was the power of the origin of the Thunder Tao. Jiang Yan casually waved his hand, and a palm-sized bolt of lightning erupted, instantly reducing a massive mountain to rubble. The origin of the Thunder Tao had fused with the Nine Netherworld Lightning, upgrading it to Nine Netherworld Lightning 2.0. The Yin Lightning now contained divine thunder, its power multiplied several times over. After a month of cultivation, Jiang Yan's strength had reached the 4th tier, 7th level. He restrained his smile, snapped his fingers, and his previously dirty and disheveled face returned to its original appearance. His tattered black gold battle robe was also restored to its former glory. His crimson eyes sparkled with divine lightning. San Yun Pavilion, here I come. Chapter 163, Thunderous Retribution. In the Southern Sky Star Palace, San Yun Pavilion. Master Pavilion Lord, we were unable to locate that person, a cautious elder reported. Master Pavilion Lord, the Southern Sky Star Palace is too vast, and that person is skilled at hiding. We couldn't find any trace of him. Senior Pavilion Lord, we couldn't find that handsome young man either, another elder added. Faced with the incompetence of the elders, the Pavilion Lord of San Yun Pavilion's expression darkened. I gave you a month, and you couldn't even capture a mere 4th-tier nobody, he said coldly. Seal off all teleportation arrays leaving the Southern Sky Star Palace. No one is allowed in or out. Yes, Master Pavilion Lord. The elders transformed into streaks of light, flying toward the various teleportation arrays. The Pavilion Lord of San Yun Pavilion sneered. Boy, you can't escape. Even if you've absorbed the divine plant's medicinal properties, once I catch you, I'll extract your soul and drain every last bit of that power. Boom! At that moment, deafening thunder roared in the Southern Sky Star Palace. Even though it was daytime, the thunder was so shocking, it seemed to herald the birth of a new king. On a deserted island, Jiang Yan soared into the sky, overlooking the world below. His black hair billowed, his black gold patterned battle robe fluttered, and black divine lightning surrounded him. In his palm, a law of lightning condensed. His eyes glimmered with amusement as his divine sense locked onto Fallen God Mountain. Although the sea of clouds and mist could block divine senses, Jiang Yan had absorbed the divine essence of the innate divine plant, greatly enhancing his divine sense, allowing him to bypass such obstacles. After a month, over 100 San Yun Pavilion cultivators had stationed themselves on Fallen God Mountain. They looked up in confusion at the gathering dark clouds overhead. Strange, is it going to rain? One cultivator frowned. This doesn't look like rain. It seems more Like thunder. But how could there be thunder during the day? Another cultivator muttered. Before they could react, a terrifying beam of lightning shot toward Fallen God Mountain. Boom! A black thunderbolt imbued with the laws of the Thunder Tao struck Fallen God Mountain like a laser. The massive mountain instantly crumbled, completely obliterated by the divine lightning. Not a single one of the 100-plus Xinyun Pavilion cultivators survived. They were all mercilessly annihilated by the laws of the Thunder Tao. At this moment, Jiang Yan, 1,000 miles away, looked on with a calm expression, as if handling a trivial matter. Indeed, to Jiang Yan, this was nothing more than a minor affair. After all, he was merely testing his skills. This terrifying law of the Thunder Tao could instantly wipe out all life below the 6th tier. Even a 6th-tier spirit saint couldn't withstand it head-on. They could only dodge and flee. A wicked smile appeared on Jiang Yan's lips. Ha 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 ha. Now, he possessed the terrifying power to destroy a city from 1,000 miles away. Want to be a stealth master? Just hide in the mountains and unleash your skills. Jiang Yan was now a walking nuclear bomb. If he disliked someone, he could hide in the shadows and unleash a Thunder Tao law, leaving no life within a 100-mile radius. However, the Thunder Tao law consumed an enormous amount of energy, thousands of times more than Ghost Hand. While it was useful for annihilating cities and clans, Ghost Hand was still more convenient for everyday use. One strike of the Thunder Tao law drained half of Jiang Yan's spiritual energy, and it took several hours of recovery using the primal breathing technique. At the same time, the pavilion master of Xinyun Pavilion also sensed the terrifying Thunder Tao law. For some reason, his heart tightened. In broad daylight, why is there thunder? His concern was soon confirmed when an elder rushed in, flustered. Something terrible has happened. A major disaster. The pavilion master's face darkened. Speak clearly. What exactly happened? The elder's face was pale, his voice trembling. Mount Fallen God, it's gone. It was struck and destroyed by a divine thunder. Hearing this, the pavilion master's expression twisted. What did you say? Mount Fallen God was destroyed by divine thunder? Yes. Pavilion master, over 100 elite disciples of Mount Fallen God, all dead. The elder was grief-stricken. The pavilion master's face grew grim, his fists clenched so tightly that blood seeped out. It must be him. He's come to take revenge on our Xinyun Pavilion. In an instant, he vanished, appearing above the now destroyed Mount Fallen God. His divine sense swept across 100 miles as his voice turned icy. Shameless brat, show yourself if you dare. I'll extract your soul and refine your marrow. But no matter how much he roared, no one responded. Jiang Yan, who heard everything, clearly chose to ignore him. Silent treatment was also an effective psychological tactic. Sure enough, when no one responded, the pavilion master was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of old blood, gritting his teeth until his eyes nearly burst. Shameless scoundrel. At that moment, there was finally a response. Boom! A deafening explosion. The pavilion master of Xinyun Pavilion abruptly turned toward the roar of the Xinyun Pavilion master shook the heavens and earth, but Jiang Yan sneered coldly. Old man, let's see if I don't make you die with full clarity. He pushed the primordial breathing technique to its limit, and after several hours, his spiritual energy was replenished once more. Holding the internal map of the Xinyun Pavilion, Jiang Yan hid in the shadows while the Xinyun Pavilion was exposed in the open. Thunder Tao laws. Jiang Yan sneered, targeting the farthest island for bombardment. The Xinyun Pavilion master, consumed by rage and completely losing his reason, was indeed lured over. This was precisely the strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain. As the Xinyun Pavilion master left, Jiang Yan suddenly appeared on the nearest Xinyun Pavilion island. His entire body was shrouded in black divine lightning, overlooking the people on the island. Who's there? A Xinyun Pavilion elder guarding the island sternly questioned Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan did not answer, instead condensing divine thunder in his palm. The Yin thunder tore through the sky like a divine spear, instantly piercing the elder. You're the ghost. Ghost. Immortal. The Xinyun Pavilion elder recognized Jiang Yan and tried to alert the pavilion master, but it was already too late. Quiet. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and a death coffin instantly sealed the elder. Netherworld. Corpse refinement. The Xinyun Pavilion cultivators on the island were terrified, witnessing the elder being killed in an instant, unsure whether to fight or flee. A core disciple took a deep breath, flew into the air, and respectfully negotiated with Jiang Yan. Senior, your presence here is our offense. Please forgive us. Jiang Yan smiled and asked, how many people are on this island? The core disciple hesitated for a moment before answering, including Outer disciples and inner elders, there are a total of 136 people. Oh, 136 people. Jiang Yan murmured, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then there will be 136 more corpse puppets. The spiritual energy consumption will be considerable. The core disciple didn't understand Jiang Yan's meaning and hadn't yet reacted when a black coffin trapped him, rendering him immobile. Senior, what are you doing? He asked in terror. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, my dear junior, I need some manpower. You'll have to make a small sacrifice for my use. As soon as he finished speaking, the death coffin sealed shut, and netherworldine fire ignited instantly. The screams of the core disciple and elders echoed throughout the space. Only then did the people on the island think to flee, but it was already too late. At some point, Jiang Yan had used divining thunder to create a cage, sealing off the entire island so tightly that not even a fly could escape. With their retreat cut off, the Tsangyun Pavilion cultivators knelt and begged for mercy. Senior, spare us. We don't know how we've offended you. Please show mercy. Don't kill me. I'm willing to become your furnace. Please spare me. Jiang Yan looked down at them, sneering coldly. According to your Tsangyun Pavilion's customs, shouldn't I now say that becoming my corpse puppets is your honor? These celestial cultivators of the southern Sky Star Palace were all unworthy of life. Jiang Yan's eyes showed no trace of pity. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of death coffins descended, sealing all the Tsangyun Pavilion cultivators within, refining the living into corpse puppets. Jiang Yan raised nether fire in his palm, igniting the death coffins. In an instant, the island turned into a living hell, the continuous screams heart-wrenching. Jiang Yan turned a deaf ear, his smile cold and eerie. Beast! A furious roar came from the sky as the Tsangyun Pavilion master charged over. Seeing the devastation on the island, his eyes turned red, veins bulging. Such cruel methods, I'll make you wish you were dead. Jiang Yan still wore a smile. With a casual wave, all the death coffins were absorbed into the 10 Directions Ghost Command. Facing the Pavilion Master's attack, Jiang Yan quickly donned the concealing spirit cloak and vanished without a trace. The Tsangyun Pavilion Master stood in midair, his spiritual pressure surging. Aha! Shameless brat! You deserve to die. He had been lured away by Jiang Yan. And in such a short time, another affiliated island had been massacred. The Tsangyun Pavilion Master was so enraged that his entire body trembled. For 100 years, he had dominated the southern Sky Star Palace. When had he ever suffered such humiliation, being toyed with by a junior? Ghost immortal! I will annihilate your entire clan. The Tsangyun Pavilion Master went completely mad, summoning his true form and forcibly tearing open the passage. To the lower realm, even under immense pressure, the family of Jiang Yan must be eliminated. His divine sense swept across Huaxia, instantly locking onto Jiang Yan's bloodline, Zhang Xiaoke. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoke was in school, focused on taking notes, completely unaware of the impending disaster. A massive hand of a Dharma manifestation tore through the sky, appearing above the school, ready to destroy it. The Tsangyun Pavilion Master revealed a vicious smile. Unable to deal with Jiang Yan directly, he intended to use his family to force him to show himself. Just as the massive Dharma hand was about to engulf the school, Du Guwan from the imperial capital suddenly opened his eyes and coldly commanded, "Get back!" Buzz! A streak of sword energy tore through space, instantly severing the Dharma hand of the Tsangyun Pavilion Master. Ah! The Tsangyun Pavilion Master's Dharma manifestation shattered, and his physical right hand was also severed, the wound refusing to heal. His face turned pale. A demigod in the lower realm. With his right arm severed, it seemed impossible to recover. You despicable brat! I will make you pay for this with blood, the Tsangyun Pavilion Master roared venomously. As he prepared to retreat, a chilling voice echoed, "Weren't you just trying to kill me? Now you're in such a hurry to leave?" Jiang Yan appeared. He had originally planned to toy with the Tsangyun Pavilion Master, driving him step by step into despair. But the Tsangyun Pavilion Master dared to harm at the same time. Emperor Song drew his bowstring to its fullest, surrounded by a strange vortex. As the bowstring twanged, a shot pierced through the void, an arrow tearing through space and ripping open a fissure. The master of Tsangyun Pavilion felt the murderous intent capable of destroying everything, and was utterly terrified, desperately trying to escape. But it was too late. Locked onto by the underworld god Bao, he had no time to evade. With a deafening roar, half of his body was obliterated by the eerie arrow. Ah! The master of Tsangyun Pavilion, now left with only half his body, stared in horror at Jiang Yan, who had yet to make a move. What kind of monster had he summoned? Who "Who are you?" the master of Tsangyun Pavilion cried out in terror. Jiang Yan looked at him coldly. "You're no longer qualified to know." Jiang Yan appeared before the master of Tsangyun Pavilion, his right hand forming a phantom grip, surrounded by boundless black energy that slowly seeped into high. They captured some netherworld humans, but upon hearing the name of the ghost immortal, they were so terrified that they released them on the spot, not daring to provoke further. These people were students of the Sacred Academy. A female student excitedly said, "Indeed, invoking Senior Ghost's name really works. It was absolutely right to offer tributes to Senior Jiang back then. Senior Jiang is truly protecting us. Now we can walk around the Southern Celestial Star Palace with confidence." What they didn't know was that the reason Jiang Yan's name carried such deterrent power was because he had wiped out a sect that had existed for 1,000 years in just one day. In the first year of the immortal era of the Southern Celestial Calendar, the Tsangyun Pavilion, which had survived for 1,356 years, was completely annihilated. All 3,956 members, including outer disciples, inner disciples, and elders, were wiped out. The Tsangyun Pavilion was utterly destroyed. The news of the Tsangyun Pavilion's destruction quickly spread across all major factions of the Southern Celestial Star Palace. The name Ghost Immortal became known and feared by everyone in the secret realm of the Southern Celestial Star Palace, striking terror into their hearts at the mere mention. Several grand elders of the White Crane sect descended upon the main peak to discuss matters concerning the Ghost Immortal. This person comes from the lower realm, Blue Star. His cultivation level is suspected to be between the peak of the 4th stage and the early 5th stage. He is one of the top geniuses of Blue Star. Should our White Crane sect befriend him or eliminate him directly? That will depend on everyone's decision, the acting sect master said. The elders were silent for a moment before one of them sneered disdainfully, "He is not one of our kind, so his intentions must differ." A lowly being from the lower realm has frightened you all to this extent? In my opinion, just kill him and be done with it. The Southern Sky Star Palace cannot allow a lowly commoner from the lower realm to run rampant. Exactly. The destruction of the Azure Cloud Pavilion was because its foundation was too shallow. It could never become a true sect. The Azure Cloud Pavilion was merely an insignificant small sect, not even considered a lower-tier sect. The White Crane sect, however, was different. It was a lower-tier sect of the Eastern State with a powerful background, so much so that even a 7th-stage Spirit Emperor could not destroy it. For us to try to win over a lowly being from the lower realm is absolutely impossible. A dignified elder set the tone, and no one objected further. The acting sect master nodded faintly. It seems everyone is in agreement. In that case, I will sign this Alliance to Exterminate Immortals contract on behalf of the sect. Alliance to Exterminate Immortals, an elder asked in confusion. Sect master, what is the Alliance to Exterminate Immortals? The acting sect master sneered. It is an alliance formed by the major forces of the Southern Sky Star Palace, with the sole purpose of exterminating the Ghost Immortal. Currently, 7 major forces have already joined the Alliance to Exterminate Immortals. That Ghost Immortal won't live much longer. The Southern Sky Star Palace originally had 10 major forces. After the destruction of the Azure Cloud Pavilion, only 9 remained. Among them, 7 had joined the Alliance to Exterminate Immortals, while the remaining 2 remained neutral, neither provoking the Ghost Immortal nor aiding the Alliance. The White Crane sect master snorted coldly, his aura surging. The Southern Sky Star Palace is no place for a lowly commoner from the lower realm to run rampant. We will join the Alliance to exterminate immortals and swear to eliminate this scourge. At the same time, other members of the Alliance to Exterminate Immortals began coordinating their actions, preparing to annihilate Jiang Yan. After annihilating the Azure Cloud Pavilion, Jiang Yan returned to the deserted island. Following this bloody battle, his cultivation had risen to the 15th level of the 4th stage. Deploying 3 ghost gods at once was a huge expenditure, Jiang Yan murmured as he activated the primordial breathing technique to quickly restore his spiritual energy. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in cultivation. Perhaps due to the unique constitution of the Spirit Clan, he gradually sensed the divine substances and life energy permeating the space around him. Compared to Blue Star, the Southern Sky Star Palace was far richer in divine substances and life energy, which Jiang Yan absorbed with abandon, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. These divine substances can enhance my mental strength, making ordinary illusions and mental attacks ineffective against me, and they also expand the range of my spiritual perception. Jiang Yan exhaled deeply and continued absorbing these 2 precious substances from the heavens and earth. These substances were something ordinary people could neither absorb nor even perceive. Jiang Yan was extraordinarily unique. Not only did he possess the heavenly nether Tao body, but his body also contained the golden spiritual energy of an ancient martial emperor. Having been reborn as a member of the spirit clan, he was able to sense these mysterious substances. Even celestial beings from the upper realms could not perceive these divine substances and life energy. As his cultivation level increased, Jiang Yan's sensitivity to these two substances grew sharper. With every breath, not only did spiritual energy enter his body, but the divine substances and life energy were also automatically absorbed without any deliberate effort on his part. Jiang Yan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his body surrounded by flickering starlight, radiant and dazzling, as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. These were the divine substances encircling him, being absorbed into his body and transformed into strands of mental strength. Gradually, his already extraordinarily powerful mental strength began approaching the level of a sixth-stage martial saint. The life energy permeating the heavens and earth had an extremely potent restorative effect, rivaling the Qingyuan pills he had refined, and even slightly surpassing them. However, this life energy was something only Jiang Yan could utilize. Others, even if gravely injured, would still have to rely on medicinal pills for healing. Jiang Yan focused on his breathing and decided to absorb and refine all the divine substances on this deserted island. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the cave dwelling, Jiang Yan's entire body radiated brilliant light, surrounded by divine radiance and flowing glimmers. Buzz! He suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp sword emitting a chilling glow flashed in his crimson pupils, exuding both sharpness and killing intent. Boom! He leapt up, and a powerful spiritual pressure erupted, shattering the entire cave dwelling into pieces. Jiang Yan emerged into the daylight after a full month of cultivation. He had successfully absorbed and refined all the divine and vital substances on this island. His spiritual power and vitality had reached new heights. His realm had also advanced from the 15th level of the 4th tier to the 18th level of the 4th tier. Now my divine sense can cover a radius of over 10,000 miles, Jiang Yan said with a slight smile. The range of his ghost hand and divine law had also expanded significantly. It's been exactly 1 month since I destroyed the Sanyun Pavilion. I wonder what the situation at the Southern Star Palace is like now, Jiang Yan murmured to himself. Suddenly, he thought, so quickly, a month has passed. My underworld refining core should be completed by now. Jiang Yan was in high spirits. That day, he had refined over 100 inner disciples of the Sanyun Pavilion, along with the Pavilion Master, turning them into corpse soldiers while they were still alive. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, pitch-black death coffins descended from the sky, landing on the island. These coffins were shrouded in black mist and deathly aura, instilling fear at first glance. But Jiang Yan regarded them as treasures, carefully examining the neatly arranged coffins. No matter how wicked you were in life, now you are living dead, and the past is over. You are all my generals, serving me forever. Jiang Yan rubbed his hands together and excitedly shouted, "Open the coffins." As soon as he finished speaking, rumble. The lids of the coffins opened one by one, releasing billowing black mist that instantly dyed the surrounding clouds black. Jiang Yan waved his hand to disperse the mist, his eyes filled with joy as he looked at the hundreds of corpse soldiers before him. Ah, these guys are truly imposing. The more Jiang Yan looked, the more he liked them. He deliberately walked up to the corpse soldier of the Sanyun Pavilion Master and said with a smile, "Sanyun Taoist, from now on, you'll be called Song Kuei, ranked 4th. How about that? Pretty decent, right?" Song Kuei remained silent. Although he retained his consciousness from life, he could not disobey Jiang Yan's orders. Only with Jiang Yan's permission could he respond. This was the nature of corpse soldiers, living dead. Chapter 167, Decisive Action. With the sudden appearance of over 100 corpse soldiers, Jiang Yan was so delighted that he danced with joy. "Ah, you'll be called 5th, you're 6th, you're 7th. Jiang Yan named each of the corpse soldiers one by one. In truth, naming them was merely assigning numbers as codes. He had only truly named 4 corpse soldiers, Tian Kuei, Di Kuei, Sha Kuei, and Song Kuei. Exhausting. Finally finished naming you all. After assigning codes to all the corpse soldiers, Jiang Yan waved his hand, and the hundreds of corpse soldiers were all stored in the 10 Directions Ghost Token. Stretching lazily, Jiang Yan said, "Ah, what a beautiful day. I haven't been out for a whole month. It's time to see what the Southern Star Palace looks like now." He flew off the island, soaring freely through the mist. The Southern Star Palace was vast and boundless. Jiang Yan quickly spotted a group of people in the thick fog. They were students from the Sacred Academy, including a few old acquaintances. They were engaged in fierce combat but were outnumbered and had been driven to the brink of despair. In the mist, the group from Blue Star was being surrounded and attacked by cultivators from the Fire Mist sect. Tell me obediently where the ghosty mortal is hiding, and I'll give you a quick death. If you stubbornly refuse, don't blame me for pulling out your tendons one by one and smashing your bones to pieces. The blue-haired youth leading the attack was arrogant, wielding a red-tasseled spear that burned with ghostly blue flames, exuding an imposing presence. Huang Yingling gritted her teeth. I will never tell you where the ghost immortal is hiding. Her left shoulder had been pierced by a fiery spear, and the excruciating pain contorted her face. Despite this, she refused to. The blue-haired young man was named Yin Yan, the young master of the Fire Mist sect, with a cultivation level reaching the 4th stage and 8th tier. You lowly trash. From the lower realms dare to talk to me about loyalty? Disgusting. Yin Yan sneered, a ghostly blue flame forming in his hand. The flame landed on one of the god-bestowed individuals, who let out a piercing scream before turning into a pile of white bones in an instant, leaving no trace of flesh or blood. Many were left stunned, their fear reaching its peak. Yen Yen looked at them with satisfaction. If you don't speak, your fate will be the same as that guy's. Nothing left, not even your bones. Bah! We will never betray Ghost Immortal. If it weren't for Ghost Immortal saving us, we would have died on the flying boat long ago. We will never be ungrateful, a young man shouted loudly. That's right. Our lives were given by Ghost Immortal. Even if we die, we will return them to him. We won't tell you a single thing about him. Seeing that no one was cooperating, Yen Yen gritted his teeth. Fine. If you won't talk, it doesn't matter. I can find Ghost Immortal myself and tear him to pieces. His gaze was icy and bone-chilling. But for now, I'll deal with you worthless trash first. The ghostly blue flame at his fingertips slowly floated into the air, flying toward the surrounded god-bestowed individuals. Dreaming, in the next life, let's still be sisters, Huang Yingling said tearfully, looking at the severely injured Chen Menjing. Chen Menjing forced a smile. Yes, in the next life, we'll still be sisters. Just as everyone had given up hope and closed their eyes, waiting for death, roar. A dragon's roar pierced the sky, and a massive jet-black dragon spread its wings, soaring through the heavens. Its enormous black wings blocked out the sun, shielding everyone. The ghostly blue flames landed on the dragon's wings and instantly vanished without a trace. Huang Yingling stared at the black dragon protecting them, her eyes trembling as tears streamed down her face. It's him. He's come to save us. Chen Menjing also snapped out of her daze. The only person capable of commanding this black dragon, who else could it be but that man? Ghost Immortal. Ghost Immortal has come to save us. Almost simultaneously, everyone shouted Jiang Yan's name in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. Ghost Immortal? Yen Yan's face lit up with excitement. You actually dared to appear before me? You're courting death. He shouted excitedly. Form the array. The Immortal Execution Array. Before his words had even finished, hundreds of disciples wearing fire-patterned battle robes appeared, holding compasses and forming star charts that tightly encircled the black dragon. Jiang Yan stood atop the dragon's head, his expression calm. As the formation gradually took shape, he remained motionless. Ghost Immortal, are you scared stiff? I'd been waiting for you to show yourself. The moment you appear will be the day you die. Yen Yen laughed maniacally. This heaven-scorching god-exterminating array was prepared just for you. Jiang Yan said nothing, a circle of ancient talismans appearing around him. With a gentle gesture, a dozen talismans flew out, evenly attaching themselves to the formation. Ha ha ha. Are you insane? Do you think these little talismans can break my heaven-scorching god-exterminating array? You lower realm people are so ignorant, you don't even know how powerful this formation is. Before he could finish speaking, the dozen talismans simultaneously vanished, and the heaven-scorching god-exterminating array collapsed on the spot. How is this possible? Even a 6th-tier spirit saint couldn't break this formation. Yen Yen was stunned. Those talismans were none other than Jiang Yan's specially crafted formation-breaking talismans. Using over a dozen of them at once, Jiang Yan felt a pang of regret. He coldly stared at Yen Yen, his eyes filled with killing intent. Wasting so many formation-breaking talismans, let's see if you can leave here alive. In an instant, divine shadow lightning erupted from Jiang Yan's body, and he appeared before Yen Yen in the blink of an eye. You? Yen Yan's pupils contracted, but before he could react, Jiang Yan's right hand had already gripped his throat. Stop! Let go of the young master, the disciples of the Fire Mist sect screamed. Jiang Yan paid them no heed, his right hand suddenly pulling outward. Crack! Yan Yan's Adam's apple was forcibly torn out, blood splattering everywhere. Ugh, ugh, ah! Yan Yan's face was filled with shock as he clutched his neck, desperately trying to stop the gushing blood. But it was all in vain. His life gradually slipped away, and he collapsed to the ground. The disciples of the Fire Mist sect were completely stunned. They had followed their young sect master to confront lower realm cultivators and interrogate the ghost immortal, but unexpectedly, they encountered the ghost immortal himself. In just an instant, the young sect master was killed by Jiang Yan. The speed was so fast that no one had time to react. Jiang Yan elegantly pulled out a tissue to wipe the blood off his right hand, casually discarded the blood-stained tissue, and turned his back to the crowd. His voice echoed faintly, "I heard you were looking for me. Are you insane? Do you know who you just killed?" A Fire Mist sect cultivator was burning with rage, his eyes practically spitting fire. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, "I don't know, nor do I care. All I know is that anyone who wants to kill me must be prepared to be killed." Jiang Yan suddenly extended his right hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw. In an instant, a scarlet ghostly hand tightly gripped the Fire Mist sect cultivator. "No! Don't kill me!" The cultivator felt the breath of death and desperately begged for mercy. "It's already too late. The moment you harbored the intent to kill me, you lost the right to live." As Jiang Yan's words fell, his 5 fingers clenched tightly. Boom! The scarlet ghostly hand instantly crushed the cultivator into a bloody pulp. Jiang Yan acted swiftly, eliminating 2 people in an instant, leaving the Fire Mist sect cultivators terrified and desperate to flee for their lives. Jiang Yan rode his flying sword, swiftly hunting down the fleeing cultivators of the Fire Mist sect. Whoosh! 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 Each strike pierced through a cultivator, followed closely by ghostly flames that reduced their bodies to ashes. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all the Fire Mist sect cultivators trapped within the lightning cage were annihilated, leaving no survivors. Tens of thousands of ghost martial swords flew back to the 10 directions ghost token like fireflies. Jiang Yan, Huang Yingling, excitedly flew over, her face slightly flushed. "Thank you, you saved me again." Jiang Yan replied indifferently, "When a fellow disciple is in trouble, how could I stand idly by?" He had long despised those self-proclaimed noble celestials, who treated the humans of the lower realms as mere grass. Chen Menjing also flew over, respectfully cupping her hands. "I am Chen Menjing. Many thanks to the ghost immortal for saving my life." Jiang Yan waved his hand. "No need for formalities. The Southern Sky Star Palace is fraught with danger, you should return to Blue Star." The group exchanged glances and nodded, agreeing with Jiang Yan's words. The Southern Sky Star Palace's secret realm was a massive trap, and many humans had already perished at the hands of the Celestials. "We will leave, Jiang Yan. You should come with us," Huang Yingling said. "You're now being targeted by all the major forces of the Southern Sky Star Palace. They've even formed an alliance to exterminate immortals, specifically against you." "Alliance to exterminate immortals?" Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly and responded calmly, "Thank you for your concern, but now is not the time for me to leave." He looked at Huang Yingling. "Your intelligence is very important to me, it allows me to prepare in advance." Being stared at by Jiang Yan, Huang Yingling's face turned red, and she lowered her head, speaking softly, It's nothing. Really. It's just what I should do." "Alright, I'll send someone to escort you to the teleportation point outside the Southern Sky Star Palace. It's time to go." Jiang Yan summoned 3 corpse commanders. Old 6, Old 7, Old 8. "Escort them out." The 3 corpse commanders signaled their understanding, forming a triangular formation to protect the group. As Jiang Yan turned to leave, Huang Yingling suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Jiang Yan, will we meet again?" Jiang Yan glanced at her fair hand and said calmly, "As long as we're alive, we'll definitely meet again. We're bound to cross paths." Huang Yingling's eyes sparkled, revealing a smile. "Yes, Jiang Yan, we'll definitely meet again." The 3 corpse commanders led the group toward the teleportation array. Jiang Yan didn't linger and began searching for an uninhabited island, preparing to confront the major forces of the Southern Sky Star Palace. "This Southern Sky Star Palace, it's time for a change of ownership." Jiang Yan's eyes glinted with a cold smile. Once he eliminated the major forces here, this vast secret realm of the Southern Sky Star Palace would completely belong to him, Jiang Yan. Chapter 169, prelude to the Blood Battle Southern Skystar Palace, Alliance to Exterminate Immortals. Recently, my disciples from the 7 great sects have been patrolling various areas of the Southern Skystar Palace, but we still haven't found that ghost immortal. I bet that guy heard the rumors and is already scared into hiding, ha. A red-haired middle-aged man laughed. Sect Master Yen is right. That ghost immortal is just a minor figure with some skills. Faced with such a grand alliance, he's probably scared stiff and looking for his mother. Qingshui Sect Master Miao Wuxing chuckled. The sect masters chatted and laughed. Suddenly, Fire Mist Sect Master Yen Han's expression changed drastically. His eyes trembled, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. Qingshui Sect Master Miao Wuxing noticed the anomaly and asked, Sect Master Yen, what's wrong? Impossible. My Yener, why can't I sense her anymore? Yen Hong stood up in panic. His voice filled with fear. Yener. He vanished instantly, reappearing at the sight of Yen Yan's demise. Seeing Yen Yan's blood-soaked neck, Yen Hong froze, trembling. Yener, how could this happen? How could something happen to you? He suppressed the fury in his heart, his teeth grinding audibly. Was it my mistake? Should I not have joined the alliance to exterminate immortals? Yen Hong's eyes were bloodshot. No, it's not my fault. It's that ghost immortal who's gone too far, squeezing our survival space. He cradled the cold corpse. Yener, don't cry. Father will avenge you. That ghost immortal will never have a good ending. Boom! 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 The other sect leaders also rushed over. Seeing Yen Hong trembling as he held the corpse, they immediately understood what had happened. The Qingshui sect leader, Miao Wuxing, consoled him, Sect leader Yen, please accept my condolences. The Tianlei sect leader, Lei Wuji, said coldly, there's no need to say it, it must have been that damned ghost immortal. If this guy isn't eliminated, the Southern Skystar Palace will never know peace. What are we waiting for? If the 7 sects join forces, no matter how powerful the ghost immortal is, he won't escape and will surely die. Yen Hong roared, kill him. I want to tear him to pieces to honor my son's spirit in the afterlife. His eyes were bloodshot. Whoever gets Jiang Yan's coordinates, tell me immediately. I will personally kill him. Miao Wuxing said, Sect leader Yen, if we find the ghost immortal's location, I will also join you to take him down. Thank you, Taoist Miao. Yen Hong cupped his hands in gratitude. It's a small matter. Eliminating the ghost immortal concerns everyone in the Southern Skystar Palace. As for those 2 sects unwilling to join, when the new island cloud palaces are divided, they won't get a share. Sect leader Miao is right. Since those 2 chose to sit on the sidelines, once the ghost immortal is eliminated, they will be isolated and left to fend for themselves. Lei Wuji said coldly. The Sword Star sect leader, Lu Yuan, who had been silent, finally spoke. Let me know when he's found. I have many sect affairs to handle, so if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The other sect leaders also bid farewell one after another. Sect leader Yen, please take care. We'll leave now. Everyone had reached a consensus, there was no need to linger. As soon as Jiang Yen showed himself, the 7 sect leaders would unite and strike him down with overwhelming force. At this moment, Jiang Yen had already found a new uninhabited island. He established a cave dwelling and began absorbing the divine essence and vitality of heaven and earth. The major forces of the Southern Skystar Palace had already joined hands, so Jiang Yen had to quickly enhance his strength to face the impending bloody battle. He cultivated the primal breathing technique to its peak, summoning the 10 Directions Ghost Token and the Red Paper Umbrella. Using these 2 heavenly artifacts, he absorbed the spiritual energy and divine essence of heaven and earth with all his might. This won't do. The spiritual energy and divine essence here are too scarce, and the speed is too slow. He flew out of the cave dwelling, swiftly traversing the misty clouds, and soon discovered 2 more uninhabited islands. He placed the 10 Directions Ghost Token and the Red Paper Umbrella on the 2 islands, respectively. This will do. He and the 2 heavenly artifacts each occupied an island, allowing them to absorb spiritual energy and divine essence without restraint. Although cultivating with the help of heavenly artifacts is effective, it's still not convenient enough. If only I could create a spiritual avatar. Based on his observations, spiritual avatars could only be used upon reaching the 6th tier. Moreover, only celestial beings from the upper realm seem to possess this ability. On Blue Star, Jiang Yen had never seen a 6th tier martial saint capable of using such a skill. Spiritual avatars are either an exclusive skill of celestial beings or a secret technique of theirs. Jiang Yen thought to himself that when he one day reached the 6th tier, he must find a celestial being to get to the bottom of it. 4. Now, however, the most important thing was to elevate his realm. With unwavering focus, Jiang Yan began operating the primal breathing technique to cultivate. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During these 6 months, Jiang Yan not only trained diligently but also had the 10 Directions Ghost Token and the red paper umbrella continuously absorb spiritual energy and divine essence, transferring it to his body. Being of the spirit clan, his sensitivity to spiritual energy was extraordinarily sharp, allowing his realm to advance hundreds of times faster than celestial beings and humans. In just half a year, Jiang Yan's realm leaped from the 18th level of the 4th tier to the 50th level of the 4th tier. He had directly advanced from the early stage of the 4th tier to the mid-stage. Jiang Yan slowly opened his crimson eyes, which seemed to contain flowing galaxies. He extended his right hand, and, with a light motion, the 10 Directions Ghost Token and the red paper umbrella immediately returned to his grasp. Although I want to continue cultivating for another year or two, I can't wait any longer. He was eager to settle the score with the major forces of the Southern Sky Star Palace. Boom! Jiang Yan soared into the sky, shattering the cave dwelling in an instant. Standing in midair, spiritual energy radiated from his entire body, now freely unleashed. Let's start with the Fire Mist Sect. Jiang Yan summoned the star map and quickly locked onto the Fire Mist Sect's territory. Since this was a special edition star map provided by the Tsangyun Pavilion, only the Fire Mist Sect's location was marked. With no other detailed information, Jiang Yan wielded the Divining Thunder, tearing through the sky and racing swiftly through the dense clouds. Soon, he entered the territory of the Fire Mist Sect. Let me give you a little greeting gift. Jiang Yan sneered coldly. His cultivation had risen from the 18th level of the 4th tier to the 50th level, expanding his spiritual sea several times over. He could now unleash 3 consecutive strikes of the Thunder Dao, without exhausting his energy. Gathering the power of the Thunder Dao in his palm, he locked his divine sense onto a stronghold of the Fire Mist Sect. With a deafening boom, the sky was torn apart as a devastating black thunderbolt crashed down, instantly sinking an island belonging to the Fire Mist Sect. The sect master, Yan Hong, abruptly opened his eyes, filled with a murderous glint. He recognized that earth-shattering sound all too well. It was the same technique that had annihilated several islands of the Azure Cloud Pavilion years ago. And the one who wielded this technique was none other than his son's killer, the Ghost Immortal. You wretched beast, after hiding for half a year, you finally dare to show yourself. Yan Hong's voice was hoarse. I will make sure you die without a grave to rest in. Chapter 170, The Ghostly God Battles. The Spirit Sovereign Jiang Yan had just destroyed a subsidiary island of the Fire Mist Sect when the sky was once again torn apart. The surrounding space was gradually engulfed by searing lava, forming a molten domain. A domain, Jiang Yan said coldly. You wretched beast, you can't escape. I'll make you join my son in death. Yan Hong appeared, his eyes blazing with fire, a scorching sun swirling behind him. Boom! As the sun behind him expanded, Jiang Yan frowned slightly and summoned the Netherworld Ghost Cauldron to halt the sun's rotation. Sizzle! 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 The lava within the molten domain rapidly condensed into fiery spears, which shot toward Jiang Yan from all directions. Jiang Yan summoned tens of thousands of ghostly spears, engaging in a fierce clash with the fiery spears. You wretched beast! You still dare to resist! Yan Hong's arms were encased in lava as he suddenly appeared before Jiang Yan, delivering a powerful punch. This punch carried the weight of 10,000 pounds, but Jiang Yan's physical body was extraordinarily strong, with the strength of 1,000,000 pounds in a single arm. He easily caught the punch. Jiang Yan gripped Yan Hong's lava-covered fist tightly, a crimson glow rising around it, gradually transforming into a ghostly hand. With a forceful squeeze, Yan Hong's hand exploded on the spot. Yan Hong glared angrily and quickly distanced himself from Jiang Yan. The hand that had been crushed began to slowly regenerate. His heart was filled with shock. How could this lower realm junior possess such a bizarrely powerful body? Could he be on the path to sanctification through physical cultivation? Even so, he couldn't allow him to get close. Yan Hong's eyes flickered with fiery light. Burning heaven, devouring sun. In the molten domain sky, massive golden suns appeared, radiating intense heat capable of incinerating the heavens and earth. As the golden suns fell like meteors, Jiang Yan remained calm and said indifferently, Ghost Domain, activate. As soon as he spoke, the phantom of King Chujiang appeared. The molten domain clashed with the extreme cold hell domain, and the molten domain was visibly eroded by the icy domain. In less than 10 breaths, Yan Hong's domain was devoured by King Chujiang's domain. and the falling golden suns vanished without a trace. Yen Hong's face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. How is this possible? How could my molten domain be consumed by the domain of Amir? Junior? After you die, you can ask your ghost gods on the other side, Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. King Chu Jiang, suppress. The extreme cold hell unleashed a frigid wind that froze Yen Hong's molten body. Chains of extreme energy pierced through his body, pinning him in midair. Finally, the netherworld ghost cauldron appeared above his head and crashed down. Ah! Yen Hong let out a blood-curdling scream as his blood and organs froze bit by bit, and his soul was continuously absorbed and refined by the ghost cauldron. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he was completely annihilated. He was unwilling, deeply unwilling. As the sect master of the Fire Mist sect, who had dominated the southern Skystar Palace for 1,000 years, to be so easily killed by a lower realm junior, what a humiliation. Just then, Jiang Yan's brow furrowed. Someone else? Crack! The extreme cold hell was torn open, and two figures rushed in at lightning speed. Master Yan, I'm here to help you. The master of the Qingshui sect, Niao Wuxing, appeared. He was young and handsome, holding a white jade fan. With a gentle wave, a water blade as thin as a cicada's wings sliced through space, instantly severing the iron chains binding Yen Hong. Young man, let this old man teach you a lesson. The master of the Tianlei sect, Lei Wuji, also arrived. His attacks were fierce, his cultivation path focused on achieving sanctity through the physical body. His speed was as fast as a missile, instantly charging toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand to block. Crack! A sharp pain of bone fracture shot through Jiang Yan's right hand. Lei Wuji, at the peak of the 5th-tier spirit sovereign, possessed an incredibly powerful physique, deforming Jiang Yan's arm with a single strike. How about the three of us deal with this brat today? Lei Wuji's heavy breathing was accompanied by lightning circling his body, his golden hair resembling a lion's mane. Well said, brother Lei, I was thinking the same. Niao Wuxing smiled elegantly, like a scholar. Today, I must kill him to avenge my Yener. Yen Hong's bloodshot eyes locked onto Jiang Yan. Facing three peak 5th-tier spirit sovereigns, Jiang Yan felt a slight pressure. But only slight, he was completely unafraid. In his mind, one thing was clear, unless a 6th-tier opponent appeared, he was invincible. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Jiang Yan's palm revealed the 10 Directions ghost token, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow. The Underworld Emperor is here, the Yama Kings heed my command. King Qin Guang, King Songdi. Jiang Yan waved his hand, and two ghostly figures appeared behind him. Niao Wuxing and Lei Wuji's expressions darkened. This guy is a summoner, and the things he's summoning aren't low-level. Niao Wuxing squinted. Interesting. I want to play with him. Relying on external forces is ultimately weak. Lei Wuji snorted coldly, his golden hair bristling as he instantly charged toward Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan remained motionless, calmly waiting. Just as Lei Wuji was about to reach him, King Qin Guang, wielding a Rakshasa ghost scythe, collided with Lei Wuji's fist. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as Lei Wuji was forced back several steps. His eyes widened. Again! His fist began to gather thunder, his muscles rapidly swelling, his speed as fast as lightning. In an instant, he attacked from behind King Qin Guang, throwing a punch. King Qin Guang's figure dispersed, reappearing with the side already positioned at Lei Wuji's neck, slicing fiercely. Clang! Ha ha ha! Lei Wuji laughed heartily. My physique can't be broken even by a 6th-tier spirit saint, let alone you. Young man, you still have the leisure to watch the show? Truly arrogant, not taking us seriously. Niao Wuxing smiled, suddenly appearing in front of Jiang Yan. Your opponent isn't me, Jiang Yan replied with a smile. What did you say? Niao Wuxing's expression changed as an arrow shot toward him. He quickly turned, using his white jade fan to block the astonishing arrow. The force of the arrow was so strong that his right arm trembled. Yen Hong wasn't idle either, quickly recovering from his injuries and engaging in battle with King Chu Jiang. Once more, the three ghostly figures and the three peak 5th-tier spirit sovereigns were locked in combat. Jiang Yan stood with his hands behind his back, coldly observing everything. He chuckled softly. The current situation is entirely under my control. Behind him, he held a formation compass, quietly setting up the blood demon soul devouring array. Let me add some difficulty for you. Jiang Yan smiled faintly as the 10 Directions ghost token floated in the air, instantly summoning hundreds of crimson figures. These were hundreds of ghost general-level corpse fiends. The battlefield descended into chaos. Although the three were peak 5th tier spirit sovereigns, they were forced into retreat, cornered and standing back to back. Damn it, how many corpses can this brat summon? Lei Wuji roared in anger, realizing that these corpse fiends could fight him to a standstill. Although his strength accounted for 70% and the corpse fiends for 30%, their sheer numbers left him unable to counterattack. Chapter 171, Unexpected Reversal. The tide turns. Above the skies, hundreds of corpse fiends surrounded the three peak 5th tier spirit sovereigns, leaving them no escape. Damn it, it's not over yet. Lei Wuji roared, attempting to rely on his strong physique to break through the encirclement. But with King Qin Guang guarding the perimeter, he couldn't break through. Niao Wuxing's expression was grim. His white jade fan was perfectly countered by King Songdi's underworld god Bao, leaving him no chance to strike. Yan Hong was in an even worse state, completely suppressed by the king of Chujiang, unable to fight back at all. Jiang Yan stood high above, watching coldly like an invincible monarch, only responsible for giving commands while everything else was carried out by his pawns. The three ghost deities and hundreds of corpse warriors were all his chess pieces, eliminating all his enemies on his behalf. Jiang Yan's crimson eyes swept over the already prepared blood demon soul-devouring array, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Generals, are you ready? Buzz. The blood demon soul-devouring array activated, and the three spirit lords were tightly bound by chains. What the hell is this? Lei Wuji roared, struggling desperately. A formation. And a killing formation at that. When on earth was this set up? Niao Wusheng finally lost his composure, a trace of panic flashing across his handsome face. Yan Han's face turned ashen. How many trump cards does this lower realm guy have hidden up his sleeve? Once the blood demon soul-devouring array was activated, even a 6th tier spirit saint would find it hard to escape, let alone the three of them, who were peak 5th tier spirit lords. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Then let me put an end to this farce. He raised his right palm to the sky, where lightning began to gather, gradually forming a force of thunder that hovered above the blood demon soul-devouring array. Yan Hong's face turned pale. It's that move, the one that can sink floating islands. Do you have any life-saving techniques left? Use them now. Lei Wuji gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it, being forced by this junior to use our sex ultimate techniques. Niao Wuxing also sneered. Does he think we're like those people from the Sanyun Pavilion, who can be so easily wiped out? Sanyun Pavilion had been effortlessly destroyed by Jiang Yan because their sect was too young, with an unstable foundation. But the Heavenly Thunder sect and the Azure Water sect were different. These two sects had existed in the southern Skystar Palace for over 5,000 years, with deep roots and solid foundations, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Lei Wuji laughed loudly. The foundation of the Heavenly Thunder sect, true God's residual thunder. A mass of golden lightning condensed in the air, causing the surrounding space to distort and warp. Jiang Yan's heart tightened. What kind of power is this? What level of divine weapon was that mass of golden lightning? A legendary heavenly treasure? The foundation of the Azure Water sect, true dew of the water god. Niao Wuxing also summoned a crystal-clear droplet of water. The moment the droplet appeared, the surrounding space seemed to be devoured, instantly turning into nothingness. The blood demon soul-devouring array disintegrated in an instant, and the formation compass in Jiang Yan's hand shattered with a loud crash. The blood demon soul-devouring array was completely destroyed. Jiang Yan's heart raced, and fear swept through him. How powerful were these two treasures? Buzz! The true god's residual thunder touched the Rakshasa ghost scythe of the king of Qin Guang, causing its phantom to tremble and then vanish without a trace. The true dew of the water god reflected the heavens and earth, transforming the sky into an endless sea, as if the entire world had been turned upside down. The Song Emperor King drew his bow and shot an arrow, but as soon as the arrow touched the true dew of the water god, it disappeared like a drop of water into the ocean. Immediately afterward, the figure of the Song Emperor King on the sea also vanished. In an instant, two ghost deities were completely obliterated. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you scared stiff? Lei Wuji laughed wildly. Jiang Yan, suppressed by this overwhelming aura, knew in his heart that if he dared to move, he would surely die. He forced a bitter smile. May I ask, esteemed seniors, what exactly are these treasures? Niao Wuxing waved his fan, his smile laced with killing intent. Since you're about to die, I'll let you die with some clarity. The highest level you can reach in the lower realm is the 9th tier demigod, but you can never cross that threshold. In our upper realm, the 9th tier demigod is merely the starting point. Beyond the 9th tier demigod lies the realm of divine path, divine flame stage. Only by igniting the divine flame can one truly become a god. The so-called divine path is the road to godhood, and the divine flame stage is the first gateway. This azure water sex foundation, the true dew of the water. God, is a single tear shed by a true god, containing boundless divine power. After hearing Miao Wuxing's words, Jiang Yan was utterly shocked. Beyond the ninth tier was the divine flame stage, and only by igniting the divine flame could one become a true god. And a single tear from a true god could become the ultimate foundation of a small sect. It was unimaginable how terrifying a true god must be. Kid, I'll let you die knowing the truth. The foundation of my heavenly thunder sect, the residual divine thunder, is the ark left behind during the ancient battle of the true gods. Lei Wuji snorted coldly. To die under the residual divine thunder, you can consider your life worthwhile. Jiang Yan smiled. But I don't want to die yet. What should I do? That's not up to you. Lei Wuji's eyes widened in fury. Enough idle chatter, kid. It's time for you to die. The residual divine thunder distorted space as it rapidly closed in on Jiang Yan. No matter how Jiang Yan tried to escape, the distance between him and the residual divine thunder kept shrinking, never widening. This was the power of the laws. Truly ignorant beings of the lower realm. We summon the relics of the true gods, and he still thinks he can survive. Laughable and pathetic, Miao Wuxing sneered, fanning himself. But at that moment, the smile on his face suddenly froze, because the target of the water god's true dew had inexplicably vanished. Impossible. Where did he go? How did he suddenly disappear? Lei Wuji exclaimed in shock. Both Miao Wuxing and Lei Wuji had summoned the relics of the true gods, yet Jiang Yan had still managed to escape. How could he possibly escape? Miao Wuxing's eyes were bloodshot, his rage boiling over. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's just a mere fourth-tier ant. Facing the relics of the true gods, he should have been utterly helpless. How could he escape? Yen Hong roared. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Jiang Yan put away his red paper umbrella and stretched lazily. Phew, close call. Almost got stuck back there. Today was a big loss. Didn't manage to kill even one of those 3 old geezers, and I wasted over 100 corpse puppets and my blood demon soul-devouring array. Jiang Yan clicked his tongue, full of regret. Still, it wasn't entirely fruitless. At least he had learned that there was a realm beyond the ninth tier, the divine flame realm. He also discovered that above heavenly treasures, there were even more powerful artifacts, the legendary relics of the true gods, divine treasures. In the upper realm, treasures were divided into 5 levels: true treasures, spirit treasures, supreme treasures, heavenly treasures, and divine treasures. Chapter 172, Returning to Blue Star. It seems that every major force within the southern heavenly star palace has deep foundations, far beyond what I can shake at my current level. Jiang Yan decided to leave the southern heavenly star palace and return to Blue Star, planning to depart immediately. Before leaving, he harvested several 100,000-year-old spiritual plants and 7 10,000-year-old spiritual plants, and picked up some scattered true treasures and spirit treasures. Jiang Yan grumbled in frustration, didn't even find a decent supreme treasure. These scraps are nothing compared to my blood demon soul-devouring array. Sighing, he stopped wasting time and began searching for the teleportation array of the southern heavenly star palace to leave. Walking through the dense fog, his divine sense pierced through the mist, scanning everything within tens of thousands of miles. He could even clearly hear the conversations of several nearby third-tier cultivators. At the northern teleportation array, 5 fourth-tier cultivators were gathered, talking. The sect ordered us to guard the teleportation array and activated the isolation formation, all to prevent the ghost immortal from escaping. Strange. The ghost immortal is just a minor figure from the lower realm. Why such a grand setup, mobilizing all the 4th tier cultivators? You've been out training, so you might not know about the major events in the secret realm recently. Let me tell you, this ghost immortal from the lower realm single-handedly wiped out the Sanyun Pavilion. Hearing this, the skeptical cultivator's face instantly changed. Impossible. A lowly being from the lower realm could destroy Sanyun Pavilion? Although Sanyun Pavilion is the weakest among the 10 major forces of the southern heavenly star palace, it's not something a random lowly being could overthrow. I find it strange too, but that's the reality. This ghost immortal's combat power is extraordinary. We'd better not underestimate him. The 5 stopped talking and focused on guarding the teleportation array. Jiang Yan withdrew his divine sense, his brows furrowed. The teleportation array here is heavily guarded, and the others won't be much better. Clearly, the major forces of the southern heavenly star palace didn't want him to leave alive easily. Sorry, but my little sister is waiting for me to return. I don't have time to waste here. Jiang Yin decided to force his way through. Enveloped in divine dark thunder, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, charging straight toward the northern teleportation array. When he was 10 kilometers away, the fourth-tier cultivator guarding the formation immediately became alert, casting a divine ability to prepare to kill him. Jiang Yin laughed wantonly, trying to stop me? You're far from qualified. His 5 fingers crackled with divine dark thunder, instantly transforming into 5 bolts of lightning that struck fiercely toward the 5 people's faces. Buzz! An invisible barrier appeared in front of the 5, absorbing the attack and even reflecting it back. Jiang Yin remained calm, reflecting? I can play that game too. Let's see who's stronger. A green light flickered in front of him, and an ancient turtle shell-shaped shield appeared, reflecting the rebounded beams back again. The beams buzzed and crisscrossed, bouncing continuously between the barrier and the turtle shell. In the end, the small turtle shield prevailed, and cracks began to appear on the defensive barrier. When will reinforcements arrive? The defense won't hold much longer. Damn it, how is this ghost immortal's treasure so bizarre? One cultivator gritted his teeth, his face dark. Hold on. The sect master will personally take action soon and eliminate this lower realm thief, someone sneered. Seeing the cracks in the barrier, Jiang Yin released dozens of spirit collapse talismans from his body, aiming directly at the fissure. Break 4. Me. With several loud explosions, the defensive barrier was forcibly torn open. Jiang Yin was overjoyed and was about to fly into the teleportation array. At that moment, the sky suddenly split open, and a thunderous voice shook the heavens. And earth, wretched creature, don't think you can escape. A giant hand reached out from the rift, pressing down on Jiang Yin like Mount Tai. Half the sky was obscured by this massive hand. Jiang Yin pushed his dark thunder to the limit, transforming into a bolt of black lightning as he desperately charged toward the teleportation array. Almost there. The teleportation array was right in front of him. As long as he entered, he could reach that place. Boom! The 5 fourth-tier cultivators attacked simultaneously, trying to stop him. Get out of my way! Jiang Yan's eyes flashed red, and one of his hands transformed into a crimson ghost hand. With fingers like sharp blades, he slashed the unprepared 5 cultivators in half in an instant. After an all-out sprint, Jiang Yan finally stepped into the teleportation array. With a single thought, the array activated. Blue star, I'm back. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Wretched creature, stay here. The giant hand still pressed down, but it was too late. With a flash of white light, Jiang Yan's figure disappeared in an instant. The owner of the giant hand roared in fury, No! Wretched creature, I will kill you. At this moment, Jiang Yan was traversing space within the teleportation array, feeling the world spinning around him. When he regained consciousness, he was already in the teleportation array of the Sacred Academy. Exclamations echoed in his ears. Someone else has been teleported back. Go take a look. Ah, someone gasped. It's the Ghost Immortal. Senior Ghost is back. The Ghost Immortal really returned. I was worried he'd be wiped out by those major forces of the Southern Sky Star Palace. Jiang Yin slowly opened his eyes, and the blurry scene before him became clear. He recognized those familiar faces. So it was them. He had saved these people back then and even used 2 corpse puppets to escort them through the teleportation array. Jiang Yin. A familiar voice rang out. Before Jiang Yin could react, he was tightly embraced, catching a faint floral fragrance. Jiang Yin looked up and couldn't help but smile wryly. So it's you. No wonder there's a floral scent. Huang Yingling's eyes were slightly red as she pouted. I thought I'd never see you again. Didn't you say you'd be back soon? Why did it take half a year? Jiang Yin broke free from her embrace and stretched lazily. The spiritual energy in the Southern Skystar Palace is so pure and abundant that I stayed an extra 6 months to cultivate and improve my realm. He wasn't lying. Cultivating in the Southern Skystar Palace was hundreds of times faster than on Blue Star, and the purity and quantity of spiritual energy were incomparable. Why are there only you guys? Where is everyone else? Jiang Yin used his divine sense to scan the Sacred Academy, finding it almost empty. Huang Yingling smiled and said, The Academy is on break. On break. Jiang Yin finally realized it was vacation time. After staying in the Southern Skystar Palace for so long, I ended up coming back just in time for the break. Jiang Yin felt pleasantly surprised. After wandering outside for so long, it was time to go home and take a look. Everyone, until we meet again. Jiang Yin said to Huang Yingling and the others. As soon as the words left his mouth, before anyone could respond, he transformed into a streak of black lightning and vanished without a trace. Huang Yingling pouted, holding her phone midair. I wanted to exchange contact info, so annoying. Chapter 173, Trouble arises this time, the longing to return home was unusually intense. Perhaps it was because he hadn't been home for so long, the yearning grew even stronger. I wonder how Xiaoka has been during this time. Has she been eating well? Has she been causing trouble for old Zhang? Thinking about seeing Zhang Xiaoka soon, Zhang Yan felt a warm sensation in his heart. Zhang Xiaoka had been entrusted to Zhang Xiaosheng for care, and Zhang Yan felt reassured. From the imperial capital to Linjiang province, it took him only a dozen minutes. Arriving at the doorstep, he knocked lightly, intending to surprise Zhang Xiaoka. After knocking for quite a while, no one opened the door. His expression changed. Strange, is Xiaoka not home? He noticed several faint scratches on the security door, and his gaze turned icy. Someone has broken into the house. Without hesitation, he gripped the security door with his fingers and gave it a gentle pull, tearing the door off entirely. Jiang Yan entered the house. There were no signs of a struggle inside, but the eerie silence was chilling. A thick layer of dust covered the floor, indicating that no one had lived there for at least 3 days. Jiang Yan's face darkened completely. Anyone who dares to touch my sister truly doesn't know how dangerous they are. He clenched his fists tightly, his gaze cold and menacing. Transforming into a streak of black lightning, he moved at an extreme speed, appearing in front of Zhang Xiaoxing's house in less than a breath. He broke in directly. Zhang Xiaoxing's room was a mess, littered with empty bottles and instant noodle containers, completely unlike the image of a successful vice principal. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted as he saw Zhang Xiaosheng lying on the sofa, his expression dazed, like a walking corpse, oblivious to Jiang Yan's arrival. Old Zhang, Jiang Yan called out. Zhang Xiaosheng remained unresponsive, mechanically pouring alcohol into his mouth. Old Zhang. Jiang Yan raised his voice. The familiar shout slowly brought Zhang Xiaosheng back to his senses. He stood up, the bottle in his hand falling to the ground. Old Zhang. Is it really you? Old Zhang. Zhang Xiaoxing's voice carried a sobbing tone. He shouted into the house, Xiaoka, come out quickly. Old Zhang is back. Old Zhang is really back. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door suddenly swung open. Zhang Xiaoka ran out, barefoot, her steps pattering, and threw herself into Jiang Yan's arms, her voice also tinged with sobs. Brother. Xiaoka. Looking at the girl before him, Jiang Yan confirmed that this was indeed Zhang Xiaoka. She was unharmed and temporarily staying at Zhang Xiaoxing's house. So who was the one in trouble? Jiang Yan's pupils contracted sharply as he looked at Zhang Xiaosheng in disbelief. Old Zhang, could it be? Zhang Xiaosheng gave a bitter smile. Old Zhang, it's good that you're alive, it's good that you're okay. He bitterly recounted everything that had happened during this time. Back then, Jiang Yan had killed Lei Zhenyu and indirectly caused the death of a 6th-tier elder of the Tiansha Pavilion, thus forming a grudge with them. Jiang Yan had stayed in the southern Skystar Palace for half a year without coming out, and the world assumed that this once peerless genius ghost immortal had already perished. The Tiansha Pavilion seized the opportunity to retaliate, starting to capture and torture Jiang Yan's surviving relatives to death. Zhang Xiaoka became their target. Zhang Xiaoxing understood the danger and, to protect Jiang Yan's only relative, had his own daughter Zhang Linger impersonate Zhang Xiaoka and move into Jiang Yan's house. The real Zhang Xiaoka was hidden in Zhang Xiaoxing's home. As expected, the Zhang Linger in Jiang Yan's house disappeared the next day. Zhang Xiaosheng had sought help from Yang Mingzuan, who did intervene, but even he couldn't rescue Zhang Linger when faced with several 6th-tier martial saints from the Tiansha Pavilion. Instead, he was seriously injured and is currently recuperating. At this point, Zhang Xiaosheng knew his daughter was beyond saving and began to indulge himself. Drowning in alcohol, he solemnly said to Zhang Xiaosheng, Old Zhang, I will definitely rescue your daughter, even if it costs me my life. As for Yang Mingzuan, once I deal with the Tiansha Pavilion, he will personally come to thank you. Old Zhang, don't be impulsive. The Tiansha Pavilion has several 6th-tier martial saints. You might not be their match. Zhang Xiaosheng anxiously tried to dissuade him, unwilling to see Jiang Yan sacrifice himself in vain. Jiang Yan smiled at Zhang Xiaosheng and said, Old Zhang, trust me. After speaking, he gently patted Zhang Xiaoka's head. Xiaoka, take Uncle Zhang for a walk outside. When you return, everything will be back to normal. Zhang Xiaoka nodded firmly. Okay, I understand. Good girl. Jiang Yan smiled, then turned and walked toward the door. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a cold, murderous aura. Tiansha Pavilion, today will be the day of your annihilation. He transformed into a streak of pitch-black light and headed straight for the Tiansha Pavilion. Inside a pitch-black secret chamber of the Tiansha Pavilion, Zhang Linger was pale, her body covered in wounds. She had been tortured to the brink of losing consciousness, no longer holding on to any hope, only wishing for the pain to end. Unfortunately, her captors would not allow her to die so easily. This was a calculated act of revenge against Jiang Yan. Clang! The heavy iron door creaked open. Zhang Linger trembled involuntarily, knowing that another wasn't he ordered to torture Jiang Xiaoke? How could he be beaten like this? The executioner's face was full of despair, and he babbled nonsense. He's coming. He's going to kill me. Save me. Pavilion Master. Save me. Ah! Suddenly, the executioner was wrapped in a ball of strange flames and let out a shrill scream. This tragic scene made the blood on the hands of everyone in Tiansha Pavilion stop, and their eyes widened. Who is playing tricks here? Get out! Red Team A roared. There was a deathly silence outside the meeting room, and no one responded. Only the executioner kept making terrifying screams. In the meeting room, all the 6th-level martial saints were so frightened by the strange scene before them that they dared not move, and even breathe. Cautiously. Excuse me, which fellow Taoist is here? I'm sorry, but please show yourself. Tiansha Pavilion Master Red Joker said with a forced smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A sudden, chilling gust of wind passed, and a black coffin silently stopped at the conference room's entrance, dragging the flaming executioner inside. Red Joker swallowed in shock, his legs weakening and his entire body trembling. What kind of power was this? It was so strange and terrifying. Then, a faint voice rang out. You want to kill me? Then I'll come myself. I'll stand here and wait for you. The lights in the corridor flickered, and a tall figure slowly approached the conference room. Red Joker's eyes narrowed. It's you! How? Are you still alive? You should be dead. Jiang Yan's laughter echoed through the conference room. If you don't die, how can I die so easily? Oomph, arrogant boy. Even if you manage to survive in the Southern Star Palace, you can't leave the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Elder Ace of Hearts struck first, ready to deliver the fatal blow. As a 6th-rank martial saint, he could teleport, his speed unpredictable. But just as his palm was about to strike Jiang Yan's figure suddenly vanished, replaced by a strange female ghost. The ghost's neck was clearly stitched, giving her a terrifying appearance. The ghost suddenly laughed, and Ace of Hearts felt a chill run down his spine. The next second, a thin line of blood appeared on his neck, as thin as a cicada's wing. Ace of Hearts reached for his neck in horror, only to find his head tilted and he fell heavily to the ground. A 6th-rank martial saint, fallen like that. Seeing this, the other 6th-rank martial saints of Tiansha Pavilion panicked. This is the power of the law. Be careful of that ghost's slash. Don't resist, just dodge. Red Joker immediately recognized the Paper Bride's killer move. He sneered, this ghost looks formidable, but her attacks are simple. She's not that scary. As soon as he finished speaking, Red Joker had already rushed out of the meeting room and appeared in the sky, staring coldly at Jiang Yan. Boy, you're no simple man. I will not let you go. Black energy surged from his hands, instantly enveloping half the sky, as if a new world had been created. Heavenly evil. Red Joker's eyes were bloodshot, and a surge of black energy surged towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes. This is a divine gift of the same attribute as mine. A smile crossed his lips. That makes things much easier. 5 fingers in a fist. Jiang Yan waved his hand, and the dark energy of the heavenly evil actually obeyed his command, floating in the air, uncontrollable by Red Joker. Red Joker narrowed his eyes. Little bastard, what have you done to my heavenly evil? Jiang Yan smiled. I just made it obedient, like a master training a dog. Everyone, do you want to continue the show? Controlled by Jiang Yan, Red Joker could only pin his hopes on the other elders. Deputy Pavilion Master Black Joker, also a ghost-attributed divine gift, naturally did not dare to act rashly. Several other 6th-level martial saints appeared simultaneously, unleashing divine gifts from different angles, preparing to kill Jiang Yan with a single strike. Arrogant brat, die. Black Ace of Spades sneered. A strange beam of light burst through the sky, transforming into a pitch-black sword, carrying a sinister aura, and piercing Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan didn't even turn his head, controlling the black aura of heavenly calamity to block the black sword. Pavilion Master, what's going on here? Spada glared angrily at Red Joker. Red Joker looked helpless. Damn it, my divine gift has been ruined. Jian Yen manipulated the black aura of heavenly calamity with both hands, effortlessly neutralizing all the attacks from the elders of the heavenly calamity pavilion. This ability isn't bad, quite practical. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Jian Yan's mouth. The black aura of heavenly calamity transformed endlessly in his hands, morphing into countless black swords that surrounded him, forming a protective sword array. Alright, enough chit-chat. Time to clean up the battlefield. A crimson glow appeared in his palm as the 10 Directions Ghost Command slowly emerged. The Underworld Emperor is here. Yen Luo, heed my command. A cold smile spread across Jian Yan's face. Judgment time has come. Boom! 3 ghostly apparitions appeared behind Jian Yan, their overwhelming presence shocking the elders of the Heavenly Calamity Pavilion, who all felt the looming threat of death. Damn it, what kind of ghostly immortal is this? How does he have so many tricks? One elder, overcome with fear, turned to flee. Jian Yan suddenly turned his head, his scarlet eyes flashing with 2 beams of light. Did I say you could leave? One of his hands transformed into a crimson ghost hand, and as he clenched it in the air, a crimson domain appeared above the fleeing elder's head. A massive ghost hand suddenly grabbed him. With a sickening splat, the 6th-tier elder was crushed to death by the ghost hand. This was the pinnacle of absolute power. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, 2 of the 6 elders of the Heavenly Calamity Pavilion had fallen. The remaining elders were all trembling with fear, not daring to act rashly. Cold sweat dripped from Red Joker's forehead, his pupils trembling violently, filled with regret. Of all the people to provoke, why did it have to be such a formidable opponent? He had to stabilize Jian Yan's emotions quickly, or his own life would truly be in danger. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Calamity Pavilion swallowed nervously, forcing a friendly smile. Young friend, I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. Since it's a misunderstanding, why not resolve it? Jian Yan's smile deepened, but the mirth didn't reach his eyes. Pavilion master, you're quite the smooth talker. A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? If it's truly a misunderstanding, then how did my sister end up being captured by you? Or are you saying you treated her as an honored guest? Jian Yan asked with a smile. The pavilion master was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. At this moment, an elder snorted coldly. Youngster, since your sister is still alive, I'm willing to offer you a supreme treasure as compensation. Let's just call it even. He spoke with an air of righteousness, casually glossing over the torment Zhang Linger had endured. In his eyes, a treasure should be enough to tempt Jian Yan. The elder looked down at Jian Yan condescendingly, as if bestowing a favor upon him. Little did he know, Jian Yan's smile had already faded. Even the mocking grin was gone, leaving only a cold, merciless expression. Call it even? Jian Yan repeated the words softly, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Youngster, don't be ungrateful. Letting it Red Teammate couldn't dodge in time, and one of his arms was severed, blood gushing out. Why are you staring at me? Red Teammate roared in fury. Jian Yan replied coldly, because I want to kill you. He suddenly opened the red paper umbrella, and with a buzz, the umbrella sword was unsheathed. A chill ran down Red Teammate's spine, as if some ancient taboo had locked its gaze on him. His entire body trembled. Damn it! What kind of magical weapon is this? A crimson robe slowly draped over Jian Yan's body. At this moment, the sky turned blood red, and the entire world bloomed with otherworldly flowers. Scarlet petals drifted through the air, and Jian Yan stood like a ghostly deity amidst heaven and earth. He slowly raised the red umbrella sword and gently swung it. In an instant, the world lost all its color, becoming a gray void. Only the red robe and red umbrella sword on Jian Yan remained vivid. There was one other figure with color, the elder of the Tiansha Pavilion who had been struck by the red umbrella sword. His body spilled a crimson line of blood, which, in this gray world, resembled a breathtaking work of art. The grand drama was nearing its end, and the atmosphere grew heavy. This moment felt as if it stretched into eternity. In Zhang Linger's eyes, Jian Yan's ghostly, divine silhouette seemed to have existed for a century. When she blinked again, the colors of the world had returned. The elder of the Tiansha Pavilion, Red Team A, had vanished, as if he had never existed, erased by some eerie rule. Jian Yan had also returned to his original state, the red umbrella sword and crimson robe seemingly never having appeared. Was that an illusion? Zhang Linger's eyes trembled slightly, still immersed in the eternal beauty of the scene just moments ago. In the sky, 3 Yama kings had already subdued and killed the other 3 elders. Among the Tiansha pavilion's leadership, only the 2 pavilion masters, the king and queen, remained. No, impossible. The Tiansha pavilion, which I built with my own hands over a century, destroyed just like this? No, no. The pavilion master of Tiansha howled toward the heavens. But no matter how furious he was, his divine gift was still under Jiang Yan's control, rendering it unusable. He screamed in despair, "Why? Why is this happening? That was my divine gift. My divine gift." Jiang Yan's eyes showed no trace of pity. "Now, it is my divine gift." He manipulated the black energy of Tiansha, surrounding the pavilion master, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Since you love your divine gift so much, I'll use it to send you off. Consider it, returning it to its rightful owner." The black energy of Tiansha engulfed the pavilion master, and piercing screams echoed continuously. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the pavilion master was devoured by his own divine gift, leaving not even bones behind. Only one deputy pavilion master remained among the Tiansha pavilion's leadership. Trembling and speechless, the Tiansha pavilion, long infamous and feared, was now experiencing terror for the first time. He stammered, Please, don't act rashly. Let's talk this out. As for capturing your sister, I never agreed to it. I even tried to stop them." Jiang Yan shook his head. "Stop saying useless things. You'd better think about how to face death with dignity." The deputy pavilion master was so terrified that he burst into tears. No, no, no. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please spare me. I'll do anything for you, even be your servant, as long as I can live." "Be my servant? Are you even worthy?" Divine thunder erupted from Jiang Yan's palm, instantly striking the deputy pavilion master of the Tiansha pavilion. In a flash, the thunder imbued with the laws of lightning obliterated the deputy pavilion master into a mist of blood. The leadership of the Tiansha pavilion was completely annihilated. Next, it's time for the small fry. Jiang Yan's goal was clear, to eradicate every last one of them. Since he had decided to wipe out the sect, there would be no survivors. Consider it cleaning up the scum for Huaxia. Jiang Yan sneered. The Tiansha pavilion had a fearsome reputation, but the true masterminds behind it were hidden abroad, in a western country. The Tiansha pavilion was merely a pawn used by the West to assassinate Huaxia's talents. Now that Jiang Yan had wiped out the entire Tiansha pavilion, it could be considered a cleansing of the sect. Law of lightning. Jiang Yan summoned a bolt of tribulation lightning, instantly erasing the Tiansha pavilion's headquarters from the map. Thus, the Tiansha pavilion was annihilated. Chapter 176, Triumphant Return. The dazzling divine might transformed into heavenly thunder high above. Jiang Yan coldly watched the destruction of the Tiansha pavilion, his eyes devoid of any pity. Everyone in the Tiansha pavilion deserved their fate. Jiang Yan slowly descended to the ground, looking at Zhang Linger, who was frozen in place, her eyes trembling uncontrollably. He waved a hand in front of her face. "Stop spacing out. It's time to take you home." Zhang Linger snapped back to reality, her eyes brimming with tears. "I thought I'd be trapped here forever." Jiang Yan gently ruffled her hair. "It's all my fault for dragging you into this disaster. From today on, I'll treat you like my own little sister." Zhang Linger had become a stand-in for Jiang Xiaoke, enduring this calamity in her place. Jiang Yan would never forget the Zhang family's kindness to him. "Are your injuries feeling better?" Jiang Yan had given her a few Qing Yuan pills when he rescued her. The medicine worked quickly, and the wounds on Zhang Linger's body had already begun to heal. Looking at her slowly recovering body, Zhang Linger nodded with difficulty. Much better. A young girl in the prime of her life had suffered such cruel torment. Naturally, Jiang Yan would not let the beasts of the Tiansha pavilion off easily. He had already ordered the judge to imprison the souls of everyone in the Tiansha pavilion in the 19th layer of the Black Flame Hell, where they would burn for eternity, never to be reborn. Feeling guilty, Jiang Yan wanted to help Zhang Linger escape her pain as quickly as possible. At that moment, he noticed the life energy particles drifting in the air. Jiang Yan's furrowed brow relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Of course, life energy particles. As a member of the Spirit Clan, Jiang Yan could absorb divine and life energy particles from the heavens and earth, and naturally, he could also guide these beneficial substances. Divine energy strengthened the soul, while life energy healed the body. Linger, bear with it a little longer. It won't hurt soon. Jiang Yan activated the primal breathing technique, his spiritual power surging as he became a vortex of energy, beginning to absorb the life energy particles around him. Gradually, Zhang Linger also saw clusters of green, glowing life energy particles gathering around her. Her eyes widened slightly, and she whispered in curiosity, "What is this?" "It's amazing." Jiang Yan explained, "I don't have an exact name for it yet, so let's call it life energy particles for now. They're beneficial to life and can quickly heal injuries." He moved closer to her, allowing the life energy particles to flow from his body into hers. As the particles continued to surround her, Zhang Linger's face showed a comfortable expression, and her wounds and pain quickly disappeared. "This is incredible." Zhang Linger's eyes sparkled with amazement. In all her life, she had never known such miraculous things existed in the world. She looked at Jiang Yan, and for some reason, found him both mysterious and reassuring. Not bad at all compared to young Master Gu. Zhang Linger muttered softly. Before long, Zhang Linger's injuries were completely healed with the help of the life energy particles. Her skin even became fairer and smoother than before, and her vitality had significantly improved. Seeing her fully recovered, Jiang Yan smiled and ruffled her hair again. "Linger, do you know what kind of relationship I have with your father?" Zhang Linger didn't push his hand away. Instead, she felt a sense of warmth. Pouting, she said, "That old dad of mine calls you old Jiang. Your generations are all mixed up." "Ha, you're not wrong," Jiang Yan admitted with a laugh. Their generational hierarchy was indeed a bit of a mess. Zhang Xiaosheng treated him like family, and Jiang Yan would protect this ordinary man for the rest of his life. Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Linger with a smile. "Linger, would you like to have an older brother?" Zhang Linger's face turned red. "An older brother? I'm an only child." Suddenly having someone to call brother feels so strange. Seeing her hesitation, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. "Do you know how many girls are begging me to be their brother? This is your lucky chance." Zhang Linger playfully stuck out her tongue. "Oomph, boasting without a draft. With your ghost immortal title, who would dare come near you?" Well, Jiang Yan was momentarily speechless. Indeed, for some reason, whenever the title of Ghost Immortal was mentioned, people would show expressions of fear, as if he were some kind of monster. Seeing Jiang Yan's awkward expression, Zhang Linger couldn't help but laugh. She clasped her hands behind her back and spun around happily. "Humph, since I'm the one who saved your sister Jiang Xiaoke, and you care so much about her, I'll reluctantly call you brother." Jiang Yan smiled helplessly. "What a joke. I'm so handsome and strong, yet I have to reluctantly agree to recognize a younger sister. Truly, life is full of surprises." "You're way too narcissistic," Zhang Linger retorted. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "This is called confidence because everything I say is true." Indeed. He was both handsome and strong, there was no denying it. Seeing Zhang Linger about to speak again, Jiang Yan directly interrupted her spell, grabbed her, and said, "Let's go." With that, he stepped into the air and flew toward Zhang Xiaoxing's house. "Ah!" Zhang Linger, who had yet to awaken her divine gift, screamed in fright at the rapid speed. To prevent the sonic boom from injuring her, Jiang Yan thoughtfully set up a barrier around her. At Zhang Xiaoxing's house, Zhang Xiaosheng paced anxiously back and forth. He had already cleaned up the messy room and tidied up his scruffy face, all to leave a good impression on Zhang Linger. Why aren't they here yet? Could something have happened to old Zhang? Zhang Xiaoxing's face was full of worry. Seeing him like this, Zhang Xiaoke comforted him. "Uncle Zhang, don't worry. With my brother on the case, Sister Linger will definitely be fine." Zhang Xiaosheng shook his head. "The Tiansha Pavilion isn't an ordinary civilian organization. I've heard that it's backed by Western financial groups and employs several 6th-tier martial saints. The divine gifts of these 6th-tier martial saints are quite unique, they can kill invisibly. I'm really worried about old Jiang." His brows furrowed tightly. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Before Jiang Xiaoke could react, Zhang Xiaosheng had already rushed over like the wind and swiftly opened the door. As the door opened, Zhang Xiaosheng's pupils contracted, and his lips trembled. Linger. Stupid dad." Zhang Linger, with tears in her eyes, glared at him. The father and daughter embraced tightly, unwilling to let go for a long time. Jiang Yan stood to the side, hands in his pockets, silently playing the role of the handsome observer. "Brother, I knew you could do it. You're truly invincible," Zhang Xiaoke said excitedly. "Shoo!" Jiang Yan raised a finger to his lips, showing a melancholic expression. "I'm not invincible, I'm just unbeatable." Jiang Shoka rolled his eyes, his brother was starting to talk nonsense again. Today's update ends here. The author is too lazy to write more. Chapter 177, Western Conspiracy in America, at the Tianjin Consortium. At the top floor of a towering luxury skyscraper, there was a conference room made of SSS grade vibranium. The Tiansha Pavilion was wiped out in China yesterday. Yuri, if I remember correctly, the Tiansha Pavilion was your project, wasn't it? A blond man asked with a cold smile. The man addressed as Yuri flicked his cigarette ash and exhaled smoke. I already know. No need to remind me. Perhaps we've been too aggressive lately, and the Chinese authorities sent someone to eliminate them. The blond man chuckled. Authorities? Yuri, you're mistaken. I've investigated. The organization that wiped out the Tiansha Pavilion sent only one person. Yuri slammed the table, his eyes widening. What did you say? One person wiped out my Tiansha Pavilion? That's impossible. He squinted. Could it be that old man? A brunette woman with curly hair said. The Chinese guardian didn't act. He's currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the second realm of martial god. He won't make a move for another 5 years. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Yuri fumed. The Tiansha Pavilion had several 6th-tier martial saints, all thanks to the precious resources he provided from behind the scenes. Now that the Tiansha Pavilion had been annihilated overnight, his forces had suffered a heavy blow, and he'd lost a key trump card. Yuri, calm down. I've already identified the person who destroyed the Tiansha Pavilion last night, the blond man said with an elegant smile, his eyes sparkling like starlight. He pointed into the air, and a water-like mirror appeared, reflecting the image of a black-haired, red-eyed young man. It was him who destroyed the Tiansha Pavilion you've painstakingly built, the blond man, Blair, said with a smile. A young man? Yuri, calm down. A young man capable of destroying his Tiansha Pavilion was clearly no ordinary person. Blair, you want to use me to deal with this Chinese youth, Yuri said coldly, staring at him. Blair spread his hands. Yuri, you've misunderstood. I always prioritize the bigger picture. Rest assured, I won't let you act alone. I will help you completely eliminate this young man from Huaxia. Blair smiled brightly. He took off his platinum gloves and tossed them in front of Yuri. I swear in the name of the Hazlitt family, you can confidently accept this mission. His azure eyes reflected Yuri's figure. Getting rid of this Huaxia youth will be very beneficial to our plan. Yuri remained silent for a moment, then picked up the platinum gloves on the table. Since you swear in the name of your family, I am willing to trust you. This is also for the greater good. I admire your magnanimity, Blair said with a smile. He snapped his fingers, and his figure instantly blurred, rippling like water. In the next moment, a blond man identical to him appeared across from Yuri. This is my spirit body. It will accompany you to Huaxia to eliminate that young man, Blair said calmly. Yuri carefully examined Blair's spirit body and cautiously asked, what is this guy's power level? Blair said nothing, but the spirit body answered on its own, I am at the 6th tier, 3rd level. Mr. Yuri, are you satisfied? 6th tier, 3rd level. Everyone in the conference room was shocked. A spirit body already at the 6th tier, 3rd level, how powerful must Blair's true form be? 7th tier? Don't be so surprised. I can tell you that my true strength is at the 6th tier, 9th level, Blair's true form said with a glint of amusement in his eyes. We are a team, gathered here for a shared ideal. We should not doubt each other. The sincerity in Blair's words moved everyone. Perhaps, under the leadership of this young man from the Hazlitt family, they could truly achieve their great ideal. Blair's azure eyes gleamed with deep laughter. He stood up, his voice warm yet powerful. For our ideal, for the future of Blue Star, we will surely succeed. Huaxia, Jiang City, Evergreen Restaurant. I knew you wouldn't die so easily, Yang Mingzuan said, his upper body wrapped in bandages, his injuries appearing severe. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. You have quite a bit of faith in me. The journey to the southern Skystar Palace was fraught with danger. I almost didn't make it back. But you're alive now, and that says everything, Yang Mingzuan said with a serious expression. Your rise is already a fact, no one can stop you. But you can't let your guard down. This is a time of chaos, Yang Mingzuan frowned. Do you know about the Huaxia Guardian's retreat into seclusion? He went into seclusion? No wonder the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion is targeting my sister, and Du Guowan hasn't intervened. Jiang Yan pursed his lips tightly. How long will he be in seclusion? At least 5 years, possibly up to 100 years, Yang Mingzuan replied. 100 years? Jiang Yan sighed. Fortunately, the 8th tier beast emperor has been eliminated, and the threat of exotic beasts has diminished. True, but don't forget, the Western forces have started to act, Yang Mingzuan said wearily. With the Huaxia Guardian in seclusion, the Western powers led by America won't want to see Huaxia dominate. They will launch a large-scale attack on Huaxia, forcing the Guardian to end his seclusion and take action. With his unstable realm, he will inevitably suffer backlash. Once the backlash succeeds, the Western 8th tier martial emperors will unite to eliminate the Guardian. At that point, Huaxia will be in grave danger. Yang Mingzuan revealed the Western conspiracy to Zhang Yan. As 6th tier martial saints, they were among the first in Huaxia to receive official warnings. The West had already begun assembling 3rd tier martial masters and 4th tier martial kings. This great war was imminent. Yang Mingzuan looked at Zhang Yan seriously and said, in a war between great nations, martial saints and martial emperors are important, but the battlefield of martial masters and martial kings is equally critical. Kid Zhang, you wiped out the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion single-handedly yesterday, so the West is surely watching you. From now on, you must act cautiously. Yang Mingzuan warned. Zhang Yan frowned slightly. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Yang. I will keep it in mind. But for now, the most important thing is to heal your injuries first, Zhang Yan said earnestly. Yang Mingzuan shook his head with a bitter smile. It's useless. These injuries were inflicted by the Pavilion Master's sinister divine gift, even divine medicine won't help. Before he could finish speaking, he was shocked to find his injuries healing at a visible rate. Yang Mingzuan had lived for so many years, yet this was the first time he encountered such a situation. He was dumbfounded. Zhang kid, what is this green substance? I'm not sure either. I call it the vitality substance, Zhang Yan shrugged and replied. Chapter 178, The Path Sought Vitality Substance. Yang Mingzuan felt it flowing within his body, dissolving the dark energy of the Heavenly Fiend Pavilion Master. He looked at Zhang Yan, increasingly convinced that this young man was extraordinary. Yang Mingzuan was stunned. This kind of injury can't even be healed by divine medicine, yet you managed to cure it so easily. Zhang kid, make sure the Westerners never find out about this trick of yours. Otherwise, even a 7th tier martial emperor would come to eliminate you. Zhang Yan nodded. Don't worry, Senior Yang. I'll protect my own life. After healing Yang Mingzuan's injuries, Zhang Yan also gifted him a few millennia-old divine plants and high-grade spiritual treasures as a token of gratitude for his willingness to help save Zhang Linger. These treasures were obtained from the Southern Skystar Palace, and most of them were now given to Yang Mingzuan as a thank you gift for his assistance. Yang Mingzuan looked at the gifts Zhang Yan had given him and shook his head with a smile. Kid, where on earth did you get these treasures? Take a guess, Senior Yang. I have plenty of ways to acquire treasures, Zhang Yan replied. With a grin. Yang Mingzuan laughed. I wasn't wrong about you. You're truly an interesting guy. Don't die too soon, I still want to see the day you dominate Blue Star. Don't worry, Senior Yang. The day I dominate Blue Star isn't far off, Zhang Yan said with a smile. Currently, Zhang Yan was at the 4th tier, level 50, capable of easily killing a 6th tier martial saint on Blue Star. Once he advanced to the 5th tier, he would be unstoppable on Blue Star. Finally, Zhang Yan lingered at Yang Mingzuan's Evergreen restaurant for a grand meal before leaving satisfied. On his way back, Zhang Yan pondered Yang Mingzuan's warning. The Heavenly Fiend Pavilion is a pawn of the West. I destroyed them yesterday, so the West must have their eyes on me now. He didn't mind for himself, but Jiang Xiaoka's safety was the real concern. He had to think this through carefully. This house is definitely no longer safe. I need to find a more secure place to live, Zhang Yan muttered, his brows furrowed, his mind preoccupied with Jiang Xiaoka's safety. The more he worried, the more his head ached. Rubbing his temples, Zhang Yan thought, where can I move to that's safe? Where would be suitable? Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Oh right, I almost forgot about this. Clearing his throat, he coughed and then shouted toward the sky, help. He shouted like this for half an hour, his voice growing hoarse. Just as he was about to try another method, a lazy figure appeared, leaning against a wall at some point. With flowing white hair and deep dark circles under his eyes, the figure said, stop shouting. Seeing Qi Wushang appear, Zhang Yan immediately grinned. I've been shouting for half an hour, and you just now show up. If I'd really been killed by a strong enemy, wouldn't you be held accountable? Qi Wushang lazily glanced at him. If you died, it would just prove you weren't that capable. Who would hold me accountable? Who would dare? Humph. I'm an SSS divine gifted. Jiang Yan retorted indignantly. Even if you were a forbidden one, my attitude wouldn't change, Qi Wushang replied indifferently. Then what if I told you I am a forbidden one? Jiang Yan asked with a grin. Qi Wushang finally raised his eyes to give him a serious look, then shifted his gaze away again. Then I'd help. Collect your corpse and even erect a tombstone for you. Jiang Yan shrugged. It seems there's really nothing and no one that can move you, Sword Immortal. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Qi Wushang, grinning mischievously. Do me a favor, will you? Qi Wushang didn't even think before refusing. No. Just one favor, Jiang Yan pleaded. Not even one, Qi Wushang replied lazily. You were sent by the state to protect me. If you refuse to help, aren't you just freeloading off the government? Jiang Yan protested. Qi Wushang raised his eyes and gave him a strange smile. Jiang Yan immediately understood and couldn't help but curse. Damn. You really are just a freeloader. Alright then, I'll just apply to have someone else protect me. I can't let you stick around freeloading forever. Jiang Yan spoke as he made a move toward the government office. Wait a moment, Qi Wushang called out to him, his brows tightly furrowed, clearly worried that Jiang Yan might actually go and file a complaint. Protecting Jiang Yan was truly an easy job. Other SSS-level God-gifted individuals often encountered danger, requiring intervention from those secretly guarding them. But Jiang Yan was different. Although he liked to put on airs, the times he landed himself in dire situations were pitifully few, which greatly reduced Qi Wushang's troubles. Therefore, Qi Wushang had no desire for Jiang Yan to complain about him and risk being reassigned to protect someone more troublesome. Alright, tell me, what exactly do you need me to do? Qi Wushang asked helplessly. Jiang Yan smirked. I just want a safe place to live. You wouldn't want me living in constant fear, would you? Fine, Qi Wushang replied without hesitation. The government has a special national security compound for high-priority protection targets like you. Really? Then why didn't you mention it earlier? Jiang Yan questioned. You didn't ask, and I didn't feel like bringing it up, Qi Wushang said matter-of-factly. Jiang Yan chuckled in exasperation. You guys, the higher your level, the less you care about anything. It's not that. We don't care, Qi Wushang said, looking at him. It's that we don't want to get entangled in karma. We are martial artists. The higher our level, the more we can sense the Tao. His expression turned serious. This is what it means to enter the Tao through martial arts. The life and death of others, their fates, have nothing to do with us. Only the Tao is eternal, Qi Wushang said. Jiang Yan fell silent, recalling how the headmaster of the Sacred Academy was the same way, indifferent to the lives of others, seeing it as a necessary path. On Blue Star, cultivation was through martial arts, not immortality, so there was no need to leave the mundane world. Yet, some gifted individuals always managed to transcend the secular, entering the Tao through martial arts and reaching higher realms. Qi Wushang and the headmaster were such people. They had transcended the mortal world, viewing others as mere passers-by, with only the Tao as eternal. Jiang Yan chuckled. Only caring about your own longevity while ignoring the lives of others, what Tao is that? What immortality are you cultivating? If one day I become a god or an immortal, I won't enjoy it alone. I'll take all beings with me to ascend together, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Qi Wushang looked at him, silent for a moment, before finally revealing a faint smile. The path you've chosen will be fraught with countless hardships. I wish you success. Give me some time, I need to pick up a few people, Jiang Yan said. Qi Wushang leaned against the wall, slowly closing his eyes, his voice like a whisper. Hurry up. My time is precious. Precious for what? Jiang Yan really wanted to ask. Surrounded by black divine lightning, Jiang Yan shot into the sky in an instant, kicking up a cloud of dust that made Qi Wushang's white hair flutter. Sparks flew along the way, and before long, Jiang Yan arrived at Zhang Shaoxing's doorstep. Old Zhang, open the door, Jiang Yan said bluntly, knocking. With a click, the old security door opened. Zhang Shaoxing, dressed in pajamas, appeared with a rosy complexion. Zhang Linger's safe return had clearly lifted his spirits. Old Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Shaoxing invited Jiang Yan inside. Nothing major. Considering Linger and Xiaoke's situation, I'm planning to move them to a safer place, Jiang Yan said with a smile. What do you think, old Zhang? A safer place? You mean like the Tianke Palace Villa district? Zhang Shaoxing asked. Tianke Palace was a famous high-end villa area in Huaxia, guarded by several fifth-tier martial lords, offering top-notch security. The property prices there were close to 10 million yuan per square meter, and billionaires scrambled to live there. Zhang. Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. Old Zhang, you're really something, managing to get a place in Tianke Palace. Jiang Yan waved his hand. Not that impressive. Zhang Xiaoshang immediately lost interest. Oh, got excited for nothing. The place I've arranged is even better than Tianke Palace, Jiang Yan said with a slight smile. It's the National Security Compound. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Xiaoshang froze, his phone dropping to the ground with a clatter. His lips trembled. National Security Compound? Old Jiang, you're not joking, are you? Jiang Yan shrugged. Do I look like I'm joking? My God, the National Security Compound. I never even dared to dream of it in my lifetime. Zhang Xiaoshang was so excited that his hands were trembling. Tianke Palace was already the most luxurious villa district he could imagine, yet Jiang Yan had directly arranged for him to move into the most prestigious villa district in Huaxia, the Goan Compound. The residents of Tianke Palace were billionaires and tycoons worth hundreds of billions, but the residents of the Goan Compound were all from the highest echelons of Huaxia. The level of security was incomparable. Tianke Palace at most had a few fifth-tier martial lords as guards, occasionally inviting a sixth-tier martial saint. In contrast, the Goan Compound was guarded by several martial saints, and even Huaxia's overseer would occasionally reside there, enough to deter all forces. No one dared to provoke the Goan Compound, it was a place they wouldn't dare touch. Living in the Goan Compound was equivalent to entering the safest fortress in Huaxia. Jiang Yan looked at the stunned Zhang Xiaoshang and waved his hand. Old Zhang, stop daydreaming. Call Linger and get ready to move. All right. Zhang Xiaoshang snapped out of it, rushing into the house excitedly. Linger, pack up quickly. We're moving. Zhang Xiaoke, who was temporarily staying at Zhang Xiaoxing's house, ran out of her room as soon as she heard the news. She excitedly approached Jiang Yan. Brother, are we leaving Zhangchang? Seeing Zhang Xiaoke's reluctant expression, Jiang Yan smiled and ruffled her hair, making it fluffy. As long as you want to come back, I'll bring you back anytime. Zhang Xiaoke shook her head. Wherever brother is, that's Xiaoke's home. If brother is in Zhangchang, then Zhangchang is home. If brother isn't, then Zhangchang isn't home. Xiaoke. Jiang Yan's gaze softened. Hey, you annoying brother. Where are you taking me to live? At that moment, Zhang Linger came out, dragging her suitcase and looking annoyed. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. The capital, the safest place in Huaxia. I'm about to start my senior year of high school. Moving to the capital at such a critical time, what about my martial arts exams? Zhang Linger pouted in protest. Jiang Yan chuckled. If I have the ability to take you to the safest place in Huaxia, then school registration won't be an issue. Zhang Xiaoshang laughed heartily. Old Jiang, you're really something now. I'll have to rely on you from now on. Jiang Yan smiled. Then you'd better hold on tight. Don't waste time, let's not keep the driver waiting. The driver he referred to was Qi Wushang, who was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, resting. At that moment, Qi Wushang slowly opened his eyes, his gaze lazy and indifferent. He sighed. As expected, we've been targeted. Their response was quite fast. He crossed his arms, and a shadowy, ethereal sword slowly materialized. Time to get to work. Buzz. A streak of ethereal sword energy tore through the space, instantly clearing the dark, narrow alleyway and slicing through the void. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets hitting the ground echoed like a death knell in the dim space. So, you're Huaxia's sword immortal? You do live up to your reputation. A refined voice rang out as water droplets gathered into a small puddle, ripples gently spreading. A handsome blonde man appeared, bowing slightly. My name is Blair, acting director of the Skyhawk Group from the beautiful country. I've come to your country today for a small matter. I hope the sword immortal can make an exception. Once it's done, I'll leave immediately. Qi Wushang's gaze remained calm and unperturbed. This small matter of yours is not so simple. I have a mission. Please don't cause trouble. Blair smiled faintly. It seems we can't resolve this peacefully. What a pity. He snapped his fingers, and 10 watery spaces appeared behind him. Sword immortal, please rest here for a while. Boom! The 10 watery spaces transformed into water mirrors, reflecting Qi Wushang's figure. In the blink of an eye, 10 identical Qi Wushangs stepped out of the water mirrors. Qi Wushang remained expressionless. So, it's just a minor trick. Without moving a muscle, the ethereal sword in his arms suddenly opened and closed. A flash of pale white sword-light streaked through, shattering the 10 water mirrors instantly. The 10 Qi Wushangs that had emerged from the mirrors simultaneously dissolved, turning into puddles of water. Blair's lips curled into a slight smile, as expected of the legendary sword immortal. Your sword speed is so fast we can't even see it. As soon as he finished speaking, the puddles on the ground suddenly converged around Qi Wushang, rapidly forming a cage that trapped him inside. Qi Wushang remained calm, and the ethereal sword in his arms once again emitted a flash of sword light. The water cage shattered instantly, the ethereal white sword shadow pointed directly at Blair. Blair raised his hands with a smile. This is no joke. I hope we can resolve this conflict peacefully. As soon as he finished speaking, the ethereal white sword light flashed past. Blair sighed. It seems we can't reach an agreement. His figure was pierced by the sword shadow, dissolving into a puddle of water that splashed heavily onto the ground. His voice echoed in the dark alley. That young man won't live long. All your efforts are in vain. Chapter 180, The Western Prodigy. Qi Wushang calmly stared at the water stains on the ground. After a while, Jiang Yan landed smoothly with 3 others. That was so thrilling. Big bro, I want to do it again. Jiang Xiuke was overjoyed, clearly satisfied with the flight. Zhang Linger leaned against the wall, her face pale. No way, if I do it again, I'll definitely pass out. Zhang Xiaoshang also looked pale. Old Zhang, I'm practically middle-aged. Isn't this just tormenting the elderly? You all need more practice. Look at how adaptable my Xiaoke is, Jiang Yan said with a smile. He. Jiang Xiaoke beamed with a lively and adorable smile at the compliment. Only then did Jiang Yan turn to Qi Wushang, noticing that he had been staring expressionlessly at the puddle on the ground. Jiang Yan followed his gaze and said coldly, someone was here just now. Qi Wushang glanced at him indifferently and said without expression, someone who wants to kill you. So soon. Jiang Yan frowned. He knew the West saw him as a thorn in their side, but he hadn't expected them to act so quickly. Their efficiency was astonishing. If Qi Wushang hadn't been here, he might not have escaped a tough battle. What level of strength are we dealing with? Jiang Yan asked. Qi Wushang replied calmly. Realm is just a number used by ordinary people to measure strength. For true masters, realm is merely a reference. What he meant was that realm didn't matter at all. In other words, the opponent's divine gift was extremely powerful and bizarre. Qi Wushang's gaze remained calm. You need to be cautious of water and mirrors. Water and mirrors. Jiang Yan nodded. The opponent's divine gift is related to these two things. We can't get near water sources or mirrors, basically anything that can reflect light. Qi Wushang looked at Jiang Yan in surprise. Jiang Yan raised his head. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't expect you to be more than an ordinary person, Qi Wushang said flatly. Jiang Yan smiled confidently. It's because I stay calm that I can lead in this chaotic world. Qi Wushang ignored him directly. Let's go. His slender fingers glowed with golden light, pointing into the void. A dragon's shadow slowly began to take shape. It was a Chinese dragon. Jiang Yan's little underworld dragon was a Western demon dragon, appearing more ferocious and imposing, but it couldn't compare to the sacred and noble aura of Qi Wushang's Chinese dragon. Zhang Linger and Jiang Xiaoke were dumbfounded, their mouths wide open, enough to fit a peach inside. Zhang Xiaoshang also exclaimed, wow, this is a real Chinese dragon. The group stood on the golden dragon's back and began flying toward the imperial capital. Jiang Yan walked up to Qi Wushang and casually said, your dragon is a hybrid, isn't it? Qi Wushang glanced at him and replied in a calm voice, the spiritual energy of Blue Star has long been depleted. Where would a true dragon come from? This golden dragon is merely an illusion. With a flick of his finger, a golden scroll appeared before Jiang Yan, slowly unfurling to reveal a magnificent ancient painting. In the golden scroll, misty peaks shrouded. An immortal fog glimmered with multicolored light, and a ferocious true dragon coiled above them. But now, the dragon in the painting had dimmed, as it had left the scroll to carry the group toward the imperial capital. This treasure is impressive. It must be a supreme artifact. Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he instinctively reached out to grab it. Qi Wushang naturally withdrew the scroll, not letting Jiang Yan touch it. Jiang Yan pouted, stingy. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, and several bolts of lightning tore through the silence, accompanied by continuous thunder. Persistent, aren't they? Jiang Yan glanced upward and said indifferently. Qi Wushang remained calm. We can't avoid a fierce battle. Be ready. Boom! A massive lightning bolt struck down, and the protective barrier around the golden Dragon instantly showed visible cracks. Little brat from Huaxia, don't think you can escape. A bald man appeared amidst the dark clouds. He held a thunder drum in both hands, unleashing a fierce lightning. Tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The golden dragon's protective barrier began to shatter, and its body shook violently. Ah, are we going to die? Zhang Linger turned pale with fright. Jiang Xiaoke clung tightly to the golden dragon, afraid of being thrown off. She didn't rush to find Jiang Yan because she knew he was about to face a tough battle, and she couldn't become a burden to him. When encountering danger, the first priority was to protect herself and not distract her brother with worry. The golden dragon's protective barrier was shattered by the tribulation lightning, and rain poured down rapidly, though it was blocked by a spiritual energy barrier, preventing it from falling on the group. But at that moment, the surrounding rainwater was suddenly controlled by a force, no longer falling straight but instead swirling rapidly around. The golden dragon. Jiang Yan summoned the 10 Directions Ghost Order. The Underworld Emperor is here, Yan Luo, heed my command. He didn't summon ghost generals but directly called forth 3 ghost deities to specifically protect Zhang Xiaoshang, Zhang Linger, and Jiang Xiaoke. He could clearly sense that this enemy was no ordinary foe, unlike the 6th-tier martial saints he had easily dealt with before. This opponent was extremely troublesome. The rainwater converged into a watery curtain, and from it emerged Blair, with flowing golden hair and a warm smile on his face. We meet again. His azure eyes fixed on Jiang Yan, his smile growing even more sincere. You're the young man from Huaxia who destroyed the Tiansha Pavilion. Truly a heroic youth. If you were born in my beautiful country, I would have treated you as an honored guest and wouldn't have to kill you. A trace of regret appeared on Blair's face. Jiang Yan sneered, what a coincidence. If you were from Huaxia, I would have dealt with you without hesitation. Because the thing I hate most in my life is people like you who pretend to be righteous, Jiang Yan said mercilessly. Self-righteous? Blair's eyes glimmered with amusement. I don't like that term. He slowly raised his slender arm. All right, enough small talk. Let's begin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless watery mirrors suddenly appeared around the golden dragon. The bald Yuri revealed a cruel smile. It's over. The thunder drum. In his hands radiated divine light, and a terrifying tribulation lightning bolt crashed down. The lightning didn't strike the golden dragon but hit one of the watery mirrors instead. In the next moment, hundreds of watery mirrors surrounding the golden dragon simultaneously unleashed hundreds of devastating tribulation lightning bolts. Qi Wushang's eyes sharpened, a flash of sword intent gleaming within them. Perish! This world! The world suddenly turned black and white. Buzz! A void-white sword light slashed through the monochrome world, shattering all the watery mirrors into pieces. Yuri's face turned ashen, and a terrifying sword wound appeared on his abdomen. Chapter 181, The Void Unsheathes. Arg! A void-white sword scar appeared on Yuri's body, emanating a terrifying void-like glow and shadow. Blair! Save me! Yuri screamed. In agony. His divine artifact, the thunder drum, was split in two by the void-white sword light, and he could no longer control his spiritual energy. Blair transformed into countless raindrops, evading the all-encompassing strike. Reforming from the rainwater, he stood behind Yuri. Blair, quick, the healing potion, hurry. I can't hold on much longer. Yuri's face was deathly pale as he desperately pleaded for help. Blair, however, remained cold and indifferent, a faint smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Yuri, I told you long ago to always be prepared to sacrifice for the noble ideal. Blair! You bastard! What are you trying to do? Yuri sensed something was wrong, but his injuries were too severe for him to move. Crash! The rain poured harder, as if it intended to drown the entire city. High in the sky, Blair stood behind Yuri, his tone gentle and elegant. Yuri, it's time for you to pay the price. No, no! Blair! You can't, Yuri's eyes widened in terror, the excruciating pain causing him to faint. Momentarily, only to be jolted awake by the agony. Blair remained standing with his hands behind his back, never even touching Yuri. However, Yuri's wound kept bleeding, and the blood was drawn out, condensing into a blood sphere. Gradually, Yuri turned into a dried corpse, his life extinguished, and he fell from the air to the ground. What a pity, I didn't want to do this, Blair said with a regretful expression. Jiang Yan and Qi Wushang coldly watched this internal strife. Zhang Linger was terrified. Aren't they allies? Why did that blonde guy kill the bald one? Zhang Xiaoshang swallowed hard, these Western weirdos. Let's not get too involved. Big brother, will there be any danger? Zhang Xiaoke worried about Jiang Yan. In the aerial battlefield, Blair smiled elegantly and said, "The blood of a 6th-tier martial saint is a top-notch treasure. Whether for drinking or refining medicine, it's more precious than 10,000-year spiritual herbs. But I don't like using such precious materials for health supplements. I prefer." A murderous intent flashed in Blair's eyes, using it as a weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood sphere transformed into dozens of sharp spikes, piercing through the air with a deafening roar, instantly rushing toward the two. Jiang Yan summoned the ghost hand to counter them, but the blood spikes suddenly changed direction, heading downward toward the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon suffered a heavy blow, the golden radiance around its wound gradually dimming, and its body shook violently. Ah! Zhang Linger was thrown off. Linger! Zhang Xiaoshang screamed, about to jump down to catch her. Swish! A dark shadow flashed by, catching Zhang Linger and landing safely. The king of Chujiang had received orders to protect Zhang Linger. The other two Yama kings were tasked with protecting Zhang Xiaoke and Zhang Xiaoshang. Seeing Zhang Linger unharmed, Zhang Xiaoshang finally breathed a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the golden dragon completely dissipated, and Zhang Xiaoshang and Zhang Xiaoke, who had been on its back, were left dumbfounded, screaming as they plummeted. The king of Qingguang and the king of Songdi simultaneously appeared, using spiritual power to guide the two safely to the ground. At this moment, the golden dragon had vanished from the high skies, leaving Jiang Yan and Qi Wushang suspended in midair. Finally, they've been sent to safety. Now I can fight without worry. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. His speed was astonishing, appearing behind Blair in an instant, his right hand transforming into a GH. Blair's pupils contracted tightly. This sword was incredibly fast, leaving him no time to react. A terrifying thought shook his heart, it surpasses time. Ugh! Blair forcibly maintained his form, but his life had already been severed. Death was only a matter of time. Even on the brink of death, he still smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. My mission is complete. That young man from Huaxia is doomed. As soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly turned pale. Within his domain, the red-clad youth and all the mirrored Jiang Yan figures had vanished. Impossible. A 4th-tier martial king's actions, how could the water mirror fail to replicate them? He suddenly awakened to the most despairing truth. Forbidden. Blair's pupils trembled violently. The inability of the water mirror domain to replicate the opponent's actions could mean only one thing: the opponent's divine gift level was higher than his. Blair's water mirror was an SSS-level divine gift. Higher than that, there was only one: forbidden. Chapter 182, Hollow World. So that's how it is. I admit defeat. Blair smiled bitterly, ready to embrace death. At that moment, Qi Wushang suddenly made his move, a void-like glint flashing in his eyes. I told you, I found you. Before Blair could react, Qi Wushang's cold voice echoed deep within his soul. Hollow World. Instantly, Blair's consciousness was wiped clean. Far away in the beautiful western country, Blair's true body also froze, his peak 6th-tier power dissipating without a trace. His eyes turned pitch black, his ears heard no sound, as if he had reached the end of time, silent and despairing. This was Qi Wushang's forbidden ability, Hollow World. Blair was in utter despair. He had provoked two forbidden beings at once. At this moment, Jiang Yan retracted the red paper umbrella and leisurely walked out of Blair's domain. He looked at Qi Wushang. Is it done? Qi Wushang remained expressionless. The spiritual body is destroyed. The true body won't awaken for half a year. His forbidden ability, Hollow World, was a divine gift that could erase a target's realm, senses, desires, and even their will to live. It plunged the spirit into a completely blank state. Weak-minded individuals would die instantly, while the strong would require a long recovery. Jiang Yan yawned. Can your golden dragon be summoned again? Not in the short term, Qi Wushang replied indifferently. Jiang Yan shrugged. As expected, it's not as useful as my little nether dragon. He snapped his fingers, conjuring a mass of black and white flames that slowly transformed into a nether dragon. The black dragon soared into the sky, visibly growing larger at an astonishing speed. Jiang Yan jumped onto the back of the little nether dragon and waved to the three people on the ground. Let's go. Time to set off. The three people on the ground were still standing there dumbfounded, but the three ghostly figures had already understood Jiang Yan's intentions. They grabbed the three individuals and instantly teleported them onto the nether dragon's back. Qi Wushang, not understanding what Jiang Yan found amusing, stood on the dragon's head, continuing to lead the way. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the Imperial capital. Qi Wuxian led Jiang Yan and his group straight to a government agency. Well, if it isn't Master Qi. What brings you here all of a sudden? The government staff were astonished to see Qi Wuxian. Everyone knew he never followed the rules. Without responding, Qi Wuxian coldly said, "Allocate the usage rights for a villa in the national security compound." The staff frowned. "Master Qi, don't you know there are only 3 slots left in the national security compound?" He glanced at Jiang Yan and chuckled, "Is this your new boyfriend? So bold, giving him a slot in the national security compound? I wish I could be your boyfriend too." Qi Wuxian remained expressionless. "He's an SSS-level divine gift holder under my protection." At these words, the staff's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Jiang Yan, an SSS-level divine gift holder, like you? Qi Wuxian didn't want to waste time. "Don't waste my time." Alright. If you'd said it was for an SSS-level divine gift holder, I would have processed it immediately. The staff became enthusiastic. Shortly after, he returned with a stack of documents, smiling as he handed them to Jiang Yan. "Everything's ready. You now have 10 years of usage rights for Villa 156 in the National Security Compound." "Why only 10 years? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and asked. "The first application for the National Security Compound is only approved for 10 years, the second for 50 years, and the third for permanent use?" The government official explained with a beaming smile. Jiang Yan said nothing more, collected the documents and keys, and followed the enthusiastic staff to the National Security Compound. The treatment for an SSS-level God-gifted individual was indeed extraordinary. As soon as Jiang Yan's information was activated, a black Maybach pulled up at the entrance. The government official, still smiling, acted as the driver, first opening the door for Jiang Yan, then for Jiang Xiaoke and the others, before finally taking the driver's seat himself. On the way, he introduced the security measures of the National Security Compound while driving. "Please rest assured, Mr. Jiang. The compound is permanently guarded by 5 6th-tier martial saints and 1 7th-tier martial emperor. Even if the imperial capital falls, this place will remain the safest. Indeed, while other provinces might have at most 1 or 2 6th-tier martial saints, this district of the imperial capital boasted 5 martial saints and 1 martial emperor." Settling Jiang Xiaoke and Jiang Xiaoxing's family here gave Jiang Yan great peace of mind. The car drove into the National Security Compound, and the serene, beautiful environment immediately put everyone at ease, as if their very souls were being cleansed. The Maybach slowly came to a stop in front of a mansion resembling an estate. "Mr. Jiang, this is villa number 156. It spans 182 acres and is staffed with 200 personnel," the government official said with a smile. "This Maybach is also registered under your name, and a dedicated driver will soon be on standby 24/7. Jiang Yan couldn't help but interrupt. "That's enough. I want to rest with my companions now." The government official smiled. "Welcome home, Mr. Jiang." The villa's main gate scanned Jiang Yan's face, and the intricately carved vibranium doors slowly opened. "Jiang." Linger widened her eyes. "Wow, is this real? Am I dreaming?" Zhang Xiaoshang stared blankly, swallowing hard and trying to act composed. "It's all right. I've seen better villas before." He was bluffing. The National Security Compound was the most elite villa district in Huaxia. Across the entire Blue Star, there were fewer than 5 villa districts that could compare to it. "Big brother, are we really going to live here from now on?" Jiang Xiaoke's eyes sparkled, clearly overwhelmed. Jiang Yan smiled and ruffled her hair. "Of course, this will be our home from now on." This was far more luxurious than the courtyard houses of the imperial capital. As they officially entered the villa estate, the stunning scenery and statues before them elicited gasps of amazement. Zhang Xiaoshang, despite wanting to maintain his composure, couldn't help but marvel at the unimaginable luxury. Zhang Linger's eyes trembled slightly as she looked at Jiang Yan, thinking that if it weren't for him, she would never have had the chance to experience such opulence and high society in her lifetime. Zhang Xiaoshang might be a notable figure in Jiang City, but compared to Jiang Yan, who wielded influence in the imperial capital, the difference was like night and day. Chapter 183, The Medicine Garden Beautiful Country, Skyhawk Consortium. Blair suddenly collapsed, throwing the scene into chaos. "What's wrong with Blair?" one of the board members asked anxiously, his face full of worry. Blair was the acting chairman of the Skyhawk Consortium and an important member of the Exalted Organization. His sudden collapse was a grave matter. Soon, several members of the Exalted Organization gathered at the Skyhawk Consortium. Judging by Blair's condition, it seems he's trapped in the spiritual realm, said a woman with brown curly hair, her expression serious. His spiritual body has already disappeared, and even his physical form has been affected. It seems Yuri is dead, said a man in a suit, adjusting his glasses. The plan to eliminate that Huaxia boy has completely failed. There must be a powerful protector by that Huaxia boy's side. Killing him will take considerable time, another member said indifferently. What about the plan? Should we postpone it? Wait until Blair wakes up. The brown-haired woman, Anna, hadn't finished her sentence when the unconscious Blair slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Blair, you're awake. Anna exclaimed in surprise. Anna, how long was I out? Blair asked, holding his head. His gaze somewhat dim. Anna smiled. 2 hours. Blair's face was pale. 2 hours, huh? If it weren't for the awakening I gained by detonating my primordial spirit, I probably would never have woken up. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. You detonated your primordial spirit? That's right. My cultivation dropped from the 6th tier, 9th level, to the 5th tier, 3rd level. The cost was high, but it's better than eternal slumber. Blair barely managed to stand, his azure eyes flickering with killing intent. The plan needs to be executed ahead of schedule. In addition to the 9th tier demigod, there are 2 taboo beings in Huaxia. What did you say? 2 taboo beings? Anna's eyes widened in shock. The other members fell into a dead silence, not uttering a word. That's right, 2 taboo beings. I encountered both of them, what rotten luck. Blair narrowed his eyes. The Huaxia youth we need to eliminate is a taboo being. What's interesting is that the person protecting him is also a taboo being. Taboo beings? We'll be needing them very soon. Blair's lips curled into a cold smile. National Security Courtyard, Villa 156. Wow! Such a big bed, so soft and fluffy. Zhang Linger leapt onto the bed, happily rolling around on it. After a while, she jumped off the bed and said to Jiang Yan, Brother, I want this room. Jiang Yan exchanged a glance with Zhang Xiaosheng and smiled, nodding. All right, this room is yours. Zhang Xiaoka tugged at Jiang Yan's sleeve. Brother, I want to stay next to your room. It feels safer that way. Of course you can, Jiang Yan immediately agreed. Thank you, brother. You're the best. Zhang Xiaoka said happily. At this moment, Zhang Linger jumped in again. I want to change rooms too. I want to stay next to brother Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and realized there were indeed secondary bedrooms on both sides of his room, so he agreed. All right, that's fine. He smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaosheng. Old Zhang, will you be scared at night? Do you want to stay across from me? If there's any danger, you can find me immediately. Old Zhang, don't underestimate me. I'm not a kid anymore. If danger comes, I'll be the one protecting you all, Zhang Xiaosheng said seriously. Jiang Yan and the others didn't respond, merely giving him a silent thumbs up. Zhang Xiaosheng was a 2nd-tier divine gift holder, having him protect Jiang Yan, Zhang Linger, and Zhang Xiaoka was as solid as a rock. After choosing their rooms, the group began exploring the villa. On the 5th floor, Jiang Yan finally found a dedicated cultivation area, complete with an enlightenment room and a training room. The facilities are quite comprehensive, and the spiritual energy is purer than that of the martial arts hall. This is truly a great place, Jiang Yan said with satisfaction. After exploring the villa, he stepped outside and wandered around the courtyard. At the back of the villa, Jiang Yan discovered a large medicinal garden. The area was rich in spiritual energy, and the fertile soil shimmered with crystalline light. This was spiritual soil, suitable for growing spiritual plants. Spiritual plants are unique, they can't grow in ordinary soil and require this pure spiritual soil to thrive. Jiang Yan said happily, with this medicinal garden, I can grow spiritual plants. He took out some seeds and rhizomes of 10,000-year-old spiritual plants from the 10 Directions Ghost token and planted them in the spiritual soil. With enough time, they would surely take root and sprout. Even though the medicinal garden was filled with spiritual plants, Jiang Yan was still unsatisfied. He pouted. I have such a large piece of spiritual soil, it would be a waste not to plant divine plants. Unfortunately, the only divine plant he had obtained had already been consumed, leaving no trace behind. Sitting on a chair, Jiang Yan looked somewhat despondent. Sigh, an excellent field left empty. Leaving the medicinal garden, he continued wandering around the courtyard but found nothing new. Returning to the villa empty-handed, he went to his room and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yan, who had planned to sleep until he woke naturally, was startled awake by the ringing of his phone. I want to bloom, I want to sprout, I want the spring breeze and rain to go swish swish. Jiang Yan reached for his phone, groggily pressing the answer button. Hello, who is it? Brother-in-law. It's me. Lin Tian's voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Yan instantly woke up. That voice, it was that lunatic. Hang up, he said flatly, decisively ending the call. Just as he was about to put the phone down and go back to sleep, the phone rang again. Jiang Yan frowned and answered impatiently, Stop calling me. Jiang, it's me. A gentle voice came from the phone. It was Lin Wanyu. Are you Miss Lin? Jiang Yan found the voice familiar. It should be Lin Tian's sister. Lin Wanyu chuckled softly on the other end. How rare, Jiang. You actually remember me. Jiang Yan pursed his lips, fully aware of the situation. Back at the auction, when he couldn't afford to buy that jade stone, it was Lin Wanyu who helped him out, making him feel like a kept man. Since he owed her a favor, Jiang Yan naturally became more polite. He smiled and asked, Miss Lin, what can I do for you? My brother mentions you every day. Whenever there's good news, I think of you too, Jiang. Lin Wanyu laughed softly. To be honest, I do have something to discuss with you. But as I said before, it's good news. Lin Wanyu's eyes sparkled with amusement. Would you like to hear it, Jiang? Chapter 184, Clues to the Divine Plant, Rocky Mountains. Good news? Would such good news come to him? Jiang Yan smiled and said, If it's convenient for Miss Lin, please go ahead. You should know, Jiang, that my brother and I are from the Baichao group, Lin Wanyu said softly. Of course I know. You two have mentioned it to me several times. Back when he met Lin Tian at the ruins of ancient King Mountain, Lin Tian had introduced himself. Later, when he encountered Lin Wanyu at the auction, she also introduced herself. If Jiang Yan still didn't know which major group the siblings were from, it would be inexcusable. Lin Wanyu chuckled, Then I won't keep you guessing. I'll get straight to the point. Her voice was gentle, transmitted through the phone into Jiang Yan's ears. The Baichao group has discovered a medicinal garden with clues about the divine plant. Jiang Yan was shocked upon hearing this. He sat up abruptly from the bed, his expression immediately turning serious. Such important information, and you're just telling me like this? You saved my brother and me back at the King Mountain ruins. I haven't forgotten, Lin Wanyu said with a soft laugh. If you're interested in the divine plant, you're welcome to visit the Baichao group and find me. Lin Tian's voice followed closely, I'm involved too. Just mention my name at the Baichao group, and I'll come down to meet you. Jiang Yan thought for a moment. This opportunity was like someone handing him a pillow when he was about to sleep. He had been worrying about the lack of news regarding the divine plant in his own medicinal garden, and now the Lin siblings had directly handed him the information. Then I can't refuse, he said. The divine plant was right in front of him, how could he not be tempted? Lin Wanyu laughed, Then my brother and I will wait for your good news. Beep, beep. The call ended, leaving a busy tone. Jiang Yan placed his phone on the table, grabbed a simple outfit from the wardrobe, and rushed out the door. He happened to bump into Zhang Linger, who was pacing outside. Ah, Jiang Yan, where are you going? Zhang Linger asked. Jiang Yan quickly put on his coat as he walked. I have some business to take care of. I might not be back for a few days. Oh, I see. Zhang Linger felt inexplicably disappointed upon hearing he wouldn't be back for a few days. As he reached the living room, Zhang Xiaosheng, who was sitting on the sofa watching the news, looked up. Old Jiang, heading out? Yeah, I might not be home for a few days. Please take care of Xiao Kuan Linger, Jiang Yan said as he adjusted his collar. At the entrance, the villa door opened just in time, and Zhang Xiaoka blinked her eyes. Big brother, are you going on a trip again? I have some business to take care of. I might not be back for a few days. Listen to old Zhang, Jiang Yan said while putting on his shoes. Leaving the villa, Jiang Yan's entire body crackled with black lightning. In an instant, he broke through the air, moving as fast as lightning, heading straight for Jian City. Before long, he landed and looked up at the towering building in front of him, then stepped forward to enter. Stop. Do you have an appointment? The security guard stopped Jiang Yan. Lin Wanyu and Lin Tian invited me. Does that count as an appointment? Jiang Yan replied calmly, hands in his pockets. Miss Lin and young Master Lin invited you? Are you joking? The security guard sneered. Do you know who Miss Lin and young Master Lin are? Why would they invite you? Jiang Yan paid no attention to the words of the little thug but felt slightly annoyed. He frowned and said, I look so handsome, don't I seem extraordinary? Is there a problem with your young master and young lady inviting me? Jiang Yan poked the guard's forehead. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Do I have the face of a protagonist? The guard was dumbfounded by Jiang Yan's move. After taking a closer look at him, he exclaimed. In surprise, you really do. You don't look like an ordinary person. Jiang Yan clapped his hands. See? I told you, I have the face of a protagonist. It's perfectly normal for your young master and young lady to invite me. No way, I still can't let you in, the guard firmly blocked him. Jiang Yan was puzzled. You've already noticed I'm extraordinary. Aren't you afraid I might be someone important? The experts said that these years are a golden age, with countless geniuses emerging. Even if you're remarkable, you can't compare to the brilliance of the Lin family's young master and young lady. I don't believe you have any connection with the Lin family. Jiang Yan was speechless and didn't bother arguing further. He took out his phone and called Lin Tian. The call was quickly answered, and Lin Tian's voice came through. Brother-in-law. You're here? I'll come down to get you right away. Hurry up, your loyal guard is blocking me, Jiang Yan said helplessly. Alright, brother-in-law, wait for me. Lin Tian hung up the phone. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Tian hurriedly ran out of the building. As soon as he came out, he patted the guard's head. You even dare to block my brother-in-law? Are you looking to lose your job? Jiang Yan quickly stopped him. Alright, your guard is quite loyal. Don't make things difficult for him. Lin Tian laughed and said, hee, of course, because he's my cousin. Your cousin? Jiang Yan was so surprised he couldn't speak. You let your cousin guard the door? Lin Tian pouted and said, it's his own choice. The guard, Lin Zhong, smiled and said, I graduated from the Martial Emperor Academy, specializing in the path of sanctifying the physical body. Being a security guard actually showcases my abilities. This Lin family was truly unique. Let's go, brother-in-law. My sister is already impatient, Lin Tian said, pulling Jiang Yan toward the Baichao building. Along the way, Lin Tian kept chatting with Jiang Yan. Ding! The elevator finally reached the top floor, and Jiang Yan felt like his ears were about to grow calluses. Sis, I brought. Brother-in-law, Lin Tian shouted loudly as soon as he stepped out of the elevator. Jiang Yan walked out and saw Lin Wanyu elegantly sitting on the sofa, slowly placing down the teacup in her hand. Lin Wanyu smiled at Jiang Yan. Her features were delicate and refined, and her smile was as radiant as blooming peach blossoms, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Brother Jiang, you're here, Lin Wanyu said. Jiang Yan smiled and replied, sorry to keep Miss Lin waiting. Brother Jiang is here, no matter how long I wait, it's worth it, Lin Wanyu said, her smile as bright as sunshine. Lin Tian pulled Jiang Yan to sit down. Sis, get to the point. Don't keep brother-in-law in the dark. Lin Wanyu's lips curved slightly. Brother Jiang, I'll get straight to the point. The location of the divine plant in the medicine garden is in the Rocky Mountains to the west. Recently, divine light has filled the skies there, and Buddha's radiance is shown, forming a unique realm that can be considered a relic. The Rocky Mountains. Jiang Yan asked, how do you know there's a divine plant there? Lin Wanyu smiled and said, friends from the west told me. My sister's friends are all over the world. The appearance of an ancient medicine garden in the Rocky Mountains was news that, although quickly sealed off by the United States and not widely spread, was still known to those in power. Lin Wanyu said, this operation won't be simple. The emergence of a divine plant will shake global elites. Fortunately, the ancient medicine garden has restrictions. Divine-granted individuals above the 5th-tier martial sovereign can't enter. She took a sip of tea and said calmly, but this doesn't benefit us much. I know. Lin Tian interjected. Because 6th-tier martial saints and 7th-tier martial emperors will be guarding the medicine garden. Whoever obtains the divine plant will definitely be hunted down. Jiang Yan nodded and asked, how many martial saints will your Baichao group send? 2 martial saints, Lin Wanyu said with a smile in her eyes. Our Lin family will send 10 people into the medicine garden this time, plus Brother Jiang, making a total of 11. Outside the medicine garden, there will be 2 martial saints guarding. As long as we get the divine plant, with 2 martial saints protecting us, there's a good chance we can leave safely with it. She looked at Jiang Yan. You know the risks. Are you willing to come with us? Brother-in-law, come with us. When the time comes, the divine plant will be yours. We just need to extract a bit of the genetic prototype, Lin Tian said excitedly. Genetic prototype? Jiang Yan was stunned and slowly turned to Lin Tian. Just the genetic prototype? Are you planning to create a divine plant? You're so clever, Brother Jiang. Lin Wanyu turned her hand, and a spiritual plant emitting a moonlight-like glow appeared in her palm. The Baichao group has mastered the technology to create artificial divine plants. This is an artificial moonlight grass developed from the genetic prototype of a 10,000-year-old moonlight grass. Its medicinal effects are almost identical to the real thing. Jiang Yan stared at the artificial moonlight grass floating in her palm, his eyes narrowing. The medicinal effects are similar, but what about the side effects? Lin Tian scratched his head, looking a bit helpless. The side effect is that it makes people irritable and aggressive, turning them from normal humans into super soldiers. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he remembered something. Brother-in-law, you can eat spiritual plants raw. Jiang Yan shrugged. Don't even think about using me as a guinea pig. I don't want to be your test subject. Wait, no. Jiang Yan's eyes widened suddenly as he almost forgot something. His physique was the heavenly nether Dao body, capable of absorbing life energy. Moreover, his body had already transformed into that of the spirit race, meaning he wouldn't be affected by the side effects at all. In other words, while artificial spiritual plants might cause side effects for others, Jiang Yan could consume them without any issues. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan felt a bit excited, but tried not to show it too obviously. Ahem, Lin Tian, we're good brothers, right? Jiang Yan looked at Lin Tian warmly. Lin Tian, sensing the brotherly affection in Jiang Yan's gaze, smiled. Of course, brother-in-law. Since you call me brother-in-law, I won't let you down. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, his gaze firm as he looked at Lin Wanyu and extended his hand. Give me the artificial spiritual plant. I'll give it a try. Lin Tian was so moved by Jiang Yan's courage that he shouted, No, brother-in-law. Jiang Yan shook his head. This is for a better future. Today, I sacrifice myself for the greater good. With that, under Lin Wanyu's astonished gaze, he took the artificial spiritual plant and ate it raw in one bite. Wait. Lin Wanyu was shocked, her eyes sparkling. You really ate it raw. Jiang Yan swallowed the artificial moonlight grass with a gulp and patted his stomach contentedly. Yep, ate it raw. The artificial one tastes just like the real thing. Lin Wanyu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. After a long moment, she snapped out of it and hurriedly commanded, What are you all standing around for? Quickly, call the healer. Lin Tian, however, remained calm and unhurried, speaking slowly. What's the rush? My brother-in-law is amazing. Eating an artificial 10,000-year-old spiritual plant is nothing to worry about. Right, brother-in-law? For you, it's as easy as eating candy. He grinned at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan gave him a thumbs up. You're absolutely right, though the comparison isn't quite accurate. Divine medicine is my candy. Eating this spiritual plant is more like chewing on leather, it doesn't taste great. Lin Wanyu was left a bit dazed by their back and forth. Her face, flushed with tension and worry, showed a hint of redness as she cautiously asked, Are you really feeling fine? How could he not be fine? My brother-in-law can eat anything. He's an absolute foodie genius. No, he's Kirby of the stars. Lin Tian answered on Jiang Yan's behalf again. Half an hour passed, and Jiang Yan was still full of energy, showing no side effects. Lin Wanyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, her excitement growing. Everything Lin Tian said is true. Brother Jiang, you can actually eat spiritual plants raw. In her eyes, Jiang Yan had become mysterious and unfathomable, making her want to get closer to understand him. A human who could eat spiritual plants raw, this was simply terrifying. The medicinal effects of spiritual plants far exceeded those of spiritual medicine, and it usually took ordinary people years, even decades, to fully absorb them, but Jiang Yan could directly eat them raw, without any refinement, completely absorbing the medicinal effects, with no side effects at all, and he could even eat them continuously. If he consumed 100 spiritual plants in one day, it would be equivalent to achieving the results of 100 years of cultivation, instantly surpassing others by a century. A prodigy, an unparalleled prodigy, practically comparable to the ancient sages. Lin Wanyu stared at Jiang Yan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. She took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, regained her elegant demeanor, and smiled faintly. Brother Jiang, you truly are an unparalleled prodigy. I greatly admire you. Her eyes sparkled, and a green glow appeared in her palm as hundreds of various artificial 10,000-year spiritual plants floated in the air. 10,000-year seven-spirit grass, 10,000-year snake dragon flower, 10,000-year purple thunder plant, 10,000-year scorching heaven fruit, Jiang Yan looked at the dazzling array of spiritual plants, almost drooling. Seeing Jiang Yan's expression, Lin Wanyu smiled charmingly. Since Brother Jiang likes them, I'll give them all to you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of artificial 10,000-year spiritual plants flew to Jiang Yan. For a moment, Jiang Yan was a bit flustered, but he quickly calmed down. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lin. I am deeply grateful. A flash of crimson appeared in his eyes, and the hundreds of spiritual plants instantly flew into the 10 Directions Ghost Token. Brother Jiang, the expedition to the Rocky Mountains is set for next Monday. We'll meet then, Lin Wanyu said with a radiant smile. I will not disappoint, Jiang Yan replied. Having accepted the divine plants and then the 100 artificial spiritual plants, Jiang Yan naturally had no reason to refuse. Brother-in-law, let me escort you, Lin Tian offered as they parted ways. Jiang Yan waved his hand. I have a spiritual pet for transportation. No need to trouble you. He wanted to return to the villa's cultivation room as quickly as possible, planning to ride the little nether dragon at top speed. Alright then. Lin Tian felt a bit disappointed. Upon hearing Jiang Yan didn't need his help. I'll be off then. Jiang Yan bid farewell to the Lin siblings, walked out of the 100 Herbs building, and directly took to the skies. He summoned the little nether dragon and sped toward the imperial capital. On the top floor of the 100 Herbs building, Lin Wanyu watched Jiang Yan riding the nether dragon, her eyes sparkling like stars. Brother Jiang, just how many secrets are you hiding? I'm growing more and more curious. High above, Jiang Yan sat on the nether dragon's back, with hundreds of artificial 10,000-year spiritual plants floating before him, drooling. 110,000-year spiritual plants. I never even dared to dream of this before. Although they were artificial, for Jiang Yan, they had no side effects and were equivalent to the real thing. With 4 days left until the agreed time, he planned to use these 4 days to absorb all the spiritual plants. Little nether dragon, speed level 4, full throttle. Jiang Yan commanded. The little nether dragon no longer held back, black and white flames igniting between its black scales, resembling a dragon of destruction. It let out a thunderous roar, spread its massive wings, and its speed instantly surged, leaving a trail of black and white auroras in the sky. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Yan flew from Jiang City in Linjiang Province back to the National Security Compound in the imperial capital. He rushed into Villa 156 without even greeting Zhang Xiaosheng, who was watching TV, and dashed into the cultivation room like a gust of wind. Watching TV, Zhang Xiaosheng wondered, was that a shadow just now? Did I imagine it? Rubbing his eyes, he assumed it was his presbyopia acting up and didn't suspect the shadow-like figure was Jiang Yan. Inside the cultivation room, Jiang Yan sat cross-legged on the ground. With a thought, hundreds of artificial 10,000-year spiritual plants surrounded him. He took a deep breath, a flash of crimson in his eyes. Let's begin. Fully utilizing his spiritual clan advantage, he no longer ate the spiritual plants raw but relied on the spiritual clan's affinity with all things to directly absorb the medicinal properties of the plants. Hundreds of spiritual plants emitted beams of medicinal energy, continuously flowing into Jiang Yan's body. Absorbing the medicinal properties of 110,000-year spiritual plants at once is indeed a bit challenging. Jiang Yan felt some difficulty but didn't give up. Instead, he directly turned the valve to maximum primordial breathing technique. He pushed the breathing technique to its limit, simultaneously activating the 10 Directions Ghost Token and the red paper umbrella, absorbing the medicinal properties of the 110,000-year spiritual plants in one go. Time passed bit by bit, and Jiang Yan continuously absorbed the energy of these spiritual plants. Soon, Monday arrived, the agreed day of departure. In the cultivation room, Jiang Yan suddenly opened his eyes, a scarlet light flashing within them, sharp like the shadow of a blade. Buzz! He hovered in mid-air, surrounded by a red ripple that slowly spread outward, instantly obliterating anything it touched. Protective barrier. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. It's not fully formed yet, just a ripple. The 6th-tier spirit saints from the upper realm all possessed innate protective barriers, which were nearly impossible for cultivators below the 6th tier to break through, even with their utmost effort. Yet Jiang Yan, only at the 4th tier, had already begun to condense a protective ripple. With this protective ripple, any divine-granted being of the same tier trying to approach me will suffer greatly. Fortunately, the ripple could be controlled autonomously, otherwise, even speaking would require maintaining a 10-meter distance. His spiritual sense was extraordinarily powerful. If anyone harbored murderous intent toward him, the protective ripple would automatically activate. This ripple was Jiang Yan's unique advantage. Other cultivators could only acquire innate protective barriers upon reaching the 6th tier. There was no such thing as a protective ripple. The ripple Jiang Yan had condensed could eventually be strengthened into a true innate protective barrier, named absolute isolation. This was a special ability of the heavenly nether Tao body, distinct from the innate protective barriers of 6th tier spirit saints. Although both were permanent passive skills, absolute isolation was a true, comprehensive separation. It was akin to having a law that others simply could not touch. Once Jiang Yan activated absolute isolation, any attack would be blocked outside the barrier, unable to harm him. All assaults would remain halted before the absolute isolation barrier. Jiang Yan had read about the power of absolute isolation in the Book of Nether and was eager to fully condense this barrier. This time, he had absorbed the medicinal properties of over 100,000-year-old spiritual plants in one go, accidentally activating the absolute isolation ripple of the heavenly nether Tao body. To truly activate absolute isolation, he would need to simultaneously absorb 10 divine plants. Though difficult, one must have a goal, right? There were certainly no 10 divine plants on Blue Star, so to gather them, he would have to search beyond the skies. Jiang Yan checked his cultivation level within his spiritual sea, 4th tier, 75 levels, one step closer to the 5th tier martial sovereign. With just a bit more effort, he could fully step into the 5th tier martial sovereign. At that point, he would become the true invincible existence of Blue Star. Rising above all, leading the people of Blue Star, it was only a matter of time. It's time to head to the Baichao group for the assembly. Jiang Yan glanced at the time and left the villa without hesitation. Zhang Xiaoshang, who was watching TV on the sofa, froze. Another shadow. I must be seeing things again. Jiang Yan had stayed in the villa's cultivation room for 4 days, during which no one had noticed his presence. Leaving the national security courtyard, Jiang Yan summoned the little nether dragon without hesitation, breaking through the wind and flying toward the Baichao group in Zhang City. At this moment, the Baichao group's team, composed of the Lin family's direct descendants, had already assembled. Is that ghost immortal coming or not? If not, we'll set off. I don't have time to wait for him, Lin Changgong said impatiently. Lin Kuei snorted coldly. If he's really as strong as the rumors say, I want to personally beat him to a pulp. His muscles were taut, his body brimming with power. Lin Wanyu smiled. Let's wait a little longer. Since Brother Jiang agreed, he will definitely come. Lin Tian echoed. What kind of person is the ghost immortal? He won't keep us waiting for long. Lin Changgong grew even angrier upon hearing this. He's just a brat. If he dares to come, I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky was covered by a massive shadow, and a faint voice echoed. Who did you just say you'd make kneel and beg for mercy? Chapter 187, Conflict. The nether dragon blotted out the sky, and a tall figure stood on its head, gazing down at the crowd like an emperor, surveying his subjects. Lin Changgong sneered, so you're the ghost immortal? Dare to fight me? The nether dragon instantly dissipated, returning to Jiang Yan's hand. He descended slowly from the sky, like an otherworldly immortal. Are you even worthy of fighting me? Jiang Yan's eyes were full of disdain. How dare you talk to me like that? Lin Changgong's face darkened. As a direct descendant of the Lin family, he had been pampered since childhood and had never suffered such humiliation. He sneered, are you afraid to fight me? Jiang Yan completely ignored him, turned to Lin Tian and Lin Wanyu, and smiled faintly. I'm late. Not at all. Lin Tian threw an arm around Jiang Yan's neck and whispered in his ear, Lin Changgong is the eldest son of my second uncle's family. He's always arrogant, so don't bother with him. Jiang Yan chuckled. People like him aren't worth my attention. As expected of my brother-in-law, you're unbelievably cool. Lin Tian admired him even more. Lin Wanyu smiled. Since everyone is here, let's set off. She turned her palm, and a faint light flickered as a teleportation compass floated in the air. Wait a moment. Lin Changgong immediately interrupted Lin Wanyu's actions, his gaze icy as he stared at Jiang Yan. This is an internal operation of the Lin family. How can we let an outsider join us so casually? Sister Wanyu, you and your brother may trust him, but we certainly don't. Lin Changgong's face was grim. The burly Lin Kuei also stepped forward. Changgong is right. This trip to the Rocky Mountains is of great importance to the Lin family. I can't allow an outsider to interfere. Ghost Immortal, I've heard the rumors about you for a long time. You're truly unworthy of your reputation. The so-called Ghost Immortal, as strong as a god of slaughter in the legends, turns out to be a scrawny guy. Lin Kuwei's words were full of contempt, causing Lin Tian and Lin Wanyu to frown. Brother Lin Kuwei, are you questioning me and Lin Tian? A trace of anger flashed in Lin Wanyu's beautiful eyes. How could I say such a thing, cousin Wanyu? We're family. How could I doubt you and Lin Tian? Lin Kuwei forced a smile. I just can't stand this so-called ghost immortal. Lin Kuwei cracked his knuckles, his solid muscles like steel, exuding an intimidating aura. His towering figure blocked Jiang Yan's path as he looked down and sneered. Ghost immortal, if you can take one punch from me and survive, I'll agree to let you join us. Oh? Agree to let me? Jiang Yan's lips curved slightly. This world is so cold. I have to rely on the approval of small fry like you to get by? Stop boasting. Cousin Lin Kuwei is at the 5th tier, 7th level. One of the top 10 war gods of the Martial Emperor Academy. He's not someone you can provoke. Lin Changgong sneered. The top 10 war gods of the Martial Emperor Academy were the strongest individuals in the school. Lin Kuwei's inclusion on this list proved his genuine strength. If I can take your punch, does that mean you have to take one from me as well? Jiang Yan asked with a smile. Lin Kuwei was momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, the Lin family members accompanying him suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, is he crazy? Who can survive a punch from Lin Kuwei? Just staying alive would be lucky, and he wants to hit back? What a joke! Truly ignorant. No wonder he's a sheltered flower from the Sacred Academy, completely incomparable to the war gods forged through blood and sweat at the Martial Emperor Academy. Lin Kuwei sneered disdainfully. Fine, if you survive my punch, forget one punch, I'll let you hit me until you're satisfied. Alright, just remember what you said, Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Kid, grit your teeth and prepare to feel the pain of your bones shattering. Lin Kuwei stepped forward, his entire body surging with energy and blood. The ground cracked beneath him, and an ancient, towering mountain appeared behind him. This mountain was majestic and imposing. Its mere presence behind him created an oppressive atmosphere. This is Lin Kuwei's SS-grade divine gift, Primordial Divine Mountain. Borrowing the power of the Primordial Divine Mountain, Lin Kuwei's right fist radiated divine light, resembling a meteor crashing down with earth-shattering momentum. The space around them distorted, leaving Jiang Yan with no escape. Jiang Yan. Concern flickered in Lin Wanyu's eyes. With a brother-in-law this strong, what could possibly happen? Lin Tian showed no worry at all, completely confident that Jiang Yan wouldn't lose. Foolish. Taking a punch from Lin Kuwei head-on would kill even a celestial being, let alone him. Lin Changgong shook his head. Such terrifying ignorance. Just as he was lamenting, exclamations suddenly erupted around them. Look! The ghost immortal isn't dead. Not only is he not dead, he's completely unharmed, not even a single hair out of place. Lin Changgong's eyes widened as he stared at Jiang Yan. How is this possible? Jiang Yan stood upright, like a spear planted firmly in the ground, his hands clasped behind his back, a relaxed smile on his face. Lin Kuwei's full-force punch hadn't landed on Jiang Yan but instead struck a strange red ripple. This red ripple was incredibly bizarre, managing to block Lin Kuwei's punch, which carried the power of an ancient divine mountain, without a scratch. How is this possible? Lin Kuwei's pupils contracted violently, his face turning deathly pale. He stared at Jiang Yan in disbelief. You cheated! You despicable scoundrel! You must have used some kind of artifact. Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. I've been playing along with you for long. Enough. Stop making excuses. Take my punch obediently, and this will all be over. Lin Kuwei gritted his teeth. You're cheating. Don't move around too much. If I miss. Jiang Yan paused, then flashed a sunny smile. Actually, it doesn't matter. If I miss, you'll just die. At these words, a chill ran through Lin Kuwei's entire body, as if some terrifying force had locked onto him, making his blood run cold. As Jiang Yan slowly approached, Lin Kuwei could clearly feel it. He was afraid, a fear that came from the depths of his soul. If he really took Jiang Yan's punch, he would die. Absolutely die. No, get away, don't come near me! Lin Kuwei shouted in terror. The other members of the Lin family were dumbfounded by Lin Kuwei's behavior. Was he just making excuses, or what? Only Lin Wanyu and Lin Tian understood. Lin Kuwei was afraid. Jiang Yan was exuding an aura of danger. The siblings had witnessed his terrifying presence firsthand in the ruins of the ancient King Mountain. The aura Jiang Yan had back then was exactly the same as it was now. No! Don't kill me! Please, no! Lin Kuei was nearly driven mad by Jiang Yan's eerie aura, screaming, "Ancestor, save me." Chapter 188, after beating the younger, comes the elder young man, "That's enough." An aged voice rang out. A wisp of green smoke appeared in front of Lin Kuei, and an elderly man with a head full of white hair, dressed in a grey Taoist robe, materialized. As soon as the elder appeared, several members of the Lin family immediately bowed respectfully. "Ancestor Qian Yun." Ancestor Qian Yun nodded in satisfaction, his gaze slowly falling on Jiang Yan. "Young man, since you are unharmed, you should consider the bigger picture. Let this farce end here." With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful aura surged toward Jiang Yan, intending to force him back. But after a long moment, Jiang Yan remained standing, unmoved. Ancestor Qian Yun's expression darkened. "Young man, what is the meaning of this?" "Old man, just now your precious great-grandson nearly killed me, and you didn't step in to stop him. Now that it's my turn, you suddenly want to interfere? Shameless." Jiang Yan sneered. Ancestor Qian Yun's voice turned cold. "Lin Kuei did nothing wrong. To us of the Lin family, you are an outsider. Allowing you to join us was already a favor. Don't cause trouble." Jiang Yan was so infuriated by the old man's shamelessness that he couldn't even laugh. "Ancestor Qian Yun, this was clearly Lin Kuei's fault. Why not have him apologize to Jiang Yan?" Lin Wanyu tried to speak up for Jiang Yan. Ancestor Qian Yun shot her a cold glance. "Girl from the Guahao family, when this old man is speaking, it's not your place to interrupt. Young man, if you insist on causing trouble, don't blame me for crippling your cultivation." Ancestor Qian Yun threatened. Fine. Jiang Yan's face darkened. "You old thing, since you have no shame, I see no reason to respect you. I've always respected the elderly and cared for the young, but someone like you is long past deserving respect." Jiang Yan's aura surged, revealing the power of the 75th level of the 4th tier. Ancestor Qian Yun's eyes narrowed. "Young man, are you planning to fight me? You ignorant brat, you have no idea how vast the gap is between you and a martial saint." Ancestor Qian Yun unleashed his true energy, revealing the power of the 1st level of the 6th tier. In an instant, everyone felt their breathing become labored, their hearts racing, and their muscles involuntarily twitching. This is the oppressive aura of a 6th stage martial saint. Indeed, it's Ancestor Qian Yun. I feel my spiritual power sealed, unable to move. The power of a martial saint is truly extraordinary, almost godlike, capable of overlooking all beings. That arrogant ghost immortal must be terrified now. Wait, why is he completely fine and still standing? Everyone was utterly shocked Jiang Yan could actually withstand the pressure of a martial saint level aura. He's only at the 4th stage. How could he possibly endure Ancestor Qian Yun's spiritual pressure? Monster. Jiang Yan is a monster. I've always said he's not an ordinary person. Ancestor Qian Yun furrowed his brows tightly. Impossible. Jiang Yan's face remained expressionless. "Old man, you seem quite surprised?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yan shot toward Ancestor Qian Yun like a black lightning bolt, his right fist wrapped in dazzling golden spiritual energy. Spirit collapse. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as Ancestor Qian Yun was sent flying heavily. What kind of power is this? Ancestor Qian Yun's face was filled with panic. That punch had actually cracked his protective barrier. If he hadn't borrowed force to retreat in time, the barrier might have been completely shattered. "Young one, I don't want to argue with you. I've already taken one punch for Kuei, let's call it even." Sweat dripped from Ancestor Qian Yun's forehead. He was already frightened. Jiang Yan's power was too overwhelming. One punch would shatter his protective barrier, and the consequences would be unimaginable. "Over? It'll only be over when I pluck every last one of your old whiskers," Jiang Yan said coldly. "You, young one, don't go too far." Ancestor Qian Yun roared. "Even if I do, what can you do about it?" Several spirit collapse talismans floated around Jiang Yan. "Break for me." The talismans rapidly adhered to Ancestor Qian Yun's protective barrier, leaving him no time to shake them off. Boom! 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 With several loud explosions, Jiang Yan's spirit collapse talisman shattered the protective barrier violently. "Young one, let's talk this out calmly, don't get angry." With his protective barrier broken, Ancestor Qian Yun's face showed a flattering smile. "You think being a martial saint makes you superior to others?" Jiang Yan's gaze was icy. "Now, let me see what else you're capable of." A flash of killing intent appeared in Ancestor Qian Yun's eyes. 10,000 techniques dust whisk. His divine artifact suddenly appeared above Jiang Yan, instantly surrounding him with tens of thousands of techniques. Ha ha ha. You little brat, did you really think I would fear you? Ancestor Qianyun held the 10,000 techniques dust whisk, stroking his white beard smugly. Hit by my 10,000 techniques, even if you survive, you'll be drained of your cultivation and become a cripple. This is the price of opposing me. Ancestor Qianyun sneered coldly. Surrounded by countless techniques, Jiang Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Quantity is useless. Poor quality, chaotic and disorganized. No wonder you've only reached the first level of the 6th stage despite your age. A crimson glint flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. Today, I'll show you, old man, what it means to break 10,000 techniques with a single strike. Nether Void Ghost Cauldron. Black mist swirled coldly around Jiang Yan's palm, slowly condensing into a sinister ghostly cauldron. Swallow it all. Jiang Yan's voice was icy. The Nether Void Ghost Cauldron floated in the air, and the tens of thousands of techniques were drawn to it like iron to a magnet, frantically pouring into the cauldron. Ancestor Qianyun's face turned pale as he watched his proud techniques being absorbed. No. Impossible, how could this happen? In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the seemingly unbreakable tens of thousands of techniques were completely devoured by the Nether Void Ghost Cauldron. Jiang Yan looked at the pale-faced Ancestor Qianyun, a cold smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Do you like it? I'll return it to you. With that, the Nether Void Ghost Cauldron hovered above Ancestor Qianyun's head, pouring out all the absorbed techniques in a torrent. No. No, no. Ancestor Qianyun's face was filled with terror. He was merely an A-grade divine artifact wielder, and though he had reached the 6th stage martial saint through time and rare resources, his strength was still at the lowest level of martial saints. The 10,000 techniques skill could only be used once in a short period. Facing the techniques he had unleashed now coming back at him, Ancestor Qianyun was completely panicked. Boom! Sizzle! Whoosh! 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 Oh ho ho! Ancestor Qianyun was struck by his own spells, rolling uncontrollably, his body pierced by spirit swords like a porcupine, and even his hair and beard were burned away. A myriad of spells, truly terrifying. Chapter 189, Humans are the Prey. Ouch, ouch, Ancestor Qianyun had lost all his dignity, collapsed on the ground, wailing in pain. Young friend, I was wrong. I apologize to you. He admitted defeat. He had long heard that ghost immortals could easily kill opponents of higher levels, and today he witnessed it firsthand. Indeed, incredibly powerful. This wasn't just surpassing one level, it was like leaping across two realms of difference. Jiang Yan ignored Ancestor Qianyun, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Kuei, who was already paralyzed with fear. Next, it's your turn. Feeling Jiang Yan's icy killing intent, Lin Kuei's entire body went numb. He dropped to his knees, completely losing face, and desperately kowtowed, begging for mercy. Ghost Immortal, I was wrong. Please spare me. For the sake of my cousin Wanyu, let me go. He even brought up Lin Wanyu to plead for leniency. Jiang Yan glanced at Lin Wanyu, seeing no reaction from her, and said indifferently, for Miss Lin's sake, I won't kill you, but you must take one punch from me first. Lin Kuei's scalp tingled. Really won't kill me? No, 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 taking your punch, will I even survive? I know how to control my strength, Jiang Yan said, shaking his right hand. Now it's your turn to grit your teeth and feel this punch. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly cracked, and Jiang Yan's figure shot out like an arrow from a bowstring in an instant. So fast! Lin Tian exclaimed. Not only Lin Tian, but even Ancestor Qianyun was shocked. What kind of terrifying physical cultivation is this? Kuei may have entered the Martial Emperor Academy, but he's no match for this young man. Boom! Before Lin Kuei could react, the punch had already landed heavily on his abdomen. Gah! Lin Kuei's eyes rolled back. His mouth gaped open, and he instantly lost consciousness. His body bent into a bow shape, flying sideways like a shrimp. Boom! 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 He smashed through several walls, finally embedding deeply into one. Unable to be pulled out no matter how hard they tried. Thank you for not taking his life. Lin Wanyu walked up to Jiang Yan, her face warm with a smile. Jiang Yan shook his hand. I didn't use spiritual power. This was just an outburst of physical strength. Even so, it took me some effort. Not Talon Tian was stunned by the scene before him. Look over there. It's already packed with people. The ancient medicinal garden must have appeared there, a Lin family disciple shouted, pointing into the distance. Everyone followed the sound and saw a sunken basin in the Rocky Mountains filled with people and exotic beasts. Using only divine sense to probe, there were over 100 martial saints present in this vast rocky mountain range. The allure of divine plants is truly extraordinary. It seems martial saints from all over have gathered here, Jiang Yan said with a sneer. Unfortunately, this ancient medicinal garden has restrictions. Martial saints above the 5th tier cannot enter. These 6th tier martial saints could only wait outside the garden, ready to strike when someone brought out a divine plant. Lin Wanyu and Jiang Yan's group were determined to obtain the divine plant. To avoid being hunted down upon exiting, they had enlisted the help of 2 Lin family ancestors to cover their retreat once they secured the divine plant. We've already delayed too long. The ancient medicinal garden has opened, let's not hesitate any longer. Everyone, follow me. Inside, Lin Wanyu said, her fingertips glowing with divine light as a jade bamboo floated in the air. The group stepped onto the jade bamboo and flew into the ancient medicinal garden. Originally a team of 11. Their numbers had reduced to 10 due to Lin Kuei's unconscious state. Entering the ancient medicinal garden felt like stepping into another world. Towering ancient trees exuded a sense of stability and the passage of time. The spiritual energy here was thousands of times denser than that of Blue Star, as if immersed in an ocean of spiritual energy, with breakthroughs in cultivation seemingly imminent. This peculiar phenomenon stemmed from the spiritual plants scattered across the ground. My heavens! That's starry grass! A Lin family disciple Rico Lin Wanyu continued, so, with so many restrictions in place, once triggered, it's a dead end. Fortunately, Jiang Yan was an expert at dealing with such traps and restrictions, and he could send out as many cannon fodder as needed. With the ghost command in hand, the ghost soldiers obey my orders. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yan's lips as the 10 directions ghost command floated around him. A red light flashed in his eyes. Uproot every spiritual plant in this medicine garden for me. As his words fell, the ancient medicine garden was instantly shrouded in boundless black mist, with countless shadowy figures darting through it. Holy crap, crap, crap. What is this ghostly thing? Lin Changdong's face turned deathly pale as he collapsed heavily to the ground, nearly wetting his pants in fear. The other Lin family disciples were also pale-faced, clinging to each other, even holding their breath. Cautiously. Even Lin Tian and Lin Wanyu were trembling all over. Although they had long witnessed Jiang Yan's ruthless methods, seeing it firsthand this time still sent chills down their spines. Big sis, if you marry Jiang Yan in the future, make sure you never make him angry. Lin Tian's voice trembled. Lin Wanyu glared at him fiercely, her lips pressed tightly together. I know. Tens of thousands of ghost soldiers surged into the mortal realm like an invading army, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. These ghost soldiers followed Jiang Yan's orders, uprooting everything in their path. Within 100-mile radius, the spiritual plants were quickly stripped clean. The ghost soldiers suffered heavy losses, which showed just how insidious and deadly the restrictions here were. But Jiang Yan didn't care in the slightest. With a casual snap of his fingers, the ghost command emitted a red glow, and tens of thousands more ghost soldiers appeared instantly. They continued to obey orders, frantically harvesting the spiritual plants of the ancient medicine garden. The Lin family members were dumbfounded. Their fear dissipated, replaced by sheer astonishment. I must be losing my mind. These ghost soldiers are actually squatting down to pull weeds. It's so ridiculous, I can't stop laughing. My impression of the underworld's terror is completely shattered. Same here. I always thought the underworld was eerie and terrifying, but what I'm seeing now is nothing like that. Time passed bit by bit, and in just half a day, Jiang Yan had harvested tens of thousands of spiritual plants. Among them, no fewer than 10 were millennia-old spiritual plants. This trip was absolutely worth it. Jiang Yan grinned from ear to ear. This ancient medicine garden, filled with restrictions, was a nightmare for others, but for Jiang Yan, with his endless supply of ghost soldiers, it was like a treasure trove being handed to him for free. He almost wanted to spread his hands and say, I never spend a dime to harvest spiritual plants. Just as Jiang Yan was basking in the joy of his bountiful harvest, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. The mountains started to collapse, and towering ancient trees, as if terrified, uprooted themselves and fled desperately. Damned beast! You've destroyed most of my medicine garden. Prepare to die. A hysterical roar echoed. Jiang Yan yawned. Finally decided to show yourself? I thought you'd wait until the garden was completely stripped bare before appearing. How could a medicine garden filled with restrictions and traps possibly be unguarded? Jiang Yan had already deduced that there must be someone behind the scenes. Now, the mastermind could no longer hold back and appeared in person, glaring murderously at Jiang Yan. "Don't look at me like that, or I'll think you have a crush on me." Jiang Yan flashed an innocent smile. The old man behind the scenes had bloodshot eyes. "Damned beast! I'll skin you alive, drain your tendons, and make you wish you were dead." He let out a strange cry as the branches of the towering ancient trees swung down toward Jiang Yan like massive clubs. The ground beneath Jiang Yan's feet turned into a swamp, trying to drag him down. "So, this ancient medicine garden is your domain," Jiang Yan said calmly. "That explains everything. You set up restrictions to kill intruders and turn them into nutrients for the spiritual plants, which in turn serve as your energy source. By uprooting all the spiritual plants in your domain, I'm weakening your power. No wonder you're so frantic. Am I right?" The old man sneered. "Kid, you're not entirely stupid, but you missed one crucial point. You've uprooted my spiritual plants and weakened my power, but only if you leave my domain alive. Will my power truly diminish?" He laughed maniacally. "No matter how many spiritual plants you uproot, as long as they remain within my domain, their power is still mine." A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. SS-level divine gift, bone-corroding herb garden. In an instant, all the spiritual plants Jiang Yan had picked came to life, opening their bloodthirsty maws, revealing sharp fangs, and lunging at him. "Prepare to turn into white bones," the old man behind the scenes sneered coldly. Jiang Yan's lips curved slightly. "Oh, really?" As soon as he finished speaking, ripples of absolute dust began to spread around him, shattering all the spiritual plants into crimson fragments. "What the hell is this?" The old man's face changed drastically. Jiang Yan patted the dust off his clothes and smiled faintly. "Just a protective barrier. Don't you have one?" "That's an innate spiritual shield only a 6th-tier martial saint can possess. How could a 4th-tier martial king like you possibly have it?" The old man stared at him. "Who knows? Maybe it's because I'm handsome." Before the words even settled, Jiang Yan unleashed a divine shadow thunderbolt, and a spear of shadow lightning shot out at lightning speed. Swoosh! The spear was so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Clang! The old man raised a Bagua mirror, forcibly blocking the spear. "You actually forced me to use my true treasure. You little wretch, you're truly troublesome." The old man floated in midair, now taking Jiang Yan seriously. "I've already reached the peak of the 5th tier. I should have easily turned everyone who entered my domain into nourishment and stepped into the 6th tier effortlessly. But you ruined my plans. I'll destroy your very soul." The Bagua mirror enveloped the heavens, forming a cage that trapped Jiang Yan and the Lin family members inside. Peak of the 5th tier. How can we fight this? Lin Tian was already trembling with fear. Lin Wanyu frowned deeply, her slender fingers lightly tapping the void. Flags began to appear, embedding themselves into each trigram of the Bagua formation. "Break!" Lin Wanyu waved her jade-like fingers, and dazzling light erupted from the All-Spirits banner in her hand. The flags within the formation simultaneously radiated brilliance, instantly shattering the Bagua formation. "Big sis, you've been hiding the All-Spirits banner, a supreme treasure, all this time? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You scared me half to death." Lin Tian looked at the radiant banner with envy in his eyes. He wished he had a supreme treasure too. Lin Wanyu put away the All-Spirits banner, ignoring Lin Tian, and turned her gaze to Jiang Yan, who was in midair. "Little brother Jiang, I'll leave the rest to you." Jiang Yan smiled faintly. "Of course." He summoned the Rakshasa Ghost Eye, then activated an acceleration technique, instantly increasing his speed several-fold. The old man had no time to defend. "You vile creature, you think you can escape just because your physical body is sanctified?" The old man spat blood. Not having reached the 6th tier, he hadn't even condensed an innate spiritual shield and could only rely on treasures for protection. But Jiang Yan's physical strength was overwhelming. The old man summoned several treasures in succession, all of which were shattered by Jiang Yan's punches. "Old man, you got me all excited for nothing. Now you'll taste my wrath." Jiang Yan gritted his teeth. He had been thrilled all night after hearing about the descent of a divine plant, only to find out it was all a trap set by this old man. Boom! Jiang Yan threw a punch, spiritual energy erupting, striking the old man's side. Golden spiritual energy fused with destructive energy, instantly blowing half of the old man's body to pieces. "Ah!" The old man screamed in agony, nearly driven mad by the pain. "Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! I have the divine plant." Jiang Yan's fist hovered in the air as he coldly stared at him. "You're lying to me?" "I'm not lying. How would I dare lie to you?" The reason I could disguise my domain so convincingly is because there really is a divine plant inside. The old man's face was covered in blood, and his sly smile only made him seem more sinister. Jiang Yan didn't strike again, so the old man continued, I not only wanted to break through to the 6th tier but also used others' souls within the domain to cultivate the divine plant. Where did the divine plant come from? Jiang Yan asked. Terrified, the old man stammered, I found it by chance in an ancient secret realm. After obtaining it, I planted it in my domain, letting it grow slowly by devouring others' flesh and souls. Jiang Yan's expression turned icy. Where is the divine plant? Take me to it. I'll take you there right away. The old man trembled as he agreed. Only then did Jiang Yan let him go, leading the Lin family members to follow the old man in search of the divine plant. Lin Tian quickly walked up to Jiang Yan and whispered, Brother-in-law, aren't you afraid he's playing tricks? If he dares to play any tricks, I can kill him in an instant. Jiang Yan was full of confidence. He had already arranged for the Ghost King Zijiati to secretly monitor the old man. If the old man showed any abnormality, Zijiati would immediately chop off his neck. The slash was so fast that the old man had no time to react. I feel relieved when you say that. Lin Tian smiled and whispered, but this old man is really cruel. We have seen at least hundreds of skeletons along the way. Those skeletons were brutally killed by the spiritual plant traps. The flesh and soul disappeared, leaving only bones. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with coldness. He would not let this old man go. After obtaining the divine plant, he would definitely kill him without mercy. The divine plant is here. The old man led everyone to a plain. The ground was covered with spiritual plants, and in the middle was a divine plant emitting golden rays of light. I'll give you the divine plant right now. The old man's eyes changed and became fierce. Buzz. Ghost King Paper Bride unleashed a cicada wing-fin slash without hesitation. The next moment, the old man's neck was severed, but he survived, laughing instead. His flesh and blood gradually dissolved, transforming into nutrients that were absorbed into the divine plant. None of you can escape, the old man's voice echoed across the plain. Instantly, the spiritual plants on the plain withered, all their spiritual energy absorbed by the central divine plant. Boom! The ground heaved, and a massive fleshy ball emerged from the earth. The old man's features could be vaguely seen, but he no longer resembled a human, but had become a monster. He's merged with the divine plant. Damn it! Jiang Yan gritted his teeth in hatred. Even if he killed the old man, he would only gain this disgusting divine plant. Die! The fleshy ball sprouted tentacles like plant roots and swept across. Swiftly. Puff! Several Lin family disciples were unable to react and were instantly swept into a bloody mist. Although the Lin family members were all 5th-level masters, they were powerless against the old man transformed into a fleshy ball. The old man's speed and explosive power were too great, completely no match for them. Die, he roared to the heavens. Spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing another Lin family disciple who failed to dodge. His flesh and blood were absorbed, leaving only a skeleton. The flesh ball continued to expand, withering all the spiritual plants within the domain. The entire domain transformed from a vibrant medicinal garden into a lifeless wasteland. I am the incarnation of the evil god, the flesh ball laughed maniacally. What should I do? Lin Wanyu frowned. Facing the relentless attacks of the strange flesh ball, his magic weapons were shattered one after another. Lin Tian's face was also grim. With only a few remaining magic weapons, he was forced into a desperate situation. Jiang Yan had already rushed towards the flesh ball, attacking it mercilessly. But when his fist, imbued with gilded spiritual energy, hit the flesh ball, the force was buffered and dispersed, causing no damage at all. Underworld fire. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with crimson flames, igniting the strange flesh ball. But the flames had no effect, and the flesh ball did not ignite at all. It's something that can't be ignited, Jiang Yan sneered. It seems this thing is on par with the monsters in Boruto. Since physical attacks and fire are ineffective, what about divine thunder? You call yourself an evil god, then taste my divine thunder. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with thunder. The law of thunder. He controlled the divining thunder, locked onto the giant flesh ball, and fiercely struck down with a bolt of lightning. Boom! The powerful lightning bolts continued to strike, and the flesh ball screamed miserably, blood and flesh splattered, becoming a blur. Just when Jiang Yan thought victory was in sight, his pupils suddenly constricted. The bloody and mangled flesh began to wriggle, reuniting into a giant flesh ball. Can't kill it? Jiang Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. Since he couldn't kill it, then he would subdue it. Netherworld. Ghost Cauldron. Jiang Yan extended his right hand, and a sinister and eerie ghost cauldron appeared in his palm. If you can't kill it, then suppress it. Jiang Yan sneered. The ghost cauldron flew above the flesh ball and began to absorb it. This time, the meatball finally felt fear and exploded with a poof sound, splitting into countless pieces and scattering everywhere. No! Don't! The flesh ball howled miserably. Jiang Yan turned a deaf ear and continued channeling spiritual energy into the ghost cauldron. In less than the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, the massive, twisted flesh ball was completely absorbed. Jiang Yan, however, felt reluctant to retrieve the ghost cauldron, thinking it had absorbed something so disgusting that it felt dirty. You can slowly refine it over there. First, once you've completely refined that flesh ball, I'll take you back, Jiang Yan said to the ghost cauldron. Then, he walked toward the divine plant on the ground. The disgusting flesh ball on the divine plant had already been absorbed by the ghost cauldron, and now, the plant looked clean and pristine. Jiang Yan picked up the divine plant and searched through the Book of the Nether in his consciousness. Nine-turn resurrection grass. Upon learning the name and function of the divine plant, Jiang Yan was utterly shocked. No wonder the old man could fuse with it and remain immortal. It was due to the special power of this divine plant. The nine-turn resurrection grass could allow a person to enter a state of death and then awaken from it, stabilizing their cultivation level and doubling their combat power. What a treasure! Realizing the plant's extraordinary value, Jiang Yan no longer felt repulsed and held it directly in his hand. He walked toward Lin Wanyu and Lin Tian, the only two remaining, and said indifferently, "Didn't you need the genetic prototype? You can extract some now." Lin Wanyu gave him a grateful look. "Thank you, Brother Jiang." She manipulated her spiritual energy to precisely extract the genetic prototype of the nine-turn resurrection grass. With these genetic prototypes, researching artificial divine plants won't be a problem anymore, Lin Wanyu said with a radiant smile. She looked at Jiang Yan, her eyes sparkling. "I really can't thank you enough. Without you, my brother and I would have died long ago, let alone obtained the genetic prototype of the divine plant." Her eyes trembled slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with Jiang Yan. "We siblings don't know how to repay your kindness. If you have any requests, just say the word, and I'll make sure to fulfill them." "I don't have any requests. I've already obtained the divine plant I wanted," Jiang Yan replied straightforwardly. Lin Wanyu was momentarily stunned, then smiled at him. "Any request is fine. I won't refuse. Anything. Really, anything?" Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Seeing his excitement, Lin Wanyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she answered softly, "Anything you ask, I won't refuse." Then Jiang Yan said, "If your 100 Herbs Corporation can successfully cultivate artificial nine-turn resurrection grass, give me 10 plants." "Ha? Oh. Lin Wanyu was momentarily dazed, then nodded. She had just told Jiang Yan to make any request, and he only asked for something so trivial? He could have been bolder, more audacious. For some reason, Lin Wanyu felt a bit disappointed. With the divine plant in hand, there was no need for them to linger in this place. The three found an exit, but Jiang Yan blocked the two who wanted to proceed and said calmly, "That old man definitely didn't intend for anyone to leave. This passage might be fake." After speaking, he summoned several ghost soldiers and sent them to scout the way. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the three ghost soldiers entered the passage, Jiang Yan suddenly lost control over them. "As expected, this passage is fake," Jiang Yan said coolly. "Then, what do we do? Are we going to be stuck here forever?" Lin Tian asked anxiously. "If the exit is fake, then there's only one solution," Jiang Yan said with a smile. "Break this domain." "Can the domain really be broken?" Lin Wanyu asked, somewhat incredulous. "Domains aren't unbreakable. As long as the method is correct, it's quite easy to resolve," Jiang Yan said, his eyes flashing crimson. For example, using domain collision. He decisively summoned King Qin Guang. Unleash the ghost domain. In the next moment, King Qin Guang's ghost domain rapidly enveloped the three of them, colliding with the old man's bone-corroding medicine garden. In less than the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, the old man's medicine garden was swallowed by the ghost domain. Through a shattered part of the ancient medicine garden, Jiang Yan quickly led the two out. Just as they reached the outside world, a massive hand of Dharma suddenly stretched toward them. Ha ha ha, the divine plant is mine. The bearded martial saint laughed wildly, his desire for the divine plant evident and unwavering. A divine plant and I are destined. Why not let me have it as a gesture of goodwill? An elder dressed in a Taoist robe smiled and said, the Easterners shouldn't act recklessly here. The divine plant belongs to the beautiful country. Behind the Western elder, a golden disc appeared, instantly restraining two people. Kid, hand over the divine plant obediently, the Western elder said, his eyes filled with greed. Jiang Yan and Lin Wanyu, the siblings, wasted no words and immediately turned and ran. Ancestor Qian Yun, the divine plant is in hand. The rest is up to you, Lin Tian shouted. In the next moment, Ancestor Qian Yun suddenly appeared, blocking the three of them. I will do my best to buy you time to escape. You must run with all your might. Chapter 193. Battle of the Martial Saint. The divine plant truly exists. Heaven is helping me, the divine plant belongs to me. A blond youth with an arrogant expression declared. He was a genius from the beautiful country, only 20 years old, yet already a peak 5th-tier powerhouse. Right's eyes shone with divine light, and lightning wings unfolded behind him, his speed so fast that even space distorted. Leave the divine plant to me, you Eastern scum! Right roared. In an instant, he appeared behind Lin Wanyu and Lin Tian. Brother-in-law, run! I'll hold him off. Lin Tian's right arm trembled, and a three-pronged halberd materialized. Lin Wanyu stopped, her gaze resolute as she looked at Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang, take the divine plant and go quickly. Lin Tian and I will cover you. Seeing the siblings' determination, Jiang Yan said no more and turned to flee at full speed. You little ants dare to block me? Right sneered, his hands erupting with terrifying lightning, causing the heavens and earth to darken instantly. Slash! Lin Tian's three-pronged halberd unleashed hundreds of halberd strikes, but they were all shattered upon contact with the lightning. 10,000 spirit flags. Lin Wanyu summoned her treasure, surrounding Right with hundreds of spirit flags that pressed him to the ground, forming a formation. Boom! In the next moment, lightning connected the spirit flags, causing them to collapse one by one. Still trying to stop me? Right's eyes erupted with killing intent. Heaven's punishment! A golden giant sword tore through the sky, carrying a terrifying oppressive force as it bore down on Lin Wanyu and Lin Tian. Ugh! Lin Tian felt his internal organs ache under the pressure, spitting out black blood. Lin Wanyu's face turned pale, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. This golden giant sword carried the oppressive force of a 6th-tier martial saint. Boom! The golden sword descended, and a shadow flashed, rescuing Lin Tian and Lin Wanyu. Ancestor Yan Hong. Lin Wanyu smiled bitterly. If not for Ancestor Yan Hong's timely intervention, she and Lin Tian would have lost their lives. The genetic prototype is already in hand, there's no need to take further risks here, Ancestor Yan Hong said, his fiery red hair flowing as his gaze remained firm. I'll send you away. No. Jiang Yan isn't safe yet. Lin Wanyu said anxiously. That boy has extraordinary luck, he'll be fine. Ancestor Yan Hong replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a formation in his palm, connecting heaven and earth, and sent the siblings away. Ancestor Lin Wanyu wanted to say more, but the teleportation had already activated, and the two of them instantly left the Rocky Mountains. Looking back at Jiang Yan's situation, Lin Wanyu and Lin Tian had risked their lives to hold off Right, buying Jiang Yan time to escape. But the pursuers weren't just Right, there were many other 6th-tier martial saints. Jiang Yan's speed reached its peak, the sonic booms shaking the heavens and earth, space tearing apart as he fully unleashed the primordial breathing technique and divine thunder. Even so, several 6th-tier elders easily caught up and blocked his path. Kid, your speed is impressive, but your strength is too weak, one 6th-tier martial saint mocked. I'll take you as my disciple and teach you invincible techniques. Hand over the divine plant obediently. You don't even have invincibility yourself, yet you dare claim to teach me invincible techniques? Shameless. Jiang Yan sneered. King Qin Guang. Without hesitation, he summoned the 10 Directions Ghost token, immediately calling forth the Shadow of Yama. King Qin Guang appeared, wielding a ghostly scythe, instantly slaying the 6th-tier martial saint blocking the way. But at this moment, 10 martial saints had already caught up. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with killing intent. King Chu Jiang. Emperor. Song. 3 Yama kings appeared simultaneously. This was a crisis he hadn't faced in a long time. So, you're a summoner. Interesting. Old woman wearing a wizard's hat smiled and said, I'm missing an alchemy ingredient, and this young man from the east is perfect as a catalyst. She waved her wand, and a beam of eerie green light shot straight at Jiang Yan's face. Buzz! A ripple of crimson dust appeared, absorbing the green beam. So annoying, Jiang Yan gritted his teeth. Ghost domain, activate. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 ghostly deities simultaneously unleashed the ghost domain, pulling 3 6th-tier martial saints into it. Take care of them first. Jiang Yan seized the opportunity to recover his strength, preparing to counterattack. Once inside the ghost domain, even 6th-tier martial saints couldn't escape death. Jiang Yan held his breath, sensing his cultivation level had surged to the 4th tier, 90 levels. Just 10 levels away from the 5th tier. With so many martial saints surrounding me, the only way to break through is to reach the 5th tier martial sovereign level. But being surrounded, there was no time to break through the final 10 levels. Let's take it one step at a time. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the 3 martial saints trapped in the ghost domain immediately exploded in a shower of blood, their souls dragged into hell. The ghost domain vanished, and the eyes of several 6th-tier martial saints gleamed as they charged toward Jiang Yan. A massive hand of magical energy suddenly reached out to grab him. As the giant hand swept through, it caused a deafening sonic boom, distorting and twisting the very space around it. Jiang Yan flung out several spirit collapse talismans, barely fending off the attack. Before he could take a few steps, a 7-story pagoda suddenly appeared above him. The pagoda, divided into 7 layers, sealed off all his escape routes and came crashing down. Ha ha ha! Don't blame me, fellow Taoists, the divine plant is mine. A middle-aged man in a Taoist robe laughed heartily. We agreed long ago, whoever catches this boy gets the divine plant. No tricks. Humph, this 7-turn glazed pagoda is an S-class divine artifact. Once trapped under it, not even the King of Heaven could escape. This boy's death is well-deserved, an elder said coldly. Much obliged. Catching this little thief was pure luck, my skills are far inferior to your divine abilities, the Taoist-robed man replied humbly. Just as he was basking in the joy of his success, his brow suddenly furrowed. Why hasn't he been refined yet? His soul was connected to the 7-turn glazed pagoda, and he could feel the pagoda being severely damaged. Boom! A loud explosion came from within the pagoda. Boom! Boom! 2 more explosions followed. As the sounds grew louder, the Taoist-robed man's face turned increasingly grim. Ugh! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, his face contorted. Isn't he a summoner? How does he have such a powerful physical body? He realized the 7-turn glazed pagoda couldn't refine Jiang Yan's body. Jiang Yan's physique was extraordinarily strong, and he was wreaking havoc inside the pagoda. Cracks began to appear on the glazed pagoda. No! This can't be. The Taoist-robed man tried to retract the pagoda and release Jiang Yan, but it was too late. With a deafening crash, the 7-turn glazed pagoda was forcibly shattered. A black-haired youth flew out from within. Ugh! The Taoist-robed man's glazed pagoda shattered in his hands. He spat out another mouthful of black blood, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Killed him. Jiang Yan ordered coldly. Rumble! The corpses rushed forward like wild horses. The man in golden armor sneered, kill all these dirty things. The 2 armies clashed fiercely. The man in golden armor looked at Jiang Yan with contempt. You and I are the commanders of our 2 armies, why don't we have a sparring match? Jiang Yan smiled confidently, okay, provided you are still alive. Before he finished speaking, the man in golden armor suddenly covered his neck, breathing rapidly, looking at the blood on his hands. In horror. You are too despicable. The man in golden armor died with his eyes wide open. With the fall of the summoner, the entire Golden Knight army dissipated in an instant. Jiang Yan sneered, you are careless. You will never become a general like this. While he was talking to the man in golden armor, he had already summoned the Ghost King's paper wedding dress. Nothing could stop it, and he cut off his head in an instant. The paper wedding dress's slashing speed was extremely fast, so he could only dodge. The man in golden armor was concentrating on staring at Jiang Yan and didn't notice the attack of the paper wedding dress at all, and died instantly. In the blink of an eye, another 5th-level martial arts master fell. Jiang Yan looked around at the people who didn't dare to act rashly, and his eyes were cold. Now, you can get out of the way. At this time, an arrogant roar rang out. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? Thunder roared in the sky, and a blonde boy appeared in a golden sea of thunder. His eyes were shining with golden light, and contained terrifying thunder power. It's right, Kale, that's. Someone recognized him. At a glance, and an expression of shock immediately appeared on his face. Right, Kale, that's is the strongest new generation genius in America, possessing an SSS level. Divine power, heavenly punishment thunder. Heavenly punishment thunder. This is the most powerful thunder and lightning power in the world today. Once the heavenly punishment is released, who can match it? This eastern brat is finished. I'm afraid not even a trace of him will be left. The western crowd sneered, convinced that Jiang Yan was doomed and had no way out. Jiang Yan also felt the terrifying power of thunder and couldn't help but feel nervous. SSS level divine gift? It's been a long time since I've encountered one. The last time he encountered an SSS level divine gift was Lu Qingmeng. The oppressive feeling of an SSS level divine gift was simply unmatched by other divine gifts. Is the heavenly punishment divine thunder the best in the world? What makes you so confident? Jiang Yan's eyes locked on the golden figure in the sky, his lips curled slightly. Because this power is enough to destroy everything. Light laughed wildly. Behind him, lightning condensed, transforming into hundreds of lightning swords. Hand over the divine plant, and I'll spare your life. I'm so scared. Jiang Yan smiled, but his eyes suddenly changed. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Instantly, a sinister wind howled, and countless evil spirits wailed, transforming into tens of thousands of flying swords behind him. What? This person can also condense flying swords? What level of divine gift is he? Oh my god, this young man from the east is not simple, but he is still dead in front of Right. Everyone is more optimistic about Right, a true genius, no one can compare to him. Oh, you are overestimating yourself. Even if you learn the appearance, you can't learn the power of God. Right's eyes emitted golden light, and tens of thousands of thunder swords shot out. Jiang Yan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, divining thunder. The flying swords behind him were all wrapped in the divining thunder, and they all rushed into the sky to fight with the thunder swords. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the flying swords colliding was deafening, and the two sides were evenly matched. Impossible. Right's face changed drastically. He would never allow anyone to be on an equal footing with him. His divine thunder of heaven punishment is the strongest in the world. As long as the forbidden power is not used, I am the strongest. Light burst out from Right's eyes, and a phantom of the god of thunder appeared behind him. The phantom of the god of thunder pointed in the air, and a terrifying divine thunder struck Jiang Yan's brow. This blow can destroy the soul, and anyone who touches it will die. Jiang Yan desperately sacrificed the little turtle to block this fatal blow. Buzz buzz buzz. The little turtle vibrated violently, and the shield shattered layer by layer. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, and Jiang Yan thought to himself, sure enough, you can't underestimate the SSS level God-giver. He condensed the law of thunder in his palm, and locked onto Right with his spiritual consciousness. Die. For me. Boom. The law of thunder suddenly fell, and Right looked back in horror. The phantom of the god of thunder blocked the attack and slowly dissipated. Rhett was completely dumbfounded. Someone can actually stand on equal footing with me on the thunder path. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth. Then I'll kill you and reign supreme over the world. The shadow of the thunder god dissipated, but Rhett still had his trump card, confident he could instantly annihilate Jiang Yan. Let me show you the true divine punishment. Rhett hovered in the center of the sea of thunder, his golden hair flying, resembling the descent of a thunder god. Runes flickered in his eyes, and one by one, they materialized in reality, sealing the heavens and earth as the sea of thunder spread. Divine punishment. Rhett laughed maniacally, roaring furiously at the sky. At that moment, Jiang Yan, who had been silent all along, spoke faintly, red umbrella. Instantly, the colors of the world dimmed, leaving only the vivid red of Jiang Yan's umbrella and attire. Time seemed to freeze, motionless. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Jiang Yan's next move. Jiang Yan, like a ghostly celestial spirit, floated within the still sea of thunder and slowly swung his sword. Buzz! The colorless world was split open by the sword, scattering red spider lilies across the sky. Amid the sea of flowers, Rhett's eyes lost focus, and a wound on his chest that could not heal continued to bleed. Forbidden. Rhett murmured weakly before his death, unheard by anyone. Jiang Yan remained standing, as if nothing had happened. His red umbrella would forever remain hidden from the world. This secret was veiled, unreachable, unspeakable, indescribable. This was the taboo. Chapter 195, The Fall. Ret fell, and everyone was shocked, their faces filled with horror. Ret Kelsis has fallen. The number one genius of the American new generation was defeated by an Eastern youth. Someone gasped, their eyes full of dread, not daring to act rashly. This was a ruthless figure who could even kill Ret, who would dare provoke him lightly. Seeing the fear in everyone's eyes, Jiang Yan's lips curled slightly. His goal had been achieved. After summoning 3 Yama Kings and the Red Umbrella, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, making it unsuitable to continue fighting. Taking advantage of everyone's apprehension, he could use the primordial breathing technique to recover his spiritual energy and find an opportunity to escape. At this moment, an elegant voice rang out, a voice Jiang Yan was all too familiar with. His pupils contracted. Ladies and gentlemen, this Eastern youth is already at the end of his rope. What are you afraid of? Blair had appeared in the Rocky Mountains at some unknown time. His deep blue eyes were as profound as the starry sky, and he stood in the heavens, smiling as he looked down at Jiang Yan. Eastern youth, we truly have a connection, meeting here like this. You people in Huaxia have a saying that goes, how happy it is to have friends come from afar. Blair's eyes carried a smile. You've traveled thousands of miles from Huaxia to come here, how could I not come out to greet you? As soon as he finished speaking, several water mirrors appeared behind him, reflecting the figures of several martial saints. Esteemed martial saints, since you dare not act rashly, let me take action for you. Blair bowed slightly, his eyes smiling. Consider this my gift to you. Boom! Several martial saints formed from water. Mirrors suddenly charged at Jiang Yan with astonishing speed, no less than that of real martial saints. Bang! A water mirror martial saint appeared before Jiang Yan, delivering a punch with terrifying force that instantly forced Jiang Yan back 100 meters. Cough! Jiang Yan coughed a few times. Despite the protective ripples of absolute dust, the immense power still caused his internal organs to ache, nearly shattering them. His gaze turned grim. This power is too strong, it almost made me spit blood. Although his spiritual energy was depleted, his physical body remained formidable. Even against a 6th-tier body cultivator, he could still put up a fight. Jiang Yan coldly stared at the slender figure in the sky. Golden-haired one, I will personally kill you. You won't have that chance, Blair's eyes flashed with icy killing intent. Since you've come to me willingly, I won't need to go to Huaxia to find you. Several water mirror martial saints continued their relentless assault, forcing Jiang Yan into a corner with no escape routes. This was a dead end. Nearby, a few observing martial saints saw that Jiang Yan was already exhausted and joined the battle one after another. Kid, let us help you. In an instant, Jiang Yan was surrounded by more than a dozen martial saints, trapped in a desperate situation. Jiang Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing no trace of fear, but instead a cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. You're about to die, and yet you still dare to laugh. Blair raised an eyebrow. After your death, I will lead Western nations to attack Huaxia, destroy your traditions, and eradicate your lowly Eastern bloodline. Blair smiled gently, all of this is to make the beautiful country great again. Destroying Huaxia will allow the beautiful country to once again dominate Blue Star and become the beacon of the world. What a grand ideal. Blair's eyes were filled with fanaticism. But all of this hinges on eliminating you first. He squinted, his gaze dangerous. Forbidden ones are better off dead. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Yan coldly interrupted. You've been rambling for half a day, are you going to fight or not? Blair's expression instantly darkened, leaving only a chilling killing intent. It seems you're impatient to die. He sneered, without the protection of the Eastern Sword Immortal, and without having matured, you're nothing but a bug in my eyes. Blair laughed mockingly. Boom! 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 Several water mirror martial saints attacked again, distorting the space. Jiang Yan was surrounded, lightning flashing around him, instantly shattering several water mirror martial saints. Nether fire. Black and white flames burned around Jiang Yan, forming a magnetic field that repelled any living being from approaching. Still holding on to the end, Blair's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he broke through the sea of flames, grabbing Jiang Yan by the neck and hurling him into the air. Water God Spear. Above Jiang Yan's head appeared a long spear imbued with the power of the sea god, thrusting fiercely toward his heart. Buzz! Ripples of absolute dust clashed with the water god's spear, forcibly deflecting the attack. Blair lunged again, Jiang Yan's eyes flashed coldly, and he struck out with a punch mid-air. The collision of two fist winds distorted the space. Boom! A loud explosion sent both of them flying 100 meters. Blair's face turned grim. This body is too strong. Forbidden ones truly cannot be allowed to live. He summoned the water god spear, a crystalline droplet forming at the center of his brow. Heart of the water marsh. This droplet connected heaven and earth, reflecting the entire Rocky Mountains. Everyone suddenly felt as if they were trapped in an endless watery domain, unable to see the end. It's actually a domain, Jiang Yan frowned deeply. The situation was dire. He pushed the primordial breathing technique to its limit, surrounding himself with hundreds of spirit collapse talismans, his last resort. No more delays, Jiang Yan said coldly. Boom! 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 Hundreds of spirit collapse talismans flew out simultaneously, each carrying the power to shake mountains and split the earth, encircling Blair and exploding instantly. Ghost domain, activate. Jiang Yan summoned a ghost deity once more, using the ghost domain to defend himself while seizing the opportunity to escape Blair's domain. Blair, entangled by the spirit collapse talismans, looked grim. You won't escape. Jiang Yan ignored his shouts, rushing out of the watery domain, his divining thunder accelerating, distorting the space around him. Where do you think you're going? Several martial saints pursued relentlessly. Boom! 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 Sizzle! Buzz! Various divine powers erupted as Jiang Yan fled, suffering multiple severe injuries. His internal organs were nearly shattered, leaving him in a pitiful state. Blair broke free from the ghost domain, coldly staring at Jiang Yan's figure. I told you, you can't escape. He gathered the water god's spear in his palm, unleashing its spiritual power. The spear flew out of his hand. Boom! 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 The immense power tore through space, accompanied by continuous thunderous roars. Jiang Yan, injured and fleeing for his life, had no way to dodge the fatal spear. Sizzle! The spear pierced Jiang Yan's heart with precision, its overwhelming spiritual power driving him through several mountain peaks before finally pinning him heavily against a cliff wall, his life gradually fading away. This strike was ferocious, beyond measure, impossible for anyone to withstand. Blair descended slowly like a god before Jiang Yan, his eyes devoid of pity. Poor Eastern boy, your death was inevitable. As the victor, he smiled while searching Jiang Yan's body for the divine plant. Yet no matter how he searched, he couldn't find it. Suddenly, his expression changed, filled with rage. Damn it! I've been tricked. The divine plant isn't on this Eastern boy, it was taken by his two companions. Blair's gaze was icy. Without pulling out the water god's spear embedded in Jiang Yan's chest, he turned and charged toward the Lin siblings, continuing his pursuit. Chapter 196, The Death of the Ghost Immortal. Shocking China. After Blair left, the other martial saints realized the divine plant was not on Jiang Yan and dispersed one after another. No one noticed the faint, eerie glow emanating from Jiang Yan's body. The next day, news of the ghost immortal's death spread rapidly across the Chinese continent, causing an uproar. What did you say? The ghost immortal is dead? Are you serious? That peerless genius has actually fallen. The news is true. Many people saw him pinned to death with a single spear by a blonde man in the Rocky Mountains. He died so tragically. What a pity. Why would the ghost immortal be so reckless as to venture into the West, only to meet such a fate of death and destruction? Countless people lamented, believing the ghost immortal's death to be a case of heaven envying talent. An SSS-level divine grantee, if allowed to grow, would undoubtedly achieve greatness comparable to China's guardian envoy in the future. But alas, fate is cruel. The more talented one is, the more they must endure hardships beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This time, the ghost immortal couldn't withstand it. Far away in the national security courtyard, Zhang Xiaoshang and Zhang Xiaoke turned pale upon hearing the news, their faces ashen. Zhang Xiaoke's eyes reddened, her voice hoarse from crying. No, impossible. Big brother can't be dead. Big brother, he absolutely can't be dead. Zhang Xiaoshang seemed to have aged significantly, muttering to himself, Old Zhang, this joke isn't funny at all. Didn't you say that troublemakers live for 1,000 years? It's not even 100 years yet, don't scare me. Zhang Linger was equally shocked upon hearing the news, her entire demeanor panicked. Jiang Yan, dead? How is that possible? How could he die? She had never imagined that the invincible Jiang Yan would ever be associated with the word death. It wasn't until the photo of Jiang Yan, pierced through the heart by the water god spear and pinned to the Rocky Mountains, circulated in China that people finally accepted the truth. The evidence was undeniable, no one could refute it. Jiang Yan was truly dead. The young man who rose to fame, known as the Ghost Immortal and the God of Slaughter, had perished on the path of pursuing the Tao. Baichao Group. When Lin Wanyu heard the news of Jiang Yan's death, the tablet in her hand fell to the ground. She stared blankly for several minutes before stiffly picking it up. She sat alone on the sofa, her gaze hollow, staring out the window, lost in thought. Xinqing Consortium. Yin Lingxi stared at the news on her phone, her eyes trembling violently. She collapsed powerlessly onto the sofa, unable to believe it. I must be dreaming. I haven't woken up yet, this must be a dream. She shut her eyes tightly, hoping that when she opened them, she would wake up. But no matter how tightly she closed her eyes, the image of Jiang Yan pinned to the mountain wall was too vivid to escape. Because this wasn't a dream, it was a cruel reality. Jiang Yan was dead. Dead in the Rocky Mountains. Lingxi, don't be sad over someone so insignificant. Now that Jiang Yan is gone, can you finally take me seriously? A blue-haired boy said. With a smile. No one was happier about Jiang Yan's death than Yi Lingxi's suitor, Lan Song, whose face was full of smugness. In his eyes, with Jiang Yan dead, Yi Lingxi would finally focus her attention on him. Lan Song, how many times have I told you? Stop appearing in front of me. Yi Lingxi couldn't help but shout. Lingxi, uncle. Yin asked me to come and comfort you. Lan Song said awkwardly, lowering his voice. Get out of here. Disappear from my sight. Yin Lingxi said, her voice trembling. Don't be angry, Lingxi. I'll leave right away. Lan Song quickly left, his eyes dark with suppressed emotions, gritting his teeth. A dead man dares to compete with me for a woman. In her room, Yin Lingxi lay on her desk, burying her head in her arms, her sobs choked with grief. In a luxurious villa, Lu Qingmeng was eating fries while scrolling through her phone. The news of the fall of the Ghost Immortal popped up on her screen. She clicked on it, her expression remaining indifferent. The Ghost Immortal is dead? What a joke. The man I fancy couldn't possibly fall so easily. She jumped off the bed and stretched lazily. Who posted this fake news? I'm going to settle the score with him and see what he's really up to. A fierce expression appeared on her face. How dare he curse the man I fancy to die? I'll make him suffer first. By family's sacred ground. Bai Luoxue sat quietly at her desk, her fingers gently flipping through a book. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as if sensing something, and she looked out the window. Is this unease? Bai Luoxue's face remained expressionless. I actually feel uneasy. Mom was right, I'm becoming more and more like an ordinary person. But where does this unease come from? Who is the hidden threat? Bai Luoxue's fair hand lightly pressed against her chest as she exhaled a breath of white mist, trying to calm herself. The death of the Ghost Immortal was soon forgotten. On the third day after Jiang Yan's passing, the Western Allied forces arrived at the city gates, launching a fierce assault on the borders of Huaxia. This war had been long prepared by the West, led by the beautiful country, which had gathered all the martial saints of the Western nations, over 1,000 of them, pressing against the borders. The Huaxia Guardian was in seclusion, unable to come forward to resist. All the pressure fell on the border Guardian. Guardians and legions from various provinces of Huaxia also gathered, vowing to stop the Western forces' invasion at all costs. However, Huaxia had only about 100 sixth-tier martial saints in total. Facing an army of 1,000 martial saints, they were retreating step by step, and the situation was extremely dire. Huaxia was on the brink of collapse. The mastermind behind this war to destroy the nation, Blair, stood high above, at the peak of the firmament, and in a calm and elegant voice, he urged surrender. Huaxia is already weak. Stubborn resistance will only lead to a more miserable death. If you are willing to submit to the beautiful country, there's still a sliver of hope for survival. He wore a contemptuous smile, not taking the people of Huaxia seriously. In his view, Jiang Yan, the forbidden one, was already dead, the Huaxia Guardian was in seclusion, and the other forbidden sword immortal had yet to appear. Huaxia was already on the path to destruction. After his persuasion, he saw no one surrender and showed a trace of regret on his face. Such loyalty. In that case, you leave me no choice. Blair shook his head faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, he conjured a water mirror and instantly shattered the head of a Huaxia marshal. That's right, the young man was able to come back to life, not because he was killed by Blair, but because he had taken the miraculous 9-turn resurrection herb in advance, entering a state of feigned death. This herb can induce a state of false death, and upon awakening, one's combat power is greatly enhanced. Upon awakening this time, Jiang Yan directly stepped into the 5th tier. Martial Sovereign Realm. Within his ghost command space, the shadow of a ghostly deity broke through its seal and descended to the mortal world. Jiang Yan calmly said, "The 5th official king of the 4th hall, ruler of the blood pool hell." At the same time, the Book of the Netherworld paused on the page of the 3rd hall's Song Emperor. King, Song Emperor King's ghostly deity true weapon, Nether God Bao. After unlocking the 4th hall's Yen Luo, Jiang Yan gained the power of the 3rd hall's ghostly deity. True weapon. With a thought, Song Emperor King transformed into the Nether God Bao, materializing in his palm. Jiang Yan drew the bowstring, and a Nether God arrow formed in his hand, which he then released. Buzz! The arrow tore through the sky, ripping apart space. A fissure appeared in the heavens, difficult to mend, and it struck a mountain with precision. Boom! The explosion echoed thunderously, and the area hit by the arrow was instantly leveled by terrifying energy, leaving not a blade of grass behind. This arrow's power is astonishing, even a 6th-tier martial saint would struggle to withstand it. If they tried to resist, they'd be killed on the spot. Retrieving the Nether God Bao, Jiang Yan began to sense the changes in his heavily Nether Dao body. He had previously awakened Black Flame at the 2nd tier, Yin Thunder at the 3rd tier, and Ghost Hand at the 4th tier. Now, having stepped into the 5th tier, he wondered what new ability he might awaken. As he explored, a sudden sharp pain erupted in his eyes, as if they were being devoured, and the agony intensified. Ah! Jiang Yan clutched his eyes with both hands as bright red liquid flowed from the corners. The scent of blood was unusually strong, and Jiang Yan realized that his eyes were bleeding. Could this be the legendary power awakened at the 5th tier? But what kind of power could cause blindness and bleeding in his eyes? As Jiang Yan puzzled over this, his vision gradually cleared, and the bleeding stopped. This signified that his original eyes had been replaced by newly grown ones. Enduring the pain, Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes, and the world before him became incredibly vivid. He could even see a butterfly fluttering 100 kilometers away. The butterfly was exceptionally clear, its flight slow, as if time had been stretched by a second. Jiang Yan inexplicably murmured 2 words, "Nether eyes." This was the power he awakened upon stepping into the 5th tier. Even so, these strange beasts are still alive, but their physical structures have been completely distorted by Jiang Yan. This is the power of the netherite twisting living beings. The power of the netherite is too bizarre and consumes a great deal of energy. It must never be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Yan casually wiped away the blood seeping from the corner of his eye. He had only used the twisting power a few times, yet his eyes had already started bleeding, showing the immense strain it caused. Normally, just using the ability to extend time should be enough to deal with most enemies. Jiang Yan's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. He withdrew the power of the nether eye, and the black rings gradually dissipated, his pupils returning to their crimson hue. But Jiang Yan knew that these eyes were no longer the same as before. It's time to find that golden-haired man and take revenge. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. Let him taste my wrath. He soared into the sky, beginning his search for the golden-haired man across the United States. Soon, he discovered that all martial artists above the 2nd tier in the United States had vanished, and even figures at the martial saint level seemed to have evaporated, leaving not a single trace. After investigating, Jiang Yan learned that the United States had already assembled a massive army, preparing to launch an expedition against eastern China. And the golden-haired Blair, whom he sought to kill, was the initiator of this expedition. United States. Blair, I will make sure you can never turn back. Killing intent erupted in Jiang Yan's eyes. However, he did not rush back to China but instead coldly gazed at the masses below him. You invade China. Slaughter innocent civilians, so don't blame me. An eye for an eye, no mercy. He resolved to turn the citizens of the United States into corpse soldiers, transforming them into his army. Chapter 198, The Power of the Netherite. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with cruelty as he hovered above the United States, devoid of any trace of compassion. From today onward, this place will be hell. Jiang Yan summoned the 10 Directions Ghost Command, 1,000,000 ghost soldiers, heed my orders. Kill every living person you see. Now that the United States no longer had combat power above the 3rd tier, the entire nation had practically mobilized its entire military, leaving only some men, women, and children behind. Jiang Yan paid no heed to this. he was determined to make the United States pay a devastating price. To make every divine warrior who participated in the invasion of the East feel the pain of losing their loved ones. With a wave of his hand, dense black mist instantly rose behind him, and countless ghost soldiers and corpse soldiers emerged from it. The Netherworld refines corpses, directly refining a superpower, ha! Jiang Yan laughed wildly, tears streaming down his face. A nation at war, with not a single innocent person. Since that was the case, they would all die cleanly. As Jiang Yan summoned tens of thousands of ghost soldiers, each possessing second-tier combat power, slaughtering the citizens of the United States was as simple as cutting vegetables. In less than half a day, several major states were completely annihilated. The United States turned into a living hell, with desperate, anguished cries echoing through the skies. The only response to them was the merciless reaping of lives by the ghost soldiers. After these people died, Jiang Yan, you didn't see that horrifying scene at all. Bodies piled into mountains, the ground completely stained red with blood. People first went mad, then were torn apart and devoured by the corpses, and finally turned into zombies. After hearing the survivors' account, all the martial saints of the beautiful country were stunned, unable to respond for a long time. Their bodies trembled at first, then they clenched their fists tightly, their eyes bloodshot and filled with boundless rage. Who did such a cruel thing? Those damned Easterners. They're demons. How could they commit such ruthless, heartless acts? The martial saints of the beautiful country roared, seemingly forgetting that they were the ones who had started the war. Blair's expression turned serious, as he took a deep breath and asked, "What does that Eastern boy look like?" Long black hair, his face was unclear, but his eyes glowed red. "He's the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper." The survivor, recalling the terrifying scene, couldn't help but scream. "Black hair, red eyes, it's him. He's still alive." Blair instantly recognized that the person was Jiang Yan. He hadn't died, instead, he was launching a counterattack against the beautiful country. No, it wasn't just a counterattack, it was indiscriminate slaughter. He was venting his anger, exacting revenge on the entire beautiful country. But the cost was far too great. The Western Expeditionary Army had fought bitterly for a long time and only managed to capture one city in Huaxia. Yet Jiang Yan, as if invincible, was directly destroying the entire beautiful country, slaughtering billions of the elderly, weak, and infirm. This was too unfair. We only killed tens of millions in Huaxia, and this Eastern boy dares to try to annihilate our beautiful country. How vicious and heartless! Blair roared. He coldly glanced at the martial saints of the beautiful country behind him. That he is not content with merely defeating the United States. His goal is to eliminate all nations that have invaded Huaxia. One day, I will ascend to the higher realm. The nations on Blue Star are all harboring sinister intentions. If they are not stopped, Huaxia will never find peace, and I will have no mind to pursue my destiny. A red light flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes. The Nether Emperor is here, Yen Luo, heed my command. Boom! Several earth-shattering beams of light tore through the heavens and earth, and four ghostly divine shadows appeared behind Jiang Yan. The remaining Western nations are yours to handle. I expect an explanation. Jiang Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his voice cold. Yes, Lord Nether Emperor. The four ghostly figures responded respectfully, then instantly vanished, descending upon other Western nations. At this moment, in the Eastern Huaxia, the three martial saints dispatched had all fallen. Blair's face was as dark as it could get. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Damn Eastern scum! Boom! He unleashed his spiritual power, slaughtering hundreds of innocent Huaxia civilians on the spot. It's over! It's over! Several battered and wounded figures flew in, trembling as they spoke. Our country has been taken over by demons. This news shocked not only the Western forces, but also the Huaxia martial saints who were fighting desperately. Western nations had been overrun by demons? And at such a critical moment? Suddenly, Yang Mingzuan seemed to realize something and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I knew it. That kid would never fall. Martial Saint Yang, why are you laughing? The other Huaxia martial saints were puzzled. At this life and death juncture, how could Yang Mingzuan laugh? Yang Mingzuan continued to laugh. With him here, Huaxia will endure forever. The him he referred to was none other than Jiang Yan, who had been rumored to have fallen not long ago. Before long, more and more survivors from Western nations arrived, reporting to the The Western Army about the earth-shattering changes in their homelands, the arrival of demons. The Western Army was thrown into chaos and halted their attack on Huaxia. This left the Huaxia martial saints even more perplexed. What on earth is happening to these foreigners? It seems their countries have also been invaded by enemies. Serves them right. This is they're just deserts. A Huaxia martial saint with the Qian Yuan mirror laughed. I'd like to see what major events have occurred in these foreigners' homelands. With a wave of his hand, the Qian Yuan mirror instantly expanded, covering half the sky. The mirror's surface reflected the tragic scenes in the Western nations. Seeing the hellish images, even the Huaxia martial saints couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. But soon, they laughed. Good. Excellent. It seems even. The heavens can no longer tolerate the evil deeds of these Westerners and have delivered divine punishment. Suddenly, a martial saint exclaimed, "Look at that young man in the mirror. Could it be him who plunged the Western nations into this hell?" Everyone gasped. Yang Mingzuan fixed his gaze on the upright figure of the young man in the mirror and smiled. As expected, it's that kid, the true supreme youth. The news of the ghost immortal's supposed fall had been so shocking that many Huaxia martial saints were aware of it and knew what the ghost immortal looked like. As the Qian Yuan mirror zoomed in on the young man, everyone finally recognized his face and was stunned. It's him. It's actually him. The ghost immortal. The young supreme causing chaos in the West is our Huaxia's ghost immortal. Everyone immediately understood why Yang Mingzuan had laughed earlier. He had a connection with the ghost immortal, and now it all made sense. Ha ha ha, it really is the ghost immortal. Truly the supreme youth. We thought we were at a dead end, ready to sacrifice ourselves for the nation, but who would have thought the ghost immortal could single-handedly hold back the Western nations, throwing their armies into disarray? Zhang Yan stood alone, guarding the Western nations, like a giant hand gripping the throat of the Western army, leaving them no will to attack Huaxia and forcing a complete retreat. All of this was because of Zhang Yan alone. The Qian Yuan mirror covered the sky, and not only the martial saints on the battlefield but even the citizens in the imperial capital saw the scenes in the mirror and the upright young man. Seeing that the ghost immortal was still alive, everyone was both shocked and overjoyed. Through the Qian Yuan mirror, they learned that Zhang Yan had single-handedly held back the Western army, shaking all of Huaxia. One man holding off the entire Western army, what an extraordinary feat. The nation's news reported it immediately, broadcasting the Qian Yuan mirror footage live. Almost at the same time, all of China learned about this event. The ghost immortal was still alive, and he had ventured deep into enemy territory alone, holding back the Western army. Zhang Yan, I knew you wouldn't be in trouble. Yin Lingxi covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Lingxi. Lan Song, seeing Yin Lingxi cry for another man, was overcome with jealousy. He stared intently at the upright figure in the news. Ghost immortal. This young master will remember you. Meanwhile, at the Baichao group, ever since the news of Zhang Yan's supposed demise, the usually strong-willed Lin Wanyu had become distracted, and her research had come to a standstill. Within the company, there was a widespread belief that its future was in jeopardy and that it might be heading downhill. Big sis, look at the news. Lin Tian excitedly rushed into the lab with his phone, his face full of excitement. Lin Wanyu, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, clearly hadn't been resting well. Without even looking up, she said coldly, not interested. Don't disturb my research. Lin Tian smirked. What if I told you this news is about brother-in-law Zhang Yan? At the mention of Zhang Yan, Lin Wanyu's eyes widened abruptly, and she snatched the phone from Lin Tian's hand. On the screen, that familiar figure appeared in the live broadcast. Her hands trembled slightly. She chuckled softly, her voice trembling. You're okay. That's so wonderful, so wonderful. At the National Security Compound, Zhang Xiaoshang was groggily staring at the TV when the screen suddenly switched to breaking news. On the screen was a live broadcast of Zhang Yan causing a bloody storm in the beautiful country. Old Zhang. It's really old Zhang. Zhang Xiaoshang's eyes lit up. Though he was already in his twilight years, he couldn't help but shed tears. Old Zhang, you rascal. You almost scared me to death. Before he could finish speaking, excited shouts came from the villa. Zhang Xiaoka had evidently also learned through her phone that Zhang Yan was still alive. Chapter 200, Cease the War, End the Conflict. Not only were the Chinese people shocked, but the Western Army also saw the massacre in their homeland through the Qian Yuan mirror. Zhang Yan. Blair gritted his teeth as he stared at the young figure in the Qianyuan mirror, his eyes bloodshot as if they were about to bleed. He had calculated everything, and it seemed that China was about to fall under his control. But Jiang Yan's appearance completely changed the course of the war. The Western army, on the verge of conquering China, now saw their own homeland being overtaken by the enemy. This filled them with despair and humiliation. "Keep attacking. I'll kill him myself." Blair growled through clenched teeth, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. For the first time, someone openly opposed him, and it wasn't just one person. "Why should we stay here and fight? Our own country is being slaughtered by this demon. We need to go back and tear this bastard apart ourselves," a Western martial saint roared. "That's right. The beautiful country is being massacred. We need to go back. Our people are suffering. How can we keep fighting here? We have to go back and save them. The current situation is that we haven't even taken down China, and our own country has been completely ravaged by this Eastern demon." Blair's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, his throat simmering with blood. He clenched his fists. "Jiang Yan, all this is because of you." He soared through the air, instantly hurtling towards the beautiful country. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Simultaneously, the other Western martial saints transformed into streaks of light and flew back to their homeland, intent on stopping Jiang Yan from continuing his massacre. By then, Jiang Yan had already placed most of the inhabitants of the beautiful country in coffins and began refining their corpses. Jiang Yan, I'll tear you to pieces." Blair charged into the beautiful country, hurling his water divine spear with all his might, aiming for Jiang Yan's heart. But this time, the water divine spear was blocked by the absolute dust ripples before it could reach Jiang Yan, slowly dissipating. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed coldly at the utterly distraught Blair. "Why are you back so soon? Aren't you going to conquer China? Why are you back so early? You beast. You've killed so many innocent lives in the beautiful country." Blair's eyes blazed red as he gazed at the corpses scattered across the ground, wishing to tear Jiang Yan apart. Jiang Yan responded coldly, "When you led the Western nations to invade China, did you ever consider that the lives of your men were also innocent? That's different." Blair uttered, almost uttering a word from his throat. "This world is dominated by white supremacy. The lives of you Orientals are worthless." Seeing Blair frantic, Jiang Yan cut short his words. "There's no point in saying more. Only when you die can the remaining people of the beautiful country live. You deserve to die. If I kill you, I will personally destroy China and slaughter all the billions of people in the East." Blair's face was horrible. Several water mirrors appeared behind him, releasing devastating beams of light. He clutched the water god spear and rushed towards Jiang Yan at breakneck speed. Jiang Yan's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "You stubborn fellow." He struck, without using any magic weapon, but with a speed invisible to the naked eye, he struck Blair in the heart with a fierce punch. Bang! Blair's pupils constricted, and a mouthful of black blood spurted from his mouth. He seemed to be thrown back tens of thousands of meters by the force of the blow, leaving a terrifying bloody trail on the ground. "Ah!" Blair struggled to his feet, half his body bruised and battered by the ground. He looked up at the towering figure towering in the air like a god, and a hoarse roar erupted from his throat. "I will kill you." Boom! He charged through the air again, unleashing the full force of the water divine spear in his hand, desperately striking Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan remained impassive in the air, his long, dark hair fluttering gently, seemingly without a breeze. He calmly extended his right hand, and just as the water divine spear pierced his face, clang! Jiang Yan gently tapped the water divine spear with his index finger. The next second, Blair was shocked to see it shatter into several pieces. "It's over," Jiang Yan said calmly, his eyes sharp. Then, with a flick of his finger, he struck Blair's forehead. Boom! A terrifying burst of energy erupted, and Blair's head instantly vanished. Behind him, a vast expanse of the United States was instantly destroyed by Jiang Yan's snap of his fingers. Jiang Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression remaining calm. The previous shot directly exhausted the surging spiritual power in Blair's body, completely wiping out this 6th-level strongman. At this time, the martial saints of the beautiful country who had just arrived saw Jiang Yan easily defeat Blair with a flick of his finger. They were so scared that they froze in the air and immediately stood at attention. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads. No one dared to breathe loudly, for fear that Jiang Yan would notice them and they would be killed by a shot. Jiang Yan retracted his gaze and looked coldly at the martial saints of the beautiful country who had arrived late. He said lightly, "Do you want to continue fighting?" The martial saints of the beautiful country shook their heads one by one, like rattles. "No, no, no. No more fighting. Senior, spare our lives. We admit defeat, Senior, spare our lives. Please let us go." They were completely scared. This was not a human being, but a demon. That's right, a demon crawling out of hell. Seeing the martial saints of the beautiful country looking like frightened quails, Jiang Yan's eyes remained calm. "Disappear from my sight." "Yes, yes. We'll disappear immediately. Thank you, Senior, for sparing our lives." "Thank you." The martial saints finally breathed a sigh of relief and fled one after another. Jiang Yan continued to stand in the air, his eyes showing neither joy nor sorrow.